Transmigrating into a world where everyone changes classes, I became the orphan child of a martyr who had been exploited by my stepmother for 5 years. On the day of my class change, I was still mocked as a low-tier mage trash. After refusing to hand over the pension, I unexpectedly awakened the soul Dark Divinity, all my skills became corrupted, and my attributes skyrocketed tenfold. The low-level fireball evolves into the dark flames of soul-scorching, capable of not only killing monsters but also converting them into an undead army. With the divine blessing that has no consumption and no cooldown for 24 hours, I vow to grind the beginner dungeon, gather dark matter, and take revenge on all who have humiliated me. However, the countdown to the extinguishing of divinity has already begun. A foreboding whisper seemed to echo from the abyss ahead. Chapter 1, They ate my father's legacy and still want me to kneel? That damn husband of yours has been dead for 5 years, can't I enjoy myself a little? 8,000 gold coins per month, not a single coin less. You, a trash who's only managed to reclass as a low-tier mage, dare to complain? I'm showing you immense mercy just by letting you stay in this house. A roar jolted Chuyi awake, his mind chaotic and muddled like glue. In an instant, a flood of memories rushed in, making Chuyi understand immediately. He has transmigrated. He's crossed over into the body of someone with the same name and even identical appearance. Chuyi, age 18. Born in the border town of Linshan City in the Great Xia Kingdom, he is a senior student at Lancheng High School. Yesterday, at the school-wide career transition ceremony, he was the only one who transitioned into a low-tier profession, a low-level mage. He was mocked by everyone, considered utterly worthless. As soon as he returned home today, his stepmother Dongping confronted him. Because today was the day his father's 8,000 gold coin compensation was distributed. This is an era where everyone can change professions. With species mutation and abyssal invasions, humanity faces a survival crisis. However, as long as one successfully changes professions to become a professional, they can obtain immense power, moving mountains and draining seas. Even the ability to destroy heaven and earth is not beyond reach. Chuya's father, Chu Zhang, was a professional and once served in the military of the Great Xia Nation, fighting for his country. Yet, 5 years ago during an abyssal invasion, Chu Zhang went to war with the army and never returned. Rumor has it that he was killed by an abyssal demon, and not even his corpse could be found. The search and rescue team searched for nearly a month but found nothing. In the end, they declared Chu Zhang dead, recognizing him as a martyr of the Great Xia Nation. After Chu Zhang's death, only Chu Yi remained, along with his stepmother Dong Ping and younger brother Dong Xian. Why a stepmother? Because Chu Yi's mother passed away shortly after he was born. The abyss invades, threatening humanity's survival, and Chu Zhang resolves to join the military. After joining the military, he married a divorced woman with a child to become Chu Yi's stepmother, fearing no one would take care of him. When Chu Zhang was still around, Dong Ping appeared as an exceptionally gentle and virtuous woman, embodying the perfect image of a devoted wife and mother. Even the young son she brought along, Dong Ping, behaved remarkably well behaved, making it impossible for Chu Zhang to detect anything unusual. It wasn't until Chu Zhang left for the army that Dong Ping and her son revealed their true colors. Dong Ping showed no concern for Chu Yi, treating him with complete indifference. She would often berate or beat him over trivial matters, with minor offenses warranting scolding and major ones leading to expulsion from the house. Even when Chu Yi had done nothing wrong, she would nitpick and create trouble for him. Her son, Dong Xian, didn't even regard Chu Yi in the slightest, treating him practically like a servant. If Chu Yi resisted, she would grab chairs, stools, or any piece of furniture to hurl at him violently, sometimes even threatening him with a knife. After Chu Zhang enlisted in the army, he would send back a considerable amount of living expenses every month to improve his family's livelihood. Back then, Chu Zhang would still send letters home, earnestly advising Chu Yi in them. Lure, with dad not being by your side, you're the only grown man left at home now. I'm sending some money back to help improve your living conditions. Even though Dong Ping and Dong Xian aren't your biological mother and brother, please don't treat them differently. However, Chu Zhang had no idea that Chu Yi never received the living expenses. All this money was squandered by Dong Ping and Dong Xian. On regular days, she and her son Dong Xian indulged in lavish feasts of fine delicacies and exotic dishes at every meal, while constantly cycling through various jewelry and luxury items. But all that was left for Chu Yi were wilted vegetables and watery rice porridge, not a single slice of meat to be seen. Chu Yi's clothes had even been worn repeatedly for several years. Dong Xian even swaggered around holding his father's letter, reading it right in front of Chu Yi's face, then proceeded to mock and taunt him relentlessly. Chu Yi was so angry that he wanted to tell his father everything. But at that time, Chu Zhang had already gone to battle in the abyss, leaving no further news. The money sent back was even mailed by his comrades in arms on his behalf. His childhood was spent in constant fear and submission, always bending over backwards to appease others. 5 years ago, when Chu Zhang died in battle, the city lord's office came to Chu Yi's home bearing a plaque. On the plaque were written the words, "Home of Chu Zhang, martyr of the Great Xia Nation." The city lord said, "Chu Yi, your father Chu Zhang sacrificed his own life to fend off the abyssal invasion. He defended the nation and protected the people. He is a hero of Lancheng.
Now, the city lord's manor has decided to grant your family a monthly pension of 8,000 gold coins.
I hope you make good use of this money, study diligently, follow your father's example, and strive to serve the nation. Along with the plaque came an old military uniform belonging to Chu Zhang, your father, as well as 3 military medals, 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merit. The uniform was worn and stained with blood. The 3 military medals were polished clean, completely spotless.
That day, Chu Yi wept uncontrollably while holding his father's belongings.
Dong Ping and Dong Xian put on an act in front of the media, feigning sorrow but unable to squeeze out a single tear. After the bereavement compensation was issued, Dong Ping dropped all pretense and forcibly took all the money. Over the past 5 years, Chu Yi did not enjoy a single coin of the 8,000 gold coins. All were forcibly handed over to Dong Ping. Even with so many gold coins coming in every month, Dong Ping still abused and beat Chu Yi. In fact, whenever Chu Yi suggested keeping some gold coins for himself, Dong Ping would go mad and violently attack him. Even in the end, Chu Zhang's 3 military medals were almost snatched by Dong Ping and sold for money. After digesting these memories, a surge of anger welled up in Chu Yi's heart. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. This kind of behavior, neither fighting back when hit nor retorting when insulted, only knowing to cry alone when wronged, it's practically asking to be bullied. But in the end, the most despicable one is still Dong Ping. From the original body's memories, Chu Yi learned that after Chu Zhang's death, Dong Ping had severed all ties with him. She then started flirting with their neighbor, Wang Zhen, while raising their younger son. There was a good chance they were already involved. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Zhang's pension was deposited into Chu Yi's account, Dong Ping would have likely kicked him out long ago. However, since he had transmigrated, Chu Yi was determined to change all of this.
What are you staring at? Hand over the money now.
At this moment, Dong Ping let out another furious roar, her face even twisting into something almost monstrous.
Chu Yi's expression darkened instantly.
Just as he was about to retort, a sudden voice rang in his ears.
Detected intense resentment.
The fragment of the dark soul has awakened.
Provide dark matter?
Hearing this voice, Chu Yi immediately froze in shock.
What's going on?
Chu Yi immediately opened his attribute panel to check his own stats.
Name, Chu Yi.
Occupation, low-tier mage.
Level, 1 basic attributes, health 100, mana 50. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 5, spirit 5, constitution 5, agility 5. Initial skill, minor fireball. Divinity, incomplete dark soul.
All the attributes, class, and level above are quite normal, with low stats typical of a low-tier mage. However, when Chu Yi looked further down, he froze.
What's going on here? I actually possess a divinity.
Chu Yi was so shocked he could barely speak.
A divine spark is the essential requirement for becoming a god.
Yet, since the great change of the world, over thousands of years, the number of humans who have become gods can be counted on one hand. Moreover, for the past millennium, the appearance of every divine spark has been accompanied by a world war, leading to the fall of countless nations and the rise of countless others. If people were to discover that he possessed a divine spark, the entire world would likely erupt into a great war. Chu Yi clearly remembered that the original body had no divine spark whatsoever. Could it be that this appeared as an extra after I transmigrated here? If that were the case, he could truly be called the chosen one of destiny.
What, you think staying silent will help? Get on your knees now.
Just as Chu Yi was about to check the effect of the divine spark, Dong Ping's roar immediately snapped him back to reality.
Seeing Dong Ping before him, Chu Yi's gaze finally turned utterly frigid. You've been living off my father's legacy for 5 years, and you still dare to make me kneel? Chapter 2, refusing to hand over the pension, cutting ties completely.
Hearing this, Dong Ping was instantly stunned.
This trash actually dares to talk back to him?
In her memory, Chu Yi had always been submissive. No matter how she hit or scolded him, he never dared to fight back.
Could it be that I've been pushing this loser too hard these past few days, driving him mad? Dong Ping sharply rebuked. What do you mean? That money was originally mine.
By status, you should still call me mother. She shouted, 5 years ago when my father died in battle, you didn't even attend his funeral. How dare you have the audacity to call yourself my mother? Back then, after the city lord delivered the plaque, he also presided over Chu Zhang's funeral.
But during the funeral, Dong Ping was completely absent. Only Chu Yi was left alone.
At the time, her explanation was, too heartbroken to attend. But only Chu Yi knew the truth. She had been fooling around with Wang Zhen the entire day. As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Ping's face instantly turned ashen with rage. This is rebellion.
Absolute rebellion. You ungrateful beast. After raising you for so many years, not only do you lack gratitude, but you even dare to speak to me like this? Seeing the two of them arguing more and more fiercely, Wang Zhen, who was standing nearby, finally spoke in a leisurely tone. Chu Yi, how can you talk to your mother like that? She only wants what's best for you.
Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to her properly. Although it appeared he was trying to mediate, there was a hint of mockery in Wang Zhen's eyes. Back when Chu Zhang had enlisted in the army, Wang Zhen had already secretly gotten involved with Dong Ping. Every penny Chu Zhang sent back never reached his son Chu Yi, but was instead squandered by Dong Ping and Wang Zhen. 5 years ago, after Chu Zhang died in battle, Dong Ping intended to drive Chu Yi away, but
but it was Wang Jin who stopped him. Because the pension was given to Chu Yi, and if they drove him away, they wouldn't be able to get the pension anymore. For the past 5 years, the monthly compensation of 8,000 gold coins had gradually fallen into the hands of these two individuals. Chu Yi glanced at Wang Jin and sneered, still pretending? Did you really think I didn't know about the two of you? You've been together for 5 years already. Wang Jin's face instantly flickered with panic upon hearing this, and he sharply retorted, what do you mean by this? Disrespecting your elders is one thing, but now you dare to spread rumors? Chu Yi sneered, if all the neighbors already know about it, why would I need to spread rumors? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Jin, but even Dongping felt a pang of guilt. But soon, this guilt turned into anger and humiliation. Dongping hardened her heart and shouted sharply, I don't care what you say, hand over the money now, or you'll never set foot in this house again. Since she couldn't win the argument with Chu Yi, she simply stopped trying. After all, he was just a failed awakener. As long as she could get that compensation money, who cared about this good-for-nothing? If it weren't for this compensation money, she would have long wanted to kick this good-for-nothing out. Isn't it an eyesore to keep him at home? She originally thought that with such pressure, Chu Yi would immediately give in. But Chu Yi sneered coldly, still trying to threaten me? Don't dream. I won't hand over a single cent. Today I step out this door, and from now on, we sever all ties. With those words, Chu Yi slammed the door and stormed out. Watching Chu Ye's retreating figure, Dongping's face turned from green to white with fury, almost on the verge of exploding. That bastard. How dare he? Wang Jin, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, Ping, don't worry, he's just putting on an act. When he can't take it anymore, he'll definitely come back. And when he does, that money will still be ours. Hearing this, Dongping's mood finally improved a bit. A useless trash can't escape. After leaving home, Chu Yi immediately headed for Lancheng High School. Because starting today, all the novice dungeons at Lancheng High School would be opened simultaneously. In this world, becoming a professional is merely the most basic step. To stand out and gain greater strength, the most important thing is to get into a prestigious university. The only way to enter higher education institutions is through the national examination 1 month later. Chu Ye's goal is the top academy of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Xinxia Academy. But to enter Xinxia Academy, the minimum level requirement is set at level 13. His time was limited and must not be wasted. Hurry up and check the divine spark. This is Chu Ye's guarantee for turning his fortunes around. Even more, it's the chance for Chu Yi to continuously grow and eventually become a god. Soon, Chu Yi opened his personal panel once again. Incomplete dark soul possesses the deepest, most essential dark power, but is on the verge of extinction and may fade away at any moment. Divine effect, acquire dark matter through killing to enhance the completeness of the divine spark. When the divine spark reaches a certain level of completeness, you can undergo divine evolution. Additional effect, you can sacrifice a certain amount of dark matter to the divine spark in exchange for corresponding divine rewards. Minimum sacrifice requirement, 300 drops of dark matter. Divine spark integrity 0%, 100 drops of dark matter still needed to reach the next stage of integrity. Dark matter quantity 100 drops, free gift. Extinction countdown, 24 hours. Dark matter required to sustain the remnant soul, 100 drops. Is there really a risk of it extinguishing? Upon reading this, Chu Ye's heart instantly skipped a beat. This was a divine spark. Its value surpassed that of the entire world. If the divine spark were to extinguish, Chu Yi would likely spend the rest of his life drowning in regret. However, after reading further, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as there's enough dark matter, its existence can be sustained. Moreover, what excited Chu Yi was that as the divine spark continued to repair, he could also obtain divine spark evolution. Doesn't this mean he could gradually acquire godlike power? Truly worthy of being a divine spark. Even as a mere low-level mage, I can continuously grow stronger through this divine spark. Moreover, dark matter can be obtained through killing, which isn't particularly difficult for Chu Yi. Besides increasing the divinity integrity, it can also sacrifice dark matter, but isn't there not enough dark matter? Chu Yi currently ignored the sacrifice path. I'm just a low-level mage now, far too weak in strength. Perfect, the divine core has given me 100 drops of dark matter. I'll absorb all of it at once and see what the evolved divine core can bring. Do you wish to provide 100 drops of dark matter to the fragmented dark soul? Yes. As Chu Ye's voice fell, his dark matter was directly absorbed by the divine spark. In the next moment, the divine spark erupted with a surge of power, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Chu Ye's body. A voice immediately echoed in Chu Ye's mind. Dark matter successfully received. Divine spark integrity has increased. Congratulations, you have completed your first divine spark evolution. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. Your skills have evolved. You have received divine blessing. Hearing this voice, Chu Yi was instantly overjoyed. Hurry up and check the effects after evolution. Chu Yi immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Chu Yi. Occupation, low-tier mage. Level, 1 basic attributes, HP 1000, MP 500. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 50, Spirit 50, Constitution 50, Agility 50. Initial skill, Dark Flame. Divinity, fragment of the Dark Soul. When he saw this attribute, Shuyi instantly couldn't stay calm anymore. Holy shit, all attributes increased tenfold? The effect of divine evolution is actually this overpowering? A tenfold increase in attributes, how absurd is that? With Chuya's current strength, even without using any skills, he could easily bulldoze through a beginner dungeon. After all, he was just a low-level mage. And that's not all. Hurry and check the skills, maybe their effects are even more powerful. Chapter 3, Skill Evolution, Dark Flame. Dark Flame releases intense flames imbued with dark power, unleashing devastating force. Effect, dark fire scorches not only the target's body but also its soul. Monsters incinerated by this flame have a chance to transform into undead minions up to 50 to fight for you. Transformed undead can self-detonate, instantly releasing massive energy. Cost to cast, 20 dark matter per use. Skill cooldown, 15 seconds. Divine Blessing, skill cooldown removed, 0 mana cost, 24-hour cooldown. Upon seeing this information, Shuyi was instantly filled with excitement. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. With this skill, I can dominate the training grounds all by myself. Truly a skill forged through dark evolution, its power nearly rivals legendary skills. The only drawback was that casting the skill required consuming dark matter. But Divine Blessing lets me cast it instantly without cooldown or cost. Even if it only lasts 24 hours, that's more than enough. After the Divine Essence evolution concluded, Shuyi had no dark matter left. Yet the Divine Essence still faced the risk of fading. I must seize this 24-hour window to rush through the trial grounds and gather enough dark matter. Otherwise, the Divine Essence will extinguish. Shuyi immediately felt immense pressure. Yet pressure also fueled his drive. Moreover, once Shuyi obtained sufficient dark matter to make his Divine Essence more complete, it could undergo Divine Evolution once more. That would be the power of a god. Its might would likely surpass even legendary professions. Shuyi reopened the Divine Core interface. Fragmented Dark Soul possesses the deepest, most primordial darkness, yet it flickers on the brink of extinction, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Divine Essence effect acquires dark matter through slaughter to increase Divine Essence completeness. When completeness reaches a certain threshold, you may perform Divine Essence evolution. Divine Essence integrity 0.01% requires 10,000 dark matter to reach next stage. Dark matter quantity 0. Extinction countdown 24 hours. Dark matter required to sustain fragmented soul 100 drops. The next dark evolution requires 10,000 drops of dark matter? That's a bloody huge jump. Looks like I'll have to grind monsters like crazy. The more Chuyi thought about it, the more excited he became. He sped off toward the school. Lancheng High School, Novice Training Ground. Though called a trial ground, it was essentially a forest. Within the woods roamed all manner of demonic beasts, released by the Lancheng City Lord's Mansion. Their levels were low, making them ideal for newcomers to level up. Beyond that, the forest contained a full 20 beginner dungeons, each differing in type and difficulty. Successfully clearing a dungeon earned players certain rewards. Breaking a dungeon record could even trigger a citywide announcement, granting valuable rewards. At the forest entrance, many players were shouting to form parties. Healer needed. Healer needed. Any healers willing to join our party? We can share extra experience points. Offering 1,000 gold coins. Any high-level players willing to carry me through levels? Newbie dungeon needs one more player. Normal difficulty, any class welcome. Hurry up. Newbie dungeons don't prohibit solo play, but most dungeons are designed for groups. The standard party size is 5, though higher difficulty dungeons often allow more members. Therefore, many players choose to group up when tackling dungeons. While group experience is lower, safety is prioritized. Soloing dungeons is rarely done unless one is extremely confident in their abilities. Before long, Shuyi arrived at the newbie training ground. Upon seeing him, several players called out. Hey, bro! Want to team up for a dungeon run? Any class works. Just as Chuyi was about to decline, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Chuyi. What brings you to this place, you useless piece of trash? The speaker was a youth clad in white robes. He eyed Chuyi with a sneer curling his lips. Chuyi's gaze darkened instantly at the sight of him. This man was Zhou Yan, who had been at odds with Chuyi throughout their 3 years of high school. He was close friends with Dong Xian, and under Dong Xian's instigation, Zhou Yan had bullied Chuyi on multiple occasions. Therefore, upon seeing him, a surge of anger instantly welled up in Chuyi's heart. Zhou Yan scrutinized Chuyi carefully. A worthless orphan who switched to become a lowly mage? Get lost. Do you even belong in the training grounds? Chuyi clenched his fists, his gaze growing colder and colder, even flashing a hint of murderous intent. If you don't want to die, I advise you to shut your mouth and apologize right now. At the class change ceremony, Zhou Yan had become a greatsword warrior, another common class. Still, it was significantly more powerful than a low-level mage. In the past, Chuyi would never have dared provoke Zhou Yan. But now, Chuyi possessed the Dark Flame. With the sheer power of that skill, a single burst of flame could be enough to kill Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was startled by the look in Chu Ye's eyes. When did this good-for-nothing gain such an aura? But soon, Zhou Yan broke into a sneering laugh. Ha! A low-level mage? Your skills can't even match the damage from one of my punches. How could you possibly kill me? At that moment, onlookers nearby noticed the commotion and began craning their necks to see. Upon seeing Chu Yi, many were taken aback. Hey, isn't that Chu Yi? The only low-tier mage at Lancheng High School. It really is him. Poor guy. Not only did he fail to transfer into a normal class, but he ended up in a useless one. Ugh, stay away from him, don't catch his bad luck. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Rage surged within Chu Yi as he began gathering magic power in his hands, poised to unleash the dark flame. Just then, a purple figure suddenly appeared, swiftly kicking Zhou Yan flying. Ah! Zhou Yan let out a piercing scream as he crashed face first into the dirt, landing in a heap. He scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Who is it? Who dared kick me?" A girl clad in a purple gown, holding a stave that resembled a star, replied coldly, "It was me." So what? Seeing this girl, Zhou Yan instantly lost his anger. He scrambled to smile apologetically. "Oh, it's Miss Sua Luo, the school beauty. It's nothing. You kicked me just right." Chu Yi was taken aback upon seeing her. Her name was Luo Qiuyan, the renowned school beauty of Lancheng High. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful with a powerful background, but she was also the only legendary tier professional in the entire city of Linshan. Though Zhou Yan's family had some modest wealth, compared to Luo Qiuyan, it was like a firefly next to the moon. He dared not offend Luo Qiuyan in the slightest. Luo Qiuyan coldly snapped, "Then why aren't you scrambling out of here?" Hearing this, Zhou Yan still dared not resist, merely replying, "I understand." But before turning to leave, he shot Chu Yi a vicious glare. "You'd better hope you can stay by that woman's side forever. Don't let me catch you." Watching Zhou Yan's retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Chu Yi's mind. Chapter 4, Overwhelming the Trial Ground, Infinite Dark Flame. After Zhou Yan departed, Chu Yi turned to Luo Qiuyan, his expression puzzled. "Why did you help me?" According to the memories in his mind, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan had never crossed paths. Throughout their entire 3 years of high school, they had exchanged fewer than 5 sentences. Given this, Chu Yi saw no reason for Luo Qiuyan to intervene on his behalf. Luo Qiuyan's expression remained serene as she replied calmly, "Your father was a man worthy of respect. He sacrificed himself for the great Xia kingdom. I couldn't stand by and watch his son be disgraced. Unfortunately, you've already dishonored your father's name." Hearing this, Chu Yi realized Luo Qiuyan came from a military family. Her grandfather, it was said, had once been a marshal of the great Xia kingdom. People from such backgrounds naturally held a favorable view of military men. He was still benefiting from his father's legacy, even though his father had been dead for 5 years. "I see. Still, thank you. Luo Qiuyan was right, Chu Zhang truly deserved respect." In the past, Chu Yi truly hadn't been worthy of being called Chu Zhang's son. Seeing this, Luo Qiuyan continued, "You should leave now. Next time you get into trouble, you won't be so lucky to run into me again." Chu Yi shook his head. "I'm not leaving. I'm going to run dungeons." At this, Luo Qiuyan's brows immediately furrowed. "Can't you understand human speech? Going to clear dungeons with your class is pure suicide. Even if you die, what face will you have to show your father when you reach the underworld?" Though Luo Qiuyan's words were icy cold, Chu Yi detected a hint of concern beneath them. Chu Yi chuckled. "Thanks for the concern, but rest assured I won't die." With that, he turned and entered the trial grounds. Luo Qiuyan watched him go, her anger rising. "Oomph. Ignoring my advice will only come back to bite you." Though she spoke thus, the moment she stepped outside the trial grounds, she immediately made a phone call. "Miss, what are your orders?" "Keep a close eye on Chu Yi. Don't let him die." "Understood." Luo Qiuyan didn't truly care about Chu Yi herself, but he was Chu Zhang's only son. If the son of a martyr were to die in the rookie training grounds, the scandal would be impossible to contain. Chu Yi knew nothing of Luo Qiuyan's situation. By now, he had already entered the trial grounds. Wild monsters were scarce on the outskirts of the trial grounds. Chu Yi moved swiftly, soon reaching the forest steps. The surroundings were serene and quiet, appearing no different from an ordinary forest. Roar! Suddenly, Chu Yi heard the howling of wolves. Before long, he spotted several wild wolves emanating a gray aura. Their builds were noticeably larger than ordinary wolves, and their pupils had faded, making them appear almost corpse-like. Chu Yi recognized them instantly. Corrupted wolves. One of the most dangerous beasts in the novice trial grounds. These wolves possess stats equivalent to a level 5 professional. I never expected to encounter them. Corrupted wolves never appeared alone when they showed up, it was always in packs. Sure enough, upon scanning the vicinity, Chu Yi spotted several more corrupted wolves closing in. Behind them, there were likely even more wolves. Most other teams would likely flee upon encountering corrupted wild wolves. But Chu Yi's gaze remained calm. He had already decided to act. Arg! One of the corrupted wolves let out a howl and charged straight at Chu Yi. Shu Yi swung his hand. Skill activated, Dark Fire. Swish, swish, swish. A jet of black flame erupted from Chu Ye's palm. As he swung his arm, the flame shot toward the foremost corrupted wolf. Boom! Dark fire struck the corrupted wolf, triggering a violent explosion. Several corrupted wolves were engulfed in flames, dying instantly amidst agonized howls. Killed level 2 corrupted wild wolf, gained plus 30 EXP. Darkness origin activated. You have obtained 1 drop of dark matter. Shu Yi dispatched several corrupted wolves in a few swift strikes, and a significant amount of experience points flowed into his body. Not only that, his innate talent Dark Origin activated automatically, extracting dark matter from the corrupted wolves' corpses. Truly an epic skill had one-shot those corrupted wolves. Shu Yi was overjoyed. Moreover, he had obtained dark matter. Unfortunately, he could only obtain a single drop. At this rate, he'd need to slay at least 100 corrupted wolves just to keep his divine essence from fading. After 24 hours, using the dark flame will consume dark matter. I must grind monsters relentlessly during this window. At that moment, the other corrupted wolves eyed Chu Yi with a hint of apprehension. The dark flame in Chu Yi's hand instilled a hint of fear within them. Arg! The corrupted wolves let out another howl. Though wary, they charged toward Chu Yi. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Whoosh! The dark flames erupted once more, the fiery light instantly surging toward the pack of wolves. Boom! The flames erupted, engulfing the corrupted wolves whole. Due to their close proximity, the dark fire engulfed every single one. Before long, these corrupted wolves were slain by Chu Yi. Killed 2 corrupted wild wolves, gained 30 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 1 drop of dark matter. Corrupted wolf slain. As the corrupted wolves fell, a cascade of experience points flowed into Chu Yi. Before long, a faint glow began to emanate from Chu Yi's body. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 2. Leveled up? Chu Yi was thrilled. No wonder it was one of the most dangerous monsters in the newbie trial grounds. He'd only slain 5 or 6, yet he'd already reached level 2. Not only that, but when Chu Yi looked at the wild wolf corpses on the ground, he saw 2 of the corrupted wolves slowly rise to their feet. They had transformed into undead creatures, crawling at Chu Yi's feet. Transformed into undead by the dark flame, and 2 of them at that. After becoming undead, the corrupted wolves' stats would decrease, but they were still sufficient as allies. Chu Yi recalled the knowledge stored in his mind. Corrupted wolves are a highly social species. A pack typically consists of at least 40 to 50 individuals, and some packs can number over 100. Their pack must be nearby. While the dark fire is freely available, I should wipe out the entire pack of corrupted wild wolves. With so many corrupted wolves, if he could convert just 20 or 30 of them, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the dungeon? A few corrupted wolves wouldn't satisfy Chu Yi's appetite. Within 24 hours, he needed to gather at least 100 drops of dark matter. If killing 1 monster yielded 1 drop, he'd need to slay at least 100. Time was of the essence. Having finally obtained the divine essence, Chu Yi would never allow it to fade. Soon, he pressed onward. Before long, Chu Yi arrived at a swamp thick with the stench of decay. Near the marsh, he discovered a vast pack of corrupted wild wolves likely nearing 100 in number. They all dwelled within the swamp, some even wallowing in the muddy mire. It's the rotten swamp. Chu Yi instantly recalled the knowledge from his textbooks. The rotten swamp was precisely the habitat of the corrupted wolves. Unlike ordinary wolves, these corrupted beasts thrived in the swamp and feasted on rotting flesh. Awoo! Suddenly, a wild wolf let out a frenzied howl, its gaze fixed on Chu Yi's direction. Before long, a large pack of corrupted wolves rose to their feet, their expressions turning intensely alert. They had spotted Chu Yi. Woo woo! Several corrupted wolves let out low, threatening growls. Then, they charged straight toward Chu Yi. Seeing this, Chu Yi let out a cold chuckle. Come on, let's get this slaughter started. Chapter 5, Slaying the Wolf King, Unleashing Bluegear. Skill activated, Dark Fire. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of dark flames erupted like a spell-firing machine gun, relentlessly assaulting the corrupted wolves. With no cooldown required, Chu Yi unleashed them in rapid succession. Across the battlefield, it even created a dazzling fireworks display. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed across the swamp, lighting up the sky with fiery flashes. Amidst the explosions, cries of pain and roars from the newly hatched creatures mingled. You killed a level 3 corrupted wild wolf. Gained 40 EXP. You have slain a level 4 corrupted wild wolf, gaining 50 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You obtained 1 drop of dark matter. The Dark Origin has been activated. As Chu Yi continued his slaughter, vast amounts of experience and dark matter surged into his body like a tidal wave. Amidst the carnage, countless corrupted wolves were transformed into undead by Chu Yi, instantly pouncing upon their former comrades. The entire battlefield descended into chaos in an instant. Before long, Chu Yi's body glowed once more. Congratulations! You have leveled up. A massive influx of experience points soon propelled Chu Yi to the next level. However, his level progression did not halt there. Opening the data panel revealed his experience points climbing at a visible rate. Countless corrupted wolves fell to his blade. Before long, the level up notification sounded once more. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 4. Swish swish swish. Boom. 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 After leveling up, Chuya's dark flame grew even more powerful. Though the corrupted wolves were numerous, they were no match for Chuyi. Finally, after about 15 minutes, the last corrupted wild wolf was slain by Chuyi. Feels good. After finishing off the corrupted wolves, Chuyi couldn't help but let out a roar. Woo woo woo. Over 30 corrupted wolf undead gathered around Chuyi. Seeing Chuya's excitement, they all let out a series of howls before crawling down beside him. But before Chuyi could revel in his triumph for long, a furious wolf howl instantly seized his attention. Ah woo. Woo woo. Chuyi glanced over and saw an exceptionally massive wolf, as large as a tiger, slowly emerging from the depths of the swamp. At this sight, Chuya's face lit up with delight. It's the Wolf King. The corrupted wild Wolf King was one of the most dangerous boss-level monsters in the novice trial grounds. Its power was immense, even an entire novice team would struggle to inflict damage upon it. The Wolf King's gaze burned with fury. After all, Chuyi had killed none other than its own subjects. Yet, facing the Wolf King's glare, Chuyi only grew more excited. Don't worry, you'll soon join them. The Wolf King seemed to understand Chuya's words, erupting in fury. After a furious roar, it charged forward. Moving swift as the wind, it closed the distance to Chuyi in an instant. Seeing this, Chuyi immediately commanded his undead army to charge at the Wolf King. Kill it! Roar! Hordes of corrupted wild wolf undead relentlessly assaulted. They fought with reckless abandon, tearing at the Wolf King's body. But how formidable was the Wolf King's power? Even facing the onslaught of over 30 corrupted wolves, he forged a bloody path through them. Before him, the corrupted wolves seemed utterly powerless to resist. But when the undead horde finally surrounded the Wolf King, a faint smile touched Chuya's lips. Skill activated, undead self-destruct. Boom! Countless undead exploded in an instant, wave after wave of detonations sending the Wolf King reeling. The Wolf King clearly hadn't anticipated any of this. By the time it realized what was happening, it was too late to evade. Countless explosions engulfed the Wolf King, leaving not even a corpse behind. Congratulations! You have slain the corrupted Wolf King. Experience plus 380. You obtained Corrupted Staff Blue, Corrupted Robe Blue, Corrupted Crystal Core. Dark Origin activated. You have gained 15 drops of dark matter. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 5. Level requirement met. You have acquired a new skill, low-grade flame impact. Hearing this series of announcements, Chuyi finally broke into a smile. A boss monster actually gave me 380 EXP, far more than the corrupted wild wolves. And I even gained 15 drops of dark matter. Of course, what thrilled Chuyi most wasn't even that. It was the fact that the corrupted Wolf King had dropped gear. In this world, equipment quality ranks from lowest to highest as follows: Common White, Fine Green, Elite Blue, Epic Purple, Legendary Orange, Mythic Red. Higher quality meant better stats and more powerful bonuses. Blue gear was already the best equipment obtainable from beginner dungeons. Due to its rarity, the drop rate is extremely low. Others might grind the corrupted swamp 100 times and still not get one. But now Chuyi not only got one, he got two. If word got out, countless newbies would marvel at his god-tier luck. Chuyi immediately inspected the attributes of both pieces. Corrupted Staff. Equip level, 5. Wear restriction, mage type classes. Equip effect, plus 50 spirit, plus 150 mana pool. Additional effect, all spell attacks inflict 30% corruption. Corrupted Robes. Wear level, level 5. Wear restriction, mage type classes. Equip effect, plus 50 constitution, plus 300 maximum health. Additional effect, 10% magic damage reduction, non-stackable. Blue gear really delivers impressive effects. With this staff and robe, Chuyi could now level up with greater confidence and boldness. Chuyi couldn't wait and immediately equipped the gear. Instantly, a cool energy surged through his body, making him feel significantly stronger. Additionally, he obtained a material, a corrupted crystal core. This material was equally precious, an essential component for crafting the corruption set. The corruption set, as gear dropped in beginner dungeons, was highly sought after by many. After all, assembling a full set before the national exam would grant a massive advantage during the competition. However, Chuyi wasn't particularly interested. This thing should fetch a few thousand gold coins if I sell it. After a moment's thought, Chuyi promptly stowed away the corrupted crystal core. As for the skill he learned upon reaching level 5 low-grade flame impact, Chuyi dismissed it outright. A low-level skill? Its damage was practically negligible, hardly as lethal as a simple punch from Chuyi. Keep grinding levels. Chuyi swiftly departed the corrupted swamp, heading deeper into the trial grounds. What Chuyi didn't know, however, was that shortly after his departure, a young man arrived at the very spot where he had just fought. Seeing the utter devastation before him, the youth couldn't help but show a look of shock. He was the man Luo Qiuyan had sent to observe Chu Yi.
Fearing discovery, the youth had kept his distance, observing from afar. He had concealed himself completely during Chu Ye's battle. He genuinely didn't care about Chu Ye's fate, but since Luo Qiuyan had given orders, he had reluctantly come.
His gaze hadn't even been fixed on Chu Yi the entire time.
After all, he had emergency potions.
Even if Chu Yi faced danger, as long as he was barely clinging to life, Luo Qiuyan could save him in time.
Yet the scene unfolding before him far exceeded his wildest expectations.
What's going on? He didn't kill every single rotten wild wolf here, did he?
Stunned, the young man immediately relayed the news to Luo Qiuyan.
Chapter 6, a stunned Luo Qiuyan. How did he manage it? Linchan City, Luo Manor. Luo Qiuyan was reviewing documents in her room.
Beside her, a white-haired elder stroked his beard and said, "Luo, aren't you going to grind levels? Though with your legendary tier profession strength, you could absolutely get into Shinsha Academy."
Hearing the old man's words, Luo Qiuyan shook her head. Master, leveling up isn't the most important thing.
Entering Shinsha Academy poses no difficulty for me. My goal is to become the national top scholar. Only the national top scholar can persuade Shinsha Academy to make an exception and allow me to enter the Star Tower a year early. The old man before her was Zhou Tao, a renowned master specially invited by her father to instruct her. Not only was he a top-tier professional exceeding level 80, but he was also a professor at Zhongyuan Academy in the Great Xia Kingdom. Though Central Plains Academy couldn't compare to Shinsha Academy, it was still highly renowned within the Great Xia Kingdom. The elder said, "Luo, there's no need to rush so urgently. While entering a year early would be ideal, delaying for 1 year is also perfectly acceptable." Luo Qiuyan said nothing further, continuing to review the various materials. These were past national examination papers from previous years, highly valuable for reference. Seeing her engrossed in her studies, the old man prepared to leave. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out as a new message appeared on Luo Qiuyan's communicator. She immediately checked the message, her eyes widening in surprise.
Noticing her reaction, the old man asked with concern, "Luo, what's wrong?" Luo Qiuyan didn't respond.
The communicator displayed a message: Chu Yi has cleared the rotten swamp and is now heading deeper into the trial grounds. The rotten swamp was one of the most dangerous zones within the trial grounds, its corrupted wild wolves striking terror into countless rookie teams. For others, even slaying a single one proved an arduous feat. Yet Chu Yi had cleared the entire rotten swamp. Keep in mind, there were over 100 corrupted wild wolves there. Is this still the same low-level mage? Originally, her concern for Chu Yi stemmed solely from his father. She never imagined a low-level mage like him could make such a splash. But now, what was going on? You must understand, even she couldn't kill that many rotten wolves alone. How did Chu Yi manage it? Teacher, do you know about the rotten swamp? The old man frowned. Why do you ask? The rotten swamp is one of the most dangerous areas in the novice trial grounds. Those rotten wolves may only be level 2 or 3, but each one is incredibly vicious. What's more, they attack in packs. Countless teams have suffered heavy casualties after straying into the rotten swamp. Perhaps assuming Luo Qiuyan intended to go there, the elder added a warning. I strongly advise against going there. If you insist, you must bring ample guards to avoid danger. Realizing the old man had misunderstood, Luo Qiuyan shook her head. She continued, Master, do you think it's possible for a newly awakened novice to solo the rotten swamp? The old man scoffed. Luo, don't be ridiculous. Soloing the rotten swamp? Even you would struggle. Is there a second legendary class here? His words carried absolute certainty. Even Luo Qiuyan herself found it hard to believe. But the message from the clan guard stated exactly that. Unless, the message was wrong. Luo Qiuyan felt a pang of reluctance and pressed further. If it really happened, Master, what do you think could explain it? The old man pondered for a few seconds before replying, unless he possesses SSS tier talent. But as soon as he said this, the old man chuckled to himself. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only one person openly possessed SSS tier talent. Such a figure might not appear even once in 100 years. Enough, Luo. Don't dwell on such fantastical notions. Your focus now should be on leveling up. Luo Qiuyan looked pensive. She opened her communicator and sent a message, continue monitoring Chu Yi. Report any updates to me immediately. After sending it, she closed her book and stood up. Teacher, I need to go level up now. Chu Yi ventured deep into the forest. Before long, he spotted a dungeon portal. Seeing it, Chu Yi's eyes lit up with delight. A dungeon portal? The monsters inside dungeons were stronger and more numerous than those outside. However, defeating them not only yielded more experience points, but the monsters themselves would also drop more valuable items. These included, but were not limited to, materials, equipment, and even various skill scrolls. Moreover, breaking the instance record would trigger a city-wide announcement and earn additional rewards from the city lord's mansion. However, every dungeon contained elite monsters and boss monsters. These were far more powerful and troublesome than ordinary monsters. Typically, they completely overwhelm players of the same level. To take on these foes, you must form a party, equip yourself with quality gear, and prepare various items and potions. Only then can you slowly wear down the dungeon boss. Upon reaching the instance portal, Shuyi immediately saw the instance information.
Poison Swamp Cavern. Recommended entry level, 7. Difficulty options, normal, hard. Maximum party size, 7 players. Reading the instance details, Shuyi hesitated briefly. He had studied the venomous swamp cavern in his textbooks. The dungeon housed formidable venomous swamp lizards, far more dangerous than the corrupted wild wolves. Moreover, their numbers were exceptionally large, exceeding 300. Beyond that, 3 formidable elite monsters each commanded 100 toxic swamp lizards. Above these lizards loomed the supremely formidable toxic swamp lizard chieftain. The boss's stats were even higher than those of a level 10 professional. Generally speaking, even a fully equipped 7-person party, after thorough preparation, would find clearing this dungeon extremely difficult. But Shuyi was alone.
Attempting to solo this dungeon is practically a pipe dream for anyone else. Only a legendary tier player like Luo Choyan might stand a chance.
Soloing is risky, but I should be fine.
Currently, his level had risen to 5 and he possessed 2 blue tier items. Combined with the bug level skill Dark Flame, there was no reason he couldn't clear the dungeon.
Shuyi gritted his teeth and immediately entered the dungeon.
As for difficulty, he didn't play it safe, he went straight for hard mode. Though hard mode was extremely dangerous, the greater the storm, the richer the catch. Higher difficulty meant stronger monsters yielded more dark matter made Shuyi stronger, a stronger Shuyi weakened monsters, weaker monsters lowered the difficulty. Therefore, the higher the dungeon's difficulty, the lower the difficulty. Shuyi stepped through the instance portal and entered the dungeon. At that very moment, a young man hurried over. Seeing Shuyi enter the instance, he once again wore a look of astonishment.
That was one of the most dangerous dungeons in the newbie trial grounds. Even a full party of 7 would struggle to handle it, yet Shuyi had gone in alone. What was he thinking?
With that thought, the youth immediately sent a message. Shuyi has entered the toxic swamp cavern dungeon alone.
Seconds later, Luo Choyan replied again. Continue monitoring. Report to me the moment he exits the instance.
Chapter 7, Speedrun of the Toxic Swamp Cavern, record broken.
You have entered the toxic swamp cavern.
This instance is saturated with potent toxic energy. While inside, you will be poisoned once every 10 minutes, with each poisoning deepening the toxicity.
You are about to enter a poisoned state. The moment Shuyi entered the instance, an alert sounded.
Simultaneously, he immediately sensed a foul stench, the harbinger of impending poisoning.
This made Shuyi's expression grow noticeably more serious. Poison? I'll have to make this quick, I don't have any antidote. The poison swamp cavern, true to its name, was a vast underground labyrinth.
Its intricate passages made getting lost easy without a map. However, the teacher had emphasized this cave in the textbook. Shuyi had memorized every path within it, and now, seeing the cavern again, he even felt a sense of familiarity. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard several hissing sounds. Ahead, several massive lizards were flickering their tongues, their eyes filled with hostility. Poison swamp lizards. Poison swamp lizards possessed formidable strength, even surpassing that of the corrupted wild wolves. Moreover, their bites inflicted poison. This made the difficulty of this dungeon even higher than the corrupted swamp. But Shuyi remained unflustered. Skill activation, Dark Flame. Whoosh! A torrent of flames instantly surged toward the toxic swamp lizards, followed by a deafening explosion accompanied by sizzling sounds. The poisoned swamp lizards before him were instantly incinerated by the dark fire. Killed 5th level toxic swamp lizard. You gain 68 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 2 drops of dark matter. After the hissing subsided, Shuyi immediately felt the air grow noticeably fresher, and he himself felt much more comfortable. This delighted Shuyi immensely. Darkness fire can actually burn the toxic fumes in the air? This means I can avoid poisoning. With that thought, Shuyi immediately released the dark flame into the air once more. Another hissing sound followed, and much of the poisonous gas was directly purified by the dark flame. The oppressive discomfort of the poisonous swamp vanished instantly. Keep grinding, monsters. Following his memory, Shuyi pressed forward. Before long, he traversed the cave. Deep within the cavern, a swamp appeared unexpectedly, a gloomy, murky swamp. Lurking in the depths of the swamp were numerous giant lizards. At a glance, Shuyi estimated there were at least 100 of them. There are 3 such swamps in total, and each one is guarded by an elite monster. Hiss! The giant lizards instantly detected Shuyi, and immediately, a multitude of them emitted eerie hissing sounds. Their eyes gleamed with malice as many of them charged forward. Kill! Shuyi roared fiercely, instantly unleashing the dark flame. Since the 24-hour period hadn't yet passed, he could unleash the dark flame without strain. Thus, a torrent of flames instantly engulfed the lizard horde. Before long, the flames erupted in explosions, slaughtering countless giant lizards. Killed a level 5 poisonous swamp lizard. You gained 68 EXP. Killed level 6 venomous swamp lizard, you gained 80 EXP.
Killed. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 6. Before long, the level up notification appeared again.
Hundreds of poisonous swamp lizards provided a massive amount of experience, allowing Chuyi to effortlessly reach level 6.
At this rate, I might even hit level 8 after clearing this dungeon. Reaching level 8 in a single day? Even legendary practitioners would find that difficult, wouldn't they?
At this rate, he felt extremely confident about gaining admission to Shinsha Academy. About 10 minutes later, all the poisonous swamp lizards had been slain by Chuyi. Soon after, the elite monster appeared. It was a poisonous swamp lizard of even greater size, its expression more ferocious than the others. But Chuyi merely glanced at it before casually unleashing a bolt of dark fire, instantly slaying the elite monster.
Defeated level 6 enhanced poisonous swamp giant lizard. You gain 380 EXP. Dark origin activated.
You have obtained 12 drops of dark matter.
A single elite monster yielded 12 drops of dark matter for Chuyi. That was almost on par with the corrupted Wolf King. Awesome! Chuyi shouted, feeling refreshed and invigorated.
After slaughtering them all, roughly 30 venomous swamp lizards had been transformed into undead, now shuffling about near Chuyi.
On to the next spot, keep grinding.
Without pausing, Chuyi led his horde of poisonous swamp giant lizard undead toward the next marsh. The second swamp also held over 100 giant lizards.
Upon seeing them, Chuyi didn't hesitate and immediately struck. All undead, heed my command, self-destruct now. This time, Chuyi didn't use the dark flame.
Instead, he directly commanded over 30 undead swamp giant lizards to detonate themselves.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Instantly, the mass explosion of undead claimed the lives of numerous giant lizards. The explosions from over 30 giant lizards actually killed nearly half of the venomous swamp giant lizards. As for the remaining half, Chuyi swiftly eliminated them with the dark flame.
Even the elite monsters were swept away like foot soldiers.
Using this method repeatedly, Chuyi swiftly cleared the second swamp. Then, Chuyi proceeded to the third swamp. This was also the final swamp within the cave. This time, Chuyi refrained from detonating the undead and instead employed the dark flame. After all, once he finished off the monsters in these 3 swamps, Chuyi would be ready to take on the boss. He needed to convert as many undead as possible to ensure an instant kill on the boss.
Before long, the monsters of the third swamp were cleared by Chuyi.
His level simultaneously reached 7.
Moreover, he was only a small amount of experience away from level 8. Defeating the boss should grant him the necessary level up. Finally, Chuyi entered the dungeon boss's chamber.
Hiss! A colossal giant lizard lay ahead, flickering its tongue. Its body measured an astonishing 6 or 7 meters in length, far more colossal than any toxic swamp lizard encountered before. As it regarded Chuyi, the venomous swamp lizard revealed a look of apprehension.
Chuyi sneered coldly, "Fear won't save you. You're still going down."
The venomous swamp giant lizard flew into a rage and charged forward. Chuyi struck simultaneously. A swarm of undead surged forward, detonating the moment they neared the venomous swamp giant lizard.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Explosions erupted one after another, just as the Wolf King had faced. Faced with these explosions, the swamp giant lizard leader was utterly defenseless. Before long, it lay dead.
Congratulations!
You have defeated the poisoned swamp lizard chieftain.
Experience points plus 580. You obtained Venom Bland Dagger Blue Giant Lizard Venom Bland. Dark origin activated.
You have obtained 23 drops of dark matter.
Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 8. Another gear drop. After slaying the giant lizard, Chuyi obtained a dagger emitting a faint blue glow.
Attached to it was a venom bland, its poison coating the blade's edge.
Too bad.
I'm a mage, this venom bland dagger is useless to me.
Even if he could, Chuyi had no need for it.
He already possessed the corrupted staff. The venom bland dagger, the giant lizard's venom bland, and the corrupted crystal core all can be sold. They should fetch a good price.
Chuyi was overjoyed. It's getting late. Time to head back and sort through today's haul. With that, Chuyi promptly exited the instance.
The young man hiding in the shadows watched every move Chuyi made as he exited the dungeon.
He's out. Did he clear the instance?
Chuyi still wore the 2-piece set of corrupted staff and corrupted robe, but the youth noticed a dagger in his hand.
A venom gland dagger. That's the venom gland dagger. Did he clear the dungeon? Chapter 8, Citywide Announcement, Shockwaves across the crowd. This discovery instantly stunned the young man. He immediately relayed the news back to Luo Choyan. Soon, Luo Choyan received the message as well. Chuyi actually cleared the venomous swamp cave dungeon? Upon seeing this, Luo Choyan was even more astonished.
After all, while the corrupted swamp was challenging, it only contained over 100 corrupted wolves. But inside the toxic swamp cavern, there were 300 to 400 giant lizards. Chuyi had actually soloed it and cleared the dungeon.
Even she couldn't manage that yet. This left Luo Choyan both puzzled and intrigued. What was the story with this Chuyi? A low-level mage absolutely couldn't pull off something like this. Could it be Chuyi truly awakened an SSS tier talent? But if that's the case, why wouldn't he speak up about it? Why endure others' mockery instead? Beyond an SSS tier talent, Luo Choyan couldn't fathom any other explanation.
Meanwhile, the young man sent a message asking if they should continue monitoring Chuyi.
Luo Choyan considered it for a moment before replying, not for now. She intended to approach Chuyi personally. Regardless of how he cleared the dungeon, his combat prowess is formidable. If I can recruit him, my chances of securing the top spot in the national exam will be significantly higher. Soon after, Luo Choyan left the Luo residence and headed for the beginner dungeon.
Meanwhile, at the novice trial grounds,
a loud announcement echoed throughout the entire arena.
Congratulations to newcomer Chuyi for breaking the speedrun record in the Toxic Swamp Cavern dungeon.
Clear time, 44 minutes 17 seconds.
Clear rating, perfect. Chuyi, please proceed to the City Lord's mansion to claim your reward upon hearing this announcement.
Before the newbie dungeon, everyone heard the announcement.
Then, everyone was utterly astonished.
Someone actually broke the record, and it's the Toxic Swamp Cavern.
No guild name was announced, that means he soloed this dungeon.
Goodness. The Toxic Swamp Cave is one of the toughest beginner dungeons. I heard even Luo Choyan couldn't clear it. Who is Chuyi, and how did he manage it? You guys, could that Chuyi be the low-level mage from Lancheng High? No way. If a low-level mage cleared the Toxic Swamp Cave, I'll eat my hat. People were buzzing with speculation. Especially those from Lancheng High.
There was only one Chuyi at the entire Lancheng High School. But no matter what, they couldn't believe Chuyi had the strength to clear the Toxic Swamp Cave. Soon, Chuyi emerged from the novice trial ground.
His appearance immediately drew the attention of many. Hey, isn't that Chuyi? He actually made it out alive, didn't die in the training grounds. For a low-level mage to make it out alive, looks like he got pretty lucky. Wait. Look at what he's wearing. That's a corrupted robe. And the staff in his hand, it's a corrupted staff. Chuyi's attire instantly shocked everyone.
The corrupted staff and corrupted robe were famously sought after beginner gear. Countless teams had run the corrupted swamp over and over, desperate to obtain these two pieces of gear, yet they never dropped.
Before entering the trial grounds, Chuyi had nothing.
Yet upon emerging, he had acquired such powerful gear. This was utterly incomprehensible to everyone. Could he be the record breaker? Impossible. He's just a low-level mage. But he has the corrupted staff and corrupted robe. At that moment, everyone recalled the record from earlier. They dared not dwell on it. A low-level mage breaking the Toxic Swamp Cave dungeon record was nothing short of a fairy tale. Ignoring the stunned reactions, Chuyi swiftly departed the novice trial grounds. Breaking the record means a generous reward from the City Lord's mansion. Wonder what it'll be. First, I'll sell my loot, then swing by the City Lord's mansion to see what the reward is. Chuyi immediately returned to the city. In all of Linshan City, there was only one trading house. All loot obtained in dungeons could be traded at the trading house. If an item was particularly valuable, it could even be sent to the auction house for sale. But beginner gear? Forget it. Upon entering the trading house, the front desk clerk promptly inquired, "Sir, what might you be looking to purchase?" Chuyi promptly produced the Venom Gland Dagger, Giant Lizard Venom Gland, and Corrupted Crystal Core. "I want to sell these 3 items. How much will you pay?" Seeing these items in Chuyi's hands, coupled with his youthful appearance, the auction house staff were taken aback. However, as staff, they couldn't pry into a customer's private affairs. Therefore, they quickly replied, "The market price for the Venom Gland Dagger is 30,000 gold coins, the Giant Lizard Venom Gland is 10,000 gold coins, and the Corrupted Crystal Core is 8,000 gold coins. Combined, that totals 48,000 gold coins. For our buyback service, we apply a 70% discount. Therefore, the total amount would be 33,600 gold coins." This price was quite low. But there was no other option. With only one trading house in Linshan City, if he didn't sell to them, Chuyi had no way to handle the items himself. Thus, Chuyi nodded and said, "Let's proceed with the transaction." Soon, over 30,000 gold coins were deposited into Chuyi's account. Combined with the 8,000 gold coins from the previous compensation payment, Chuyi now possessed a total of 41,600 gold coins. The mere thought of that compensation money made Chuyi's gaze turn icy cold. Dongping, Wangjin, Dongxian. This matter won't end so quickly. With his current strength, he was still unable to reclaim this compensation and make Dongping and the others pay the price. But if he could successfully enroll in the Divine Summer Academy, all problems would be solved. After leaving the trading house, Chuyi immediately headed for the City Lord's mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 guards immediately blocked his path. "This is the City Lord's mansion. No unauthorized entry." Chuyi replied, "I just broke the record for the Poison Swamp Cave and have come to claim my reward." Hearing this, both guards looked at him with astonishment. Earlier, the City Lord's mansion had indeed issued an announcement that someone had broken the dungeon record. One guard said, "Please wait a moment. I need to consult with my superiors."
About a minute later. Alright, you may enter now. Proceed directly to the office to register and claim your reward. Chuyi immediately entered the city lord's residence and soon arrived at the office door. The office door stood open, and Chuyi caught sight of a middle-aged man inside. Upon seeing Chuyi, the man looked up and asked, "Here to claim the record-breaking reward, I presume?" Chuyi nodded. The man then produced a medal and said, "This is your reward, the Bravery Medal of Linshan City. With this medal, you'll receive a 20% discount on any item purchased at the Linshan City trading post. Additionally, the record-breaking bonus is 5,000 gold coins. Please provide your account details." After registering the account, the man said, "The gold coins will be transferred to your account shortly. You may leave now." After collecting his rewards, Chuyi departed the city lord's mansion. A few minutes later, the reward from the city lord's residence arrived in his account. Chuyi's gold coin balance instantly surged to over 46,000. Growl. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Only then did Chuyi realize he hadn't eaten a single meal all day. After making all this money, it's time to treat myself to a proper meal. The thought of how the original body had been surviving on rotten vegetable scraps and rancid porridge all these years only made Chuyi's heart grow colder. Before long, Chuyi arrived at a luxurious restaurant in Linshan City. Without glancing at the menu, he waved his hand and ordered several signature dishes, indulging in a hearty meal. After a full day of fighting, Chuyi was genuinely starving. Just then, a slender figure suddenly appeared and sat down across from Chuyi. Chuyi looked up, his expression immediately clouding with confusion. Luo Chioyen? The young woman wore a blue robe adorned with star patterns, and the ornate staff in her hand drew attention. As soon as she sat down, the entire restaurant turned to look at her. Luo Chioyen offered a faint smile. "Would you mind if I joined you for a meal?" Chapter 9, Luo Chioyen's Invitation. Luo Chioyen was famously aloof and distant, a school beauty rarely seen smiling. This smile left even Chuyi momentarily stunned. After a moment, Chuyi replied, "Sure." Hearing this, Luo Chioyen immediately picked up her chopsticks and bowl. Without hesitation, she began serving herself from the dishes on the table, paying no mind to the fact that Chuyi had already eaten. Though she was the daughter of a prominent family, she carried herself without the typical airs of a privileged young lady. Her aloofness stemmed purely from her personality. The two ate for about half an hour. Luo Chioyen took small bites throughout, forming a stark contrast to Chuyi's wolfish eating. This scene drew the attention of quite a few people. Luo Chioyen wasn't just famous at Lanchang High School, she was well known throughout the entire city of Linshan. She wasn't actually a native of Linshan City, the Luo family had also come from elsewhere. In Linshan City, not even the city lord had the privilege of entering the Luo residence without prior permission. Finally, Chuyi finished his meal. He looked up, puzzled. "What brings you here?" Luo Chioyen cut straight to the point. "How did you clear the poison marsh cavern?" Chuyi frowned slightly, offering no reply. Luo Chioyen pressed on, "Did you awaken a talent?" Chuyi retorted, "Did you come here to freeload a meal just to pry into my private affairs? I can pay. Consider it my treat." "Not necessary." These blunt words made Chuyi realize that though Luo Chioyen didn't carry much of a spoiled rich kid attitude, she was essentially one at heart. Talents were absolute privacy for practitioners, something one revealed only voluntarily. How could anyone pry into such matters? Thus, after these two questions, Chuyi lost most of his interest. "If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving." With that, Chuyi immediately stood up and went to pay for the meal. Just as Chuyi was about to leave, Luo Chioyen finally spoke up. "If you help me with one favor, I'll grant you one request. Any request at all, as long as I or the Luo family behind me can make it happen. Even if you want legendary gear, I'll get it for you." Chuyi halted abruptly. Turning back, he looked at her with deep confusion. "You're a young lady with deep connections. What could I possibly do for you?" Luo Chioyen replied, "For certain reasons, I must secure the top spot in the national examinations. However, I face numerous competitors. With only me involved, there are too many variables. I need someone to clear the path for me. Are you certain I can help you?" "Not entirely, but your ability to clear the poison swamp cavern proves you possess genuine strength worth my investment." Luo Chioyen's words were sincere, and Chuyi immediately fell into deep thought. Luo Chioyen showed no impatience, simply waiting. After a moment, Chuyi replied, "All right, I accept." Collaborating with Luo Chioyen held no disadvantages for Chuyi. Luo Chioyen wasn't the type of spoiled young lady who looked down on others. Hearing this, Luo Chioyen smiled once more. "You may make your request now. Whatever it is, as long as it's within my power, I shall grant it." Chuyi shook his head. "Let's discuss it later. I haven't decided yet." This request wasn't just about Luo Chioyen herself, it represented a favor owed by the entire Luo family. For Chuyi, such a favor wasn't something to be used hastily. The longer it was saved, the greater its value would become. Hearing this, Luo Chioyen suggested, "No problem. Since you've agreed, why not join me in running dungeons? I can offer better ones than the beginner dungeons. Plus, I don't need the rewards from running dungeons, you can take them all for yourself." Faced with such an offer, how could Chu Yi possibly refuse? He immediately agreed. They agreed to meet the next morning, when Luo Choyan would guide him to the dungeon. After finalizing the arrangement, Chu Yi promptly took his leave. No sooner had he stepped out of the restaurant than he heard voices. "Ah, I'm treating today. You guys, eat your fill." A young man dressed in luxurious attire, smiling broadly, was surrounded by several people. Among them was Zhou Yan, who had just clashed with Chu Yi. And another figure Chu Yi absolutely couldn't ignore, Dong Xian. "Zhou Yan fond, young Master Chen is truly magnanimous. To have met you is a blessing beyond measure." Others chimed in, "Indeed. Young Master Chen isn't just magnanimous, he's blessed by the heavens. He's awakened an epic tier profession. Who in all of Linshan City can compare to him?" Dong Xian suggested, "Brother Xiaofeng, I heard the record for the poisoned swamp cavern has been broken. Why don't we go break a record tomorrow too and make a name for ourselves?" Chen Xiaofeng roared with laughter. "Of course. A mere dungeon record? Piece of cake." The Chen family was a prominent clan deeply rooted in Linshan City. Their holdings span every corner of the city. As the eldest son of the Chen household, Chen Xiaofeng had been adored by countless people since childhood. There wasn't a soul in all of Linshan City who didn't know Chen Xiaofeng. Apart from the unrivaled Luo family, no other power in Linshan City could stand against the Chen family. As Chu Yi stepped out of the restaurant, he encountered these individuals. At that moment, Dong Xian immediately spotted him. "Chu Yi?" Chen Xiaofeng and the others present also spotted him. Chen Xiaofeng sneered instantly, "Isn't this the lowly mage? What business does a worthless pauper like you have in a place like this?" He then turned to Dong Xian. "I hear, he's your brother?" Dong Xian's expression instantly turned cold. "Oomph. As if he's worthy? He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. This morning, he even stole 8,000 gold coins from my family. I was just looking for him." Chen Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Dong Xian shouted, "Of course. That good-for-nothing is nothing but trouble. Brother Xiaofeng, you've got to teach him a lesson." Zhou Yan chimed in from the side, "Exactly. I ran into him this morning and was about to teach him a lesson, but that Luo Choyan showed up. Otherwise, he'd be dead meat." Chen Xiaofeng sneered coldly, "Seems that's exactly what happened." Chu Yi sneered, "Is this how you lot like to act, wagging your tails like dogs, then yapping away in front of your master?" He couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Xian and the others. At these words, the expressions on their faces shifted noticeably. Even Chen Xiaofeng's gaze turned icy. "You dare speak to me like that? Believe me, with just one word from me, you'll die here today." Chu Yi replied, "I advise you to get lost." His dark flame hadn't yet passed 24 hours, allowing him to unleash it without limit. If it came to a fight, Chu Yi alone could wipe out every last one of them. Chen Xiaofeng sneered coldly, "Looks like you're choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the complimentary one." Just then, Zhou Yan shouted from the side, "Young Master Chen, why bother teaching him a lesson yourself? Let me handle it." Chen Xiaofeng glanced at him and nodded. Without delay, Zhou Yan launched a punch. Seeing this, Chu Yi didn't hesitate and struck back immediately. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, instantly engulfing Zhou Yan in a blaze that turned him into a human torch. The intense burning caused Zhou Yan to scream in agony. He hadn't even touched Chu Yi before the flames sent him flying. This scene left the people around them utterly stunned. Chapter 10, Chu Yi is under my protection. Anyone who dares touch him will be reduced to ashes. Dark flames raged across Zhou Yan's body. When the flames finally subsided, Zhou Yan's entire body was charred black, barely clinging to life. This was only because Chu Yi had shown mercy. After all, they were within the city walls. Killing Zhou Yan outright would have landed Chu Yi in serious trouble. While he could have settled it by calling in a favor from Luo Choyan, Zhou Yan simply wasn't worth such a high price. If he was to be killed, it would have to wait until they were alone outside the city. The others present, even Chen Xiaofeng, were rendered almost speechless. Dong Xian's expression held a hint of shock. What kind of skill is that? How could a useless like you possess such a powerful skill?" Chen Xiaofeng scrutinized Chu Yi, then instantly understood. "Corrupted staff, corrupted robe. Looks like you're the one who broke the record in the poisoned swamp cave today." Though Chen Xiaofeng was an arrogant and domineering young master, he wasn't stupid. Dong Xian, standing nearby, also took a good look at Chu Yi upon hearing this. Then, he was even more shocked. This didn't match the useless he remembered. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Xiaofeng, could there be a mistake? How could a low-level mage possibly accomplish this?" Chen Xiaofeng's expression darkened. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Dong Xian immediately fell silent. But Chen Xiaofeng was also deeply astonished. Though he just boasted about breaking records casually, it was nothing more than empty talk. He knew full well the difficulty of the poisoned swamp cavern. Even Luo Choyan, that legendary adventurer, might not be able to solo it. What made him, Chen Xiaofeng, an epic adventurer, think he could? Still, he refused to believe Chu Yi had cleared it solely on his own strength. There had to be outside support.
Chen Xiaofeng remarked, seems like you're not as useless as you appear, but whatever.
Shu Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted, you want to turn too?
Hand over that corrupted staff and corrupted robe, and I'll spare your life.
What if I say no? Chen Xiaofeng burst into laughter. In Linshan City, no one has ever dared to say no to me.
You're just a lowly mage with no power or influence.
If you don't submit today, I'll make sure you disappear tomorrow. Shu Yi sneered, you don't dare face me in open combat, so you resort to threatening me with your family's influence?
Chen Xiaofeng sneered coldly, why bother fighting personally when I can crush you with my power?
Are you some kind of fighting prodigy? What good is that? In this world, it's all about clout and connections. You're a powerless nobody. Even if you stumbled through the poison swamp caverns, do you really think you could stand against the Chen family? Shu Ye's expression darkened.
If Chen Xiaofeng truly intended to target him with the Chen family's influence, he currently had no means to retaliate. At that moment, a cool, detached voice suddenly cut through the air.
What if I join you?
At these words, Chen Xiaofeng's expression immediately shifted. From within the restaurant emerged a young woman clad in a robe adorned with a constellation pattern. Her face was as cool as ice, her tone as cold as frost.
It was Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan, what do you mean by this? Luo Qiuyan slowly walked to Chu Ye's side. I now take responsibility for this man.
If the Chen family dares to touch him, tomorrow you will be reduced to ashes. At these words, Chen Xiaofeng's expression darkened considerably. Luo Qiuyan's words held no exaggeration with the Luo family's influence, they truly possessed the power to reduce the Chen family to ashes. Worst of all, he had just boasted about using force to intimidate others. Yet the moment Luo Qiuyan appeared, his earlier words made him look utterly ridiculous.
Dong Xian, standing nearby, turned pale.
He could never have imagined that this good-for-nothing could actually win the favor of Miss Luo.
How could this be possible? How could a good-for-nothing like him have such incredible luck? Luo Qiuyan warned, now, get out of here immediately. Don't let me see you again.
Chen Xiaofeng was furious but helpless.
Gritting his teeth, he spat, fine. Fine. Fine.
Then he turned his gaze to Chu Yi.
Don't think hiding behind a woman will save you.
You might rely on her for now, but I don't believe you can depend on her forever. With that, Chen Xiaofeng swept his sleeves and stormed off. Dong Xian watched this unfold, both shocked and furious, but powerless to do anything. He immediately followed Chen Xiaofeng out. The others scrambled to lift Zhou Yan off the ground and fled in all directions. Once they were all gone, Chu Yi said, thank you, this time.
Without Luo Qiuyan, he truly would have been in grave danger today. Luo Qiuyan replied, you're the enforcer I hired. Until the national exams conclude, I'll ensure your safety. Regardless, you saved me from a tight spot. Luo Qiuyan had no intention of prolonging the topic. Glancing in the direction Chen Xiaofeng had departed, she asked, the Dong Xian, is he your brother? What was he talking about earlier with the 8,000 gold coins? At this question, Shu Ye's expression darkened noticeably. He shook his head silently, gesturing for Luo Qiuyan to drop the subject. But Luo Qiuyan seemed oblivious, pressing on, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Shu Yi gave a bitter smile. The eldest daughter of the marshal's household, why concern yourself with the trivial matters of commoners? Without bidding Luo Qiuyan farewell, he turned and walked away. This left Luo Qiuyan utterly baffled. She then sent a message through her communicator. I want all information regarding Chu Yi and his family. Within minutes, details about Chu Yi's family arrived in Luo Qiuyan's hands. She immediately began reviewing it. At first glance, everything seemed normal. However, things took a turn after Chu Zhang married Dong Ping and then enlisted to enter the abyss. As she read about Dong Ping and Dong Xian's various deeds, Luo Qiuyan's expression grew increasingly grim. She had met Chu Zhang once during her childhood. Back then, Chu Zhang had been recognized for his outstanding performance and served as a military representative, earning an audience with members of her family. Even then, Luo Qiuyan had noticed that despite his apparent weakness, Chu Zhang spoke with unwavering conviction and carried himself with a resolute bearing, the very embodiment of the ideal soldier. It was from that moment that Luo Qiuyan developed a profound admiration for the military profession. Especially after learning of Chu Zhang's sacrifice, Luo Qiuyan gained a tangible understanding of the profound responsibility soldiers bear in defending their homeland. It was precisely for this reason that she intervened to help Chu Yi. However, Chu Yi's cowardly behavior in the past had deeply disappointed Luo Qiuyan, even making her feel he was unworthy of being Chu Zhang's son. Little did she know that over the years, Chu Yi had endured such a terrible ordeal. Chu Zhang, a soldier who sacrificed his life for his country, had been systematically destroyed right under her nose for 5 years. The usually icy Luo Qiuyan now burned with rage in her eyes. She pulled out her address book and sent a message. Covertly gather all evidence of illegal activities by Dong Ping and Dong Xian. Report to me once collected. Meanwhile, Chu Yi hadn't returned home. That home was still occupied by Dong Ping. He booked a hotel in the city instead, intending to stay there for a while. Once the national exams concluded and he gained admission to Xinxia Academy, that would mark the beginning of his revenge. Time to sort through today's haul.
After slaying monsters all day, he had accumulated a considerable amount of dark matter. Besides feeding his divine essence, it could be exchanged for better items. Chuyi was already filled with anticipation.
Open the data panel. As Chuyi silently commanded in his mind, the data panel instantly activated. Chapter 11, Dark Fire Upgrade, Dark Flame. Name, Chuyi. Class, Low-Level Mage. Level, 8. Health, 800 plus 300. Mana, 400 plus 150. Core attributes, Strength 32, Spirit 40 plus 50, Constitution 32 plus 50, Agility 32. Initial skills, Dark Flame, Low-Level Flame Barrier. Talent, Dark Origin God Tier. Divine Essence, Fragmented Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity, 980 drops. His current attributes are quite solid, with Spirit being the highest. His base 40 points combined with the 50 points from equipment grants him a total of 90 Spirit in exceptionally high value. With equipment bonuses, his Constitution also reaches 82 points. Most notably, his maximum health has surpassed the 1,000-point mark. Higher attributes translate to greater combat prowess, making his skills even more devastating. This gives him a significant advantage in the national exam. However, Chuyi wasn't particularly concerned about his attributes. His primary focus was on dark matter. This was the true factor that could determine his future. Nearly 1,000 drops of dark matter today's haul isn't too shabby. With this much dark matter, Chuyi could finally relax for the time being. At the very least, his divine essence wouldn't face the risk of extinguishing due to a lack of dark matter. Chuyi immediately opened the Divine Core interface. Divine Core Integrity 0% requires 10,000 more drops of dark matter to reach the next stage of integrity. Extinction countdown, 10 hours 34 minutes 56 seconds. Dark matter required to sustain fragmented soul, 100 drops. Only 10 hours left on the countdown. Feed the Divine Core immediately. Shall 100 drops of dark matter be provided to the Divine Core for absorption? Yes. Immediately, a vast amount of dark matter surged into the Divine Core. The divine essence within him emitted a cloud-like substance of black mist. Immediately afterward, it seemed to burst into light, only to slowly fade away. After absorbing the dark matter, the Divine Core seemed to gain a hint of vitality. Yet overall, it still appeared lifeless. Soon, a voice echoed in Shuya's mind. Dark matter absorbed. Divine Core temporarily removed from danger of extinction. Hearing this, Shuya's face lit up with joy. He then continued to monitor the divine essence's status. After absorbing 100 drops of dark matter, the deity's extinction countdown had changed. It now read 120 hours. That equated to 5 days. Meanwhile, the dark substance required to sustain the residual soul had increased from 100 drops to 500 drops. 500 drops over 5 days, that averages out to about 100 drops per day. This consumption rate isn't too taxing for me. Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief. After consuming 100 drops of dark substance, he still had 880 drops remaining. This substance could certainly continue to be supplied for the divine essence to absorb, thereby extending its duration. But it wasn't necessary. Over the next 5 days, Shuyi had more important matters to attend to. He had also made a decision regarding the disposal of this dark matter. He had no immediate plans to increase the divinity's completeness, as doing so required an enormous amount of dark matter, as much as 10,000 drops. Currently, he lacked the time to accumulate such a vast quantity. Everything must yield to the national examinations. Once he gained admission to the Divine Summer Academy, he could address the matter of divine essence completeness later. Without enhancing its completeness or feeding it to his divine essence for absorption, the dark matter could only be used to exchange for rewards. However, he did not intend to exchange all of it for rewards. He must reserve a portion. Starting tomorrow, I'll charge for releasing my dark flame 20 drops of dark matter per use. At this rate, my current reserves will only last for 44 releases. The dark flame was immensely powerful, a skill sufficient for Chuyi to dominate the national examinations. To ensure he could unleash it without restraint, Chuyi needed to stockpile enough dark matter before the exam began. I'll exchange 300 drops for now. Keeping over 500 drops should allow me to unleash the dark flame over 20 times. If I use it sparingly while clearing dungeons, it should be sufficient. After clearing the dungeon, I should gain a significant amount of dark matter again. Would you like to offer 300 drops of dark matter to the divine essence in exchange for an equivalent reward? Yes. Exchange successful. Please select your reward. Reward 1, Temporary Equipment Magic Crystal Orb. Increases your spell damage by 400% and reduces incoming spell damage by 80%. Reclaimed after 180 hours. Reward 2, Be Great Skill Scroll Necromancy Summon. Summons undead to fight for you. Undead inherit 80% of your attributes, possess basic skills, and can self-detonate. Maximum of 3 undead can exist simultaneously. Reward 3, Dark Flame Upgrade Dark Inferno. Expanded area of effect and increased damage. Not only burns toxins but also scorches abyssal aura. Gains no cooldown. However, it cannot benefit from remaining divine blessings, requires more dark matter to cast, and consumes additional mana. Each of these 3 rewards possesses unique characteristics. Temporary equipment can significantly boost skill damage. However, Chuya's Dark Fire already possesses ample damage output. Thus, the magic crystal orb would merely be icing on the cake, especially considering it's a temporary item. Not selected. The B-grade skill scroll, Necromancer's Summon, is a powerful ability that could greatly benefit Chuyi. However, Chuyi already possesses Dark Flame, which inherently converts monsters into undead. This skill conflicts with Dark Flame and is inferior to it. Not selected. As for reward 3, Chuya's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Dark Flame can be upgraded? Although the upgrade would consume more resources, it was absolutely worth it for Chuyi. If one Dark Flame was already this powerful, what more could an upgraded version offer? As for the consumption issue, Chuyi could simply slay more monsters to replenish the dark matter. Thus, Chuyi made his choice without hesitation. I choose 3. Selection complete. Your Dark Flame skill has been upgraded. After making his choice, Chuya's skill immediately changed. He immediately opened his character panel to inspect the changes. Dark Flame releases intense flames imbued with dark power. Upon contact with the target, the flames instantly erupt, scorching both body and soul. Monsters incinerated by this flame have a high chance of transforming into undead minions to fight for you up to 50. Transformed undead can self-detonate, instantly releasing massive energy. Casting cost, 100 mana plus 25 dark matter per use. Cooldown, 0 seconds. The skill description was similar to Dark Fire, but Dark Flame was clearly far more powerful. Moreover, what thrilled Chuyi most was that this skill gained the ability to be cast without cooldown. This meant that as long as Chuyi had sufficient mana and dark matter, he could unleash it almost endlessly. Yet this very trait became his dilemma. While the skill has grown stronger, its consumption has also increased. With my current mana reserves, I can only unleash 5 dark flames at most per use. At this thought, Chuyi felt a pang of helplessness. It was a happy problem, though. Such a powerful skill with only this limitation, it was unimaginable for others. When I go grinding levels with Luo Choyen tomorrow, I'll need to stock up on more mana potions. Otherwise, my mana won't last. He wondered which dungeon Luo Choyen would take him to. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, the dungeons she provided were bound to be top-notch. Chuyi was genuinely looking forward to it. After organizing his loot, Chuyi went to sleep. He needed to conserve his energy for tomorrow's battle. Chapter 12, Unease at the Chen Manor, determined to kill Chuyi. Linshan City, Chen Manor. This was the most powerful family in Linshan City. Before the Luo family's arrival, the Chen family's authority in Linshan City even surpassed that of the city lord's residence. When the city lord convenes a meeting to determine any policy, he must first secure the Chen family's approval. Otherwise, it will absolutely not pass. Even if it does pass, it will absolutely not be implemented. If enforced by force, the Chen family will teach the city lord's household a lesson. Fortunately, the city lord's office and the Chen family have always been close partners. Why not enjoy the mutual benefits of friendly cooperation? Why fight to the death? That equilibrium was shattered by the emergence of the Luo family. Yet toward the Luo family, the Chen family dared not voice their anger. The Luo family's lineage could be traced back to Luo Tianzhong, the current military marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom. With the marshal's authority, wouldn't annihilating the Chen family be as easy as uttering a single command? Thus, upon returning home, Chen Xiaofeng remained sullen and discontented. He immediately recounted today's events to his father, Chen Tai. Chen Tai listened to his son's grievances while reading a book. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused, I'm not surprised Luo Choyen would aid Chu Yi. After all, Chu Zhang had that stroke of luck early on, securing an audience with the Luo family. But you say Chu Yi was the one who shattered the poisonous swamp cave? Is that true? Chen Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. It absolutely is. I saw it with my own eyes today. A fireball he casually unleashed nearly burned Zhou Yan to death. Zhou Yan is still bedridden now. I heard it'll take at least 3 months for him to fully recover. He definitely won't make it to the national exams. Chen Xiaofeng recounted today's events not only verbatim but with added dramatic flair. As Chen Tai listened, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He remained deeply perplexed. Chu Yi is just a low-level mage. How could he break the record? And how did he even get that corrupted staff and corrupted robe? Did he solo the corrupted swamp or something? Chen Xiaofeng shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he got lucky and snagged some powerful gear. Certain special gear, if not restricted by level, could often allow newbies to achieve absurdly overpowered results. Such gear was undoubtedly priceless. But Chen Tai remained skeptical. How could such gear fall into the hands of a useless loser? Chen Xiaofeng frowned. Dad, are you saying that loser Chu Yi actually awakened a talent? Chen Tai finally smiled. Seems you're not so dumb after all. You spotted the blind spot. He immediately began his analysis. That girl from the Luo family and Chu Yi appeared at the restaurant together. This means she likely wanted to recruit him.
A young man who could be recruited by the Luo family, yet only a low-level mage, displaying such formidable combat prowess. There can only be one conclusion: he must have awakened a hidden talent. Moreover, I suspect his talent is skill amplification capable of boosting effects over fivefold. Otherwise, he'd never have soloed the toxic marsh cavern.
Hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng's expression darkened considerably. What should we do? Dad, if that Chuyi gets attached to the Luo family, won't we be in big trouble? Chen Tai's gaze grew icy. Therefore, we must eliminate him. But that Luo Qiuyan is protecting him. How can we kill him? Chen Tai sneered coldly. Why should we lift a finger? Chuyi is Chu Zhang's son, and Chu Zhang slaughtered countless minions of the Abyss cult during the Abyss War. Those people must harbor deep hatred for him. We need only leak a hint of information. Why worry about finding someone to deal with Chuyi? Hearing Chen Tai actually propose involving the Abyss sect, Chen Xiaofeng was startled, his face instantly turning several shades paler. Father, you're joking, right? That's the Abyss sect. Chen Tai snorted coldly, lecturing him. How can you ever accomplish anything if you're so timid? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. To eliminate your enemies, you must be willing to use any means necessary. So what if it's the Abyss cult? If it benefits me, I'll cooperate with them just the same. Chen Xiaofeng swallowed hard, still feeling uneasy. But the thought of Chuyi potentially stepping over him filled him with rage that drowned out his reason. Finally, Chen Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. Father, I understand. The next morning, Chuyi rose early, freshened up, and treated himself to a hearty breakfast at a nearby restaurant. Afterward, he visited the trading house again and purchased numerous mana restoration potions. Each bottle of this potion sold for 500 gold coins and restored 300 points of mana upon use. Chuyi made a generous gesture, purchasing 20 bottles outright, a total expenditure of 10,000 gold coins. This quantity would allow him to cast over 60 skills. After completing these preparations, he immediately set off for the Luo residence. At the entrance to the Luo residence, Luo Qiuyan was already waiting. Chuyi approached Luo Qiuyan and smiled. I'm not too late, am I? Luo Qiuyan maintained her aloof demeanor, nodding calmly. No. Which dungeon are we heading to? Follow me. Chuyi immediately followed Luo Qiuyan into the Luo residence. Though not a native power of Linshan City, the estate still covered an immense area. Stepping inside, Chuyi deeply felt its opulence. Along the way, patrol squads were on duty. Upon seeing Luo Qiuyan, they all shouted in unison, "Good day, miss." Such pomp and circumstance felt quite unnatural to Chuyi. Luo Qiuyan, however, seemed perfectly accustomed to it. The two traversed a long, winding path before entering a colossal building. Inside, all manner of facilities filled the space, radiating a strong sense of technological sophistication. Though Chuyi couldn't name them, he could tell they were incredibly high-end. Luo Qiuyan explained, "This is my family's training room. Through it, we can access many special instances." Chuyi asked, "So does that mean you don't even need to go to school? You could just level up at home and be fine?" Luo Qiuyan shook her head. That's not possible. The experience gained from instances accessed through the training room is only 60% of what you'd get elsewhere. To truly grow stronger, you still need to tackle regular instances. Then why don't we go to outdoor instances? Like the toxic swamp caverns or something? Luo Qiuyan replied, "Because I need you to familiarize yourself with the national exam grounds beforehand." Hearing this, Chuyi was utterly stunned. Familiarize myself with the national exam grounds in advance? Could Luo Qiuyan possibly know the exam content in advance? That would give her an unfair advantage. Luo Qiuyan shot Chuyi a look. Haven't you seen the exam syllabus? This year's national exam syllabus has already been released, and the exam venues have been announced. Hearing this, Chuyi was instantly speechless. He hadn't actually checked the syllabus. Yesterday, he'd been too busy grinding monsters to pay attention to such details. Luo Qiuyan ignored Chuyi and immediately activated the portal. This instance is called the Abyssal Rift, a passageway between the abyss and the human world. The abyssal aura here is incredibly potent, and all manner of abyssal creatures can crawl out at any moment. It's extremely dangerous. This year's national exam will be held here. While the specific questions remain unknown, familiarizing yourself beforehand can only be beneficial. Chuyi nodded immediately. His father, Chu Zhang, had sacrificed himself within the abyss. As Chuyi continued to grow, he too would inevitably enter the abyss in the future. Familiarizing himself with the abyss environment beforehand was essential for Chuyi. The portal opened swiftly, revealing a swirling vortex of light. Luo Qiuyan urged, "Hurry into the instance." Then, the two of them stepped into the instance together. Chapter 13, Special Instance Abyssal Fissure. The Abyss Rift was a world of grim, gray hues. Desolate wastelands stretched everywhere, devoid of any sign of life. Barren mountains loomed in the distance like terrifying specters, their shadowy reflections resembling grim reapers snatching souls, sending chills down one's spine. The moment Chuyi entered the instance, an alert sounded. "You have entered the instance Abyssal Rift. You are being corrupted by the abyss's aura." The atmosphere around him made Chuyi feel dizzy and nauseous.
It wasn't the foul stench in the air, but rather the entire environment itself, as if it were rejecting his very presence.
Luo Qiuyan said, "Take deep breaths. This is the abyss reaction. It's normal for you to feel this way since you've never been to the abyss before. You'll get used to it." Hearing this, Chu Yi immediately took several deep breaths.
After a long while, he finally began to recover.
Luo Qiuyan continued, "This is merely the most basic abyss reaction.
The true abyss is countless times more polluted than this place.
In that environment, humans simply cannot survive.
Even a single breath of that air would likely kill you instantly." Hearing this, Chi felt a tangible sense of the abyss's reality.
For humanity, the abyss truly was an apocalypse. Ki.
Suddenly, a sinister, eerie cackle echoed, sending a chill down Chuya's spine, as if something had scraped against glass. Then, a fissure appeared in the ground ahead. Several creatures crawled out of the fissure pitch black in appearance, with hideous, grotesque features.
Upon seeing them, Luo Qiuyan immediately grew serious. Abyssal monsters. They're far more powerful than ordinary creatures. We must be cautious. Chu Yi nodded. The abyssal creatures had already charged forward, yet Luo Qiuyan showed no sign of intervening.
Seeing this, Chu Yi immediately swung his corrupted staff.
Skill activated, Dark Flame. Boom.
A torrent of pitch-black flames instantly surged toward the abyssal creatures. The moment the flames touched them, they erupted violently, producing intense explosions accompanied by blinding light. Several abyssal monsters let out agonized screams before being reduced to ashes by the flames. You defeated a level 7 abyssal monster, gaining 108 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You obtained 5 drops of dark matter. Hearing these notifications, Chuya's face lit up with delight. A single level 7 abyssal fiend could yield as much as 5 drops of dark matter.
So, wouldn't his dark flame break even after slaying just 5 abyssal monsters?
And he had just slain 7 such creatures. This dungeon was undoubtedly the perfect spot for Chu Yi to farm dark matter. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan watched Chu Yi unleash his skill and instantly showed a hint of astonishment. The sheer power of that skill surpassed any of her own abilities. Such a skill was simply beyond the reach of a low-level mage. She thought to herself, it seems he harbors a tremendous secret.
Luo Qiuyan began seriously contemplating whether Chu Yi had truly awakened an SSS tier talent.
Just then, a sinister cackle snapped her back to reality. She gasped in astonishment as the abyssal monsters, which Chu Yi had just slain, slowly rose to their feet. They approached him and assumed a posture of submission.
What on earth is happening? Luo Qiuyan was utterly stunned.
Chu Yi explained, they've been transformed into undead and can now fight for me.
Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened. You possess such a skill?
Chu Yi smiled without reply. The few abyssal creatures were merely an appetizer.
Before long, more abyssal monsters appeared. Luo Qiuyan still showed no intention of intervening. She wanted to observe Chu Yi's combat style closely. She noticed Chu Yi showed no urgency to kill the abyssal monsters.
Instead, he waited for them to gather in sufficient numbers before unleashing a black flame that obliterated them all at once.
The flame's power was immense.
Not only could it instantly eliminate large numbers of abyssal monsters, but it also transformed the slain creatures into undead. Before long, over 30 undead creatures swarmed around Chu Yi. Not only could they fight in Chu Yi's stead, but they could also self-detonate. The damage from an undead explosion was terrifying. A single explosion could often kill several abyssal monsters. Under these circumstances, Chu Yi scarcely needed to fight himself. The undead alone could sweep away vast numbers of enemies.
This left Luo Qiuyan utterly astonished.
Judging solely by the dark flame skill, Chu Yi's strength could even be said to surpass hers.
Yet Luo Qiuyan still regarded him with a hint of scrutiny.
If he only possesses one skill, no matter how powerful he is now, his future achievements will remain limited.
The battlefield was unpredictable. One skill alone could never dominate everything. Unfortunately, Luo Qiuyan hadn't witnessed Chu Yi's other skills.
About an hour later, a glow emanated from Chu Yi's body.
I've leveled up.
Chu Yi was thrilled. In that hour, he had not only slain hundreds of abyssal monsters and gathered vast amounts of dark matter, but his experience points had skyrocketed, propelling him straight to level 9.
Luo Qiuyan also let out a rare smile. Impressive.
It seems you truly have the qualifications to clear obstacles for me. Chu Yi asked, with your abilities, getting into Xinxia Academy shouldn't be difficult. Why are you so fixated on becoming the national top scholar?
Luo Qiuyan replied, you needn't know.
Just help me secure the top national scholar title, and I'll reward you handsomely. Hearing this, Chu Yi pressed no further. Under Chu Yi's relentless slaughter, the frequency of abyss monsters appearing had significantly decreased. However, scattered monsters still appeared from time to time. Having accumulated a substantial amount of dark matter through his relentless slaughter, Chu Yi could now wield the dark flame with complete abandon. After another half hour, no more abyss monsters spawned in the vicinity. Luo Qiuyan remarked, it seems you've cleared all the abyss monsters on this level.
It's time to move on to the next one. The next layer?
Chu Yi perked up immediately.
How many layers does this dungeon have?
There are 3 layers in total.
We are currently on the first layer, the corrupted wastes. Next comes the second layer, the shadow rift.
As Luo Qiuyan finished speaking, Chuyi instantly noticed the environment around him shifting.
The desolate wasteland around them grew ethereal.
By the time Chuyi regained his senses, he found himself standing within a vast chasm.
Towering cliffs flanked the narrow path stretching ahead. Ki. Another wave of eerie cries echoed, and abyssal creatures reappeared ahead.
Moreover, their aura was immensely powerful, far surpassing the abyss monsters Chuyi had faced earlier.
Luo Qiuyan warned, be careful. Starting from this level, elite monsters will appear. And they might even come in groups. Don't let your guard down. Chuyi's expression immediately turned serious as he nodded. At that moment, several abyss monsters charged toward Chuyi.
All undead, heed my command, slay them. At Chuyi's command, the converted undead surged toward the abyssal monsters. The moment they drew near, they exploded.
Boom! The undead's self-detonation unleashed immense energy. Unable to withstand the force of the explosion, several abyssal monsters were instantly obliterated.
You have slain a level 9 abyssal fiend.
Gained 172 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 7 drops of dark matter. A series of notifications flashed across the screen. By the time all the abyssal monsters were slain, only a handful of undead remained beside Chuyi.
They were incredibly tough.
It took so many undead explosions to finally take them down.
Chuyi sighed. Just as Chuyi was about to continue forward, Luo Qiuyan's warning suddenly rang in his ear. Watch out for an ambush.
The moment the words left her mouth, a black shadow suddenly lunged toward Chuyi's back.
Chapter 14, Abyssal Demon Stone? Sweeping attack. A warning signal instantly flashed through Chuyi's mind.
He spun around abruptly, only to see a hideous monster with clawed hands lunging toward him.
The creature's sudden appearance left Chuyi momentarily unable to react. Starlock, seal.
At that very moment, a crisp, commanding voice rang out. Luo Qiuyan swung her stave adorned with celestial patterns, instantly unleashing a chain that bound the monster behind Chuyi.
Roar. The creature thrashed and roared, but the chains held it fast, rendering it immobile. Squeeze. As Luo Qiuyan's command echoed, the chains instantly tightened, constricting the creature. The creature writhed in agony, its struggles futile.
Finally, under the relentless strangulation of Luo Qiuyan's chains, the creature dissolved into a pool of black liquid. A voice echoed in Chuyi's ear.
Your teammate Luo Qiuyan has slain the abyssal shadow fiend. You have gained 30 EXP. Since Luo Qiuyan had slain the monster, Chuyi received only a small fraction of the experience points. Moreover, there was no dark matter to be found. Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you.
Had Luo Qiuyan not intervened, he would likely have been injured by this monster. Luo Qiuyan warned, the Shadow Rift is teeming with abyssal shadow fiends.
They lurk unseen until they strike without warning.
If you keep being so careless, you'll be killed by one sooner or later.
Chuyi frowned. Is there any way to detect these abyssal shadow fiends? Or, are we just supposed to stay alert and dodge when they strike?
You can't guard against thieves forever. If we can't detect the abyssal shadow fiends, this journey through the Shadow Rift will be extremely dangerous.
After all, human attention has its limits. Chuyi couldn't stay on edge forever. Luo Qiuyan replied, under normal circumstances, detection is impossible. Under normal circumstances? Chuyi's eyes lit up.
If Luo Qiuyan said that, it meant her situation was anything but ordinary.
Sure enough, Luo Qiuyan offered a solution in her next sentence.
My starlight magic can mark anomalous fluctuations. By analyzing these fluctuations, we can deduce the location of the abyssal shadow fiend. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her staff. A dazzling stream of light burst forth from the staff, swirling around her like a constellation.
Starlight, illuminate my path. Luo Qiuyan began to chant.
Her voice grew exceptionally melodious and enchanting as she sang, taking on an ethereal quality.
As her chant concluded, a strand of starlight illuminated her. Then, astonishingly, Luo Qiuyan's hair transformed into silver, and even her pupils turned a noble purple. This transformation left Chuyi utterly astonished. Could Luo Qiuyan actually transform? As the glow faded, a faint aura now emanated from her body. She declared, this is my special form.
Only in this state can I unleash the full power of my abilities. As she spoke, she waved her staff, unleashing a field. As the field materialized, Chuyi could suddenly perceive the energy currents flowing around them. Several areas showed particularly chaotic energy fluctuations, and these spots were slowly shifting.
Luo Qiuyan urged, don't just stand there. Focus your attacks on the areas with abnormal energy fluctuations.
Chuyi snapped out of his daze and unleashed his skill toward one such spot.
Dark flame. Whoosh. A powerful flame erupted instantly, striking one of the areas. Boom.
The flames erupted, triggering a massive explosion.
Immediately after, several agonized screams echoed. Several dark figures were blown away.
Chuyi recognized them as abyssal shadow fiends. You have slain a level 9 abyssal shadow fiend.
Gained 200 EXP. Darkness essence activated.
You obtain 9 drops of dark matter.
All the abyssal shadow fiends were slain by Chuyi's dark flames.
Hearing this series of notifications, Chuyi was pleasantly surprised.
Abyssal shadow fiends grant this much experience? 200 experience points, that's already comparable to elite monsters of the same level. Luo Qiuyan explained, and that's with their strength reduced to 60%.
In the true abyssal rift, the monsters are far more powerful than here. But if you can fight your way through, the rewards will be incredibly rich.
Chuyi asked, how does one reach the true abyssal rift? Luo Qiuyan replied, ask that question after you've been admitted to Xinsha Academy.
With your current strength, you're not yet qualified to know these things. Hearing this, Chuyi showed no annoyance and simply continued forward. Guided by Luo Qiuyan's starlight magic markings, Chuyi could now see right through the abyssal shadow fiend's hiding spots.
This meant he no longer faced the risk of surprise attacks. Consequently, Chuyi's pace quickened considerably.
Along the way, countless abyssal monsters attempted to attack Chuyi, only to be incinerated by the dark flames. Dark Flames was a skill evolved through divine essence, its power surpassing even legendary tier abilities.
Even the most fearsome abyssal creatures proved utterly insignificant against the dark flame.
However, Chuyi soon encountered a challenge. He encountered the elite monsters of the Shadow Rift. These creatures were entirely composed of stone, their eyes mere cavities within massive stone sockets, and their hands formed from several stacked stone slabs. They appeared incredibly heavy, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Luo Qiuyan warned, that's an abyssal demon stone, an elite monster of the Shadow Rift.
Its defenses are incredibly strong. If your skill isn't powerful enough, you won't even be able to break through its defenses.
No sooner had she spoken than several abyssal demon stones charged toward Chuyi. Despite being made of stone, their movements were surprisingly swift. Seeing this, Chuyi hesitated not a moment.
Skill activated, Dark Flame. Whoosh! A torrent of dark flames erupted, surging toward the abyssal magic stones. A massive explosion followed, engulfed in intense flames.
Yet, when the flames finally died down, Chuyi discovered to his astonishment that these abyssal magic stones were still alive.
They actually withstood my dark flame?
This was the first time Chuyi had encountered monsters with such high defense.
But Chuyi's dark flame hadn't cooled yet. If one blast wasn't enough, then another would suffice. Thus, Chuyi unleashed the dark flame once more. And this time, he unleashed 2 in rapid succession. Whoosh! Both bolts of dark flame erupted simultaneously, finally shattering the abyssal magic stones completely. Luo Qiuyan, watching nearby, stared in astonishment once more.
She pondered, he unleashed those skills without any delay.
Could it be that his skills have no cooldown? Because Chuyi's dark flames were so powerful, a single shot could eliminate multiple enemies.
Therefore, Chuyi's casting frequency wasn't particularly high.
Luo Qiuyan hadn't considered the possibility of cooldowns either.
But now, witnessing Chuyi unleash 3 dark flames in succession, Luo Qiuyan was finally stunned.
Chuyi remained unaware of Luo Qiuyan's thoughts.
At that moment, a notification sound rang in his ears once more.
Defeated level 9 Abyssal Demon Stone. Gained 580 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 35 drops of dark matter.
Defeated level 9 Abyssal Magic Stone. 580 experience points, 35 drops of dark matter.
This haul had Chuyi buzzing with excitement.
A single abyssal magic stone yielded this much dark matter. If he hunted several more groups, wouldn't he strike it rich?
Beside him, Luo Qiuyan continued to remind him, don't get too excited just yet, there are still plenty of abyssal magic stones ahead. Chuyi glanced ahead and saw that the path was still dotted with numerous abyssal magic stones scattered here and there. There were quite a few of them, at least a dozen or so. A smirk immediately curved the corners of Chuyi's mouth.
So many abyssal magic stones? I won't hold back then. Chapter 15, Shattering the Core, Astonishing Rewards.
Swish, swish, swish. For the first time, Chuyi demonstrated the power of his cooldown-free skill to Luo Qiuyan. A torrent of dark flames erupted from his hands like a spell-firing machine gun. The abyssal magic stones ahead didn't even have time to attack before they were incinerated by his dark flames.
Killed level 9 Abyssal Magic Stone, gained 580 EXP. Killed level 9 Abyssal Magic Stone.
A series of notification sounds echoed in Chuyi's ears. His experience points and dark matter surged upward. Before long, over a dozen abyssal magic stones lay slain by Chuyi.
Awesome! Chuyi let out a sigh of admiration.
These gains filled him with excitement. Not only that, but after the deaths of over a dozen abyssal demon stones, roughly 10 of them had been transformed into undead by Chuyi. To Chuyi, they represented formidable combat power.
Meanwhile, Luo Qiuyan beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Your skill doesn't have a cooldown?
She watched as Chuyi continuously unleashed black flames without pause.
Skills with fast cooldowns were common, but skills with no cooldown? Luo Qiuyan had never seen such a thing herself.
Chuyi chuckled. As long as it kills enemies, that's all that matters. He didn't intend to dwell on the topic.
Seeing this, Luo Qiuyan didn't press further. Shuyi inquired, are there any other elite monsters on the second floor? Next, should we head to the third floor? None left. You've cleared out all the abyssal magic stones.
Then let's head to the third layer. The moment Shuyi finished speaking, the surroundings shifted once more. The surrounding fissures vanished, transforming into a vast lava-covered land. The surrounding magma boiled violently, its scorching heat searing the air and causing Shuyi to wince in pain.
Luo Qiuyan explained, this is the third layer of the Abyss Rift dungeon, the lava core. There are no other monsters here.
Only a single core lies ahead. You must traverse the lava and shatter that core to clear the dungeon. Shuyi looked up and immediately spotted a core resembling a massive crystal not far ahead.
That must be the lava core.
But the path to the core was now covered in molten lava.
Stepping on such scorching magma would surely melt even his bones.
Shuyi frowned in frustration. How are we supposed to cross this lava?
Luo Qiuyan replied, this magma hardens when subjected to intense attacks. You can use that opportunity to cross quickly. It actually has that property? Shuyi immediately unleashed a blast of dark flame at the magma. Boom! Intense flames erupted within the magma.
Shuyi stared intently, but the expected scene of molten rock splattering everywhere failed to materialize.
Instead, the molten rock rapidly solidified after the strike.
Seeing this, a look of delight spread across Chuya's face.
It worked! Luo Qiuyan urged, hurry across. The hardened lava won't last long.
Shuyi nodded and immediately began running across the lava field, with Luo Qiuyan following close behind. Using this method, the two swiftly traversed the molten terrain and arrived before the magma core. Shuyi looked up at the core and discovered a hideous, grotesquely shaped monster within it, apparently another abyssal creature.
This crystal seemed to be the monster's womb. It seemed to be absorbing the power of the magma to grow. What is this thing? Shuyi couldn't help but wonder aloud. That's the juvenile form of a lava lord. Lava lords are immensely powerful creatures of the abyss. Once fully grown, they can summon magma to effortlessly obliterate an entire city.
A cold gleam flashed in Chuya's eyes.
Is that so? Then we absolutely cannot let it be born. Luo Qiuyan replied, shatter the lava core and it will die. Shuyi immediately took several steps back. Seeing this, Luo Qiuyan followed suit. At the same time, he downed the last 2 bottles of mana restoring potions. Skill activated, Dark Fire.
As Shuyi swung his corrupted staff, several bolts of dark fire erupted from his hands.
Boom! 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 The flames surged toward the lava core, triggering a massive explosion. The intense blast sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding air. The massive magma core was utterly obliterated by the blast. Destroyed lava core, gained 1800 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 100 drops of dark matter.
2 notification sounds quickly reached Chuya's ears.
This filled Chuyi with delight.
That much experience?
A single lava core yielded 1800 EXP, 3 times that of an abyssal magic stone. And it also yielded 100 drops of dark matter. But what truly thrilled him went beyond that. The moment the lava core was destroyed, the dungeon completion announcement sounded. Lava core destroyed. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the abyssal fissure dungeon. You have obtained Lava Heavy Armor Purple, a great skill scroll, Lava Stomp, Lava Core Fragments 20. Breaking the lava core directly dropped a purple tier item. And what's more, it also dropped in a great skill scroll. Too bad. Both the skill and the gear are only usable by warrior type classes. Shuyi felt a pang of disappointment. If he could use them, they would have significantly boosted his combat power.
Shuyi turned to look at Luo Qiuyan. You really don't want any of this loot? Luo Qiuyan shook her head. The staff in my hand is called Tianxian.
It's a legendary grade item crafted specifically for me, and it can even be upgraded to mythical grade in the future.
Do you really think I'd be interested in a purple grade item? Hearing this, Shuyi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh.
Well, the young lady truly looked down on such meager spoils. While they were insignificant to Luo Qiuyan, they held immense value to Chuyi.
Both items held immense value.
The lava heavy armor, though merely beginner gear, was still a purple item that could fetch over 100,000 gold coins. As for the A great skill scroll, needless to say, the buyout price on the trading post was over 500,000 gold coins. It was safe to say Chuyi had just hit the jackpot. What's the use of these lava core fragments?
Are they for crafting gear? Lava core fragments were rhombic crystals with a faint lava hue. Luo Qiuyan explained, they enhance your skill damage 20% per fragment, non-stackable.
Hearing this, Chuyi was utterly astonished.
The effect is that powerful? Looks like he hit the jackpot. If he used this on his dark flame, wouldn't the effect be explosive?
This trip to the Abyssal Rift had truly yielded rich rewards.
Too bad we have to wait 12 hours to re-enter the instance. If possible, Chuyi would have loved to run it again.
Luo Qiuyan saw right through her thoughts and said, I have many other special dungeons at home. While the rewards aren't as good as the Abyss Rift, they're still far better than the beginner dungeons.
Would you like to keep grinding? Shuya's eyes lit up instantly. Is that really possible? At that moment, a hint of mischief flickered in Luo Qiuyan's usually icy eyes. Only if you agree to one condition. Chapter 16, could he have awakened an SSS rank talent? Shu Yi wasn't surprised. He wasn't afraid of Luo Qiuyan making demands he feared she wouldn't make any. Speak. Anything within my power, I shall grant. The dungeon in Luo Qiuyan's home was truly exceptional. If he could grind here, Shu Yi could potentially complete a divine essence evolution before the national exam even began. Even without evolving his divine essence, he'd already gained such formidable power. What would happen if it did evolve? Luo Qiuyan said, I want to know what your innate talent is. My talent? Shu Yi froze. Was he supposed to tell Luo Qiuyan about the Dark Divine Core? He immediately fell into hesitation. This matter was too immense. This was a divine essence, after all. Luo Qiuyan saw the hesitation in Shu Yi's eyes and felt a pang of disappointment. She pressed on, then let me rephrase the question. What's the name of your skill? Is it a skill with no cooldown? How did you achieve that? Upon hearing this, Shu Yi paused for a moment before answering honestly. The skill is called Dark Flame. It is indeed a skill with no cooldown. As for how it's achieved. Before Shu Yi could formulate a plausible explanation, Luo Qiuyan cut him off. Is it an effect from your talent? Did you awaken a talent related to skill amplification and cooldown reduction? Shu Yi frowned. Why do you insist on prying into this? What benefit would knowing my talents bring you? He was grateful that Luo Qiuyan had brought him to clear the dungeon and given him all the loot. This relentless probing made him deeply uncomfortable. Luo Qiuyan's tone remained calm. To ensure I secure the top spot in the national exams, I must accurately assess your strength. Without knowing your talents, I risk misjudging the situation. She had already confirmed that Shu Yi had definitely awakened a talent. But the rank of the talent and its effects remained uncertain. The effect could be skill amplification and cooldown reduction. The amplification multiplier might be 5-fold or higher, potentially reaching 10-fold. The cooldown reduction could even hit 100%. However, if only these effects were present, it would likely be an SS tier talent, not yet reaching the SSS tier level. Seeing Shu Yi still silent, Luo Qiuyan pressed further. In the Abyss Rift instance, I only saw you cast one skill, Dark Fire. What's the story behind that? Luo Qiuyan's observation was exceptionally sharp. Or rather, she had been observing Shu Yi all along. Hearing these questions, Shu Yi momentarily didn't know how to respond. He instinctively didn't want to get too involved with Luo Qiuyan. After all, the gap between them was simply too vast. Shu Yi replied, because this is the only skill I can use right now. Luo Qiuyan immediately seized on the key point. So you're saying there will be more skills like Dark Flame in the future? You could say that. Luo Qiuyan finally smiled. She extended her hand to Shu Yi. Alright, I approve of you. You have free access to the Luo Manor's beginner dungeons. Use this time before the national exams to level up properly. Seeing this, Shu Yi breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Luo Qiuyan's relentless questioning had weighed heavily on him. If he possessed only talent, perhaps he could have explained it away. But what he possessed was a divine essence. This was something capable of sparking a world war. Until his strength was sufficiently formidable, Shu Yi dared not reveal it to anyone. Then I'll keep grinding levels. Are you still coming with me? Luo Qiuyan shook her head. No need. You can go on your own. Oh, and I noticed you seem to rely heavily on mana potions. There are plenty over there. Feel free to use them for free. With that, Luo Qiuyan stepped out of the room. Seeing this, Shu Yi felt both helpless and grateful. Regardless, Luo Qiuyan had still done him a tremendous favor. Moving to the side, Shu Yi gathered a substantial supply of mana potions before surveying the surrounding dungeons. Before long, he entered one called Frost Valley. After leaving the room, Luo Qiuyan arrived at the study of the Luo residence. Here, numerous books were stored, all related to knowledge about professionals, the abyss, and more. Some volumes were exclusive to the Luo Manor, inaccessible to outsiders. Luo Qiuyan immediately retrieved one volume, which documented every talent awakened by practitioners over the centuries. Of course, a single volume could not possibly encompass every talent. But based on this volume, she could still gain a general understanding. Luo Qiuyan intended to determine exactly what talent Shu Yi had awakened. Perhaps it matched an existing entry in the book, or perhaps it was an entirely new talent. He hesitated and refused to say it, so this talent must be extremely important. The possibility of it being SSS tier isn't out of the question. Luo Qiuyan flipped through the pages while speculating in her mind. But if it truly is an SSS tier talent, why hasn't he revealed it? Once disclosed, he would undoubtedly receive massive state support. Any resource imaginable would be at his fingertips. Could it be that revealing his talent would bring some kind of calamity upon him? Luo Qiuyan was utterly perplexed. However, she could at least determine two things. First, Shu Yi's talent was related to skill amplification and cooldown reduction. Second, Shu Yi's talent might enable weak skills to evolve and become significantly more powerful.
Because the skill tree for low-tier mages didn't even include a skill called Dark Flame.
After searching for quite some time, Luo Qiuyan found several talents matching the above criteria.
2 were tier talents. One was skill amplification, which could increase the effect of her own skills by 300%. The other was rapid drive, reducing skill cooldowns and mana consumption by 60%. Combined with other cooldown reduction methods, it could even achieve near instant casting. However, these 2 talents clearly weren't enough to create someone as powerful as Chu Yi. His talents must be S rank or higher. The question is whether they're SS or SSS. Talents above this tier are rare, though not entirely non-existent. One such talent is Divine Skill Blessing, an SS tier talent that boosts skill effects by 900% and reduces cooldowns by 90%. Furthermore, as it levels up, it awakens Divine Skills abilities even more powerful than legendary tier skills. Judging solely by the talent description, Luo Qiuyan suspected Chu Yi had likely awakened this ability. However, if it truly were Divine Skill Blessing, 2 unanswered questions lingered in her mind. First, there was absolutely no reason to conceal the Divine Skill Blessing talent. Second, the Divine Skill awakened by Divine Skill Blessing could not possibly contain the word darkness. There are plenty of talents related to darkness, but none seem to match Chu Yi's behavior. Could it be he awakened an entirely new talent? That was highly probable. After all, SSS tier talents are all unique. No duplicate has ever appeared in history. Based on the above speculation, I'm about 60% certain Chu Yi has awakened an SSS tier talent. After all, from her observations, if Chu Yi had awakened the Divine Skill Blessing, it wouldn't have produced such exaggerated effects. However, to confirm further, Luo Qiuyan picked up another book. The book was titled Compendium of Dark-type Professional Skills. It documented all currently known dark professions and skills, detailing their origins, development, and various manifestations. Luo Qiuyan intended to search for any entries matching Chu Yi's situation. Unfortunately, after flipping through it for nearly an hour, Luo Qiuyan still couldn't find the skill Dark Flame. Luo, reading in the study again? Just then, a gentle voice suddenly sounded.
Luo Qiuyan turned to see it was Zhou Tao.
She immediately put down her book and greeted, "Hello, teacher."
Zhou Tao smiled warmly. "No need for formalities. I actually have something to discuss with you." Chapter 17, Unrest in the Abyss Sect. What level are you now? Instead of getting straight to the point, Zhou Tao inquired about Luo Qiuyan's level. Level 8. Just a bit more experience to reach level 9. If I focus solely on leveling up today, I could hit level 10. Hearing this, Zhou Tao nodded with satisfaction. So it seems you'll be ready for the advancement trial soon. That won't be difficult for me, teacher. The advancement trial was a rite of passage for every adventurer. Every 10 levels required one trial. Only by passing it could one continue leveling up. The trials take place within special temples. One must leave the city and use the temple's teleportation array to reach the trial site. The trials vary by individual, with the content and difficulty influenced by the practitioner's profession and the rarity of their class. Legendary tier professions face the highest difficulty. But for Luo Qiuyan, it posed no real challenge. Only then did Zhou Tao reveal his purpose. Observations indicate the Abyss cult has been unusually active lately. Some members have even been spotted near Linshan City. Therefore, I'm warning you, if you leave the city, you must be extremely cautious. The nearest temple teleportation array was over 30 kilometers from Linshan City. For novice adventurers, the round trip alone would consume nearly an entire day. During this process, accidents are particularly likely to occur if danger is encountered. Moreover, the Abyss cult might be lurking nearby. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, Luo Qiuyan's expression immediately grew more serious. The Abyss cult has always posed a threat to humanity. These individuals embraced the Abyss, gaining immense power. But the price is the loss of humanity. They built cathedrals to worship the Great Ones dwelling in the Abyss, attempting to awaken the slumbering evil deities through sacrifices, fantasizing about transforming the entire human world into the Abyss. They are humanity's absolute public enemy. Each year, numerous adventurers fall victim to the Abyss cult. Some are ambushed and slain, others captured for sacrifice. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, numerous incidents of abyssal cult atrocities occur each year. Fortunately, the Great Xia Empire maintains exceptionally stringent defenses. Consequently, the Abyss cult members here are generally weak, mere insignificant flies. After hearing Zhou Tao's advice, Luo Qiuyan nodded and said, "I understand, teacher." Though aware of the Abyss cult's activities, Luo Qiuyan still had to leave the city. After all, unless she went to the temple to complete the trial, she couldn't continue leveling up. Zhou Tao had come primarily to remind Luo Qiuyan of this matter. However, since he was already here, leaving immediately would seem too cold. He decided to ask, "I heard you brought a boy back to the Luo residence. What's the story there?" Zhou Tao had indeed heard rumors about Chu Yi. But he held no interest in a low-level mage, so he couldn't understand why Luo Qiuyan would do such a thing. Luo Qiuyan replied, "Teacher, remember what we discussed earlier about the corrupted swamp? You mentioned whether a low-level mage could solo and clear the corrupted swamp. Could this be related to the person you brought back? Exactly.
Not only did he accomplish it, but he also soloed the toxic swamp cavern. Hearing this, Zhou Tao's expression shifted, a hint of astonishment visible.
Are you certain? Could he have used external aids, like gear without level restrictions? Luo Qiuyan shook her head. I'm certain.
He soloed it entirely on his own strength. I suspect he possesses S-tier or higher talent, but for some reason, he chose to conceal it. I plan to collaborate with him for the national exams. With his help, my chances of securing the top national scholar title will be significantly higher. Perhaps he has special reasons. Didn't that SSS tier talent, the war god, also choose to conceal his abilities at first? Luo Qiuyan replied, perhaps. Her tone was dismissive because her mind was still preoccupied with Chu Yi. He felt Chu Yi's situation might not be as straightforward as it seemed. But asking Zhou Tao about it probably wouldn't yield any answers either. Zhou Tao said, you may collaborate with him if you wish. I won't interfere in your affairs. Though surprised by Chu Yi's situation, Zhou Tao was ultimately just a tutor hired by the Luo household. Even though Luo Qiuyan treated him with courtesy, he knew his place and would never pry into matters unnecessarily. Soon, Zhou Tao departed, leaving Luo Qiuyan alone to continue her research. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Frost Valley dungeon. You have obtained Frostbite Longbow Blue, Frostbite Leather Armor Blue, Icy Crystal Core. About an hour later, Chu Yi emerged from Frostbite Valley. This instance was also quite challenging, but it paled in comparison to the Abyssal Rift. However, due to its large size and numerous branching paths, it had taken Chu Yi considerable time to complete. Based on my current experience bar, grinding this dungeon 3 or 4 more times should get me to level 10. Less than 3 days had passed since he awakened his class. To reach level 10 in such a short time, anyone hearing about this pace would likely find it utterly unbelievable. After all, even the legendary class holder Luo Qiuyan was only at level 8. After reaching level 10, I'll have to leave the city for the advancement trials. Leveling up won't be so easy then. Each time you complete an advancement trial, you gain tremendous personal growth. But the cost comes with a steep increase in the experience required to level up. The experience needed to go from level 10 to 11 exceeds the total required to reach level 10 from level 1. Similarly, the experience needed to reach level 21 from level 20 exceeds the combined experience required to reach level 20 from level 11. Because the higher one climbs, the more time it takes to level up. For ordinary adventurers, even dedicating their entire lives to leveling up, most can only reach levels 30 or 40 at best. Some with exceptional luck or opportunity might climb to the 40s or even 50s, but that is the limit. Levels above 50 require at least an elite tier profession to achieve. The upper limit for elite tier professions is generally considered to be level 70. Beyond that, only epic tier professions exist. Even epic tier professions rarely surpass level 80. A small minority break through, but most cap below level 85. Only legendary tier professions can reach levels beyond 90. Through the disparity in class quality, practitioners have constructed a rigidly tiered pyramid where lower tier practitioners can never hope to challenge their higher tier counterparts. This is a class system solidified by nature. Back to grinding. After a brief rest, Chu Yi re-entered Frostvale. Unlike the Abyssal Rift instance, this dungeon had no cooldown, allowing Chu Yi to repeatedly enter and grind levels. The only drawback was that since it had already dropped blue gear, the instance wouldn't yield any equipment for the next month. But gear wasn't Chu Yi's goal. He needed to level up and farm dark matter as quickly as possible, growing as strong as he could before the national exam arrived. Ideally, he would complete a divine essence evolution. Chapter 18, Luo Qiuyan's reminder: gentleness beneath the ice. In the Luo residence's training room, Chu Yi relentlessly leveled up, thoroughly engrossed in the grind. Time ticked by. When he cleared the stage again, his experience bar showed nearly 90%. At this rate, one more dungeon run will get me to level 10. It must be said, the dungeons here were far superior to the beginner ones. Even though the experience gain was only 60%, Chu Yi's experience points were rising steadily. Chu Yi immediately exited the dungeon. The moment he emerged, he spotted Luo Qiuyan. She had returned to the training room and was watching him. Luo Qiuyan asked, how much experience do you still need to reach level 10? Just 10% more. One more dungeon run and I'll hit level 10. I came to warn you, the Abyss cult has been active lately. If you reach level 10, be careful on your way to the temple for the advancement trial. At the mention of the Abyss cult, Chu Yi's expression instantly grew colder. Every human being despised the Abyss cult. Countless people had been killed and sacrificed by them. They'd perpetrated countless atrocities. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. After saying that, Luo Qiuyan departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Yi suddenly smiled. Though she's rather cold-hearted, deep down she still cares about people. He was also grateful she'd waited outside for him to emerge and specifically shared this information. After Luo Qiuyan departed, Chu Yi re-entered Frostbite Valley. Nearly an hour later, when he emerged once more, Chu Yi's level had risen to 10.
After level 10, I won't gain experience from grinding monsters anymore. I must complete the advancement trial. Shuyi felt a bit dazed inside. He never imagined leveling up could be this fast. Without the Luo Manor's resources, if he had to repeatedly grind through the newbie dungeon on his own, reaching level 10 would have taken at least a week. Shuyi immediately stepped out of the training room, intending to bid farewell to Luo Qiuyan. The moment he stepped out, he saw her. "You're level 10 already?" Luo Qiuyan asked the moment she saw Shuyi. Shuyi nodded. "That's right. I plan to leave the city tomorrow to complete the advancement trial." Luo Qiuyan emphasized again, "Be careful out there. Don't forget the threat of the Abyss cult." Shuyi smiled. "I will." After bidding farewell to Luo Qiuyan, he departed from the Luo residence. Instead of rushing back to the inn, Shuyi first headed to the trading house, intending to sell off all the spoils he had acquired that day. His haul wasn't particularly large, but every item was exceptionally valuable. The purple-grade lava-heavy armor, the A-grade skill scroll, and 2 blue-grade items caused quite a stir when brought to the exchange. The purchase price for the lava-heavy armor was 180,000 gold coins, while the grade A skill scroll fetched a staggering 250,000 gold coins, an outrageously high price. The 2 blue-grade items seemed like mere extras, with the exchange offering a combined purchase price of 40,000 gold coins for both. Adding in some other materials, the total came to 20,000 gold coins. Combined, the total amounted to 530,000 gold coins. When that much gold hit his account, Shuyi could scarcely believe it himself. 3 days ago, Dongping was practically dying over 8,000 gold coins. Now, I've got over 500,000 gold coins on me. This sudden wealth felt genuinely exhilarating. Of course, gold alone wasn't what delighted Shuyi most. Let's see how much dark matter I've farmed today. Shuyi immediately opened his personal interface. Name, Shuyi. Class, low-level mage. Level, 10. Health, 1000 plus 300. Mana, 500 plus 150. For attributes, Strength 40, Spirit 50 plus 50, Constitution 40 plus 50, Agility 40. Initial skills, Dark Flame, low-level flame barrier. Talent, Dark Origin God tier. Divine form, Fragmented Dark Soul. Dark matter quantity, 3,264 droplets. Over 3,000 drops of dark matter, still 2/3 short of 10,000. Shuyi was thrilled. Gathering over 3,000 drops a day at this rate, wouldn't he be able to undergo his first divine essence evolution in just 3 or 4 days? And this pace was achieved while continuously consuming dark matter to unleash his dark flames. Leaving the city tomorrow will take 2 or 3 days round trip. After returning, I'll head to the Luo Manor to grind levels. Within a week at most, I will definitely complete my divine core evolution. Shuyi was filled with hope for the future. Once he achieved his divine evolution, he was certain no one in the national examinations could stand against him. He didn't need the title of national top scholar. Luo Qiuyan could have it if she wanted. For Shuyi, gaining admission to the Divine Summer Academy was sufficient. With his potential, whether or not he claimed the top national scholar title, his future was destined to shine brightly. After finishing dinner and washing up, Shuyi soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Shuyi first visited the trading house to make preparations. He needed to prepare ample supplies for the 2 to 3 day round trip to the temple for his advancement trial. Thus, he strapped on a large backpack, carrying enough food and water to last 3 days, along with ample mana-restoring potions and healing herbs for emergencies. Students leaving the city required official documentation from the academy. Thus, Shuyi went to the academy once more. The school was astonished to learn Shuyi had reached level 10. Only after his homeroom teacher repeatedly confirmed the information did they issue the required documentation. With the documents in hand, Shuyi quickly made his way to the city gates. Guards from the city lord's residence stood watch inside the gates, demanding specific documentation from every person seeking to leave. As soon as Shuyi approached, he was stopped by the guards. "I need to leave the city," Shuyi stated to the guard. The gate guard scrutinized Shuyi, furrowing his brow slightly. "Young man, you look so young. You wouldn't happen to be a rookie adventurer who just awakened this year, would you? Your priority right now should be grinding levels. It's far too dangerous outside the city." Shuyi produced his school certification. "I'm already level 10. I need to go to the temple for an advancement trial. This is my school's official document." The guard's eyes widened in astonishment at Shuyi's words. After carefully inspecting the documents and finding no issues, his astonishment deepened. "You've reached level 10 this quickly?" The guard could scarcely believe it. "That leveling speed is insane. Can I leave now?" "You may proceed," the guard immediately allowed passage. "But I must warn you, the area outside the city is extremely dangerous. Not only are there powerful wild beasts roaming freely, but members of the Abyss cult may appear at any moment. Once you complete your advancement trial, return as soon as possible. Do not linger in the wilderness." Among those who've left the city recently, 5 have already been killed by Abyss cult attacks. Chapter 19, Leaving the City. Encountering the Abyss cult. With the emergence of the professional, the entire world expanded countless times over.
This resulted in immense distances between cities, making travel between them nearly impossible for ordinary adventurers. Typically, various teleportation arrays were used to connect locations. In the wilderness without teleportation arrays, dangers were unpredictable. In areas closer to cities, like the vicinity of Linshan City, city guards patrolled regularly, clearing out members of the Abyss cult or dangerous wild monsters. In areas far from cities, however, encountering danger meant being utterly helpless, with no one to turn to for aid. Beyond the city walls, a road stretches toward the horizon. This is a path specially carved out by Linshan City, leading directly to the temple's teleportation array. As long as one follows the road, getting lost is impossible. The scenery outside the city walls appeared much like the wilderness, and travelers could even enjoy the views while making their way along the route. But anyone who truly adopted that mindset likely wouldn't survive long outside the city. Xu Yi hurried along. Since becoming a professional, his physical abilities had improved somewhat, though the gains were modest. 30 kilometers would take an ordinary person a full day to cover at full speed. Even with his superior speed, Xu Yi couldn't cover it much faster. After over an hour of walking, Xu Yi had covered roughly 7 or 8 kilometers. This marked the patrol limit of the Linshan City Enforcement Squad. From this point onward, Xu Yi began to hear the wails of wild beasts. In the distance, he could even make out the silhouettes of monsters lurking in the shadows. Roar! Suddenly, a roar caught Xu Yi's attention. Turning his head, he saw several monsters with crimson fur and vicious eyes. They stood upright on 2 legs, resembling humans yet radiating savagery. Scarlet orcs. Xu Yi recognized these creatures instantly. They were among the most common low-level monsters, typically only around levels 12 or 13. However, they possessed great strength, ran at impressive speeds, and were formidable combatants. An ordinary adventurer could handle one alone. But encountering several at once could be dangerous. And the crimson beasts Xu Yi saw numbered a full 7. They had spotted Xu Yi as well, and now they let out threatening roars. Roar! One of the crimson beasts let out a furious roar and charged forward immediately. Seeing this, the others charged toward Xu Yi as well. Their speed was several times that of ordinary humans, allowing them to close in on Xu Yi in an instant. Xu Yi's gaze sharpened as he immediately struck. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Boom! A burst of dark flames erupted, engulfing the crimson orcs. The orcs let out agonized screams before collapsing into lifeless corpses. Killed level 12 crimson orcs. Gained 140 EXP. You have not yet undergone the advancement trial and cannot absorb experience points. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 8 drops of dark matter. After the crimson beast's demise, a notification chime echoed in Xu Yi's mind. Is the experience gain really this low? Dark matter granted 8 points. Better than nothing, I suppose. The crimson beast was a level 12 wild monster, yet it only granted 140 experience points. That was even less than a level 7 abyssal monster. Seems the Abyss Rift instance gives more. This must be the normal rate, right? Xu Yi shook his head helplessly. Having witnessed the bountiful rewards from the Abyss Rift instance, Xu Yi now looked down on this meager experience. Besides, even if it granted ample experience now, Xu Yi couldn't absorb it. After several scarlet orcs perished, 4 corpses transformed into undead, gathering around Xu Yi. Xu Yi commanded them to follow him onward. If they encountered wild monsters along the way, he would have the crimson orc undead handle them, ensuring his journey remained uninterrupted. Before long, all 4 scarlet orc undead were exhausted. After all, crimson orcs weren't top-tier monsters, and their attributes had weakened after transformation. Xu Yi didn't hold much hope for them. When encountering groups of monsters along the way, Xu Yi simply unleashed a blast of dark flame to wipe them all out. The undead creatures he summoned by slaying monsters formed a small escort, directly guarding him on his journey. About halfway through his journey, Xu Yi encountered a level 13 Blood Wolf King, an elite monster. Its massive frame stretched a full 4 meters in length, utterly absurd. What delighted Xu Yi most was that after slaying it, Dark Flame successfully converted the Blood Wolf King into a undead minion. Given the Blood Wolf King's swift running speed, Xu Yi mounted it and rode onward. This proved far more practical than any other mode of transportation. The Wolf King raced forward, leaving the surrounding scenery as blurred afterimages streaking behind. Along the way, other wild beasts, sensing the Blood Wolf King's scent, dared not attack. At this pace, I should reach the teleportation array in under an hour. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Riding the Wolf King, Xu Yi drew many surprised glances along the way. Yet in the wilderness, others dared not approach strangers, so no one questioned him. By now, he could faintly make out the teleportation array ahead. Seeing this, Xu Yi smiled. He dismounted from the Wolf King's back, preparing to walk over. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the Wolf King beside him let out a low growl, filled with menace. This startled Xu Yi. What's wrong? The Wolf King lowered his head and slowly approached Xu Yi. Before Xu Yi could process his confusion, the Wolf King suddenly attacked. Roar! Damn it! Startled, Xu Yi scrambled out of the way. The Wolf King swiftly retreated at that moment, adopting a lunging posture as if about to pounce on Chu Yi. This was the first time Chu Yi had encountered such an abnormal situation. This was an undead entity transformed by the dark flame. What on earth was happening? As the Wolf King closed in, Chu Yi instantly commanded it self-destruct. Boom! The Wolf King instantly self-detonated, reducing itself to ashes. Chu Yi stood stunned, still unable to comprehend the situation, when a series of eerie cries pierced the air. Had ha ha! Had ha ha! Such fresh human flesh. This bone-chilling voice instantly sent Chu Yi's alertness soaring to its peak. Who's there? A gray mist suddenly swirled around them, and the voice emerged from within it. Human? We are not such inferior beings. Immediately, several voices rang out simultaneously. Long and soaring, passionate and reverent. As if chanting a hymn. I praise the rotting sun, I praise the crown woven by maggots, I praise the black starry river swimming through veins, O sea of decay, your waves are a cradle, grinding civilization's tombstones to dust. A figure shrouded entirely in black cloak, its face rotted away like a corpse, emerged from the gray mist. Then a second, a third. Until the fifth. The gray mist finally dissipated, but they were even more terrifying. At the sight of their attire and aura, Chu Yi's expression grew grim. The Abyss Cult? Chapter 20, Overpowering Execution. So what if it's the Abyss Cult? Congratulations, you guessed right. But there's no reward. The Abyss Cultist's voice carried a mocking tone, like a cat toying with a mouse. Our employer mentioned you've awakened an SSS tier class fine material. Come embrace the Abyss with us. Sacrifice your flesh and bones to Mother, and you shall gain eternal power. The voice was deeply seductive, carrying a faint mental assault. An ordinary person, under its spell, would likely lose their senses and obediently follow the Abyss Cultists away. But Chu Yi was not one to be swayed by such a voice. He keenly sensed a crucial piece of information. Employer. So someone hired you to kill me? Who? He. The Abyss Cultist emitted a strange cackle. Why bother knowing so much? After today, you'll become Mother's most delicious meal. Several Abyss Cultists spread their arms wide, then moved swiftly, gliding around the ground as if floating. Soon, they had completely blocked Chu Yi's retreat. Yet Chu Yi's expression remained calm. Knowing I've awakened an SSS tier talent, you still dare come for me? Aren't you afraid of being killed instead? Though Chu Yi knew these men misunderstood, he saw no need to clarify. Compared to a divine essence, an SSS tier talent was a far more plausible explanation. Take Luo Qiuyan, for instance. She likely believed Chu Yi had awakened some formidable innate talent as well. Had ha ha. The Abyss Cultists erupted in another wave of eerie laughter. Even if you've awakened an SSS tier talent, you're still only level 10. Meanwhile, several of us have already surpassed level 20. With such a massive level gap, how could you possibly stand against us? Level 20. Hearing this response, Chu Yi's expression darkened further. Looks like they won't be easy to deal with. Why waste words? Get on with it and fulfill the contract. The employer promised 50 human sacrifices. If we deliver, our standing within the church will surely rise. These words instantly ignited fury in Chu Yi's eyes. To kill him, they'd actually agreed to provide 50 human sacrifices to the Abyss Cult. Who could it be? Who harbors such intense hatred toward him? Was it Dong Ping? Or Wangjin? But Chu Yi shook his head immediately. He knew exactly what kind of people these two were. They could never afford such a price. Could it be the Chen family? But did the Chen family have such deep-seated conflict with him? At most, it was a conflict with Chen Xiaofeng. But would that justify the Chen family colluding with the Abyss Cult just to kill him? Chu Yi was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, the Abyss Cult had already made their move. Though they belonged to the Abyss Cult, they were fundamentally human and thus, all considered practitioners. They swiftly drew their weapons. Among them, one was an archer wielding a bow and arrows, while two were mages brandishing wands. There was also a shield-bearing guardian and a priest responsible for healing. Two mages and an archer immediately prepared their spells, unleashing them at Chu Yi from 3 directions. Swish! The archer's skill unleashed first a bolt of black flame darted toward Chu Yi at blinding speed. Simultaneously, the two mages began chanting. In the next instant, their spells would follow. Chu Yi also acted instantly. Skill activated, Dark Flame. With a swing of the corrupted staff, a surge of dark flame erupted. Boom! The dark flame erupted, instantly obliterating the incoming black rocket arrows. Simultaneously, the explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing the two figures ahead to stumble backward. Witnessing this, both cultists' expressions darkened. He does have some skill. No wonder he's a human who awakened an SSS tier talent. But it's still not enough. At that moment, the other two mages had finished their incantations. A powerful fireball coalesced within their wands. The orb was as large as a human head, radiating intense energy. Even from a distance, Chu Yi could sense the danger it held. Ash incineration! The two cultists roared, and the fireball immediately hurtled toward Chu Yi. Seeing this, Chu Yi cast another spell.
Two streams of dark flame simultaneously surged toward the two fireballs. Boom! Boom!
Two more powerful explosions erupted as the fireballs were instantly shattered by Chuya's dark flames.
Moreover, the shockwave from the dual explosions nearly knocked the remaining cultists off their feet.
At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the cultists grew even more grim. Chuya's strength clearly caught them off guard.
However, Chuya's expression was equally grim.
After unleashing 3 dark flames, his mana reserves had been depleted by more than half. Seizing the moment, Chuyi immediately downed a bottle of mana restoring potion.
This action was immediately noticed by one of the cultists. He's drinking a mana restoring potion.
His skills must be draining his mana heavily. Force him to unleash more spells and drain his mana completely.
Hearing this, several cultists sprang into action once more.
2 mages began chanting, channeling even more powerful spells. The archer swiftly drew his bow and aimed it at Chuyi. The guardian charged forward like a boulder, aiming to knock Chuyi off his feet.
The priest stood ready to heal at a moment's notice. Trapped on all sides, he found himself in a desperate predicament.
Seeing this, Chuyi gritted his teeth fiercely and charged straight at the 2 mages. At that moment, the archer's arrows were already flying toward Chuyi. Chuyi made no attempt to dodge, merely shifting his body to the side.
Dark flames! Chuyi roared, unleashing the dark flame upon the 2 mages. He had to act fast.
The moment they chanted was when the mages were most vulnerable. Dark flames would strike true now. For this reason, he didn't even consider dodging the arrows.
Because dodging the arrows would mean wasting more precious time, giving the 2 mages ample opportunity to complete their incantations.
Swish, swish.
2 bolts of dark flame shot forth, hurtling toward the mages.
The mages' eyes widened in sheer terror.
Clearly, they hadn't anticipated Chuyi pulling this move. Was he courting death? Boom! 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 3 explosions echoed simultaneously.
2 were from the explosions of Chuyi's dark flames hitting their targets, and 1 was from the black rocket arrow striking Chuyi. The explosions from the dark flames were clearly more intense, but the black rocket's power was no less formidable. Soon, the 3 blazes gradually faded. The 2 cultists who had taken the full brunt of the dark flame were instantly killed by Chuyi. They lay on the ground, their cloaks torn and tattered, their bodies covered in scorched marks. They were already lifeless. This scene filled the remaining 3 cultists with utter horror.
You killed them? A single skill and it could even kill them? Cough cough.
Chuyi coughed violently, having sustained significant injuries himself. Fortunately, his corrupted robe had absorbed most of the damage, preventing any fatal wounds for now. Even so, the corrupted robe was completely shattered and unusable.
Even the corrupted staff in his hand bore numerous cracks. The Abyss cult's attacks were truly formidable.
Despite the physical pain, Chuyi managed to smile.
2 down, 3 left, 1 at a time. Chapter 21, Who is he? Is he among this year's legendary practitioners?
These arrogant words completely enraged the remaining 3 cultists.
You think a few petty tricks will defeat us? Human, don't get too cocky. The archer released another arrow in the next instant.
Yet his mind was clouded, leaving his movements riddled with flaws.
The moment the arrow left his bow, Chuyi keenly tracked its trajectory. With a swift dodge, he effortlessly evaded the strike.
Seeing this, the guardian roared with fury and charged forward like a rolling boulder.
Dark flame!
Seizing the moment, Chuyi unleashed the dark flame once more. The pitch-black flames slithered toward the archer like venomous serpents. Panic flashed across the archer's face. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Chuyi's attack to be so swift. However, the guardian quickly recovered, dashing forward and raising his heavy shield to block the dark flame.
Boom!
The fireball exploded, its immense force knocking the guardian flat to the ground, the shield trembling slightly from the impact. Seeing this, the archer drew another arrow, aiming squarely at Chuyi. At that very moment, Chuyi suddenly unleashed the dark flame in an unexpected direction. Swish! The dark flame surged toward the priest instead.
The priest, possessing almost no combat ability, was struck by the dark flame in a moment of sheer terror. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the priest's body and reducing him to ashes in an instant.
You? The remaining 2 were utterly horrified, their eyes filled with disbelief.
In the blink of an eye, Chuyi had found another opening to eliminate one of them.
Chuyi sneered, a mocking curve lifting the corners of his mouth.
Only 2 left now.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chuyi struck again.
Dark flames.
This time, the cultists of the Abyss cult finally felt fear.
Does your skill have no cooldown? How can you unleash it so many times in a row?
The archer's voice trembled, clearly panicked.
He hadn't even noticed the dark flame hurtling toward him.
After that cry, the dark flame struck the archer.
Boom!
Flames erupted, and the archer collapsed to the ground, his body consumed by fire, charred beyond recognition. Chuyi hurriedly pulled a mana-restoring potion from his robe, tilting his head back to drink it, replenishing his depleted magical energy. Only then did the guardian struggle to his feet from the ground.
In the blink of an eye, he saw that his 2 remaining companions had become corpses. You killed them all? Mother will never forgive you. Shuyi replied coldly, "You'd better worry about yourself first. Soon you'll be just like them." Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, Shuyi unleashed 3 consecutive bursts of dark flame. Boom, boom, boom. The flames erupted upon the guardian. Even with his formidable defenses, he could never withstand 3 consecutive dark flames. As the explosions faded, the guardian too became a lifeless corpse, collapsing to the ground. All 5 abyss cultists had been slain by Shuyi. Phew. After finishing them off, Shuyi finally exhaled, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. Thankfully, I had the upper hand. Otherwise, those 5 abyss cultists would have killed him. Shuyi walked over to the corpses, crouched down, and lifted their hoods, revealing their hideous, rotting faces. Had it not been for the influence of the abyss's power, they would have perished long ago. Disgusting. Shuyi frowned, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. These people were so repulsive that even a second glance made one feel physically ill. Burn your corpses. At least spare others the horror. Shuyi gathered the flames of darkness. Black flames licked at the corpses, sizzling like hot oil in a frying pan. Then, a wisp of black mist drifted out from the flames. The mist reeked of a foul, nauseating stench that made one want to vomit. Shuyi watched coldly until their bodies were reduced to ashes. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Shuya's mind. Dark energy detected. Absorb? Shuyi froze for a moment before immediately responding, absorb. Darkness source activated. You have absorbed the dark energy, successfully converting it into 500 drops of dark substance. 500 drops of dark matter? Hearing this yield, Shuyi was utterly astonished. He had merely used the flames of darkness to incinerate the corpse of an abyss cultist, yet he had obtained such a vast quantity of dark matter. Could it be that every member of the abyss cult harbors such vast quantities of dark energy within them? The thought sent a surge of excitement through Shuyi. If that were true, he and the abyss cult were truly sworn enemies. By eliminating them all, Shuyi dared not imagine how much dark matter he could amass. What a pity only 5 were killed today. Shuyi felt a pang of disappointment. However, his purpose for leaving the city wasn't to kill. Rest for a bit, then hurry to the temple. He had sustained some injuries while killing those few men. But it was nothing serious. Shuyi had healing potions of his own. He took out the healing potion, drank it, and immediately felt much better. After a brief rest, Shuyi continued on his way. Soon, Shuyi arrived at the temple's teleportation array. The array resembled both a plaza and an altar. 4 pillars stood around its perimeter, each carved with intricate patterns unfamiliar to Shuyi. Yet merely looking at them, one could sense the aura of majesty emanating from them. Shuyi immediately stepped onto the teleportation array. Scanning. Scanning complete. You meet the advancement requirements. Proceed to the temple? Teleport. As soon as Shuyi spoke, a beam of light instantly enveloped him. The next second, Shuya's body vanished. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the temple. It was an immense and resplendent temple. Inside the temple, statues stood in rows, each one representing a deity. Their eyes seemed to gaze through the statues at all the practitioners. Those entering this place for the first time would likely be overwhelmed by its majesty and splendor. Even Shuyi found himself momentarily transfixed. Within the temple, Shuyi encountered many others. They were all here for the advancement trials, just like him. Ha! More people are coming. Are there really that many geniuses this year? Guess who else might be here? According to the intel I gathered, over a dozen legendary practitioners haven't shown up yet. Xia Yuhen from the imperial capital, Xinjin from Central Plains, and Luo Chodian from Tianfang province, though I've no idea why she'd be in that place. The crowd speculated wildly. But when Shuyi appeared before them, puzzled expressions spread across their faces. Who is he? Is there anyone who looks like him among this year's legendary practitioners? Chapter 22, Completion of the Advancement Trial, SSS Rank Evaluation. You have entered the temple. Please register your profession and level information. This data will be publicly displayed within the temple. As soon as he entered, Shuyi heard this voice. Then, a light screen appeared before his eyes, prompting him to input his details. This was the temple's regulation. Every individual entering the temple must register. Moreover, those within the temple could view the registered profession and level information of each individual. At that moment, many eyes turned toward Shuyi. What profession could he be? He must be a legendary tier. The job change ceremony was only a few days ago. To reach level 10 within that time frame, it can only be a legendary tier profession, nothing else is possible. But my intel doesn't mention him. Could he be a hidden legendary? Everyone waited for Shuyi to register. Every single person undergoing trials here was a legendary class. Many already knew each other, as they were all destined for the Xinsha Academy. Shuyi, oblivious to the stares, promptly registered his information. Name, Shuyi. Class, low-level mage. Level, 10. Soon, the voice from the temple sounded again. Information verified. Access to the trial granted. The light screen vanished. The others froze upon seeing Chuye's information. What's going on? How could it be a low-level mage? Could it be a mistake? How could a low-level mage have reached level 10 in just a few days? Impossible. The temple's records are absolutely reliable. He must have stumbled upon some incredible luck. We thought he was legendary tier, but, sigh. People shook their heads in disappointment. A low-level mage? Not worth making any connections with. Naturally, they lost interest. Chuyi walked toward the temple's center, about to begin the trial. Just then, someone cautioned, "Brother, you're a low-level mage. This trial will be tough for you. I'd advise you to go prepare more before attempting it." Hearing this, Chuyi smiled. "Thanks for the advice, but I'll pass." Seeing Chuyi's response, the man shook his head silently and said no more. Chuyi soon reached the temple's center. There stood an altar, a true altar. Stepping onto it would initiate the advancement trial. As Chuyi stepped forward, a beam of light descended upon him. Then, the following message appeared before his eyes. Advancement Trial Beginner Level. Trial Progress, First Trial. Trial Content, Corrupted Wolfpack Level 10. Trial Difficulty, Normal, Hard, Hell. Select your difficulty. Advanced trials also allow difficulty selection. Higher difficulty yields richer rewards upon completion. However, higher difficulty also means greater danger. Failure to complete the temple's advanced trials carries the risk of death. Generally, most people only choose normal difficulty. Higher difficulties are rarely attempted unless one is supremely confident in their abilities. But for Chuyi, none of this posed a problem. I choose Hell difficulty. Selection successful. In Hell difficulty, the number of corrupted wolves increases to 150, and all attributes are boosted by 100%. A teleportation beam flared, and Chuyi instantly entered the advanced trial grounds. Outside, some onlookers turned toward the altar in frozen shock. He actually chose Hell difficulty. Isn't that suicide? Hell difficulty was a choice even legendary practitioners dared not take lightly. Among those present, only one person had selected Hell difficulty, and he was the strongest among them all. The rest had opted for the hard difficulty. And Chuyi, a low-tier mage, how could he possibly dare? Many shook their heads, convinced Chuyi was doomed. Inside the advancement trial grounds. This was an immense plaza. As soon as Chuyi entered, streaks of light descended. These streaks of light transformed into one after another of the corrupted wild wolves. They resembled the corrupted wolves Chuyi had encountered in the novice trial grounds, but were far more powerful. Moreover, the number of corrupted wolves was staggering, a full 150. Hi-ya! Many wolves let out low growls directed at Chuyi, their eyes flashing with savage light. In the next instant, all the corrupted wolves charged toward Chuyi. Chuyi's expression remained calm as he gripped the corrupted staff tightly. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Swish, swish, swish. As the staff whirled in his hands, streams of dark flames erupted from Chuyi's grasp. The dark flames streaked like black meteors, plunging straight into the pack of corrupted wolves. Immediately followed by a massive explosion. Boom! 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 The dark flames detonated, scattering into dazzling black sparks. The blast's radius was vast. Chuyi heard only the howls of the wolves. In the next instant, over 20 wolves lay dead. You have slain a level 10 corrupted wild wolf, gaining 180 EXP. EXP stored. Will be automatically absorbed upon completing the advancement trial. Darkness Origin activated. You obtained 15 drops of dark matter. A series of notifications flashed through Chuyi's mind. Hearing this, Chuyi felt a surge of delight. Experience points can actually be stored? This way, none will go to waste. A gleam of excitement flashed in Chuyi's eyes. He immediately downed several bottles of mana potions to replenish his magic power, then unleashed the dark flame once more. A massive wave of dark flames engulfed the area, slaughtering another pack of corrupted wild wolves. Not only that, but the corrupted wolves he had previously slain were now transforming into undead, turning against their former masters to fight for Chuyi. This trial posed a colossal challenge to anyone, even legendary adventurers. Yet before Chuyi, the pack of corrupted wolves offered no resistance whatsoever. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Truly worthy of a god-tier skill. The dark flames are already this powerful, just how far could they evolve if further refined? Chuyi's anticipation grew. He could scarcely imagine the possibilities. The battle raged on. The corrupted wolves vanished at an ever-increasing pace. Chuyi continuously replenished his mana, relentlessly unleashing dark flames. Wave after wave of dark flames claimed the lives of the corrupted wolves. Were it not for Lidu's necromantic conversion having a 50 wolf limit, most of the corrupted wolves on the field would likely have been transformed by Chuyi. After about 15 minutes, the last corrupted wolf was blown to pieces by its own undead explosion, finally closing its eyes in resignation. Now, only the converted undead remained beside Lidu. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the advancement trial. Your trial time, 15 minutes 17 seconds. Trial rating, SSS class. You have successfully learned the advanced skill, low-grade mana chain. You have successfully unlocked the level restriction level 11 to level 20. You have obtained the trial reward, Moonlight Treasure Ring. A series of voices echoed within Chuyi's mind, and the experience that had been sealed away now surged into his body. However, due to the extremely high experience required to advance from level 10 to level 11, Chuyi did not level up. Still, he managed to unlock one skill. Unfortunately, being a low-tier mage, the skill he unlocked was also low-tier. To Chuyi, unlocking it made no difference whatsoever. What truly excited Chuyi was the reward from the temple trial. Chapter 23, Obtaining Treasures, the Moonlight Treasure Ring. Quick, let's see what effects this Moonlight Treasure Ring has. Chuyi immediately focused his attention, his gaze drawn to the ring as if pulled by some mysterious force. Moonlight Treasure Ring. Type, Temple Reward Item. Equip level, 10. Item effects, 1. Moonlight Spring Surge 2. Lunar Realm. 1. Moonlight Spring. The Moonlight Treasure Ring can store up to 100,000 mana points. While wearing this ring, if your mana depletes, the ring will instantly replenish it. The ring's mana can be restored by bathing in moonlight. 2. Lunar Void. The Moonlight Treasure Ring contains a special void capable of storing items living creatures cannot be stored. The void has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Seeing these effects, Chuyi was thrilled. What a treasure! The two effects of the Moonlight Treasure Ring were precisely what he needed most urgently. With the Moonlight Spring effect, Chuyi no longer had to worry about mana depletion or lugging around a heavy pack of mana potions during monster hunts. As long as he maintained sufficient dark matter reserves, he could unleash dark flames without restraint. This represented a tremendous boost for Chuyi. The Moon Space effect, moreover, provided him with an incredibly convenient storage space. Items with storage space start at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins at the auction house, and they usually offer less than 1 cubic meter of space. But this Moonlight Treasure Ring boasts a whopping 1,000 cubic meters. If put up for auction, it could fetch millions of gold coins. Chuyi calculated silently in his mind. He slipped the Moonlight Treasure Ring onto his ring finger. The moment it touched his skin, a warm sensation washed over him. The next instant, a cool stream of energy surged through his body, like a clear spring flowing through his meridians. His mana, nearly depleted from slaying monsters, instantly replenished to full. With a thought, the space within the Moonlight Treasure Ring appeared before his eyes. He removed his backpack and, with a thought, placed it into the storage space. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without the slightest hint of resistance. This is much more convenient. Chuyi grinned, revealing a satisfied smile. He promptly departed the trial grounds. The next moment, a resounding voice of trial evaluation echoed through the temple, its tone as deep and resonant as a great bell, reverberating in every corner. Congratulations to trialist Chuyi for completing the Hell Level Advancement Trial in 15 minutes and 17 seconds, earning an SSS grade evaluation. The moment the announcement echoed, everyone in the temple froze, the air seemingly solidifying. A perfect evaluation? What the hell? Holy, it couldn't have been that lowly mage, could it? How is that possible? Even that guy Nya Huang only got an SS grade evaluation. How did he pull that off as a low-level mage? He didn't cheat, did he? Nya Huang was the only one present who had completed the Hell difficulty trial. His combat prowess was also the strongest among them. In one-on-one combat, he could even hold off several opponents single-handedly. Everyone found it unbelievable, unable to fathom such an assessment. When Chuyi emerged from the trial arena, all eyes instantly turned to him. Chuyi noticed the stares, but he paid them no mind, his expression remaining calm and composed. The advancement trial was complete. He needed to hurry back to Linshan City and continue leveling up. The minimum requirement to apply for Shinsha Academy was level 13, and he hadn't reached that yet. However, just as Chuyi prepared to leave, a burly young man clad in earth-toned robes blocked his path. The youth's face was stern, his gaze sharp as blades, radiating an intense aura. Chuyi frowned slightly, lifting his eyes to meet the other's gaze. His tone remained calm. What is it? The youth scrutinized Chuyi, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes before he clasped his fists. My name is Nya Huang. I am a legendary tier Xianhuang Blade Master, level 10. I seek your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, Nya Huang drew a black greatsword from his back. The blade glowed with a chilling light, its edge faintly reflecting the shadows of mountains and the roar of thunder, radiating an imposing aura. Chuyi's gaze sharpened slightly, his expression calm as he replied in a measured tone, What exactly do you mean by this? Nya Huang met Chuyi's gaze directly, his voice steady and powerful. Having completed the Hell Level Advancement Trial as a low-tier mage and earned an SSS grade evaluation, you must possess considerable skill. Face me in combat, let me test your mettle. At that moment, onlookers began gathering around, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The Xianhuang Blade Master was an exceptionally formidable profession. Among legendary practitioners, few classes could rival its combat prowess. As a Xianhuang Blade Master, Nya Huang himself was a battle maniac. Every single person present had once been challenged by Nya Huang, and without exception, they had all failed. They were all eager to see how Chuyi, a low-tier mage, would fare against Nya Huang.
However, Chuyi showed no intention of accepting. Sorry, I'm not interested.
With that, he walked straight past Nia Huang, stepping forward to leave.
This scene caused Nia Huang's expression to darken instantly.
His brows furrowed slightly as he coldly demanded, "Are you refusing my challenge?"
Chuyi halted, glancing sideways at Nia Huang.
"Why should I challenge you? Even if I defeat you, what benefit would I gain?"
The words sparked a murmur of low whispers among the crowd.
What arrogance! Even we wouldn't dare claim victory over Nia Huang. Even with an SSS grade evaluation, he's getting way too cocky.
Some murmured under their breath, their tones tinged with disdain and skepticism.
Yet Nia Huang, upon hearing Chuyi's words, didn't grow angry.
Instead, he burst into loud laughter. If you can truly defeat me, I, Nia Huang, will acknowledge you as my big brother. From this day forward, I'll obey your every command without question. However, Chuyi merely shook his head, his expression calm.
I don't need it.
With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation, his figure quickly disappearing at the temple entrance. This scene left the surrounding figures stunned, they are seemingly frozen in that moment. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily speechless. He paused for a few seconds, then snorted coldly, muttering under his breath, Chuyi.
I remember that name. Though you dared not accept the challenge today, we will meet again.
The others felt a pang of disappointment, having missed what promised to be quite a spectacle. They all thought to themselves, once we return, we must thoroughly investigate this Chuyi, especially during the national exams.
If we encounter him, we must observe him closely.
Chuyi remained unaware that his actions had already caught the attention of these legendary professionals.
Even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. Chapter 24, Chuyi is still alive? The terrified Chen Manor. After leaving the temple, Chuyi didn't rest. He immediately set off at a brisk pace, retracing his steps.
The night was deep, moonlight filtering through sparse tree shadows and falling upon him, illuminating his slightly weary yet resolute face.
His pace was swift yet steady. By the following morning, he finally returned to Linshan City.
Sunlight bathed the city walls in a golden glow, while the bustling city gates remained a hub of activity.
Chuyi first returned to the inn, taking a thorough bath.
The warm water washed away the fatigue and dust from his body.
He sat down at the table and wolfed down the meal before him.
Only when his stomach was full did he slowly set down his chopsticks and exhale deeply. Then, he took out his communicator and sent a message to Luo Qiuyan, I've completed the advancement trial.
Before long, Luo Qiuyan's reply arrived, concise and direct, then hurry over to the Luo residence. Chuyi wasted no time and immediately set off for the Luo residence. Meanwhile, at the Chen residence,
Chen Xiaofeng sat in his study, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. His brows were furrowed as he muttered incessantly, it's been several days now, and there's still no news of anyone being killed by the Abyss sect.
What the hell is going on?
His voice was low, tinged with unease and impatience. Colluding with the Abyss cult was an absolute capital offense.
Even as the eldest son of the Chun family, he could not escape punishment. Once word got out, the Luo family could use this as justification to wipe out the Chen family estate. And no one would object, they'd cheer it on. Beside him, Chen Tai also felt uneasy. Seated in an armchair, he held a cup of tea that had grown cold, yet he remained oblivious. His expression remained composed, yet a flicker of unease flickered in his eyes. He glanced up at Chen Xiaofeng, his brow furrowing slightly as he admonished, in times of great importance, one must maintain composure. How can you succeed if you're so rash and impatient? Just wait quietly for news. Hearing his father's admonishment, Chen Xiaofeng's heart settled somewhat. He bowed his head respectfully and replied, Father speaks wisely. Just then, a message arrived on both their communicators. They immediately checked it, and both their eyes widened in shock. The message contained only a few terse words. Today, Chuyi has returned to Linshan City. No signs of injury. Upon reading this, Chen Xiaofeng's hands began trembling uncontrollably, his face gradually turning pale. His eyes widened in disbelief as his voice cracked, that's impossible? Even Chen Tai could no longer remain composed. His breathing grew ragged, his face drained of color, and the teacup in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. He muttered, how could this be? Father, didn't you say that once the Abyss sect intervened, Chuyi would surely die? Those 50 sacrificial offerings have already been delivered. To secure the Abyss sect's agreement to kill Chuyi, Chen Xiaofeng had deceived 50 guards from his family, handing them over to the sect as blood sacrifices. If it meant Chuyi's death, it would have been worth it. But now, Chuyi was still alive. Panic flickered in Chen Tai's eyes. He never imagined this plan would fail. Damn it! Are those Abyss cultists a bunch of incompetents? If this matter wasn't handled properly, the entire Chen family could face utter destruction. At this moment, Chen Tai had forgotten that he himself had proposed this plan in the first place. Chen Xiaofeng's voice trembled as he asked, Father, what should we do now? Chen Tai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he studied Chen Xiaofeng intently. Then, his tone softened. It's fine. Chuyi probably doesn't know who hired the Abyss sect to kill him. As long as you keep your mouth shut, who would ever find out? After all, there's no evidence. Hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng finally exhaled in relief. Right. This has nothing to do with me. It was all the Abyss sect's own doing. Shuyi couldn't possibly produce any evidence of collusion anyway. Even if he suspects something, we'll just deny it to the death. Luo residence. Shuyi had already arrived. Upon seeing him, Luo Qiuyan immediately said, "Follow me." Shuyi followed her into the Luo residence, once again arriving at the training room. During his last visit, the training room only contained instances below level 10. This time, Shuyi noticed several new instances had been added, all ranging from levels 10 to 15. Shuyi chuckled, "New dungeons in the training room, huh?" Luo Qiuyan nodded, her tone as calm as ever. "I've also completed the advancement trial, so I had them add a few more instances." A hint of surprise flashed in Shuyi's eyes as he asked curiously, "When did you complete it?" "I didn't see you at the temple." Luo Qiuyan glanced at Shuyi, her expression as serene as ever. "Shortly after you left the temple," she replied calmly. Shuyi's interest was piqued. He pressed, "What difficulty did you choose? What evaluation did you receive?" "Hard difficulty. SSS tier evaluation. Hard difficulty." Though it was also an SSS rank evaluation, his had been on hell difficulty. "My class is Star Mage. This class isn't particularly adept at solo combat. Only on the true battlefield can I truly shine." The two chatted for a while, exchanging pleasantries as usual. However, Luo Qiuyan suddenly shifted the topic, her tone growing serious. "On your way to the advancement trial, did you encounter anyone from the Abyss cult?" At these words, Shuyi's gaze immediately darkened. Luo Qiuyan saw his expression and immediately guessed what had happened. Shuyi said in a low voice, "I encountered them, 5 of them, all level 20 Abyss cultists. Their objective was clear, to kill me." Surprise flashed in Luo Qiuyan's eyes, mingled with a hint of worry. Her voice carried a hint of urgency. "What's going on?" While the Abyss cult frequently ambushed travelers in the wilderness, a situation like Shuyi's being targeted by 5 cultists simultaneously was clearly highly unusual. Shuyi remained relatively composed, his tone steady as he recounted the entire encounter with the Abyss cult. He emphasized how his wolf king, transformed into a undead creature, had suddenly been controlled by the cult, nearly causing him serious injury. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuyan frowned. The Abyss cult wields immense control over undead creatures. It's best to avoid using undead against them in the future. Otherwise, you might end up shooting yourself in the foot. Shuyi nodded. "Why did you encounter so many Abyss cultists? They don't usually operate in groups." Shuyi murmured, "I suspect someone may have bribed the Abyss cult to assassinate me." Chapter 25, Confrontation at the Chen Manor, the forceful Luo Qiuyan. At these words, Luo Qiuyan, who had seemed calm moments before, suddenly rose to her feet. A flicker of astonishment crossed her brow, but in the next instant, her gaze turned as icy and sharp as a sword poised to strike in the snow. "What is going on? Tell me everything." Colluding with the Abyss cult regardless of the time or reason is a capital offense. And it is an unforgivable crime. How dare anyone commit such an act while bearing the weight of a death sentence? Shuyi focused his mind and spoke slowly, recounting everything that had transpired with the Abyss cult, including the employer mentioned by the cultists. As Luo Qiuyan listened, her brows furrowed deeper. Shuyi continued, "I have no proof yet. It's only because the Abyss cult mentioned the word employer that I became suspicious. It could also be a diversion tactic on their part." Luo Qiuyan shook her head. The Abyss cultists are no different from the dead themselves. They rarely lie. If they mentioned a client, then there must be one. Who have you offended recently? Few hold grudges against me. One is Dongping and Wangjin, another is Zhou Yan, and the third is Chen Xiaofeng. Dongping and Wangjin need no further explanation, Shuyi, and they share a blood feud. As for Zhou Yan, Shuyi had recently burned him half to death with the dark flame. He'd never get to take the college entrance exam. Now Shuyi had effectively ruined his entire life. But he brought it upon himself. As for Chen Xiaofeng, the grudge wasn't particularly deep. But Shuyi had heard Chen Xiaofeng was a man who held grudges. Not long ago, Shuyi had inadvertently crossed him. After hearing Shuyi's account, Luo Qiuyan immediately reached a conclusion. The only family capable of enlisting the Abyss Sect's forces is the Chun family. Shuyi frowned. "I still don't understand. If it really is the Chun family, why would they go so far as to collude with the Abyss Sect to kill me?" His feud with Chen Xiaofeng was at most a grudge, hardly a mortal enmity. It was far more likely that Dong Xian was behind this. Luo Qiuyan replied, "I don't know. But I'll accompany you to the Chen residence now. Whether it's them or not, we'll find out by searching and interrogating them." Shuyi froze at her words. Is that really wise? If it's not the Chen family, won't we alert the real mastermind? A flicker of murderous intent passed through Luo Qiuyan's eyes. It absolutely is the Chen residence. In all of Linshan City, only they and the City Lord's Mansion have the influence to enlist the Abyss cult. But the City Lord's Mansion would never do something like this. The City Lord's Mansion was the bedrock of Linshan City, bound by an irreconcilable, mortal enmity with the Abyss sect. Moreover, the City Lord's Mansion had no quarrel whatsoever with Chu Yi. In fact, the stronger Chu Yi became, the more delighted the City Lord's Mansion should be. For that signified another genius from Linshan City would enter the Divine Summer Academy. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi immediately understood. It must be the Chen family then. But we have no proof. What if they deny it to the death? What then? Luo Qiuyan's voice turned cold. He won't dare. If he refuses to admit it, I'll involve the Luo family. Then, the Chen family won't be able to escape either. With that, Luo Qiuyan led Shu Yi to the Chen manor. Soon, the two arrived at the Chen residence. The gates stood tightly shut, and the guards were more numerous than usual. Spotting the pair, two guards immediately shouted, "This is restricted property of the Chen residence. No unauthorized entry." Shu Yi frowned, about to ponder how to gain entry, when Luo Qiuyan suddenly produced her magic staff, Tianxian. "I am Luo Qiuyan. Where are Chen Tai and Chen Xiaofeng? I need to see them." The guards were visibly startled upon hearing Luo Qiuyan's name. Though they served as guards for the Chen residence, they dared not offend the Luo family. One guard promptly replied, "Master and young Master Chen are reportedly preparing for the national examinations. They've chosen to seclude themselves for intensive study and won't be receiving visitors for the foreseeable future. We kindly ask for your understanding, Miss Luo. We're only following orders." A chill instantly settled between Luo Qiuyan's brows. Seclusion? Humph. More like they're hiding something and dare not show their faces. Move aside immediately. This has nothing to do with you. The guards looked troubled. This. Miss Luo, please don't put us in a difficult position. This is the master's order. No one is permitted to enter. Luo Qiuyan snapped coldly, "I must see both of them today. Return immediately and report this. If I cannot see them within 3 minutes, the Luo manor ceases to exist." The guards were startled and dared not delay, rushing back to report immediately. At that moment, Shu Yi looked at Luo Qiuyan, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had assumed Luo Qiuyan was merely a cold, aloof young miss, but never expected her to possess such a fierce side. After a moment's thought, Shu Yi understood. Coming from a military family, how could Luo Qiuyan lack authority? About a minute later, the guard hurried over and announced, "The master has agreed to receive you both. Please follow me." Soon, Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan followed the guard into the Chen residence. They arrived at the main hall of the Chen residence, where the master of the house, Chen Tai, was seated, waiting for them. Upon seeing Luo Qiuyan and Shu Yi, Chen Tai took a sip of tea and said coldly, "It is most impolite of you to barge into my residence like this. As your elder, I shall overlook this today. Now, what business brings you to my house?" His breathing was steady, his expression calm, everything appearing perfectly normal. But Luo Qiuyan wasn't fooled by his act. Glancing around and seeing only Chen Tai present, she demanded immediately, "Where is Chen Xiaofeng? Bring him out." At the mention of Chen Xiaofeng's name, Chen Tai's brow furrowed slightly. "My son Xiaofeng is preparing for the national examinations and is in seclusion today. He will see no one. If you wish to meet him, come another day." Luo Qiuyan sneered coldly, "Is it that he won't see me, or that he dares not see me?" Chen Tai's voice grew stern. "What do you mean by that?" "I will see Chen Xiaofeng today. If he doesn't come out, I'll have the Luo household find him myself." Luo Qiuyan's words carried an air of authority. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Tai's eyes. "Young Miss Luo, though you are the eldest daughter of the Luo household, you show a remarkable lack of regard for my Chen family. This is not the Luo residence, do not act so insolently." Luo Qiuyan glanced at Shu Yi. Shu Yi immediately understood her meaning and stepped forward. "When I left the city 2 days ago, I was ambushed by the Abyss sect. According to their confession, they were hired to assassinate me. Based on the clues, the Chen family is currently the prime suspect. Demand Chen Xiaofeng come out to face me." The moment the words left his mouth, panic flickered across Chen Tai's face. But as the head of the Chen family, he quickly suppressed it. "The Abyss sect actually targeted you? It seems you're quite fortunate to have escaped. Congratulations. However, you claim my Chen family is the prime suspect. Do you have evidence? Though you've aligned yourself with the Luo family, I advise you not to make baseless accusations." Luo Qiuyan's voice turned icy. "Whether it was you or not, a search of the Luo manor will reveal the truth. Whether Chen Xiaofeng was in seclusion or not, a search of the Luo manor will also reveal the truth." Yet Chen Tai, usually composed, paled visibly at Luo Qiuyan's words. Chapter 26, Kill. The fall of the Chen manor. He sprang to his feet, his arms trembling with rage. "You Luo family girl, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to smear us, forcing the Chen family to admit to something that never happened?" Had it been anyone else, Chen Tai would have struck long ago. Who in all of Linshan City dared speak to him like this? But standing before him was Luo Qiuyan. Her father was none other than Luo Tianzheng, the current marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom. If the Chen household dared to lay a finger on her, if even a single hair on Luo Qiuyan's head were harmed, the Chen household would be destroyed by the next day. Thus, Chen Tai seethed in silence. Luo Qiuyan wasted no words. She immediately retrieved her communicator and whispered, "Surround the Chen residence. No one is to enter or leave. The Black Rock Guard will conduct a search. Leave no corner untouched."
Upon hearing these words, Chen Tai's face drained of color.
He pointed at Luo Qiuyan, eyes bulging with fury, mouth agape as if struggling to breathe. What do you think you're doing?
Luo Qiuyan stared at him coldly. If your Chen manor is truly innocent, the Luo manor will apologize after this matter is resolved. But if you have indeed colluded with the Abyss cult, then the Chen manor has no reason to exist.
Chen Tai shouted, you damned girl from the Luo family.
You're making baseless accusations.
I'll fight you to the death today. He knew his family's secret could not be concealed. The Chen household couldn't withstand scrutiny.
Once discovered, the Chen residence would surely meet its end today. Yet, just as Chen Tai prepared to fight to the death, a dark figure suddenly materialized beside him. It was the commander of the Luo family's Black Rock Guard. Clad entirely in pitch black armor, no one had even noticed when he had appeared.
Freeze. Move, and you die.
The commander's voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, freezing Chen Tai in place. Time passed slowly, the surroundings growing increasingly quiet.
So quiet, it felt as though one could hear Chen Tai's heartbeat.
After about half an hour, the Black Rock Guard returned to report.
Reporting to the young miss. The investigation is complete.
We discovered 50 corpses of guards within the Chen residence, along with 3 Abyss cultists preparing for a handover.
They have been eliminated. Chen Xiaofeng was in charge at the time.
We intended to capture him alive, but he committed suicide out of fear of punishment.
We request your punishment, young miss. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuyan fixed Chen Tai with a cold stare. Do you have anything to say?
Chen Tai slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, consumed by utter despair. The Chen residence was finished.
Luo Qiuyan paid no further attention to the aftermath and departed the Chen residence with Chu Yi.
Even after traveling a considerable distance, Chu Yi remained somewhat dazed.
He had finally witnessed the Luo family's power for the first time.
After all, the Chen manor in Linshan City was a force to be reckoned with, one that dared to disregard even the city lord's residence. Yet, with a single, seemingly casual remark from Luo Qiuyan, it had been utterly annihilated. Truly the daughter of a marshal, Chu Ye's eyes had been opened. Noticing Chu Ye's troubled expression, Luo Qiuyan asked with concern, do you think I'm too ruthless?
Chu Yi immediately laughed. Cruel? Not at all. If I had power like yours, I'd probably be even more thorough.
I'm just struck by how vast the gap between people can sometimes be. Hearing this, Luo Qiuyan changed the subject.
What do you intend to do about Dongping?
If you wish, I can have the Black Rock Guard eliminate her as well. At the mention of Dongping, Chu Yi froze.
You.
Luo Qiuyan continued, after we parted ways last time, I investigated her and learned about what you've endured these past years. His tone remained as calm as ever.
Chu Yi asked, why would you want to help me? I doubt I'm worth much assistance. To claim the national top scholar title, I must maximize your potential. To do that, I need to ensure you can level up without distraction. Is that all?
Luo Qiuyan nodded earnestly.
Yes, that's all. Chu Yi gave a wry smile. I suppose that's fine.
Then, his gaze sharpened. I'll handle the matter with Dongping myself.
As for Dongxian, I'll make him pay the price.
The Chen family affair will require the Luo family's assistance, but this matter I wish to handle it alone.
Luo Qiuyan nodded upon hearing this. As you wish.
Before long, news of the Chen family's annihilation spread throughout the entire city of Linshan.
No one could have imagined it.
Even the city lord's residence was thrown into immediate panic, rushing to the Luo residence to inquire about the situation.
Upon learning the details, everyone was utterly horrified.
The Chen family had dared to collude with the Abyss cult. It was common knowledge that the Abyss cult and humanity shared an irreconcilable enmity. Even within the small city of Linshan, countless people had lost loved ones to the Abyss cult. Regardless of who they were or what faction they belonged to, anyone associated with the Abyss cult would inevitably be despised by all.
The evidence presented by the Luo family was crystal clear. 50 secretly executed guards, along with the bodies of the Abyss cult. Those 50 men were originally intended as a blood sacrifice for the Abyss cult. Had the Luo family not intervened, the cult would have succeeded. Following this incident, the relatives of those 50 guards were overcome with grief. The Chen manor, too, was branded with shame because of this affair. Ultimately, the Luo family seized most of the Chen family's assets. A portion was distributed to the bereaved families of the fallen guards as compensation. The remainder was given to the city lord's mansion. This brought the matter to a resolution.
Factions that had previously maintained friendly relations with the Chen family now rushed to distance themselves, fearful of provoking the Luo family. At this moment, in a hospital within Linshan City, Zhou Yan's injuries were recovering well enough that he could already get out of bed and walk. However, he still required a lengthy hospital stay, making the national exams impossible to consider. Because of this incident, he had been seething with hatred toward Chu Yi. Even his parents had been seeking an opportunity to exact revenge on Chu Yi. But today, Zhou Yan unexpectedly said, Mom, Dad, maybe we should just let the Chu Yi thing go? The fault was mine back then, not his. His parents immediately nodded in agreement. Yes.
We're glad you've come to see it that way.
Once you're discharged, we'll find a suitable time to apologize to Chuyi.
Meanwhile,
Inside the novice training grounds of Linshan City, Dong Xian's face was pale. Unable to focus on the trials, he rushed back home and sought his mother, Dong Ping. Dong Ping froze upon seeing him, momentarily forgetting to rise and greet her son.
Dong Xian gritted his teeth. Mom, the Chen manor is gone. The Luo manor did it. Dong Ping murmured, gone is good, gone is good. The Luo family did well.
I heard that good-for-nothing Chuyi has been getting close to Luo Qiuyan of the Luo family lately.
There are even rumors that Luo Qiuyan has taken a fancy to him.
Dong Ping froze for a moment before forcing a smile.
Isn't that wonderful? Chuyi is your brother now. If he aligns himself with the Luo family, you'll have a powerful ally too.
Well, we had some misunderstandings with him before, but we're family.
Misunderstandings can be resolved, right? Dong Xian remained silent. Dong Ping's gaze shifted nervously. The downfall of the Chun family was like a depth charge detonating in Linshan City.
It exploded in the river's heart, sending countless ripples outward.
Chapter 27, Divine Evolution, Dark Realm.
The next day, Chuyi arrived at the Luo residence as usual to level up alongside Luo Qiuyan.
The Chen family incident seemed like nothing more than a minor interlude to the two of them.
After reaching level 10, the training room at the Luo Manor saw numerous new dungeons added.
However, these instances were rather ordinary.
While certainly better than those in Linshan City, they weren't much improved.
Still, Chuyi wasn't picky.
As long as they existed, he would grind them.
Determined to rapidly boost their strength, neither of them took any breaks. They spent nearly the entire day grinding through dungeons.
By evening, Chuyi had leveled up again, reaching level 11.
He then bid farewell to Luo Qiuyan and returned to the inn. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Luo residence once more.
And once again, it was the same mechanical and tedious grind through dungeons. This routine continued for over half a month. Though the process was tedious, Chuyi found himself enjoying it. For during this time, not only did his level steadily rise, but the dark matter he accumulated grew ever more abundant.
Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 15. You have learned a new skill, low-grade flame beam. Finally level 15.
Emerging from the dungeon once more, Chuyi heard the sound of his level up. Over half a month of grinding dungeons had steadily increased his experience points, and now he had finally reached level 15.
Beside him, Luo Qiuyan wore a faint smile. Not bad.
At this rate, you should reach level 17 by the time the national exams roll around. Generally speaking, level 15 was sufficient. But Luo Qiuyan, always playing it safe, naturally wanted Chuyi to level up as high as possible.
Chuyi turned to Luo Qiuyan. What about you? What level are you? Luo Qiuyan replied, I'm almost level 15 too. At this point, Luo Qiuyan fixed her gaze intently on Chuyi, staring at him for a long moment. Tell me, she pressed, your skills aren't limited to just Dark Flame, right? Now that you're level 15, when will your new skills appear? Over the past fortnight, Chuyi had done nothing to exchange for rewards except feed the divine essence the necessary dark matter to prevent it from extinguishing. As a result, his dark matter reserve steadily accumulated, long since surpassing 10,000. It had reached the threshold required for the divine core's evolution. Yet Chuyi delayed the evolution, wanting to reserve sufficient dark matter to avoid the awkward situation of having none left after the deity essence completed its evolution. Now, hearing Luo Qiuyan's persistent questioning, Chuyi smiled. It'll be ready tomorrow. Rest assured, it'll absolutely blow your mind. Luo Qiuyan replied, in that case, I'll look forward to it. As night had fallen, Chuyi promptly took his leave from Luo Qiuyan and returned to the inn. The moment he arrived, he eagerly opened his personal interface. Name, Chuyi. Class, low-level mage. Level, 15. Health, 2,800 plus 300. Mana, 950 plus 150. Core attributes, Strength 115, Spirit 130 plus 50, Constitution 120 plus 50, Agility 120. Initial skills, Dark Flame, Low-Level Flame Barrier, Low-Level Flame Beam. Talent, Dark Origin God Tier. Divine Essence, Fragmented Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity, 16,780 droplets. Over 16,000 drops of dark matter, more than enough for deity evolution. Shuya's heart swelled with anticipation. What powers would he gain after the divine essence evolved? Consume 10,000 drops of dark matter to enhance the divinity's completeness and achieve evolution? Yes. The moment Chuyi spoke, vast quantities of dark matter instantly merged into his divine essence. In the next instant, Chuyi felt an immense surge of power erupting from his divine essence. He felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a dark abyss. The sensation was utterly peculiar, as if he had become a god who wielded darkness itself. But soon, he emerged from the darkness. A voice echoed within his mind. Divine core integrity enhanced. Under the influence of dark power, your skills low-grade flame barrier, low-grade mana chain, low-grade flame beam have undergone dark evolution. You have obtained the unique divine skill darkness domain.
Hearing these words, Chuyi was instantly filled with astonishment and delight. Quick, check it out. He opened his interface again and quickly noticed the changes to his skills.
Low-grade Flame Barrier Night Veil. Skill effect, transforms darkness into a luminous barrier, repelling all incoming threats. Continuously consumes dark matter to form a shield resistant to all attacks.
In nighttime or dark environments, this barrier's effectiveness increases by 100%.
Skill cost, 5 mana plus 1 dark matter second. Skill cooldown, 0 seconds.
Low-grade Mana Chains Life-Sucking Ropes.
Effect, releases 9 chains to bind enemies, immobilizing them.
If they forcefully break free, each chain released unleashes a piercing spear that deals penetrating damage to the target.
Mana cost, 500 mana plus 100 dark matter. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Lesser Flame Beam Night's End Beam.
Effect, fires a piercing beam of intense light, obliterating enemies in its path.
Enemies destroyed by this skill grant double dark matter. Skill cost, 200 mana plus 40 dark matter. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Just seeing these 3 skills alone was enough to thrill Chuyi.
They were immeasurably more powerful than his previous low-tier abilities.
First, the Night Veil, Chuyi's first defensive skill.
Not only could it absorb massive damage, but its effectiveness doubled under the cover of night. With this, Chuyi would never again have to scramble to dodge various skills.
Next was the Life-Snatching Rope.
True to its name, this skill not only trapped enemies but also claimed their lives. If someone gets caught in the life-snaring rope and tries to break free, won't they just get stabbed to death? Then there was Shattered Night's Beam. Not only was the skill immensely powerful, but killing an enemy with it actually yielded double the dark matter. Use Residual Night Beam more often, and I'll never run short of dark matter again. Of course, these 3 skills weren't the most crucial aspect. When Chuyi's gaze fell upon the Divine Essence column, his breathing quickened.
Darkness Domain.
Type, unique Divine Essence skill obtainable only through the Dark Divine Essence. Effect, establishes a dark domain centered on yourself within a 20-meter radius. Within this domain, you gain immunity to all negative effects, all attributes increase by 100%, enemies suffer a 30% reduction in all attributes, and the effects of your dark evolution skills increase by 300%. Furthermore, all your dark skills within this domain incur 0 resource cost.
Upgrade requirements, require 10% divinity completion to upgrade and enhance the domain's effects. Field consumption, 100 dark matter per second. Cooldown, none. Chapter 28, The Countercurrent Secret Realm. Holy crap! What kind of god-tier skill is this? Even cheating isn't this absurd. That was Chuyi's honest reaction upon seeing the dark domain.
All attributes doubled, enemy stats reduced, skill effects tripled, and most crucially, skills consumed 0 resources.
Didn't that mean within this domain, not only would his power surge, but he could unleash skills endlessly? What else could it be but cheating? Once he activated his dark realm in battle, who could possibly stand against him? The only flaw? The cost of activating the dark realm was simply too high. A staggering 100 drops of dark matter per second. With Chuyi's current reserves of over 6,000 units of dark matter, it can only sustain the dark domain for a single minute. But, is the cost really a flaw of the dark realm? No, it's my own flaw. Beyond its cost, everything else about it is an advantage. Chuyi felt he had no right to complain about the dark realm's cost. What's expensive about it? It's been this price all these years. He should ask himself, have I worked hard enough to farm dark matter? If he had 1 million or 2 dark matter, wouldn't the dark realm be as easy as pie? Open it right side up, then upside down. Open it upside down, then open it while standing on your head. How shocked would Luo Qiuyan be if she knew about this domain? Chuyi suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. However, the dark realm consumed far too much energy. Unless absolutely necessary, Chuyi still hesitated to activate it. After admiring the dark realm, Chuyi opened his Divine Essence panel. Fragmented Dark Soul possesses the deepest, most fundamental dark power, yet it is barely clinging to life and may extinguish at any moment. Divine Core Integrity 1% requires 100,000 drops of dark matter to reach the next stage of integrity. Extinction countdown, 25 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, 9 seconds. Dark matter required to sustain Fragmented Soul, 3,000 drops. The dark matter required for the next stage of completeness has skyrocketed to 100,000. Reading this, Chuyi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This increase was more outrageous than compound interest on online loans. For now, it's not worth thinking about. Having fed the Divine Essence several times before, Chuyi still had over 20 days before it would extinguish, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Over 6,000 dark matter left, save it up. Although Chuyi could exchange it for equivalent rewards from the Divine Essence, he felt the benefits gained from evolving the Divine Essence far outweighed the rewards. He was already sufficiently powerful, exchanging for rewards wasn't essential. The next day, Chuyi returned to the Luo residence. The moment Luo Qiuyan saw him, she pulled him straight to a training square without a word. There, numerous wooden dummies stood arranged, seemingly used to test the intensity of skills. Her eyes locked onto Chuyi as she demanded, "What new skills have you learned? Show me right now." Shuyi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Then, he immediately demonstrated the skill. Look, this skill is called Life-Saving Chain. Its effect is. This is Night's residual beam, capable of piercing straight through.
And this is Nightfall Light Barrier.
Try casting a skill on me.
Shuyi patiently explained his skills to Luo Qiuyan. Several skills had been tested on the wooden dummies.
Among them, Shattered Nightbeam even pierced straight through 3 dummies, leaving Luo Qiuyan astonished.
It was important to note that these dummies could withstand a full power strike from a level 20 legendary class character.
Even Luo Qiuyan herself couldn't break through them, yet Shuyi had managed it.
In terms of raw combat power alone, Shuyi had already surpassed Luo Qiuyan.
So, what do you say now? Believe me, Miss Luo? Luo Qiuyan took a deep breath and replied earnestly, I believe you. You truly have the qualifications to help me become the national champion.
The 3 new skills Shuyi had acquired were undoubtedly incredibly powerful.
However, if Luo Qiuyan knew this wasn't even Shuyi's limit, she might be stunned. After all, Shuyi hadn't yet revealed his dark realm. That thing consumed too much divine power, showing it off outright just wasn't worth it. After the demonstration, Shuyi asked, should we continue grinding dungeons like before? Luo Qiuyan nodded. Exactly.
After that, the 2 continued grinding levels in the Luo family's training room, just as they always did. After a full day of dungeon runs, Shuyi soon took his leave.
That night, Luo Qiuyan suddenly received a phone call. The moment she answered, a familiar voice greeted her. Qiuyan, how have you been lately?
The voice on the line was deep and steady, belonging to a middle-aged man.
Hearing this voice, Luo Qiuyan was taken aback. Dad, why are you calling?
The voice on the line belonged to none other than Luo Qiuyan's father, Marshal Luo Tianzheng of the Great Xia Empire. Luo Tianzheng got straight to the point. Recently, a backlash erupted at the corrupted front, forming a backlash secret realm.
Within this backlash, a juvenile devouring world demon whale has appeared. The abyssal core within its body can grant you a special class evolution. I'm calling to inform you of this. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuyan's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. A backflow secret realm was a unique instance.
Such instances only materialized after a backflow erupted within the abyssal energy sea. It is extremely unstable and cannot accommodate overly powerful forces, meaning only those below level 20 can enter the reverse tide secret realm.
Yet within the reverse tide secret realm lie unimaginable treasures. Legendary and even mythic tier items could appear. Take the abyss devouring core mentioned by Luo Tianzheng. It was a mythical tier item. Moreover, the reverse tide trial dungeon possesses a unique trait. Once cleared, it vanishes immediately and never reappears.
To find the next reverse tide instance, one must wait for the next surge of energy from the abyssal sea. Therefore, whenever this instance appears, it invariably sparks fierce competition among all factions.
Upon hearing this news, Luo Qiuyan was utterly astonished. But soon, she frowned and said, something this big must have gotten around, right? Luo Tianzheng hummed in acknowledgement.
Nia Huang from the Nia family has already headed to the corruption front.
And then there's Xia Yuhen, Xinjin, Bai Wuxin, all people you know. If you want to go, the challenge won't be small. You might even need to find an ally. Given your temperament, I doubt you'd find one.
If you want the abyssal core, I'll arrange for Nia Huang of the Nia family to team up with you.
That should greatly increase your chances of securing it.
Hearing her father's words, warmth flowed through Luo Qiuyan's heart. But at that moment, Shuya's face instantly flashed through her mind.
Luo Qiuyan replied, Father, it's unnecessary. I already have an ally. Luo Tianzheng asked in confusion, who? Luo Qiuyan replied, I won't tell you for now. With that, she hung up the phone. Chapter 29, Corrupted Frontline, Reunion with Nia Huang.
The next day, Shuyi arrived at the Luo residence punctually.
What dungeon are we running today? Same as yesterday?
Luo Qiuyan shook her head, a mysterious gleam suddenly appearing in her eyes.
No. I'm taking you somewhere new.
Where?
Before Shuyi could ask further, Luo Qiuyan led him toward the rear courtyard of the Luo residence.
In the backyard, Shuyi spotted numerous teleportation arrays.
What is this place? This is the Luo Manor's teleportation zone.
Through these arrays, we can reach most regions of the Great Xia Kingdom. We can even teleport directly to the front lines of the war between humanity and the Abyss, the corruption front.
Why did you bring me here? Just follow me.
With that, she led Shuyi onto one of the teleportation arrays. The array's energy enveloped them both. Trapped within the teleportation space, Shuyi could see only darkness, with the faint glow emanating solely from their bodies. Typically, teleportation arrays delivered one to their destination in an instant. But this time was different. The transfer took an unusually long time, nearly half an hour, before they finally emerged from the journey. When they reappeared, Shuyi found himself in a wilderness thick with the stench of blood. The light here was dim, even the sun seemed blood red. The air carried a potent stench of blood and decay, as if every breath devoured life itself.
Shuyi couldn't help but stare in astonishment. What is this place? Luo Qiuyan replied, this is the corruption front, also known as the Abyss front, the transitional zone between the Abyss and the human world. Why did you bring me here? Shui asked the question once more. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan finally revealed her purpose. Have you heard of the Reverse Tide Secret Realm? The Reverse Tide Secret Realm? Shui shook his head, indicating he had no idea. Luo Qiuyan proceeded to explain the Reverse Tide Secret Realm to him, including the phone call she had received from her father the previous night. Upon hearing this, Shuya's expression turned astonished. So you're saying the Reverse Tide Secret Realm is filled with treasures? Luo Qiuyan nodded earnestly. Exactly. That's why I want you to team up with me to clear the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. Once we succeed, I only want the Abyss Core, everything else I don't want. Not only that, but consider this a debt I owe you. Whatever you ask of me or the Luo family that we can deliver, I won't refuse. Hearing this, Shu Yi was utterly astonished. The first part alone might have seemed insincere. But the latter was essentially Luo Qiuyan's solemn pledge. It seemed Luo Qiuyan truly valued this dungeon. Shu Yi inquired, what exactly is the purpose of this Abyss Core you mentioned? Luo Qiuyan replied, it's an extremely valuable artifact. It grants legendary practitioners one opportunity for class evolution, significantly boosting their attributes and skill effects. It can even grant additional skills or cause existing skills to evolve. If I obtain it, my combat power will skyrocket. However, it's useless to you. Classes below legendary rank cannot resonate with the Abyssal Core. Hearing this, Shu Yi felt a pang of disappointment. Still, it wasn't all bad. He possessed a divine essence, which inherently allowed his skills to evolve without relying on the Abyssal Core. After a moment's thought, Shu Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, let's form a party then. Luo Qiuyan finally smiled upon hearing this. The two sped forward along the corruption front, heading toward the location of the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. Along the way, Shu Yi spotted numerous other teams. Their routes mirrored his own, clearly heading toward the Reverse Tide Secret Realm as well. Many of these groups, upon seeing that Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan were traveling alone, exchanged surprised glances. However, some seasoned adventurers immediately recognized Luo Qiuyan, and their expressions turned wary. That's Luo Qiuyan, right? I can't be mistaken. It's her. The robes with the star-striped pattern and the staff adorned with celestial motifs, only Luo Qiuyan fits that description. It's definitely her. I heard she awakened the Star Mage profession. That's a strategic class, supposedly the same type as Bai Yi, the Dean of the Celestial Axis Academy at Xinxia Academy. So does that mean she'll be entering the Celestial Axis Academy? Who's that person beside her? Could Luo Qiuyan already have a man she favors? It must be some legendary adventurer. Even Luo Qiuyan couldn't clear the Reverse Tide Secret Realm alone. As the daughter of the marshal, Luo Qiuyan had drawn countless gazes since birth. Among those familiar with the Luo household, few were unaware of her. However, due to her aloof nature, few dared to approach her in everyday life. Though many travelers had formed groups along the road, none dared approach Luo Qiuyan to join hers. Overhearing their conversation, Shu Yi asked curiously, what exactly is this Tianshu Academy they were talking about? Luo Qiuyan explained, it's one of the 9 academies of Xinxia Academy. After entering Xinxia Academy, you must pass an assessment to join one of the 9 academies to access its advanced knowledge. If you fail to enter one of the 9 academies, your time at Xinxia Academy is essentially wasted. Each academy specializes in different fields: strategy, combat, healing, assassination, beast taming. Among them, the Celestial Pivot Academy focuses on strategy, making it a perfect fit for my Star Mage path. Shu Yi's curiosity was piqued. I see. So which academy do you think suits me best? Luo Qiuyan pondered for a moment before replying, you could join the Breaker Academy. It specializes in life and death combat, which suits you perfectly. Its headmaster, Nie Guangdao, is a living legend who even slew the Abyss Lord Eye of Calamity. Shu Yi was stunned. That powerful? He'd heard that any single Abyss Lord possessed the power to annihilate an entire nation. Among the 9 academies, there actually existed someone capable of slaying an Abyss Lord. But Nie Guangdao's name sounds familiar. Do you know Nie Huan? Shu Yi instantly recalled the young man he'd encountered at the temple. Luo Qiuyan nodded. I know him. He's my biggest rival in this national exam. He's Nie Guangdao's son. Not only did he inherit his father's profession, but he also underwent self-evolution and fusion, forming an entirely new legendary profession, the Xianhuang Blade Master. Hearing this, Shu Yi felt a surge of astonishment followed by a wave of emotion. What a small world. Who would have thought these threads would connect? How strong is this Nie Huan? Luo Qiuyan's expression turned grave. He's stronger than me, and likely stronger than you as well. However, he usually only uses half his power. Once he unleashes his full strength, he's prone to losing control, making the outcome unpredictable. During the national exam, you must be especially wary of him. Shu Yi felt a wave of emotion wash over him at Luo Qiuyan's assessment. Indeed, beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another heaven. Though his own strength was formidable, how many heroes existed in this world? He couldn't afford to be complacent. The two traversed the desert relentlessly until they reached an extremely scorching region.
Several others had already gathered nearby. The moment they appeared, they drew a flurry of attention.
Is that Luo Choyen from the Luo family? He's here too.
Oomph. All the legendary professionals with names and reputations are here.
Looks like it's going to be lively today. Ha! That person beside Luo Choyen, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he that low-tier mage who broke the record at the temple the other day? I heard his name is Chu Yi.
At that moment, not only was Luo Choyen recognized, but the people from the temple that day also spotted Chu Yi. In an instant, Chu Yi felt a piercing, cold gaze. He turned his head and saw a familiar face. The young man approached, blade drawn, his voice deep and measured.
We meet again, Chu Yi.
I told you we would cross paths once more.
Chu Yi frowned slightly. This man was none other than Nye Huang. Chapter 30, The Reverse Tide Secret Realm, Corrupted Locusts. Nye Huang stared at Luo Choyen for a long moment.
Yesterday, Marshal Luo came to see me. He wanted me to team up with you to clear this Reverse Tide Secret Realm together, but you refused. Now I see you've chosen to team up with this man instead.
It seems in your eyes, he's stronger than me. Luo Choyen frowned slightly and replied, so what if I did? Nye Huang roared with laughter. Excellent. Excellent.
The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly swung his blade toward Chu Yi. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and many nearby spectators exchanged shocked glances.
Holy crap! Is that battle maniac looking for another fight?
Nye Huang challenged this Chu Yi last time, but he refused.
Let's see if he accepts this time. You guys think Chu Yi is just a low-level mage? No way. Maybe he cheated at the temple? Or could he be hiding his true profession? Onlookers turned their heads, eager for a spectacle. Nye Huang shouted, you avoided our duel that day. Today, I, Nye Huang, challenge you once more. Do you dare accept? Nye Huang's aura was terrifying, nearly enveloping Chu Yi.
This made Chu Yi frown. He hadn't intended to stir up trouble, but it seemed this fight was now unavoidable.
Boom!
At that moment, a heavy rumbling erupted from the side. Immediately afterward, a vortex-like portal surged up from the ground, radiating heart-stopping energy fluctuations.
That's the portal to the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. It's opened. Beside them, a stone stele stood upright, inscribed with the basic information of the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. Abyssal Rift, Reverse Tide Secret Realm. Dungeon difficulty, Hell Locked. Recommended entry level, 1520. Maximum party size, 10 players. Dungeon rewards, Abyssal Core, Title Proof, etc. The dungeon's emergence captured everyone's attention.
Its difficulty is exceptionally high, and it's locked at Hell difficulty from the start. Yet none of those present were surprised. That's just how the tide-reversing secret realm operates. After the instance appeared, Nye Huang immediately sheathed his blade and coldly snorted, seems the timing's off. I'll let you go for today. With that, he charged straight into the instance. Seeing this, the others followed suit, rushing toward the instance.
Hurry! Get inside the instance. It vanishes once cleared. We must beat the others. We should hurry in too. Move it. Don't fall behind. One by one, teams rushed through the portal and entered the instance. Luo Choyen said to Chu Yi, the instance has appeared. Let's hurry inside. Chu Yi nodded, and the two entered the instance together. You have entered the instance Abyssal Rift, Tide Reversal Trial. Every 5 minutes, this instance triggers a tidal surge. Energy tides surge upward. Contact will instantly drain 20% of your maximum health and inflict the corrosion status, which cannot be healed. This instance lacked negative effects like attribute suppression, but its tidal surge was utterly devastating. Contacting it carried dire consequences. Upon entering the instance, Chu Yi found himself standing atop a shattered island. He stood on the main island, its surface riddled with cracks as if it might collapse at any moment. Surrounding it were 11 smaller, shattered islands, significantly smaller than the main one, resembling fragments torn apart by some immense force and scattered about. Beneath the islands lay not surging seawater, but a boiling cauldron of abyssal energy. Dark, profound, turbulent, and boiling, it resembled countless invisible hands attempting to pull one into an endless abyss. Splash! The energy sea washed over the islands, bringing waves of crashing sounds deep and oppressive, as if warning intruders. Chu Yi looked around, puzzled. Where are the others? Luo Choyen explained, within the Reverse Tide Secret Realm instance, each entering team generates an independent microspace, making other teams invisible. However, all microspaces are interconnected. Once one microspace instance is cleared, the entire instance vanishes, and all participants are forcibly teleported out. Hearing this, Chu Yi's expression grew serious. Looks like we need to move faster. We have to clear it before anyone else does. Luo Choyen nodded in agreement. Standing beside Chu Yi, she gazed intently at the abyssal energy sea below and warned in a low voice, be extremely careful, do not touch the abyssal energy sea. Doing so will mean certain death. Chu Yi nodded. Just then, a cold voice echoed once more. The world-devouring demon whale has detected your intrusion. Hordes of corrupted locusts are converging. The next instant, a dense swarm of dark clouds surged toward the sky above the energy sea.
The clouds churned, carrying a suffocating pressure, as if poised to devour the entire sky. However, upon closer inspection, Chuyi realized they weren't clouds at all but countless locusts. Each locust carried a stench of decay. Their bodies were grayish-black, their wings covered in cracks as if they might shatter at any moment. These corrupted locusts emitted a shrill buzzing, as if heralding the arrival of death. A cold gleam flashed in Luo Qiuyan's eyes. She swiftly raised her hand, summoning the staff Tianxian into her grasp. A cluster of star-like light coalesced at its tip as she murmured, "Prepare for battle." Chuyi snapped, understood. The battle was about to erupt. Boom! 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 Chuyi swung the corrupted staff, its tip flickering with a sinister glow before erupting into a burst of beams. Skill activated, Knight's Remnant Beam. Swish, swish, swish. Where the shards of the ruined knight swept, the corrupted locusts instantly turned to ash. Wave after wave of nightfall beams slayed countless corrupted locusts. Empowered by the Moonlight Treasure Ring, his mana replenished endlessly. Combined with the vast reserves of dark matter he had accumulated, he unleashed skills as if they cost nothing. Killed corrupted locust, gained 1 EXP. Killed corrupted locust, gained 1 EXP. Killed. Darkness Origin activated. You have gained 1 drop of dark matter. Corrupted locusts themselves are extremely weak, so the experience points and dark matter gained from killing them are minimal. In fact, Chuyi must slay dozens, even hundreds, of corrupted locusts to collectively obtain a single drop of dark matter. This was only possible with the residual night beam providing double dark matter. Though the rewards were meager, quantity made up for it. A swarm of corrupted locusts dense enough to form a dark cloud numbered at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Accumulated over time, the experience and dark matter gained became substantial indeed. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan was also taking action. Her staff, Tianxian, continuously emitted streaks of star-like light. These beams streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Upon striking the corrupted locusts, they triggered small explosions, obliterating every corrupted locust within range. Her gaze was cool and resolute, her movements graceful and composed. These bursts of light weren't special abilities, they were her basic attacks. Though far less powerful than Chuyi's dark flames, they were more than sufficient against the corrupted locusts. However, due to their limited power, Luo Qiuyan's monster-killing efficiency was far inferior to Chuyi's. Before long, a massive swarm of corrupted locusts charged toward her. Chuyi called out, "Need help?" Luo Qiuyan snapped coldly, "No need Stellar Pulse." Chapter 31, Wreaking Havoc, a startled Luo Qiuyan. The words barely left her lips before she unleashed her skill. A powerful starlight pulse erupted from her staff, forming a piercing celestial path that incinerated every corrupted locust in its wake. Not only that, after eliminating the corrupted locusts, the pulse split into 3 streams, radiating outward in 3 directions. After each branch pulse eliminated its corrupted locusts, it split again. Through continuous division, the starlight pulse exploded into a dazzling fireworks display across the sky. The pulse's energy shattered countless corrupted locusts. Their corpses fell as ash, drifting down like a sky filled with gray feathers. Witnessing this skill, Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. This starlight pulse bore a striking resemblance to his own Nightfall Beam. Though its energy fell short of Nightfall Beam, it possessed the god-defying ability to kill through division, its upper limit clearly reaching absurd heights. Legendary tier professions truly were extraordinary. Seeing Luo Qiuyan didn't need his help, Chuyi continued slaughtering locusts. Hordes of them were reduced to ash by the residual night beam. The dark clouds in the sky were dissipating at a visible pace. But soon, a cold, piercing voice echoed once more. The abyssal energy sea is about to surge. Shadowblade Mantis will appear. This announcement caused Chuyi's expression to harden once more. A flicker of caution passed through his eyes as he tightened his grip on the corrupted staff. The next instant, the once calm abyssal energy sea erupted into a raging torrent. Massive tidal waves surged upward, engulfing the coastal land. Waves crashed against the shore with deafening roars. Luo Qiuyan shouted, "Retreat! Retreat to the center of the island." Hearing this, Chuyi immediately sprinted toward the island's center, with Luo Qiuyan following close behind. At the same time, swarms of corrupted locusts pursued them. Chuyi unleashed skill after skill. Boom! 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 Dark flames danced through the air, reducing the corrupted locusts to ashes. "Don't touch the energy tide," Luo Qiuyan warned sternly. Chuyi nodded. His gaze fixed intently ahead, the corrupted staff in his hand trembled slightly, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Luo Qiuyan gripped her staff, Tianxian, tightly. A faint starlight shimmered around her, her vigilance heightened. The tide surged violently, the black energy tidal wave engulfing the coastline like a colossal beast. Waves crashed against the rocks, producing a deafening roar. A suffocating pressure filled the air, making even breathing feel difficult. At that moment, shadowy figures slowly rose from the ground, their outlines gradually sharpening. They were slender shadowblade mantis. Their bodies were jet black as ink jade, their blade-like forelimbs gleaming coldly. Their eyes were icy and sharp, poised for a deadly strike at any moment. The moment the two saw them, the shadowblade mantis instantly dissolved into shadows, vanishing into the island's depths. Shuya's pupils contracted slightly as he said in a low voice, "These Shadowblade mantis can cloak themselves."
"Can you mark them?" Luo Qiuyan replied coldly, "Leave it to me."
Her voice carried a hint of confidence as she raised her staff high and murmured, "Starlight, illuminate my path." Before her words faded, her appearance transformed instantly. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, her violet pupils shimmered with starlight brilliance, and a faint starlight aura enveloped her, radiating an aura of sacred majesty. Simultaneously, an intense aura of starlight radiated outward from her, swiftly enveloping the entire island. Bathed in this starlight aura, the Shadowblade mantis that had blended into the darkness were instantly revealed. Their bodies were enveloped in a faint starlight, making them strikingly conspicuous. Just then, a Shadowblade mantis lunged toward Shu Yi, its blade carrying a fierce aura as it aimed straight for his throat. Shu Yi reacted with blinding speed. His eyes narrowed as he swung his corrupted staff, barking, "Life-sucking chain." A piercing sound rang out as 9 life-shattering chains instantly pierced the Shadowblade mantis, pinning it to the spot. The Shadowblade mantis struggled violently, but the chains only tightened further. With a flick of Chuya's wrist, one chain snapped cleanly. Whoosh! A spear burst forth from the chains, piercing the Shadowblade mantis clean through. You have killed a level 17 Shadowblade mantis.
Gained 2000 EXP. You obtained dark matter, 140 drops.
Hearing these gains, Chuya's expression lit up with delight. A single Shadowblade mantis yielded 140 drops of dark matter.
If he used the Crimson Nightbeam, wouldn't that net him nearly 300 drops? Big win! Luo Qiuyan's voice rang out again, "More Shadowblade mantis are approaching. Be careful."
Shuyi snapped his head up to see several Shadowblade mantis marked by starlight closing in from all directions.
Shuyi cast his spell once more. Skill activated, Residual Night Beam.
Swish, swish, swish. A beam of light pierced through the remaining Shadowblade mantis.
These Shadowblade mantis were instantly slain by Chu Yi.
Simultaneously, vast amounts of experience points and dark matter surged into Chuya's body. Luo Qiuyan watched from the sidelines, a hint of awe flickering in her beautiful eyes. Though she had already imagined Chuya's strength to the fullest extent possible, it now seemed he was even more formidable than she had ever imagined.
Could he truly stand against Nie Huang? If so, Chuya's future achievements would likely be boundless. Shu Yi remained unaware of Luo Qiuyan's thoughts. After the residual night beam faded, countless Shadowblade mantis lay slain by Chu Yi. Their corpses turned to ash. The monsters in this area have been nearly wiped out. But soon, an unusual sound echoed once more. Hiss. Rattling. Clatter. Immediately after, a colossal creature, a monstrous fusion of mantis and locust, burst forth from the abyssal energy sea. Standing 5 or 6 meters tall, its massive mandibles gleamed like giant scissors, flashing a chilling, icy light. Its body was covered in thick, heavy armor, studded with sharp barbs that seemed ready to tear apart any enemy that dared approach. Luo Qiuyan shouted, "Watch out! That's the abyssal nest mother. It's the elite boss of this dungeon, several times more powerful than the Shadowblade mantis." A faint smile touched Chuya's lips. Merely several times stronger? That won't be enough. In the next instant, Chuyi cast his spell once more. Once more Knight's Remnant Beam. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The beams of Knight's Remnant Beam were terrifying, piercing straight through the abyssal nest mother. The colossal abyssal nest mother didn't even have time to launch an attack before perishing at Chuya's hands. Congratulations! You have defeated the level 18 abyssal brood mother. You have gained 5000 EXP. You have obtained 1260 drops of dark matter. Chuya's heart swelled with excitement. Over 1000 drops of dark matter? Awesome! Squeak! The slain abyssal nest mother emitted a shrill cry before her body plummeted into the abyssal energy sea, stirring up a wave of black foam. The surrounding corrupted locusts gradually dispersed, and the Shadowblade mantis ceased to appear. The abyssal energy sea, which had swelled like a rising tide, now began to slowly recede. Seeing this scene, Chuyi asked, "Does this mean we've cleared the stage?" Luo Qiuyan shook her head. Not by a long shot. At that moment, the icy voice resounded once more. Your actions have enraged the world-devouring demon whale. It intends to personally kill you. Chapter 32, Residual Knight's Blade, 1 slash per child. The moment the words fell, the surrounding sea surged violently once more, as if the entire abyssal energy sea roared in fury. Splash! Gigantic tentacles erupted from the abyssal energy sea, their heart-stopping dark blue hue slamming heavily onto the island. Boom! The tentacles of the world-devouring demon whale struck the island, causing the entire landmass to tremble violently. Fine cracks began to form across the ground. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan stumbled, crashing to the ground. Watch out! Seeing Luo Qiuyan tumbling toward him, Chu Yi instinctively caught her, but lost his own balance and fell. Their bodies rolled several times across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Are you okay? Chu Yi shouted, pushing himself up with both hands. Luo Qiuyan's face flushed slightly as she turned her head away, hurriedly calling out, "I'm fine. Get up quickly." Shuyi scrambled off her body. Luo Qiuyan hastily smoothed her disheveled dress and hair, a fleeting flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Shuyi noticed that 12 tentacles had emerged from each of the 12 islands. Like octopuses, they coiled around the islands, their surfaces covered in suction cups that flickered with an eerie red glow. At the edges of the islands, vortexes resembling teleportation arrays simultaneously appeared, emitting faint blue light. Luo Qiuyan explained, "These are the tentacles of the world-devouring demon whale. We must shatter them all to lure the creature out. Energy vortexes have formed near the islands, allowing us to traverse between the 12 islands through them." Upon hearing this, Shuyi declared, "Very well, let's deal with the tentacle on the main island first." At that moment, the colossal tentacle on the main island seemed to sense their presence. It lashed out toward the area where the two stood, whipping up a howling gale. Luo Qiuyan shouted, "Dodge! Its power is terrifying." Shuyi rolled to the side at her warning, while Luo Qiuyan deftly dodged, her body as light as a swallow. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, she leapt several meters away. Crack! The massive tentacle slammed heavily into the island's surface, producing a deep, thunderous roar. The ground instantly split open into a deep chasm, sending fragments of rock flying and raising a cloud of dust. However, drawing on their recent experience, both steadied themselves immediately, avoiding another fall. Life-saving chains. Shuyi roared, instantly unleashing 9 chains. They coiled into prison bars, instantly binding the tentacle. The massive tentacles thrashed violently, yet remained firmly bound by the chains, unable to move. Luo Qiuyan's eyes flashed with excitement at the sight. She raised her staff high, and the gem at its tip erupted with intense starlight. Starfall. The staff swung down with force, summoning a small meteorite that roared through the air before crashing heavily onto the tentacles. Boom! Fire erupted as the meteor exploded, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The tentacle was blown to shreds, dark blue fluid gushing from the wounds and splattering onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Under the Starfall spell's assault, the tentacle before her eyes instantly became mangled and broken, its surface covered in scorched black marks and wounds deep enough to expose bone. Shuyi roared, "I'm joining in." In the next instant, Shuyi deliberately severed the chains. The 9 chains instantly transformed into 9 spears, piercing through the tentacles. A piercing scream erupted from within the tentacle, tortured beyond endurance by the spears. It struggled desperately, but the spears held it fast. Seeing this, Shuyi redoubled his effort, unleashing the residual night beam. Boom! The tentacle was pierced clean through by the residual night beam, snapping clean off. "Is it dead?" Shuyi cried out urgently. Before Luo Qiuyan could answer, Shuyi noticed the severed tentacle emit an intense glow, then hatch into a bizarrely shaped monster. Resembling a whale yet bearing 2 legs, it carried traits of a mantis and bore a faint resemblance to the abyssal nest mother. Luo Qiuyan said solemnly, "This is an abyssal mutant, formed from the severed tentacle. Only by killing it can we truly shatter the tentacle." Shuyi nodded, his eyes blazing with battle intent. "Understood." Hiss. Rasp. The abyssal mutant's cry was piercingly shrill, eerily similar to the abyssal nest mother's wail. It sounded like a lament from the depths of hell, jarring and heart-stopping. This sound tortured human nerves, naturally inducing a spine-chilling dread. It felt like countless tiny insects crawling across the skin, bringing waves of unbearable chill. It advanced toward the two with an eerie gait, each step accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground, as if the entire island itself was quivering at its approach. But having shattered its tentacles, would they still fear the abyssal mutant? Knight's Remnant Beam. Shuyi growled, unleashing another Knight's Remnant Beam that exploded upon impact. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The residual night beam pierced the abyssal mutant clean through. Its body went hollow, then collapsed to the ground. You have killed the abyssal mutant, successfully shattering 1 tentacle. You gain 7980 EXP. You obtain 1,800 drops of dark matter. Hearing these gains, the gleam of excitement in Shuyi's eyes grew even brighter. A single tentacle yielded this much experience and dark matter. With 12 islands holding 12 tentacles total, wouldn't that amount to tens of thousands of dark matter? His entire month's worth of gains had been achieved in a single instance run. Such immense gains from a single instance were beyond what Shuyi had ever dared imagine. Luo Qiuyan urged, "We must hurry to the other islands and swiftly shatter all remaining tentacles. If we fail to destroy them all within an hour, the world-devouring demon whale's true form will emerge onto land and devour us all." Shuyi nodded. 1 hour is plenty. The pair then approached the edge of the main island and immediately plunged into the energy vortex. Through the vortex, they arrived on one of the smaller islands. Crack! The tentacles detected their presence and launched an attack instantly. Like whips, they lashed through the air before slamming down with blinding speed. Crack! The entire earth trembled from the impact, the ground cracking open in countless fine fissures as dust swirled into the air. However, the two had gained experience and immediately dodged the tentacles' attack, moving with agile evasions, their eyes showing no trace of panic. Now, the tentacles swept across, aiming to wrap around Shuyi. But Shuyi reacted with blinding speed. He instantly unleashed the residual night beam. ZZZZZZ. The residual night beam was immensely powerful.
Where it struck the tentacle, it snapped clean off.
Dark blue blood gushed forth, filling the air with a foul, metallic stench. Without even needing Luo Qiuyan's assistance, Shuyi handled it single-handedly. The shattered tentacles began to regenerate into abyssal mutants once more, but Shuyi had already prepared his skill. Residual night beam. Another beam of night's residual radiance instantly killed the abyssal mutant. The second tentacle shattered swiftly. Go! Luo Qiuyan shouted. The two immediately leapt into the energy vortex, entering the third small island.
Then, they repeated the process. Before long, the third tentacle shattered completely.
Next came the fourth, fifth, sixth. Their combat pace was blisteringly fast, shattering each tentacle in under 3 minutes on average.
Their movements were crisp and decisive, their coordination seamless. Upon the island, the tentacles of the world-devouring demon whale dwindled.
The once fearsome appendages were shattered one after another, resembling a forest stripped bare by relentless felling.
Finally, with the last abyssal mutant slain, all 12 tentacles of the world-devouring demon whale were utterly shattered.
Whoa!
At that moment, a mournful wail erupted from the abyssal energy. See the whale's lament. The sonic waves were so intense they made Shuya's scalp tingle, his eardrums feeling as if they might tear.
Crash! An immense figure suddenly burst through the surface, stirring up towering waves.
The waters of the abyssal energy sea poured down like a torrential downpour, drenching the main island. It was unmistakably a whale, though one of the most bizarre forms imaginable. The whale-like, its body was covered in octopus-like tentacles, its eyes were terrifyingly large, and in some places, tentacle-like protrusions resembling eyes jutted out, sending chills down the spine. It crashed onto the main island and beached itself, its immense body crushing the trees and causing the ground to sink beneath its weight.
Luo Qiuyan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. Quick, return to the main island. With all its tentacles shattered, the world-devouring demon whale will enter a 1-minute weakened state. We can use this chance to chip away at its health. Chapter 33. The world-devouring demon whale appears. Hearing this, Shuyi immediately followed Luo Qiuyan into the energy vortex.
A moment later, the two were transported back to the main island. The world-devouring demon whale lay stranded on the island, utterly motionless. Its colossal form resembled a small mountain, its dark blue skin covered in wounds from which blood seeped continuously, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Luo Qiuyan launched her attack instantly, swinging her staff to gather starlight into a dazzling pulse of stellar radiance that slammed directly into the world-devouring demon whale's wounds. Shuyi was not to be outdone, instantly unleashing his residual night beam, which pierced through the world-devouring demon whale's body.
Boom!
A barrage of skills struck the world-devouring demon whale, unleashing intense bursts of energy that filled the air with a scorched, acrid stench. A torrent of energies pounded the world-devouring demon whale into a bloody mess. Dark blue blood splattered onto the ground, sizzling with a corrosive hiss. Yet the world-devouring demon whale's form was exceptionally massive. Even as a juvenile, it could withstand such fierce attacks from both of them, its vitality astonishingly resilient. This left Shuyi murmuring in astonishment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet his hands never paused. Woo woo! The world-devouring demon whale let out another wail, its voice filled with agony and rage. At that moment, it finally reacted. Whoa! Its wail grew piercingly sharp. Instantly, it opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of menacing teeth, its breath reeking of a nauseating, fishy stench. Then, a violent whirlwind erupted. The terrifying suction of the world-devouring demon whale, like a black hole, began to swallow everything on the island. Luo Qiuyan shouted, "Jump into the energy vortex. Head for the other islands. Don't get sucked in by it." After entering the energy vortex, the two instantly arrived on the secondary island. Shuyi glanced back, his eyes widening in shock as his pupils contracted slightly. The whale on the main island opened its gaping maw, swallowing everything on the island whole. Howling winds whipped through the air as rocks, trees, and corpses were torn to shreds by the terrifying vortex. The world-devouring demon whale's gaping maw resembled a black hole, swallowing everything in its path. Even light seemed distorted. Only after over a minute had passed did the world-devouring demon whale cease its devouring. The air thickened with an oppressive, suffocating pressure. "Alright, hurry back to the main island." Luo Qiuyan's voice rang out once more. Shuyi nodded, took a deep breath, and then leapt into the energy vortex alongside Luo Qiuyan, returning to the main island. After its devouring, the world-devouring demon whale lay sprawled across the island, returning to stillness. Its colossal form rose and fell slightly, resembling a small mountain. Shuyi gripped the corrupted staff tightly and channeled his magic once more. Skill activated, Night's Remnant Beam. Swish, swish, swish. The intense residual night beam erupted, its light streaking like a black dragon as it surged toward the world-devouring demon whale once more. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan unleashed a barrage of spells, starfall and starlight pulse raining down upon the world-devouring demon whale like a meteor shower. The air pulsed with surging energy. Before long, the world-devouring demon whale's body was covered in wounds. Dark blue blood seeped slowly, dripping onto the island with a hissing, corrosive sound. But to Chuya's astonishment, grotesque eyes began sprouting from these wounds. The eyes rolled, emitting an eerie glow that sent chills down the spine. In the next instant, the world-devouring demon whale stirred once more. Its eyes darted about as tentacles like seaweed slithered toward the two, their surfaces covered in dense suction cups, poised to drag them into the abyss at any moment. Boom! Chuyi unleashed his dark flames, directing them at the eyes and tentacles. The flames collided with the tentacles, producing crackling, explosive sounds. Before long, Chuyi shattered the tentacles covering the world-devouring demon whale, leaving scattered limbs strewn across the floor. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan beside him wore an excited expression. Great! The world-devouring demon whale's health is down to half. Just a little more effort, and we can finish it off completely. Hearing this, Chuyi felt a surge of motivation, his movements growing even more swift. He unleashed skill after skill as if they were free, raining down flames and blinding light like a torrential downpour. Woo-woo! The world-devouring demon whale's wail echoed once more, its voice thick with agony and fury. Before long, it began thrashing violently, its wounds expanding rapidly as dark blue blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Seeing this, Chuyi pressed his advantage relentlessly, targeting its wounds with each strike precise and devastating. Finally, the dying world-devouring demon whale let out a horrified cry and opened its gaping maw once more. Luo Qiuyan shouted, "This is its final death throw strike. This attack will engulf all 12 islands. We must continuously transfer between islands through the energy vortexes to evade its blow." No sooner had the words left her lips than that black hole-like suction force reappeared. The air seemed to tear apart, and the surrounding scenery began to warp. Luo Qiuyan urgently shouted, her voice urgent, "Quick! Jump into the energy vortex." "Got it." Without hesitation, Chuyi followed Luo Qiuyan, plunging once more into the energy vortex to shift the island. The world-devouring demon whale's assault nearly shattered the main island. Its edges began collapsing under the immense suction, fragments of rock and trees torn into the air. Yet, upon seeing the two escape, the enraged world-devouring demon whale lashed out at the island, writhing its massive body into the abyssal energy sea before swimming directly toward the island where Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan now stood. Whoa! Splash! The world-devouring demon whale leapt skyward, its deafening whale song intertwining with the waves of the abyssal energy sea like a symphony, its sound filled with fury and despair. Seeing it charge toward them, Luo Qiuyan urgently reminded them to relocate the island. Chuyi moved with lightning speed, his feet like the wind, instantly relocating the island with Luo Qiuyan. Boom! The colossal body of the world-devouring demon whale slammed onto the island, shattering it completely. The island shattered into pieces, sending debris and seawater flying everywhere. The dark blue blood of the world-devouring demon whale surged ceaselessly from the abyssal energy sea, an utterly terrifying sight. Limbs and fragments floated on the surface of the sea. After the island's destruction, the world-devouring demon whale plunged back into the abyssal energy sea. But before long, it burst forth again, its massive form breaking through the water, charging toward Chuyi and his companion once more, its eyes filled with madness and murderous intent. Seeing this, the two immediately relocated to another island. The island struck by the world-devouring demon whale could not escape its fate of sinking, slowly descending into the abyssal sea of energy. It stirred up enormous waves, and mist filled the air, carrying a salty, fishy stench. Is it going to smash every single island to pieces? Chuya's voice trembled with shock. His brows furrowed tightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This scene left Chuyi utterly stunned. After all, he was only level 15. And now he was facing such a terrifying monster. Luo Qiuyan glanced at him, her tone grave. Even the juvenile form of a world-devouring demon whale possesses the power to effortlessly kill level 20+ adventurers. They grow every day. In a few more days, not even level 30 adventurers will be able to clear this instance. Once a world-devouring demon whale reaches adulthood, it gains power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Chapter 34, Slaying the World-Devouring Demon Whale, Forcing a Clear. Chuyi was utterly shocked. No wonder we had to launch the assault the moment the instance appeared. What if that world-devouring demon whale escaped? The consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Qiuyan spoke with grave seriousness. Over 100 years ago, a world-devouring demon whale descended upon the Great Xia Kingdom and consumed an entire city. Ultimately, only by mobilizing every powerful warrior the kingdom possessed did they barely drive it back. They couldn't even kill it. Ever since then, whenever the Reverse Tide secret realm appears, the nation's most elite novice practitioners mobilize en masse to hunt down the world-devouring demon whales within. Chuyi hummed in acknowledgement. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where the abyssal energy sea churned with violent waves. The world-devouring demon whale relentlessly pursued them, smashing islands in its wake, while Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan kept shifting their position. Their movements were hurried yet methodical, each leap precise and swift, as if racing against time. They passed island after island, all 11 minor islands shattered by the world-devouring demon whale. Fragments of the islands floated on the surface like pieces of a shattered puzzle, the air thick with the heavy stench of blood mingled with the salty tang of seawater. Finally, the world-devouring demon whale's massive form returned to the main island, beaching itself. Its breath grew faint, its massive form rising and falling like a mountain on the verge of collapse. It also fell into unconsciousness.
Seize this chance. Attack now. Luo Qiuyan shouted.
Upon hearing this, Shuyi unleashed the residual night beam once more.
Boom. 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 Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Wave after wave of energy erupted from their skills, relentlessly battering the world-devouring demon whale's body, carving one wound after another into its flesh. Even so, the world-devouring demon whale remained stubbornly resilient. Its health pool was likely hundreds of times greater than that of monsters of the same level. Yet, no matter how thick its health bar, under the relentless assault of the two, it finally collapsed.
Woo woo woo.
The world-devouring demon whale emitted its final wail, a cry filled with agony and unwillingness. Its body trembled slightly before slowly sinking into the abyssal energy sea, stirring up massive waves.
Then, all signs of life ceased.
The world-devouring demon whale hatchling has been slain.
Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Dungeon Abyssal Rift Countercurrent Trial. You have gained 40,000 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 10,000 drops of dark matter. You have obtained Abyssal Core, Title Proof, Wand Whale Song Orange, Robe Whale Fall Orange, Skill Scroll Hymn of the World Devourer, Living Fibers of World Devouring Tentacles, Acid Eroded Lacrimal Sac.
Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 16.
Hearing the system notification, Shuyi froze in place, his pupils dilating slightly as his breath caught for a moment. For this haul far exceeded his wildest expectations. First, the experience, defeating the world-devouring demon whale had granted him a whopping 40,000 experience points. Combined with the experience gained from earlier kills the corrupted locusts, Shadowblade Mantis, and the tentacles of the world-devouring demon whale, it had propelled him straight to the next level. Not only that, but the world-devouring demon whale also provided a massive 1,000 drops of dark matter in a single go. Shuyi had never seen such a vast quantity of dark matter before. The pitch-black liquid shimmered with an eerie glow within his divine core space, as if containing boundless energy.
These gains alone left Shuyi speechless with astonishment.
And more spoils were yet to come. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan approached, her steps light and her face graced with a faint smile. Her level had also risen, matching Shuya's new rank of 16. Excitement flashed in Shuya's eyes. I never imagined this haul would be so bountiful. Luo Qiuyan nodded slightly, a smile spreading across her own face. As agreed, I only want the Abyssal Core. The rest is yours.
Shuyi took a deep breath. You really don't want anything else?
We got 2 orange tier items dropped at once this time.
Luo Qiuyan shook her head firmly. I only want the Abyssal Core. The rest is yours. For Luo Qiuyan, clearing this instance alone would have been impossible without Shuyi.
Therefore, she was willing to relinquish the other spoils. Only the Abyssal Core mattered. It was her purpose for coming here, and she must obtain it.
Seeing her insistence, Shuyi nodded. All right then. His gaze swept over the remaining loot, excitement reigniting in his eyes. First were 2 pieces of equipment: the magic wand, Song of the Whale, and the magic robe, Fall of the Whale.
Both items radiated an orange aura, unmistakably marking them as legendary tier equipment. This was the first time Shuyi had ever seen legendary gear.
He immediately checked their attributes. Magic wand, Song of the Whale. Equip level, 15. Equipment restriction, mage type classes.
Equipment effect, plus 800 spirit, plus 1800 mana pool, plus 120% spell power. Core skill, Abyssal Aria Trio. First movement tidal surge, every 3 skill hits generates a tidal vortex, pulling nearby enemies toward its center. Second movement Abyssal Rift, deals 300% spell damage to enemies within the vortex and applies the corrosion status.
This status increases by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 100%.
Third movement Whalefall, summons a spectral skull of a demon whale to unleash an area of effect devouring attack, removing all corrosion marks and dealing 300% true damage.
Demon Garment Whale Fall. Equip level, 15. Where restriction, mage type classes.
Equipment effects, plus 800 constitution, plus 3000 maximum health, plus 50% all elemental resistance, plus 120% healing effectiveness.
Core skill, Eternal Silence Abyss. Eternal Silence Abyss.
Passive Abyssal Siphon, every 5 seconds, absorbs 1% of nearby enemies' current HP within 10 meters, converting it into personal energy shield effect halved against elites bosses.
Active Abyssal Sanctuary, consumes all barrier energy to activated domain, granting the Abyssal Sanctuary status to self and allies within range. 1. Immune to all debuffs, restoring 5% of maximum HP per second for 10 seconds. 2. Each enemy death while the domain persists extends its duration by 2 seconds. Passive.
Skill Scroll Ode to the World Devourer, summons a spectral world devouring whale to unleash a devastating strike on all enemies within 500 meters.
Casting cost, 0. Cooldown, 24 hours.
Negative effect, after using this skill, you will suffer backlash from the world devouring demon whale. Entering a weakened state can be removed with special items.
All attributes are reduced by 90% for 3 hours. Tidal proof when equipped, grants immunity to abyssal corruption.
Increases all damage dealt to abyssal enemies by 30%. World devouring tentacle living fiber, special material used for crafting equipment. Acid corroded lacrimal sac, special material usable for crafting equipment. These were all the spoils Chuyi had obtained. After reading the descriptions of these items, Chuyi nearly froze in place, his lips parting slightly as his eyes filled with disbelief. Because they were simply too powerful. 2 pieces of equipment and a skill scroll all had reached legendary tier. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Chapter 35, the secret realm vanishes, and Chuyi actually clears it. Not only did these 2 pieces of equipment offer absurdly high stats, but they also possessed incredibly powerful skills. Magic Staff, Whale Song creates a vortex that pulls enemies in. Within the vortex, it grants a 300% spell damage bonus and can even apply a mark to unleash massive true damage strikes. Magic Robe, Whalefall not only absorbs enemy health to form shields but can also convert shields back into health restoration. What's more, it can even affect allies. Each of these skills is utterly game-changing. Chuyi quipped, with gear like this, I feel like I could even compete for the top spot in the national exams. Beside him, Luo Choyan shot him a glare. Don't forget your mission, you're supposed to help me win the top spot in the national exams. Chuyi chuckled. Of course I haven't forgotten. Now that we've cleared the reverse tide secret realm, I wonder what expressions the others will have. Luo Choyan replied, probably furious enough to die. Hearing this, Chuyi couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his lips. This haul was too rich. This time's rewards were simply too rich. He couldn't wait to equip his new gear. The wand whale song radiated a deep blue hue, its shaft seemingly forged from some mysterious substance of the deep sea. At its tip sat a gem that shimmered with an eerie glow, as if containing boundless magic. The robe of Whalefall was a deep black cloak. Ripples seemed to flow faintly across its fabric, like the dark currents of the deep sea, giving off an aura of mystery and immense power. After donning these 2 pieces of gear, Chuyi's aura instantly became profound and formidable. His entire being seemed to merge with the abyss, making it difficult for others to look him in the eye. He gripped the magic wand in his hand, feeling the surging power within, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Additionally, there was the skill scroll, Ode to the World Devourer. This too was a legendary tier skill. Chuyi learned it immediately, lightly tapping his finger on the scroll and channeling his mana into it. The scroll instantly transformed into a streak of light, merging into his body. Countless details about the skill flooded his mind, as if he had mastered it years ago. This skill also had no mana cost, but its cooldown lasted a full 24 hours. Moreover, casting it would trigger an extremely potent negative effect. But this was the world-devouring demon whale's strike. Its power was beyond question, it could even obliterate islands. So what if the backlash was a bit stronger? It wasn't like it couldn't be dispelled. After completing all this, Chuyi opened his character panel to check. Name, Chuyi. Class, low-level mage. Level, 12. Health, 3000. Mana, 2000 plus 1800. For attributes, Strength 180, Spirit 220 plus 800, Constitution 200 plus 800, Agility 200. Class skills, Dark Flame, Night Veil, Life Saving Chain, Residual Night Beam. Additional skill, Hymn of the World Eater. Unique Divine Skill, Realm of Darkness. Talent, Dark Origin God Tier. Divine Essence, Fragmented Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity, 32,760 droplets. With the enhancement from his equipment, Chuyi's attributes saw a tremendous boost across the board. Among them, the quantity of dark matter was particularly striking. Over 30,000 drops of dark matter. If this dungeon could be cleared repeatedly, a few more runs might even allow me to undergo a second Divine Essence evolution. Unfortunately, the Reverse Tide Secret Realm is the only one available. Future instances likely won't yield such bountiful rewards. With just a few days left before the national exam, if I push myself a bit harder, I should be able to reach level 17. Soon, Chuyi closed the data panel. Luo Choyan was looking at him. They exchanged a smile, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. The Reverse Tide Secret Realm has been cleared. The realm is about to vanish. This announcement echoed through the Reverse Tide Secret Realm, reaching the ears of everyone within. In the next instant, a light screen enveloped them, and Chuyi and Luo Choyan vanished. Swish, 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 swish. Beams of light appeared along the corruption front, each carrying individuals who had come to attempt clearing the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. They had been locked in fierce combat moments before, but now, all were forcibly teleported away. Many looked around, their expressions blank with confusion. What just happened? How did we get out? Someone cleared the dungeon. Now it's vanished, and we've been teleported out. Good heavens! How long has it even been? Not even an hour, and someone cleared it? Who could it be? Is it Nia Huang? He's the only one who could have done it. But soon, everyone spotted Nia Huang. He looked just as bewildered, clearly not the one who cleared the dungeon. But the answer soon became clear. Chuyi and Luo Choyan appeared amidst the crowd. Luo Qiuyan held the abyss core in her hand, a peculiar crystal radiating deep blue, black, earthy yellow, crimson, and myriad other hues. It looked exceptionally mysterious, as if containing boundless abyssal power. Its mere presence seemed to naturally draw everyone's gaze. And Chuye's demon whale armor was even more eye-catching. That's the abyssal core. What Luo Qiuyan is holding is definitely the abyssal core. And the magic staff, whale song, and the magic robe, whale fall. Chuyi is wearing the demon whale set. I recognize it, no mistake. They cleared the reverse-tide secret realm. As these words echoed, shock filled every pair of eyes. No one could believe it was them who had cleared the secret realm. After all, Luo Qiuyan's combat prowess wasn't particularly strong, especially compared to Nia Huang. She was far inferior. And Chuyi? He was merely a low-tier mage. Yet they had surpassed the universally acclaimed Nia Huang and cleared the dungeon first. Now, many eyes turned to Nia Huang, noticing the darkening expression on his face. Immediately, Nia Huang approached Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan frowned slightly, flipped her palm, and swiftly stowed the abyss core into her storage space. Chuyi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Qiuyan with a stern expression. Nia Huang finally halted before Chuyi, his expression exceptionally cold. Those around them, witnessing this scene, instantly perked up with interest, eager to see what would unfold. Chuyi spoke first. What do you intend to do? Nia Huang's eyes blazed with battle intent as he pointed at Chuyi. I know this much. Luo Qiuyan could never have cleared the reverse-tide secret realm instance alone. This instance could only have been cleared with your help. Impressive. Truly impressive. A low-tier mage achieving all this. He drew his greatsword, a thick aura gathering around him as flames seemed to envelop his face. Either hand over the abyss core and I'll let you go. Or defeat me and step over my dead body. At that moment, the Xianhuang Blade Master pointed his warblade at Chuyi. Chapter 36, Battle against Nia Huang. The Dark Realm's first appearance. Nia Huang is about to strike. This is going to be good. Can Chuyi withstand Nia Huang's attack? I doubt it. What do you think? Will Nia Huang lose control this time? It shouldn't come to that. If he does, we're all in danger. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices rising as tension thickened in the air. An invisible pressure seemed to weigh down the atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Seeing this, Chuyi could no longer hold back. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The magic wand in his hand, Whale Song, emitted a ghostly blue glow, like a specter from the deep sea. It radiated a devouring aura reminiscent of a world-devouring demon whale, sending chills down the spine. Luo Qiuyan's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes filled with worry. She cried out immediately, "You're going to." Before she could finish, Chuyi raised his hand. He looked at Luo Qiuyan and smiled. Don't worry. If he wants to fight, I'll fight him. Men fight, women stand aside. I won't accidentally hurt you. Luo Qiuyan's mouth fell open, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Finally, she snorted coldly, I only hope you don't overreach yourself. Otherwise, I'll have to call the Luo Manners priest to treat you. That said, Luo Qiuyan still stepped aside, her hands clenched tightly as she fixed her gaze on the two figures in the arena. At that moment, Nia Huang's body shimmered with flames as vast as the earth itself. The fire burned like molten lava from the planet's core, scorching and ferocious. His frame had grown even more imposing, muscles bulging like twisted ropes, transforming him into a moving mountain that radiated sheer pressure. Spectators nearby gasped. He activated the primordial battle body right from the start? Looks like Nia Huang takes this fight seriously. Chuyi is clearly a low-tier mage, yet Nia Huang takes him so seriously. This is no ordinary opponent. Perhaps Chuyi possesses some hidden strength? The primordial battle body was Nia Huang's signature technique. Many present had experienced its might firsthand, fully aware of Nia Huang's terrifying prowess. The tension in the arena thickened like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Nia Huang's gaze was like a blade, fixed intently on Chuyi, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit and contempt. The battle blade in his hand trembled slightly, its edge flickering with earth-yellow flames, as if poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. He roared, Chuyi, watch my blade. The moment the words left his mouth, Nia Huang's great blade, engulfed in intense earth-yellow flames, crashed toward Chuyi like an avalanche. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing whistle. Chuyi's gaze remained serene, his face showing no trace of panic. With a gentle flick of his wand, Whale Song, a deep blue light swirled at its tip, like the surging currents of the deep sea, carrying a mysterious and powerful force. Skill activated, Night Veil. Hum. A burst of vibrating sound erupted as the Night Veil materialized before Chuyi, forming a pitch-black barrier that enveloped his entire figure. Boom! The great blade struck the Night Veil, only to be instantly repelled by its force. Nia Huang felt a numbing sensation in his palm where the blade recoiled, his arm trembling slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by battle intent. With a low growl, he swung his greatsword down again. The blade's energy surged like a rainbow, carrying the weight of a mountain as it bore down on Chuyi. He aimed to strike again, to cleave through Chuyi's shroud of darkness. Seeing this, Shuyi gave a cold snort, his gaze remaining serene as he treated the incoming attack as if it were nothing. In the next instant, he abruptly changed his technique, dissolving the night veil. Then, the magic staff, whale song ignited with a burst of flame black as ink, as if drawn from the depths of hell itself. Dark flame. The pitch-black flames erupted instantly, like a roaring black dragon charging straight toward Nia Huang. Nia Huang sneered coldly, twisting his blade to cleave the dark flame apart. The explosive crackling of the flames echoed relentlessly, sparks flying everywhere as black smoke instantly engulfed the battlefield. Both figures retreated, widening the distance between them once more. Nia Huang sneered coldly, his tone laced with mockery. Is that all you've got? Shuyi offered no reply, his expression remaining serene, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. His magic wand swung once more. Light abruptly coalesced at its tip, erupting into a piercing beam that shot straight toward Nia Huang. Night's residual beam. A flicker of gravity crossed Nia Huang's eyes as he flickered aside, narrowly evading the strike. The beam whizzed past his shoulder, trailing a scorching air current that left his skin tingling. A flicker of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This is interesting. No longer underestimating his opponent, Nia Huang charged toward Shuyi once more. His strides were steady and powerful, each step seeming to pound the earth with a deep, resonant thud. Wasteland body, severing the river. Nia Huang swung his blade again. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, slashing horizontally as if to cleave the heavens and earth apart. Where the blade passed, it felt as though the surging waves of a great river had been severed, unleashing a roar like crashing tides, the unstoppable force of a raging torrent. Shuyi roared coldly, swinging his magic staff violently. The shroud of darkness spread once more, forming a pitch-black barrier before him like an impenetrable wall. Boom! The blade's energy collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. Intense energy ripples radiated outward, stirring a violent wind that whipped up dust from the ground, instantly shrouding the area in a haze of smoke and grit. Spectators scrambled backward, fearing the force's collateral damage. Shuya's form swayed slightly but quickly steadied. Fine cracks rippled across the ground beneath his feet, yet his gaze remained cool and composed, as if everything unfolded precisely within his control. His wand, Song of the Whale, trembled slightly. The faint blue glow at its tip flickered steadily, radiating an unfathomable power. A flicker of surprise crossed Nia Huang's eyes as his brow furrowed slightly. You actually blocked my river severance? Your strength is truly formidable. Shuyi chuckled lightly. This is merely my warm-up. Is this all you've got? At these words, a flash of fury ignited in Nia Huang's eyes. Arrogant. In the next instant, Nia Huang swung his blade again. Flames erupted from the blade like a volcanic explosion, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as it charged straight toward Shuyi. His movements were swift and ruthless, as if intent on crushing Shuyi completely. Shuyi's gaze sharpened. With a sudden flick of his wand, Whale Song, the deep blue light at its tip abruptly condensed into a dark blue blade of light. It collided head-on with Nia Huang's blade. Boom! The two forces clashed violently in midair, erupting in blinding light. The air around them seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Wasteland body, heaven-splitting. Nia Huang roared furiously. His blade seemed like the southern heavenly gate, cleaving through the clouds as it swung straight toward Shuyi. His momentum surged like a rainbow, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 June. Even Shuyi was stunned by this overwhelming force. But soon, the fighting spirit in Shuyi's eyes grew even more intense. Here I come to Darkness Domain. Shuyi held nothing back, activating the Dark Realm instantly. A dark mist erupted from his body. Chapter 37, The Might of the Domain. Nia Huang concedes defeat. As the Dark Domain erupted, Shuyi's entire body was drenched in a profound darkness, as if he were a demon god emerging from the abyss. His aura felt like an endless abyss, sending chills down the spine. This domain spread relentlessly, like an invisible giant net, drawing nearby individuals into its grasp. The air around them seemed to freeze, making even breathing feel heavy. After unleashing the Dark Domain, Shuyi immediately activated the Nightlight Barrier. This barrier resembled a pitch-black shield, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Boom! Nia Huang's strike was exceptionally heavy and vicious, crashing down upon the Nightlight Barrier. Yet the strike was repelled by the barrier, sending out a deep, muffled rumble. Nia Huang stumbled backward several steps, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. But the most stunned of all were the people surrounding them. What's happening? My attributes are actually decreasing. It's Li Du. Standing within his aura suppresses your attributes. It's a domain skill. Shuyi definitely has a domain skill. Good heavens. Aren't domain skills only learnable after level 30? Shuyi already possesses one now. Nearly all present were legendary practitioners, instantly recognizing Shuyi's skill type. Dark Domain was a textbook example of a domain skill. Within its range, the caster gained a series of enhancements while enemies suffered a series of suppressions. But even among domain skills, none were as powerful as Li Du's. Nia Huang gasped, "What kind of domain is this?" Shuyi smiled faintly. "This is the Dark Domain. Under its influence, all your attributes are suppressed by 30%.
How does that feel? Nia Huang snorted coldly. So what?
He swung his blade forward again, its edge flashing with a cold gleam, carrying a fierce killing intent.
At that moment, Chu Yi struck again.
The life-saving rope erupted instantly, coiling like 9 black venomous snakes to bind Nia Huang tightly. Nia Huang struggled relentlessly, only to discover his strength was utterly useless against the bonds. Shock filled his eyes as beads of sweat formed on his forehead.
But it wasn't over. Chu Yi unleashed the dark flame upon Nia Huang.
The staff swung, unleashing black flames that swept forth like a raging storm.
Boom! The intense flames erupted, engulfing Nia Huang in an unbearably scorching heat before searing pain shot through his entire body.
The black flames nearly engulfed Nia Huang, his figure appearing minuscule within the inferno. Bound by the life-saving rope, Nia Huang was utterly powerless to resist. Whether it be the life-saving rope or the dark flame, after being enhanced by the dark realm, their power has increased by 300%. Such a terrifying skill even Nia Huang would struggle to withstand it. Gradually, Chu Yi withdrew the dark realm. Though immensely powerful, the dark realm consumed far too much energy. He had only maintained it for half a minute, yet 3,000 drops of dark matter had evaporated. With his current reserves of over 30,000 units of dark matter, he could only sustain the domain for 5 minutes. As the flames faded, Nia Huang's figure was exposed to the crowd. He appeared utterly battered, propping himself up with one hand to prevent himself from collapsing. Numerous burn marks marred his body, though his battle armor remained intact. Gritting his teeth, he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Chu Yi. Your strength is truly formidable. It seems Luo Qiuyan didn't misjudge you. Chu Yi replied indifferently, do you still wish to fight? Nia Huang replied, though I yearn to settle this once and for all here, the national examinations are imminent. A fight to the death would likely cause both of us to miss this crucial event. Today, Nia Huang admits defeat. But don't get too cocky, I haven't unleashed my full power yet. When the national examinations come, we shall meet again. With that, Nia Huang sheathed his sword and departed. His retreating figure radiated an air of solitary pride, like a wounded beast clinging to its last shred of dignity. Watching him depart, Chu Yi reflected inwardly, having consumed the dark flame amplified several times over, yet sustaining only such injuries, this man is a formidable foe. It seemed the national exam was about to get interesting. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd stood stunned, speechless. Chu Yi had won. He had actually defeated Nia Huang. A low-tier mage had defeated the legendary Shen Huang Blade Master. Many gazed at Chu Yi with eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable miracle. After Nia Huang departed, several individuals approached him, saying, "Brother, may we introduce ourselves?" Their tone carried a hint of flattery, clearly seeking to befriend Chu Yi. A burly man stepped forward, his face lit with a hearty smile as he extended his hand for a shake. "Haha, Brother Chu Yi, I'm Zhou Tianhong from Pingyuan Province." Another man, unwilling to be outdone, quickly introduced himself, "I'm from the capital city." Chu Yi's prowess had already earned widespread recognition, prompting many to approach him seeking connections, at the very least, exchanging contact information. Seeing this, Chu Yi smiled and didn't refuse. He shook hands with each of them and exchanged contact information. These individuals were all legendary practitioners. Getting to know more of them would be beneficial for Chu Yi. After dealing with the group, Chu Yi finally managed to slip away. He exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat weary yet immensely satisfied. Approaching Luo Qiuyan, he smiled. "Shall we head back now?" Luo Qiuyan's expression clearly darkened. She frowned slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach. "You didn't show me this skill yesterday." Chu Yi knew she was referring to the Dark Realm. He sighed helplessly, "How could I show you? Do you think unleashing this skill comes without a price?" Hearing this, Luo Qiuyan's expression softened slightly. She studied Chu Yi carefully, her voice softening. "You're not injured, are you?" Nia Huang's skills are extremely brutal. They easily leave hidden injuries that might not be noticeable at first but could flare up later. Chu Yi chuckled. "Don't worry, I've got it covered. Unless Nia Huang goes all out, he's no match for me in that state." Luo Qiuyan replied, "To this day, Nia Huang has never unleashed his full power against peers his age. Most opponents couldn't even withstand half his strength." As she spoke, she suddenly pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Chu Yi's face. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if handling a precious treasure. This left Chu Yi momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the aloof Miss Luo to have this side to her. His gaze held a hint of surprise, but more than that, it was filled with emotion. Luo Qiuyan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chu Yi, filled with a defiant spirit, as if challenging him to look away first. Only after Chu Yi had wiped the sweat from his face did Luo Qiuyan speak. "Truthfully, you needn't fight this battle. Nia Huang cannot take the abyssal core from me." Chu Yi shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "Even without the abyssal core, I would have fought." He issued that challenge. "If I hadn't accepted, wouldn't that make me look weak? Besides, I'm not afraid of him." Luo Qiuyan sighed helplessly. "As you wish. But promise me if you face him again, don't get hurt." Chu Yi nodded. "Don't worry. I'll be careful." Soon, the two departed the corruption front.
Chapter 38, Marshal Luo Tianjing of the Great Xia Empire.
By the time they returned to the Luo residence, dusk had fallen.
Shu Yi intended to leave immediately, but Luo Qiuyan stopped him. Stay for dinner at my place.
Hearing this, Shu Yi was quite surprised.
Why did you suddenly decide to invite me to dinner?
Luo Qiuyan's expression appeared relatively composed, yet Shu Yi clearly noticed the faint flush at her temples and the softened tone in her voice. Without your help today, I wouldn't have obtained the abyssal core.
I told you, I owe you a favor. Whatever you ask of me, as long as it's within my power, I will grant it.
Seeing her serious expression, Shu Yi felt like teasing her a bit.
He raised an eyebrow and asked, really? Anything? Luo Qiuyan seemed oblivious to Chu Yi's intentions, nodding earnestly once more. What if I said I wanted to marry you? Would you agree to that too? The question instantly threw Luo Qiuyan off balance. For some reason, her face flushed crimson.
She bit her lip, then finally snorted coldly, say whatever you want.
With that, she executed a dramatic turn and strode back into the mansion.
Watching her go, Shu Yi froze for a moment, wondering if he'd gone too far.
Seconds later, Luo Qiuyan emerged again, her expression as cool and distant as before. Hurry up and come inside with me. Dinner's getting cold.
Seeing Shu Yi still standing there in a daze, she grabbed him without another word and practically dragged him back into the Luo residence. The Luo household servants had prepared a lavish dinner, more sumptuous than anything served at the finest restaurants in Linshan City. After a day of battle, Shu Yi was famished.
He couldn't care less about his appearance and began wolfing down his food. He knew Luo Qiuyan wouldn't care about appearances anyway.
After eating his fill, Shu Yi finally prepared to take his leave.
Just then, a deep voice suddenly echoed through the air. Ha! Qiuyan, we have guests in the house, and you didn't even bother to tell me?
The voice instantly captured both their attention. Luo Qiuyan whirled around to see a man clad in armor, his sword-like brows and starry eyes piercing the air. The sight of him made her eyes widen in shock. Dad, how did you get here?
Hearing Luo Qiuyan's address, Shu Yi was even more astonished. The man before them was none other than Luo Qiuyan's father, the current marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom, Luo Tianjing.
Yet despite his shock, Shu Yi quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully.
Junior Chu Yi greets Marshal Luo.
Given his relationship with Luo Qiuyan, he might have addressed him directly as uncle.
However, Chu Yi didn't know how Luo Tianjing viewed him.
Addressing him directly as uncle might be offensive, so he opted for marshal instead.
Luo Tianjing chuckled.
I heard you obtained the abyss core, so I came to see for myself.
Is this the helper you mentioned? To defeat Nie Huang, it seems you do possess some skill. Shu Yi hastily replied, it's just a minor trick. Nie Huang didn't actually use his full strength. Otherwise, I might not have been his match. Luo Tianjing shook his head. A win is a win.
Young man, no need for excessive modesty, show some spirit. And you needn't call me marshal.
Just say uncle. Come, take a seat.
At Luo Tianjing's gesture, Chu Yi sat down on the nearby sofa.
Luo Qiuyan sat beside Chu Yi.
Though Luo Tianjing held the prestigious title of marshal within the Luo residence, he seemed devoid of the usual sternness associated with such a position. Instead, he radiated warmth and kindness, embodying the image of a gentle, caring father. His visit today was primarily to examine the Shi1 core. This artifact would allow Luo Qiuyan's profession to undergo an evolution, significantly boosting her strength. After confirming the abyss core was genuine, he finally nodded in satisfaction.
Then, his gaze shifted to Chu Yi. Your profession is merely that of a low-tier mage?
He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes.
Chu Yi nodded.
That's correct. My profession is indeed a low-tier mage. This was already common knowledge.
Then how did you acquire these skills? Dark Flame, Night Veil, Residual Night Beam, Lifeline. These are all dark element skills. Even dark mages don't possess them. Luo Qiuyan had asked this question before. But back then, Chu Yi hadn't answered. This time, he hesitated. The matter of his divine essence was something he naturally didn't want a second person to know about. Even Luo Qiuyan, he didn't wish to tell. After all, the stakes were simply too high. But if it were attributed to innate talent, Chu Yi himself would struggle to offer a coherent explanation. As Chu Yi remained silent, Luo Qiuyan piped up from the side, her voice tinged with frustration. Dad, didn't I tell you? His skills come from his innate talent. Even though he's a low-level mage, he's awakened an incredibly powerful innate talent. Luo Tianjing chuckled heartily. Is that so? Seems I've been a bit forgetful. But it's fine, awakening a talent is a skill in itself. Chu Yi shot Luo Qiuyan a grateful glance. Clearly, Luo Tianjing didn't buy the explanation, but after Luo Qiuyan's words, he abandoned his attempts to press further. The group chatted for a while longer, mostly about everyday matters. Chu Yi, acting as the younger generation, answered each question in turn, while Luo Qiuyan sat nearby, observing the two. Just then, Luo Tianjing said, well, it's getting late. I have military duties to attend to, so I can't entertain you any longer. Let Qiuyan walk you out. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly staggered.
His face instantly drained of color as he clutched his chest tightly and collapsed to his knees.
Luo Qiuyan sprang to her feet, crying out, "Father! What's wrong?" Luo Tianzheng gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
His voice raspy, he managed, my bone-corroding disease has flared up again.
I don't have any medicine on me right now. Go get it for me.
Hearing this, Luo Qiuyan hurried off to fetch the medicine.
This scene startled Chu Yi.
He hadn't expected that just moments ago, Luo Tianzheng had been perfectly fine, yet now he was in such a state. A dark aura began to emanate from his body, carrying an intensely putrid stench that seemed capable of contaminating everything around him.
Clutching his chest, Luo Tianzheng still managed to shout, "Don't come near me! The aura emanating from me will contaminate your body."
Just as Chu Yi was about to retreat, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Detected intense decaying aura. Should divine power be activated to absorb it? The voice startled Chu Yi. He immediately cried out in his mind, "What happens if I absorb it? Will my divine essence be discovered?" His divine essence seemed to hear his inner plea and responded swiftly.
The divine essence can transform decaying aura, dark energy, and similar substances into dark matter. This can alleviate the individual's condition. Moreover, the divine essence's aura is absolutely concealed, posing no risk of leakage. Hearing this, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief.
He slowly approached Luo Tianzheng. Luo Tianzheng, seeing him, snapped, "What are you doing here? Stay away from me."
Chu Yi replied, "Uncle, I believe I can alleviate your symptoms." At these words, Luo Tianzheng's eyes widened in astonishment.
Chapter 39, Alleviating the Illness, Shocked Father and Daughter of the Luo Family. Under Luo Tianzheng's gaze, Chu Yi approached his side. "Uncle, forgive my intrusion." Immediately, Chu Yi placed his hand on Luo Tianzheng's back. Luo Tianzheng's eyes held a mix of curiosity and scrutiny, yet he did not dismiss Chu Yi. The instant Chu Yi made contact with Luo Tianzheng, the divine power within him began to surge. Then, the black mist enveloping Luo Tianzheng's body began to flow slowly into Chu Yi's palm and into his own body. At that very moment, Luo Tianzheng's eyes widened, revealing an expression of utter astonishment. After all, he was a martial.
He had witnessed countless grand spectacles, his emotions long since tempered into unwavering stability. Yet now, before a mere junior, he displayed such a loss of composure.
The reason?
He distinctly felt the agony within his body beginning to subside. The black energy that had been ravaging his body was slowly dissipating.
Under Chu Yi's absorption, Luo Tianzheng's condition was steadily improving.
At this moment, voices echoed continuously within his mind.
Decaying essence converted.
You have obtained 50 drops of dark matter.
Decaying aura converted. You have obtained.
Each time he converted decaying aura, Chu Yi gained 50 drops of dark matter. As more and more decaying aura was converted, Luo Tianzheng's symptoms steadily improved. Just then, Luo Qiuyan returned and hurriedly called out, "Dad, I brought the medicine." But she froze in her tracks.
Seeing the scene before her, Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you doing?" Neither Chu Yi nor Luo Tianzheng spoke, leaving Luo Qiuyan to stand there watching.
Finally, after several minutes passed, a message echoed in Chu Yi's mind. "The decaying energy you've absorbed has reached its limit. Continued absorption will accelerate the burden on your divine essence, causing its integrity to decline." Upon hearing this message, Chu Yi knew he had to stop. He immediately withdrew his hand.
"Uncle, this is all I can do." Hearing Chu Yi's words, Luo Tianzheng nodded and exhaled a long breath. "That's enough."
He slowly rose to his feet, his complexion noticeably improved, his condition seemingly on the mend. Only then did he notice the medicine in his daughter's hand. "Put the medicine away for now," he said.
"I don't need it at the moment." Only then did Luo Qiuyan ask, "Dad, Chu Yi, what was that just now?" Luo Tianzheng didn't respond immediately.
Instead, he said, "Let's go to the conference room first." A flicker of shock crossed Luo Qiuyan's eyes at his words. Whenever her father uttered that phrase, it usually signaled discussions about matters of national importance. What exactly had Chu Yi done to warrant such significance from her father? With lingering confusion, Luo Qiuyan followed her father and Chu Yi to the conference room. The Luo residence's conference room was protected by an exceptionally powerful shielding formation, completely isolating it from the outside world. Unless a powerhouse like the war god of the Great Xia Kingdom forced their way in, no one could possibly know what transpired within. After entering, Luo Tianzheng closed the door, leaving only the three of them inside, Luo Tianzheng, Luo Qiuyan, and Chu Yi. A palpable tension hung heavy in the air. "Please sit down," Luo Tianzheng said to Chu Yi and his daughter. Both immediately took their seats. Then, unexpectedly, Luo Tianzheng clasped his fists in a bow, addressing Chu Yi with the respect due an elder. "Chu Yi, as Marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom, I thank you for your assistance. For over a decade, I have suffered the ravages of this bone-corroding affliction, consuming countless potions. Yet never before have I felt such relief as I do today. For this, I, Luo Tianzheng, owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever require the Luo family's assistance in the future barring treason, I, Luo Tianzheng, shall lend my aid without hesitation." Chu Yi was immediately taken aback.
The marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom was actually bowing to him? He scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Uncle, how can I accept your courtesy? This was merely my duty." Beside them, Luo Qiuyan was the most astonished. Could Chuyi truly alleviate the symptoms of her father's bone-corroding disease? It was a disease for which no cure existed anywhere in the world, only suppressants that could temporarily alleviate the agony after an episode struck. How on earth did Chuyi accomplish this? Luo Tianzheng declared, "Your ability to alleviate my bone-corroding disease is a monumental achievement. The Luo family has served as marshals of the Great Xia Empire for generations. We uphold the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Do not refuse me, it puts me in a difficult position." Hearing this, Chuyi could only nod in agreement. Only then did Luo Tianzheng smile, gesturing for Chuyi to sit. He then took a seat opposite Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan's eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have asked outright. But now, in her father's presence, she held back considerably. As long as her father remained silent, she too kept quiet. Only then did Luo Tianzheng inquire, "Could you tell me how exactly you alleviated my symptoms?" Chuyi wasn't surprised by the question. He knew that once he had done it, Luo Tianzheng would inevitably ask. However, he had already prepared his answer. Chuyi replied, "It actually has to do with my natural talent." "Your talent?" Luo Tianzheng's expression grew more serious, and Luo Qiuyan also became more attentive. Chuyi explained, "I can absorb substances connected to the abyss to strengthen myself, even causing my skills to undergo powerful evolution. My abilities Dark Flame, Lifeline, Night Barrier, and Residual Night Beam all stem from this talent. The corrupted aura emanating from you when you're in an episode 1 can absorb that too." Luo Qiuyan gasped in astonishment, could it truly be that? Having fought alongside Chuyi for so long, she had long speculated on countless possibilities for his talent. Naturally, she had also considered the possibility he now described. Yet she had never dared to be certain, for such a talent was simply too godlike even for an SSS tier talent, it was almost beyond belief. Luo Tianzheng furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. Chuyi remained silent, waiting for him to think. After several minutes, he finally spoke again, "A talent like yours must come at a price, right? The corruption of the abyssal substance is incredibly potent. Even if it can be transformed, wouldn't you still be tainted by it?" Chuyi nodded. But he quickly added, "Compared to the gains I've obtained, the cost is actually negligible." Hearing this, Luo Tianzheng understood Chuyi likely didn't want to discuss the price. Luo Tianzheng sighed. "No wonder you concealed your gift, it's certainly not something to broadcast. But regardless of your motives, you've done me an immense favor. Both I and the Luo family will remember your kindness." Only then did Chuyi ask, "Oh uncle, could you tell me about your bone-eroding disease?" Luo Tianzheng looked surprised. "You can absorb abyssal matter, yet you don't know about bone erosion syndrome?" Chuyi shook his head. Luo Tianzheng continued, "Very well, I'll enlighten you. This affliction is extremely rare among ordinary people. It typically strikes only those like me, especially within the military, which is a high-risk zone for bone erosion syndrome." Chapter 40, The Incurable Bone-Eating Disease, Luo Tianzheng's Recruiting. To discuss bone-eating disease, we must first clarify one thing: corrupted source essence. The corrupting source essence is the primordial essence of the abyss. All matter within the abyss originates from it. This substance possesses terrifyingly pervasive contaminating properties, capable of corrupting everything, even divine essence. Yet it holds no mystery. It's scattered throughout every region of the abyss, even present on the corruption front. Bone-eating disease is an ailment triggered by prolonged exposure to corrupting source essence. When it manifests, bodily tissues undergo persistent decay, emitting a corrosive abyss aura. This is accompanied by excruciating pain and backlash from dark energies, ultimately leading to bodily disintegration or transformation into an abyssal creature. This is a chronic disease. Initial symptoms are generally mild, resembling a common cold or nausea. Over time, the condition deepens, typically progressing through 3 distinct stages. The first stage brings intermittent bone pain, intensifying at night, with black patterns emerging around joints. Wound healing slows by 30%, accompanied by pronounced chills and fatigue. In the second stage, skin develops necrotic patches that ooze black pus and blood upon contact, emitting a pungent sulfuric odor. Bones become brittle, prone to fractures from minor impacts, necessitating mechanical support for mobility. The mind is plagued by whispers of corruption, inducing violent mood swings and loss of self-control. In the third stage, muscle tissue peels away like ashes, exposing pitch black bone. Consciousness warps, with a 50% chance of transforming into an abyssal creature. Otherwise, complete collapse and death ensues. There is no cure for bone erosion syndrome, nor any means to alleviate its effects. Currently, the only method nations employ to manage it is through the use of blocking agents. During an episode, these agents shut down the body's pain receptors, allowing the patient to recover once the episode passes. I spent my youth battling on the front lines of corruption, frequently venturing deep into the abyss for missions. Later, during the abyss invasion, I endured countless more battles. Thus, contracting bone erosion was inevitable. This affliction has tormented me for decades. An ordinary person would likely have succumbed long ago. However, due to my high level and exceptionally robust physique, I've managed to suppress it. I'm currently in the first stage of bone-eating disease, but without relief, the progression is inevitable. Entering the second stage is only a matter of time. As Luo Tian spoke, a flicker of heartache passed through Luo Qiuyan's eyes. As his daughter, she had witnessed her father's agonizing struggles through countless bone corrosion disease flare-ups since childhood. It had practically defined her entire childhood. After hearing Luo Tianjing's account, Chu Yi was utterly astonished. He never imagined such a disease could exist in this world. Luo Tianzhan, however, remained optimistic, laughing heartily. Anyone who fights long-term on the front lines of decay rarely escapes developing bone corrosion disease. In a way, this affliction is also a kind of military medal of honor. But his expression quickly turned grave, even sharp. Chu Yi, do you know? You might be the only person in this world who can alleviate or even cure bone-eating disease. If word of this got out, it wouldn't just shake the Great Xia Kingdom, it would send shockwaves across the entire world. The Free Federation, the Church, and even the Abyss cult would stop at nothing to kidnap you, drag you back, and force every secret out of you before launching their research. Once a cure for bone-eating disease emerges, they will undoubtedly kill you to ensure their monopoly over it, allowing them to plunder the world's wealth. Hearing Luo Tianjing speak thus, Chu Yi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder he insisted on coming to this conference room to speak. Before Chu Yi could respond, Luo Qiuyan grew anxious and blurted out, "Dad, you won't share this information, right? Chu Yi saved your life." Catching his daughter's pleading gaze, Luo Tianjin looked slightly surprised before smiling. "Rest assured. Your father is no ungrateful man." Then, Luo Tianzhan continued, "Since you possess such abilities, why not join the military? The front lines, even the depths of the abyss, are the perfect stage for you to shine. With your talent and strength, you'd thrive in the military. Step by step, you could rise through the ranks and might even become the next marshal of the Great Xia Empire." Chu Yi was taken aback, not expecting Luo Tianzhan to extend such a direct invitation to join the military. Luo Qiuyan stood frozen beside them, clearly taken aback by her father's directness. Chu Yi understood that Luo Tianjing's words were more than an invitation, they were an enticement, even a promise. The next marshal. If Chu Yi excelled in the military, Luo Tianzhang might genuinely groom him for that path. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yi shook his head. "Uncle, I appreciate your recognition, but I'm still a student. With the national exams approaching, I wish to focus on my studies first. As for joining the military in the future, how about we discuss it after I graduate from university?" Luo Tianjing nodded and smiled. "Very well. Qiuyan mentioned she wants you to help her secure the top scholar position in the national exams. With your abilities, admission to Xinxia Academy should be a certainty. The resources and environment there are also excellent. However, I hope you'll seriously consider my proposal. The military needs talents like you, and we can provide you with the finest resources and training." Chu Yi nodded. "I'll give it serious thought." Luo Tianjing nodded with satisfaction. "Your willingness is what matters. My offer still stands. Both I and the Luo family owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever need anything from the Luo family, just ask. Our doors will always be open to you. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back." The three then left the conference room. Luo Tianzhang departed Linshan City and returned to the imperial capital. After Luo Tianjing departed, Luo Qiuyan turned to Chu Yi, her eyes filled with a complex light. Noticing this, Chu Yi smiled. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Luo Qiuyan shook her head and asked softly, "About what my father mentioned earlier, would you really consider it?" Chu Yi nodded. "Of course I'll consider it. After all, the military's resources are undeniably tempting. But who can predict the future? For now, I'll focus on the national exams." Luo Qiuyan nodded, then murmured softly, "Thank you for helping my father today." Chu Yi waved it off with a smile. "No need to thank me. It was no trouble at all. Besides, didn't your father say the doors of the Luo family are always open to me? This is just me building connections early." Luo Qiuyan couldn't help but laugh at this, then shot Chu Yi a playful glare. She changed the subject. "Come level up with me again tomorrow. I'll have them update a batch of better dungeons." Chu Yi smiled and replied, "Of course. See you tomorrow." Luo Qiuyan nodded and watched Chu Yi walk away. Only after Chu Yi's figure vanished from sight did Luo Qiuyan whisper softly, "Chu Yi, thank you." Her voice was so soft it seemed only she could hear it. Chapter 41, Endless Dungeon Grinding, The Wretched Shadow Lizard. The next morning, as soon as Chu Yi woke up, he saw a news report. The military had suddenly launched an investigation into active duty personnel, veterans, martyrs, and their families. Immediately afterward, a large number of related issues were being addressed collectively. Among them was Chu Yi's stepmother, Dong Ping. She faced multiple charges, including embezzling martyrs' compensation and defaming the martyr. Wang Jin was also charged as an accomplice to Dong Ping.
Dongping was prosecuted by the court and received consecutive sentences for multiple crimes, ultimately being sentenced to life imprisonment. Even Wang Jin faced 20 years behind bars. Dong Xian, Dongping's son, was also sentenced and stripped of his eligibility to participate in the National College entrance examination. This incident caused a minor uproar in Linshan City. People were baffled as to why the military had suddenly taken such action. When Shu Yi saw the news, Luo Tianzhang immediately came to mind. Just yesterday, he had assisted Luo Tianzhang in addressing the issue of bone-corroding disease. Today, the military launched this operation.
The timing was simply too coincidental. Is this the power of the marshal?
No one connected this incident to the Luo family, as it was a nationwide military operation.
Dongping's case was merely one among countless others.
Among them, instances of pension funds being seized and families being driven to ruin were even more severe than Dongping's actions. Many had even been used as live targets. Originally, Shu Yi had planned to return immediately after the national exams concluded to handle this matter. But now that Dongping had already served her full sentence, it was settled. Not long after, Shu Yi received a message from the military. It was an apology letter from the military, expressing regret for their indifference to Chu Ye's ordeal over the past years. The message also stated that once the case was concluded, the military would provide unified compensation to all victims.
The assets seized by Dongping would also be returned to Chu Yi.
But that was all water under the bridge now. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yi immediately headed to the Luo residence.
Luo Qiuyan was already waiting for him.
Upon seeing Luo Qiuyan, neither mentioned the military's recent operation. Everything was understood without words.
Soon, they entered the training room once more.
Chu Yi noticed the training simulations had been updated, featuring several new faces.
What dungeon are we running today?
Chu Yi asked directly.
Luo Qiuyan replied, we're tackling this new dungeon, the level 18 Shadow Nest. Following Luo Qiuyan's gaze, Chu Yi immediately saw the new dungeon's information. Shadow Nest. Recommended entry level, level 18. Difficulty options, normal, hard. Maximum party size, 5 players.
Luo Qiuyan explained, this dungeon is full of shadow creatures that ambush you unexpectedly. I'll mark them with my star mage abilities and you handle the kills.
Chu Yi nodded.
Having fought side by side countless times, their coordination was already seamless.
Soon, they entered the Shadow Nest.
The moment they stepped inside, Chu Yi felt the oppressive darkness enveloping them. The instance was a vast cavern, its walls covered in ancient runes that emitted a faint, eerie glow, as if whispering some ancient secret. Beside these runes, numerous eerie shadows lurked. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, shrieks erupted, echoing relentlessly throughout the dungeon.
Chu Yi examined them closely but couldn't identify the monsters. But Luo Qiuyan was prepared.
She swung her staff and immediately began chanting.
Starlight, illuminate my path. The moment the words left her lips, Luo Qiuyan transformed back into her silver-haired, violet-eyed form.
Instantly, the aura of a star mage radiated outward, revealing the hidden monsters.
Seeing this, Chu Yi acted immediately. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Boom!
A fiery explosion erupted, instantly obliterating a large number of monsters. Having already cleared the reverse-tide secret realm, this simple dungeon posed no challenge for the pair. A series of notifications chimed in Shu Ye's ears. You killed a level 18 shadow bat.
Gained 342 EXP.
You obtained 18 drops of dark matter. You killed 18 level shadow scorpions, gaining 388 EXP.
You obtained.
The two pushed forward while clearing monsters. Creatures kept appearing in the labyrinth, but they were easily dealt with. Creatures lurking in the shadows could not escape Luo Qiuyan's starlight spells.
Marked by the starlight spell, these monsters stood out conspicuously. Even some elite monsters were swiftly dealt with by Chu Yi. After about half an hour, they finally stood before the dungeon's final boss.
It was a colossal shadow wyvern, massive in size, its entire body covered in jet-black scales, its eyes glowing red. The shadow WYRM let out a deafening roar and charged toward the two in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Yi calmly swung his staff, immediately casting Knight's Remnant Beam. A piercing beam of light shot straight through the shadow wyvern's body, dealing massive damage. The shadow wyvern let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground.
Congratulations! You have defeated a level 18 shadow wyvern and gained 1890 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 150 drops of dark matter. You obtained shadow scales, shadow fangs.
Soon, the two left the dungeon. Should we tackle a new dungeon next or keep grinding this one? Let's stick with this one. Other dungeons don't offer as much experience.
Hearing this, Chu Yi said nothing further, and the two re-entered the dungeon. Though the Shadow Lair was an 18-level dungeon, it posed no real challenge for either of them.
On their second run, they navigated it with ease. Luo Qiuyan marked the targets, while Chu Yi took care of the monsters. This time, they progressed much faster than before. Within about 20 minutes, they faced the dungeon boss once more. Nice to see you again. Shu Ye's expression softened into a faint smile.
The Shadow Wyvern seemed to understand Shu Ye's words, roaring furiously in response. Then, it charged forward once more. But the outcome remained unchanged. Once again, a single residual night beam obliterated the shadow lizard. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. By the end, whenever the shadow lizard spotted the two, it seemed numb to the sight, nearly uttering a low, whimpering cry. The sound carried both grievance and resignation. As if it were saying, "Destroy me. I'm tired." Then it fell to Chu Ye's residual night beam. But it didn't know its nightmare had only just begun.
For the next few days, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan spent every waking hour in the training room, relentlessly grinding through dungeons. And they only ran one instance shadow nest. Chu Yi didn't know if the shadow lizard had been driven to depression by being killed so often, but he knew their experience points kept climbing. During this period, Luo Qiuyan also completed her class evolution through the Abyss Core. After the evolution, Luo Qiuyan's attributes saw a massive boost, and her skills were significantly enhanced. The very next day after her evolution, Luo Qiuyan was practically bursting with excitement to show Chu Yi her new skills. She specifically instructed Chu Yi not to intervene. Seeing this, Chu Yi felt a bit helpless, but he nodded with a smile. Thus, the shadow lizard experienced a rare kind of death crushed outright by a meteor summoned by meteor strike. Judging by the gruesome manner of its demise, Chu Yi concluded it would have been far less painful to perish under the residual night beam. Chu Yi observed that after her class evolution, Luo Qiuyan's strength had indeed increased significantly. In fact, Chu Yi sensed her combat prowess was beginning to rival Nia Huang's. That said, Nia Huang hadn't been fighting at full strength. If Nia Huang were to unleash his full power, no one could say for certain how formidable he truly was. Chu Yi wouldn't dare claim he could definitely defeat him. The two continued grinding levels in the training room. Finally, on the eve of the national exam, both had reached level 17. Chapter 42, The National Exam Begins. Linshan City, Lancheng High School. Morning sunlight filtered through the mist, bathing the campus in a soft golden glow that draped the tranquil grounds like a delicate veil. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze before the academic building. In the month following the job change ceremony, the school had grown quiet as students flocked to various dungeons to grind levels. During this period, teachers enjoyed a rare stretch of leisure for over half a month. Some more fashionable educators even took the opportunity to squeeze in a short vacation. Today, however, the campus bustled once more, the air thick with a palpable mix of tension and excitement. All because the national exam had arrived. As a major event for all newly transferred individuals in the Great Xia Kingdom, the national exam captured the attention of countless people. Its results could even determine the course of one's entire life. Everyone hoped to achieve outstanding scores and gain admission to their ideal institution of higher learning. Starting today, students who had been training and leveling up across the country gradually returned to campus. They would participate in the national exam under the school's unified arrangements. The campus buzzed with renewed energy as students gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their faces a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan had met up early, walking together at a leisurely pace toward the school. Their strides were steady and composed, confident in their readiness for the upcoming exams. A faint smile played at the corner of Chu Yi's lips. Luo Qiuyan, however, maintained her usual cool and detached expression, her gaze as still as water, seemingly untouched by the world around her. Once all students had arrived, they gathered in the square. Sunlight bathed the square, casting a bright and radiant scene. In the center of the square, a massive teleportation array had already been set up. A faint blue glow flickered across the magical formation, giving it an air of mystery and solemnity. Through this portal, students could be transported directly to the examination halls for the national entrance exams. On the stage before the square, several administrators from Lancheng High School were engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions a mix of anticipation and tension. How are things shaping up for our school this year? Have all the career level registrations been completed? All registered. We have quite a few promising talents this year, nearly 100 students above level 10. Especially Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan both registered at level 17. Their admission to Xinxia Academy is practically guaranteed. Looks like this year's teaching budget and subsidies are secured. The principal smiled faintly, his wrinkles smoothing out in satisfaction. Several school administrators exchanged knowing smiles. Lancheng High's performance this year was indeed impressive. Although Dong Xian and Chen Xiaofeng, two students once held in high esteem, were no longer factors, one in prison and unable to take the national exam, the other deceased, Chu Yi had emerged unexpectedly, climbing to level 17 despite starting as a low-tier mage. Combined with Luo Qiuyan's outstanding performance, Lancheng High's academic achievements were certain to reach new heights this year. At that moment, the principal stepped onto the stage. Facing the entire school assembly, he cleared his throat, and his resonant voice filled the square. Students, you are about to take the national exams. I won't say much more. Here, I wish every student success in achieving satisfying results, and I hope our school's academic achievements will reach new heights this year. His words were brief yet powerful, and the students below the stage all wore expressions of anticipation. On the square, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan stood shoulder to shoulder. Chu Yi tilted his head slightly to watch the principal's figure on stage, a faint smile curving his lips. I thought he'd give a long speech. Past school leaders always did that. Luo Qiuyan shot him a glance and remarked coolly, "You can't be a leader without spouting nonsense." At her words, Shuyi couldn't help but laugh, his chuckle carrying a hint of ease and teasing. "Qiuyan, the national exams are coming up. Are you nervous?" Shuyi turned his head, his gaze carrying a hint of concern. Luo Qiuyan didn't answer, merely shaking her head gently. Her expression remained as calm as still water, as if this exam were nothing more than a routine matter to her. "I never asked you why you're so determined to be the top scholar nationwide." Luo Qiuyan showed no intention of continuing the topic. "The teleportation array is about to activate. Cut the chatter." As the principal concluded his speech, the teleportation array in the square activated instantly. A blinding light surged forth, enveloping every candidate on the square. Within the light, Shuyi felt his body being pulled by an invisible force. The surrounding scenery blurred rapidly, and a low hum filled his ears. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing Shuyi standing atop an immense plaza. Its scale far exceeded his imagination, seemingly boundless and giving off an overwhelming sense of vastness. Wave after wave of examinees appeared on the square, their sheer numbers leaving one awestruck. A faint mist enveloped the entire plaza, the air thick with a biting chill. "So this is the venue for the national exam," Shuyi murmured softly, his eyes flashing with surprise and excitement. Within mere minutes, all the examinees had completed their teleportation. The square was now teeming with people, each face bearing a mix of tension and anticipation. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed throughout the square, seeming to descend from the heavens yet reverberating directly in each person's ears. "Welcome to the national examination venue. I am the chief examiner for this session. I will now announce the rules for the national examination. I will state them only once, so please listen carefully." The voice was solemn and authoritative, instantly silencing the entire square. All attention focused, as if awaiting some crucial revelation. This examination will take place within the abyssal battlefield, the Shattered Realm. This simulated abyssal world, created by the top practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom, can replicate various combat scenarios. The examination consists of 3 phases: Phase 1 Abyssal Fissure Sweeping, Phase 2 Abyssal Fiend Extermination, Phase 3 Abyssal Expedition Trial. Each phase lasts 1 day, totaling 3 days for the entire examination. After each phase concludes, candidates will receive points based on their performance. Better performance yields higher points. The final ranking will be determined by the total points accumulated across all 3 phases. Candidates may freely form teams throughout the exam, but teams are capped at 3 members. Legendary class holders may not team up with other legendary class holders. During the examination, the use of any offensive items such as skill talismans or one-time burst items is strictly prohibited. The use of any combat-enhancing potions such as critical strike potions or attack potions is also forbidden, though recovery potions remain permitted. During the examination, the chief examiner spoke at a steady pace, each word clear and audible. All examinees must strictly adhere to the above rules. Violators will be expelled from the examination hall, their results invalidated, and barred from participating in any national-level assessments. The rules were numerous, but most were straightforward. Candidates would only violate them intentionally. Next, all examinees must upload your team information. Once team information uploads are complete, the national examination will officially commence. As the voice faded, light screens materialized before every candidate. Through these light screens, team information could be uploaded. Shuyi looked at Luo Qiuyan, who was also looking at him. Shuyi smiled, then promptly uploaded his information onto the light screen. Simultaneously, Luo Qiuyan uploaded hers. Within moments, the two were officially linked as a team. Soon, the words "Team Formation Successful" appeared in large characters on the light screen. Other candidates swiftly formed their own teams. Chapter 43, The First Trial, Cleansing the Abyssal Fissure. Before long, all candidates had completed their team formations. The vast majority had secured teammates well before the national exam commenced, with some having begun practicing together as early as half a month prior, achieving an exceptionally high level of coordination. Although teaming up wasn't mandatory for the national exam, it clearly offered significant advantages. Especially when facing high-intensity assessments, teamwork often yielded results far surpassing what individuals could achieve alone. As all team information was uploaded, the voice from the sky resounded once more, its tone carrying an air of solemn authority, as if heralding the commencement of some sacred ritual. The teleportation array for the Abyss Battlefield, Realm of Ruin, is about to activate. All examinees, prepare yourselves. As the voice faded, a miniature sun seemed to appear in the sky, bathing every candidate in dazzling light so intense it was nearly blinding. Immediately, the light of the teleportation array surged like a tidal wave, enveloping everyone within its glow. I hereby declare the national examination officially commenced. In the next instant, the portal activated. Everyone vanished from their spots, leaving only faint ripples of energy in the air. When Shuyi regained his senses, he found himself and Luo Qiuyan transported to an unfamiliar place. He instinctively gripped his staff tighter, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings. This was a desolate, blood-red land. The soil beneath their feet was a deep crimson, as if it had been soaked in blood countless times.
Not a blade of grass grew anywhere, and the air was thick with a putrid, blood-soaked stench that made breathing feel strained. On the distant horizon, countless black fissures were faintly visible, like wounds on the Earth's surface, constantly oozing a dark aura outward. A cold, mechanical voice descended from the heavens, echoing across the desolate land.
Welcome to the Abyssal Fissure. This is the first trial of the National Assessment. Test name, Abyssal Fissure Purge. Objective, abyssal rifts will periodically spawn various abyssal monsters. Eliminate them promptly to purify this area. Upon achieving 100% purification, you will complete the assessment. Total duration, 6 hours. Important notes, abyssal monster spawn rate increases proportionally to your elimination speed. Plan your elimination pace optimally. Scoring criteria based on purification speed, damage taken, personal damage output, and number of monsters slain. The assessment details appeared before Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan as a light screen. Luo Qiuyan's gaze swiftly scanned the screen as she declared, "Prepare for battle." This fight is all about speed. The faster you move and the more monsters you slay, the higher your score. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi nodded earnestly. As the exam rules faded, the surroundings grew eerily oppressive. An unsettling aura permeated the air, as if danger could strike from any direction at any moment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next instant, several streams of light emerged from the ground. The light flowed like water, winding across the floor before coalescing into several grotesque abyssal creatures. These creatures possess dark, blackish bodies covered in hard, scale-like armor. Their eyes glowed a blood red, fangs bared, limbs twisted like those of beasts, radiating a palpable aura of danger. Attack! Luo Qiuyan roared, launching her attack instantly. Her movements were swift as the wind. Her staff whipped through the air, unleashing a brilliant burst of starlight from its tip that shot straight toward the newly formed abyssal creatures. Seeing this, Chu Yi refused to be outdone. With a swing of his staff, a dark flame surged forth, coiling like a giant serpent and swiftly engulfing the nearby monsters. Boom! As the explosion erupted, the abyssal monsters were engulfed in flames, their bodies instantly torn apart and reduced to ashes. Monsters slain, 7 battlefield evolution rate, 0.7%. After the monsters fell, a notification appeared in both their minds. This was the battlefield evolution progress. Once it reached 100%, the trial would be complete. After the 7 abyssal monsters perished, countless points of light appeared densely around them. These points expanded rapidly, soon coalescing into new abyssal monsters. Their numbers were greater than before, and their speed was faster. As if driven by some force, they charged madly toward the two. Kill! Chu Yi roared fiercely, unleashing the dark flames. Bursts of fire erupted, devouring the monsters in front one by one. His movements were crisp and decisive, each strike delivered with pinpoint accuracy. He had long since grown accustomed to this high-intensity combat. Luo Qiuyan continuously unleashed her skills. The intense starlight that appeared instantly obliterated several monsters. Having fought side by side for so long and conquered countless dungeons, they handled this level of combat with ease. As their killing pace accelerated, the monsters spawned at an increasingly absurd rate. A single spawn could unleash dozens of creatures at once. They surged in from all directions, completely surrounding the pair. Yet they continued to slaughter them without visible strain. Chu Yi's dark flame danced like a fiery dragon, weaving through the horde and incinerating every creature in its path. Luo Qiuyan's starlight gleamed like a razor-sharp blade, each swing reaping the lives of countless monsters. Meanwhile, in other examination halls, the vast majority of examinees struggled to handle the abyssal monsters. These abyssal monsters weren't exceptionally powerful, but they weren't weak either. They were equivalent to level 10 practitioners, a strength level that placed them in the lower middle tier among all candidates in the national exam. Most candidates could handle them, but it certainly wasn't straightforward. Most took 1 to 2 minutes, or even several minutes, to slay a single creature. Some candidates hadn't even defeated their first abyssal fiend half an hour into the exam. This was the norm for most examinees. In reality, the vast majority of examinees were unable to complete the entire first exam. The test designers intended that only the top 1% of candidates would achieve 100% battlefield purification. At this moment, outside the examination hall, in a loft, many people were watching the test site, observing the situation inside. Among them were elderly men and middle-aged men, all examiners for this national test. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes focused, as if monitoring every detail. The first exam has been underway for half an hour. What is the current status? It's going reasonably well. Most candidates have achieved at least 1% purification, with the top performers completing at least 10%. This result showed some improvement compared to last year. I hear there are quite a few promising candidates this year. Dean Nia's son is taking the national exam, and so is Marshal Luo's daughter. Their performances are astonishing. Nia Huang chose to take the exam solo instead of teaming up, yet his purification level has already surpassed 20%. At this pace, he might complete the exam in under 3 hours. That's practically breaking the record. Truly the son of that battle maniac. The examiners buzzed with discussion, placing high hopes on Nia Huang. Among this year's legendary practitioners, Nya Huang's combat prowess was almost universally acknowledged as the strongest.
Many even believed he was certain to claim this year's national top rank. Just then, the chief examiner suddenly let out a startled gasp, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze fixed intently on the light screen before him.
Ha! What's going on? Is there an error?
Surrounding examiners rushed over to investigate, each wearing a look of bewilderment.
Then, one examiner gasped, "What? What is this? A candidate has achieved a 40% purification rate." Chapter 44, Dark Tide.
Several examiners stared wide-eyed at the data on the light screen, their expressions shifting from shock to solemnity. Their fingers swiftly swiped across the screen, pulling out the exam records to investigate the situation, as if they couldn't believe the numbers before them were real. It's the candidates from the Chuyi Luo Choyin group.
How did they manage this?
Soon, the battle footage of the two candidates appeared on the screen. The battlefield was swarming with an ever-growing horde of abyssal monsters now numbering over 100. They surged toward Chuyi and Luo Choyin with frenzied ferocity, their savage fangs and razor-sharp claws flailing as if intent on tearing the pair to shreds. Yet at the center of the chaos, Chuyi remained eerily composed.
His hands gripped his staff tightly, his gaze unwavering. He raised his hand slightly and murmured, "Night Veil." Instantly, a massive black light barrier rose from the ground, forming a solid shield that enveloped both of them. The surrounding abyssal monsters relentlessly slammed against the barrier, emitting shrill, guttural roars. Yet the moment their claws and fangs touched the light, an invisible force repelled them, leaving not even a single crack. Simultaneously, Luo Choyin sprang into action.
With a swift flick of her staff, Starfall and Starlight Pulse erupted. As she moved, the sky suddenly blazed with brilliant starlight. A massive surge of stellar energy plummeted from above, crashing violently into the horde of monsters.
Instantly, dozens of abyssal creatures were reduced to ash. Immediately following, another star pulse swept through the area, leaving a trail of fallen monsters in its wake.
Despite being surrounded by hundreds of abyssal monsters, the two, working in perfect harmony, faced no real threat.
These abyssal monsters couldn't even touch them before being instantly slain. Witnessing this scene, the examiner's eyes widened in disbelief.
At this pace, they might complete the assessment in under 2 hours.
That's incredibly fast.
The previous record was only 2 hours and 52 minutes. They're about to break it. No, the monsters will respawn faster and faster. At this pace, they might not even need an hour and a half to clear it. At that moment, Chuyi and Luo Choyin within the battlefield remained oblivious to the examiner's thoughts outside. Their focus was entirely on the battle unfolding before them, relentlessly striking down the endless waves of abyssal monsters. The battlefield's purification rate had now reached 50%.
Give it your all, we've purified half of it already.
Shuya's fighting spirit soared. At this pace, they would soon purify the entire battlefield. Just then, a cold voice echoed down from the heavens once more, shattering the battlefield's fleeting calm.
Dark Tide imminent. All candidates, take cover immediately. Dark Tide?
Hearing this, Chuyi froze for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as he scanned his surroundings. He noticed the monsters around him had vanished all at once, as if forcibly dispersed by some force. Immediately after, a surging tide of dark energy rolled in from the distant horizon, its overwhelming momentum sending a chill down the spine.
Luo Choyin immediately shouted, "Don't just stand there. Block the tide's impact now. If you can't hold it back, you'll be eliminated on the spot."
Chuyi snapped back to his senses, gripped his staff tightly, and immediately cast his spell, Night Veil. A massive black light barrier rose from the ground once more, enveloping both of them securely within its embrace. Simultaneously, the dark tide crashed against the barrier like a colossal wave, slamming into the night veil and sending sparks of black spray flying.
Splash! Splash!
The violet black tide battered the night veil, yet the barrier remained unshaken by the relentless assault. The black spray roared like ferocious beasts, relentlessly pounding the barrier, yet it could do nothing to breach it.
However, candidates in other examination halls were not so fortunate. Some weaker candidates, lacking any means to resist, were instantly swept away by the tide. Immediately afterward, a beam of light transported them out of the examination grounds. On the plaza, countless points of light materialized into candidates. Most wore somber expressions, some slumped dejectedly to the ground, their eyes filled with loss and resentment. Those with fragile psyches burst into loud sobs on the spot, their cries filled with anguish and defeat. The examiner's voice soon echoed through the air.
Eliminated candidates may depart the examination grounds via the teleportation array and return tomorrow to participate in the second stage. The national examination consists of 3 stages. Failure in the first stage does not signify failure in the entire examination. That may be true, but if one couldn't even pass the first stage, how could they possibly succeed in the subsequent ones? But that was no longer the examiner's concern. The first dark tide eliminated approximately 30,000 candidates, representing roughly a 1% elimination rate. 9 more dark tides lie ahead, each stronger than the last.
We anticipate eliminating 30% of candidates in each subsequent wave.
The examiners conversed among themselves, their expressions solemn.
The dark tide is a unique mechanism of the first exam. However, the tides themselves weren't difficult to evade. With proper preparation, one could reasonably avoid their impact. Yet for low-level candidates, these tides were nothing short of a nightmare. With such low levels, achieving good results in the national exam was naturally out of the question. The chief examiner declared, the first wave of the dark tide has passed. Elite monsters may now be deployed.
Several examiners nodded in agreement.
On the battlefield, Shuyi dispelled the nightfall veil.
The surrounding land was cleansed, black mist slowly rising from the ground, the air thick with a suffocating atmosphere.
The tide is finally over, Shuyi sighed in relief, rubbing his aching shoulders. Luo Qiuyan declared, keep spawning monsters. If we want to be top scorers, we can't waste a moment.
Shuyi nodded, gripping his staff tightly as his gaze sharpened once more.
Just then, countless points of light appeared once more around them, the sign of abyssal monsters respawning.
Yet this time, the points seemed larger and more terrifying, as if imbued with some immense power. Soon, one after another, massive, towering monsters materialized before the pair. Their skin was a deep inky black, muscles bulging like coiled steel. Fangs protruded from their jaws, and their eyes glowed with a blood-red light, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating.
Is this an elite monster?
Shuyi froze for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly.
Luo Qiuyan said, after the dark tide passes, elite monsters will likely start spawning on the battlefield. Don't get distracted, fight now.
Shuyi gave a brief nod, gripping his staff tightly with a determined look in his eyes. The two plunged back into the fray. Though elite monsters, they weren't particularly troublesome foes for the pair.
Chapter 45, Dominant First Place. Nia Huan's Resentment. Remnant Knight's Beam.
The magic staff in Shuya's hand, Whale Song, suddenly trembled, erupting into a dazzling burst of light that streaked across the night sky like a shooting star. In an instant, the residual night beam transformed into a dazzling beam of light, piercing forward like a sharp sword. The intense beam instantly pierced through the elite monsters before them, their bodies reduced to ash within the light, without even a chance to resist.
Beside him, Luo Qiuyan showed no weakness either.
Her staff swung, unleashing stellar energy like surging tides, each strike carrying devastating force. The elite monsters before her crumbled like paper, swiftly crushed beneath her onslaught. Before long, the elite monsters too fell to the two. Faint black mist wafted from the scattered remains on the ground, but it was swiftly purified and vanished without a trace.
After several skill casts, a deep blue vortex materialized before Shuyi.
Resembling a deep-sea vortex, it radiated a mysterious and formidable power.
The next wave of elite monsters appeared only to be instantly drawn into the vortex, their bodies pulled in against their will.
Subsequently, Shuya's attacks against the monsters within the vortex dealt several times the damage.
This was the inherent abilities of the magic wand, Whale Song first movement, tidal surge and second movement, abyssal rift.
The monsters trapped within the vortex were like fish ensnared in the deep sea, unable to escape, left only to be slaughtered at Shuya's mercy.
Unfortunately, the elite monsters weren't particularly powerful. Shuyi could eliminate them with a single skill.
Otherwise, they might have witnessed the might of the third movement, Whale Fall.
Time ticked by.
About half an hour later, the second dark tide surged forth once more. The sky abruptly darkened as a wave of black energy surged forth like a tidal flood. Armed with the experience from the previous wave, most candidates now had countermeasures for the dark tide. They swiftly cast defensive skills, attempting to withstand this overwhelming force.
Nevertheless, many were still eliminated. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight back, they simply couldn't. Those eliminated were mostly low-level candidates.
Merely surviving on the battlefield was already commendable. Facing the dark tide, let alone completing the assessment, was practically a pipe dream.
Shuyi and Luo Qiuyan had no time to concern themselves with others.
They remained focused on clearing the battlefield.
Their movements were perfectly synchronized, each strike precise and efficient.
The purification level of the battlefield steadily climbed. Finally, just before the third wave of the dark tide arrived, the two pushed the battlefield's purification level to 100%. The battlefield has been fully purified.
Congratulations on completing this assessment. Time taken, 1 hour, 37 minutes, 8 seconds. Generating assessment evaluation. Your rating is SSS class. Points earned, 1000. Current ranking, first place. As the announcements echoed, the two had finally completed the assessment. Moreover, they had secured first place.
They were the first team to finish the assessment, while other teams were still busy slaying monsters. Even Nia Huan, whose battlefield evolution level barely reached 60%, would likely need another half hour or more to finish. Soon, a beam of light descended, teleporting the pair away from the testing grounds.
At that moment, in the proctoring area, the chief examiner's eyes widened in utter astonishment.
Even though he had anticipated something extraordinary, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shocked. His fingers trembled slightly on the light screen, as if he couldn't believe the scene before him. They actually completed the assessment in just an hour and a half.
Good heavens! This is unbelievable. They've shaved over an hour off the previous record. Unbelievable. Their performance surpassed even Nia Huang's. Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan's performance stunned the entire panel of examiners.
It must be noted that since they were a team, they needed to eliminate twice the number of monsters to fully purify the battlefield. Even so, they surpassed Nia Huang, who had been the one everyone had high hopes for. Several examiners felt a momentary daze, as if caught in a dreamlike haze.
Upon returning to the plaza, the chief examiner's voice echoed once more.
Candidates who have completed the assessment may depart via the teleportation array or proceed to the examination rest area. The rankings for this round will be announced in real time once the testing period concludes.
Chu Yi glanced at Luo Chouyan and smiled faintly. Do you want to head back now, or wait for the rankings? Luo Chouyan took this assessment very seriously, so she answered without hesitation, wait for the rankings.
Although their performance in the first assessment was currently strong, it was merely the first round.
Subsequent assessments would be more challenging, offering higher point rewards. That's where the real gaps in rankings would emerge. Then let's go rest. The two immediately headed to the rest area and found a quiet corner to sit down.
The rest area was already filled with many candidates, those who had been eliminated earlier. Some were unwilling to accept their fate and lingered in the rest area rather than leave. Their expressions bore traces of exhaustion, yet their eyes still flashed with an unyielding light. Time passed slowly. On the battlefield, candidates continued to be eliminated, and the number of participants remaining in the first round steadily dwindled. After about 3 hours, another candidate emerged from the battlefield.
Congratulations to candidate Nia Huan for completing this round.
Time taken, 2 hours, 49 minutes, 37 seconds. Nia Huang had taken nearly 3 hours, an exceptionally strong performance in its own right, yet it still fell short compared to Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan. However, Nia Huang, who had just emerged, was unaware of all this. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. I broke the record. Even though it was only by 3 minutes, this time should be enough to take first place. He quickly recalled his earlier encounter with Chu Yi. Originally, his strength was sufficient to suppress Chu Yi, but he never expected that Chu Yi's single domain skill would turn the tide of victory. In Nia Huang's mind, this national exam was a continuation of his previous contest with Chu Yi. Wonder where he ranks now, though, Nia Huang thought confidently, gazing up at the sky screen. Soon, the rankings appeared on the sky screen.
Among them, the score of Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan's team stood out prominently, displayed at the very top. Nia Huang froze. 1.5 hours? How is that possible? His expression was one of utter astonishment, his brows furrowed, a flash of disbelief crossing his eyes. He had anticipated Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan finishing faster than him, but this was absurdly quick. An hour and a half, how did they manage it? Nia Huang immediately headed to the rest area, his mind filled with confusion and resentment. The moment he entered, he spotted Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan sitting there. They looked relaxed, as if the battle had been nothing more than a warm-up for them. Noticing Nia Huang's arrival, Chu Yi offered a faint smile. Well, we meet again. Have you finished your assessment too? Impressive results. Nia Huang's face darkened slightly. His fists clenched ever so slightly, and his voice carried a hint of resentment. How did you manage that? Chu Yi replied casually, perhaps it's because we work together quite well. Nia Huang snorted coldly, a flash of icy light darting through his eyes. Good teamwork alone could produce results like that? He didn't buy it. He desperately wanted to fight Chu Yi again right then and there, but doing so would jeopardize tomorrow's and the day after's exams. He forced himself to hold back. Nia Huang's voice was icy. Don't get too cocky. Today's assessment is merely an appetizer. The real tests that will separate the wheat from the chaff are tomorrow and the day after. With that, Nia Huang turned and walked away. Chapter 46, Second Trial, Slaying the Abyssal Fiends. Time passed and 6 hours had elapsed. The entire assessment process, like a protracted battle, finally drew to a close at this moment. Today's assessment was successfully completed. All candidates returned to the plaza. Some had already departed earlier, leaving the battlefield with emotions ranging from joy to disappointment. Most candidates, however, chose to rest in the recovery area, conserving their energy for tomorrow's battle. The rest area was well equipped and provided attentive service, offering a full range of supplies and comfortable resting spaces. Candidates gathered in small groups. Some laughed and chatted, clearly satisfied with their performance today. Others hung their heads, evidently disappointed with their results. At that moment, the chief examiner's voice boomed out deep and authoritative, like a proclamation. Now, I shall announce the rankings for today's assessment. All eyes instantly turned to the sky, filled with anticipation and tension, as if awaiting the unveiling of destiny. A beam of light coalesced within the sky screen, and then, row after row of clear text appeared. First place, Chu Yi Luo Chouyan team. Points, 1000. Second place, Nia Huang. Points, 800. Third place, Xia Yuhen. Points, 750. Fourth place, Qingjin Li Long team. Points, 740. As each ranking was announced, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly heated. The name of the Chu Yi Luo Chouyan team stood out prominently, occupying the top spot on the leaderboard and leaving everyone stunned. Their score had reached an astonishing 1,000 points.
This was an unprecedented score, unseen even in past national examinations.
This meant both Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan would each receive 1,000 points, an achievement that seemed almost unbelievable. How did they manage that? 1,000 points? That's never happened before. They even surpassed Nie Huang by 200 points. That gap is enormous. It's just too outrageous. Even cheating couldn't possibly yield such a high score, right?
The examinees buzzed with discussion. Some wore expressions of envy, others flashed glances of resentment, while still others sank into deep self-reflection, clearly stunned by such an achievement. The examiners were equally astonished. As supervisors for the national exam, they had witnessed countless prodigies rise, yet never encountered such a staggering score. In past assessments, the highest score in the first round was usually 800 points, matching Nie Huang's.
In some weaker years, even scores in the 700s had secured first place. This time, however, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's performance shattered everyone's expectations.
Seeing the results, Chu Yi's face broke into a satisfied smile. He turned to Luo Qiuyan, his tone tinged with playful teasing. We've widened the gap a bit. Looks like we still have a good shot at taking the top spot.
Luo Qiuyan remained composed.
Her gaze swept over the rankings displayed on the sky screen as she replied solemnly, "Don't get complacent.
The last two exams are the most crucial." Seeing her seriousness, Chu Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be so stiff. Smile a little. Relaxing your mind will actually help your exam results.
Look at you haven't smiled once since the exam began."
Luo Qiuyan shot Chu Yi a glare before turning her face away, clearly signaling, "I don't want to talk to you."
Chu Yi shook his head helplessly at her reaction. Just then, the chief examiner's voice rang out again, cutting through the students' murmurs.
"Today's examination has concluded successfully. Candidates may now teleport away or rest overnight in the designated area. Tomorrow, the second examination will commence. All candidates are required to arrive punctually."
As the chief examiner's words faded, a large number of candidates began leaving the examination hall, their figures gradually disappearing into the glow of the teleportation array.
Of course, many candidates chose to stay overnight in the rest area to ensure they wouldn't miss tomorrow's exam. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan likewise remained in the rest area.
The next day, the assessment commenced as scheduled. Candidates arrived at the examination hall one after another, each wearing a different expression. Some looked relaxed, clearly confident in today's assessment. Others frowned, evidently dissatisfied with yesterday's results and determined to redeem themselves today.
The chief examiner's voice echoed from the sky, deep and authoritative. "Today, the second assessment will commence the Abyssal Demon Slaying Test.
Next, all candidates will be assigned Abyssal Demon instances corresponding to their strength based on their rankings from the first round. You must proceed to your respective instances and slay the Abyssal Demons within.
Based on your performance within the instance, you will earn corresponding points. Achievements such as speed runs or flawless clearances will grant additional point bonuses. The assessment duration remains 6 hours. Upon time expiration, all candidates will be forcibly teleported out."
Listening to the chief examiner's words, many candidates wore expressions of intense focus, clearly recognizing the critical importance of today's assessment for their final rankings. Among them were those who had performed poorly in yesterday's assessment, determined to turn the tide today. Notably, the difficulty of the second assessment dungeon is assigned based on rankings from the first round.
Higher rankings mean tougher dungeons, but also higher potential point rewards.
However, this doesn't mean later candidates have no chance. Easier dungeons offered opportunities to achieve conditions like flawless clear runs or speedrun records. Accomplishing these feats granted substantial point bonuses, enabling candidates to overtake others on the curve. Amidst the crowd, Nie Huang's expression was unusually stern. His gaze was icy, his brow furrowed. The image of Chu Yi flashed through his mind once more. He let out a cold snort and muttered under his breath, "Yesterday's results were not as good as yours, but it doesn't matter. Today, I will show you my true strength."
Nie Huang intended to get serious.
Today, he would reclaim the top spot. Around him, many others were also stirring with anticipation.
The national exam was not merely an assessment, it was an invisible war. Every prodigy was secretly vying for supremacy, striving to stand out in this brutal competition. As the chief examiner's voice faded, the immense light of the teleportation array once again enveloped all the examinees.
In the next instant, every candidate vanished from their original spots, transported to their respective examination halls.
Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan were transported away simultaneously.
Their figures blurred within the light before vanishing completely.
When they reappeared, they found themselves in an extremely scorching underground cavern.
This was a colossal subterranean cavern where molten lava churned violently. The floor was covered in charred basalt, with crimson magma seeping through the cracks, as if ready to erupt at any moment. A burning meteor hung from the cavern's ceiling, radiating blinding heat that bathed the entire space in hellish light. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of sulfur. The scorching heat threatened to bake one dry, making even breathing a struggle. Your trial instance, Corrupted Nest Core Forge. Objective, defeat the lava Colossus Gorgon and destroy 3 energy cores. Total duration, 6 hours.
Precautions: the intense lava floor will continuously inflict burn damage, and flaming meteorites may fall from above at any moment. Exercise caution and evade attacks. Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan stood within this scorching subterranean cavern.
The air around them seemed to burn, suffocating heat assaulting their senses. Even the basalt floor beneath their feet radiated an unbearable intensity. "Watch your step. Don't get burned," Luo Qiuyan whispered, her gaze darting warily around the chamber. Shu Yi nodded and immediately activated the nightfall light barrier, enveloping them both. The light barrier blocked the intense heat and the pungent sulfur smell, bringing an immediate sense of relief. Just then, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. The sound was deafening, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble slightly. Their expressions shifted slightly as they instantly prepared for battle. Chapter 47, Lava Fiend. Welcome to the Scorched Lands. The lava fiends slumbering here have awakened. Good luck. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the air, carrying an intangible sense of oppression. The ground shook violently as molten lava erupted from fissures, boiling into fiery masses that gradually solidified into twisted monstrosities. These lava imps were entirely crimson, their bodies resembling strange rocks formed from cooled magma. Their surfaces were covered in cracks, radiating scorching heat. Their eyes glowed crimson, fangs bared, and the sound they emitted was as jarring as metal scraping against metal, sending chills down the spine. Over a dozen lava fiends emerged from the surrounding area, their eyes fixed intently on Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan. The next instant, they charged forward with frenzied ferocity, intent on tearing the pair to shreds. Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan sprang into action instantly, their coordination seamless without a word exchanged. Shu Yi swiftly raised his wand, whale song, and a spell erupted, Dark Flame. In an instant, black flames surged from his wand, striking the lava imps like venomous serpents. The flames erupted, instantly shattering the lava imp before them. Scorching magma fragments scattered wildly, sizzling and crackling. Luo Qiuyan swung her wand, instantly unleashing a starburst pulse. A brilliant beam of starlight shot from her staff, striking the first lava imp. The pulse immediately split into multiple beams, continuing their charge toward the remaining lava imps. Each split claimed another monster's life. Finally, the starlight pulse transformed into a dazzling fireworks display, utterly annihilating all the lava imps. Their actions were lightning fast. Within a minute, all the lava imps were vanquished. Yet the threat had not receded. Soon, molten lava surged from the earth's surface once more, its heat suffocating and its scorching breath assaulting their senses. Instantly, the lava solidified again, forming brand new lava imps. The lava fiends emitted shrill cries, piercing like scraping metal, then charged madly toward the pair. Just as Shu Yi prepared to strike again, he suddenly noticed the lava imp before him wearing a strange, twisted grin, a sinister smile on its hideous face. A sudden unease gripped him, his heart clenching violently. He shouted, "No! They're going to self-detonate!" Luo Qiuyan froze at Shu Yi's warning, momentarily unable to react. But Shu Yi, having sensed the danger, swiftly activated his nightfall barrier the instant the lava imps detonated. Boom! Several lava fiends' bodies instantly swelled before erupting in a violent blaze. Molten lava spattered everywhere as searing flames surged forward, crashing against the night veil and producing a piercing roar. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The explosive flames struck the nightshade light barrier, immediately emitting a hissing sound, as if attempting to corrode its defenses. Fortunately, the barrier was sufficiently powerful, blocking all the impact from penetrating. Soon, the roar of the explosion gradually faded, and a brief calm descended upon the surroundings. The basalt surface was littered with charred remains, the body tissue of the lava fiend that had detonated itself, now reduced to blackened carbon. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burnt flesh. Huff! Shu Yi exhaled in relief, yet his expression remained grave, his brow slightly furrowed. He murmured, "These monsters can actually self-detonate. We absolutely must be careful." A flicker of lingering fear crossed Luo Qiuyan's eyes as a thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She murmured softly, "Thank you." Shu Yi smiled, his tone light. "After all the times we've fought side by side, do you really need to thank me? Let's hurry on. The earth is trembling here, the lava colossus Gorgon must be deep within. If we want first place, we need to set not just an unhurt record, but a speedrun record too." Luo Qiuyan nodded earnestly. The earlier self-destruction had nearly cost them their flawless run, but luckily Shu Yi had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, their score would have taken a significant hit. Meanwhile, lava imps kept spawning all around them. Crawling out of ground fissures, they emitted shrill screeches as they closed in on the pair. Luo Qiuyan unleashed skill after skill, her gaze icy and tinged with a fierce, ruthless intent. Clearly enraged by the earlier self-destruction, her attacks grew exceptionally brutal. As her staff swung through the air, stellar energy poured down like a torrential rain, instantly shredding the lava imps to pieces. The pair advanced rapidly while slaying the monsters. Lava pools remained scattered across the floor, radiating intense heat. Stepping on them would inflict scorching damage, demanding constant vigilance. To make matters worse, every few minutes, burning boulders would rain down from above. These stones plummeted like meteors, carrying devastating force, crashing onto the ground with deafening booms. Whenever a boulder fell, the pair had to scramble away swiftly. Shuyi also had to activate his Nightfall Light Barrier, otherwise, the impact force would still inflict damage on them.
This dungeon's difficulty was no joke. Shuyi even felt the same pressure he'd experienced when tackling the Reverse Tide Secret Realm. Every step demanded utmost caution, the slightest misstep could plunge them into peril.
Hiss. Rattle. Just then, a series of sharp whistles pierced the air, disrupting their forward momentum.
Watch out ahead. Luo Qiuyan snapped, her voice tinged with tension.
Shuyi focused his gaze, his expression growing grave. Before them flowed a river of molten lava, its searing magma churning and bubbling with a gurgling roar. From within the river, lava fiends kept crawling out. These creatures were even larger, their bodies covered in more violently churning lava, radiating a palpable threat. Moreover, their numbers were staggering, over 100 of them. If they continued spawning at this rate, their numbers would likely exceed 200 within minutes. Just then, Shuyi spotted something behind the river. He pointed urgently toward the distance. Look over there.
Luo Qiuyan followed Shuyi's pointing finger and immediately spotted the anomaly. Not far across the river stood an extremely obese lava fiend, its body resembling a small mountain. A tube resembling an umbilical cord connected its lower body to the lava river. The colossal lava imp's belly heaved rhythmically, expelling clumps of substance into the river. With each delivery, a new lava imp would emerge from the river. That monster is likely a mother entity, producing lava imps. We must kill it first. Luo Qiuyan nodded swiftly. I can handle the lava imps myself. You go kill the mother. Shuyi nodded, gripping his wand tightly, his gaze intense. He moved swiftly, his form like a bolt of lightning. Luo Qiuyan charged into the swarm of lava imps, instantly activating her special form. Her silver hair fluttered slightly in the air, her violet eyes shimmering with star-like brilliance. She became an embodiment of starlight itself, mysterious and powerful. Stellar Pulse. Luo Qiuyan's voice was ethereal and icy as she cast the spell instantly. A torrent of stellar energy surged into the lava imps, tearing them apart in an instant. Meanwhile, Shuyi charged straight toward the mother entity, his eyes blazing with icy murderous intent. Chapter 48, The Fused Bone Corridor. With most of the lava fiends eliminated by Luo Qiuyan alone, Shuyi advanced unimpeded, his form swift as a gust of wind as he swiftly traversed the charred surface. Upon reaching the edge of the molten river, Shuyi drew a deep breath. With a sudden burst of power from his feet, he leapt like an arrow released from its string, slicing through the air. In an instant, he cleared the several-meter-wide river and landed steadily on the opposite bank. At that moment, the lava fiend mother detected his presence. Its bloated body trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant growl. This sound was entirely different from that of ordinary lava fiends, sounding exceptionally heavy and even carrying a faint gust of wind that made the surrounding air vibrate. Shuyi snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. Die! Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill. Remnant Night Beam. The magic wand in his hand, Song of the Whale, instantly erupted with an intense radiance. The light condensed into a dazzling beam, piercing straight toward the lava imp mother like a sharp sword. The beam's power was immense, instantly piercing through the mother's body. Lava spattered everywhere as the mother let out an agonized roar. Roar! The mother's voice was filled with rage and agony. Its body shook violently. From the surrounding rivers of lava, countless lava imps suddenly leapt out of the molten rock, charging madly toward Shuyi. But Shuyi remained unflustered, his expression calm and composed. His wand flickered rapidly, unleashing waves of dark flames that incinerated the newly spawned lava imps without exception. After dealing with these lava imps, Shuyi turned his gaze back to the mother creature. His wand moved again, conjuring a spell. Already pierced by the starlight pulse, the lava fiend mother lay on the verge of death, the flow of lava across its body significantly slowed. As Chuya's second strike connected, the mother let out a wail filled with endless despair and agony. Finally, its body collapsed completely, its bloated form tumbling into the river of lava and splashing up a spray of searing magma. Following the mother's demise, the remaining lava imps panicked and scattered, scrambling back into the river as if the apocalypse had arrived. Luo Qiuyan, who had been engaged in combat, was finally able to end the fight. Standing on the charred ground nearby, she scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. Only after confirming no monsters remained did she slowly lower her staff. Shuyi shouted toward her, "It's done. Let's hurry onward." Luo Qiuyan nodded, then immediately crossed the lava river and followed Shuyi forward. Perhaps because the lava fiend mother had been slain, they encountered no more lava fiends as they advanced. The surroundings grew significantly quieter, broken only by the occasional gurgling of magma bubbling up from fissures in the ground. Finally, after traversing a narrow passageway, they emerged into a new area. A cold voice echoed once more through the scorching space. "Welcome to the bone-melting corridor. A steam storm is about to sweep through. The wandering scorched souls have been waiting for a long time. Good luck." The new area was a vast corridor. The walls were charred black, and steam billowed incessantly from cracks in the floor, radiating intense heat. The entire corridor was shrouded in steam, obscuring vision, while the air thickened with suffocating heat. The moment Chuyi stepped inside, a wave of scalding steam slammed into his face. Startled, he swiftly raised his hand and activated the nightfall light barrier. The black light screen swiftly enveloped both of them, shielding them from the external heat. Chuyi's expression turned grave as he scanned the surroundings. This entire area is filled with steam, with temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, he whispered. I must keep the night veil active the entire time, or we'll be scalded instantly. Luo Qiuyan nodded solemnly. Leave the rest to me. Due to the limited range of the night veil, the two couldn't stray too far apart. Steam swirled everywhere, occasionally whipped into violent storms. The scorching steam churned within the whirlwinds, resembling fiery dragons that swept through the entire corridor. Even through the nightlight barrier, Chuyi could almost feel the extreme heat. Hiss. Rattle. A sharp yet ethereal sound suddenly pierced the silence of the corridor. Immediately, ghostly creatures drifted out of the steam. Their bodies were semi-transparent, enveloped in searing flames. With every step forward, they left a trail in the vapor. The surrounding steam scattered like mice encountering a cat the moment it touched these creatures. Luo Qiuyan's eyes flashed coldly as she swiftly raised her hand, her staff tracing a graceful arc through the air. Stellar flame ignites souls. Her voice was cold and resolute as a star-like energy shot from her staff, instantly striking the soul-burning specter ahead. The starlight erupted upon the creature, intensifying its flames to an unbearable degree. It let out a piercing, agonized scream as its body ignited like kindling, burning rapidly until it dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke. This skill astonished Chuyi. After all, Luo Qiuyan had never demonstrated it before. Noticing Chuyi's gaze, Luo Qiuyan explained, soul-burning specters are ethereal beings. Ordinary physical or magical attacks are ineffective against them. But my Starlight Soul Ignition is specifically designed to target such spirits, granting it a special attack effect against these monsters. Hearing this, Chuyi chuckled. No wonder I never saw you use it before. They hadn't encountered spirit-type monsters before, so this skill had indeed remained undisplayed. With Luo Qiuyan's Starlight Soul Burning, their journey ahead became considerably easier. The soul-burning specters they encountered along the way offered almost no resistance under Luo Qiuyan's attacks. Chuyi continuously maintained the night light barrier to ward off the steam's encroachment. This corridor wasn't particularly long, yet it wasn't short either, stretching nearly 1,000 meters. The two advanced swiftly, yet they still had to deal with various soul-scorching specters along the way. Sometimes they encountered large numbers of these specters, forcing them to stop and deal with them slowly. Consequently, the journey took them a considerable amount of time. After about half an hour, they finally reached the end of the corridor. There stood a massive door, carved with strange runes that emitted a faint red glow. As they approached, the door slowly swung open with a deep rumbling. They immediately rushed inside. Swish, swish, swish. Beyond the gate, Chuyi's night veil instantly became shrouded in thick clouds of steam. The night veil had absorbed so much heat that it had long since become scorching hot. The normal water vapor outside the gate instantly evaporated upon contact with the shield. Though vast seas of molten lava still surrounded them, the temperature here was at least bearable. Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief and deactivated the nightshade barrier. This must be the core area, right? He murmured, scanning the surroundings. Ahead stood a massive altar, likely the battlefield for the dungeon boss. However, the altar sat at the center of the lava sea, surrounded by scalding magma with no path to reach it. Chuyi frowned. How are we supposed to get over there? Chapter 49, Dungeon Beyond Expectations? A monster with 1,000,000 HP. Look over there. Luo Qiuyan suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the edge not far away. Chuyi followed her line of sight and immediately noticed something. At the altar's edge stood a cold iron mechanism radiating an icy aura, starkly contrasting with the surrounding molten lava. At its center sat a massive vessel filled to the brim with ice-blue liquid, faint murmurs of flowing water barely audible. A gleam of understanding flashed in Chuyi's eyes. I'll go check it out, he murmured. He swiftly strode toward the cold iron mechanism. Each step was taken with extreme caution. The ground beneath his feet still retained its scorching heat, while lava churned and bubbled around him, emitting a constant gurgling sound. Luo Qiuyan followed closely behind, her fingers gripping her staff tightly as her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, wary of any sudden, unknown threats. Upon reaching the cold iron mechanism, Chuyi examined it closely before turning to Luo Qiuyan. I'll try disabling this trap. Luo Qiuyan nodded. Without hesitation, Chuyi raised his wand and murmured, Dark Flame. Whoosh. A jet of pitch-black flame erupted from his hand, like a dark dragon, striking the container in an instant. The glass-like vessel shattered under the impact of the dark flame, and an ice-blue solution gushed out like a burst dam, flowing across the ground. Upon contact with the searing magma, the liquid emitted a piercing hiss. The molten rock instantly solidified, transforming into pitch-black stone. The solution flowed toward the center of the lava sea, solidifying the molten rock in its path as it went, forming a solid stone path leading to the altar.
By the time the liquid had completely drained away, a distinct path of pitch-black rock lay before the two of them.
Chuyi exclaimed excitedly, "Alright, let's hurry over." Luo Qiuyan also broke into a smile.
Following the newly formed path, they swiftly made their way to the center of the altar. The rocks beneath their feet still retained a faint chill, starkly contrasting with the searing lava surrounding them. The instant they stepped onto the altar, a cold voice echoed once more through the searing space.
"Welcome to the Cataclysm Core. Your actions have enraged the lava colossus Gorgon. It is about to awaken. Good luck." Meanwhile, outside.
Within the proctoring zone, several examiners closely monitored the candidates' progress. 1 million examinees, ranked based on their performance in the previous round, had been assigned to instances of varying difficulty.
Each candidate's performance was displayed before them. The examiners' expressions were grim.
They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves.
The situation isn't looking good.
The majority of candidates are stuck in their dungeons, unable to progress at all. One examiner shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation.
Could this year's assessment be a bit too difficult? Another examiner frowned, clearly concerned about the candidate's performance. It is quite challenging this year.
I hear the deans of all 9 academies at Xinxia Academy personally contributed to the questions, the chief examiner replied solemnly, his gaze turning serious.
Despite the difficulty, some are performing well. Those legendary tier candidates are making solid progress, especially Nia Huang.
I see he's nearly halfway through, another examiner remarked, glancing at the data in his hands with a hint of satisfaction.
The chief examiner nodded, then waved his hand.
The screen instantly switched to Nia Huang's progress. Nia Huang, the runner-up from the previous round, was facing a dungeon called the Eternal Tomb. This instance was said to be the battlefield where a fallen ancient god fought before ascending to godhood. Of course, it wasn't the actual battlefield, but rather a projection of that arena created by the top-tier warriors of the Great Xia Empire. Buried deep within the abyssal battlefield, it was divided into 3 distinct sections. Nia Huang's objective was to fight his way deep into the tomb and slay Mordian, the abyssal demon formed from the dark energies that had gathered within the tomb.
Now, Nia Huang had already reached the second layer of the tomb.
At this pace, he would likely clear the tomb within 3 hours. The chief examiner marveled, Nia Huang has maintained his unblemished record thus far. Should he complete the tomb within 4 hours, he would also set a speedrun record. He was thoroughly satisfied with Nia Huang's performance, his tone tinged with genuine praise. Just then, an alert sound suddenly broke the silence in the monitoring area.
Team Chuyi Luo Qiuyan has reached the dungeon core, triggering the final showdown. The moment the announcement sounded, all the examiners froze.
Their eyes locked onto the screen, their faces etched with disbelief.
What's happening? They've reached the dungeon core. It hasn't even been an hour. How could they be this fast? Could it be a dungeon glitch? Let me check. The chief examiner swiftly pulled up the pair's test data, including dungeon details. Incubation Nest Core Crucible. They were assigned this dungeon?
Seeing the dungeon name, the examiners were utterly stunned.
The chief examiner furrowed his brow, his expression thick with disbelief. One examiner gasped, "That's a world instance. How could it be in the national exams instance pool?"
"This difficulty level is way beyond the syllabus," another examiner chimed in, clearly astonished by the dungeon's challenge. "I'll inquire about the situation," the chief examiner said in a low voice, then promptly contacted the main headquarters of the Examination Institute. Minutes later, they received a response.
"There's no mistake. This instance does exist. Moreover, it was personally added to the pool by Xiao Wuzhou, the headmaster of Xinxia Academy.
Only those scoring above 900 in the first round will advance to this instance in the second round." Upon hearing this, the examiners all wore peculiar expressions. One examiner sighed wryly, "The boss of this instance, Gorgon, has 1,000,000 HP and extremely high damage immunity. For ordinary practitioners, even if they stood there letting it attack, it would take days to kill it."
Another examiner shook his head in agreement. "They won't make it. Even if they could handle Gorgon, the time limit is impossible.
The dungeon boss Nia Huang faces only has 100,000 HP. It should be defeated within 2 or 3 hours. The monsters faced by the first and second place contenders had a whopping tenfold difference in health.
That gap was simply too vast." The chief examiner sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Let's wish them luck. Even if they can't clear the dungeon, their scores won't be low if they perform well."
Several examiners exchanged sympathetic glances, though they could do nothing to alter the situation.
All this remained unknown to Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan within the dungeon.
They now stood at the altar's center, their gazes cold as they watched the colossal beast gradually awaken before them.
Chapter 50, Lava Colossus Gorgon.
The lava colossus Gorgon's form was colossal, towering like a majestic mountain at the altar's center. Apart from the world-devouring demon whale they had encountered in the reverse-tide secret realm, Gorgon was the largest creature they had ever seen. Standing over 15 meters tall, its obsidian-like carapace covered its entire body, gleaming with a metallic sheen that seemed to conceal molten lava within. Its limbs were thick as pillars, each footstep sending violent tremors through the ground. At its tail, 3 burning chains extended to the 3 corners of the altar, as if drawing some form of energy.
The flames on the chains blazed fiercely, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air.
Even having witnessed the colossal world-devouring demon whale, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes at the sight of this lava colossus. Gorgon radiated scorching heat as it fully awoke, its eyes blazing with fire as they slowly opened.
Upon spotting the two, Gorgon erupted in a deafening roar. Roar! Roar!
In an instant, Chu Yi felt as though swept by an immense storm, nearly blown off the altar and into the molten lava below.
Night Veil!
Chu Yi roared, swiftly raising his wand.
A black barrier instantly unfolded around the two, blocking the raging air currents outside.
The murderous intent in the lava colossus Gorgon's eyes solidified into tangible form, as if poised to devour them whole. It spoke slowly, its voice deep and resonant like a volcano on the verge of eruption, carrying boundless pressure. Kill the intruders. Each syllable was deliberate, as if imbued with destructive force, causing the entire altar to tremble. As the last syllable faded, the lava colossus swung its massive, flame-engulfed fist with brutal force, smashing it down toward the two figures below. Kill! Chu Yi roared fiercely, launching his counterattack the instant Gorgon struck.
His wand, Song of the Whale, whipped through the air. 3 tendrils of dark flame coiled like venomous serpents toward Gorgon, erupting into a violent explosion upon its body. Boom! However, Gorgon possessed immense health and formidable damage reduction, rendering Chu Yi's dark flames largely ineffective. But Chu Yi's objective wasn't to deal damage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the 3 dark flames struck the Gorgon, a peculiar disturbance suddenly surged beneath its feet. The first movement of the wand whale song, Tide Surge, activated silently. A massive vortex formed beneath the Gorgon, relentlessly tugging at its body and restricting its movement. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuyan refused to be outdone. Her wand, Tianxian, flashed through swift motions as she murmured, Starfall. Boom! A brilliant starburst erupted in the sky. A massive meteor plummeted from above, crashing violently into the Gorgon's arm. The immense impact shattered the limb clean off, sending the colossal creature reeling backward several steps. Roar! Gorgon let out an angry roar, struggling to break free from the vortex beneath its feet. Yet the tidal force made movement difficult, trapping it firmly in place. In their first clash, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan had already gained the upper hand. Yet Chu Yi furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. We unleashed several skills, yet this monster isn't even injured. Is its defense that astonishing? Luo Qiuyan remained composed as she swiftly explained, abyssal demons in the national exam typically possess extremely high HP pools, most exceed 10,000, and a few even have tens of thousands. Moreover, they possess high damage immunity, which reduces the effectiveness of our attacks. Hearing this, Chu Yi finally understood. If it's a tank, we'll grind it down. Chu Yi unleashed another barrage. His dark flames erupted relentlessly, accompanied by skills like Residual Knight's Beam and Life-Sucking Rope. His attacks swept toward Gorgon like a raging storm. He might lack other resources, but skills? He could unleash them freely. Before the national exam, Chu Yi had not only filled his Moonlight Treasure Ring with mana, granting it 100,000 points for recovery, but also stockpiled a large quantity of mana-restoring potions. He'd even stockpiled tens of thousands of drops of dark matter. This was more than enough to handle the national exam. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan also unleashed her attacks relentlessly. Starfall, starlight pulse streaks of brilliant starlight surged from her staff, relentlessly pushing Gorgon's body back. Though both were mages, their relentless barrage of spells prevented the Gorgon from advancing. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't pose a real threat to them in this situation. However, after several minutes of relentless assault, the Gorgon suddenly let out a fierce roar. Its body convulsed violently, and the surrounding environment instantly became scorching hot. Luo Qiuyan looked up, her pupils instantly contracting. She saw countless fireballs appearing above the altar. Upon closer inspection, they weren't fireballs at all, they were flaming meteorites plummeting downward at incredible speed. Oh no, he's unleashing a meteor shower. Chu Yi reacted instantly, swiftly unfurling the night veil to envelop both of them within its protective barrier. Boom! 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 The meteor shower slammed into the night veil, erupting into a series of violent explosions. The entire barrier was engulfed in flames, the scorching heat nearly searing everything within. Fortunately, the barrier's strength was incredibly robust. Even this ferocious meteor shower failed to breach it. However, the immense pressure strained the barrier, rapidly depleting Chu Yi's dark matter and magical energy reserves. He felt the power within him rapidly draining away, cold sweat beading on his temples. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to sustain the light barrier's operation. Fortunately, the Moonlight Treasure Ring continuously replenished his magical energy, otherwise, Chu Yi would have collapsed long ago from exhaustion. Even so, he felt a tinge of pressure. His gaze fixed intently on the meteor shower beyond the light barrier, his expression growing increasingly grave. After about half a minute, the meteor shower finally began to subside. The fireballs and meteor fragments on the altar slowly dissipated, leaving a lingering acrid smell in the air.
The surrounding temperature remained suffocatingly high.
Gorgon's roar echoed once more, its movements suddenly slowing as if performing some ritual. Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan watched it warily, ready to counter a new wave of attacks at any moment. But Gorgon did not continue its assault.
Instead, it violently lashed out with its tail, then astonishingly wrenched an energy core from its position embedded in the corner of the altar. A cold voice descended from the heavens, echoing throughout the altar.
Lava Colossus Gorgon has activated the Rage Core. Attack power increased by 50%.
During core activation, searing pillars of fire will generate across the entire field. Destroy the core immediately, or Lava Colossus Gorgon will enter a permanent rage state, gaining a 100% permanent attack boost.
Chapter 51, I am number 1. Nia Huan's Victory Declaration.
The alert instantly darkened both men's expressions. Shu Yi reacted swiftly, shouting without hesitation, "I'll shatter the core."
You distract it. Luo Qiuyan nodded in agreement, her gaze cool and resolute. She immediately charged toward Gorgon, swinging her celestial staff Tianqian with force.
She unleashed Starfall and Starlight Pulse in rapid succession, showering Gorgon's body with a torrent of brilliant starlight.
Roar! Enraged, the Gorgon brought its massive fist, engulfed in searing flames, crashing down onto the ground, attempting to crush Luo Qiuyan completely.
Yet her form was as nimble as a swallow. With a single light step, she deftly leapt out of the Gorgon's attack range, perfectly evading the blow. Simultaneously, Shu Yi swiftly circled behind the Gorgon, his gaze locked onto the energy core at its tail. That core, like the tip of its tail, flickered with a dangerous glow as the Gorgon's body whipped back and forth. Seizing the moment, Shu Yi swung his wand, Song of the Whale, releasing a burst of residual night beam.
Zzzzzzz.
A piercing beam of light shot forth like a blade, instantly piercing the enraged core. With a sharp crack, the core shattered into fragments that scattered wildly, its searing energy dissipating into the air.
Woo woo woo. The instant the rage core shattered, the Lava Colossus Gorgon let out a piercing wail.
Its entire body staggered backward as if its support had been torn away, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending a wave of molten lava surging outward. Seeing this, a flicker of delight crossed both Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's eyes. Without a word, they launched a fierce assault in perfect unison. Shu Yi unleashed Dark Flame, Residual Night Beam, and Life-Sucking Rope in rapid succession, while Luo Qiuyan bombarded it with Starfall and Starlight Pulse.
Brilliant light and searing flames intertwined, completely engulfing Gorgon's body. With its core shattered, the Gorgon entered a brief state of vulnerability. This moment presented the perfect opportunity to chip away at its health. After roughly a minute, the Gorgon finally rose once more. This time, its fury reached its peak. The flames in its eyes burned even more fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in sight. The Gorgon stomped its foot on the ground. Instantly, the altar's surface began to violently tremble. Columns of fire erupted skyward like volcanic explosions, spewing molten lava that threatened to incinerate the two fighters. Yet the pillar's arrival was predictable. Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan moved like ghostly apparitions, deftly weaving between the flames and perfectly evading every deadly strike.
Shu Yi shouted, "Keep attacking. Force out all three of its cores."
Luo Qiuyan nodded in understanding, and the pair launched another fierce assault.
Gorgon's body was repeatedly struck by starlight and flames, causing it to roar in agony.
Yet its health remained immense, like an immovable mountain.
Through relentless combat, the pair gradually deciphered the Gorgon's attack patterns.
Its assaults fell into three distinct patterns.
The first involved smashing the ground with its fists or stomping its feet, causing the altar to erupt in waves of flames that inflicted damage on the pair. Though powerful, these attacks could be entirely dodged with sufficient speed. The second part involved its roar attack, which generated a powerful storm attempting to push them into the lava below. However, the storm was blocked by the night veil. Shu Yi only needed to activate the veil in time to remain unharmed. The third part unleashes a barrage of fireballs, flaming meteorites, and meteor showers. This attack proved the most terrifying. Once Gorgon unleashed the meteor shower, Shu Yi's night veil faced immense strain, rapidly depleting both his mana and dark essence. The battle raged for over 3 hours until Gorgon expended all 3 energy cores. Even then, Gorgon's health had only dropped by 70%. As the energy core depleted, Gorgon immediately transitioned into its second form. In its second phase, Gorgon not only dealt higher damage and displayed a more aggressive attack pattern, but its attack speed also increased significantly. Every few minutes, it also summons a meteor shower. During meteor showers, it could even launch attacks, putting immense pressure on Shu Yi. On multiple occasions, Gorgon shattered Shu Yi's night veil.
Fortunately, Luo Qiuyan swiftly stepped in, buying Shu Yi the time needed to reactivate the veil. Otherwise, clearing the stage unscathed would have been utterly impossible. But the greatest challenge lay ahead. In Phase 2, Gorgon's damage reduction increased significantly. This directly caused their damage output to plummet considerably. With insufficient damage output, defeating Gorgon would require a prolonged battle. The prolonged battle steadily drained their stamina, leaving them nearly exhausted. This was undoubtedly the most grueling battle Shu Yi had ever endured.
The fight dragged on for over 3 hours without resolution. Even when facing the reverse-tide secret realm, he hadn't fought this long. Shuyi even began to question whether this dungeon truly belonged in the national exam.
Meanwhile, outside,
the examiners continued to closely monitor all candidates' progress. A sudden notification tone shattered the silence in the monitoring area. Candidate Nia Huang has cleared the Eternal Tomb dungeon, achieving both a speedrun record and an uninjured clear.
Clear time, 2 hours, 58 minutes, 9 seconds.
Based on settlement, candidate Nia Huang has earned a total of 9,000 points.
Current ranking, first place. Hearing this announcement, several examiners couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. Nia Huang's out already?
He actually achieved a speedrun record, and a no-damage run at that.
True to form, he pulled it off.
The Eternal Tomb isn't exactly a walk in the park.
9,000 points.
That's already surpassed the highest scores from previous years.
Looks like Nia Huang will take first place in the second stage.
If Chuyi and Luo Choyan hadn't been assigned the lava core instance, they might still have a chance to compete with Nia Huang for first place.
But now,
the chief examiner sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Their performance had been outstanding, yet they'd been assigned such a grueling instance. Although the lava core instance offered several times the point bonus of other instances, clearing it would guarantee them over 10,000 points even without any records. But that was assuming they could clear it.
The examiners held little hope for that outcome.
At that moment, Nia Huang returned to the plaza and looked up at the sky-mounted screen. Discovering he was the first candidate to clear the instance, he instantly broke into a satisfied smile.
9,000 points. The highest score in the second stage was only 8,200. With my current points, I should be able to take first place. His gaze fell upon the names of Chu Yi and Luo Choyan on the screen. A faint smile touched his lips as his heart swelled with confidence. Chu Yi still hasn't emerged. He must have run into trouble. Looks like he's not so special after all.
Nia Huang was certain that despite his setback in the first stage, he would make up for it. He was the strongest.
Chapter 52, Ode to the World Devourer, Slaying Gorgon.
Time ticked away, drawing ever closer to the exam's conclusion. Players emerged from the instance one after another, and the real-time rankings on the exam hall's light screen kept updating. The vast majority of legendary tier practitioners had already cleared the instance, and even most epic tier and elite tier practitioners had completed their assessments. Though many still struggled within the dungeon, their lower levels and classes meant they were unlikely to achieve significant results in the national exam anyway. At that moment, a cold voice flooded the minds of all examinees. 30 minutes remain until the conclusion of this round of examinations.
All examinees are reminded to monitor the time. In the rest area, many candidates visibly relaxed, exhaling deeply as if shedding a heavy burden. Finally, it's almost over.
Ha, I'm going to feast after this and prepare properly for tomorrow's exam. Bro, let's go together later. The real-time rankings on the screen kept updating. Though not the final standings, they were pretty much set. Many candidates' eyes were glued to the display, discussing their current scores.
Nia Huang is amazing. 9,000 points. Has he already surpassed the all-time high score? Looks like he's got the national top spot locked up for this exam. Others did remarkably well too.
Xia Yuhen from the capital city scored 8,400 points. Though not as high as Nia Huang, it's still a historic achievement. And by Wuxin his score is 8,000 points. If it weren't for Nia Huang and Xia Yuhen, he might very well have been this year's top scorer. This year is overflowing with prodigies.
Many were marveling at what seemed like a golden age of exceptional talent.
After all, both the first and second rounds of the national exam had seen record-breaking scores.
Yet some noticed something amiss.
Their eyes scanned the screen, brows furrowing slightly.
Why hasn't the Chuyi Luo Choyan team emerged yet? The other legendary practitioners finished their assessments ages ago. Could they be in trouble?
That can't be. They were first in the first round, scoring 200 points higher than Nia Huang. It wasn't just the other candidates who were puzzled. Nia Huang, too, frowned as he stared intently at the rankings on the screen. Even if the top-ranked team from the previous round faced the most challenging dungeon, it was unthinkable that they wouldn't have cleared it by now.
What on earth was going on?
Don't tell me you're all flash and no substance.
If that's the case, I'd be terribly disappointed.
Meanwhile, inside the dungeon,
Remnant Knight's blinding beam.
Chuyi roared, swinging his staff with fierce force. A blinding beam erupted instantly, piercing the colossal creature before him like a sharp blade. Energy surged forth, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The colossal lava beast Gorgon roared in fury, its rock-like fist blazing with searing flames as it slammed down with brutal force.
Beside it, Luo Choyan acted with lightning speed.
Starfall. As her words fell, a brilliant starburst lit the sky. A massive meteor plummeted from above, crashing into Gorgon's arm and smashing its fist open. Simultaneously, Chuyi launched another assault. Dark flames surged from his wand like venomous serpents, coiling around Gorgon and erupting into violent explosions across its body. Simultaneously, Chuyi swiftly unleashed the second movement of his wand, Song of the Whale Abyssal Rift. A massive vortex tore at the Gorgon's feet, like a whirlpool in the deep sea. Within the vortex, immense magical energy inflicted massive damage upon the Gorgon while imprinting countless marks upon its body. Once the marks were nearly complete, Chuyi unleashed the third movement without hesitation: whale fall. The marks vanished instantly as a colossal spectral whale skull materialized in the air. With devastating force, it slammed down onto the Gorgon's body. Roar! The Gorgon let out a piercing roar as the blow sent its massive body staggering backward. Lava spattered everywhere, filling the air with scorching heat. Gorgon tumbled backward once more, its massive form crashing heavily onto the ground, sending up a spray of molten rock. Chuyi swiftly activated the Night Veil, shielding them from the scorching lava. How much health does he have left? We don't have much time. Exhaustion tinged Chuyi's voice. Nearly 6 hours of continuous combat had drained most of his stamina. Now, less than half an hour remained until the exam concluded. Not only was Chuyi nearing exhaustion, but Luo Qiuyan's face was now pale, her forehead covered in beads of sweat, looking as if she were on the verge of collapse. They had never endured such prolonged, uninterrupted combat before. A regular battle would have been one thing, but fighting Gorgon demanded constant vigilance. The slightest lapse could plunge them into danger. Such high-intensity combat was a tremendous strain on both body and mind. Luo Qiuyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to cast the stellar spell to assess Gorgon's condition. Almost there, just 3% left. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Chuyi's eyes. In that case, I'll finish it off. Luo Qiuyan's gaze sharpened instantly, tinged with concern. How do you plan to do that? Chuyi's gaze grew icy, a cold curve lifting the corners of his mouth. I haven't used the skill I obtained in the Reverse Tide Secret Realm yet. Let it be the first to experience it. In the next instant, Chuyi swung his staff violently, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that erupted around him. The air seemed to freeze solid, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the churning lava froze in place. Skill activated, Ode of the World Devourer. Seeing the light radiating from Chuyi, Luo Qiuyan instantly understood, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. You're going to unleash that skill? The next instant, the sky above the battlefield seemed to tear apart, and a colossal spectral shadow of a demon whale abruptly materialized between heaven and earth. Woo-woo! The demon whale emitted a long, drawn-out wail, like an ancient beast awakening, its sound shaking the entire world. Its phantom form rolled through the sky, seemingly enveloping the entire battlefield. With an aura of utter destruction, it charged straight toward Gorgon. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, seemingly overturning the entire altar in that instant. Scorching magma was hurled upward by the blast's force, sparks flying like stars across the sky. The demon whale's long, drawn-out cry echoed through the explosion, lingering long after the blast. Roar! 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 Gorgon's agonized screams pierced the explosion, shrill and wretched. Its body was completely engulfed by the demon whale's phantom form. Its rock-like carapace was torn apart in the blast, and molten lava erupted from within, like a volcanic explosion. The shockwaves gradually dissipated, leaving the air thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Gorgon's body slowly collapsed, ultimately dissolving into a pool of molten magma that vanished completely upon the altar. Lava Colossus Gorgon has been slain. Congratulations! You have successfully completed this round of trials. A cold voice echoed through the air, signaling the end of the protracted battle. Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan stood atop the altar, exchanging a glance. Weary yet satisfied smiles spread across their faces. Chapter 53, 40,000 points, a cliffhanger lead. 15 minutes remaining until the exam concludes. Candidates, please be mindful of the time. In the exam hall's rest area, candidates began trickling out one after another, the atmosphere growing lively. Emotions ran high, some rejoiced, others despaired, a tangled web of feelings. Those who hadn't cleared the dungeon by now had little hope left. The chief examiner sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Quickly compile the rankings. This one is practically settled. The other examiners nodded in agreement and immediately set to work. Their fingers flew across the light screens, compiling all the candidates' scores. One examiner murmured while processing data, "What a pity. If Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan hadn't drawn that instance, they could have achieved an excellent score." Another examiner shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It's done now. No use dwelling on it. Even if they didn't do well this round, they can still make up points in the next." With the results largely settled, the examiners fell silent, focusing on their tasks. Meanwhile, Nia Huang stood in the square, gazing up at the rankings displayed in the sky. His brows furrowed, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He murmured under his breath, "Did I misjudge them? They couldn't even clear the instance." He shook his head, a growing sense of contempt taking root within him. Nia Huang wasn't alone in his confusion. Many candidates murmured among themselves. The top candidate from the first round failed to complete the second round assessment? That's absurd. Even if they faced the hardest dungeon, didn't Nia Huang complete it just fine? Some even ventured the suspicion, could they have cheated in the last round? Time slowly ticked away, leaving only a few minutes until the exam concluded. The rankings in the sky had largely stabilized, with most scores now confirmed. Attention gradually shifted away from Chu Yi and Luo Choyan, turning instead to discussions about other high-scoring candidates. Some candidates had already left the exam hall, preparing to rest and gear up for tomorrow's assessment. With the countdown ticking down to the final minute, Nia Huang's gaze turned utterly cold. He snorted coldly, his tone tinged with disdain. It seems I truly misjudged them. He turned to leave, clearly utterly disappointed in Chu Yi and Luo Choyan's performance. However, at that very moment, the rankings displayed on the sky-mounted light screen suddenly shifted. Within the proctoring area, several examiners received a notification.
Team Chu Yi Luo Choyan has completed the assessment.
The next instant, a line of large characters appeared simultaneously on the sky screen, radiating dazzling golden light. Congratulations to candidates Chu Yi and Luo Choyan for clearing the corrupted nest, core crucible instance, achieving both a speedrun record and an unharmed clear. Clear time, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 4 seconds. Based on settlement, candidates Chu Yi and Luo Choyan each earned 40,000 points. Current ranking, first place. In that instant, the entire examination hall fell silent, as if time itself had frozen.
Examiners and candidates alike stared blankly at the results, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Their mouths hung slightly open, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable.
When Nia Huan looked up, his pupils contracted sharply. The expression on his face shifted instantly from contempt to shock, tinged with disbelief.
Did I see that right? What is this score? 40,000 points. My God. 40,000 points. One examinee couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling with disbelief. How is this possible? How did they manage to score so high? Another stared wide-eyed at the numbers on the screen, as if trying to confirm he hadn't misread them. But the most astonished of all were the examiners in the proctoring area. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, their expressions shifting from shock to utter disbelief. They actually cleared that instance? Good heavens! The lava colossus has 1,000,000 HP, and they managed to kill it. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Nothing like this has ever happened in history. The chief examiner's voice trembled with shock. 40,000 points. They're practically guaranteed to be this year's top scorers. Unless they earn 0 points in the third stage, no one can surpass them. Beep beep. Examination time has ended. A crisp announcement echoed from the sky, signaling the official end of the exam. The remaining candidates still within the dungeon were instantly teleported out. Their expressions varied wildly, some hung their heads in defeat, while others wore a hint of relief. Those who hadn't cleared the dungeon were destined for low scores this round. At that moment, Chu Yi and Luo Choyan had just returned to the examination grounds. Both wore looks of utter exhaustion. Chu Yi felt like collapsing right there on the plaza for a solid nap. 6 hours of intense combat had drained him completely, leaving him barely able to stand. Phew! Finally cleared it, Chu Yi exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with exhaustion. Luo Choyan also relaxed, though a hint of worry lingered between her brows. We took so long. I doubt we'll beat the speedrun record now. Just then, she noticed the stunned gazes around them. Lifting her head, she immediately saw the rankings displayed in the sky. Upon seeing their team's score, shock flashed through Luo Choyan's eyes. 40,000 points? Our score is this high? She could scarcely believe her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. At that moment, Chu Yi lifted his weary eyelids and glanced at the light screen. His face also showed a look of astonishment. How can second place only have 9,000 points? What's going on? He murmured under his breath, clearly incredulous at the massive point gap. But Chu Yi quickly broke into a smile. Though exhausted, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Who cares? With these points, we've got the top spot locked up. Luo Choyan also flashed a rare smile, her eyes flickering with gratitude. She knew that without Chu Yi, she could never have claimed the top spot on her own. Alright, go rest now. We have the final assessment tomorrow, she said softly, her voice tinged with tenderness. Side by side, the two made their way back to the rest area. Their steps were heavy, yet their faces bore an unmistakable joy. Soon after, today's final rankings appeared once more in the sky. First place, Chu Yi Luo Choyan team. Total points, 41,000. Second place, Nia Huang. Total points, 9,800. Third place, Xia Yuhen. Total points, 9,150. Fourth place, by Wuxin Hiyu Gaolan team. Points, 8,940. The rankings saw significant shifts, yet the top three remained unchanged. Apart from the Chu Yi Luo Choyan team holding a commanding lead, the points between the other teams were extremely close, with minimal gaps separating them. Chu Yi and Wu Xian glanced at the rankings. Upon returning to the rest area, he and Luo Choyan collapsed onto the sofa, eyes half closed, nearly drifting off to sleep. The prolonged battle had left them utterly exhausted, unwilling to expend even a shred of energy. But just then, the quiet of the lounge was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chu Yi snapped his eyes open to see Nia Huang rushing in, his movements hurried and disheveled, not even having time to straighten his coat. His face bore a complex expression, his eyes flashing with unmistakable shock and reluctance. Nia Huang's arrival instantly shattered the rest area's calm, drawing everyone's gaze to him. Chapter 54, Are you jealous of my results? Seeing Nia Huang, a faint smile curved Chuya's lips, his eyes holding a hint of amusement and ease. Well, we meet again. Did you need something? His tone was light and casual, as if he were merely exchanging pleasantries with an old friend. All around, people craned their necks, their eyes darting back and forth between Chu Yi and Nia Huang, clearly fascinated by their standoff. How the hell did you do that? Nia Huang's voice boomed, though he strained to sound calm, the shock in his tone impossible to conceal. 40,000 points, a number that had never been seen before. Even cheating couldn't be this outrageous. Chu Yi spread his hands, his expression utterly nonchalant, as if this outcome were perfectly natural. I don't know. Maybe I performed well? Just then, a soft, feminine voice cut through the tense atmosphere. I'd say it's cheating, wouldn't you? Though clearly a man's voice, it carried a distinctly feminine quality, dripping with sarcasm. Those around them froze, their gazes instantly turning toward the source of the voice. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's gazes grew colder, a hint of chill flashing in their eyes. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Cheating? That can't be possible. Cheating on the national exam? Are they trying to get themselves killed? But if it's not cheating, how could they possibly score so high? That makes sense. The murmurs darkened Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's expressions, especially Luo Qiuyan's, whose eyes blazed with fury. Luo Qiuyan snapped coldly, "Who said that? Stop hiding in the back, come out here." Her voice was icy and sharp. The crowd suddenly parted, and a young man clad in a jet-black robe stepped forward with a smug grin. At the sight of him, Luo Qiuyan's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes. "It's you?" The young man offered Luo Qiuyan a faint, flirty smile. "Luo Qiuyan, we meet again. Ha! So you're willing to resort to any means to compete for the national top scholar title and secure early entry into the Star Tower?" Anger flared in Luo Qiuyan's eyes as her voice turned icy. "Mo Xian, what do you mean by that?" The youth named Mo Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "Exactly what it sounds like. What of it?" His gaze then settled on Chu Yi, his eyes narrowing with scrutiny, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well, the aloof Miss Luo actually teamed up with a guy. Doesn't look like much of a looker either. Planning to let this commoner climb your family's high branch in the future? Care to introduce him?" At that moment, Luo Qiuyan's fury nearly solidified. Her fingers tightened around her staff as magical energy began to gather at its tip, making the surrounding air feel heavier. Her body trembled slightly with rage, the icy glare in her eyes threatening to freeze Mo Xian solid. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder, and Luo Qiuyan's emotions unexpectedly calmed a little. Chu Yi rose slowly, a faint, composed smile on his face. "Qiuyan, why bother with him?" His voice was gentle and composed, carrying an intangible force that instantly quelled Luo Qiuyan's fury. Chu Yi looked at the young man before him with a hint of contempt, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You're too incompetent to compete, so you spread rumors about others cheating. Are you jealous that we earned 40,000 points? Ha! That's the best you can do." Mo Xian's expression darkened, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His voice was sharp and grating. "Humph! A lowly commoner like you dare speak to me this way? If you weren't clinging to Luo Qiuyan today, you wouldn't even have the right to kneel before me." His words dripped with contempt and insult, as if Chu Yi were nothing more than an insignificant insect in his eyes. Thud! At that moment, a fist suddenly slammed toward Mo Xian. Yet Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan remained rooted to the spot, neither of them moving to intervene. The fist belonged to Nia Huang, standing beside Mo Xian. His strike was ruthlessly fierce, the fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound as it slammed straight toward Mo Xian's face. Mo Xian was startled and hastily raised his arm to block. But Nia Huang's strength was immense. Even an ordinary punch sent Mo Xian staggering back several steps. His arm went numb from the impact, and a look of pain instantly crossed his face, his expression turning grim. "Nia Huang, what the hell are you doing?" Mo Xian clutched his numb arm, his eyes blazing with fury and confusion. Nia Huang cracked his neck with a cold snort, his gaze dripping with contempt. "Get lost. Chu Yi is my opponent. You sissy, stay out of this." His voice was low and icy, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Mo Xian's face shifted between pale and flushed. Finally, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with venom as he hurled this at Chu Yi. "You're lucky today." Watching Mo Xian's retreating figure, Chu Yi's gaze returned to Nia Huang. He was somewhat surprised Nia Huang had actually intervened to help him. Chu Yi immediately said, "Thank you for your help." Nia Huang shot Chu Yi a cold glance, his tone tinged with arrogance. "Don't flatter yourself. I have no idea how you scored so high, but it doesn't matter, Chu Yi, I acknowledge your strength. But don't assume you've secured first place yet. When the third trial begins, we'll meet again." His gaze held a hint of battle intent, as if he couldn't wait to settle things with Chu Yi once and for all. When that time comes, victory or defeat will be decided by our own hands. With that, Nia Huang turned and walked away, his retreating figure resembling a solitary, proud wolf. Watching Nia Huang's retreating figure, Chu Yi smiled, his eyes holding a hint of admiration. Though Nia Huang was arrogant and domineering, his core nature didn't seem inherently bad. Mo Xian, on the other hand. Shu Yi turned back to find Luo Qiuyan's expression grim. Her fingers still clenched the staff tightly, clearly her anger hadn't fully subsided. Shu Yi spoke up, Qiuyan, what's with Mo Xian? Why did he suddenly say those things out of nowhere?
His voice was gentle, tinged with concern. Luo Qiuyan forced herself to calm down, but still sighed, her eyes flashing with disgust.
Shu Yi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. That Mo Xian, we've never gotten along. Shu Yi looked puzzled. What happened?
Luo Qiuyan shook her head, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes.
Mo Xian's father is Mo Qianji, dean of the Divine Mechanics Institute at Xinxia Academy. When he enlisted, he was a comrade in arms with my father. When I was 15, many suitors came to our home to propose marriage. Mo Qianji brought Mo Xian along one time. Hearing this, Shu Yi frowned slightly, then you. Luo Qiuyan's voice turned cold.
I refused them all. The others stopped coming after my rejection, but Mo Xian wouldn't.
He kept pestering me, demanding I accept his proposal. Fed up, I warned him once. From that day on, he hated me.
Her voice grew almost venomous as she spoke. Shu Yi had never seen her like this before. Likely, her loathing for Mo Xian ran far deeper than she was letting on.
Luo Qiuyan continued, every time we met, knowing he couldn't defeat me, he would taunt me with words.
Worse still, he often spread groundless rumors about me.
Shu Yi frowned. Doesn't your father intervene in such matters? Chapter 55, The Final Trial, The Abyss Expedition.
Her voice turned icy as she spoke, a flicker of helplessness and fury crossing her eyes.
He did.
But it was useless. Though the Mo family held less power than the Luo family, they belonged to different systems. Luo Tianzhang held the rank of marshal, while Mo Qianji served as dean of the Divine Mechanics Academy at Xinxia Academy. The marshal had no authority over matters within Xinxia Academy. After all, the Great Xia Kingdom adhered to the principle of separation of military and political power, with neither side interfering in the other's affairs. Noticing the gloom in Luo Qiuyan's eyes, Shu Yi gently patted her shoulder. Then next time you see him, give him a lesson he won't forget. Luo Qiuyan gazed at Shu Yi for a moment, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes before she nodded.
All right.
By now, people in the rest area were gradually dispersing to rest. Though Mo Xian's actions had been unsettling, both of them were slowly letting the incident fade from their minds. After all, the final exam awaited them tomorrow, demanding their full concentration.
The next morning, dawn's light spilled over the examination grounds. The third day's assessment arrived as scheduled. All candidates gathered in the square, awaiting the chief examiner's announcement to begin. A palpable tension hung in the air. The candidates' expressions varied, some radiated confidence, others wore solemn unease, a few appeared flustered and at a loss, while a handful remained remarkably calm. The chief examiner's voice descended from above, deep and authoritative, reaching every candidate's ears. Today, the third assessment shall commence the Abyssal Expedition trial. All candidates will be teleported to the same Abyss Expedition battlefield. Face waves of infinitely respawning Abyss monsters and earn points by defeating them. Point multipliers are as follows: common monsters, 5 points each; elite monsters, 100 points each; boss level monsters, 1000 points each. Normal monsters will spawn continuously. Elite monsters begin spawning after 30 minutes, and boss level monsters after 1 hour. Elite and boss monsters will only respawn after being defeated. After 3 hours of the assessment period, a world-class monster will spawn. Upon its defeat, all participating members receive 2000 points. The member who lands the final blow and the member with the highest damage output each receive 10,000 points. During the exam, candidates may encounter each other, interfere with other candidates' actions, cooperate or engage in combat, but must not kill one another. If killed in combat, candidates will be immediately teleported out, and their final scores will be calculated. The expedition battlefield lasts for 6 hours. Upon time expiration, all candidates will be instantly teleported out. As the rules for the third assessment were announced, the candidates' expressions varied like a tapestry of 100 flowers, 1,000 hues interwoven. Shu Yi smiled faintly and turned to look at Luo Qiuyan. Qiuyan, the final assessment has begun. Are you ready? Luo Qiuyan's tone remained calm. Fight well. Together, we'll claim the top national scholar title. At this point, she suddenly remembered something, a flash of coldness crossing her eyes. If you encounter Mo Xian in the exam hall, don't let him off. At the mention of Mo Xian, a cold gleam flashed in Shu Yi's eyes. Rest assured, if we cross paths, I won't let him off easy. As the examination rules concluded, a massive light screen descended from the heavens, enveloping all the examinees. Instantly, everyone was transported onto the battlefield. The vast, desolate battlefield reeked of blood and decay. The oppressive atmosphere felt suffocating, as if it could drive anyone mad at any moment. All examinees were scattered across different points of this battlefield. As soon as Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan entered the battlefield, they spotted numerous other candidates around them. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the air. In 30 seconds, abyssal monsters will begin spawning. All candidates, prepare yourselves. Hearing this announcement, the candidates immediately tensed up. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes darting warily around the surroundings.
Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's expressions also grew serious, their eyes flashing with the light of battle intent.
Soon, the countdown ended.
Countless points of light rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, each one an abyssal monster. Their bodies were twisted and grotesque, eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Upon seeing these creatures, the candidates sprang into action. A barrage of diverse skills erupted instantly, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Without hesitation, Chu Yi shouted, "Let's move! Charge straight ahead and kill our way through." Luo Qiuyan said nothing, but nodded firmly, gripping her staff tightly. Then, the two immediately charged into the horde of abyssal monsters, unleashing their skills in an instant. Dark flames. Starfall. Chu Yi's dark flame surged forth like a black dragon, instantly engulfing the monsters ahead. Luo Qiuyan's starfall descended like a brilliant streak of starlight from the heavens, crashing violently into the horde and tearing countless monsters to shreds. In an instant, they slaughtered dozens of abyss monsters. Yet, at the same time, vast numbers of abyssal monsters continued to pour in from all directions, their rate of deployment far exceeding the speed at which they could be slain. Having endured countless battles before, they quickly adapted to the combat rhythm. Their coordination was flawless, moving in perfect tandem, one in front, one behind. They charged forward, unstoppable, the monsters crumbling like paper under their onslaught, utterly defenseless. Elsewhere on the battlefield, other candidates were also choosing a direction and relentlessly slaying enemies. Weaker candidates quickly formed groups. The third assessment placed no limit on team size, allowing even large groups to be formed. Leveraging the strength of the larger group, they relentlessly slaughtered monsters. Though the final points earned would be divided among the group, it was still far better than fighting alone. On this battlefield, each candidate adopted their own distinct strategy. Meanwhile, in the proctoring area, the candidates' real-time scores appeared on the screens, the examiner's eyes fixed on the ever-changing numbers. Many have formed large groups, some with a few members, others with over a dozen. The largest group has even reached 30. It's only natural. Without teams, they wouldn't survive in that battlefield. Even so, the top scorers are still dominated by those few individuals. One examiner pointed at the data on the screen, eyes filled with astonishment. The Chu Yi Luo Qiuyan team is pulling away. In less than 5 minutes, they've already secured over 600 points. Their monster killing speed is truly terrifying. Nia Huang is trailing, but he's still racked up nearly 400 points. He's keeping the gap tight, another examiner added. The chief examiner stared at the screen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Looks like that kid Nia Huang is finally getting serious. See how his monster killing speed keeps increasing? He'll probably catch up soon. On the screen, Nia Huang moved like a man possessed, his weapon swinging in a relentless, impenetrable storm. Countless monsters fell beneath his blade as easily as slicing through vegetables. His expression was cold and focused, his eyes blazing with a frenzied battle intent. Witnessing his performance, the examiners felt a chill run down their spines, as if overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of pressure. This very image mirrored that battle-crazed warrior from the Breakers Academy. Truly father and son. Then, one examiner noticed the compass Nia Huang held in his hand and instantly widened his eyes in astonishment. Huh? What's that? Chapter 56, The Star Compass, Nia Huang's Path of Carnage. Hearing the examiner's voice, the others turned their gaze toward Nia Huang, their eyes fixated on the faintly glowing compass in his hand. One examiner exclaimed in astonishment, "That's a star compass. How could Nia Huang possess such an item?" The star compass was a special type of compass capable of detecting the direction of stellar power, typically used for astronomical observation. Of course, practitioners possessing stellar power could also be pinpointed by its detection. The chief examiner's eyes flickered as he instantly grasped the reason. It's likely being used to locate Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's team. Luo Qiuyan is a star mage. Whenever she casts a spell, the star compass will detect it. The Abyss Expedition battlefield was vast, and candidates could be separated by immense distances. Unless they were in a party, no one could know where another would teleport to. Locating a specific individual was impossible without special means. Several examiners felt a chill run down their spines, their faces etched with complex expressions. Is this even allowed? What does he want with those two? One examiner frowned, his voice tinged with concern. The chief examiner replied calmly, "The star compass possesses no offensive capabilities, it is purely a tool. The national examination does not prohibit the use of such tools. As for Nia Huang's purpose, it seems quite obvious he intends to find those two individuals for a fight." The examiners frowned in unison, clearly perplexed by Nia Huang's actions. One examiner murmured, his voice tinged with resignation, "This assessment, instead of focusing on slaying monsters, he's seeking a fight. Is this truly wise? If he wastes too much time, his points will be overtaken by others in no time." The chief examiner sighed, a wry smile touching his lips. How else would he be called the battle maniac? His father was just like this in his youth. Now the son has grown up, and he hasn't changed a bit. Those selected to proctor the national examination possessed formidable strength themselves. The chief examiner and Nia Huang's father, Nia Guangdao, had crossed paths many times.
It was precisely because he knew Nie Huangdao's nature that he could fully understand Nie Huang. Within the battlefield, time continued to tick away.
Starting at the 30-minute mark, elite monsters began appearing. Simultaneously, casualties began mounting. The elite monsters possessed immense strength, swiftly eliminating teams lacking sufficient power.
Almost every second, numerous players fell to the elite monsters and were teleported out of the exam grounds. On the ranking display outside the exam grounds, candidates' names dimmed one by one.
This signaled the end of their journey in the national exam, their scores now permanently fixed.
Every minute, tens of thousands of candidates were eliminated. This elimination rate was exceptionally high.
Yet this was the most natural outcome. The final assessment was also the most brutal.
Candidates who could endure all 6 hours intact were 1 in 10,000.
Those who did achieve it were virtually guaranteed admission to Xinsha Academy.
Within the battlefield, though numbers dwindled, the monster spawn rate remained relentless. This meant surviving candidates faced mounting pressure. As time wore on, a single candidate might even have to confront hundreds of abyssal monsters.
Only those who endure under such conditions prove themselves true warriors. At this point, Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's team had accumulated over 5,000 points. Yet astonishingly, they weren't in first place.
The top spot belonged to Nie Huang, who had surged ahead to amass over 8,000 points.
Moreover, his point accumulation rate continued to accelerate at an astonishing pace.
Nie Huang had undergone a transformation.
His eyes had turned blood red. Bare-chested, his body was covered in intricate black and yellow runes, giving him an aura that was both mysterious and terrifying.
He now resembled a savage beast, utterly ferocious. Had Luo Qiuyan witnessed this, she would have instantly recognized that Nie Huang had activated his full power state.
In this state, Nie Huang's rationality was severely compressed, overwhelmed by a primal urge to kill.
Simultaneously, his power reached its absolute peak.
In this form, the surrounding abyss monsters were slain before they could even touch him. Yet Nie Huang hadn't entirely lost his mind. He retained a sliver of clarity, his gaze fixed on the star compass in his hand as he pressed forward, guided by its direction.
Xu Yi, where are you? Show yourself and fight me now. The blood of battle boils within me. Xu Yi, show yourself now.
Like a rabid dog, Nie Huang hacked at the monsters relentlessly, stroke after stroke, consumed by frenzied rage. His voice echoed across the desolate battlefield, filled with boundless fighting spirit and madness. Any candidate who encountered Nie Huang in this state was terrified, fleeing far from him. They sensed that if they got too close, Nie Huang might mistake them for an abyssal monster and slash them down.
This was the national exam, no one dared gamble with their future.
On the other side of the battlefield,
Xu Yi continued to methodically eliminate monsters. His coordination with Luo Qiuyan was flawless, as one elite monster after another fell beneath their blades. Their points skyrocketed relentlessly.
Soon, an hour had passed.
Attention all examinees, boss-level monsters will be deployed shortly. As the announcement echoed, beams of blinding light descended across the battlefield.
Instantly, colossal monsters materialized. Their forms were hideous, their aura terrifying, and their bodies immense, standing 7 or 8 meters tall. The adventurers appeared utterly insignificant beside these beasts, as if they could be crushed at any moment.
These were the boss-level monsters.
The moment they appeared, they began crushing countless candidates on the battlefield.
A single attack could eliminate several candidates at once. Candidates lacking sufficient strength were utterly defenseless against such beasts.
But for the top-tier candidates, these monsters were a treasure. Xu Yi's gaze sharpened as he made a swift decision: we charge through. Luo Qiuyan nodded, gripping her staff tightly as determination flashed in her eyes.
Let's go.
The pair immediately locked onto one of the boss monsters and charged forward. A single boss monster yielded 1,000 points, a game-changing weapon for catching up.
Killing just a few more bosses would send their scores soaring.
Yet, just as they prepared to unleash their skills, a blinding light descended from the heavens, the shadow of a colossal blade, as massive as a mountain, slashing down in an instant.
Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the boss monster Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan had targeted was instantly cleaved in two by that single blow. Startled, they immediately looked toward the source of the light.
There stood a bare-chested youth, a great sword gripped in his hand. His eyes blazed like blood, and a maniacal grin twisted his face. His body was covered in black and yellow runes, radiating a savage and dangerous aura. Spotting the pair, he twisted his lips into a grin, his voice low and brimming with battle intent. Found you, Xu Yi.
This man was none other than Nie Huang. Chapter 57, Nie Huang goes all out. Is Xu Yi about to lose?
Spotting Nie Huang, Xu Yi narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing in his gaze like a wary beast. His fingers tightened slightly around his wand, Song of the Whale, his body leaning forward ever so slightly, ready to engage at any moment. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan's expression grew grave, her brows furrowing slightly as she whispered to Xu Yi, he's already activated his full power state.
Nie Huang shouldered his massive Shanawang warblade, its blade radiating a piercing cold light.
A dangerous curve lifted the corners of his mouth, his eyes blazing with frenzied battle intent as he beckoned Xu Yi with a flick of his finger.
Come, Xu Yi, fight me. Today, let's settle this once and for all.
His voice was deep and provocative, as if he couldn't wait to utterly defeat Chu Yi. Chu Yi frowned, his tone cool and rational.
Fighting here? Aren't you afraid others will overtake your points?
Nia Huang roared with laughter, his voice thunderous and deafening.
Ha ha ha. I couldn't care less. If you're too cowardly to strike, then I'll strike first and force you into battle. Both Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's expressions darkened, clearly understanding Nia Huang's resolve. This battle seemed inevitable. Chu Yi took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering.
Turning to Luo Qiuyan, he said, Qiuyan, go kill monsters first.
I'm going to fight Nia Huang. Luo Qiuyan shook her head. No. Nia Huang is extremely dangerous in this state. If I leave, no one will be able to help you if you're in danger.
Shu Yi turned to look at her intently, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes.
He spoke softly, if you go kill monsters, we can keep earning points. But if you stay here watching, aren't you afraid others will surpass our points? He clearly saw hesitation and struggle flicker in Luo Qiuyan's eyes. We can still catch up on points. Besides, we currently hold a 30,000 point lead. Luo Qiuyan spoke slowly, her voice clearly lacking confidence.
Yet she made her decision. A wave of warmth suddenly surged through Chu Yi's heart.
He understood what Luo Qiuyan's choice meant.
He smiled, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Alright, once I defeat Nia Huang, we'll regain those points together. Then, gripping his wand, Song of the Whale, Chu Yi walked steadily toward Nia Huang. His stride was steady and resolute as he locked eyes with Nia Huang, radiating pure combat intent.
Luo Qiuyan stood rooted to the spot, watching Chu Yi's retreating figure with a complex mix of emotions.
She didn't know if this decision was the right one. It might cost her the top scholar position. Only the top scholar could persuade Xinsha Academy to make an exception, allowing her to enter the Star Tower a year early. This was crucial to her. Yet, in comparison, the thought of Chu Yi and Nia Huang's battle going awry or worse, Chu Yi facing danger because of her absence weighed heavier on her heart. Over the past month, they had fought side by side countless times. Though Luo Qiuyan hadn't realized it, the shadow of one person had gradually taken root in her heart. Nia Huang's smile widened, his blood-red eyes blazing with combat lust. He yanked his greatsword from its shoulder mount and slammed it into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing upward. Boom! The ground trembled slightly under Nia Huang's force, dust swirling as a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Come! Fight! Chu Yi gripped his wand, Song of the Whale, tightly. The deep blue wand seemed to reflect the projection of a magical whale, while his robes fluttered without wind, as if concealing the roar of the deep sea. Dark Flame! Chu Yi swung his wand swiftly, unleashing the spell. In an instant, black flames coiled like venomous serpents toward Nia Huang, carrying devastating power. Nia Huang's aura burned as fiercely as the flames themselves. Facing the onrushing dark flames, he showed no intention of evading. Swish! Nia Huang swung his blade down. The Xianhuang warblade traced a fierce arc through the air, cleaving the intense dark flames apart. They shattered into specks of black light, dissipating into the air. Then, his feet thundered against the ground as he charged straight at Chu Yi. His strides were swift and fierce, like a tiger descending a mountain, stirring up a powerful gust of wind pressure. Yet Chu Yi was no pushover. He swiftly adjusted his stance and unleashed another skill. Remnant Knight's Radiant Beam. ZZZZZZ. Intense beams of light shot forth like sharp swords, instantly piercing toward Nia Huang. A piercing hum even filled the air. Yet Nia Huang's expression grew dangerously intense. His greatsword whirled through the air with a fierce whoosh before slashing down with brutal force. Wilderness body, mountain shattering. With his furious shout, a mountain-like phantom materialized around him. His greatsword seemed to transform into a towering peak, radiating an overwhelming, unstoppable pressure. This shadow carried a terrifying aura, actually scattering the residual night beam. The beam vanished the instant it touched the mountainous phantom. Simultaneously, Nia Huang closed in before Chu Yi. His greatsword slashed downward with devastating force, as if intent on crushing Chu Yi completely. Chu Yi's expression shifted slightly. Evading was now impossible. He immediately activated the Night Veil, attempting to block the strike. Yet Nia Huang, unleashing his full combat power, proved overwhelmingly formidable. As the blade struck, the Night Veil trembled violently under the impact, as if it might shatter at any moment. This was a barrier that could withstand even the attacks of the Molten Beast Gorgon, yet against Nia Huang's strike, it was pushed to its absolute limit. In this moment, Nia Huang was powerful and terrifying. At that moment, in the proctoring area. They've started fighting after all. Sai, an examiner, sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. It was predictable, it was predictable. The way Nia Huang looked, he was clearly here seeking battle. Another examiner shook his head, clearly unsurprised by Nia Huang's actions. It's just a pity that this fight will inevitably delay them both. Their progress and earning points will stall, and they'll likely miss out on first place. The chief examiner frowned, his voice tinged with regret. Several examiners shared this regret. Had they not clashed but instead focused on eliminating enemies, this examination would have been truly spectacular. The suspense might then have centered on whether Nia Huang could overcome a 30,000 point deficit to claim the national top rank. But now, their points accumulation had stalled due to the conflict, while others steadily gained points. With each back and forth, the gap narrowed rapidly. Chuyi still had the 30,000 point buffer as a safety net, but Nie Huang had nothing. The chief examiner waved his hand, and detailed footage of the two combatants appeared on the screen. Seeing this, several examiners were startled. Ha! How is Chuyi being suppressed by Nie Huang? One examiner pointed at the screen, his tone tinged with confusion.
It's normal.
Nie Huang is giving it his all. Look how his expression has changed, another examiner explained, eyes fixed on the screen. The chief examiner nodded, his tone growing serious. In this state, Nie Huang is likely unbeatable. The outcome of this battle will probably be decided very soon. The other examiners nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the chief examiner's assessment.
To force Nie Huang into this form Chuyi is remarkable. On screen, Chuyi was being pushed back relentlessly, his defeat already evident. His dark light barrier trembled incessantly, as if it might shatter at any moment. The chief examiner immediately declared, Chuyi is about to lose. Chapter 58, The Dark Realm erupts, defeating Nie Huang once more. Crack! Under Nie Huang's relentless assault, the night-shrouding light barrier finally gave way. Like fragile glass, it shattered with a crisp crackling sound, instantly disintegrating into countless tiny shards that scattered through the air, reflecting the dim glow of the surrounding darkness. Chuyi was also sent flying backward by Nie Huang's powerful assault, his body tracing an arc through the air as his robes fluttered wildly. The moment his feet touched the ground, he reacted instantly, skimming along the surface to dissipate Nie Huang's momentum until his stance gradually stabilized. Judging solely by the current situation, there was no doubt that Chuyi was no match for Nie Huang. Yet Luo Qiuyan remained calmly standing at a distance, her gaze serene as still water, seemingly unconcerned for Chuyi's fate. Boom! Nie Huang slammed his Xianhuang warblade into the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying. Leaning on the blade with one hand, he steadied the blade upright on the ground. His other hand pointed directly at Chuyi as he barked, enough of this childish play. Use your domain now. At these words, Chuyi flashed a meaningful smile. Are you sure? If I unleash my domain, you're finished. Ha 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 ha. Nie Huang roared with laughter, his booming, unrestrained guffaws echoing across the open battlefield. He seemed utterly unconcerned with this so-called domain. If you truly have the skill, then defeat me. I, Nie Huang, fear no opponent and have no fear of losing. Before his words faded, he raised the Xianhuang warblade once more. A blinding radiance coalesced upon its edge, as dazzling as the scorching sun, radiating an unparalleled aura of might. Seeing this, Chuyi held nothing back. He drew a deep breath, and the magical power within him erupted like a volcano, instantly transforming into a dense black mist that enveloped him. The realm of darkness erupted. The black mist spread rapidly around Chuyi, making his form appear and disappear intermittently. His aura grew exceptionally dark and oppressive, sending chills down the spine. A fierce battle cry ignited in Nie Huang's eyes. Now we're talking. Let's fight. The words barely left his lips before Nie Huang charged toward Chuyi, his speed so blindingly fast he seemed to merge with his battle blade. Each stomp of his foot sent tremors rippling through the ground, each step carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Wasteland body, heaven-splitting. Nie Huang unleashed his attack without hesitation. His battle blade transformed into a colossal beam of light, resembling the first ray of light at the dawn of creation. It swept toward his opponent with the overwhelming might of a mountain range. The shockwaves emanating from the blade unfolded like a vast scroll painting of mountains and seas, slowly spreading to engulf the world before them. Seeing Nie Huang's move, a sharp gleam flashed in Chuyi's eyes. His magic staff, Song of the Whale, trembled slightly as magical power surged forth, roaring like an unstoppable river. Dark flames. As his voice fell, dozens of dark flames erupted from the blackness like a meteor shower, carrying devastating power as they hurtled straight toward Nie Huang. Boom! 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 The torrent of dark flames collided with Nie Huang's battle blade, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. Flames and blade light intertwined, creating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, whipping up dust and debris into whirlwinds. A flicker of shock crossed Nie Huang's eyes as his pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Chuyi to unleash his skills with such unrestrained ferocity. The sheer volume of dark flames was overwhelming, each amplified several times over, their destructive force far exceeding Nie Huang's expectations. Countless flames exploded upon Nie Huang's body, scorching his skin and instantly delivering excruciating pain. His brow furrowed tightly as he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the agony. He continued swinging his battle blade, striving to break through this dark blockade. When the firelight and blade glints finally faded, Chuyi remained standing firmly in place, the aura of his dark domain still thick and unbroken. Nie Huang, however, was a sorry sight. His bare upper body bore numerous burn marks, some revealing large, gaping wounds. The mingled blood and sweat made the sight particularly gruesome. Chuyi slowly raised his hand, his gaze cold as frost. It's time to settle this life-sucking rope. As his words fell, 9 pitch-black chains shot out of the darkness like golden dragons, instantly coiling around Nie Huang and binding him tightly. The chains flickered with an eerie glow, as if imbued with an irresistible force.
The scene felt eerily familiar. Images of his last encounter with these chains instantly flooded Nia Huang's mind. A flash of resentment and fury flickered in his eyes as his body violently struggled. His battle blade slashed relentlessly at the chains, producing a shrill clang of metal against metal. "Break!" Nia Huang roared, his voice tinged with madness. Veins bulged on his arms as he hacked wildly, yet the chains reinforced multiple times over remained unbroken.
Shuya's dark domain had long suppressed Nia Huang's power to its absolute limit. At this moment, Nia Huang could no longer muster his full strength.
His struggle seemed futile, and he could only watch helplessly as he remained trapped within the chains. Shuya's eyes showed no flicker of emotion. His cold voice sounded like a verdict: "Chains of life, break!" As he cast the spell, the 9 chains instantly snapped, transforming into 9 sharp spears that whizzed past Nia Huang's body. Swish! 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 The spears did not pierce Nia Huang's body. Guided by Chu Yi, they grazed his sides, leaving only deep gashes. They then plunged into the ground, coalescing into a new cage that confined Nia Huang to the spot.
Though they did not pierce him, the force coursing through the spears penetrated Nia Huang's body.
He felt as if his internal organs had been struck by a giant hammer. His chest churned violently, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The attack from the life-saving rope had inflicted internal injuries upon Nia Huang. At that moment, Chu Yi finally spoke, his voice calm and detached. "The outcome of this battle is decided." Then, he immediately dissolved the Dark Realm. He had no choice but to do so.
The Dark Realm consumed far too much energy.
In just over 2 minutes, it had drained tens of thousands of drops of his dark essence.
If the battle continued, the dark substance would likely be completely depleted.
Fortunately, with the dark domain, he had still managed to defeat Nia Huang. As the domain dissolved, the black mist rapidly dissipated, restoring the battlefield to its original gloom.
Simultaneously, the spears surrounding Nia Huang dispersed.
He staggered, collapsing to one knee on the ground. One hand braced against the floor as he gasped for breath, blood still dripping from his body. Chu Yi slowly approached Nia Huang, drew a vial of healing potion from his robe, and offered it to him with a hint of concern in his voice. "Are you all right?"
Nia Huang did not take the bottle.
He continued to pant heavily, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he slowly straightened his body.
His steps were unsteady, yet resolute.
His gaze fixed on Chu Yi, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with complex emotions, a mix of reluctance and admiration. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and powerful. "You win.
I'm no match for you. This battle I concede." Chapter 59, Cat and Mouse Chase.
The fiercely contested rankings. Though Nia Huang had been relentless, he conceded defeat cleanly. Victory was victory, defeat was defeat. There was nothing more to say. He genuinely admired Chu Yi's strength.
Chu Yi asked, "Can you hold out until the national exams? In your current state, catching up on points won't be easy."
Nia Huang laughed arrogantly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes.
"Who do you think I am? Those wretched abyss monsters? They're nothing but ants beneath my feet."
With that, he casually brushed dust from his clothes, retrieved a healing potion, downed it in one gulp, tossed the empty bottle aside, and turned to leave his movements sharp and decisive. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan hurried to Chu Yi's side, gently supporting him with both hands, concern etched between her brows.
"Are you okay? How's your body holding up?"
Chu Yi smiled faintly, gently patting her hand with a soft voice.
"I'm fine. Just stretched my legs a bit. Come on, the trial isn't over yet. We've wasted too much time. We need to catch up on those points."
A soft glow flickered in Luo Qiuyan's eyes as she gave a quiet nod. Then, the pair plunged back into their monster-slaying journey, their figures swiftly vanishing into the depths of the battlefield.
At that moment, in the examiner's area,
several examiners stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, nearly speechless, pens dangling precariously in their hands. Even the chief examiner's face was etched with shock, his composure completely shattered.
"Chu Yi, he actually defeated Nia Huang? And that was Nia Huang at full power. If I'm not mistaken, what Chu Yi just used was a domain, right? Aren't domain skills only learnable after level 30? How did he manage that?"
The examiners couldn't believe their eyes, their gazes filled with shock and confusion as they exchanged incredulous glances. Even if Chu Yi had defeated Nia Huang using conventional methods, they might not have been so astonished. But the reality was that Chu Yi had not only unleashed a completely unorthodox domain skill, but had utterly crushed Nia Huang in mere minutes. The chief examiner took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down his spine as his fingers trembled slightly. "We may be witnessing the rise of a future legend." Chu Yi's registration listed him as a low-tier mage, but anyone who truly regarded him as such would be the most foolish.
The examiners all surmised that Chu Yi must possess some extraordinary innate talent. After a long moment of stunned silence, the examiners finally snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances, then shook their heads in wry, bitter smiles. It seemed like he was mocking himself for his earlier outburst. Then, they began checking their current point standings. Due to the delay caused by the battle, both Chu Yi and Nia Huang's point accumulation had stalled for a period. During this interval, more competitors steadily closed the gap. Now, Xia Yuhan held the top spot with a staggering 14,800 points. Second place was held by Qingjin, who had reached 14,200 points. Third place was held by Bai Wuxin, who had 13,700 points. All top 10 competitors had surpassed 10,000 points. Even the 11th place competitor has over 9,000 points. Currently, Nia Huang sits at 15th place with just over 8,000 points. The situation for Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's team was even worse. Their ranking had fallen far behind, landing them outside the top 30. Their points gap from the top teams has widened significantly. It's unclear if they can catch up. Chu Yi shouldn't be too worried. His second round points were too high to lose. The main concern is Nia Huang. If he can't catch up, forget about the top spot. He might not even hold on to second place. The other examiners nodded solemnly, their expressions heavy with concern. This year's national exam had an exceptional abundance of prodigies. While Nia Huang possessed formidable combat prowess, legendary practitioners weren't solely judged by raw strength. Crimson Knight's boundary beam. With Chuya's fierce shout, his staff swung violently. A jet black beam erupted instantly, piercing the body of a boss-level abyssal monster, which died in agony. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan wielded her staff, continuously casting stellar spells. The staff traced brilliant arcs through the air, obliterating wave after wave of monsters. Despite his battle with Nia Huang, Chu Yi showed little exhaustion, his movements not the slightest bit sluggish. Now back on the battlefield, riding the rhythm of combat they had mastered, the pair rapidly closed the gap in points. After slaying another wave of monsters, Chu Yi glanced at their team's score and frowned. We need to pick up the pace. The others are pushing hard too. If we keep dawdling, catching up will be tough. Luo Qiuyan nodded. Then let's pick up the pace. Just moments ago, Nia Huang had intensified his efforts. His figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, leaving a trail of fallen monsters in his wake. Even though his battle with Chu Yi had left him wounded, it hadn't diminished his combat prowess. After his surge, his points skyrocketed, not only propelling him back into the top 10 but steadily closing in on the top 5. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's scores were still hovering around the mid-teens. It would take some time for them to climb higher. To rapidly close the points gap, the pair immediately accelerated their combat pace. Next, Chu Yi abandoned all other skills, unleashing waves of dark flames in rapid succession. The flames surged forth like raging tides, relentlessly targeting areas densely packed with monsters. Luo Qiuyan also unleashed her skills relentlessly, alternating between Starfall and Starlight Pulse, her staff dancing in her hands to weave streaks of starlight. Both skills had extremely fast cooldowns, allowing her to seamlessly chain one after the other. This relentless pace took a heavy toll on both players, yet the results were undeniable. As the combat intensified, their points surged rapidly, propelling them back into the top 10 rankings. Time continued to pass, another hour and more slipping by. At this moment, the points rankings shifted once more. Nia Huang reclaimed the top spot, his points nearing 30,000. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan surged into third place with 28,000 points, trailing the second-place contender by less than 1,000 points in a fiercely contested battle. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan finally overtook the team ahead of them, securing second place. For the next half hour, the top two spots became a fierce battle between the Chu Yi-Luo Qiuyan team and Nia Huang. The two teams traded the top spot over a dozen times, relentlessly pushing each other forward without yielding an inch. This spectacle left the examiners in the monitoring area utterly transfixed, their eyes glued to the scoreboard, almost unable to blink. Though Nia Huang had lost the battle, he showed no mercy in slaying monsters, his movements swift as the wind. Without activating his domain, Chu Yi truly couldn't outkill him. This display earned the examiners profound admiration. They nodded in unison, their hearts filled with awe. Just as the exam reached its halfway point, a deep, commanding voice echoed across the entire battlefield, booming like thunder in their ears. World Boss Deployment Imminent Abyssal Avatar, the Corroded World Golem. Attention all examinees. Chapter 60, World Boss, Corrosive World Golem. The moment the announcement ended, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, as if the very air had frozen solid. Countless examinees held their breath, hearts racing, a tingling sensation like electric currents surging through their bodies. The world boss was finally about to appear. Successfully defeating this boss could yield tens of thousands of points in a single go. The once tight points gap could instantly widen to a despairingly hopeless extent. At that very moment, a mountain-like beam of light abruptly descended from the sky above the battlefield. The blinding radiance tore through the heavens, plunging straight toward the ground. Immediately after, a colossal shadow plunged from the light, descending with an apocalyptic force. Boom! It slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently as if unable to bear the force. Dust swirled like a storm, obscuring the sky and threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Moments later, as the dust gradually settled, a colossal entity revealed itself before all eyes. This was a humanoid mechanical entity standing approximately 15 meters tall, its surface covered in dark golden rune armor. Each plate was engraved with ancient, mysterious patterns, as if imbued with some immense power. Thick conduits exposed at its joints pulsed with liquid dark energy, emitting an eerie glow that sent shivers down the spine.
Embedded within its chest was a massive, crimson energy core that pulsed like a heart, each beat accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. 6 active tentacles extended from its back, each tip adorned with razor-sharp serrated blades that glinted coldly, as if capable of dismembering a person in an instant.
Is this the world boss? Holy! It's huge, towering 5 or 6 stories high. Can we really defeat this thing? The appearance of the world boss left all the examinees utterly stunned. Some candidates turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. Unwilling to face such a monstrous foe, they chose to retreat. Even if participating in the kill could earn 2,000 points, you'd need to stay alive to claim them. Once eliminated, they'd lose everything. Yet many others flashed intense fighting spirit in their eyes, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes burning like torches. The world boss was the perfect opportunity to pull ahead in the rankings. At that moment, several figures instantly charged toward the world boss. These were the legendary professionals who had been waiting in anticipation, names like Xia Yuhen, Qin Jin, and Bai Wuxin. Nia Huang, too, made his move instantly. Though Nia Huang was wounded, his supply of healing potions was ample, and he recovered in no time. His movements remained swift and fierce, his eyes blazing with a wild, arrogant light. Seeing this, Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan immediately charged toward the magic statue. We'll focus on dealing as much damage as possible. Our highest DPS hit 10,000 points. Xu Yi declared as he unleashed skills upon the golem. His voice was calm and resolute as skills poured from his hands like flowing water. Each explosive strike sent sparks flying, creating a massive commotion. Luo Qiuyan nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. She held nothing back either, unleashing a torrent of skills. The starlight intertwined with Chu Yi's fiery blasts, forming a dazzling storm of attacks. Not only the legendary practitioners, but also the surrounding practitioners, confident in their own strength, rushed forward, launching their attacks at the golem. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a continuous display of skill lights, bursting forth like fireworks. Under the barrage of attacks from the multitude of adventurers, the colossal golem staggered, teetering on the brink of collapse. But it was a world boss after all, and it soon steadied itself. Its crimson energy core flared brightly, unleashing a deafening roar. Tentacles whipped from its back while its massive fists pounded down, targeting one adventurer after another. Many felt a violent gale, as if their bodies were being torn apart. The golem's fists were like fire, its tentacles like wind, carrying devastating force that threatened to crush bodies whole before tearing them to pulp. Many hastily raised shields, either using various methods to block the onslaught or constantly dodging and evading the attacks. Xu Yi instantly cast the night veil, enveloping himself and Luo Qiuyan within its protection. Boom! The Erosion Realm demon statue's assault slammed into the barrier, bouncing off harmlessly. Neither of them suffered a scratch. The black light screen stood as an impenetrable barrier, deflecting every assault from the demon statue. But the others weren't so fortunate. Legendary practitioners fared better, each possessing their own methods to withstand the onslaught, but other practitioners were instantly swept away by the corrupted boundary golems. Those massive tentacles, each tipped with blades, swept across vast areas. Within mere seconds, dozens were sent flying out of the exam grounds by the golems. Among them were opportunists of lower levels hoping to score an assist. Sadly, they didn't get the assist, they just got wiped out. This situation also affected most of the candidates watching from afar. Those still hesitating quickly retreated, deciding not to get involved in this divine artifacts battle. After all, if they were eliminated, there would be nowhere to appeal. Despite the mass exodus, the battlefield dynamics remained unchanged. Though formidable, the world boss's health steadily dwindled under the relentless assault of numerous adventurers. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes for the world boss to be worn down completely. Even though world bosses typically possess hundreds of thousands or even millions of HP, they couldn't withstand such a massive coordinated assault. Throughout this, Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan continuously unleashed their skills. The sky screen displayed real-time damage output for each player. The Corrosion Realm Golem's health pool matched that of the Lava Colossus 1 million. Currently, the Xu Yi Luo Qiuyan team had already dealt over 150,000 damage, sitting firmly in first place. Second place was held by Nia Huang, who had dealt over 60,000 damage. While world boss damage was calculated by team, damage dealt while participating as a team would be proportionally reduced. This ensures fairness for lone wolves. Otherwise, the assessment would simply become a contest of which team is strongest, with that team claiming the top spot. Solo candidates would have no place to stand. Even with the reduction, Xu Yi's ability to unleash skills without cooldown allowed him to pull ahead of the others. At this rate, Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan were almost certain to secure 10,000 points. However, unbeknownst to Xu Yi, a youth with a sinister gaze was watching the battlefield from a nearby distance. Clad in a jet-black robe, fragments of machinery flashed in his hands, morphing into countless phantom weapons. This man was none other than Mo Xian. Observing their performance, Mo Xian's gaze darkened, a cold smile curling his lips. He murmured softly, "Fight on, fight on. This place will be your final resting ground." With a flick of his finger, an invisible energy ripple silently spread out, flickering with dark, profound energy like the black mist of an abyss. Chapter 61, Sudden Crisis. The Abyssal Lord descends.
The battle had reached a fever pitch. Under the relentless assaults of the examinees, the Corrosion Realm demon statue could barely mount a defense. A chaotic mix of crowd control, suppression, and damage output converged, filling the battlefield air with the acrid scent of gunpowder and scorched flesh. The intermittent explosions of clashing energies shook the earth with each detonation. Its health bar was plummeting at a visible rate. Boom! Finally, as Chuyi unleashed third movement whale fall, summoning the colossal spectral skull of a world-devouring whale to crash down, the Erosion Realm Colossus's health plummeted to zero. It let out a low, mournful wail as its mountain-like form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Whoa! A wave of cheers erupted from the candidates who had participated in defeating the corrupted world demon statue. Beaming with joy, their eyes gleaming with triumph, they high-fived each other in celebration. According to the rules, any participant in the kill would receive 2,000 points. Many legendary practitioners, however, wore expressions of disappointment, a hint of regret visible on their faces. Some gave wry smiles, others left reluctantly, some shrugged helplessly, and others simply lamented the missed opportunity. On the damage leaderboard displayed in the sky, Chuyi Luo Choyan's team stood head and shoulders above the rest. A dazzling glow shimmered above their names, as if proclaiming their absolute dominance. The top spot for 10,000 points in damage output was undoubtedly theirs. Finally took it down. Chuya's face broke into a smile, his eyes brimming with joy as he looked at Luo Choyan. Luo Choyan's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement, her cheeks flushing slightly. With 10,000 points secured, their top spot was practically guaranteed. Ha! What's going on? Where's the sound? We just defeated the world boss and there's no notification sound? Where's the examiner? Get to work. Speak up already. Where are our points? The Erosion Realm demon statue's corpse lay stiffly on the ground, yet it lingered, refusing to vanish like a slumbering colossus. Eerily, not even the kill notification sound played. A suffocating silence hung heavy in the air. This situation caused many examinees to frown, their faces betraying confusion and anxiety as they looked up and scanned their surroundings. Chuyi was equally perplexed, his brow furrowed and expression grave. What's going on? He glanced at Luo Choyan, only to find her face equally blank with confusion. Just then, a black mist descended from the sky, spreading like ink and swiftly enveloping the entire heavens. It felt like an invisible giant net had wrapped around the world. The surroundings plunged into darkness instantly, the light growing faint and feeble. An oppressive sense of impending doom settled over everyone's hearts. The corpse of the Corrosion Realm demon statue before them suddenly emitted an intensely putrid stench. The black mist coiled around it like tentacles, as if attempting to reawaken it. This scene sent shockwaves through all the examinees. Terror etched itself onto their faces as their bodies involuntarily stumbled backward. What's happening? What's going on? It's the Abyss's aura. Such a potent abyss aura. But the corrupted world demon statue is dead, isn't it? Why is it still releasing the Abyss's aura? Meanwhile, outside, the expressions of several examiners changed drastically, especially the chief examiner. His brows furrowed deeply, his expression grave and even slightly panicked as his hands frantically worked the controls on the screen before him. However, the screen that should have displayed the candidate's status had gone haywire. No matter how he manipulated it, the screen remained pitch black, as if swallowed whole. He shouted, his voice tinged with urgency, "What's happening? Why has the connection to the Shattered Realm been severed?" This examination hall was set up within the Abyss Battlefield Shattered Realm, a virtual battlefield developed by the Great Xia Kingdom. This battlefield nearly perfectly simulated all conditions of the Abyss and could monitor examinees in real time. Due to its exceptional utility, it had long served as the primary testing ground for the national examinations. It was maintained by numerous powerful individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom to prevent sabotage by other nations. Never before had this battlefield encountered any issues. The sudden loss of contact was unprecedented. The chief examiner spoke, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Contact higher authorities immediately and request the examination be halted. He sensed something amiss, a growing unease settling in his heart as if some immense threat was drawing near. Several examiners nodded in agreement and swiftly initiated the communication. Before they could establish contact, however, a black mist suddenly enveloped the entire examination ground. Like an invisible giant hand, it engulfed everything within, suffocating all life. Then came a hoarse, ancient voice, deep and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of hell filled with endless coldness and mockery. "Ha ha ha! No need to contact anyone. You won't reach them." From within the black mist, a colossal phantom emerged, radiating a bone-chilling aura of darkness. The shadowy form coalesced into a hideous visage, beneath which countless faces branched out. It seemed to possess 1,000 faces, each etched with vivid expressions, some cackling madly, others seething with rage, some drowned in sorrow, and still others twisted into eerie, cold grins. Every face resembled a demon crawling from the depths of hell, utterly terrifying. At the sight of this phantom, the examiners paled in shock, involuntarily stumbling back several steps, terror etched upon their faces. The thousand-faced fiend, Viserion? Among the common folk of the Great Xia Kingdom, this name might hold no meaning. But the examiners knew exactly what kind of entity this was. The thousand-faced demon, Bazarian, was a genuine abyssal lord, a monstrous entity possessing power capable of annihilating nations. Countless elite warriors from the Great Xia Empire had once ventured deep into the abyss to hunt him down, only to return defeated, having lost many of their finest troops. The chief examiner's voice trembled slightly, his face as pale as paper. "How did you end up here?" From the sky, the voice of the thousand-faced demon descended once more, laden with endless scorn and murderous intent.
"A lowly insect recognizes my name? Ha! Alas, it cannot alter your fate of death." Its gaze suddenly pierced the battlefield. Dark energy coalesced, instantly forming a massive light screen. Within the light screen, the national exam candidates stood bewildered on the battlefield, their faces etched with confusion and unease. Seeing this, 1,000 distinct expressions erupted across the thousand-faced demon's faces. Then, all eyes fixed on the light screen, gleaming with greed and desire. Is this the future of the Great Xia Kingdom? A million flesh and blood. Ha 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 ha. Delicious blood feast. Today, I shall devour it all alone. In the next instant, the thousand-faced demon dissolved into a torrent of black mist, surging like a flood into the light screen as if intent on devouring everything within. The chief examiner was overcome with horror, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. No! It's descending upon the examination hall to devour all the candidates inside. Activate emergency shutdown immediately. We must stop it. Chapter 62, The Great Xia War God, Yulin Yuan. Under the chief examiner's command, several examiners immediately activated the emergency braking system. This mechanism was a contingency measure implemented by the Abyss Battlefield Realm of Ruin to prevent unforeseen incidents. Once activated, it would instantly halt all monster spawning within the battlefield while completely sealing off every entrance and exit. Any entity outside wishing to enter could only force their way through by shattering the barrier. Boom! The instant the emergency brake activated, the thousand-faced demon slammed into the massive light barrier. Ripples spread across the surface like stones striking water. Its body was sent flying by the immense recoil. Then, its form swiftly dissolved into countless wisps of black mist. Within each wisp, faces emerged, faces twisted with savage fury, as if roaring in silent rage. Oomph! Do you truly believe this can halt my descent? Foolish humans, you know nothing of the power of the Abyssal Lord. In the next instant, the thousand-faced demon underwent another transformation. Its dark mist began to churn violently, as countless energies converged and intertwined within it. The essence of the abyss engulfed its body like an ocean. The surrounding space seemed warped by this force, the air thick with suffocating pressure. Suddenly, the light barrier was violently torn apart like shredded paper, revealing a colossal corpse within the remains of the corrupted world golem. An examiner gasped, "No! It's using the corrupted world demon statue as an anchor to force its way into the battlefield. We cannot stop it this way." The chief examiner's voice was grave. Using an anchor point, its power won't exceed 3 times that of the corrosion realm demon statue. Otherwise, the statue would collapse, and it would be forced out of the shattered realm. Don't just stand there. Use every means possible to contact the outside world immediately. Several examiners, as if finding their anchor, scrambled to establish external communications. Boom! At that moment, a powerful shockwave sliced through the barrier erected by the thousand-faced demon. The barrier shattered like glass, and the immense black mist was instantly cleaved apart, scattering into countless tiny fragments that drifted through the air. A figure slowly descended. He was towering, like an immovable mountain. He wore dark gold armor, intricately carved with intricate patterns that emitted a faint glow. In his hand, he gripped a long spear with a dark red sheen, its tip still pulsing with residual energy fluctuations. His face bore a stern and majestic expression, his gaze piercing like lightning, too intense to meet directly. As he descended, his voice echoed with extraordinary weight, "I am Yulin Yuan. What has occurred?" The sound reverberated like a great bell, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly. Hearing this voice, the examiners instantly erupted in wild excitement. It's War God Lin Yuan. He's here. Wonderful. The candidates are saved. Yulin Yuan, known as the Great Xia War God, was also called the Lin Yuan War God. His rank approached the pinnacle, making him not only the most powerful professional in the Great Xia Kingdom but also the only openly acknowledged SSS-tier talent within its borders. In the Abyss, the number of Abyss Lords he had slain had even reached double digits. The chief examiner swiftly stepped through the air, arriving before Yulin Yuan and immediately explaining the situation. Upon hearing the chief examiner's account, a flash of sharpness flickered across Yulin Yuan's brow. His gaze grew even more piercing, as if it could cut through anything. "A mere Abyss Lord dares to run amok in my Great Xia Kingdom?" His gaze sharpened as a blinding light erupted from his left eye. The beam sliced through the sky like a sharp blade, instantly tearing open a breach in the sealed shattered realm. Yulin Yuan gripped his long spear, muscles rippling along his arm, then hurled it into the fractured realm. The spear streaked across the heavens like a meteor, piercing the black mist with a piercing whistle. The black mist shattered into countless fragments. A burnt, acrid scent filled the air as the fragments of the black mist slowly dissipated. Yet, a seriousness flickered in Yulin Yuan's eyes. His brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. At that moment, the voice of the thousand-faced demon echoed once more. Ha ha ha. Well done, war god of great Xia. You destroyed my projection with ease. But do you think this is the end? My anchor point is now established. Next, I shall use the body of the Corrosion Realm demon statue to successfully enter the battlefield. To stop me, you must destroy this entire battlefield. But if you do, not a single human within will survive. The thousand-faced demon's maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. Then, his figure gradually faded away with the black mist as if he had never been there at all. The chief examiner shouted, "No! It's escaping!" Yet Yulin Yuan made no move to stop it. His face darkened, as if shrouded by a layer of gloom. This was merely a projection of the Abyssal Lord. Killing the projection would be futile. Hearing this, the chief examiner's expression grew equally grave. His fingers clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the force. Yet, seasoned as he was, he quickly assessed the situation. For now, due to the intervention of the thousand-faced fiend, we've temporarily lost control of the battlefield. Once we regain control, I can eliminate the corrosive realm demon statue. The thousand-faced demon had used the corrosion realm statue as an anchor to invade the shattered realm. Once the statue was destroyed, it would lose its anchor and naturally dissipate. Yulin Yuan asked, "How long will it take you to regain control of the battlefield?" "The battlefield has a separate control system. We can replace it now, but the replacement process will take half an hour." "Understood. Proceed immediately. I'll brief the candidates on the situation." Upon hearing this, the chief examiner immediately summoned all examiners and began the process of replacing the control system. Their movements were swift and orderly, each face etched with solemnity. The only silver lining was that it wasn't the thousand-faced demon's projection entering the battlefield, but an anchor. As an anchor, the thousand-faced demon could exert no more than 3 times the power of the corrosion realm demon statue itself, otherwise, the anchor would shatter. Even so, such power was likely beyond the candidate's ability to handle within the examination grounds. The battlefield was now sealed off. If any candidate died within it, stripped of the battlefield's protection, they would truly perish, not be teleported away. The chief examiners were now racing against time. A burst of light erupted once more from Yulin Yuan's left eye. The light sliced through the sky like a sharp blade. As the light pierced through, intense ripples surged through the surrounding space, like a boulder striking the surface of water. Then, he tore open a passage, and his projection materialized within the battlefield. Chapter 63, Battlefield Crisis, The Deadly Half Hour. At that moment, the candidates on the battlefield remained in a state of bewilderment and panic. The air around them seemed to freeze, even breathing becoming laborious. The black mist shrouding the battlefield hung like a heavy curtain, suffocating all who stood beneath it. Suddenly, a silvery white beam sliced through the sky, piercing the heart of the black fog like a shooting star. The tip of a long spear pierced the dark curtain. Immediately, the black mist began to dissipate like a torn curtain, slowly revealing the gloomy sky. Yet an eerie silence descended upon the entire battlefield, even the sound of the wind seemed to vanish. "Children, I am Yulin Yuan." A deep, resonant voice descended from the heavens, echoing like thunder across the battlefield. This voice carried an intangible weight of authority and reassurance, causing every heartbeat to falter for an instant. Immediately, a shadowy figure materialized in the sky, gradually solidifying into a towering form. Hearing the voice, all the candidates present widened their eyes, lifting their gazes skyward. Fear gradually gave way to astonishment on their faces. "It's the war god of the abyss. I'm not mistaken, it's the war god of the abyss. Yes, it's him. My goodness, I'm actually seeing the war god with my own eyes. The great Xia war god. The great Xia war god." The great Xia war god was a symbol in and of himself. His very existence embodied unbreakable strength and unparalleled hope. Yet, Yulin Yuan's next words caused the candidates' newly relaxed hearts to tighten once more. "Children, the Abyss Lord, the thousand-faced demon, has torn through space and invaded the examination grounds, causing them to spiral out of control. Though I destroyed its projection, it has entered the battlefield through an anchor point. The battlefield is now sealed off, preventing me from assisting you from outside. Next, the thousand-faced demon will manifest as an erosion realm demon statue, possessing 3 times its usual power. For now, you must rely solely on your own strength to weather this crisis. Hold out for half an hour, I'll rescue you." Yulin Yuan's voice remained steady, yet his words sent the examinees' hearts plummeting once more. As his words faded, Yulin Yuan's spectral image gradually dissipated, as if he had never been there at all. Simultaneously, the fallen erosion demon statue let out a deep, rumbling roar. Thick black mist surged from its body, causing the ground to tremble violently. Slowly, the statue rose to its feet, the black mist coiling around it like liquid, emanating a suffocating aura of the abyss. A shrill, piercing sound erupted from within the statue, its voice carrying an indescribable malevolence and greed. "Ha ha ha. Delicious blood feast. You ants, taste fear." In the next instant, the demon statue's aura erupted violently, sending black mist scattering outward like a raging storm. Many examinees were knocked flying by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Some even spat blood, their faces turning instantly pale. Witnessing this scene, panic once again gripped the crowd of examinees.
At that moment, Shuyi stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, we must unite immediately and fight this demon statue together. We need to hold out until the war god comes to rescue us." Shuyi's words acted like a reassuring bomb, instantly bringing everyone back to their senses.
Right. Let's unite. We can't just sit here and wait for death.
The thousand-faced demon only possesses 3 times the power of a demon statue. We might just be able to defeat it. Beside them, Luo Qiuyan immediately shouted, "All legendary tier practitioners, join me on the front lines. Epic tier practitioners provide rear support.
Everyone else of lower levels, evacuate immediately, don't get killed by the golem." Born into a military family, Luo Qiuyan naturally possessed a soldier's bearing.
Her command began to restore order among the previously chaotic candidates. Lower-level candidates scattered toward the battlefield's edges to avoid being killed. Those with sufficient strength charged forward, forming a defensive line to block the golem's advance. Faces suddenly appeared on the Erosion Realm golem's body, each twisted and hideous, as if mocking the helplessness of these insects before it.
"You ants dare resist me? Don't be so naive."
Its voice was hoarse and cold, dripping with cruel mockery. In the next instant, the Corrosion Realm golem abruptly raised its hand. The surrounding black mist churned violently, like a boiling sea of darkness. Then, across the battlefield, waves of black surged forth. Like the roar of colossal beasts, these waves emerged from the distance, crashing relentlessly toward the Corrosion Realm demon statue.
It's the Dark Tide.
They had already experienced the terrifying power of the Dark Tide firsthand during the initial trial.
The sensation of being swallowed by darkness still sent shivers down their spines. "Quick! Block it!" Luo Qiuyan's expression instantly turned grave.
Her voice remained steady, but her speech noticeably quickened.
"Guardians to the front.
Those without defensive abilities, move toward the center immediately."
Luo Qiuyan's commands were swift and decisive, but the examinees were not a trained military force. Amidst the chaos, many remained utterly disoriented. The dark tide surged forward like a raging black torrent, instantly engulfing several candidates who hadn't managed to flee. Their bodies were torn apart within the tide, their screams echoing in succession as a thick, pungent stench of blood filled the air. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Chuye's eyes as he shouted, "Attack the golem!" Interrupt its spellcasting. The moment the words left his mouth, Chuyi and the surrounding legendary tier practitioners sprang into action. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a barrage of skills, fireballs, ice arrows, sword chi, and lightning bolts, all converging upon the Corrosion Realm golem. However, the Corrosion Realm golem, enhanced by the thousand-faced demon, possessed not only triple strength but also astonishing defense. Even under the barrage of attacks from numerous legendary adventurers, its body remained unscathed, showing not the slightest sign of retreat. Roar! The Corrosion Realm golem let out a low growl, then slammed its fist down, instantly carving a massive crater into the ground. Several candidates blocking its path were sent flying by the impact, crashing heavily to the ground as blood spurted from their mouths. Even Shuyi stumbled back several steps in the shockwave, his face turning slightly pale. Beside him, Nia Huang was similarly knocked back several meters, his chest heaving violently as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Nia Huang clutched his chest, struggling to stay upright, though the pain etched across his face was undeniable. The demon statue's voice boomed again, its raspy tone dripping with undisguised scorn. "Mere ants. Even with my power restrained, how could you possibly stand against me?" In the next instant, the Corrosion Realm demon statue's energy coalesced once more, unleashing an even more potent aura of darkness that began to spread, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Shuyi clenched his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He prepared to activate his Dark Realm, determined to muster every ounce of strength to resist the golem. 3 days of continuous combat had depleted a vast amount of Chuye's dark substance. Now, he had less than 20,000 drops remaining. Activating the Dark Realm would sustain him for no more than 3 minutes. Yet in this dire situation, Chuyi had no choice. He immediately gathered his strength, preparing to unleash the domain. Yet, at that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detecting an extremely potent dark aura. Shall I activate the Divine Core Power to absorb it? Chapter 64, Divine Essence Absorption, the Thousand-Faced Demon's Terror. When the voice echoed in his mind, Chuyi froze in shock before erupting into wild elation. The Divine Essence could actually absorb the dark aura of the corrupted realm demon statue? Without hesitation, he immediately chose to absorb it. In an instant, the Divine Essence within Chuyi began to stir, operating with utmost secrecy. Not a single ripple of energy escaped detection. Even Grand Marshal Luo Tianzhang of the Great Xia, who had been present earlier, failed to detect the anomaly within Chuyi at that moment, let alone the others around him. After the absorption, Chuyi's eyes suddenly sharpened. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the corrosive realm demon statue. Witnessing this, the others sucked in their breaths, shock etched across their faces. Was Chuyi out of his mind? Luo Qiuyan's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes filled with worry as she cried out urgently, "Chuyi!" Yet Chuyi paid no heed to their worries. His gaze locked firmly on the Corrosion Realm demon statue as his footsteps grew resolute and swift.
In a single stride, he stood directly before the Erosion Realm demon statue, facing the colossal figure.
Ha 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 ha. Insect, have you come to die?
The thousand-faced demon's voice was eerily chilling, dripping with endless contempt and mockery. A thick black mist erupted from its body, surging like a tidal wave and instantly engulfing Chuyi, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Witnessing this, everyone else's hearts leapt into their throats, as if they had already seen Chuyi meet a gruesome end. At that very moment, the divine essence within Chuyi began to stir, emitting an almost imperceptible hum. Immediately, the dark aura emanating from the thousand-faced demon seemed drawn by some force, surging into Chuyi's body and being completely absorbed by his divine essence. As the dark energy flooded in, a series of notification tones echoed in Chuyi's mind. Dark energy converted. You have obtained 100 drops of dark matter. Dark energy converted.
You have obtained. Vast quantities of dark energy were absorbed by the divine essence, swiftly transforming into dark matter.
It flowed through his body like a nourishing river.
Far from devouring Chuyi, the black mist of the Corrosion Realm demon statue began to be consumed by him instead. What is this thing? It's actually absorbing my power?
The thousand-faced demon let out a startled cry, its voice tinged with unease. That astonishment swiftly turned to horror as it realized it couldn't stop the process. Instantly, it launched an attack through the Corrosive Realm demon statue. Several massive tentacles, sharp as steel blades and carrying devastating force, lunged forward, intent on tearing Chuyi apart. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed in Chuyi's eyes as he roared, "Dark Realm, activate!" As his words fell, the magical power within Chuyi erupted like a volcano, forming the Dark Realm. The surrounding space seemed shrouded by a layer of pitch-black curtain, blocking out all light. After activating the Dark Realm, Chuyi immediately unfurled the nightlight veil. Like an impenetrable barrier, it stood before him, ready to withstand the Erosion Realm demon statue's assault.
The Corrosive Realm demon statue's power had tripled, yet with the Dark Realm activated, Chuyi himself gained a 300% enhancement, an increase even more staggering than that of the demon statue. Under such enhancement, the Corrupted Realm demon statue found itself utterly helpless against Chuyi. Several attacks struck the nightlight barrier, producing dull thuds, but they were instantly repelled, utterly unable to breach its defenses. Meanwhile, the divine essence within Chuyi continued to absorb the Corrosion Realm demon statue's power relentlessly, like a bottomless pit greedily devouring all traces of darkness. The thousand-faced demon was both shocked and enraged, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Before it stood nothing more than a human ant, weak beyond measure. Yet it found itself utterly powerless against this insignificant creature? Ant! Stop this at once! The thousand-faced demon roared furiously, its voice reverberating through space like thunder as it urged the Corrosive World demon statue to launch an even more ferocious assault. Yet, this terrifying onslaught could not breach Chuyi's barrier. As its power was continuously absorbed by Chuyi, the intensity of its attacks gradually diminished. If this continued, it might even be annihilated by Chuyi. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd stood frozen, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Even the legendary practitioners stared in stunned silence, unable to recover for a long while. Am I seeing correctly? Chuyi is actually holding his own against the Corrupted World Colossus alone?
That's an Erosion Realm demon statue with triple its power. The Corrosion Realm demon statue, which had defeated nearly every legendary practitioner who had ever joined forces against it, now found itself utterly helpless against Chuyi. Nia Huang narrowed his eyes, a hint of gravity flickering in his gaze. He murmured to himself, "It's a domain. The same domain he used when he defeated me." Many legendary practitioners snapped back to reality, recalling the scene at the corruption front. Back then, Chuyi had defeated the mightiest Nia Huang with this very domain. Luo Qiuyan watched this unfold, her taut nerves finally relaxing a little. When she had seen Chuyi charge forward earlier, her heart had been filled with tension, even fear, dreading that something might happen to him. Yet now, Chuyi's divine essence continued to absorb power relentlessly, while the corrupted boundary demon statue steadily lost its strength. Having lost over half its power, the thousand-faced demon could do nothing but rage, its eyes filled with resentment and terror. It relentlessly channeled dark forces to assault Chuyi, but this played right into his hands. Wave after wave of darkness poured into the divine essence, transforming into vast quantities of dark matter. The thousand-faced demon finally panicked, his voice trembling as he threatened, "Human, if you do not stop now, I will hunt you down for eternity. The abyss will forever brand you." Chuyi sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. "You dare threaten me when you won't even show your true form? When I am strong enough, I will personally descend into the abyss to kill you." As the words fell, he amplified the power of his divine essence once more. A terrifying suction erupted from within him, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Finally, the thousand-faced demon was completely absorbed by Chuyi. The vast abyssal power draining the Corrosion Realm demon statue dissipated, and without its support, the colossal form began to collapse. Then, a shadowy figure burst forth from the statue, the energy projection of the thousand-faced demon, attempting to escape. But Chuyi immediately detected it. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he activated his divine essence to lock onto the projection. In the next instant, the projection was swallowed whole by the divine essence, emitting a piercing, agonized scream.
Human, I will never let you go.
Finally, the thousand-faced demon let out this last roar before vanishing completely.
Its projection became pure energy for the divine core. Absorbed the power projection of the thousand-faced demon.
You have gained 20,000 drops of dark matter.
Chapter 65, He solved the crisis? Huff.
After defeating the thousand-faced demon, Chuyi exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling steadily. He closed his eyes slightly, sensing the lingering power fluctuations within his body. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dark domain slowly dissipated like mist blown away by the wind. Without the thousand-faced demon's support, the corrosion realm demon statue resembled a colossal beast stripped of its soul. Its massive frame could no longer maintain balance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud that sent tremors rippling through the earth.
Shu Yi!
Luo Qiuyan's eyes flashed with concern as she hurried forward, her slender fingers gently resting on his shoulder.
Are you okay? How do you feel?
Shu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips.
I'm fine.
At that moment, other practitioners began gathering from all sides. Their steps seemed hesitant as their gazes shifted between Chu Yi and the fallen erosion realm demon statue.
One of them murmured, unable to contain himself, does this mean we're safe now?
You defeated the corrupted world demon statue, someone asked in a low voice, trembling with disbelief.
Chu Yi surveyed the area, his gaze gentle and composed. He nodded slightly. That's right. We're safe.
Now, all we need to do is wait patiently for the god of war to arrive. At these words, the crowd erupted in cheers, the sound rolling like a wave across the empty battlefield.
The feeling of having narrowly escaped death caused many bodies to slump in relief.
Some collapsed onto the ground, their faces frozen in a dazed smile, as if they had just awakened from a nightmare. Just moments ago, they had all believed their doom was certain. Yet the crisis had passed so swiftly. Chu Yi is awesome, someone shouted, their voice loud and filled with excitement. Soon, the surrounding area echoed with waves of Chu Yi is awesome chants, surging like a tidal wave that engulfed him. Even Nie Huang approached, his gaze carrying a complex mix of emotions. He scrutinized Chu Yi for a moment before lowering his head slightly, his voice deep and firm. I'm no match for you. For what happened today, I owe you a debt. The other professionals also stepped forward to thank Chu Yi. Without Chu Yi, most of them likely wouldn't have survived today. Amidst the cheers, a young man clad in a jet-black robe stood in a shadowy corner far from the crowd, his face an unusual shade of ashen. His fingers clenched into fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. His gaze fixed intently on the direction of Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan. His lips moved slightly as he gritted his teeth and muttered, useless.
At that moment, Luo Qiuyan seemed to sense something.
Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned abruptly, her gaze locking with Mo Xian's cold, predatory eyes.
Mo Xian?
Luo Qiuyan's voice carried a hint of chill, her eyes flashing with alertness.
Mo Xian, noticing he'd been spotted, gave a cold snort.
A chilling curve touched his lips before he turned away. His robe fluttered slightly in the wind as his figure swiftly vanished into the shadows. Chu Yi turned his head, his gaze gentle yet slightly puzzled.
What's wrong?
Luo Qiuyan withdrew her gaze and shook her head lightly, though a trace of worry lingered between her brows.
Nothing.
For some inexplicable reason, whenever she saw Mo Xian, Luo Qiuyan felt an indescribable sensation, as if dark clouds hung overhead.
She sensed he was hiding some unspeakable secret.
But soon, these fleeting thoughts were swept away by the joyful voices of those around them. Having survived the ordeal, everyone deserves to celebrate. The descent of the thousand-faced demon should have caused massive casualties, yet Chu Yi had single-handedly stopped it. For many, Chu Yi was nothing short of their savior.
Meanwhile, outside the facility, the abyss's influence has ended? The chief examiner's voice carried a hint of astonishment as his brows furrowed.
His gaze darted across the screen, attempting to verify the authenticity of this news.
Several examiners nearby also wore expressions of shock. One couldn't help but whisper, "What's going on? Can we replay the exam room footage?" The chief examiner nodded, his fingers moving swiftly across the control panel. "Yes. But for now, I think we should prioritize retrieving the candidates. With the abyss influence ended, there's no need to switch control systems, the original one is functional again."
Yu Linyuan stood nearby, his expression grave as he nodded. His voice was low and resolute, the candidate's safety comes first. Then, the chief examiner's voice echoed through the transmission device into the examination hall. "Candidates, this is the chief examiner. The abyss influence has ended. Remain where you are. I will transport you out immediately. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this national examination has been temporarily suspended. Please await further instructions." As the chief examiner's voice echoed, candidates scattered across the battlefield collectively exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Some collapsed onto the ground, others clutched the hands of companions beside them, their eyes flashing with relief at having survived the ordeal. Soft beams of light flickered across the battlefield like scattered starlight, slowly enveloping all the examinees. Then, in a flash, every figure vanished from their original spots. All candidates are requested to proceed to the rest area. Please remain within the examination grounds for the time being and await further instructions. Soon, guided by the examiners, the large group of examinees made their way to the rest area. Though their steps were weary, their faces bore relaxed smiles. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan walked side by side, blending into the crowd with remarkable low-key demeanor, yet still drawing many admiring glances. After settling the candidates, the chief examiner immediately reported today's events, his tone tinged with urgency and gravity. Meanwhile, accompanied by Yulin Yuan, they began reviewing the events that unfolded in the examination hall. Scenes flashed rapidly across the screen, from the Erosion Realm demon statue's eruption to the sequence of events at its demise, all vividly displayed before their eyes. Unsurprisingly, Chu Ye's actions became the focal point. The chief examiner stared at the screen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He resolved the crisis? The field around him. That must be a domain, right? Yes, the same domain he used against Nia Huang. Who would have thought it could even withstand the anchor avatar of the thousand-faced demon? But how did he destroy the thousand-faced demon? The examiners were all puzzled, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, searching for answers. Yulin Yuan's gaze was piercingly sharp, and he immediately grasped the crucial point. He observed the thousand-faced demon's anchor avatar. At this revelation, several examiners gasped in shock. How is that possible? That's the incarnation of the Abyss Lord. How could he absorb it? And wouldn't absorbing it like that cause problems for his body? The power of the Abyss was untouchable. Any human who came into contact with it would be corrupted, turning into a mindless shell like the followers of the Abyss cult. Yulin Yuan's voice was solemn. Those are concerns for later. Right now, he is the hero who saved all the examinees. Without him, the casualties in this national exam would have been devastating. His achievements deserve commendation. The chief examiner nodded solemnly, clearly in agreement. At that moment, directives from the higher-level examination bureau arrived, outlining subsequent instructions. Chapter 66, National Title, Demon-Slaying Young Lord. The examination bureau's directive was unequivocal, its wording carrying an air of unquestionable authority. The national examination is hereby concluded. Current scores shall serve as the final rankings for this examination. Reading these words, the examiners' expressions grew solemn, their minds settled. Yulin Yuan's gaze grew deep as he gave a slight nod, his voice steady. This matter is settled. I must report it to the state. The rest is for you to handle. Several examiners bowed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. We bid farewell to the god of war. Under their watchful gaze, Yulin Yuan vanished like a gentle breeze, leaving behind only a faint, lingering aura of authority. Soon after, the chief examiner's announcement echoed throughout the entire examination hall, loud and clear, reverberating in every corner. The national examination is concluded early. The current point standings shall serve as the final rankings. Faced with this outcome, most examinees offered no objection, their expressions ranging from relief to calm acceptance. After all, the third trial had already reached its midpoint. Once the world boss was defeated, the remaining time was essentially meaningless for the vast majority. Finally, under the eager gazes of all present, the sky screen displaying the final rankings for this assessment appeared. Golden characters shone brilliantly across the heavens. First place, Chu Yi Luo Qiuyan team. Total points, 127,800. Second place, Nia Huang. Total points, 69,700. Third place, Xia Yuhen. Total points, 48,400. Fourth place, Qin Jinli Long team. Total points, 46,800. Fifth place, by Wuxin Hiyu Gaolan team. Total points, 46,000. Among them, the Chu Yi Luo Qiuyan team claimed first place without a doubt, soaring to the top of the leaderboard with 120,000 points, an astonishing margin of over 50,000 points ahead of Nia Huang. Nevertheless, Nia Huang remained formidable, his 69,000 points still placing him far ahead of other legendary practitioners. 120,000 points. This year's top spot is a foregone conclusion. It'll be either Chu Yi or Luo Qiuyan. Feels like Chu Yi. He performed so well, it wouldn't make sense not to give it to him. But the top spot depends on the individual's choice. What if Chu Yi gives it up to please the beauty? Now, the only suspense left was the announcement of the top scholar. Soon, the chief examiner's voice rang out again, solemn and authoritative. By national decree, I hereby declare Luo Qiuyan as this year's national top scholar. For his valor in repelling the thousand-faced demon, Chu Yi is hereby bestowed the title Young Demon-Slaying Lord. The two announcements sent shockwaves through the crowd, with murmurs of astonishment rippling through the venue. Chu Yi actually received a national title? Holy crap! Even generals fighting on the front lines against corruption might not get a national title. This is an honor that can influence generations of a family. Although Luo Qiuyan claimed the top scholar position in this national examination, no one felt Chu Yi had been shortchanged. For he had gained something 100 times more precious than the top scholar title, a national honorary title. This honor was bestowed by the state upon meritorious subjects, achievable only through extraordinary achievements. Typically, those granted such titles were generals or powerful professionals who had made monumental contributions, whether repelling the abyss or serving the nation. Xu Yi, however, was merely a rookie who had awakened his profession just a month ago. Several legendary practitioners cast envious glances at Xu Yi, yet this recognition was well-deserved. Without his battlefield performance, countless examinees might have fallen victim to the thousand-faced demon. Luo Qiuyan gazed at Xu Yi, her eyes brimming with gratitude and astonishment, which gradually softened into deep tenderness. Her voice was soft as a spring breeze as she murmured, "Congratulations on earning your national title." Xu Yi smiled back, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "I should congratulate you too. How does it feel to be the top scholar?" Luo Qiuyan lowered her head slightly, a hint of apology in her tone. "This top scholar title, based on performance, it should have been yours. But because they needed to award you the national title, it fell to me instead." At the very beginning, Luo Qiuyan's only request of Xu Yi was that he assist her, clearing the obstacles on her path to the national examinations. Yet as the rounds of examinations unfolded, it became she who leaned on Xu Yi. Without him, she would never have achieved this top scholar title. Nearby, Nia Huang, Xia Yuhan, Qin Zhen, Bai Wuxin, and others approached to congratulate Xu Yi. Xia Yuhan, clad in an ice-blue robe, stood tall and slender, exuding an air of refined grace. He offered a gentle smile and spoke softly, "Xu Yi, congratulations. This honor is truly well-deserved." Qin Zhen stood tall and imposing in his battle armor, resembling Nia Huang in appearance but lacking his intimidating aura. He slapped Xu Yi on the shoulder, his voice booming, "Brother, you're amazing. Let's fight side by side when the chance comes." Bai Wuxin, a gaunt young man, appeared pale and almost sickly, his expression weak. He gave a slight nod, his voice low, "Xu Yi, congratulations." Xu Yi shook hands with each of them, wearing a composed smile and speaking with humility, "Thank you all. The road ahead is long. I hope we can all progress together." Soon, an examiner approached briskly, holding an exquisitely crafted medal. "Young Master Xu Yi, this is your national medal. Please accept it." The medal was entirely silver-white, its edges inlaid with golden patterns. At its center were engraved the 4 characters Demon Shattering Young Lord, emitting a faint glow. Demon Shattering Young Lord, national title. Effect: while equipped, all skill effects are enhanced by 20% in every instance within the Great Xia Kingdom. At first glance, the title's effect seemed unremarkable, merely a 20% skill boost. Yet this was merely the title's most superficial value. Its true significance lay in the honor and responsibility it embodied. It represented the nation's recognition of Xu Yi's achievements and its expectations for his future. Xu Yi accepted the medal, his fingers lightly tracing its engraved patterns. He nodded to the staff and offered a word of thanks. At that moment, the examinees in the testing hall began to leave one after another. Some wore satisfied smiles, while others looked slightly disappointed. The exam was over, and the results were final. What remained was to apply to the appropriate schools based on their scores. Luo Qiuyan approached Xu Yi and whispered, "Let's go back together." Xu Yi carefully tucked the medal away, nodded, and replied gently, "Sure." Side by side, they walked toward the teleportation array, their silhouettes elongated in the fading sunlight. The teleportation array's light flickered, enveloping them before vanishing from the spot. Simultaneously, news of Luo Qiuyan securing the national top scholar title and Xu Yi earning a national honor spread like wildfire through Linshan City, reaching Lancheng High School. Chapter 67, Late Night, Alone Together. On the campus of Lancheng High School, students gathered in small groups, buzzing with excitement and pride. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a vibrant glow upon their youthful faces. "Did you hear? Luo Qiuyan won the national top scholar title. And Xu Yi earned a national title. Xu Yi is incredible. He only awakened his profession a month ago, and he actually earned a national title. Lancheng High School has truly made us proud this time." A crowd of students gathered before the school bulletin board, jostling each other as they peered at the freshly posted congratulatory notice. The names Luo Qiuyan and Xu Yi stood out in bold gold letters on the notice, as if proclaiming their glorious achievements to all. Students crowded around the bulletin board, some standing on tiptoes, others craning their necks, afraid to miss a single detail. Inside the principal's office, the principal stood by the window, watching the lively scene on campus with a satisfied smile. Hands clasped behind his back, his gaze softened as he murmured, "These 2 children have truly brought honor to Lancheng High School." Beside him, the dean of students beamed even more brightly than the principal. His eyes crinkled into slits, and his smile stretched almost to his ears. "Ha ha ha. With these results, Lancheng High's awards and bonuses for this year are absolutely guaranteed." This year, Lancheng High School had not only produced the top scholar but also a nationally recognized prodigy. With these 2 students, Lancheng High would have eternal publicity. By this morning, a flood of parents had already descended on the school, inquiring about enrollment procedures. Among them were not only locals from Linshan City, but also people from other cities and even other provinces. Lancheng High had always been just a small county high school. Today, it had truly made a name for itself. Of course, Xu Yi remained unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was currently passing through the teleportation array with Luo Qiuyan, returning to Lancheng High School. Along the way, people kept offering congratulations, and the 2 nodded frequently in acknowledgement.
Finally, after considerable effort, they managed to leave the school grounds. Walking along the path outside the campus, they reached a fork in the road. The sycamore trees along the road swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly. Luo Qiuyan gazed quietly at Chu Yi, her eyes seeming to hold a certain emotion. Her gaze was soft and profound, like gentle ripples spreading across a lake's surface. Seeing her gaze, something stirred within Chu Yi. He spread his arms wide, a hint of teasing playing at the corners of his mouth. The national exams are finally over. To celebrate us both achieving our goals, how about a hug? Luo Qiuyan's cheeks flushed instantly, a faint pink tinge spreading to her ears. She snorted coldly and turned her face away. You wish. Hearing this, Chu Yi gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Before he could utter a farewell, a slender figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. Luo Qiuyan gently embraced him, catching Chu Yi off guard. He returned the hug. His arms tightened slightly as he felt the warmth of the girl in his embrace. Her body was incredibly soft, carrying a faint fragrance like the scent of morning flowers or the cool breeze of night, enchanting enough to captivate anyone silently. Chu Yi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his breathing growing slightly ragged. They embraced for a few seconds before Luo Qiuyan gently pulled away. Her cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze shifting away as if avoiding his. Turning her head, she murmured softly, a hint of bashfulness in her voice, "This time, you got lucky. I've never hugged anyone before." Chu Yi chuckled, if only such favors could happen more often. Luo Qiuyan shot him a glare, her eyes tinged with playful annoyance, yet the smile tugging at her lips betrayed the softness within. Though this girl possessed an aloof demeanor, she was far from detached from the world. Every trace of shyness and reserve found in other girls was equally present in her. The reason she'd never shown it before was likely because no one had ever been worthy of such an expression. They bid each other farewell, their figures gradually parting at the fork in the road. Under the low-hanging sun, their shadows stretched longer and longer, eventually intertwining. Though the people parted, their shadows remained intertwined. Soon, Chu Yi returned home. After 3 days of grueling national exams, he was utterly exhausted and needed a proper rest. But before that, he opened his personal interface to check the quantity of dark matter. Dark matter quantity, 32,018 droplets. Over 30,000 drops. After the entire national exam, I actually lost some dark matter. Chu Yi sighed helplessly. After all, he couldn't gain experience points or dark matter from slaying the monsters in the national exam. Those were merely projections, not genuine monsters. Had the thousand-faced demon not appeared at the end, his dark matter might have dwindled to less than 10,000 drops. To undergo another divine core evolution, he would need 100,000 drops of dark matter. That would take quite some time for Chu Yi. Even so, Chu Yi felt quite pleased. Compared to the gains from the national exam, losing some dark matter was utterly insignificant. Once he arrived at Xinsha Academy, replenishing this dark matter would be a matter of minutes. That institution was the nation's premier academy, possessing resources beyond anyone's imagination. Gaining admission to Xinsha Academy was essentially taking the first step toward changing one's destiny. After the national exam concluded, all candidates began submitting their college applications. Chu Yi filled out only one option: Xinsha Academy. He desired nothing but Xinsha Academy, and with his scores, admission was virtually guaranteed. If he couldn't get in, then no one could. By the time the applications were submitted, night had fallen. After dinner, Chu Yi prepared to rest. He had barely lain down and closed his eyes when a knock sounded at the door. The sound was soft, as if testing something. Puzzled, Chu Yi immediately went to open the door. There stood Luo Qiuyan, dressed in a deep blue gown, bathed in moonlight. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, moonlight bathing her face in a soft glow. Her eyes under the moonlight resembled stars in the night sky, twinkling with a faint glow. Chu Yi was instantly captivated by Luo Qiuyan's appearance. He stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality, his Adam's apple rolling slightly as his voice came out dry. "Why are you here?" Luo Qiuyan raised an eyebrow, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Not welcome?" Chu Yi calmed himself slightly, offering a wry smile. "It's late at night, just the two of us alone in this room. Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate?" Luo Qiuyan snorted coldly, glaring at him with a faint blush on her cheeks. "What's going through your mind?" "I came to see you about business." Chapter 68, Reunion with the Great Xiao War God. Hearing this, Chu Yi was taken aback. The national exams are over. What could possibly be so urgent? "Are you inviting me to run dungeons with you tomorrow?" It was meant as a joke. However, Chu Yi noticed Luo Qiuyan's expression grow serious, and he instantly realized that whatever followed might not be simple. Luo Qiuyan said, "Chu Yi, could you come with me to the Luo residence first?" "Your house? If that's the case, I could come by tomorrow morning. Why did you ask me to come so late?" Chu Yi paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. Luo Qiuyan shook her head, a complex look flickering in her eyes. "Not the Luo residence here. The Luo residence in the imperial capital." The Luo residence in Linshan City was merely a temporary home for Luo Qiuyan, or rather, just a base of operations.
The real Luo residence was in the imperial capital. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Ye's eyes as his brow furrowed.
What exactly is going on? Come with me first. I'll explain once we're there.
All right. Chu Yi nodded, a vague premonition stirring within him that this matter was likely no small affair.
Chu Yi quickly changed his clothes and departed with Luo Choyan.
Through the Luo residence's teleportation array, the two were instantly transported to the imperial capital. Upon exiting the array, rows of guards immediately saluted them, their expressions solemn and their movements perfectly synchronized.
Following Luo Choyan, Chu Yi entered a grand hall. The hall was brightly lit, adorned with elegant and distinctive decorations, its walls hung with exquisite paintings. Two middle-aged men sat within, seemingly waiting. One of them was none other than Luo Choyan's father Luo Tianzheng. As soon as they entered, Luo Choyan called out, "Dad, I brought Chu Yi." Luo Tianzheng immediately stood up, smiling warmly as he said, "Good, good, good. Chu Yi, come sit down."
Chu Yi promptly greeted him with, "Hello, uncle." Then, upon seeing the middle-aged man beside Luo Tianzheng, Chu Yi's expression turned startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. His gaze locked onto the man's face, stirring a wave of emotion within him.
"You are." Luo Tianzheng promptly introduced, "You should recognize him. This is Yu Lin Yuan.
You met him during the national examinations."
How could Chu Yi not recognize him?
Had Yu Lin Yuan not intervened, everyone in their entire examination hall might have fallen victim to the thousand-faced demon. Chu Yi never imagined he would encounter the great Xiao war god here. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully. "Junior Chu Yi greets the great Xiao war god."
Yu Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, a gentle smile playing on his lips. No need for formalities.
"Since you address Marshal Luo as uncle, you may also call me Uncle Yu." This left Chu Yi momentarily flustered, and he turned to look at Luo Tianzheng, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry.
Luo Tianzheng smiled and nodded firmly. "Address him thus.
With your talent, you will become a war god yourself someday." Hearing this, Chu Yi addressed him as Uncle Yu, his tone tinged with restraint.
Afterward, he and Luo Choyan sat down nearby. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of nervousness and anticipation in the other's eyes.
Even now, Chu Yi felt somewhat dazed.
It was one thing for Luo Tianzheng to seek him out, but he never imagined the war god of Great Xiao would come as well.
This was a legendary figure who had slain more than 10 abyss lords. His achievements were unmatched not just in the Great Xia kingdom, but across the entire world.
Once everyone was seated, Luo Tianzheng's expression turned solemn. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, I apologize for summoning you so late. However, what I am about to discuss is of the utmost importance." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, the air seeming to freeze solid. Chu Yi sat upright, ears pricked, eyes focused, expression solemn. Luo Tianzheng asked, "Chu Yi, I must first ask, absorbing the abyss's corruption to alleviate the symptoms of your bone-corroding disease, what side effects might this have for you? Could these side effects undermine your foundational cultivation, or even pose a mortal danger?" Though Chu Yi had suspected their summons might concern this very topic, he was still taken aback when Luo Tianzheng broached it directly, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. It seemed the bone-corroding disease had truly affected many. Luo Choyan added from the side, "Chu Yi, I hope you won't hold anything back. If this has caused you significant harm, you must tell us." Last time, although Chu Yi had alleviated Luo Tianzheng's symptoms, she didn't know what price he had paid for it. If the cost was immense, it would be better if this incident had never happened. Chu Yi replied earnestly, "The side effects for me are minimal, almost negligible. However, my power is insufficient, so I can only absorb a very small portion of the abyss contamination at a time." To Chu Yi, whether it was the pollution from the bone-corroding disease or the incarnation of the thousand-faced demon, both served as nourishment for his divine essence. Forget side effects, this was practically a treasure to Chu Yi. However, due to the immense implications for his divine essence, Chu Yi chose not to reveal the truth, instead attributing it to his innate abilities. He even fabricated a side effect to make it seem more plausible. Yu Lin Yuan and Luo Tianzheng naturally knew nothing of the divine essence. Upon hearing that the side effects were negligible, even figures like Luo Tianzheng and Yu Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in their eyes, a flash of shock crossing their gazes. Luo Tianzheng frowned. "You're not lying? This is crucial to you, don't hold anything back." Chu Yi replied, "I truly am not lying. For me, it has absolutely no side effects whatsoever. If my strength continues to grow, I can absorb even more."
Luo Tianzheng and Yu Lin Yuan exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. An unmistakable spark of delight flickered in both their gazes. Yu Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, his usually composed expression rippling with emotion. "Heaven bless the great Xia kingdom," he exclaimed. "With this, the immortal Great Wall can be built." Luo Tianzheng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction.
In all these years, nothing had ever brought him greater joy. Even Luo Choyan wore an expression of astonished delight. She couldn't help but ask, "If things continue like this, Chu Yi, could you possibly cure the bone-eating disease?" Luo Tianzheng and Yu Lin Yuan turned to look at him, their eyes searching.
Shu Yi replied, I cannot guarantee it, but at the very least, alleviating the symptoms of bone-eating disease is practically effortless for me.
Luo Tianzhang exclaimed, that's enough.
That's more than enough. He was almost impatient. Yu Lin Yuan also has the bone-eating disease. His condition is far worse than mine. He's been suffering for over 20 years. Shu Yi, please help alleviate his suffering too. I'll tell you everything else once his condition improves.
Chapter 69, Yu Lin Yuan's plea.
Shu Yi naturally accepted this request without hesitation. His expression grew solemn, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, gently raising his right hand. A faint glow emanated from his palm as the power of his divine essence began to slowly surge, working to alleviate Yu Lin Yuan's bone-corroding affliction.
As the divine essence surged, a faint layer of black mist gradually emerged from Yu Lin Yuan's skin.
The mist seemed alive, seeping slowly from his flesh before coalescing into streams that flowed into Chu Ye's palm. Chu Ye's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed faint ripples emanating from within his own body, as if something was quietly accumulating.
Simultaneously, a series of low, muffled prompts echoed within his mind.
Absorbing decaying essence, you have obtained 100 dark matter. Absorbing decaying aura, you have obtained 100 dark matter.
Absorbing. This process lasted about 7 or 8 minutes.
The air in the room seemed to grow heavy, the atmosphere becoming oppressive.
Yu Lin Yuan's pallid complexion gradually regained some color and his breathing steadied considerably.
At that moment, the divine core finally issued its prompt.
The decaying aura you've absorbed has reached its limit. Continued absorption will accelerate the divine core's overload, causing its integrity to decline.
Shu Yi slowly withdrew his hand and murmured softly, we can only go this far for now.
If I absorb any more, my body will overload.
Yu Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath, as if shedding years of burden. His shoulders visibly relaxed, and his complexion regained a healthy flush. He rose steadily to his feet, his steps much more assured now, a grateful smile touching his lips.
This is enough.
Never in all these years have I felt such relief.
Young man, I truly thank you.
Shu Yi smiled faintly, his tone calm and humble.
I've only done my duty.
Yu Lin Yuan looked at Shu Yi, growing more and more pleased with each passing moment.
A wave of admiration welled up within him. This child possessed not only extraordinary talent but also such humility and courtesy, truly rare qualities. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of curiosity in his voice. How often can you use this ability?
Shu Yi paused briefly before replying, once a day is generally no problem.
Yu Lin Yuan nodded, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes as if pondering something. Then, Luo Tianzhang motioned for Chu Yi to sit down.
After the three of them settled back into their seats, the atmosphere in the room grew solemn.
Chu Yi couldn't help but ask, Uncle, besides alleviating the bone-eating disease, is there another reason you summoned me here?
Luo Tianzhang's brow furrowed slightly. His expression grew stern as he fixed his gaze on Chu Yi, his tone grave.
This concerns your innate talent.
I must reiterate, if the side effects of alleviating the bone-corroding disease worsen, you must inform me immediately. Once you gain the ability to alleviate it, your safety will no longer be your own concern, it will involve the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Seeing Luo Tianjing's solemn expression, Chu Ye's own expression grew more serious. He nodded firmly, his tone resolute, I understand. Luo Tianzhang gave a slight nod before turning to Yu Lin Yuan, gesturing for him to continue. Yu Lin Yuan took up the thread, his gaze fixed on Chu Yi as he spoke with solemn gravity. Young man, have you heard of the immortal Great Wall?
Chu Ye's mind immediately began searching for those 4 words, pages from his high school textbooks flooding his memory. Is it the immortal Great Wall? The one situated at the deepest frontiers of the corruption, guarding the entrance to the abyss?
Shu Ye's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Yu Lin Yuan nodded, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions.
That's correct.
He paused briefly, as if gathering his thoughts, before continuing. The Abyss invasion and the rampant Abyss cult brought countless calamities upon humanity, plunging the Great Xia Kingdom into repeated disasters. The most recent catastrophe erupted 8 years ago. During that invasion, hordes of Abyss monsters surged into the corruption front, with many even breaching the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. At this point, Yu Lin Yuan's expression grew somber. To repel that Abyss invasion, the Great Xia Kingdom conscripted vast numbers of soldiers to the corruption front.
Your father's name was on that conscription list.
Chu Yi fell silent, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes as his fists clenched slightly. His father, Zhu Zhang, had perished in the Abyss, never to return. Yu Lin Yuan continued, his voice tinged with profound respect. In the struggle against the Abyss, the Great Xia Empire sacrificed countless heroes. To this day, the corruption front and even within the Abyss itself is haunted by countless wandering souls. Some were corrupted by the Abyss, becoming monstrous beings neither human nor ghost. His voice was low and resonant, as if recounting a long-buried history.
The immortal Great Wall was built to resist the Abyss.
At the very least, it must hold the Abyss's threat beyond the corruption front, never allowing them to flood into the Great Xia Kingdom again. Yet, due to its proximity to the Abyss, the immortal Great Wall constantly faces assault from the corrupting essence.
This has caused countless soldiers defending it to contract the bone-eating disease. At this point, a hint of resignation and sorrow crept into Yu Lin Yuan's voice.
The annual mortality rate among the garrison soldiers at the Immortal Great Wall reached a staggering 30%. On average, the entire garrison had to be completely rotated every 3 years. Even those who managed to return alive were often condemned to a life of agony due to the ravages of the bone-eating disease. Hearing this, a heavy weight settled on Shuya's chest, making it difficult to breathe. This was information he had never known before. How many soldiers had sacrificed their lives so that they could live on this continent, free from the invasion of the abyss monsters? The realization made Shuyi lift his head abruptly, his gaze hardening as he fixed it on Yulin Yuan. "Uncle Yu, what do you need me to do? Whatever it is, if it's within my power, I'll do it without hesitation." Seeing Chuye's resolve, a flicker of relief crossed Yulin Yuan's eyes. "Your willingness means much to us. However, for now, we do not require much from you. Now that we know you can alleviate the bone-eating disease, I implore you to help those suffering soldiers who have retired from the Immortal Great Wall. They have sacrificed so much for the Great Xia Empire, yet we have no solution for their bone-corroding disease. Now, only you can bring them some relief." At this point, Yulin Yuan's expression grew even more solemn, his tone carrying a hint of promise. "Of course, I will keep this process confidential for you. Everyone involved in the treatment will also be bound by secrecy. I pledge my word as the war god of Great Xia to guarantee this." Shu Yi nodded without hesitation. "I understand. I will see this through." The Great Xia Kingdom had always held its soldiers in the highest regard, especially those who had sacrificed their lives defending the homeland. Shu Ye's father was a martyr. How could he possibly refuse such a simple request? Chapter 70, Divine Xia Academy and the Nine Halls. Seeing Chu Ye's nod of agreement, both Luo Tianjing and Yulin Yuan wore relieved smiles. Yulin Yuan gazed at Chu Yi with gentle eyes and said, "Rest assured, we won't let your efforts go unrewarded. By alleviating the bone-eating disease, you'll be a benefactor to countless soldiers and to the Great Xia Kingdom itself. Should you encounter any difficulties during this endeavor, you may contact me directly. Though I'm no great man merely bearing the title of Great Xia's war god, my word still carries some weight." Had outsiders known of today's conversation, who knows how many would have envied, resented, and even hated Chu Yi. Yulin Yuan's promise alone was enough to draw crowds like bees to honey. His prowess ranked among the absolute elite, not just in the Great Xia Kingdom, but across the entire world. Though his voice was soft now, it carried an undeniable authority. Chu Yi hastily replied, "It's simply my duty. How could I claim any favor?" After discussing this matter, Luo Tianzheng shifted slightly, his gaze settling on Chu Yi as he inquired about his future plans. "You will soon be heading to the Divine Summer Academy. Do you have any specific thoughts on which college to attend?" Chu Yi replied, "I haven't decided yet. I'd like to learn more about each academy before making a choice." Yulin Yuan smiled. "In that case, why don't we take this opportunity to introduce Xinxia Academy's 9 colleges to you today?" Chu Yi immediately nodded in agreement. Yulin Yuan then proceeded to explain the 9 academies in detail. Within Xinxia Academy, there has always been a distinction between the outer and inner realms. While knowledge can be gained in the outer realm, it remains superficial and lacks depth. The true essence of the academy lies within the 9 core colleges, known as the 9 colleges. Upon entering Xinxia Academy, you must prepare for the entrance examination of one of the 9 academies. Academy regulations stipulate that if you fail to complete the examination and gain admission to one of the 9 academies within 2 years, you will be expelled immediately. Hearing this, Chu Ye's expression grew even more serious. He understood that even gaining admission to Xinxia Academy did not guarantee smooth sailing. Competitive pressures existed within the academy itself, demanding relentless effort. Yulin Yuan continued, "The 9 academies are 9 core institutions categorized by function and responsibility: the Celestial Pivot Academy, the Military Vanguard Academy, the Divine Mechanics Academy, the Spiritual Pivot Academy, the Mystic Yellow Academy, the Celestial Gear Academy, the Divine Farmer Academy, the Great Void Academy, and the Heavenly Pole Academy. Among them, the Celestial Pivot Academy specializes in strategy, cultivating battlefield commanders, national strategic decision-makers, and leaders of large-scale teams. The Breaker Academy specializes in combat, honing martial professions. It preserves ancient martial arts and modern killing techniques, pursuing physical ascension to godhood. It's exceptionally suited for berserkers like Nia Huang. The Divine Mechanics Academy focuses on weaponry and machinery, developing both military equipment and civilian technology. The national examination venue, the Abyss Battlefield, Realm of Ruin, was primarily engineered by this academy. The Lingshu Academy specializes in healing and support. It excels in medical treatment, soul restoration, and group buffs. The White Robe Guard Medical Corps on the corruption front is primarily composed of Lingshu Academy students. The Xianhuang Academy specializes in beast taming and ecological restoration. They excel at manipulating elements, commanding spirit beasts, and healing corrupted lands. The Xuanji Academy specializes in divination and assassination. They established the Shadow Pavilion Intelligence Network, aiding the Great Xia Empire in monitoring global abyss cult activities. The Shinong Academy specializes in spirit plants and alchemy. Responsible for cultivating corruption-resistant spirit plants and refining strategic-grade elixirs, they once developed the Tao Tai Granary to resolve the nation's food crisis.
The Taishu Academy Master governs spirit and space.
They developed psychic abilities, explore void dimensions, and established a cross-dimensional communication network.
The Tiangang Academy specializes in defense.
It safeguards the nation's destiny, eradicates malevolent entities, and repels abyss invasions. The Immortal Great Wall project was spearheaded and executed by the Tiangang Academy.
Yulin Yuan's introduction was nothing short of exhaustive.
He laid out the characteristics and functions of the 9 academies with remarkable clarity.
After finishing his explanation, Yulin Yuan asked, "Shu Yi, have you decided which academy you wish to join?"
Shu Yi was still contemplating and hadn't made a decision lightly. Currently, several academies seemed relatively suitable for him.
For instance, the Celestial Pivot Academy.
In terms of strategic command, Shu Yi felt he possessed some natural aptitude. More importantly, Luo Qiuyan had already told him she intended to attend this academy. If they both went to the Celestial Pivot Academy, they could support and assist each other. Then there was the Breaker Academy. Though Chu Yi wasn't a melee class, his own profession involved heavy combat and immense power, which would allow him to develop significantly at the Breaker Academy. Additionally, the Taishu Academy held its own appeal for Chu Yi.
Mental prowess had always been the ultimate pursuit for mage-type classes.
Then there was the Tiangang Academy. Suppressing national fortunes, exterminating evil spirits, and spearheading the Immortal Great Wall project, its students would become the Great Wall of the Great Xia Empire, shielding the nation from storms.
Shu Yi couldn't decide immediately between these academies.
Beside him, Yulin Yuan and Luo Tianzhang waited patiently, showing no signs of urgency.
After a long wait, Shu Yi said, "I still can't make up my mind. Uncle Yu, why don't you recommend one for me?"
Yulin Yuan nodded at this, his tone steady as he replied, "If you cannot decide for now, then perhaps the Tiangang Academy would be best. Students of the Tiangang Academy must frequently travel to the corruption front to purge the Abyss cult and its monstrous followers. They are also tasked with quelling various Abyss cult uprisings across the land.
Upon graduation, they must also serve at least 1 year guarding the Immortal Town.
Since you'll be treating patients with bone-corroding disease next, the Tiangang Academy would be easier for me to arrange."
Hearing Yulin Yuan's words, Shu Ye's eyes flickered with interest.
The Tiangang Academy truly suited him. First, possessing a divine essence, Shu Yi feared no abyssal corruption.
The Luo Tianzhang had mentioned that corrupted source essence could taint even divine essences. Shu Ye's essence was dark in nature.
Not only would it remain untainted, but it could actually absorb the corrupting aura and abyss contamination to strengthen itself. Second, having accepted the request to treat the retired soldiers of the Immortal Great Wall, Shu Yi would naturally form connections with that organization. And the Tiangang Academy was the very institution spearheading the Immortal Great Wall project. Within this academy, Shu Yi would naturally find greater scope for his abilities. Moreover, Tiangang Academy students frequently interact with the Abyss and its cultists, a situation that benefits Chu Yi rather than hinders him. His divine essence could absorb the corpses of Abyss cult adherents to gather dark matter. In every respect, the Tiangang Academy seemed tailor-made for him. The only regret, perhaps, was that Luo Qiuyan would not be attending the Tiangang Academy, but rather the Tianshu Academy. Still, since they were both attending the same academy, whether they were in the same college or not wasn't particularly significant. Finally, Shu Yi nodded slightly, making his decision. "Uncle Yu, I've made up my mind.
I'll go to the Tiangang Academy." Chapter 71, Elena Ross. After Chu Yi finalized his choice of academy, Yulin Yuan took his leave. Regarding arrangements for the bone-corroding disease patients, Yulin Yuan would contact Chu Yi separately later. Luo Tianzhang invited Chu Yi to stay for dinner at the Luo residence and arranged for him to spend the night there. The next day, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan set off together for the Xinxia Academy. The Xinxia Academy was situated in the heart of the imperial capital. As a bustling metropolis, the imperial capital dwarfed Linshan City in sophistication. Even a small district here was beyond what Linshan City could ever hope to achieve. The streets were bustling with traffic and crowds, shoulder to shoulder with people. Everywhere one looked, there were all kinds of shops and signs, neon lights flashing, and the air filled with the clamor of voices. The two soon arrived before Xinxia Academy. The moment Chu Yi looked up, he felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur, as if he had stepped into an ancient and mysterious world. Above the academy, a faintly visible city hung like a sky fortress. Its walls were engraved with intricate runes that emitted a faint glow. 9 enormous, menacing chains descended from the city, their surfaces covered in ancient symbols that seemed to hold boundless power. Each chain extended toward one of the 9 cardinal directions of the Xinxia Academy, their ends seemingly anchored to the academy's 9 grand gates. Chu Yi gazed at the gates, noting their immense height and width. Their summits were anchored by the colossal chains, through whose gaps streams of cyan blue energy flowed, as if ceaselessly channeling some mysterious force. The gate's surface was engraved with dark golden demon-suppressing runes. These runes flickered faintly, emanating a heart-stopping sense of oppression, as if they were sealing away ancient demonic beasts. Around the gates, people bustled to and fro in a constant stream. Some freshmen paused before the entrance, gazing upward at the monumental structure, their eyes filled with awe. Luo Qiuyan smiled faintly, pointing at the 9 massive chains as she explained softly, the gates of Xinxia Academy were designed by the Divine Mechanics Institute. The Heavenly Gangs Academy provided the demon sealing chain matrix, the 9 chains you see. Each chain restrains a single abyss lord. Hearing Luo Qiuyan's explanation, Chu Ye's eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowing slightly. So abyss lords are sealed beneath the academy? Why not just kill them all? If these abyss lords were to escape, wouldn't it spell disaster? Just then, a calm voice drifted over, because they cannot be killed. Many abyss lords possess means of resurrection, and these 9 are prime examples. If slain, they would revive within the abyss. Though they would lose most of their power, within a few decades at most, they could regain their peak strength. The voice caught both their attention. Shuyi looked up to see a girl with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in a pale gold gown and wearing rimless glasses. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor elegant, yet her gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Standing not far away, her hands folded before her, she embodied the archetype of a noble young lady yet exuded an icy, unapproachable aura. After seeing her, Chuyi froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before he asked, "Who are you?" The blonde girl did not immediately answer Chuyi. Instead, she turned slightly and extended her hand to Luo Qiuyan with graceful, composed movements. "Hello. Bringing him here is sufficient. I'll take it from here." Luo Qiuyan nodded, a hint of amusement in her eyes. After a brief handshake with the blonde girl, she explained, "This is your senior in charge of welcoming you today. She'll escort you to the Tiangang Academy. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask her." Only then did the blonde girl introduce herself, her voice as cool and precise as a machine. "My name is Elena Ross. I'm a sophomore at the Divine Mechanics Academy. You may call me Senior Ross or Senior Elena. I'm here today to welcome you at the request of Dean Yu." Shuyi froze, his brow furrowing slightly. "Dean Yu? He is Yu Qinzhou, Dean of the Tiangang Academy. He is the younger brother of Yu Lingyuan, the war god of Great Xia." Hearing this, Shuyi clearly hadn't anticipated it. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Uncle Yu's younger brother? At the mention of Uncle Yu, Elena visibly paused, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as if taken aback by the address. She gave him an extra glance before quickly regaining her composure. Luo Qiuyan smiled faintly. "I'm heading to the Tianshu Academy now. You should follow senior sister Elena. We'll get in touch once we arrive at the academy." Shuyi nodded in acknowledgement, then bid farewell to Luo Qiuyan, watching her turn and walk away. Guided by Elena, Shuyi and the others entered the academy grounds. Walking along the academy's tree-lined paths, towering trees stood tall and straight, their branches lush and dense. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the ground. In the distance, students strolled in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Shuyi finally couldn't resist asking, a hint of curiosity in his voice, "Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be from the Great Xia Kingdom. Are you an international student?" Elena's stride remained steady, her gaze fixed ahead. Her tone was utterly flat, her speech as measured as a machine, like a precision instrument. "My grandfather was from the Free Federation. After facing persecution there, he brought my father to join the Great Xia Kingdom. Because my father distinguished himself multiple times on the corruption front, he obtained Great Xia citizenship. I've lived in the Great Xia Kingdom since birth. My nationality is Great Xia. I'm a native-born citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom." Hearing this, Shuyi was taken aback, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. "I'm sorry. I hope I haven't offended you?" Elena shook her head, her expression unruffled. "It's nothing. I've been through this many times before." Shuyi nodded, then asked with a hint of confusion, "But aren't you from the Divine Mechanics Academy? Why are you the one welcoming me instead of the seniors from the Heavenly Gangs Academy?" "Because my father and Dean Yu were comrades in arms. Upon learning of your existence, Dean Yu requested that I handle your reception." "I see." Shuyi couldn't help but marvel at how small the world truly was. When Uncle Yu had suggested he join the Tiangang Academy back then, had he also had this connection in mind? Regardless, the Tiangang Academy was his own choice. And it was undoubtedly the academy best suited for him. The two stepped onto the teleportation array. Its light slowly brightened as the surrounding space began to warp. Moments later, the transfer completed, and they arrived at the gates of the Tiangang Academy. The architecture of the Tiangang Academy differed from other courtyards within the Xinxia Academy. Its overall style was more rustic, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Without further words, Elena led Shuyi straight through the gates of the Tiangang Academy. Chapter 72, Soul Monument Forest Training Ground. After a period of travel, Elena led Shuyi to the dormitory area. She took out an envelope and handed it to Shuyi. "This envelope contains your student card. This single card integrates all functions within the tuition system, serving as a universal pass. It holds the points you earned during the national exams." Shuyi immediately took the card. The moment his fingertips touched its surface, he felt a faint chill.
He examined the card closely, noting its simple, unadorned appearance. Engraved upon it were peculiar runes that seemed to shimmer with a faint, mysterious glow.
After stowing the card away, Chuyi furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "You mentioned points earlier?" Elena nodded. "All transactions within Shinsha Academy are conducted using points. Gold coins are not permitted.
However, after you graduate, points can be exchanged for gold coins at a 1-to-1 ratio.
The reverse exchanging gold coins for points is strictly forbidden." This was quite novel to Chuyi. He raised his eyebrows slightly, silently calculating in his mind. If that was the case, wouldn't he earn a whopping 120,000 gold coins after completing the national exams?
Elena continued, "You can use this card to rent a student apartment in the dormitory area. There are 4 options: single rooms, double rooms, 4-person rooms, and 6-person rooms. The gold coin price varies depending on the room type." "Then I'll take a single room," Chuyi declared without hesitation. He had no desire to share living quarters with others.
After that, Elena took Chuyi's student card and processed the dormitory rental procedures for him. The rental is set up.
A single room costs 2,000 points per month, deducted at the end of the month.
Keep an eye on that yourself. Chuyi took the card and continued, "What else should I be aware of?" Elena replied, "Nothing in particular. Shinsha Academy doesn't have classes.
You won't face any exams until you pass the academy assessment and join a college. However, if you fail to enter a college within 2 years of enrollment, you'll be expelled immediately. Beyond that, you have complete freedom in all your activities."
Hearing this, Chuyi couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Truly, a top-tier academy. With that, Elena departed.
Before leaving, she specifically mentioned that an opening ceremony would be held in 3 days, featuring a trial for new students. Achieving well in this trial would not only yield valuable rewards but also grant bonus points toward the 9 academies assessment.
Chuyi acknowledged he'd remembered, then proceeded to his dormitory.
The single-occupancy dormitory was exceptionally spacious, with every detail of the furnishings exquisitely crafted and built with solid, high-quality materials. All necessary furniture was already provided, allowing Chuyi to move in with just his luggage.
Shortly after, Luo Choyan sent him a message.
Her questions were all routine matters, like whether Chuyi had arrived at his dorm and how he felt about it.
Chuyi answered each question in turn. They chatted for quite a while before agreeing to meet the next day.
Early the next morning, just after finishing breakfast, Chuyi heard a knock at the door.
Opening the door, Luo Choyan stood there.
She wore a pale blue dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze, a soft smile on her face.
"Good morning," Luo Choyan said, her eyes sparkling with warmth.
Chuyi noticed that lately, this young girl had been smiling more often, and the icy aura around her seemed to have faded considerably. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. "Morning," Chuyi replied immediately, his tone carrying a hint of ease.
Luo Choyan said, "Let me show you around the academy.
From today until the opening ceremony, we have 3 days of free time." Chuyi naturally had no reason to refuse. Side by side, they walked along the academy streets. Along the way, Chuyi inquired about the academy assessments.
Luo Choyan explained, "The assessments have entry requirements. The specific schedule won't be announced until after the opening ceremony. Moreover, participation isn't open to everyone. To take the assessment, you must first complete the corresponding prerequisite tasks. Only after meeting the requirements can you unlock the assessment." Hearing this, Chuyi remarked, "That sounds pretty complicated. Looks like getting into the academy won't be easy." Luo Choyan nodded in agreement.
In truth, at Shinsha Academy, roughly 15% of students each year were ultimately expelled for failing to complete the academy assessment.
Chuyi then inquired about other legendary practitioners. Luo Choyan knew quite a bit about this as well.
Among them, Manhwa would definitely enter the Breaker Academy. Xinjian had also gone to the Breaker Academy, while Bai Wuxin had chosen the Xuanji Academy.
As they strolled along, they soon arrived at the plaza. Countless stone tablets stood here, with many people attacking them.
Once a steel was shattered, various shadowy figures would emerge from within, allowing practitioners to engage them in combat. Chuyi was instantly captivated by the scene.
Luo Choyan explained, "This is the Soul Monument Forest training ground of the Tiangang Academy.
900 soul monuments stand here, each honoring a fallen hero of the Great Xia Kingdom. When you strike a monument with sufficient force, it summons the hero's phantom to battle you."
Chuyi's interest was instantly piqued. "Why don't we go take a look?"
Luo Choyan naturally didn't refuse, and the two immediately headed toward the Soul Monument Forest training ground. No sooner had they reached the entrance than someone blocked their path. "To enter the training grounds, you must register your name, clan, and profession here," declared a burly man standing at the entrance, his stern gaze sweeping over the pair.
Luo Choyan said, "Go ahead and register." Chuyi nodded and promptly went to register.
When Chuyi wrote down low-tier mage, level 17, the entrance attendant's eyes widened in surprise.
He snapped, "What nonsense are you writing? If you don't want to train, get lost. Don't waste my time."
The outburst drew the attention of those nearby, many craning their necks to see what was happening.
Facing the rebuke, Chuyi didn't get angry. Instead, he said calmly, I didn't fill it out randomly. This is my information. Hearing this, the attendant merely frowned. Facilities here are restricted to students. If you truly haven't made a mistake, then leave immediately. Shuyi shook his head. I'm not an outsider. At this, the manager flared up. Didn't I tell you not to mess with me? Didn't you hear me? A lowly 17th level mage pretending to be a student just to wander around, is that fun for you? Curious onlookers slowly gathered around. What's going on? What are they talking about? Some 17th level low-grade mage? Probably an outsider trying to impersonate a student. Curiosity ran high after all, everyone loves a good spectacle. Beside them, Luo Qiuyan frowned, her expression turning colder. She was about to step forward. At that moment, Shuyi spoke calmly, here's my student ID. See for yourself. Chapter 73, a charred body forged into a wall of flames, nightly embers illuminate eternal glory. Only when Shuyi actually produced his student ID did the staff member's eyes widen in astonishment. You're actually a student here? A low-level mage? How is that possible? The surrounding crowd stirred, murmurs rising and falling like a buzzing swarm of bees. Some frowned, others sneered, but most wore expressions of utter disbelief. Could he have bought it? A low-level mage, does he even qualify to be here? Who knows? Maybe he's got connections. Shinsha Academy lets anyone in. Facing the surrounding skepticism, Shuyi sneered coldly, a flash of icy chill darting through his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly struck, dark flame. Boom! A blinding wall of fire erupted into the crowd, the searing flames roaring like a colossal dragon, sweeping forward with an aura of utter destruction. The sudden onslaught left many staring in horror, eyes wide with disbelief as if witnessing something unimaginable. Several practitioners immediately began casting spells, attempting to block this attack. Yet the flames erupted regardless. The intense shockwave nearly blew away the closest students. Many sustained injuries, their bodies bearing scorched marks. One student's robes were even completely scorched by the flames. What are you doing? Shuya's sudden outburst sent shockwaves through the crowd, voices tinged with fear and fury. The administrators, faces darkening with genuine anger, moved to restrain Shuyi. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan, standing nearby, also acted. A burst of starlight erupted from her fingertips, streaking through the air like a meteor and sending the staff member flying. Shuyi stared coldly at the crowd, his eyes utterly still. A sharp tongue deserves a beating. Now, who still questions my right to be here? Someone protested, shouting, even if that's the case, you can't just attack people. Shuyi sneered coldly, so what? If you've got the guts, come fight me. His words silenced many present. Luo Qiuyan gently grasped Shuyi's wrist and whispered, Shuyi, let's ignore him. Most of these people failed to get into the 9th Academy. They feel inferior around its students, yet they have this inexplicable arrogance toward outsiders. Shuyi's lips curled into a mocking smile. I see it the same way. He then swiped his student card at the registration machine and entered the Soul Steel Forest training grounds, with Luo Qiuyan following close behind. Within the Soul Monument Forest training grounds, soul monuments stood densely packed. Each monument bore an engraved name and the deeds of its subject. Each monument radiated solemn dignity, as if narrating tales of tragic heroism. As the names passed before his eyes, Shuyi asked, were they all killed in battle? His voice carried a weight of solemnity, his gaze reflecting a hint of reverence. Luo Qiuyan nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Her fingers gently brushed against a stone monument, as if touching the spirits of the departed. Yes, she replied, they are all heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect this land. Shuyi and Luo Qiuyan walked on, gradually reaching the center of the Soul Monument Forest training ground. The training grounds were fairly crowded, though the central area remained relatively sparse. Noticing the pair approaching, someone called out, hey, buddy, that's the central area. If you're looking to train, you might want to skip it. Shuyi frowned in confusion. Why? His brows knitted slightly, his tone tinged with puzzlement. Well, what else could it be? The closer you get to the center, the stronger the figures on the soul steels become. In the very heart of the area, unless a core disciple from the 9th Hall comes, who could possibly defeat them? Upon hearing this, Shuyi grew intrigued instead. If the central area is that difficult, I really must go see it for myself. Thus, ignoring the man's advice, Shuyi and Luo Qiuyan dashed straight for the central district. The others watched this unfold and shook their heads in unison. It wasn't that no one dared challenge the central area, but without exception, every single one had been beaten to a pulp. Some even took bets on it, clearly seeing it as a foregone conclusion. Come on, come on. How many minutes do you think it'll take before these two get knocked flying? I'll bet 100 points they won't last a minute. Put. 1 minute? You're giving them too much credit. I'll take half a minute before they're on their knees. I still think they've got a shot. I'll take 2 minutes. Bets are final. Bets are final. Soon, Shuyi and Luo Qiuyan arrived at the very center of the Soul Monument Forest training grounds. Here, a stone monument over 2 meters tall stood erect, engraved with a name and several lines of text. Name, Yen Nangue. Title, Crimson Feather. Occupation, Guardian of the Sacred Flame. Deeds, when the third front of the immortal Great Wall fell, he single-handedly defended the breach torn by abyssal beasts to buy time for his squad's retreat. He shattered his own spine to extract nerves as fuel, transforming the entire pass into a molten inferno, perishing alongside 100,000 abyssal fiends. Epitaph, shattered bones became beacons, forging the 9 abysses. Spine transformed into crimson feather, severing the boundless sea. Remnant flesh cast as a wall against the raging flames night after night, burning embers illuminate his glorious name. Reading these lines, Shuyi felt a sharp pang of pain pierce his heart. The script was cold and stark, yet the emotion it contained was intense and profound. Shuyi could even discern the anguish and resolve within that unwavering determination to sacrifice everything for comrades. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan also observed a moment of silent mourning, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Her fingers lightly brushed the inscription, as if touching that very history. Within the Tiangang Academy, Yan Nangui's deeds were not unique. Countless other heroes like him had written their own epic tales. Their names were carved into these stone monuments, as if narrating tales of tragic grandeur. Many remained unknown even in death, forgotten for what they had done and why they had sacrificed themselves. Taking a deep breath, Shuyi drew the magic wand, Song of the Whale, with profound reverence. Dark Flame. As Shuyi unleashed his skill, intense flames instantly surged toward the soul monument. The fire raged like a roaring dragon, sweeping toward it with an aura of destruction. The violent energy shock immediately triggered a reaction from the soul monument. A flash of light flickered across the stone, as if some dormant power had been awakened. Soon after, a shadowy figure began to coalesce. A tall youth stood before them, his gaze as fiery as flames. Clad in blood-red armor, he radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. The long sword in his grasp seemed to burn with fire, its engraved patterns flowing like a solidified river of blood. The apparition bowed respectfully the moment it materialized. Yan Nangue, officer of the Great Wall Beacon Fires. I humbly seek your guidance. Chapter 74, The Heroic and Tragic Champions. As Yan Nangui's phantom slowly solidified, a grim, murderous aura filled the air, battle hanging in the balance. Shuya's expression hardened, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed the dark flame. The pitch-black flames surged like a ferocious venomous serpent, swiftly striking toward Yan Nangue. Yan Nangue, however, held his blazing fire longsword with a steely gaze, as if he had already seen through everything. He raised his blade slightly before bringing it down with a fierce strike. Where the blade passed, Shuya's dark flame shattered into nothingness. A gentle breeze swept through the Soul Monument Forest training grounds, stirring a few fallen leaves. Though the strength of the figures engraved on the soul steels varied across different regions, every soul steel bore the name of a peerless hero of their era. Yan Nangui's phantom stood there, radiating an overwhelming aura, like an immovable mountain. His ability to stand out among these heroes stemmed not only from his awe-inspiring deeds but also from his overwhelming strength that surpassed all others. Shuyi narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a hint of pressure. The spirits appearing here dynamically adjusted based on the challenger's level. Shuyi was level 17, so the apparition of Yan Nangue that appeared was also level 17. Despite matching levels, Yan Nangui's power still astonished Shuyi. His dark flames couldn't harm Yan Nangue at all, getting instantly shattered by the latter's great sword. While the residual night beam could threaten Yan Nangue, its noticeable casting animation made it easy to dodge. On Yan Nangui's side, once he closed in, Shuyi found himself in extreme danger. Even with the Night Veil shield deployed, it was nearly shattered by his relentless barrage of attacks. When Yan Nangue launched his assault, flames seemed to blaze from every inch of his body, raging fiercely as if poised to devour his foe. Shuyi was forced back step by step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, Shuyi took a deep breath and resolved to hold nothing back. He unleashed the life-saving chain. 9 chains, like venomous snakes, coiled around Yan Nangue from all directions, binding his body tightly. Yet, not a trace of fear flickered in Yan Nangui's eyes. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity. The flames engulfing his body surged violently, attempting to scorch the chains to pieces. And he succeeded. But the chains transformed into spears, striking directly at Yan Nangui's chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spears pierced through Yan Nangui's body, yet he didn't stop. Flames ignited on his pierced flesh, slowly regenerating. This level of power astonished Shuyi beyond measure. At this moment, Yan Nangui's power seemed to be catching up to Nya Huang at full strength. He attacked with frenzied ferocity, treating Shuyi as if he were a demon from the abyss. Each strike carried boundless killing intent, flames sweeping toward Shuyi as if intent on consuming him. Finally, with no other choice, Shuyi resolved to give his all. He activated his dark realm, instantly shrouding the entire training ground in darkness. The power of darkness surged toward Yan Nangue like a tidal wave, finally defeating him. Then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the area. Yan Nangue defeated. You have earned an S-rank evaluation. Please enter your name. As Yan Nangui's phantom faded away, a light screen appeared before Shuyi. Shuyi took a few shallow breaths, paused briefly, then traced his name onto the screen with his fingertip. After leaving his name, a line of numbers appeared on the screen, 78 people. To date, only over 70 individuals had ever defeated him.
Shu Yi gazed solemnly in the direction where the phantom had vanished. Such heroes, who should have been renowned throughout the land, had ultimately perished at the immortal Great Wall. He walked slowly to the tombstone and bowed deeply. As a descendant, no amount of reverence could be excessive. At that moment, the people around them witnessed this scene and froze in shock. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, some even rubbed their eyes, doubting their own sight. Who is this guy? He actually defeated Yen Nangui. Holy, am I dreaming? Pinch my thigh, huh, it doesn't hurt? Of course not. You're pinching my thigh, you idiot. Pay up. Pay up. Ha ha ha, I was the only one who bet on him. You guys are blind. Hand over the cash. Within Shinsha Academy, though all sorts of people existed, strength ultimately reigned supreme. After Chuye's victory, the attitudes of those around him shifted noticeably. They swarmed around him, their gazes brimming with admiration and curiosity. When strength speaks, no one refuses to befriend you. Returning to Luo Qiuyan's side, she offered a gentle smile, her eyes softening with concern. Do you want to keep challenging others? Shu Yi pondered briefly before nodding. I will. He then spotted several stone tablets in the central area. His gaze swept over them, and a wave of respect welled up within him. Name, Bai Ming. Title, Ferryman of the Netherworld. Occupation, Corrupted Spy Spirit. Deeds, transformed his heart into the abyssal mirror, voluntarily infiltrated the abyss cult, and delivered over 300 critical intelligence reports over 20 consecutive years. Upon exposure, detonated his heart, causing the abyss cult's cathedral to collapse into scorched earth. Inscription, burning body, shattering mirror, plunging into the nether spring, 9 meridians perish together, dispelling demonic smoke. 10,000 eyes of the abyssal void peer into heaven's way, a solitary soul still guards the abyss of the 3 realms. Name, Jiang Hanyu. Title, Frostweeper. Occupation, Frost Demon Suppressor. Deeds, sacrificed her own blood to freeze the weeping blood river corrupted by spreading blackrot for 7 days and nights. Built an iceblood great wall to halt the invasion of 100,000 abyssal fiends crossing the river. Epitaph, black frost congealed blood, halting the river's flow, 10,000 ghosts sealed in bones, weeping on the blood boat. Her body became an ice fortress, standing for 1,000 years. The cold blade still shines in the eyes of the sentinels. Each heroic spirit was a tale of both song and tears. Each inscription was a fragment of history, pulling Shu Yi back to those war-torn years. When Shu Yi summoned them forth to battle, he could almost feel their original resolve and fearlessness. Had they not perished, they would surely have become renowned figures in their own right today. Indeed, the great Xia might even have claimed several more war gods. As Chu Yi fought, the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. They were drawn by Chu Yi's formidable power, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Among them were those who had been wounded by his dark flames earlier. Witnessing his overwhelming power now, they were finally convinced, their grievances silenced. Luo Qiuyan watched quietly from the sidelines, her gaze fixed on Chu Yi's movements. Watching his heroic combat stance, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Chu Yi fought from morning until afternoon, challenging every stone tablet in the central area. Only after inscribing his name upon them all did he cease. Phew! The relentless succession of battles left Chu Yi slightly out of breath. Luo Qiuyan stepped forward, took out a clean handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat from Chu Yi's face. She asked softly, "Do you wish to continue?" Chu Yi smiled, his eyes holding a hint of fatigue but more so a sense of fulfillment. No need. Let's call it a day. Then, the two walked side by side out of the Soul Monument Forest training grounds. By the time they emerged, evening had fallen. The sunset sky resembled a burning flame, dyeing the entire expanse orange-red. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan shared a meal together. After dinner, they parted ways. Back in his dorm, Chu Yi had barely sat down when a message suddenly arrived. It was from Elena. The dean wishes to see you. Come with me to his office tomorrow. Chapter 75, Treating the Patient with Bone-Eating Disease. The next morning, sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting a warm glow on the ground as a hint of coolness lingered in the air. As Chu Yi stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted Elena. Her expression remained serene as ever, long golden strands of hair swaying gently in the breeze, her eyes as calm as a lake. Noticing Chu Yi emerge, she lifted her gaze slightly and said softly, "Follow me." Chu Yi nodded and followed behind her. After passing through a teleportation array, they arrived at the dean's office. Inside, a middle-aged man in a brown coat sat at his desk, holding a file with intense focus. "Dean, I brought the person," Elena announced immediately. Hearing the voice, he lifted his head, revealing a kind face. This man was none other than the dean of the Tiangang Academy, Yuchinzhou. He set down the file, his gaze settling on Chu Yi as he smiled and said, "You must be Chu Yi?" Chu Yi felt his gaze appraising him and returned the look carefully. His features bore a certain resemblance to Yulin Yuan, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. Yulin Yuan carried a sharp, icy aura, while Yushenzhou radiated warmth and approachability. Chu Yi immediately bowed. "Greetings, Dean." Yuchinzhou nodded with a smile, gesturing for Chu Yi to sit. He then inquired, "I hear you defeated Yen Nangui yesterday at the Soul Monument Forest training ground?" Chu Yi nodded calmly. Beside him, Elena's eyes flickered with a flicker of disturbance at the mention, clearly unsettled within. Her gaze lingered on Chu Yi for a moment before returning to its usual composure. Yen Nangue was the strongest spirit warrior in the outer training grounds of the Soul Monument Forest.
Rarely had anyone from the academy ever defeated him.
Yu Shinzhou nodded approvingly. No wonder Marshal Luo holds you in such high regard. He paused, then turned to Elena. I need to discuss some private matters with Chu Yi.
Elena, please step out for now.
Elena gave a slight nod and turned to leave, her steps light and graceful.
Once her figure vanished beyond the door, Yu Chinzhou's expression grew solemn.
He rose and walked over to Chu Yi, whispering, come with me. Chu Yi felt puzzled but didn't ask further, rising to follow behind him. They crossed the office and approached a concealed door. Yu Chinzhou pressed a mechanism and the door slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. The basement was dimly lit, with a few yellowish lamps hanging on the surrounding walls. A faint herbal scent permeated the air. They descended the stairs to the basement's end, entering a spacious room. Simple beds were arranged within, and ancient scroll paintings hung on the walls, lending the space an air of mystery. Yu Chinzhou halted, turning to Chu Yi. Marshal Luo and my elder brother have informed me of your ability to alleviate the bone-eroding syndrome.
That is why I summoned you here today. Chu Yi's expression grew solemn as he nodded earnestly.
I will not fail you.
Yu Chinzhou nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the doorway. You may enter now.
The door opened quietly, and a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped inside. His face was pale, and beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead, clearly betraying immense suffering. He approached the bedside and sat down, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Yi's eyes, a mix of hope and unease flickering within them.
Yu Chinzhou gestured for Chu Yi to begin the treatment.
Chu Yi approached the man, took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and channeled the divine power within him. A soft glow emanated from his palms, and soon, the decaying aura surrounding the man began to be absorbed.
Absorbing decaying aura.
You have obtained 88 drops of dark matter.
Absorbing decaying aura. You have obtained.
As time passed, a faint flush returned to the middle-aged man's complexion, and his breathing steadied considerably. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly sensing the transformation within his body. After about 15 minutes, Chu Yi's mind received a notification from his divine essence. The absorption of decay had reached its limit.
He released his grip and stated, "This is as far as I can go." Yu Chinzhou nodded.
The middle-aged man had already risen to his feet, the shock in his eyes impossible to conceal. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly bowed deeply to Chu Yi, his voice trembling slightly.
Young friend, thank you for the healing.
From this day forward, you are my savior, He Jingxin. Should you ever need anything, I would walk through fire and water for you. Chu Yi hurried forward to help him up, shaking his head. There's no need for such formalities.
I only did what I should have done.
Yu Chinzhou cautioned, He Jingxin, this matter must never be revealed.
Otherwise, Chu Yi will face countless assassination attempts. Do you understand? He Zhengxin's expression sharpened as he nodded resolutely. Dean Yu, rest assured. I will guard this secret to my death. Not a word shall escape my lips. The ability to alleviate bone-corroding disease, if word of this spread, Chu Yi would become a target for everyone. Yu Chinzhou nodded, signaling him to depart.
He Zhengxin bowed once more to Chu Yi before turning to leave, his steps now much steadier than when he had arrived. After he departed, Yu Chinzhou turned to Chu Yi and said, from now on, whenever you have time, I hope you can come by in the evenings. There are many patients suffering from bone-corroding disease, and each of these retired soldiers endures profound torment. Chu Yi took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he nodded. I will. Yu Chinzhou smiled with satisfaction, patting his shoulder. You're doing well. These soldiers earned countless military merits for the great Xia Empire. Now that you can ease their suffering, it is also a virtuous deed. After the treatment concluded, the two left the basement and returned to the office. As Chu Yi prepared to take his leave, Yu Chinzhou suddenly called out, don't leave just yet. Besides what we discussed earlier, there's something else I need to tell you. Chu Yi halted and turned to ask, what is it? Yu Chinzhou pondered for a moment before saying, your abilities far surpass those of the average entrant. Since the opening ceremony hasn't begun yet, I intend to have you participate in a trial during this period. However, I cannot disclose the specifics just yet. I must wait for your agreement to participate first. Without hesitation, Chu Yi nodded firmly. Dean, I accept the trial. A trial deemed important enough for Dean Yu Chinzhou to personally announce was undoubtedly significant. Chu Yi would never refuse such a request. Seeing Chu Yi's agreement, Yu Chinzhou's eyes flashed with approval. Very well. Chu Yi inquired, Dean, what is the nature of this trial? When will it take place? Yu Chinzhou replied, the specific time is this evening. There are 5 participants in total. This afternoon, I will notify you and the other participants to assemble. At that time, I will inform you of the exact details of the trial. Chapter 76, Meeting Mo Xian again. A sharp tongue demands its price. By late afternoon, Chu Yi was about to head out. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Chu Yi frowned slightly. Opening the door, he saw Luo Qiuyan standing there. Surprised, Chu Yi's eyes flickered with confusion.
Qiuyan? Luo Qiuyan offered a faint smile. It's time for the trial. Let's go. Chu Yi froze for a moment. The trial? Luo Qiuyan shot him a look. The trial this afternoon, of course. Didn't the dean tell you? Only then did Chu Yi confirm, you're going too? Of course. This came as a pleasant surprise to Chu Yi. He hadn't expected Luo Qiuyan to be joining the trial as well. Without delay, the two set off for the academy. Within the academy, the setting sun's afterglow bathed the stone paths, casting long shadows. At the entrance to a gate deep within the academy grounds, Chu Yi spotted Elena. Beside her stood a girl with black hair and blue eyes, clad in a plain white robe. Her complexion was pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, reminding Chu Yi of He Zhengxin earlier that morning. Upon arrival, Luo Qiuyan addressed Elena, we're here. Elena nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group as she spoke calmly, one person is still missing. Wait a moment. Once everyone is present, I will introduce them together and explain the trial's requirements. Chu Yi's gaze settled on Elena, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. He couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with caution, are you leading this trial? Elena nodded, her tone as unassuming as ever, as if stating the most ordinary fact, because this trial is rather dangerous, requiring a second-year student to lead. The dean approached me. Hearing this, Chu Yi said nothing more, shifting his gaze to the distance as he waited quietly. After waiting for about a minute, a cold, mocking voice drifted from the distance, tinged with derision. Heh! You're all here pretty early. Waiting for me? Recognizing the vaguely familiar tone, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan instantly furrowed their brows, their expressions turning icy. They whipped their heads around, their gazes sharp as knives, fixing intently on the source of the voice. A youth with fair skin and slanted eyes and brows approached at a leisurely pace. He wore a black-based, silver-patterned cross-collared robe, its collar and cuffs discreetly embroidered with the Divine Mechanics Academy's signature 1000 machinery gear totem. Several silver-white fragments floated around his wrists, emitting a faint glow. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes dark and menacing, tinged with a hint of provocation. Mo Xian? Neither Chu Yi nor Luo Qiuyan had anticipated that the final participant in this trial would be him. A wave of intense loathing surged within them both. Mo Xian approached slowly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan. Then, his voice dripping with venom, he spoke with mocking contempt, TSK. Looks like the noble offspring of the martial are finally getting involved with lowly commoners. Chu Yi, you piece of, looks like you're finally going to taste some fresh flowers someday. At these words, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan's expressions darkened instantly, a flash of anger flickering in their eyes. Without another word, he swiftly drew the wand whale song from his robe. It glowed with an eerie blue light in his hand, its tip pointing directly at Mo Xian. Skill activated, Dark Flame. The wand erupted in a blinding burst of flame, the fiery serpent hurtling toward Mo Xian with scorching heat. Mo Xian's face paled at the sight, panic flickering in his eyes. His wrist flickered, and the silver-white shard in his hand instantly transformed into a shield, radiating a fierce glow as he attempted to block Chu Yi's attack. Yet, the energy unleashed by Chu Yi's dark flame, fueled by his fury, was terrifying beyond measure. The shield barely materialized before it was instantly torn apart by the flames. The immense impact force sent Mo Xian staggering back several steps, nearly knocking him to the ground. After the flames dissipated, Mo Xian's silver shield shattered into countless fragments, returning to his wrist. His arm trembled slightly, his face ashen, a flash of pain and fury crossing his eyes. His voice was cold and venomous, like the hiss of a snake. Are you looking to die? Chu Yi stared at him coldly, his wand still firmly pointed at Mo Xian. A sharp tongue demands its price. A murderous intent flared in Mo Xian's eyes. The fragments on his wrist began to flicker once more, as if preparing for a new assault. But at that moment, Elena's voice rang out coldly, Mo Xian, stop this at once. If you refuse to participate in the trial, I will request the dean to assign a replacement. Mo Xian narrowed his eyes at Elena's words, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. We're both from the Divine Mechanics Academy. You're helping him instead of me? Elena met Mo Xian's gaze directly. I can tell who the unstable factor is. Don't try to wriggle out of this. These words instantly turned Mo Xian's face ashen. Yet he clearly dared not confront Elena directly. After all, she was not only a first-year student but also held considerable authority within the Divine Mechanics Academy. Therefore, Mo Xian could only grit his teeth, let out a cold snort, and refrain from further outbursts. Seeing this, Elena's expression returned to calm, as if the incident had never occurred. She scanned the room, her gaze sweeping across each face. Before we embark on this trial together, it's essential we get to know one another. Starting with me, let's each give a brief introduction. I'll go first. Name, Elena Ross. Occupation, Legendary Tier Machine Spirit Calculator, Level 28, Support-Oriented. Capable of analyzing targets in real time to calculate precise attributes, weaknesses, and countermeasures. Combat methods include deploying mechanical formations for area coverage and summoning combat robots. Her gaze swept across the group before settling on Mo Xian, signaling him to continue. Mo Xian snorted coldly before speaking slowly, name, Mo Xian.
Profession, Legendary Tier 1000 Machinery Commander, level 17. His words were terse and unyielding, offering no further explanation. He didn't even mention his specialties or combat style, seemingly too indifferent to bother.
After emotion, Chui spoke up. Name, Chui. Level, 17.
Occupation, Low-Tier Mage.
Primary skill is Dark Flame, the ability I just unleashed.
It deals solid damage, allowing me to serve as the main damage dealer in combat. The moment he finished, the silent girl in the plain white robe let out a soft gasp, surprise flickering in her eyes.
You're Chui?
Her voice was soft, yet it rang out distinctly in the stillness. Chui froze momentarily, turning to face her with a look of confusion.
You know me? Chapter 77, Trial Mission, Destroy the Church Blood Sacrifice. The girl spoke softly. I've seen your name many times in the national exams.
Among the top 10 candidates, you're the only one who's a low-tier mage. Hearing this, Chui was genuinely surprised, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It seemed his performance in the national exam had earned him some recognition.
Chui smiled.
In that case, let's work together during the trial later and aim for a perfect evaluation. The girl lowered her gaze, her eyes clouded with gloom and resignation. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I hope so. But this world rarely grants one's wishes.
At that moment, Elena interjected, enough chatting. Let's get to the introductions.
The girl pursed her lips slightly before lifting her head.
Her expression remained calm as she began her introduction. My name is Su Li.
I'm a legendary tier life priestess, level 17.
My primary roles are healing and purification.
My only combat ability is to corrode enemies, causing their health to steadily decline. If this trial demands high combat prowess, well, good luck to you all. Su Li's tone carried a hint of pessimism, mirroring her pale complexion, as if she held no anticipation for the trial ahead. After her introduction, Luo Qiuyan spoke up, her voice cool and sharp, her gaze carrying a hint of intensity.
Name, Luo Qiuyan. Profession, Legendary Star Mage. Level, 17.
Capable of marking hidden enemies, locating concealed areas or secret passages through stellar magic, striking targets with meteor summons, and wielding wide-area destructive spells. Can serve as primary damage dealer. After the 5 introductions concluded, a middle-aged man in an academy work uniform approached them. The teleportation array is ready. You may depart. Elena nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the group. Let's go. We'll discuss the trial details en route. The group followed the academy staff to a massive teleportation array. Its runes flickered with a faint blue glow, as if containing boundless power. As the staff activated the array, the group vanished instantly. The surrounding air warped slightly, as if torn open by an invisible force. This teleportation journey was not brief. They lingered within the array space for roughly half an hour, their ears filled only with a howling static, their vision shrouded in chaotic void, as if immersed in endless darkness. Only when a faint tremor rippled beneath their feet did they finally reach their destination. They found themselves in the wilderness. No paths were visible nearby. Weeds grew thickly around them, trees were sparse, and the air carried the damp scent of earth. Only a hidden, recently constructed teleportation array emitted a faint glow, seeming to be their sole anchor. In the distance, thick black smoke billowed upward, mingled with the faint scent of burning in the air. The outline of a small town could be discerned, its few dilapidated buildings visible through the haze, appearing eerily desolate. Chui frowned involuntarily, his gaze heavy as he asked, "Where is this place? What is our trial task?" Only then did Elena finally speak of the trial's objective. According to the latest intelligence from the Xuanji Academy, a small group of Abyss cult members has secretly infiltrated the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. They have slaughtered several villages and towns along the border and captured all the residents. Tonight is the night of the full moon, and these Abyss cultists plan to perform a blood sacrifice with the captives. Our trial mission is to disrupt the Abyss cult's blood sacrifice ritual. If possible, we should eliminate all their personnel and destroy their church as well. Upon hearing this news, Chuya's expression darkened considerably, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Luo Qiuyan's eyes also flashed with intense murderous intent. The Abyss cult. The mere utterance of these words stirred a collective fury within countless souls, as if touching the deepest hatred and rage buried within their hearts. Elena's gaze shifted to the distant town billowing with black smoke. There, that is the Abyss cult stronghold. They built a church there, and the blood sacrifice ritual will commence within its walls. By now, dusk had fallen. The sun had completely set, and night gradually enveloped the land. Sparse stars twinkled faintly in the sky. On the horizon, the moon's outline began to emerge, its pallid glow casting an eerie, desolate light across the land. Luo Qiuyan furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Should we make preparations? Going in like this might alert them. Elena shook her head. No. The blood sacrifice ritual is crucial to the Abyss cult. They wouldn't abandon it even if every last one of them were dead. Upon hearing this, Chui immediately declared, then what are we waiting for? Charge straight in and slaughter every last one of them. Back at level 10, he had single-handedly taken on 5 level 20 Abyss cultists and slaughtered them all.
Now that Chu Yi had grown significantly stronger, why would he fear the Abyss cult?
Beside him, Mo Xian sneered, a contemptuous smile curling his lips.
Truly worthy of a lowly commoner, your brain is as thick as a pig's. The words barely left his lips before Chu Yi's expression turned icy. His gaze sharpened like blades as he looked down on Mo Xian. What? Fancy another taste of the dark flame?
Facing Mo Xian, he had nothing more to say. His expression was unmistakable. Should Mo Xian utter another word of provocation, Chu Yi would unleash the dark flame without hesitation. Seeing this, anger flared across Mo Xian's face. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes.
When had he ever been threatened like this?
At that moment, Elena spoke up. Mo Xian, I advise you to keep quiet. If you insist on provoking trouble, you can choose to withdraw immediately. Mo Xian scanned the room, sensing an invisible pressure that made him feel isolated.
Gritting his teeth, he snorted coldly, his voice tinged with resentment and fury. Humph. I'm not bothering with you right now.
Then he shut his mouth, his face still dark and sullen.
Elena addressed Chu Yi. The Abyss cultists here are generally level 20 or above.
The bishop overseeing the blood sacrifice is nearly level 25. If we charge in, we might face a coordinated attack.
Can you handle it? In terms of combat prowess, Chu Yi was the strongest here.
Though Elena had reached level 28, her class leaned heavily toward support. While she wasn't as combat ineffective as Su Li, she still wasn't particularly skilled in battle. As for Mo Xian, judging by his demeanor, he was likely unreliable.
Chu Yi replied, no problem. Leave it to me. He wasn't afraid of a couple dozen level 20-something priests. At worst, he still had his divine essence as a ultimate weapon.
Hearing this, Elena said, alright, let's charge straight in then. The group immediately set off, charging toward the small town. The night wind swept past, lifting strands of hair, as if adding a touch of chill to their path ahead.
Chapter 78, The Slaughtered Town. Soon, they arrived at the town's entrance. The town appeared utterly dilapidated.
Cracked walls were covered in mottled patches, and the wooden beams beneath the eaves had rotted black, looking as if they might snap and collapse at any moment. A faint, sickening stench of blood mingled with decay hung heavy in the air.
Not a single soul was visible within the town.
Only a few broken wooden doors swayed slightly in the night wind, creaking softly. Bathed in the pale moonlight, the town appeared eerily sinister, like a ghost town. The moment they reached the town's entrance, a sound reached their ears. Hiss.
Ragh.
It was a piercing, guttural growl, as if forced from the depths of the throat, carrying a bone-chilling mix of agony and madness.
Their attention snapped to the sound.
Chu Yi whipped his head around, scanning for the source. From the darkness ahead, a decaying figure slowly materialized. His skin was a sickly gray, as if soaked in sewage, with rotting flesh peeling from his bones, emitting waves of foul stench. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet they glowed with an eerie red light, as if driven by some malevolent force. Though long dead, a force had raised him, transforming him into a walking corpse. Upon spotting the group, the rotting corpse before them instantly opened its ragged mouth, letting out a shrill howl before lunging forward. Chu Yi's eyes flashed with cold resolve as he raised his wand without hesitation.
Spell cast, Dark Flame.
A ball of dark flame erupted from the tip of his wand, carrying scorching heat and destructive power, instantly striking the rotting corpse. The moment the flames touched the corpse, a violent explosion erupted. Sparks flew everywhere as the rotting body shattered into countless pieces of flesh, scattering in all directions. Kill the corrupted corpse. You obtain 20 drops of dark matter. After slaying the corpse, a hint of confusion flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. He furrowed his brow and murmured, What kind of monsters are these? Elena stepped forward, her gaze fixed solemnly on the scattered flesh fragments. Her voice was heavy with dread. They were all residents of this town. The Abyss cult killed them, then corrupted their bodies, turning them into tainted humans. In the Abyss, there are many more walking corpses like them. Hearing this, a sharp pang of pain pierced Chu Yi's heart.
His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes.
The Abyss cult. Chu Yi murmured, his voice laced with icy murderous intent.
Harsh. Rattling.
At that moment, more and more rotting corpses surged in from all directions. Their faces were hideously distorted, skin rotting, limbs twisted, emitting shrill howls like countless vengeful spirits from hell.
Elena's gaze sharpened as she commanded in a deep voice, act now. Kill them. At least grant them release.
The moment the words left her lips, the group sprang into action.
Chu Yi raised his wand once more, unleashing the dark flame. A series of explosions echoed through the town as waves of rotting corpses were engulfed by the flames, reduced to ash.
Yet the dark flames could not transform these corrupted humans into undead.
Worse still, killing them yielded no experience points for Chu Yi.
Only the divine essence could absorb the dark matter. Killed by the dark flames, they met a complete and utter death. The others weren't idle either. Luo Qiuyan's hand glowed with starlight as bursts of celestial spells erupted, slaying the rotting corpses. Elena unleashed a swarm of mechanical drones, swiftly eliminating the rotting corpses.
Mo Xian stood by, observing everything expressionless, a faint trace of disgust flickering in his eyes. Soon, the group entered the town. The interior of the town was even more eerie and terrifying.
Bloodstains covered the streets, and walls bore claw marks and knife scars, as if a brutal massacre had recently occurred here.
Corpses littered the ground, some still bleeding, their deaths horribly gruesome and apparently recent.
This horrific scene weighed heavily on the hearts of the group. Only Mo Xian remained calm, even appearing somewhat at ease or perhaps concealing disgust beneath his gaze. Throughout the town, rotting corpses lay everywhere. They were all residents of the town, killed by the Abyss cult and left in this state. The group advanced along the town's roads, clearing decaying corpses as they hurried forward. The stone pavement beneath their feet had long been stained crimson. With every step, they tread upon the viscous blood, each footfall accompanied by a sticky squelch. In the distance stood a towering structure, rising like a crane among chickens amidst the decaying town. The structure resembled a church, its pitch-black spire piercing the night sky, emanating an unsettling aura. Clearly, it was the Church of the Abyss cult.
"Hurry up!" Elena urged. "Head for the church." The group immediately quickened their pace. The closer they got to the church, the more putrefied corpses surrounded them, and the stronger they became. Their skin grew harder, their movements quicker. Some even retained fragments of the Abyss cult's robes, perhaps former adherents. After several minutes, they reached a square. The moment they stepped onto the square, Chuya's gaze froze. All around the square, various types of rotting corpses roamed. Their bodies appeared taller and more ferocious. Blackened flesh and bone were faintly visible beneath their rotting skin, their eyes glowing a blood-red light, as if ready to pounce and tear everything apart at any moment. Moreover, numerous individuals clad in Abyss cult robes patrolled the vicinity. Armed with assorted weapons, their eyes were cold and indifferent, emanating a chilling aura. The arrival of Chu Yi and his companions immediately caught their attention. "Who goes there?" Several Abyss cultists, spotting the intruders, bellowed in sharp, piercing voices. Then, the surrounding Abyss cult members all snapped to attention. "Intruders! Kill them!" At the command of one cultist, several Abyss cult members charged forward, their long blades flashing coldly. Elena's eyes flashed coldly as she barked, "Attack!" Then, Chu Yi immediately acted. Skill activated, Knight's Remnant Beam. As the wand whale song swung through the air, an intense beam erupted, piercing the atmosphere like a blade and instantly skewering several Abyss cultists. The cultists didn't even have time to react. By the moment they regained their senses, it was already too late. Gaping holes appeared in their chests, blood gushing forth before they were instantly killed by the Knight's Remnant Beam. Their bodies collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Detected intense abyssal aura. Divine essence has automatically converted. You have obtained 160 drops of dark matter. Detected. The death of a single Abyss cultist directly provided Chu Yi with 160 drops of dark matter. This windfall left Chu Yi pleasantly surprised. With several Abyss cultists dying in succession, he directly gained over 1,000 drops of dark matter. Not only Chu Yi, but beside him, Luo Qiuyan also sprang into action. Her starfall technique plummeted from the sky like meteors, instantly crushing several cultists to death. The ground cracked open in multiple fissures under the heavy impact. Before the others could even react, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan had already slaughtered all the cultists. Witnessing this from afar, the remaining cultists immediately flashed looks of apprehension. They exchanged glances before one devotee shouted, "Surround them! Don't let them escape! Notify the bishop, intruders have breached the sanctuary." Chapter 79, Why didn't you intervene? Elena's accusation. Hiss. Raspy. A chilling wind howled, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. At that moment, hordes of rotting corpses surged in from all directions. Their numbers were staggering at a glance, there must have been 100 or two. Their skin was blackened and rotting, hollow eye sockets flickering with faint, eerie green light. Viscous fluid dripped from their mouths as they emitted low, guttural growls that sent shivers down the spine. Under the cultists' command, the corpses gradually encircled the group, forming an impenetrable ring. Their footsteps were heavy and slow, yet carried an oppressive weight that felt suffocating. Meanwhile, some cultists swiftly retreated into the church, moving with agile caution, clearly intending to summon more reinforcements. Seeing the swarm of rotting corpses closing in, Elena immediately commanded, "Everyone prepare for battle. Suli, stay in the center of the formation and be ready to heal and purify at any moment." Her instructions were methodical and delivered with crystal-clear precision. Even her speech pattern was as steady as a machine, devoid of any discernible emotion. Under Elena's command, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan immediately launched their attack. Chu Yi gripped his staff tightly as dark flames instantly coalesced. With a swing of his wand, black flames roared forth like raging dragons, charging into the swarm of rotting corpses. The fiery onslaught triggered wave after wave of explosions. The rotting corpses twisted and shattered under the intense heat, reduced to charred remains. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Luo Qiuyan unleashed a star pulse. The pulse instantly fragmented into multiple beams upon striking the rotting corpses, each beam splitting further into countless rays that showered down like a starry rain. A single pulse thus fragmented into dozens, even hundreds, instantly clearing vast swaths of the rotting corpses. The ground was illuminated as brightly as daylight.
Though combat wasn't Elena's forte, she was still a legendary tier profession, a level 28 practitioner at that. She summoned a vast swarm of mechanical minions, which swarmed like locusts, swiftly charging the rotting corpses and reducing them to dust. Even in great numbers, the rotting corpses posed little threat to the group. Surrounded and subjected to the combined assault of the group, the rotting corpses were swiftly eliminated. Witnessing this, nearby cultists turned pale with terror and fled back into the church, refusing to engage further.
After the battle concluded, Elena's gaze fixed on Mo Xian. Her brows furrowed slightly as she demanded, "Why didn't you intervene?" Su Li, being a life priestess, possessed weak combat abilities, so her inaction was understandable. But Mo Xian, clearly a combat-oriented class, had remained motionless, arms crossed over his chest, coldly watching the others fight as if none of it concerned him. At Elena's questioning, Mo Xian let out a cold laugh, a mocking curve lifting the corners of his mouth. "Since you were capable of handling it yourselves, why should I have intervened?" These words caused Elena's brows to furrow slightly. Just as she was about to speak further, a heavy rumbling suddenly emanated from the church doors, startling everyone. They whipped their heads around to see several cultists of the abyssal cult approaching. They wielded bizarre blood-stained blades, their blades glowing as sickly crimson, seemingly still dripping with fresh blood. Their faces were concealed beneath enormous hoods, leaving only pairs of crimson eyes, visible eyes that flashed with a savage, beast-like glint. Daring to intrude upon the church? Humans, you truly don't know your place. Let's slaughter them. Perfect additions to tonight's blood sacrifice. With that, several cultists swung their blood-stained blades and charged forward with ghostly speed. Their movements were lightning fast, the blades tracing crimson arcs through the air, their murderous intent suffocating. Seeing this, the group had no choice but to plunge back into battle. Knight's Remnant Beam. Shu Yi roared, swinging his staff. A jet-black beam erupted instantly, shooting like an arrow straight toward a cultist's chest. Yet the cultist's speed was astonishingly swift. The instant residual Knight's beam was unleashed, he sensed the danger and dodged sideways with serpentine agility, evading the strike entirely. This display left Shu Yi momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, the residual Night beam's explosive force was immense. Though the cultist evaded the direct hit, the residual shockwave still struck him, instantly tearing a deep, bone-exposing wound across his body as blood gushed forth. "Ah!" The cultist let out a wretched howl of agony, his face contorting with twisted, venomous hatred. "Human, are you courting death?" All at once, several cultists charged forward, their blood-stained blades swinging wildly as a thick, sickening stench of blood filled the air. Seeing this, Luo Qiuyan and Elena prepared to intervene, but Shu Yi struck first. Skill activated, Dark Flame. 2 waves of pitch-black flames surged forth like tidal waves, bearing down on the wounded cultist. Both skills, following the earlier residual Night beam, struck the same abyss cultist. A violent explosion erupted instantly, flames shooting skyward as the cultist's body charred black under the intense heat, emitting piercing screams. Simultaneously, landing 3 skills allowed Shu Yi to unlock the first movement of the magic wand, Whale Song Tidal Surge. He immediately unleashed the tidal vortex. A pitch-black whirlpool rapidly formed in the air, sucking several cultists together like a giant maw. The scene left the cultists utterly stunned, their eyes filled with terror. What's happening? When did this vortex appear? Break free. Escape the vortex. The cultists struggled desperately, but the vortex's pull was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them utterly unable to escape. Shu Yi, however, remained unhurried as he continued unleashing his skills, immediately activating the second movement Abyssal Rift. Countless black marks appeared on the followers' bodies, binding them like chains. The cultists immediately felt intense agony, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably as waves of whales rose and fell. They struggled relentlessly, desperate to break free from the vortex, but escape was impossible. Shu Yi then activated the third movement Whale Fall. Boom! The spectral form of the world-devouring demon whale's skull coalesced in the air, unleashing a devastating blow in an instant. The suffocating pressure from this blow was overwhelming. Several cultists couldn't withstand it at all. Their bodies shattered instantly under the impact of the world-devouring demon whale, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Absorbing Abyssal Essence, you gain 200 drops of dark matter. Absorbing Abyssal Essence. These abyss cultists yielded a substantial amount of dark matter, a full 200 drops. This came as a pleasant surprise to Shu Yi. "Alright, that's taken care of," Shu Yi said, turning to address the others. Elena nodded, her gaze fixed on the depths of the church. "Let's hurry inside. Stay alert, the real challenge lies within the church itself." The others nodded and immediately headed toward the church entrance. Among them, Mo Xian's expression gradually darkened. His gaze grew as cold and venomous as a snake's, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, as if brewing something. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the weapon at his waist, a barely perceptible cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 80, Beyond Tolerance, Expelling Mo Xian. Inside the church, the light was dim and oppressive. After passing through the entrance, they proceeded down a long, dim corridor. Candles flickered weakly along the walls, their flames swaying as if gently stirred by a breeze, or perhaps by the subtle breath of invisible spirits.
The flickering light cast elongated shadows on the walls, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching them from the darkness. A musty stench permeated the air, as if this church had lain silent for far too long, the marks of time deeply etched into every stone brick. Creak! Suddenly, a heavy metallic clang echoed behind them. Boom! The church doors slammed shut with a deafening crash, trapping the group within the confined space. Shu Yi and the others' expressions instantly turned grave. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, even the sound of breathing becoming unnervingly clear. Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! A strange, eerie laughter echoed from all directions, like a low growl crawling out from the depths of the earth, or a mocking sneer falling from the ceiling. The sound was filled with icy coldness and malice, sending shivers down their spines. Their nerves instantly tightened as their eyes darted around the room, alert to any potential threat. Shuya's brow furrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he instantly realized it's that invisible monster, Xiuyan. At his shout, Luo Xiuyan sprang into action without hesitation. Her slender fingers gripped the wand, its crystal tip glimmering faintly. A cascade of starlight then flowed from the wand, enveloping her body like a gentle stream. Her eyes gradually transformed into deep purple orbs within the starlight, while her silver hair swayed gently in the air, as if caressed by an invisible breeze. Starlight, illuminate my path. Her voice was long and ethereal, as if carried from the distant heavens. As she chanted, streaks of starlight appeared in the sky, like shooting stars tracing elegant arcs across the night. Those starlights gradually coalesced into bright points of light, suspended in the air, illuminating every corner of the surroundings. A flash of cool determination flickered in Luo Qiuyan's eyes. All the hidden monsters around us have been marked. Sure enough, under the starlight's influence, over a dozen magical markings gradually revealed themselves, exposing the hidden monsters around them. Shu Yi snorted coldly, raised his hand, and swept it forward. Waves of dark flames erupted from his palm, spreading like black fire serpents, swiftly converging on the marked monsters. The dark flames blazed with blinding intensity, radiating powerful energy fluctuations that seemed to instantly raise the air's temperature. Before the monsters could react, they were engulfed by the dark flames, letting out piercing screams before disintegrating into ash. You killed a level 23 Shadow Eater, gaining 680 EXP. Darkness Origin activated. You obtained 60 drops of dark matter. The dark flames' eruption completely purged the surrounding shadow corruptors. Their corpses emerged from invisibility, lying sprawled on the ground, emitting a thick, putrid stench. These creatures possessed an utterly bizarre appearance. Their forelimbs resembled razor-sharp chisels, while their bodies were covered in slender legs like spiders, enabling swift movement across walls. Their form was both eerie and chilling. Creak! With the Shadow Eaters vanquished, the door swung open, letting a faint glimmer of light into the gloomy cathedral. Elena said, "Let's keep moving." At that moment, some of the Shadow Eaters' corpses began to slowly rise, creeping step by step toward Shu Yi. Seeing this, Elena frowned slightly. Believing these Shadow Eaters were not completely dead, she prepared to eliminate them. But Shu Yi raised his hand to stop her. "Don't move. I've already converted them into undead." "Undead? You possess such power?" A hint of surprise tinged Elena's voice, and a flicker of emotion finally rippled across her usually serene eyes. Su Li remained silent. Since joining the group, she had barely uttered a word. Luo Qiuyan, having known all along, remained composed. Beside them, Mo Shen couldn't suppress a look of disgust, his voice dripping with scornful coldness. Only lowly commoners would associate with such foul creatures, wouldn't they? The moment his words fell, Shu Ye's gaze instantly turned icy. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Mo Shen, his voice icy. "Shadow Eaters, attack." At his command, the Shadow Eaters, now transformed into undead, swiftly changed direction and charged toward Mo Shen. Their movements were stiff, yet their speed showed no sign of slowing. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Mo Shen. Mo Shen's expression changed drastically, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. He swiftly raised his hand, and the mechanical fragments in his palm coalesced into a sharp blade. He swung it at the Shadow Eaters, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistling sound, cleaving them in two. Yet, a mocking smile played at Shuya's lips as he watched it all unfold. The next moment, a blinding light erupted from the shadow-corroded being severed by Mo Shen. It was the rapid convergence of immense energy. Mo Shen's expression changed drastically in an instant. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, the Shadow Eater's body shattering in an instant. The immense shockwave sent Mo Shen flying backward. His body slammed heavily into the church wall with a dull thud before slowly sliding to the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mo Shen scrambled to his feet, disheveled and battered, his eyes blazing with fury so intense it seemed almost tangible. Shu Yi showed no concern. "I warned you before, a sharp tongue comes at a price." Mo Shen could no longer contain his rage. "Shu Yi, I'll kill you." He roared, and the mechanical fragments in his hands rapidly expanded, transforming into a full bodysuit of armor that completely enveloped him. The armor emitted an inky glow, with a cannon barrel and a long blade extending from his hands. Empowered by the armor, his form grew towering like a giant, radiating an overwhelming presence. Elena's brows furrowed as she warned sternly, "Mo Shen, stop." However, Mo Shen was utterly consumed by rage, deaf to any words of reason.
He raised the cannon barrel abruptly, aiming it directly at Elena.
A potent energy coalesced within the barrel, filling the air with a palpable sense of danger.
Boom!
The projectile shot toward Elena like a bolt of lightning, its immense power heating the surrounding air to scorching levels, as if it would incinerate everything in its path. A cold gleam flashed in Elena's eyes. She raised her hand lightly, and the shadowy form of a pocket watch suddenly appeared before her. Immediately after, a massive clock-like apparition materialized behind her.
Stop!
Her voice was cold and commanding. The cannonball, mere inches from striking Elena, froze mid-air for an instant, as if time itself had halted. Seizing that split-second opportunity, Elena struck swiftly. The pocket watch erupted with energy, sending the shell flying back. Mo Xian snorted coldly, swinging his long sword to deflect the shell. It slammed into the nearby wall, erupting with intense energy that sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Mo Xian stared coldly at Elena, his voice laced with murderous intent.
Elena, as a member of the Divine Mechanics Academy, do you intend to collude with this lowborn to oppose me?
Elena remained expressionless. As the captain of this trial squad, I hereby declare Mo Xian is expelled from the team.
Chapter 81, The Mechanical Maiden.
The moment her words fell, an instant silence descended upon the church, the air itself seeming to freeze.
Mo Xian's face turned ashen, the veins on his temples throbbing visibly.
He never imagined Elena would choose to expel him.
You dare expel me? Do you truly believe this lowly outcast can accomplish the mission? Without me, you'll all die here today.
His words dripped with venom, each syllable ground out between clenched teeth, thick with hatred. Elena remained expressionless, as if Mo Xian's furious roar were merely a breeze brushing past her ear.
This has nothing to do with you. You have been expelled. Mo Xian's lips twitched slightly, but he finally burst into a bitter laugh. Fine. 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 Let's see what you can do without me.
With that, he flung his arm out. His battle armor instantly disintegrated into mechanical fragments that swiftly coalesced back into his palm. Then, he turned and strode away.
Mo Xian's departure lifted Luo Qiuyan's spirits considerably. The one who needed to leave is finally gone.
This mission should be a bit more peaceful now. She had endured Mo Xian's harassment numerous times before, each memory filling her with disgust. Seeing him leave now brought an unexpected sense of relief. Shuyi glanced at Elena, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I never would have guessed you had such presence. He harbored no fondness for Mo Xian either, and naturally welcomed his expulsion with open arms.
Elena remained utterly unruffled. I will ensure this mission is completed smoothly. I will eliminate any destabilizing factors. Whoever disrupts the mission's progress will be expelled.
Her tone remained as flat as ever, tinged with a mechanical coldness.
Shuyi couldn't help but wonder inwardly, was Elena's personality innate? She was different from Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan's aloofness stemmed more from the gap in their social standing. Though she didn't look down on commoners, a pride ran deep within her, perhaps unrecognized even to herself. When encountering those vastly beneath her, she would naturally project an air of utter indifference.
Throughout their 3 years at Lancheng High, scarcely anyone had ever spoken to her. But after Chuyi grew to match her level, even surpassing her, he witnessed her smile, her care, her tenderness. At her core, she was still a young girl.
Elena was different.
The feeling she gave Chuyi was one of an inherent coldness. She seemed devoid of emotional fluctuation, even her tone remained steady, devoid of any inflection.
Chuyi smiled, breaking the brief silence, then let's keep moving forward.
After several shadow eaters fell, the church felt noticeably quieter.
The long corridor was dimly lit, the air thick with a musty, decaying stench.
Damp stains marred the surrounding walls, and the occasional sound of dripping water echoed through the space.
Their footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty corridor.
After walking for a minute or two, they reached a fork in the path.
Before them lay 2 long corridors, both stretching endlessly into the darkness, their destinations unknown.
This scene caused all 4 to halt simultaneously.
Luo Qiuyan frowned involuntarily. A fork in the road. Which one should we take? Shuyi pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we pick one first? If it's a dead end, we can always come back and try the other one? However, Elena immediately rejected the proposal.
She shook her head slightly.
That would waste too much time. The Abyss cult's blood sacrifice will begin soon. We don't have that kind of time.
Divide our forces.
Elena promptly made her arrangements. Shuyi possesses the strongest combat prowess among us.
Therefore, you and Suli will form one team and take the left fork.
Luo Qiuyan and I will form another team and take the other fork.
Report any encounters along the way to your partner via communicator.
If communication is lost, immediately turn back and return to this junction. Upon hearing the plan, Chuyi nodded. Understood. This approach is acceptable.
Though Chuyi secretly preferred teaming up with Luo Qiuyan, he held back his objection for the sake of the team's overall strength distribution.
After all, both he and Luo Qiuyan were primary damage dealers.
If they teamed up, Elena and Suli might face greater danger. While Elena was level 28, she wasn't a combat-focused class and lacked strong fighting abilities. Suli, on the other hand, was a pure support class with almost no means of self-defense.
With Chuyi showing no objection, Luo Choyan naturally had none either.
Soon, the pair had divided the members.
Chuyi turned to Suli. Let's go. Suli nodded and followed behind Chuyi as they stepped into the left path. Luo Choyan and Elena headed toward the other side.
The corridor grew even darker, the light barely illuminating the path ahead. Strange patterns faintly marked the surrounding walls, resembling ancient runes. The air remained thick with the stench of decay, occasionally punctuated by faint rustling sounds, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching them. They had barely taken a few steps when a sinister laugh erupted, shattering the stillness of the night.
Ha ha ha! Fresh humans! Have you come for the blood sacrifice?
The voice instantly put Chuyi on high alert. He spun around swiftly, yanking Suli behind him and shielding her with his body. His voice was low and stern. Danger!
Don't leave my side! Suli frowned.
Chuyi's grip was strong, pinching her arm painfully. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Chuyi instantly released her grip and swiftly drew his wand, Song of the Whale. From the shadows, several abyss cultists emerged. There were 7 or 8 of them, each wielding a crimson staff that flickered with an eerie glow.
To have made it this far, human, shows you have some skill. But the game ends here. Surrender now, and you'll suffer less pain.
Chuyi sneered coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes.
With just you lot?
In the next instant, he swung his staff with a swift, decisive motion.
Skill activated, Dark Flame.
Intense flames erupted from the staff, surging toward the cultists like a fiery dragon. The cultists snorted coldly, their eyes flashing with contempt as they swiftly raised protective barriers, attempting to block the dark flame.
But could Chuyi's dark flame be so easily resisted?
The moment the flames erupted, the shield shattered into pieces.
2 cultists were engulfed by the flames before they could even scream, ultimately reduced to ashes.
The air warped instantly from the intense heat, and the surrounding ground was scorched black. Witnessing this, the remaining cultists froze in horror, their eyes brimming with terror.
You actually killed them?
Losing 2 men to a single skill struck fear into the hearts of the cultists. Chuyi sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as blades.
Don't worry. Your turn is coming soon.
Several cultists seethed with rage, but one of them fixed his gaze on Suli beside Chuyi, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes.
He immediately shouted, "Attack that woman. She's a priest, she can't fight."
The moment the words left his mouth, several cultists swiftly changed direction and charged toward Suli.
Chapter 82, You have bone-eating disease?
Seeing the cultists charging toward her with murderous intent, Suli instinctively took a few steps back.
Chuyi reacted instantly, raising his hand and murmuring, "Night Veil."
As his words fell, a pitch-black barrier spread like nightfall, enveloping both him and Suli. Simultaneously, he grabbed Suli and pulled her behind him.
Don't stray too far. Stay close to me, they can't hurt you here.
The cultists' attacks erupted in a torrent of flashing blades and surging magical energy. Yet as these assaults struck the night veil, they vanished without a trace, as if falling into an abyss. An invisible force repelled them, causing the attacks to dissipate into nothingness. The cultists, enraged by this, snarled in frustration. One of them gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it! We can't break through this barrier." A cold gleam flashed in Chuyi's eyes as he effortlessly dissolved the light barrier and unleashed his skill, Dark Flames. In an instant, pitch-black flames erupted from his palms like raging dragons, instantly engulfing the cultists.
Intense light erupted, and scorching heat waves swept the surroundings.
The cultists only managed a single agonized scream before being utterly consumed by the dark flames, reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind. Chuyi withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping coldly over the ashes on the ground. "All taken care of.
Let's move on," he said indifferently. Suli nodded slightly and followed behind Chuyi.
Along the way, they encountered numerous followers of the Abyss cult. Yet before Chuyi, these cultists were mere ants, posing no threat whatsoever. With casual skill releases, he effortlessly disposed of each one. Before long, they traversed a dim corridor and arrived at a massive elevated platform. The moment they stepped onto the platform, a deep, eerie chanting filled the air. The sound seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, sending a chill down their spines. Chuyi's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze darted around the surroundings. Below the platform, a vast plaza came into view. At its center, a tombstone-like monument stood imposing and solemn. Piles of corpses were heaped around it, blood staining the entire plaza crimson. The air thick with the sickening stench of blood was nauseating. Surrounding the piles of corpses, a large circle of Abyss cult followers stood solemnly, murmuring incantations. Above the corpses, a figure clad in a blood-red robe, resembling a bishop, stood elevated. Clutching a staff inlaid with obsidian, he seemed to be directing the followers in their prayers. These prayers sounded like eerie songs, filled with a seductive power that seemed to pierce the very soul. Yet their words were utterly horrifying. "We were once fragile clay idols. Shaped by the gods, nurtured by the light. Until his fingertips pierced the earth. Flesh and bone blossomed into thorns. Our pupils flowed into asphalt. In the paradise of the sea of decay. Shed the skin of our human form. Life traded for downpours. Mortgaging humanity for the hurricane.
Mother, accept this living sacrifice. I only ask that in your embrace. Reserve for me a single inch of eternal decay.
This scene left Shu-yi utterly astonished. Without a doubt, this was the site of the Abyss cult's blood sacrifice ritual. Beside him, Suli seemed to witness something horrifying. Her pupils contracted violently, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. Her body trembled slightly, as if an invisible terror had seized her heart. The next instant, her mouth opened, on the verge of screaming. Shu-yi immediately sensed her distress, swiftly covering her mouth with his hand and whispering, "What's wrong?" Yet Suli seemed deaf to his voice, her entire body shaking violently. Soon, her hands clutched tightly to her head as she moaned in agony. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, her breathing rapid and erratic. Shu-yi's heart sank at the sight. He swiftly pulled her back into the corridor, away from the gaze of the crowd of devotees below the platform. He gently leaned her against the wall and whispered, "Suli, are you all right?" Suli's pupils were unfocused, her face growing paler by the second, as if she might faint at any moment. Her voice trembled as she managed, "It's happening. The pouch, at my waist, there's medicine." Hearing this, Shu-yi glanced down and spotted the medicine pouch at Suli's waist. Just as he reached to take it, he froze. A black mist suddenly began to emanate from Suli's entire body. This putrid, decaying mist seemed capable of devouring all life force. Even the mere proximity filled Shu-yi with an indescribable dread, as if his very soul trembled. At that moment, the voice of his divine essence echoed in Shu-yi's mind, cold and mechanical. Detecting massive decaying energy. Should divine power be activated to absorb it? At this, Shu-yi instantly understood. He exclaimed in shock, "You've contracted the bone-eating disease?" Suli didn't answer Shu-yi, only trembling as she repeated, "The medicine." Shu-yi hesitated for a moment before finally halting the divine essence's absorption attempt and unfastening her medicine pouch. Inside lay several pills, each about the size of a pinky fingertip, wrapped in lotus leaves and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Shu-yi took one out and carefully fed it to Suli. Her lips were ice cold when Shu-yi's fingers touched them, it felt like striking a frozen stone. After swallowing the pill, Suli's complexion grew even paler, as if all color had been drained from her. Yet her spirit seemed to lift slightly, and her breathing gradually steadied. She gently pushed Shu-yi away, steadying herself against the wall as she rose to her feet, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm fine now. Don't worry about me." Shu-yi remained silent for a moment before finally asking, "This is bone-eating disease, isn't it? How did you get this illness?" Suli shot Shu-yi a glance. In her eyes, he caught a glimpse of deathly stillness. Her voice was weak, yet her words carried a sharp edge, "It's none of your business. I won't live much longer anyway. I'll try not to slow you down. Complete the mission, and after that, our paths won't cross again. This medicine, it only blocks the pain, right? It doesn't actually cure the bone-eating disease?" Shuya's brows furrowed tightly, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. A flicker of sorrow crossed Suli's eyes as she forced a bitter smile. "That's right. Long-term use will only worsen the disease and hasten my death. But what choice do I have? I'm afflicted with bone corrosion disease, and there's no cure for it." Shuyi took a deep breath but couldn't help asking, "Bone-eating disease requires prolonged exposure to corrupted source energy to contract. How did you get it?" Suli's voice grew noticeably impatient, her weak tone carrying a distant rejection. "I told you, it's none of your business. And you don't need to concern yourself with someone who won't cross paths with you in the future." "Fine." Shuyi nodded helplessly, sighing inwardly. He had actually considered using his divine essence to alleviate Suli's suffering, but ultimately held back. Because his ability to alleviate bone-eating disease was far too significant it even tied to his own life. Currently, only a handful knew of this matter: Marshal Luo Tianzheng, War God Yu Lin Yuan, Din Yu Qinzhou, and Luo Qiuyan. The veterans who had retired from the corruption front were also trustworthy. As for Suli, he had only met her the day before. To put it bluntly, he found it difficult to trust her at this point. What puzzled him was how someone so young could contract bone-corroding disease. She was a freshman this year, having only awakened her profession this year, a legendary professional at that. Could it be that she had been operating on the corruption front for an extended period before even becoming a professional? Perhaps he could ask the dean about it after the mission concluded. Just then, a message interrupted Shuya's thoughts. It was from Elena. "Rush to the end of the corridor immediately. The Abyss cult's blood sacrifice ritual is about to begin at the end. Hurry." Chapter 83, The Blood Sacrifice Ritual. Seeing the message, Shuyi knew Luo Qiuyan and Elena had also arrived. "We should hurry over. Can you walk? Do you need help?" Suli's face was pale, her forehead still glistening with cold sweat, but she shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm used to it." The bone-corroding sickness came swiftly and receded just as fast. The black mist enveloping her gradually dissipated, and her breathing steadied slightly. Seeing this, Shuyi said, "Let's go." The two immediately quickened their pace toward the elevated platform. The moment Shuyi turned back, he spotted Elena and Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan stood at the edge of the platform, her face ashen, her gaze fixed intently below. The square was littered with corpses piled high as mountains, blood pooled into rivers, and the air thick with the pungent stench of blood and decay. Every corpse bore a twisted expression, as if they had endured extreme agony and terror before dying. Elena stood beside him, saying, "These are villagers from the surrounding villages and towns. They were killed and brought here for a blood sacrifice. I never imagined they were performing a death ritual." Shu Yi frowned deeply. "What difference does it make?" Elena explained, "The Abyss cult's blood sacrifices come in two forms, death sacrifices and living sacrifices. If it had been a living sacrifice, we might have arrived sooner and saved the villagers chosen as offerings. But now, it's too late. Since it's a dead sacrifice, it means there won't be a single living soul left nearby." Though spoken calmly, the words ignited an indescribable rage within Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan. The Abyss cult. Shu Ye's gaze turned as cold as frost. Elena declared, "Strike now. Slaughter everyone here. Once the Abyss cult completes their blood sacrifice, they will summon a powerful abyssal demon. We are utterly incapable of facing such a monstrosity at present." At that moment, the Abyss cultists below the platform seemed to sense something amiss, lifting their heads to stare upward. The Archbishop at their head, his gaze dark and foreboding, hissed like a venomous snake, "Who's up there?" A cold gleam flashed in Shu Ye's eyes as he shouted without hesitation, "We're going up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he leapt over the railing first, his form plunging like a cheetah and landing steadily on the plaza. Luo Qiuyan, Elena, and Su Li followed closely behind, leaping down from the platform one after another and standing beside Shu Yi. Humans? Daring to intrude here? Seeking death. The bishop's face twisted into a savage grimace at their sight, his roar echoing like a beast's fury. Attack! Kill them! At the bishop's command, hordes of fanatics charged forward, wielding a variety of weapons, their eyes gleaming with savage cruelty. Shu Ye's gaze turned icy. He raised his staff abruptly and bellowed, "Dark flames!" In an instant, streams of dark flames erupted from the staff's tip like burning meteors, slicing through the air with a destructive aura as they surged toward the crowd of cultists. Boom! The flames erupted, searing waves of heat instantly engulfing several followers. Screams rose in waves, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh. At the same moment, Luo Qiuyan and Elena struck without hesitation. Luo Qiuyan swung her staff, unleashing the starfall spell. The sky suddenly brightened with intense starlight, which then plummeted like meteors into the crowd of cultists. Each starlight that struck the ground triggered a violent explosion, reducing several cultists to ashes in the blinding light. Elena, coolly commanding her swarm of mechanical bees, unleashed countless tiny drones from her hands. Like razor-sharp blades, they pierced the cultists' bodies with deadly precision. Before the cultists could react, they collapsed in pools of their own blood. Working together, the trio slaughtered 2 or 3 dozen cultists in mere moments. Blood flowed like a river across the square, the air thick with the unceasing wails of the dying. Witnessing this, the bishop in the distance turned ashen-faced and roared, "Damned humans! How dare you slaughter my followers? Begin the ritual immediately! Teach them a lesson!" At the bishop's command, the remaining followers halted their attacks and swiftly retreated to the center of the square, kneeling once more in prayer. Their murmurs were low and eerie, like whispers from the depths of hell. If you hear the murmurings of the abyss, cut off your left ear and offer it to the darkness. If your heart still beats, split open your chest, let maggots make their nest. Pain is the stairway to him. Death is the kiss he bestows. Do not pity the dying dear. Do not wipe the tears from the infant's eyes. When your parents melt in the rotten rain, you shall taste their flesh and blood. Let sweet salty faith fill the gaps between your teeth. As the devotees chanted, a grayish-black mist gradually filled the air around the square. The fog carried a nauseating stench of decay, as if every breath carried the taste of death. Suddenly, a powerful abyssal aura erupted, sweeping across the square like a hurricane. On the ground, corpses that had been dead began to stir, creaking as bones ground together. One by one, they rose to their feet. These corpses bore hideous, vacant stares, their bodies already rotting. Emitting low, raspy screeches like zombies, they advanced toward Shu Yi and his companions with an eerily unnatural gait. Shu Yi's heart lurched at the sight, his expression turning grim. They can actually command these corpses? Luo Qiuyan's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with rage and sorrow. These were all former residents. They were all killed. Even in death, they find no peace. Elena's gaze was icy, her voice low, "Let's do this. Only we can grant them rest." Shu Yi drew a deep breath, forcing down his own rage and sorrow. His hands tightened around his staff. In the next instant, he swung it with all his might, unleashing his skill. Remnant Knight's Beam. In an instant, a blinding beam erupted from the staff's tip, piercing toward the walking corpses like a sharp blade. Wherever the beam struck, the undead were torn apart, reduced to splinters of flesh and blood that scattered wildly. Each explosion was accompanied by gushing blood and flying bone fragments, as if narrating the despair and agony these innocent villagers had endured. Shu Yi's heart grew heavier with each undead destroyed, as if each strike carved a deep wound into his soul. Luo Qiuyan and Elena showed no hesitation, unleashing their respective skills. Starfall and mechanical peaks erupted relentlessly, explosions reverberating through the horde of undead as flesh and bone flew everywhere.
Before long, the vast majority of corpses were utterly annihilated by the group.
Yet Chuyi remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on the worshippers still kneeling in prayer.
Kill!
Chuyi roared fiercely, unleashing his skill once more. Crimson Knight's piercing beam. Intense beams of light pierced toward the crowd of cultists like sharp blades. Yet, just as the beams were about to strike them, a barrier as black as ink abruptly materialized, deflecting the beams away. Simultaneously, the archbishop at the forefront erupted in a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha!
Foolish humans!
Your abundant blood offerings have successfully accelerated the ritual's transformation. Now, prepare to witness what true terror truly is. His voice echoed like a specter from hell, dripping with endless mockery and madness.
In the next instant, the bishop's face contorted violently. Beneath his paper-white skin, an eerie black mist began to seep through.
His body began to swell violently, veins bulging beneath his skin like writhing snakes, as if ready to burst at any moment.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion erupted as the bishop's body violently shattered, spraying a torrent of blood mist that splattered onto the stone monument at the center of the square. The monument's once weathered, rough surface began to glow with an eerie black light upon contact with the blood, as if awakened by it. On the ground, the pools of blood coalesced into rivers, flowing slowly toward the monument as if drawn by some force, forming crimson streams. The air thickened with the sickening stench of blood. Around the square, the devotees' prayers grew increasingly frenzied, their voices like a chorus from hell, filled with endless madness and distortion.
I praise the rotting sun. Praise the crown woven by maggots. Praise the black starry sea swimming through veins.
O sea of decay, your waves are cradles, grinding civilization's tombstones to dust.
Our communion is rusted blades.
Hymns are the concerto of shattered bones.
The church is the putrid belly of a whale.
And the priest's robes drip pus and blood.
This is the most beautiful mass. All things sanctified in decay.
As the congregation chanted, the black mist on the stone monument grew thicker, threatening to swallow the entire square. A low, rumbling roar echoed faintly from within the darkness, as if some dreadful entity was stirring to life. Witnessing this scene, even the perpetually detached Elena showed a flicker of change in her expression.
This is bad. They're summoning an abyssal demon. Chapter 84, The Rotten Claw Ritual Urgoro.
Hearing this, the group immediately stepped forward, each launching an attack to stop them. A barrage of skills erupted instantly. Flames, starlight, and mountain peaks intertwined into a dazzling curtain of light, crashing against the barrier ahead. Yet the barrier proved incredibly powerful, as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron. It deflected every single one of their attacks without so much as a crack appearing. Ahead, the black mist thickened, churning like a surging tide until it coalesced into a grotesque form, a specter crawling from the abyss. This monstrosity was abnormally tall, standing a full 5 or 6 meters high.
Its massive form cast a heavy shadow across the vast plaza, its oppressive presence overwhelming.
It was a monstrous hybrid, half human, half lizard, its skin festering and oozing pus, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Its right arm had mutated into a 3-meter-long, decayed bone blade, its surface covered in cracks. Black liquid dripped from the blade's edge, seemingly capable of corroding anything. Dark blue crystal clusters sprouted from its back like razor-sharp spines, emitting a sinister, cold glow that sent shivers down the spine. The monster emerged slowly from the black mist, accompanied by a sinister, low, raspy laugh. Ha ha ha, I've finally arrived at this delicious place.
Well done, you lowly ants.
It advanced with heavy steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble faintly.
Suddenly, it lunged forward, snatching a cultist of the abyss in its grasp. The cultist flailed wildly in the air, his hands frantically waving, yet his face twisted with delight as a piercing scream erupted from his throat. Ah!
Mother! The monster opened its gaping maw and swallowed the cultist whole. As its sharp teeth clamped shut, blood spurted like a fountain, staining the monster's jaws and the ground crimson. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultists grew not fearful but more fanatical. Raising their hands high, their eyes blazing with madness, they chanted in unison, "The great demon shall descend.
Lowly humans are doomed to perish.
Mother, bear witness, the world belongs to the sea of corruption." The colossal abyssal demon strode out of the square, casually snatching up several cultists along the way, crushing them as easily as squashing ants. Those seized wore expressions of fervent devotion, as if they felt profound honor in becoming the demon's sustenance.
Its gaze settled upon Chu Yi and his companions, its eyes gleaming with greed.
A cruel smile curled its lips.
Fresh humans.
I haven't tasted them in ages. Today, I shall satisfy my craving.
Remember my true name, Claw Priest Egoro. In the next instant, the Rotclaw priest lunged toward Chu Yi and his companions.
Its speed was astonishing, its leaping ability utterly absurd. With a single bound, its massive form seemed to soar through the air, tracing a pitch-black arc. A colossal shadow instantly engulfed Chu Yi and his companions, crushing down like a mountain, suffocating them. Chu Yi reacted first, his pupils shrinking sharply as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" As soon as Chu Yi's words fell, Elena and Luo Choyan swiftly scattered to the sides, their movements as light as the wind. Just as Chu Yi was about to move, he suddenly noticed Su Li's face had turned deathly pale. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and her body trembled slightly, clearly struggling in agony. What alarmed him most was that she stood frozen in place, her eyes vacant as if her mind had gone blank. She remained utterly unresponsive to Chuya's cries. Seeing this, Chuya's heart clenched. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, scooped Su Li into his arms, and shoved her forcefully away. Their bodies rolled across the ground like tumbling boulders, spinning several times. At that moment, the massive form of the rotten claw priestess landed with a thud.
Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth violently.
Dust and smoke billowed skyward as fragments of rock scattered like rain. The corrupt claw priest's sharp talons plunged deep into the earth, leaving several deep craters. Fortunately, everyone had dodged in time and remained unharmed. Chuyi hurriedly called out, "Su Li, how are you?" Su Li's face grew even paler, her lips drained of color. Her brows furrowed tightly as if enduring immense pain. Her voice was faint and trembling. The bone-corroding disease seems to have worsened, but
I just took medicine to block the pain.
I'll be fine until it wears off.
Don't worry about me. Just then, Luo Qiuyan and Elena rushed over.
Luo Qiuyan's gaze fell on Su Li, her eyes filled with concern and confusion. She hurriedly asked, "What happened to you?" Just as Chuyi was about to speak, he suddenly felt Su Li's gaze. Her eyes, nearly devoid of life, held an intense plea, silently urging Chuyi not to reveal her bone-corroding disease to anyone. Seeing this, Chuyi's heart sank, and he fell silent. Su Li spoke weakly, "Don't worry about me. You guys fight your fight. I'm fine." Hearing her words, Chuyi and Elena refrained from further inquiry. At that moment, the Rotclaw priestess's gaze swept over to them once more, her eyes flickering with cruelty and greed.
"Humans, you cannot escape." In the next instant, the crystal clusters on its back suddenly burst forth with a black glow. Immediately after, waves of thick black mist erupted from them, spreading like a tide and engulfing the entire square in darkness. Simultaneously, a vast force field descended, enveloping the entire plaza. Chuyi and the others felt an intense oppressive force, their bodies seemingly bound by an invisible power as their attributes rapidly declined. Worse still, dizziness and vertigo overtook them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if being corroded by some unnatural force. Elena's expression turned grave as she urgently shouted, "This is the Abyssal Demon's Field. As long as we remain within it, we'll be affected." Chuyi frowned deeply and asked in a low voice, "Is there any way to counter it?" Elena shook her head, and Luo Qiuyan also wore a helpless expression. They had no countermeasure for this skill. Yet, the weakened Su Li slowly raised her head and whispered softly, "Let me try. I might be able to handle it." Then, Su Li drew her staff and immediately began casting. Touch of Wither. Su Li chanted softly as she swung her staff. A powerful white light rippled outward like waves. The light resembled countless pure white hands, gently caressing the group. It dispelled the black mist surrounding them, sweeping away the eerie oppressive pressure. The Rotclaw priest watched this unfold, a flicker of astonishment and suspicion crossing his eyes. His voice was low and furious, "How was my domain neutralized? Human, come and die." The words barely left its mouth before it charged forward, its massive form like a moving boulder, carrying immense power. Seeing this, Chuyi commanded in a deep voice, "Let's go." With Su Li's assistance, Chuyi and his companions became immune to the corrupt claw priest's domain effects. The black mist could no longer affect them in the slightest. Several skills instantly surged toward the Rotclaw priest, their momentum fierce. Yet despite the field's dissolution, the corrupt claw priest's power remained terrifyingly formidable. With a single swing of its massive bone blade, it shattered every skill unleashed by the group, as if those attacks were mere breezes brushing against its skin, utterly harmless. Then, the claws of the Rotclaw priest, accompanied by a howling wind, suddenly lunged toward Chuyi. Chuyi swiftly deployed his night veil, attempting to block the strike. Yet the barrier proved utterly fragile against the claws, torn apart as easily as paper. Chuyi's pupils contracted sharply as he scrambled backward, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Luo Qiuyan's expression grew grave, her brows furrowed as she murmured, "With our current strength, we likely stand no chance against this monster." Chapter 85, Dark Realm, Overpowering Slaughter. Boom! Boom! The Rotten Claw priest's footsteps echoed with heavy thuds as it stomped across the plaza's ground. Its gaze brimmed with murderous intent and greed. Cold vertical pupils fixed intently on the figures before it, its mouth curling into a grin that revealed jagged fangs. To it, these humans had already transformed into delectable flesh and blood. Chuyi's voice was cold. "Everyone step back. Leave the rest to me." Elena frowned slightly. She doubted Chuyi had the ability to handle this monster. However, Luo Qiuyan, standing beside her, clasped her hand and whispered softly, "Let's retreat. Leave it to Chuyi. He'll take care of this monster." Hearing this, Elena was puzzled but followed Luo Qiuyan back to Su Li's side. The Rotten Claw priestess erupted into a wicked cackle at this sight. "Ha ha ha. Human, are you so eager to come and die?" A faint curve formed at the corner of Chuyi's lips as he coldly sneered, "It's you who should be damned, Dark Realm." As soon as Chuyi finished speaking, a thick black mist erupted around him. This ink-thick darkness spread rapidly, devouring all surrounding light.
This black mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the one erupting from the corrupt claw priest's domain. If anything, it was even darker. An oppressive aura filled the air, making even breathing feel laborious. Instantly, a domain unfolded around Chu Yi. The rotclaw priest's expression turned shocked. What is this? This black mist. Could you possibly be from the abyss? Before he could finish, Chu Yi struck. Skill activated, Knight's Remnant Beam. A jet black beam erupted, striking the rotclaw priest like a bolt of lightning. The intense beam instantly pierced through the rotclaw priest's body. Enhanced by the dark realm, Chu Yi's skill was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the formidable claw priest couldn't withstand it. A gaping hole instantly tore through its chest, spewing forth rotting flesh and blood. The excruciating agony made the rotclaw priest roar incessantly. What kind of power is this? I can't resist it. Human, who are you? Its voice was filled with terror and rage, its body convulsing violently in agony as foul-smelling blood gushed from the wound. Chu Yi paid no heed, continuing his spellcasting. Following the Knight's Remnant Beam came the Dark Flame and the life-sucking rope. Within the Dark Realm, his skills had no cooldown and consumed no energy whatsoever. Thus, he unleashed them without restraint. His movements flowed like water, as if performing the most familiar of tasks. Meanwhile, Elena watched in stunned silence, her expression betraying her shock. Is this a domain? How can he unleash a domain? Elena was baffled. Domain skills required a minimum of level 30 to learn. In fact, some individuals reached levels 50 or 60 without ever successfully mastering a domain. Luo Qiuyan remained silent, only a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Having fought alongside Chu Yi for so long, she trusted him implicitly. Even the abyssal demon was utterly helpless against Chu Yi's relentless assault. Finally, the massive clawed priest collapsed, terror and confusion flickering in its eyes. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. The surrounding black mist gradually dispersed, and the oppressive atmosphere in the air dissipated along with it. Congratulations on defeating the level 29 abyssal demon corrupted claw priest Eguro. You have gained 38,000 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 3,000 drops of dark matter. You have obtained blood corrupted claw purple, blood corrupted hide armor purple, corrupted crystal. Ha! Chu Yi exhaled deeply before deactivating his dark domain. This abyssal fiend was indeed formidable, reaching a staggering level 29. Fortunately, it hadn't broken 30 levels. Otherwise, even with the dark domain active, Chu Yi might have struggled to slay it. Such a powerful abyssal fiend yielded substantial experience points and dark matter. After finishing it off, Chu Yi gathered some loot, including 2 purple grade items, a pretty decent haul. Alright, done. Chu Yi walked over to Elena and the others, a smile spreading across his face. Elena suppressed the surprise and confusion in her eyes before nodding. Next, wipe out every last cultist here. With the abyssal demon slain, the cultists fell into utter panic. They scattered in all directions, shrieking piercingly like a swarm of ants stripped of their protector. They never imagined the invincible abyssal fiend would fall. The remaining cultists posed no threat to the trio. Chu Yi, Luo Qiuyan, and Elena all struck simultaneously. Within moments, every last cultist was slain. Simultaneously, Elena retrieved an explosive scroll and hurled it toward a nearby stone monument. Boom! The intense explosion reduced the monument to rubble, while the bodies of the cultists and surrounding villagers were mixed together, reduced to ashes. Not a single abyss cultist remained within the entire church. The 4 then departed the church. By then, dawn was breaking, and the horizon was tinged with the first pale light of day. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the earth and dispelling the gloom of night. A morning breeze swept through, carrying a hint of freshness. Luo Qiuyan glanced back at the ruined church and murmured, "May the souls of the wronged rest in peace here. May the abyss cult be utterly eradicated someday." Elena replied, "Once we return, people will come soon to clean this place. At least these fallen souls will have a proper burial site." Luo Qiuyan nodded, her gaze still fixed on the distant ruins, as if in silent mourning. The group gradually left the town, heading toward the teleportation array for their return journey. Along the way, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate. Ruined houses and collapsed walls seemed to whisper tales of past calamities. Suli remained silent throughout, as if this mission had nothing to do with her. Chu Yi noticed her complexion turning pale again, unsure if it was the bone-eating disease beginning to flare up. By now, they had reached the teleportation array. Just as they were about to depart, Suli suddenly spoke, "You, go ahead. I'll follow later." Her voice was weak and hoarse, as if she were suppressing something. Elena frowned in confusion. "What are you staying behind for?" Suli turned her head slightly, avoiding Elena's gaze. "It's none of your concern." Her tone was cold, tinged with a sense of detachment. Chu Yi immediately noticed her body trembling slightly, as if she were struggling to hold something back. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern rising in his heart. "Then I'll stay too," Chu Yi said. "Qiuyan, you and Elena should leave first." Chu Yi's words only deepened their confusion. A hint of suspicion flashed in Luo Qiuyan's eyes. Her gaze darted between Chu Yi and Su Li, as if trying to read something in their expressions. However, Chu Yi gestured with his eyes for her to leave first. Though puzzled, Luo Choyan complied with his gesture and said, "Then we'll head back first. Please return as soon as possible." With that, she activated the teleportation array with Elena. Chapter 86, Next time it happens, you can come find me. After Luo Choyan and Elena departed, Su Li's tense body finally gave way. A wave of excruciating pain washed over her. Her legs buckled, and she staggered forward, weak as if she might collapse at any moment. Chu Yi reacted swiftly, dashing forward in a single stride to steady her. He felt Su Li's body trembling slightly, her skin ice-cold, as if the last shred of strength could be drained from her at any moment. Simultaneously, an eerie black mist began to emanate from Su Li's body. The fog carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if it could devour all life force. The divine essence within Chu Ye's mind issued another prompt, inquiring whether he wished to absorb the decaying aura. "I'll get you some medicine," Chu Yi murmured. Su Li didn't respond, only biting her lower lip tightly. Her face was as pale as paper, and a fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She was clearly enduring immense pain. Chu Yi swiftly reached for her waist, his fingers encountering a cold medicine pouch. He removed it, took out a pill, and gently held it to Su Li's lips. Su Li opened her mouth slightly, took the pill into her mouth, and swallowed it with great effort. As the medicine took effect, the dark mist surrounding Su Li gradually dissipated, and the anguish in her expression eased slightly. Yet her complexion remained deathly pale, utterly bloodless, as if she were recovering from a severe illness. After all, this was merely a blocking agent. It couldn't cure or even alleviate the illness, only temporarily suppressing that bone-corroding pain. "Feeling better? Would you like some water?" Chu Yi asked softly, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. Su Li murmured a faint mem, her voice barely audible. She tried to push Chu Yi away, but the bone-corroding sickness left her utterly drained, unable even to lift her hand. In the end, she could only lean weakly against him. Su Li gasped for air in ragged, irregular breaths. Chu Yi didn't let go. Instead, he steadied her, supporting her against his body to prevent her from collapsing. His palm pressed against her back, feeling her slightly chilled body, soft as jade. Then, Chu Yi retrieved a bottle of water, gently unscrewed the cap, and brought it to her lips. Water slowly flowed into Su Li's mouth. Her throat moved softly, making a faint swallowing sound. A droplet slid from the corner of her mouth, winding its way down her pale neck, leaving a faint trail of moisture that glistened in the dim light, appearing strangely alluring. Chu Yi raised his hand, gently wiping the droplet from her lip with his fingertip. His fingertips touched her lips soft, moist, and carrying a faint chill. Chu Yi's heartbeat quickened abruptly. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. After several minutes, Su Li's breathing gradually steadied, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. Clearly, the bone-corroding sickness had temporarily subsided. Only then did Su Li speak softly, her voice still weak. "That's enough. Don't touch me. It will contaminate you." Chu Yi slowly released her, glancing down at his hand to find a faint trace of decay lingering on it. However, thanks to the divine essence within him, the moment the decaying aura entered his body, it was swiftly absorbed by the divine essence, causing him no harm whatsoever. Su Li watched this unfold, her pupils contracting slightly as she stared in stunned silence for a long moment. "I told you, you don't need to worry about me. Why did you stay? Prolonged contact with a patient suffering from bone-eating disease will infect you too." Su Li looked directly at Chu Yi, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Chu Yi smiled faintly. "I can't just leave you here alone. When your bone-eating disease flares up, I saw how difficult it was for you to even take your medicine. If I don't stay, what if something happens to you?" Su Li turned her head away, her tone laced with sharpness. "There's no need to flaunt your so-called kindness. Even without medicine, it's only a few minutes of pain. I've grown accustomed to it. My rotten kindness?" Chu Yi found it somewhat amusing. Su Li was the first person to ever describe him that way. But seeing the pain etched on this girl's face, a wave of reluctance did indeed surge within him. After a moment of silence, Chu Yi asked, "Can you tell me how you contracted this bone-eating disease? I might have a chance to help you." A faint glimmer flickered in Su Li's eyes, which had held a hint of death, but it quickly faded. A faint, weary curve touched her lips, a mockery of Chu Yi's presumption, yet equally a scornful jab at her own wretched fate. "A disease with no cure in the entire world? What could you possibly do to help me? Do you think simply saying the words will make it go away?" Chu Yi didn't grow angry at her sarcasm. Instead, he spoke softly, "But saying it out loud might make it a little easier, right? At least, it won't hurt so much." Su Li shot Chu Yi a glance, her eyes heavy with weariness and resignation. After a moment's silence, she finally spoke, her tone cold and detached, as if recounting someone else's story. "I'm an orphan. For reasons unknown, I was abandoned right after birth. My parents, whether they died or were struck by lightning, I don't know, tossed me into the corruption front, leaving me to fend for myself. A wandering physician found me and raised me. He had been a military doctor on the frontiers of decay, but for reasons unknown, he left the army and roamed the frontiers, healing people. Living long-term in the front lines of decay gave him bone-eating disease. He died 2 years ago.
After that, the frontline's army took me in. I lived with them for 2 years, treating their illnesses along the way. My bone-eating disease was discovered when I was 14. Having lived on the front lines since birth, I only developed it at 14. Maybe I should thank the heavens for that. In fact, when I turned 18, I even awakened a legendary tier profession. Why grant such a powerful class to someone who won't live long? Why not 2 years earlier? Su Li's voice was cold and detached, tinged with self-mocking sarcasm. Yet as he listened to her words, vivid scenes began to unfold in Shu Ye's mind. A girl with a tragic past, wandering the battlefields with a traveling physician, brushing past death every single day. Her childhood knew no laughter, only endless warfare and death. Separation and loss had been her constant companions since infancy. To her, corpses were likely more commonplace than stones by the roadside. Living in such a brutal environment, it was no wonder that despite her youth, she already carried a lifeless air, as if she had lost all hope for the future. A powerful urge surged within Shu Yi, compelling him to blurt out that he might be able to cure her bone-eating disease. But he held back. Though he sympathized with the girl, the matter of bone corrosion disease was too weighty. He must first consult with the headmaster, Uncle Yu, Uncle Luo, and others before making a decision. After all, his power was still too weak. Rashly revealing his ability to treat bone corrosion disease could invite catastrophic consequences. Still, Shu Yi spoke up, next time the disease flares up, you can contact me. I know you don't want others to know about your condition. If you ever need someone to talk to or just want to chat, I'm here for you. Su Li silently studied Shu Yi for a few moments, a complex expression flickering in her eyes once more. Yet she swiftly suppressed the impulse welling within her. With a cold laugh, her tone distant and detached, she replied, "No need. I'm perfectly fine on my own." With that, she turned away from Shu Yi, stepping alone onto the teleportation array. Her figure vanished instantly from the spot. Seeing this, Shu Yi said nothing further and immediately followed suit, teleporting away. Moments later, both returned to the academy grounds. There, Ailina and Luo Qiuyan stood waiting beside the teleportation array. As soon as they emerged, Ailina said, "Now that you're both back, let's go submit our quests together." Chapter 87, Treatment is possible, I'll make the arrangements. The others nodded and promptly followed Ailina to submit their quests. Before long, they arrived before Yuchinzhou. Sunlight streamed through the window onto his desk, illuminating his steady and dignified face. Seeing them return to submit their mission, Yuchinzhou wore a satisfied smile, his eyes holding a hint of approval. "You completed the mission so quickly? Well done." Aileen stepped forward and meticulously recounted every detail of the mission, including the matter concerning Imo Xian. Yuchinzhou listened intently, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he nodded slightly, his gaze still serene. Once the report concluded, Yuchinzhou immediately spoke, regarding the mission rewards, they will be settled collectively after the opening ceremony. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. You may return and prepare thoroughly. This year's ceremony promises to be far more interesting than previous ones. With that, the group departed the room. Without a word, Elena and Suli stepped onto their respective teleportation arrays, their figures fading into the light. Luo Qiuyan followed Shu Yi outside the academy grounds. The night breeze gently caressed her hair, bringing a hint of coolness. At last, she couldn't hold back any longer. Her voice carried a hint of suspicion and scrutiny. "Earlier, what exactly were you and Suli doing back there?" Her gaze fixed intently on Shu Yi, as if searching for the slightest shift in his expression. Shu Yi's expression instantly turned serious. His brow furrowed slightly as his voice grew low. "She has bone-corroding disease." At these words, Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened, her face flushing with disbelief. "Bone erosion syndrome? How could that be?" Shu Yi sighed, his voice heavy. She was abandoned by her parents as a child and left in the corruption front. Living there for so long, she contracted the disease herself. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "Right after you teleported away, her disease flared up." Luo Qiuyan pressed her lips together, sympathy flickering in her eyes. "So, you were treating her just now?" Shu Yi shook his head, his expression still grave. "No, she took a blocking agent directly. The fact that I can treat bone-eating disease is too important. I want to discuss this with my uncle. If it's acceptable, I hope to treat Su Li's bone-eating disease." Luo Qiuyan nodded. "Then, I'll make the arrangements. Wait for my word." With that, she turned and hurried away, her retreating figure appearing particularly rushed against the night sky. The news of Su Li's bone-corroding disease left her heart unsettled. As she walked, her thoughts churned with a complex mix of emotions. Typically, bone-eating disease only strikes military personnel in their middle age or older. The fact that Su Li had contracted this illness at such a young age was truly heartbreaking. Upon returning to her residence, Luo Qiuyan immediately contacted her father. Upon hearing Luo Qiuyan's account, Luo Tianzheng grew curious, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Is there truly such a young girl on the corrupted front? He began sifting through files, page by page, reviewing documents from the corrupted front spanning years.
Under the lamp, his face appeared intensely focused as his fingers swiftly scanned the papers, finally settling on one particular file. About 20 years ago, a military unit on the front did indeed have a medic named Su Hua. Due to his negligence and improper treatment during medical procedures, he had indirectly caused the deaths of several comrades. Consumed by guilt, he chose to leave the military. But instead of returning home, he remained on the corruption front, becoming an itinerant physician. Later, his former commanding officer came to persuade him to return, but he refused. Records indicate that Su Hua later found an abandoned infant girl. He initially intended to give her away, but an attack by abyss monsters severed all contact with his unit. Unwilling to trust the armies of other nations, he was forced to wander the battlefields with the infant for many years. It was not until over a decade later that he finally re-established contact with his unit. By then, his bone-eating disease had reached its terminal stage, leaving him with little time left to live. Having endured prolonged exposure to the corruption's front lines, the girl who had wandered with Su Hua also contracted the disease. After Su Hua's death, the young woman remained in the military and became a trainee military doctor. That girl was named Su Li. The blocking agent for her bone-corroding disease was cobbled together by several officers within the unit. The unit originally intended to send Su Li to the medical corps, where she would train to become a fully qualified military doctor. However, after she awakened a legendary tier profession, the company commander felt such talent should not be wasted. He took it upon himself to send her to take the national entrance exam. After passing the assessment, she formally entered the Xinsha Academy. Luo Tianzhang immediately retrieved the unit's files and quickly located Su Li's dossier. She wasn't a military doctor, but since the unit had cared for her at the time, they had included her in their records. The file contained various basic details about Su Li. Reserved, rarely initiates conversation, exhibits mild autistic tendencies, shows signs of misanthropy. This was the company commander's assessment of Su Li. Personality-wise, she did have some issues. However, according to the records, during her 2 years in the unit, Su Li had no violations of regulations. During her treatment, she had been diligent and conscientious. Moreover, she regarded the deceased Su Hua as her father. Since Su Hua's remains had been repatriated for burial, Su Li erected a symbolic grave for him within the military compound, visiting it religiously every month without fail to pay her respects. After careful consideration, Luo Tianzhang finally issued his directive. Treatment is permitted, but must remain confidential. It is recommended that Yu Qinzhou arrange the treatment. Soon, this message reached Luo Qiuyan. Seeing her father's message, Luo Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on her heart finally lifted. It seemed her father did not oppose Chu Yi treating Su Li. She immediately contacted Chu Yi. Father has agreed. It's in your hands now. Chu Yi had just returned to his dorm when he received Luo Qiuyan's message. Seeing that Luo Tianzhang had no objections, he couldn't help but smile. It seems Su Li is trustworthy. However, I can't proceed with treatment rashly. I must first contact the dean to arrange a suitable time and location. With that thought, Chu Yi promptly contacted Yu Qinzhou. Upon learning about Su Li's situation, Yu Qinzhou was also taken aback. He genuinely hadn't known Su Li suffered from bone-eroding disease. However, since Chu Yi had already consulted Luo Tianzhang, Yu Qinzhou wouldn't object to treating Su Li. After pondering for a moment, he said, I'll arrange a place for you after the opening ceremony. I'll contact you then. With that, he ended the call. Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. For now, I'll just wait for the opening ceremony. Tomorrow marked the commencement ceremony, one of Xinsha Academy's most significant annual events. Chu Yi found himself eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 88, Freshman Trials, Xinsha Tower. Early the next morning, Chu Yi climbed out of bed before dawn. Outside the window, the morning light filtered through the mist, casting a cool glow on his face. He quickly tidied himself up, slipped into the Xinsha Academy freshman uniform, then pushed open the door and walked through the morning dew toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria was already bustling with new students, the air thick with the aroma of breakfast. Chu Yi casually selected a few simple dishes, sat down, and finished his meal in haste. His gaze darted around the room, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. After breakfast, he immediately headed for the central plaza. Along the way, trees lining the streets swayed gently in the morning breeze, the air filled with the fresh scent of plants. Today marked the academy's opening ceremony. All new students were required to attend, alongside the deans of the 9 academies, the principal and vice principals of Xinsha Academy, and leaders at all levels. Most importantly, the ceremony would feature a trial. Achieving a good result in this trial would not only yield generous rewards but could even earn bonus points in the academy's assessments. Every new student placed great importance on this opening ceremony. Upon arriving at the plaza, it was already teeming with people. Freshmen from all corners of the nation had gathered here. The square was teeming with people, the clamor rising and falling in waves. Standing amidst the crowd, Chu Yi surveyed his surroundings. He realized that every person here could be considered a prodigy in their own region. The vast majority were epic tier practitioners, and among them were even legendary tier practitioners. Yet upon arriving at Xinsha Academy, everything seemed so ordinary. What this place lacked least was genius. Although the candidates hadn't been assigned to specific academies yet, the opening ceremony was organized according to academy zones.
Shuyi quickly located the Tiangang Academy section.
Unlike other areas, the Tiangang Academy students were few in number, the emptiness even carrying a hint of desolation. Standing in the Tiangang Academy line, he felt the peculiar gazes directed his way.
Those gazes held curiosity, confusion, and even a hint of pity.
All around, people glanced toward the Tiangang Hall area, whispering among themselves.
Those must be the new students from the Tiangang Academy.
Why are there so few of them?
Looks like only 200 or 300, right?
That's because after graduating from the Tiangang Academy, they have to guard the immortal city for at least a year. That place is deep in the front lines of corruption. Who knows how dangerous it is?
That's outrageous. No wonder so few choose the Tiangang Academy.
Compared to that, the Tianshu Academy has a lot more people.
Probably over 1,000, right? Well, the Tianshu Academy trains generals and commanders. Who wouldn't want that?
Even if it's not their ideal career path, people would still be clamoring to get in. Though the 9 academies' assessments hadn't begun yet, the dynamics within each academy were already largely set. Student numbers varied significantly across the 9 academies. The Tianshu Academy boasts the largest enrollment, being the only academy with over 1,000 students. The Tiangang Academy had the smallest enrollment, with only a little over 200 students, making it seem sparse. Other academies, like the Shanawang, Xuani, and Lingshu academies, each had at least 500 or 600 students. Even the Taishu Academy, with its exceptionally stringent requirements, accommodates nearly 400 students. Compared to these, the Tiangang Academy truly had too few students. After all, among all the academies, only the Tiangang Academy imposed mandatory requirements on where its students would go after graduation. And their destination was the Immortal Great Wall, where the annual mortality rate exceeded 30%. The vast majority simply couldn't accept these conditions. Not everyone possessed such high levels of resolve. Soon, all the freshmen gathered in the square. By then, numerous figures had taken their seats on the stage at the front of the square. Around them, celestial screens materialized, each displaying images of the individuals on stage. Shuyi looked up at the stage, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. An elderly man dressed in a white robe, with an elegant countenance and graceful bearing, rose slowly. A smile graced his face as his gentle gaze swept across the entire crowd. His voice, amplified through the magical arrays surrounding the plaza, reached every ear with clarity and strength.
Greetings, new students.
I am Xiao Wuzhou, the headmaster of Xinxia Academy. As the elder spoke, leaders from other schools rose one after another to introduce themselves, including the deans of the 9 academies, all present for the occasion. Their expressions ranged from solemn to gentle, their tones from impassioned to steady, yet without exception, each conveyed earnest expectations for the new students.
Some leaders particularly enjoyed lengthy speeches, filling their introductions with motivational platitudes.
Their voices echoed across the plaza, as if striving to purify the souls of these new students. Before long, many began to nod off.
After about an hour, the introductions and lengthy speeches finally concluded.
A sudden, sharp rise in pitch startled Chuyi awake. He looked up to see Principal Xiao Wuzhou standing solemnly at the center of the stage. Next, I will explain the specifics of this freshman trial. At these words, many finally perked up. The atmosphere in the square instantly grew tense, the eyes of the new students sparkling with anticipation. Compared to the opening ceremony, they were far more eager for this trial.
For this trial, all new students will enter the Divine Summer Tower to undergo a unified test. The tower has 9 floors, each guarded by exceptionally powerful monsters. You must defeat these monsters to advance to the next floor. Those who clear 3 floors will pass the trial and earn bonus points toward the 9 academies assessment. Those who clear 4 floors will achieve outstanding results, earning a direct 10% bonus on their 9 academies assessment. Those who clear the 5th floor achieve a perfect trial score, earning a 30% bonus on their 9 academies assessment. The rules of the trial were straightforward, and upon hearing them, the freshmen were all eager to try. However, a candidate immediately asked, "What if one passes beyond the 5th level?" Hearing this, Xiao Wuzhou burst into laughter, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Friends, only those with true strength can know the answer to that question. Since the founding of Xinxia Academy, those who have passed beyond the 5th level of the Xinxia Tower can be counted on one hand. The closest among you is a student from decades ago, one you should all recognize. He is none other than the great Xiao war god, Yulin Yuan. He successfully conquered the 6th level of the Divine Xia Tower and nearly reached the 7th. To this day, his name remains engraved upon the tower's stone monument. When mentioning this name, Xiao Wuzhou's tone carried a hint of admiration and nostalgia. His gaze swept across the entire venue, as if searching for the next person capable of creating a miracle. Hearing this, many were utterly astonished. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the square as the new students exchanged stunned glances. The Divine Xia Tower was this difficult? Even the great Xiao war god could only reach the 6th level. Many examinees felt immense pressure, their faces growing solemn.
Yet more than that, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within them, their eyes blazing with the light of challenge. At that moment, Xiao Wuzhou's voice rang out once more, his tone firm and powerful, as if infusing the new students with strength.
I hereby declare the freshman trials officially commenced. Activate the Divine Summer Tower. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground in the center of the plaza suddenly cracked open. A towering structure slowly rose from the earth. The tower's body emitted a faint golden glow, as if silently challenging all the new students. Its peak pierced the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. All new students enter the Divine Summer Tower. Chapter 89, 9 Academies Vie for Talent. As the voice faded, waves of students immediately surged into the Xinxia Tower. Shuyi also entered the tower swiftly. The moment he stepped inside, Shuyi was enveloped by the glow of a teleportation array. Instantly, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar environment. It seemed to be an open wilderness, serene and shaded by lush green trees. But soon, the surroundings began to change. The once lush green canopy was instantly corroded, emitting a faint, acrid scent of rusting iron that stung the nostrils. Welcome to the first floor of the Divine Summer Tower Rusted Forest. First floor challenge, defeat 50 corrupted wild wolves level 13. As the voice faded, Shuyi immediately noticed shadows multiplying around him. Shadows rapidly closed and undoubtedly, they were all corrupted wolves. Each one glared with vicious eyes, drooling with impatience to tear Shuyi apart. Awu! Following a chorus of howls, a massive pack of corrupted wild wolves charged forward. Shuyi remained unflustered. He drew his wand, Song of the Whale, and immediately unleashed his skill. Dark Flame! Boom! Tongues of dark flame erupted instantly, striking the corrupted wolves. Sparks flew everywhere as these corrupted wolves were instantly slain by Chuyi. After all, they were only level 13 and posed no real threat to Chuyi. Before long, a voice echoed in Chuyi's ears. Successfully cleared the first layer. Clear time, 9 seconds. At that moment, on the elevated platform in the central plaza, various school leaders observed the students' progress within the Xinxia Tower. Xiao Wuzhou wore a gentle expression, flanked by Vice Principal Qin Zhouyuan, whose brows were sharp as swords and whose demeanor was solemn. The dean of the 9th Academy watched from the sidelines, while Yu Qinzhou's gaze was fixed on Chuyi. At that moment, Xiao Wuzhou spoke with a smile, "Gentlemen, have you all found candidates that meet your expectations?" Although each student had selected their preferred academy upon enrollment, this did not guarantee their placement in their chosen academy. As long as they hadn't participated in the 9 Academies assessment, everything remained uncertain. Take Yu Lin Yuan, for instance. After clearing the 6th level of the Divine Summer Tower, he became the subject of a fierce bidding war among all the deans of the 9 academies. The Tianshu and Pujuan academies even clashed fiercely over him. At the time, Yu Lin Yuan had already taken up residence in the Breakers Hall dormitory. The Celestial Pivot Hall made countless promises in an attempt to secure him. Yet in the end, Yu Lin Yuan chose neither Tianshu nor Pujuan, opting instead for the most unassuming Tiangang Academy. This decision caught everyone completely off guard. Thus, the opening trials tested not only the students but also the deans of the 9 academies. The head of the Celestial Axis Academy, Bai Yi, laughed heartily. "I can't speak for others, but as for Luo Qiuyan, my academy absolutely must have her. My judgment is my measure. This girl is a born strategist. She will surely shine brilliantly in our academy." Beside him, Nye Guangdao, dean of the Breakers Hall, snorted coldly. "That girl may have some talent in strategy, but when it comes to combat prowess, my son Nye Huang is unmatched. Our Breakers Hall has already made our choice. The rest of you, don't bother competing with me." A woman wearing a fierce-looking mask, clad in a purple and silver interwoven gown adorned with several emerald vines, chuckled lightly. "It seems everyone here has found their ideal candidate. Only my Lingxiu Academy appears to lack any truly outstanding talent this year. How troublesome." This woman was none other than Lingxiu Academy's headmistress, Su Jiuzhen, a woman with devilish methods yet a heart of compassion. Not only did she possess unparalleled medical skills, but she was also a poison master whose name struck fear into countless souls. It was said that to this day, no one had ever seen her true face. Yu Qinzhou suddenly spoke up. "Dean Su, isn't there a girl named Su Li in your academy? I think that girl is quite promising." Su Jiuzhen gave a soft "Hmm." "Dean, you know Su Li?" He, seems your sources are quite extensive. That little one is actually my distant relative. If she performs well, I plan to pass down my signature technique, the 13 Needles of Defying Fate, to her. Dean, you, don't try to poach her from me." Yu Qinzhou laughed heartily. "I have no interest in that girl. My Tiangang Academy already has a candidate selected." At this remark, several nearby deans turned their gaze toward them, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Year after year, Yu Qinzhou had maintained a low profile during the opening ceremony, knowing full well that few sought admission to the Tiangang Academy. But now, seeing Yu Qinzhou's confident demeanor, could it be that this year truly brought change? Lu Xinghe, dean of the Taishu Academy, spoke softly. "Oh? Brother Qinzhou, might you share who this prodigy is that has caught your eye?" Yu Qinzhou merely replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Just then, a voice echoed through the air. "Shuyi has completed the first tier challenge and is proceeding to the second tier. Challenge duration, 9 seconds.
This announcement instantly captured the attention of the 9 academy deans. A look of astonishment flashed across their faces.
Completing the first layer in just 9 seconds? That must be a new record, right? That's correct. The previous record was set by Yulin Yuan, who took 22 seconds. Xu Yi. Is he the young man who earned a title in the national exam? That's him.
Xu Ye's performance astonished all the deans. Even Nie Guangdao wore a look of astonishment. After all, his own son, Nie Huang, hadn't yet completed the challenge. He burst into laughter. This Xu Yi, if he were to join my Breaker's Academy, his future would be limitless. However, the other deans nearby began quietly vying for his attention.
My Tiangang Academy certainly has room for his talents. Should he join us, the great Xia Kingdom might gain another marshal. With such fierce and decisive moves, the Xuanji Academy is the place where his talents would truly shine. Watching the deans vie for his attention, Yu Chenzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xu Yi, he was already reserved for the Tiangang Academy.
At this moment, Xu Yi remained unaware of the situation outside. After clearing the first level, he was instantly enveloped by a teleportation glow, his figure swiftly materializing on the second level of the Xinxia Tower. This was no longer the wilderness, but a vast plaza. Yet at the plaza's center stood countless mirrors. Within them, Xu Yi saw countless reflections of himself. Then, a voice echoed through the space. Welcome to the second level of the Xinxia Tower, the Mirror Maze. Second floor challenge, eliminate the maze shadow guards. The moment the words ended, the air around him seemed to grow suddenly grim and foreboding. A sudden, intense sense of danger gripped Xu Yi. In an instant, he instinctively dodged to the side, and a shadow flashed past him. Xu Yi was stunned. How could it be that fast? Had he not dodged, that shadow would have struck him. Now, the shadow had vanished, and Xu Yi could no longer see its trace. Can the shadow guards here use the maze to conceal themselves? Xu Yi immediately thought of Luo Qiuyan. If she were here, finding the shadow would pose no problem. Unfortunately, the Xinxia Tower was a solo trial. At that moment, several more shadows charged toward him. Chapter 90, Clearing 4 Levels. The shocked dean of the 9th Academy. Though the shadows moved swiftly, Xu Ye's reactions were lightning fast. Once again evading the shadow's attack, the hem of his robe traced an elegant arc through the air, his movements effortless and composed. But this can't go on forever. If I don't strike back, I'll never clear this stage, Xu Yi mused silently. He carefully scanned his surroundings. Vast swaths of mirrors reflected light everywhere. Suddenly, an idea struck Xu Yi. He swung his staff, unleashing a skill instantly. Residual Night Beam. A blinding light erupted, but instead of striking the shadow, it surged toward the surrounding mirrors. The beams pierced the glass like sharp blades, igniting dazzling reflections. The light from Residual Night Beam struck the mirrors and instantly began reflecting in all directions. It darted between the surfaces like countless silver serpents dancing. Its speed of reflection was astonishingly fast, swiftly filling the entire surrounding space. The entire area was enveloped in light, as if daylight had descended. Immediately, piercing screams erupted, short, shrill cries. The shadow guards hiding in the darkness were struck directly by the reflected residual night beams, piercing through their bodies. Their forms twisted within the light before finally dissolving into nothingness. Soon, a voice echoed in Xu Ye's mind once more. Congratulations! You have cleared the second floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 20 seconds. Hearing this, Xu Yi smiled with satisfaction before immediately heading to the third floor. At the same time, many other candidates within the tower had also cleared the first level. The second to clear it was Nie Huang. It took him 39 seconds to eliminate all the corrupted wolves and successfully clear the stage. Subsequent candidates all took over a minute to complete. Luo Qiuyan took 1 minute and 6 seconds, significantly slower than Xu Yi. Yet within Xinxia Academy, this pace was exceptionally fast, consistently ranking among the top 10. Bai Yi watched Luo Qiuyan's performance with great satisfaction, a faint smile of relief spreading across his face as his eyes sparkled with approval. After all, Star Mage wasn't a purely combat-oriented profession. Achieving this level of performance was already exceptionally outstanding. Luo Qiuyan's true strength lay in strategy. But before long, news of Xu Yi clearing the second layer stunned the Nine Halls Dean once more. He cleared the second layer that quickly, one Dean murmured, his eyes widening in disbelief. This Xu Yi, he seems extraordinary, another Dean exclaimed, a hint of admiration lighting up his face. Nie Guangdao's eyes blazed with fervor. Xu Yi is reserved for my Breaker Academy. Don't even think about competing with me. Several Deans nearby snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to grant Nie Guangdao this favor. Their eyes remained fixed on Xu Yi's performance, silently competing with one another. By now, Xu Yi had reached the third layer. On the third level, Xu Yi found himself in a vast, desolate wasteland. Sandstorms raged across the barren landscape, creating a world of utter stillness. The monster he faced was a creature called the Mimic Tyrant. Its massive form glowed with a savage light in its eyes, as if it sought to devour everything. This monster was a level 16 creature with exceptionally high attributes across the board. Even for a legendary tier practitioner, defeating it would not be an easy task. But the moment Chu Yi encountered it, he unleashed his dark flame. A single blast of dark flame reduced the mimic tyrant to ashes. Its body twisted in the darkness before finally dissolving into nothingness. Congratulations on clearing the third floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 1 second. The third floor saw Chu Yi's completion time become even more astonishing, a mere 1 second. This achievement once again stunned the deans of the 9 academies, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They watched as Chu Yi advanced toward the fourth floor. The fourth floor, designed by the Divine Mechanics Academy, presented a ruined landscape. Amidst the debris stood a malfunctioning robot, its core shattered. Surrounding it were 9 energy spheres, each possessing distinct functions. Some dealt damage, others provided shields, some restored energy, and others absorbed energy. This robot possessed comprehensive capabilities. To defeat it, one must shatter its damaged core, a task proving exceedingly difficult. Yet when Chu Yi struck, a beam of residual nightlight pierced straight through the malfunctioning robot's shattered core. And just like that, the robot collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Congratulations on clearing the fourth floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 3 seconds. 3 seconds, an utterly absurdly fast time. Most crucially, while Chu Yi cleared the fourth floor, the others hadn't even conquered the second floor. This performance had already captured the full attention of the 9 academies' dean. At that moment, they had even forgotten to observe the other students. Soon, Chu Yi advanced steadily, reaching the 5th floor. The 5th layer was designed by the Taishu Academy. Here, candidates would face projections of themselves. The projection would simulate the students' corresponding strength and skills based on their performance in the first 4 layers. If the first 4 layers were passed with great difficulty, even requiring full effort, then the 5th layer would become a mountain blocking the students' progress. After all, the more power displayed in the first 4 layers, the more formidable the self-projections simulated in the 5th layer would be. However, since Chu Yi had breezed through the first 4 levels, he was only slightly surprised upon encountering his projection in the 5th. After a brief exchange, he realized the projection's strength was nothing special and proceeded to kill it outright. Congratulations on clearing the 5th floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 3 minutes 27 seconds. The 5th layer took Chu Yi considerably longer to complete. Most of it was wasted testing the projection's strength. Once he'd finished probing, Chu Yi swiftly ended the battle. He cleared the 5th floor that fast? That's normal. He breezed through the first 4 floors. Just how powerful is this Chu Yi? The deans of all 9 academies were now unable to sit still. The power Chu Yi had displayed was simply too overwhelming. They all wanted to compete for this student. Nie Huangdao's eyes blazed with intensity. This Chu Yi, the Pageant Academy, claims him. Anyone who dares to challenge us must face me in combat. Beside him, Bai Yi immediately shouted, Nie Huangdao, do you think I fear you? Chu Yi belongs to my Tianshu Academy too. If he studies under me, he'll become a marshal of the Great Xia Empire. Oomph. You think you can just snatch him away? My Xuanji Academy is his true home. My Taishu Academy certainly has a place for him. I see he's quite interested in the principles of time and space. My Xianhuang Academy can also mold him into a capable talent. The newcomer trials hadn't even concluded, yet the heads of the 9 academies were already clashing all over a single person. Only Yuqinzhou remained utterly unfazed, observing the bickering from the sidelines with a barely perceptible, amused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 91, How far can Chu Yi advance? As time passed, many within the Xinxia Tower had already cleared the stages. The first floor, though teeming with monsters, posed little challenge to those skilled enough to enter Xinxia Academy. Few fell at the first gate, the only difference lay in how long it took them to clear it. The second floor presented some difficulty, yet it didn't prove insurmountable for most. Only those with lower levels and weaker combat abilities might fail. The rest of the students all managed to clear it and advance to higher levels. It's only upon reaching the 3rd level that the true test begins. Entering Xinxia Academy doesn't guarantee smooth sailing. If one fails the 9 academies assessment and can't gain admission, expulsion remains inevitable. This 3rd stage essentially serves as the benchmark for passing the 9 academies assessment. Those who pass the 3rd stage are highly likely to pass the assessment, though their rankings might be slightly lower. Those who failed the 3rd stage were almost certain to fail the 9 academies assessment as well. Some students were already feeling the pressure. Chu Yi had already advanced to the 6th level trial. Nie Huang, after a relentless battle, had also reached the 4th level. His forehead glistened with sweat, yet his eyes still burned with fighting spirit, his weapon gleaming coldly in his grasp. Other legendary practitioners have also nearly all passed the first 3 stages. For legendary practitioners, the first 3 stages posed little difficulty. The true challenge lay in the final 2 stages. Welcome to the 6th layer of the Divine Summer Tower Abyssal Battlefield, Realm of Ruin. 6th floor challenge, Corroded Demon Statue weakened version. When Chu Yi saw the environment of the 6th floor, he froze in place. For this environment was all too familiar. Wasn't this the very battlefield from the 3rd round of the national exams? The air thick with the acrid stench of scorched earth, the ground cracked and fissured as if ready to collapse at any moment. And the monster he was about to face, the corrupted world golem, was none other than the world boss from that very third assessment. Recognizing this familiar foe, Chuya's expression grew serious. Outside, several deans were exchanging views. He's finally reached the 6th layer. What do you think? Could Chuyi be the second person in decades to clear the 6th layer? This level is no walk in the park. Though the Corrosion Realm demon statue has been weakened, it's merely had its health reduced, every other aspect remains untouched. Nia Quangdao's eyes still burn with intensity. Regardless of whether he succeeds, I will bring him to the Breakers Academy. This young man is born for it. As the head of the Breakers Academy, Nia Quangdao lived up to his name, arrogant and reckless. One need only observe Nia Huang to understand this. Like father, like son, if Nia Quangdao weren't reckless, how could Nia Huang be so bold? The other deans said nothing more. There was no point in discussing it now. The real competition would begin after the trials concluded. Remnant Night Beam. Chuyi roared, swinging his staff to unleash a blinding beam of light. The beam sliced through the gloomy sky like a sharp sword, hurtling straight toward the Corrosion Realm demon statue. The moment he spotted the Erosion Realm demon statue, he launched his attack. The intense residual night beam pierced straight through the Erosion Realm demon statue. Any other monster would likely have been killed outright by Chuyi. But the Erosion Realm demon statue was exceptionally powerful. It absorbed the beam's energy and charged straight at Chuyi. Chuyi remained unflustered, a trace of calmness in his eyes. He had already fought an Erosion Realm demon statue during the national exam, and now that he had grown stronger, how could he possibly fear a weakened version? After the Erosion Realm demon statue launched its attack, Chuyi moved with astonishing agility, dodging instantly. His speed was lightning fast, darting through the shattered realm like a cloud swallow. He continuously evaded attacks while unleashing bursts of dark flames, relentlessly striking at the Erosion Realm demon statue. His figure flickered across the battlefield like a ghostly apparition, each evasion perfectly timed. Bursts of flame erupted, and the Erosion Realm demon statue's health rapidly plummeted. Even against such a monstrous foe, Chuyi appeared utterly at ease. Just as the Corrosion Realm demon statue lunged forward to attack again, Chuyi unleashed a life-saving rope, binding it instantly. The black chains coiled like venomous serpents, instantly binding the corrupted realm demon statue's limbs, rendering it immobile. He made no haste to release the life-sapping chain. Instead, he seized the moment of its immobilization to unleash a torrent of dark flames. Boom! 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 Over a dozen bolts of dark flame erupted simultaneously, blooming around the Corrosion Realm demon statue. The intense flames illuminated the entire shattered realm, filling the air with a pungent, burnt odor. Wounds began appearing all over the Erosion Realm demon statue's body. Black liquid oozed from the wounds, dripping onto the ground with a corrosive hiss. After the dark flames subsided, Chuyi unleashed another residual night beam. The massive beam struck the corrupted realm demon statue's chest like a thunderbolt. The relentless barrage of skills battered the corrupted world colossus's form. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, each attack lacking its former force. Finally, after Chuyi's relentless barrage of attacks, the corrupted realm golem could no longer hold on and collapsed. Congratulations! You have cleared the 6th floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 12 minutes 8 seconds. Another clear. In just 12 minutes. When the outside deans saw Chuyi's time, they were all stunned into speechlessness. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? That was the thought racing through their minds. 12 minutes. Chuyi had cleared this stage in just 12 minutes. This time was utterly staggering. Didn't you Lin Yuan take over half an hour to clear this stage back then? Murmured by Yi, dean of the Tianqiu Academy, his voice tinged with disbelief. Correct, 31 minutes and 57 seconds, replied Mo Qianji, dean of the Divine Mechanics Academy, his voice tinged with awe. And Chuyi had just shaved nearly 20 minutes off that record. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, the deans froze in place, their eyes burning as they stared intently at the screen, as if trying to see through it. Can he keep clearing stages? Yu Qinzhou murmured softly, his eyes flickering with anticipation. If he does, wouldn't that shatter Yu Lin Yuan's record? Bai Yi spoke, his tone tinged with excitement. For centuries, the highest clearance record in the Divine Summer Tower has seemingly stopped at the 8th level. The one who set that record has long since ascended to godhood, another dean remarked, his eyes filled with awe. At this moment, it wasn't just the 9 academy deans. Even the headmaster, Xiao Wujiu, the vice-headmaster, Jin Zhouyuan, and other school leaders fixed their gaze on Chuyi. Their gazes locked onto Chuyi, their expressions complex and hard to read, filled with both anticipation and shock. They desperately wanted to know, how far could Chuyi possibly go? Chapter 92, The 7th Layer. The 7 Archbishops of Original Sin. Time continued to pass as Chuyi reached the 7th layer. The voice of the Divine Summer Tower echoed down, reverberating through the vast space with an ancient majesty. Welcome to the 7th layer of the Divine Summer Tower, the Soul Sealing Altar. The challenge of the 7th layer is, the 7 Archbishops of Original Sin. The moment the words faded, Chuyi materialized before an ancient, eerie altar. Intricate runes carved around the altar glowed faintly crimson in the dim light, as if whispering of forbidden power. At the altar's center, 7 massive black crosses stood erect, each bearing a hideously distorted monster nailed to its surface. Their twisted bodies wore the black robes of the abyssal cult, embroidered with intricate runes that radiated a suffocating aura of evil. Their eyes remained closed, yet their mouths twisted into eerie grins, as if they might awaken at any moment. Upon seeing them, Chuyi's gaze finally grew solemn. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the magic wand, Song of the Whale, tightly in his palm. Outside, Headmaster Xiao Wuzhou spoke slowly, his voice deep and solemn. This trial is the very one that eliminated Yulin Yuan. The 7 archbishops of original sin represent the 7 archbishops of the abyss cult who ravaged the world a century ago. Each embodies one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each bishop possesses distinct abilities, making them exceptionally formidable opponents. Beside him, Vice Principal Qin Zhou Yuan murmured in agreement, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible weight. Back then, Yulin Yuan's strength was only enough to knock them off the cross. He was powerless to do anything more. The 7 archbishops of sin aren't particularly formidable during the crucifix phase. Their true power lies in the crucifix being shattered. That was their seal. Once released, they become utterly terrifying, acting without restraint. Xiao Wuzhou chuckled, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. What a remarkable youngster. Even if he fails at this level, it's already astonishing enough. Beside him, Yu Qinzhou suddenly spoke up, his tone unwavering. Principal, I believe this student might just make it through. At these words, Xiao Wuzhou froze, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly surprised by Yu Qinzhou's assessment. The 9th Academy Dean beside him also looked surprised, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he silently pondered. Yu Qinzhou holds such high hopes for this student? Meanwhile, Chuyi's 7th layer challenge had already commenced. He unleashed his full power from the outset, swinging his wand, Song of the Whale, with a fierce sweep. Countless dark flames coalesced into blazing streaks of light, hurtling toward the 7 archbishops. Though immobilized on the cross, the 7 archbishops were surrounded by a black barrier that deflected most of the onslaught. Not only that, they unleashed various skills in rapid succession, counterattacking relentlessly. However, these counterattacks posed no significant challenge to Chuyi. As Chuyi's assault intensified, cracks began to appear in the barrier. Black mist seeped through the fissures, as if brewing some terrifying power. The 7 archbishops of original sin not only differed in form but also possessed vastly distinct abilities. The Bishop of Pride was a one-eyed knight with a massive black crystal embedded in his head, flickering with a deep crimson glow. It possessed formidable counterattack abilities. When Chuyi's dark flames struck it, the flames transformed into a blinding white light that surged back toward him. Chuyi couldn't even dodge in time, getting hit by his own skill's rebound. Luckily, he activated his Night Veil shield just in time to block it, otherwise, he would have been wounded by his own attack. The Envy Bishop's form shifted constantly, sometimes becoming a seductive woman, other times a hideous monster, or even a twisted, withered tree. Its ability allowed it to replicate Chuyi's skills. Each time Chuyi's attack struck it, its body would slightly contort before unleashing the same skill, albeit with slightly reduced power. It bore a striking resemblance to the Bishop of Pride, but after replicating several skills, the Bishop of Envy began unleashing them in rapid succession, relentlessly assaulting Chuyi. This threat appeared far more formidable than the Bishop of Pride. The Bishop of Greed was a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, its black face adorned with fangs, pus blood dripping from its mouth, and its black robe soaked through with filthy blood. It could absorb Chuyi's mana at any moment. However, it couldn't absorb dark matter, and Chuyi possessed the Moonlight Treasure Ring, ensuring his mana reserves remained ample. He had nothing to fear from absorption. The Wrathful Bishop was a minotaur bound in chains. Its attacks were devastatingly powerful, firing energy spheres from the tips of its 2 horns. Chuyi had to activate his Night Veil to barely block them. The Gluttonous Bishop is a bloated, gaping-mouthed monster whose body appears to be composed of countless mouths. Each mouth constantly opens and closes, emitting a bone-chilling sound. It can devour Chuyi's skills and convert them into healing power to restore other bishops. The Sloth Bishop is a rotting octopus whose tentacles are deathly pale, dripping black mucus from their tips. It possesses immense control abilities. When it swings its tentacles, the air thickens with a soporific aura. The Lust Bishop is a demonic creature with a devilish physique, wings sprouting from its back, and the appearance of a succubus. Its eyes gleam with a mesmerizing light, and its lips curve into a seductive smile. It can influence Chuyi's mind, even inducing states of confusion. 7 bishops, 7 distinct abilities. Even a single one was formidable, and facing all 7 at once placed considerable pressure on Chuyi. Fortunately, they were currently immobilized. Therefore, Chuyi only needed to evade their attacks. While dodging, Chuyi attacked relentlessly, his magic wand whirling as he unleashed a barrage of powerful spells. Before long, a torrent of flames shattered the 7 bishops' cross completely. As the crosses shattered, the bodies of the 7 bishops fell onto the altar. Simultaneously, Chuyi felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, as if an ancient, malevolent beast was stirring from its slumber. His gaze froze.
Does the battle truly begin only after the cross is shattered?
At that moment, the 7 bishops slowly rose from the ground, each emitting sinister, twisted laughter.
The Bishop of Arrogance opened his single eye, its depths brimming with boundless contempt. Ha ha ha. Human. Fresh human.
The envy bishop's body twisted and contorted, eventually morphing into Chuye's likeness. He stared at him mockingly, his blood must taste delicious.
The Bishop of Greed opened all 3 mouths simultaneously, emitting a hoarse voice. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. This human, let me devour him.
The 7 bishops radiated a terrifying aura, as if poised to devour the entire altar.
Swish. The 7 bishops charged toward Chuyi.
The wrathful bishop's impact was the most devastating. Charging forward with its bull's head, it resembled a mountain, leaving deep gashes in the ground wherever it passed.
The Lust Bishop launched a mental assault, its mesmerizing eyes flickering with an eerie glow, attempting to shatter Chuye's spirit entirely.
The Sloth Bishop released a cloud of gray mist that spread toward Chuyi like a living thing. The moment it touched him, Chuyi felt his entire body go limp, as if he were about to fall asleep.
He bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him awake, snapping Chuyi back to his senses.
Seeing several bishops already charging toward him, there was no time to dodge.
Chuyi roared, his voice echoing through the altar. Dark Realm, activate. Chapter 93, Speedrun. The Power of the Dark Realm.
A surge of black mist erupted.
The Dark Realm was activated.
The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, cold air spreading everywhere.
Countless dark runes faintly appeared on the ground, as if whispers from the abyss echoed in one's ears.
A powerful surge of energy erupted from Chuya's entire body, sweeping through the surroundings like a storm in the night.
Simultaneously, he instantly unfurled the night veil. Boom!
The raging bishop's minotaur head slammed into the light barrier. With a deafening crash, it failed to breach the barrier entirely and was sent flying backward. Its massive body slammed into the ground, letting out a pained roar, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Not only that, but the attacks of the other bishops were also blocked by the light barrier.
Empowered by the dark domain, Chuya's strength had surged to terrifying heights.
No matter how formidable the 7 bishops were, they could not compare to Chuyi at this moment.
Outside, several observers including Principal Xiao Wuzhou were once again utterly stunned.
A sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Wuzhou's eyes. His fingers trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil.
A domain skill?
This youngster actually possesses a domain skill. Xiao Wuzhou was utterly astonished. Chuye's display had surpassed all expectations. Vice Principal Qin Zhouyu sighed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. No wonder he earned the title of demon-shattering young lord.
This kid is truly formidable. A hint of fervor even flickered in Nye Quandao's eyes. Ha ha ha. This youngster absolutely must join my Breaking Army Academy. He is worthy to inherit my legacy.
The deans of the other academies could no longer sit still.
Bull.
Nye Quandao, don't even think about competing with us for him.
Exactly.
Wherever Chuyi goes, it's fair competition. No one plays dirty tricks on him, or don't blame me for turning hostile.
Possessing even a domain skill, Chuyi was simply beyond their comprehension. The dean's heart surged with emotion, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled genius.
They had expected the 7th layer to be a fierce battle, yet when Chuyi activated his dark domain, the fight turned into a one-sided slaughter. Empowered by the dark domain, Chuyi could unleash skills endlessly.
The dark flames in his hands rained down like a meteor shower, unleashing hundreds within mere seconds.
Each dark flame struck like hellfire itself, carrying devastating power that struck its targets directly. Residual night beam and life-sucking rope flew out relentlessly, as if they cost nothing. At this moment, if one watched the movements of Chuya's hands wielding his staff, they could even discern a few afterimages. Chuyi resembled a spell-firing machine gun, relentlessly unleashing skill after skill. Upon striking the 7 bishops, these spells erupted with terrifying energy, enveloping the entire space in his assault as if doomsday had arrived.
The Gluttony Bishop could swallow spells and convert them into healing, yet over 100 dark flames all flew toward it. The result? The energy was too overwhelming. The Gluttony Bishop couldn't swallow it all. Boom! An explosive roar echoed as the Gluttony Bishop's abdomen swelled to grotesque proportions before finally bursting.
Its flesh and blood splattered everywhere, its corpse reduced to fragments, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. The other bishops witnessed this scene, utterly stunned. A flicker of fear crossed their eyes, as if they had glimpsed their own doom. But soon, they too would face a similar fate. Beams of light shot toward the raging bishop, who was poised to attack once more. But it was too late.
Countless beams pierced its abdomen. Its eyes widened in horror before collapsing in agony, reluctantly closing its eyes.
Its body crashed to the ground, blood staining the floor crimson.
Empowered by the Dark Realm, Chuyi was simply too formidable.
These bishops posed no threat to him whatsoever. Their attacks felt like mere scratches, unable to shake Chuyi in the slightest. Chuyi swept through them like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves, swiftly eliminating the remaining bishops. His movements were crisp and decisive, like an artistic performance, each strike carrying a deadly threat. Soon after the last bishop fell, Chuyi dissolved the Dark Realm. The darkness gradually receded, restoring the space to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened.
Congratulations! You have cleared the 7th floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 35 minutes 8 seconds. 35 minutes. This was the longest time Chuyi had ever taken to clear a floor. Yet a full 34 minutes of that time had been spent attacking the cross. Only the final minute was spent activating the Dark Realm. Even so, he had expended nearly 10,000 drops of dark matter to deal with these monsters. Phew! Chuyi exhaled a long breath of relief, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Clearly, the battle had taken a significant toll on him. Without the Dark Realm, he likely would have been stopped at the 7th layer. If the 7th layer is this outrageous, what about the 8th and 9th? Chuyi suddenly gave a self-deprecating chuckle, a hint of exhaustion and resignation flickering in his eyes. Surely I haven't depleted all my dark matter today? After the battle at the Abyss Cult's Cathedral, Chuyi had acquired a large amount of dark matter, bringing his total reserves to over 60,000 drops. After the battle on the 7th layer, he now had over 50,000 drops remaining. It should still be enough. Chuyi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his fighting spirit reignited. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and pressed onward to the next layer. Meanwhile, outside. He cleared it. He really cleared it. He's surpassed Yu Lin Yuan's record. Unbelievable. Just how much more will this kid surprise us? The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps, every pair of eyes glued to the screen, afraid to miss a single moment. At that moment, Xiao Wujiu glanced at Nie Guangdao and suddenly noticed a rare hint of tension in his expression. Xiao Wujiu spoke up, his voice tinged with teasing. Mad Blade, the 8th layer, seems to be your responsibility, right? Nie Guangdao nodded. The enemies on this level are projections of the Abyssal Lord, Catastrophe's Eye. Though they've been weakened, this little guy, can he really clear it? If he stops at the 8th layer, might he choose not to join our Breaker Academy? Vice Principal Qin Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, a teasing glint in his eyes. You, Nie Guangdao, actually showing an expression like that? How dramatic! Nie Guangdao snorted coldly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. I'm not like you lot. This kid suits me perfectly. He was born for the Breakers Academy. Under my tutelage, he'll surpass the Yu Lin Yuan fellow and become the mightiest war god in the Great Xia Empire. Yu Qinzhou snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with displeasure. Nie Guangdao, don't get ahead of yourself. Besides, Chuyi might not necessarily choose your Breakers Academy. After all, Yu Lin Yuan was his elder brother. Hearing Nie Guangdao's tone, Yu Qinzhou felt a surge of irritation. Nie Guangdao shot him a contemptuous glance, snorted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. We'll see about that. Chapter 94, The 8th Layer. The Abyssal Lord's Projection. Welcome to the 8th layer of the Divine Summer Tower, the Realm of Calamity. 8th Layer Challenge, Abyssal Lord Cataclysmic Eye Weakened Projection. The air on the 8th layer of the Divine Summer Tower was heavy and viscous, as if every breath carried the metallic tang of blood. The light around him was dim, almost stagnant. An invisible force had dyed the colors of heaven and earth a deep crimson, as if the entire world was shrouded in a blood-red veil. The moment Chuyi stepped into this domain, he felt a mountain-like weight pressing down upon him. It was as if an invisible force was squeezing his body from all sides, making even breathing difficult. His brow furrowed slightly as his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, finally settling on the front. Suspended before him was a colossal eyeball. Its pupil was as deep and dark as a black hole, its surroundings seemingly swallowed whole by its lightless void, creating a bizarrely distorted space. Countless thick tentacles extended from the orb's surface, each ending in an additional eyeball. They intertwined densely, spreading like a virus, sending a chill down one's spine. Abyssal Lord Eye of Calamity. Chuyi murmured softly, his heart instantly churning with a storm of shock. Memories of the monster's legend flashed through his mind, one of the Abyssal Lords personally slain by Nie Guangdao, the head of the Breaker Academy, who had once ravaged the mortal realm, bringing endless calamity. Unexpectedly, its projection had become the gatekeeper of this 8th layer. Even as a vastly weakened projection, Chuyi could still feel an oppressive aura emanating from it that threatened to crush him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a low, resonant vibration rippled through the air, as if the entire space itself trembled. Immediately, countless eyes ahead turned in unison toward Chuyi. Their pupils flickered with an eerie light, silently heralding the arrival of death. You have been targeted by the Abyssal Lord, Catastrophe's Eye. Instant death status triggered. In 30 seconds, you will perish instantly. The icy voice echoed in Chuyi's mind, sending a chill through his heart. The Eye of Calamity possessed such power? Meanwhile, outside. The 9 Academy Deans stood in the observation room, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. The moment the Eye of Calamity appeared, their expressions grew solemn. Principal Xiao Wujiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. During the Abyss invasion, this monster was among the most formidable entities. It appeared in the Plains province, its colossal eyeball engulfing an entire city. Back then, millions perished beneath its gaze, the city itself transformed into a wasteland of death. His voice was low and heavy, as if laden with endless bloodshed and sorrow. Those around him grew solemn at his words.
They were all eyewitnesses to the Abyss invasion. That history was both a source of pride and an excruciatingly painful scar for them. A flicker of sharpness and sorrow flickered in Nie Kwangdao's eyes. Back then, countless mighty warriors sacrificed themselves in succession to defeat it. Had they not fought to the death and severely wounded the catastrophe, I would never have had the chance to slay it. Vice Principal Qin Zhou Yuan sighed softly, his gaze settling on Chu Ye's figure. This projection has undergone countless weakening processes, its level capped at 20, and most of its skills and abilities stripped away. Even so, it's not something a teenager in his teens can easily handle. What's more, the projection's instant death effect remains intact. Can this kid still win? His question plunged the crowd into a momentary silence. The gaze of the 9 Academy's dean was fixed on Chu Yi, his heart filled with both anticipation and worry. After all, the true form of the catastrophe was the Abyss Lord. Even as a mere projection, it was far from ordinary. Dark Realm. Without hesitation, Chu Yi activated the Dark Realm. Under the Dark Realm's enhancement, the instant death effect on him vanished instantly. Without further hesitation, he launched his attack. As he swung his wand, Song of the Whale, dozens of dark flames streaked through the air like shooting stars, hurtling straight toward the eyeball ahead. Each flame carried devastating energy, exploding into blinding light upon impact. Flames shot skyward, the air itself violently trembling. However, the catastrophe-eye's defenses far exceeded Chu Ye's expectations. The struck eyeballs merely trembled slightly before swiftly returning to their original state. Simultaneously, countless eyes in the sky began multiplying frantically. They linked together, forming a vast net of eyes that closed in on Chu Yi. Chu Ye's pupils abruptly contracted. He immediately unleashed the night veil, unfurling a layer of black barrier around himself, shielding him within. Yet the catastrophe eye's assault did not end there. It manipulated the surrounding environment. The earth began to violently tremble, cracks spreading like a spider web. Scorching magma surged from beneath the ground, flames shooting skyward as if intent on devouring everything. This monster can manipulate the environment. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He had to keep moving under the protection of the dark light screen to evade the dual threats of the lava and the net of eyes. Yet the eyes in the sky did not relent. They fired laser beams in unison, raining down on Chu Yi like a torrential downpour. The power of these lasers was terrifying, each one could easily pierce through the nightfall light barrier. Chu Yi had no choice but to constantly reactivate the light barrier to withstand the laser assault. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Chu Ye's gaze hardened. While sustaining the darkness barrier, he swiftly moved toward the edge of the eyeball net. His figure darted through the hail of lasers like a ghost, narrowly evading one deadly beam after another. Finally, he broke through the encirclement. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the eyeballs in the sky suddenly began to converge, a terrifying energy brewing between them. The environment grew more hostile. The earth shook violently, fissures spewing more magma as temperatures soared, threatening to incinerate everything to ashes. Chu Ye's feet faltered, his body swaying with the ground's tremors, nearly toppling him. He knew that if he fell into the fissure, an inescapable death awaited him. Gritting his teeth, he fought to steady himself, his gaze fixed intently ahead. As the energy within the eyeball neared completion, Chu Yi knew hesitation was no longer an option. He raised his wand, Song of the Whale, high and roared, Hymn of the World Devourer. As his voice echoed, a colossal spectral whale suddenly materialized in the sky. Like a demon from the abyss, its body was as vast as mountains, shimmering with an eerie glow. The demon whale let out a piercing cry that split the heavens, carrying boundless majesty and power. Then, with the force of an earth-shattering collision, the whale slammed into the Eye of Calamity. Chapter 95, The Eighth Layer Conqueror 1. Boom! 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 After Chu Yi activated the Nightfall Barrier, the praise of the World Devourer was correspondingly amplified. The Phantom Colossus unleashed an utterly terrifying burst of energy with its strike. In an instant, a torrent of light completely filled the space of the eighth layer. Under this single strike, even a powerhouse like the Catastrophe Eye could not withstand it. As the explosion subsided, countless eyes in the sky shattered one after another. The main eye, now riddled with cracks, finally exploded completely. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the eighth layer of the Divine Summer Tower. Clear time, 2 minutes 38 seconds. As the voice faded, Chu Yi released his dark domain and finally let out a long breath. But soon, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him. Chu Yi realized he could no longer muster the strength to cast even a single skill. Even standing felt like an immense struggle. The side effects are kicking in? Chu Yi gave a bitter laugh. This was the price for unleashing praise of the World Devourer. But without that skill, he couldn't have slain the Catastrophe's Eye. Looks like I'll have to stop here. In his current state, he possessed no combat capability whatsoever. Reaching the ninth layer was impossible. After that, Chu Yi did not continue forward. Instead, he chose to leave the Divine Summer Tower. Meanwhile, the principal and deans watching had fallen speechless. Their eyes brimmed with shock as they stared at Chu Yi, as if he were some kind of monster. The eighth layer, the Eye of Calamity. Chu Yi actually managed to clear it.
This surpassed their wildest expectations. Xiao Wuzhou declared, as long as Chu Yi survives, he will undoubtedly become a figure who rivals or even surpasses Yu Lin Yuan in the future. This assessment was almost a certainty that Chu Yi would become the great Xiao's war god in the future. The other deans nodded in agreement. Chu Yi's performance was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, the situation was entirely different for the others within the Divine Xia Tower. Most students had been stopped at the 4th level. Eliminated, they were teleported out of the Divine Xia Tower and gathered in the plaza, waiting for others to emerge. Some stronger students managed to pass the 4th floor, yet struggled to clear the 5th. Those who managed to clear the 5th floor were, without exception, legendary practitioners. Yet all of them stopped there. Only Nia Huang had performed remarkably well on the 6th floor, coming tantalizingly close to clearing it. Ultimately, however, the Corrosion Realm demon statue proved too powerful, seizing the opportunity to defeat Nia Huang. He too failed to match Yu Lin Yuan's former footsteps. Upon exiting, their expressions varied widely. Those who cleared the 3rd layer were in high spirits after all, clearing it granted bonus points. Those who failed to clear it were almost universally dejected. This meant they had virtually no chance of entering the academy this year, forced to wait for next year's assessment. Yet based on Xinxia Academy's historical patterns, students failing the entrance exam in their first year rarely succeeded the following year. Their ultimate fate was almost always expulsion. Some rejoiced while others grieved. Human joys and sorrows never truly intersect. At that moment, Chu Yi appeared on the square, his expression weary, nearly stumbling as he stood. Unaware of others' progress, the crowd speculated among themselves. What do you think? How many layers will this year's top student clear? I bet they'll make it to the 6th layer. Chu Yi performed so well in the national exams he might even match the war god of the abyss. I think Nia Huang is pretty good too. He might not lose to Chu Yi. I think any legendary practitioner could clear the 5th layer, but the 6th? Who knows? Sigh, I only made it through the 3rd floor. The glitch robots on the 4th floor were way too strong, no wonder they're ranked as the 4th most powerful monsters in the Xinxia Tower. My results weren't great either, stopped at the 5th layer. No idea how they managed it. I was completely stumped. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Just then, a voice cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. Silence, everyone. I will now announce the results of this Divine Summer Tower Challenge and the corresponding rewards. Principal Xiao Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of authority. Instantly, all fell silent, listening intently to the principal's announcement. For this Divine Summer Tower Challenge, 7,208 students participated. A total of 7,172 students successfully cleared the first stage. These students have passed the challenge and are eligible to proceed to the subsequent academy assessments. Students who failed to clear the first stage must promptly report to the Academic Affairs Office to register for the makeup exam. Failure to do so will disqualify you from this year's academy assessments. Hearing this, many burst into laughter. Could someone really fail the very first stage? Though the number was small, it was still utterly absurd. The first stage merely featured a larger number of monsters, not stronger ones. If someone couldn't even clear the first stage, how did they even get into Xinxia Academy? Did they buy their way in? Or get in through special admissions policies? People chuckled, paying it no mind. After all, it had little to do with most students. Those who failed the test, however, were now pale as ghosts. The Academy's policies were extremely strict. Failing the first stage meant being barred from even taking the college entrance exams. They all grew tense. If they couldn't enter the academy, they would ultimately be expelled from the school. Soon, Xiao Wuzhou continued his announcement. A total of 4,870 students have successfully passed the 3rd stage. Those who pass the 9 academies assessment will receive a fixed 5-point bonus added to their base score. Furthermore, upon entering the academy, they will be awarded a one-time scholarship of 5,000 points. Hearing this, many candidates felt a surge of excitement. Though it was only 5 points, it was better than nothing. Moreover, receiving both extra points and a scholarship was already quite favorable. A total of 1,270 students have successfully passed the 4th stage. Those who pass the 9 academies assessment will receive a 10% increase on their base scores. Furthermore, upon entering the academy, they will receive a one-time scholarship of 20,000 points. Passing the 4th stage not only meant more points but also a scholarship increase to 20,000. Many students who passed the 4th stage cheered. 20,000 points equaled 20,000 gold coins, a substantial sum for most. At the very least, it could cover a year's worth of living expenses at Xinxia Academy without worry. However, the next announcement was the real highlight. A total of 128 students have successfully passed the 5th stage. Those who pass the 9 academies assessment will receive a 30% increase on their base scores. In addition to the 50,000 scholarship points awarded by the academy, these students will also receive an extra reward: advanced attribute potions. Hearing this, many eyes widened in astonishment. These were high-grade attribute potions. A single vial could boost a professional's overall attributes by 50 points. Though not a huge amount, it's a permanent boost. unlike temporary boosts from equipment.
At an auction, such a potion would fetch at least 200,000 gold coins.
Who would have thought the school would simply use it as a reward? But the real shocker was yet to come. Before Xiao Wujiu could finish speaking. Students who successfully passed the 6th stage, 0. Students who successfully passed the 7th stage, 0. Students who successfully passed the 8th stage, 1. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Chapter 96, The Scramble for Chuyi. The 8th level. Someone had actually passed the 8th level. Who? Who passed the 8th level? Holy crap! Even the Abyss War God could only clear the 6th level. Someone actually outdid him? Just who is this divine being? At that moment, even Nia Huang wore an expression of utter disbelief.
His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze filled with profound bewilderment and shock. He knew full well the terror of the monsters that lay beyond.
Even he had been stopped at the 6th layer. How could anyone possibly reach the 8th? Could it be Chuyi?
The thought instantly flashed through Nia Huang's mind. Yet, he still found it hard to believe. Even if Chuyi was exceptionally strong, clearing the 6th layer was one thing.
The 8th layer? What on earth was going on? Silence.
Principal Xiao Wujiu's voice boomed once more, reverberating across the plaza like the toll of bells and drums.
The crowd instantly fell silent, as if suppressed by an invisible force.
Standing atop the elevated platform, Xiao Wujiu scanned the crowd with a solemn and dignified expression. Those who conquer the 8th layer, provided they pass the Academy's assessment, shall receive full marks, be ranked first in the examination, and enjoy the highest tier privileges of their respective academies. Additionally, besides receiving a scholarship worth 100,000 points, upon entering the academy, they may access the corresponding academy's scripture hall and select one skill scroll of their choice. No restrictions on quality or level. This reward once again sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. No restrictions on quality or level meant they could directly choose the most elite legendary grade skill scroll. Legendary skill scrolls were known to be worth tens of millions.
Was the academy truly willing to make such a massive investment?
But the thought of someone conquering the 8th floor of the Divine Summer Tower made such sacrifices seem insignificant.
Who had conquered the 8th floor? This question echoed in everyone's mind as their eyes scanned the crowd, searching for that elusive figure. After the rewards were announced, Xiao Wujiu declared, "I hereby declare this opening ceremony concluded.
Next, the deans of the 9 academies will be here to answer your questions. If you have a preferred academy, you may approach the respective deans in advance to learn more."
Dismissed. With that command, most students dispersed, leaving the plaza in small groups.
A few students headed toward the central stage, intending to ask the 9 academy deans various questions. However, at that moment, the deans of the 9 academies unexpectedly left their positions and rushed toward the crowd. Their strides were swift, their gazes sharp, as if searching for something.
Nia Guangdao roared, "Where is Chuyi?"
His voice carried an intimidating force that nearly shook the entire square.
This left Chuyi utterly bewildered. What was going on?
Still weak and mentally unsteady, he jolted at the sudden mention of his name. Chuyi slowly made his way to the front of the crowd. The heads of the 9 academies spotted him and hurried over.
The crowd witnessed an astonishing sight. The 16's Nia Guangdao of the Breaker of Armies Academy, Bai Yi of the Celestial Pivot Academy, Mo Qianji of the Divine Mechanics Academy, Yi Wumian of the Celestial Girdle Academy, Lu Xingha of the Great Void Academy, and Yu Qinzhou of the Heavenly Pole Academy had all gathered before Chuyi. Their gazes burned with intensity, as if vying for a precious treasure. Had the remaining academies Lingshu, Xianyuan, and Shinong not been so mismatched with Chuyi, the three of them might have rushed over as well. Before Chuyi could grasp what was happening, Nia Guangdao charged forward, shouting as he approached, "Chuyi, join my boxing academy. I will mold you into the next war god of Great Xia." No sooner had Nia Guangdao finished speaking than Bai Yi pushed his way forward, ambition flashing in his eyes. "Chuyi, don't listen to him. Join my Tianshu Academy, and you'll be the future marshal of Great Xia." Next, Lu Xingha hurried over, wearing a benevolent smile. "Young friend Chuyi, I am Lu Xingha, Dean of the Taishu Academy. Why not join me? I dare not make empty promises, but if you join us, the Taishu Academy will open its doors to you completely. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Even the stars in the sky, I shall pluck them down for you." Soon after, Yi Wumian and Mo Qianji also pushed their way through the crowd. At that moment, even the most obtuse among the crowd instantly grasped the situation. Several deans were vying for Chuyi. That person who passed the 8th trial, it's actually Chuyi? Good heavens! All 6 deans are vying for him. How on earth did Chuyi manage this? The 6 deans of the 9 academies were all vying for a single student. Such a scene was unprecedented in their lifetimes. This rivalry could be traced back to the days when Yu Linyuan himself was still a student. But back then, Yu Linyuan was only being fought over by the deans of 4 academies, Tianshu, Pajuan, Tiangang, and Xuani. Seeing the others' intense competition, Yu Qinzhou felt a pang of anxiety. After all, if Chuyi were truly lured away by another academy, wouldn't he be the one suffering a huge loss? Chuyi's admission to the Tiangang Academy was secured through the influence of his elder brother, Yu Linyuan.
At this thought, Yu Lin Yuan immediately pushed his way through the crowd, a hint of urgency in his eyes. Only then did Chu Yi gradually come to his senses. He took a deep breath, as if to calm the turmoil within, then spoke slowly. "Deans, might I have a moment to catch my breath?" Seeing this, the deans nodded in unison, their expressions filled with concern.
"It's alright, take your time. Think it over carefully."
Their tone carried reassurance.
"Young man, don't feel pressured. We've all seen how well you've performed. What a fine young man." At that moment, Yu Qinzhou stepped forward, pulling a vial from his robe.
His voice was filled with concern.
"Shu Yi, this is a special recovery potion. It can instantly restore your condition. Drink it now."
Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Shu Ye's eyes before he accepted the potion from Yu Qinzhou, a grateful smile touching his lips.
"Thank you, senior." With that, he promptly swallowed the potion. As the liquid slid down his throat, a wave of coolness instantly spread throughout his entire body.
The exhaustion that had weighed him down vanished in an instant, and his spirits gradually lifted. The weakness brought on by the devourer's craze dissolved completely in that moment. The other deans, witnessing this, stared wide-eyed.
That Yu Qinzhou with his thick eyebrows and wide eyes actually resorted to bribery at a critical moment?
A flicker of displeasure and envy crossed their eyes, as if reproaching Yu Qinzhou for his cunning. Just as the other deans were about to follow suit, Chu Yi spoke up. "Deans, I am deeply grateful for your concern.
However, I must apologize, I cannot grant all your requests.
I have already made my decision regarding which academy to join." At these words, the deans grew tense.
Chu Yi had made his choice? Which academy would he choose?
Upon hearing this, Yu Qinzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Chu Yi had no intention of switching to another academy. The deans all stared intently at Chu Yi, waiting for him to speak. Their gazes carried a hint of nervousness. Chapter 97, Bringing Talent to the Tiangang Academy. Under the eager gazes of the deans, Chu Yi declared his chosen academy. "I have decided to apply for the Tiangang Academy." Hearing this, the deans felt as if the sky had fallen.
Nia Huang, in particular, could scarcely believe it. Why did Chu Yi choose the worst academy of all?
This was nothing short of a disaster. The loyal Chu Yi had chosen to bring his talents to the Tiangang Academy.
Yu Qinzhou exhaled a long breath.
Though he had anticipated Chu Yi's answer, he had genuinely felt tense moments ago. What if, just what if, Chu Yi changed his mind at the last minute?
Nie Guangdao seethed with resentment, urgently pleading, "Youngster, are you truly not considering the Poju Academy?
If you study under me, I'll impart all my knowledge.
Whatever Poju Academy possesses, I'll give you. Even if it doesn't exist, just ask, I'll secure it for you." A prodigy like Chu Yi was too crucial for any academy.
Take Yu Lin Yuan, for instance. Originally, academies like the Tiangang Academy struggled to survive within the Xinxia Academy, even facing the risk of closure. Yet when Yu Lin Yuan burst onto the scene and joined the Tiangang Academy, everything changed.
After Yu Lin Yuan became the great Xiao war god, countless exceptionally gifted students, inspired by the war god, chose the Tiangang Academy without hesitation. Many even perished while defending the immortal Great Wall.
Among them, the one who pained Nia Guangdao the most was a young man named Yin Nangui.
He had already shown extraordinary brilliance during the national examinations.
Even before he entered the Divine Summer Academy, Nie Guangdao had approached him, hoping to recruit him into the Breaker of Armies Academy. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to some persuasion from Yu Qinzhou, this prodigy ultimately joined the Tiangang Academy.
Even so, throughout his 4 years at the academy, he demonstrated extraordinary prowess.
It must be noted that the resources available to the Tiangang Academy were the poorest among the 9 academies. This alone speaks to the extraordinary talent of Yin Nangui. Such a young man should have become the backbone of the Great Xia Empire, yet he ultimately perished within the immortal Great Wall. And he chose it himself. After completing a full year of garrison duty at the immortal Great Wall, Yin Nangui did not depart. Instead, he chose to remain, serving directly on the front lines of corruption for over a decade. He died on the battlefield, right up until the very end.
Nie Guangdao had already missed out on one Yin Nangui.
He refused to let another Chu Yi slip through his fingers. Feeling Nie Guangdao's gaze, Chu Yi's eyes held a hint of apology.
"I'm sorry, Dean Nie.
I truly appreciate your invitation, but I must still choose the Tiangang Academy." Though spoken softly, Chu Yi's words carried unwavering certainty. The other deans, seeing this, knew Chu Yi had made his decision and sighed in unison. They turned to Yu Qinzhou, their eyes flashing with irritation. Yu Qinzhou again. The Tiangang Academy again. What on earth was so special about that place? So few students, yet the absolute best ones all end up there. Nie Guangdao said, "Young man, I must warn you, the Tiangang Academy is by no means a desirable place. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. The gates of my Poju Academy stand ever open to you." With that, he swept his sleeves and departed. Having failed to secure Chu Yi, his mood was clearly sour. The other deans also took their leave one after another. Yu Qinzhou's face was beaming as he said, "Chu Yi, rest assured choosing the Tiangang Academy will be a decision you'll never regret.
While our resources may not be the most abundant among the 9 academies, every door within our wall stands wide open for you. Hearing this, Shuyi nodded. I'll be relying on Dinyu from now on. Soon after, Shuyi took his leave from Yuchinjo. As soon as he stepped out of the plaza, Shuyi spotted Luo Choyen. Choyen. Seeing her, Shuyi broke into a smile. Luo Choyen jogged over and came to stand beside him. Her gaze held a hint of surprise as she looked at Shuyi. I never imagined you'd make it through the 8th level. At Xinxia Academy, each student had only one chance to enter the Xinxia Tower during the opening ceremony. After that, the tower remained closed to all enrolled students. Shuya's achievement surpassed all previous records, unprecedented in history and likely unmatched for generations to come. Prior to this, the highest achievement in the Xinxia Tower had been reaching the 8th level without completing it. The one who set this record is no longer among us. He should be referred to as he, has ascended to godhood. Shuyi chuckled, just got lucky, I guess. Kept fighting until I won. Luo Choyen shot him a look. If that were just luck, then there wouldn't be a single fortunate soul in the entire world. Hearing this, Shuyi couldn't help but laugh. The two walked side by side along the school streets. Luo Choyen changed the subject. The 9 courts assessment will officially begin in a few days. What are your plans for the time leading up to it? Shuyi replied, nothing specific. Probably just grinding levels in dungeons. Luo Choyen's eyes lit up instantly. Great. Let's go together. It's not far from here to the Instance Plaza. Even though we're not officially enrolled, we can't access the best instances, but the ones in the plaza should be plenty. Shuyi found himself intrigued by the idea and nodded in agreement. The two immediately set off toward the Instance Plaza. Before long, they arrived at a vast plaza. The plaza was dotted with numerous portals, each leading to a specific dungeon. Beside each portal stood stone tablets inscribed with the dungeon's details. As soon as they entered the plaza, Shuyi heard a chorus of shouts. Seeking Guardian. Fighting level 22 Mystic Armor Rock Turtle. Anyone up for a party? 1 spot open healer needed. Combat gear negotiable. Hurry up. I'll pay 1,000 points. Any group willing to take me along? I'll be very obedient. Any handsome guys out there? I'm so delicate and fragile. Across the square, numerous teams were recruiting members. Among them were not only freshmen who had just enrolled, but also students from various upperclassmen years. Luo Choyen had clearly done her homework beforehand, knowing a lot about the dungeon plaza. As they walked, she explained, the dungeon plaza has 3 zones, low level, intermediate, and high level. They're all categorized by dungeon difficulty. The low level zone contains dungeons below level 30. Typically, 1st and 2nd year students come here to challenge them. The intermediate zone covers levels 31 to 40, while the advanced zone is for levels 40 and above. We can't access those 2 zones yet. Shuyi inquired, are all the dungeons here free to enter? Luo Choyen shook her head. No, they're not free. Access requires points. Generally, even the cheapest dungeons cost 100 points, while popular ones can demand over 1,000 points just to enter. While the cost is high, the rewards are substantial if you clear them. Shuyi chuckled. Then let's take a look and decide which dungeon we should tackle. Points were the last thing he lacked right now. Luo Choyen said, I've already scouted them out. Follow me. She then pulled Shuyi toward a dungeon entrance. A stone tablet nearby bore several characters. Bone Buried Marsh. Recommended level, 22. Difficulty options, normal, hard. Maximum party size, 5 players. Entry fee, 300 points. Luo Choyen said, this dungeon is packed with mobs, so we can farm tons of XP. Run it a few times, and we'll level up in no time. Upon hearing this, Shuyi immediately said, then let's get in there fast. Chapter 98, Newbie? Do you even know how to play this dungeon? Shuyi promptly paid the points, and the two entered the dungeon. Upon entering, Shuyi found himself in a vast swamp. This was the bone-buried swamp. The air was thick with dampness. The moment Shuyi stepped in, he heard a cacophony of noise. Then, he saw numerous skeletons slowly rising from the swamp, advancing toward them. Without hesitation, Shuyi unleashed the dark flame. Boom! The intense dark flame erupted, instantly slaying several skeletons. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 20 swamp skeleton and gained 220 EXP. Darkness Origin activated. You have obtained 10 drops of dark matter. Since the dungeon required a 2-player party, the experience points were split evenly. Even so, Shuyi still gained over 200 points. This astonished Shuyi. This dungeon actually gives such high experience? Luo Choyen smiled. See? I told you. There are at least hundreds of skeletons in this dungeon. If we clear them all, we might just level up. Hearing this, Shuyi instantly felt motivated. Without delay, the pair plunged into the slaughter. With their combined strength, the skeletons offered little resistance. Shuyi and Luo Choyen each took one side. With a few skill casts, they swiftly slaughtered large numbers of swamp skeletons. Massive amounts of experience points transformed into glowing particles, continuously surging into their bodies.
Though more skeletons continually advanced from all sides, they posed little threat to either player. Before long, over 100 skeletons had fallen to their hands.
Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 18.
A voice echoed in his mind, and a glow instantly enveloped Chuya's body.
Hearing the announcement, a smile spread across Chuya's face. I leveled up. Beside him, Luo Choyan remarked, I'll be there soon too. Then let's hurry up a bit more. Their movements quickened.
Chuyi weaved in and out, unleashing attacks, while Luo Choyan harmonized beside him, her voice melodious and ethereal, utterly enchanting. Before long, every monster in the vicinity had been utterly annihilated.
Roar! 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 At that moment, a sinister, low growl echoed through the air.
The pair looked up to see several larger, more menacing monsters crawling out of the swamp. Seeing this, Chuyi swung his staff, unleashing a burst of dark flames.
Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. Congratulations!
You have defeated a level 22 enhanced swamp skeleton.
You have gained 800 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 80 drops of dark matter. These were elite monsters, far stronger than ordinary skeletons. Yet the two adventurers were powerful enough that these skeletons posed little threat.
After the elite monsters fell, wave after wave of skeletons surged forward.
The pair continued their relentless slaughter, and before long, these newly arrived skeletons too were vanquished. Within this dungeon, their attacks seemed almost effortless.
They didn't appear to be here to tackle the dungeon, rather, they seemed to be sightseeing. Before long, a glow of leveling up appeared on Luo Choyan's body. I leveled up too.
Luo Choyan's face broke into a slight smile. Their levels had officially reached 18. Chuyi chuckled, at this rate, we should reach level 20 by the time the 9 courts assessment begins.
Luo Choyan nodded in agreement. The 9 Academy's assessment wasn't something you could simply pass and consider yourself off the hook.
In truth, it was also an assessment where points were fiercely contested. The higher the score, the greater the Academy resources one could access.
Chuyi might not have this worry.
After clearing the 8th floor of the Divine Summer Tower, he had already been confirmed as the top candidate for the Academy assessment unless he failed to pass the assessment altogether.
But was that even possible? On the plaza, a scene unfolded where 16s vied for Chuya's allegiance. But Luo Choyan faced a different reality.
This year, the talents heading to the Celestial Pivot Academy were numerous, and compared to them, Luo Choyan held no particularly obvious advantage.
To gain an edge, she must achieve outstanding results.
In fact, she even aspired to claim first place in the Tianshu Academy's entrance assessment. But this wasn't the national exam.
At the Celestial Pivot Academy's assessment, Chuyi couldn't help her. The two continued their battle.
Under the relentless barrage of skills, wave after wave of skeletons crumbled into dust.
While unleashing his skills, Chuyi asked, Choyan, have you visited the Star Tower yet?
Luo Choyan shook her head. Not yet, but I've already earned the qualification to enter. I just need to pass the 9 Academies assessment and reach level 20 before I can go to the Star Tower. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
At that moment, a trembling vibration suddenly emerged, followed by the entire swamp shaking violently.
Chuyi and Luo Choyan instantly furrowed their brows. Then, a colossal skeleton, towering 3 to 4 meters tall, abruptly crawled out of the swamp.
Spotting the skeleton, Luo Choyan exclaimed, it's the dungeon boss.
Seeing this, Chuyi immediately acted.
Skill activated, Night's Fading Radiance.
As Chuyi swung his staff, a powerful beam erupted, piercing straight through the skeleton. The colossal skeleton didn't even have time to launch an attack before collapsing straight to the ground.
Congratulations! You have defeated the level 22 giant skeleton. You have gained 4000 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You have obtained 220 drops of dark matter.
You obtained Skeleton Staff Green, Tough Bone.
After defeating the giant skeleton, both players gained a significant amount of experience. Additionally, the skeleton dropped 2 items. Upon seeing the green tier gear, Chuyi tossed it into his moonlight treasure ring without a second glance.
We've cleared the dungeon. Let's head out, Chuyi said with a smile. Luo Choyan nodded. The pair then exited the dungeon. Just as they emerged, Chuyi and Luo Choyan were about to re-enter when several voices suddenly rang out nearby. They're out. Alright, let's hurry in. Stop dawdling, hurry up.
At that moment, several people surged forward, attempting to push past Chuyi and Luo Choyan's group to enter the dungeon and farm monsters. Chuyi immediately frowned and stepped in front of them.
What's your problem? Luo Choyan's expression also grew slightly colder.
Standing before Chuyi was a young man clad in gray armor. He eyed Chuyi up and down, frowning.
Freshman this year?
Chuyi replied,
this dungeon is currently occupied by us. We haven't exited yet. If you want to fight, wait until we leave.
Beside him, a youth wielding a purple staff sneered sarcastically, freshmen this year probably aren't even level 15 yet, right?
Do you really think you can handle this dungeon?
The youth with the bow chimed in, exactly.
Move it. Think you can afford to compensate us for delaying our dungeon run? Their attitude instantly infuriated Chuyi. Luo Choyan's expression darkened slightly beside him. Shu Yi retorted coldly, I refuse to move. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 99, The Holy Land of Experience. At Chuya's words, the group's expressions darkened. The armored youth at the front sneered, humph. Looks like this year's freshman is pretty cocky. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never take me seriously. With that, the youth immediately drew a massive broadsword. The blade was nearly as tall as he was, thudding heavily onto the ground. The commotion instantly drew the attention of those nearby. A crowd quickly gathered nearby. What's going on over there? Isn't that Sun Yu from the Breakers Academy? Who's gotten on his bad side now? No idea. Those two look unfamiliar. Judging by their uniforms, they must be freshmen, right? So they're freshmen. No wonder they're not afraid of Sun Yu. Sun Yu's always been arrogant. He'll start a fight over the slightest disagreement. He's been disciplined by the school multiple times but never changed. This freshman is in for trouble. Many around them shot sympathetic glances at Chu Yi. Sun Yu slung his heavy blade over his shoulder, raising his eyebrows slightly. This is your last chance. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Yi sneered coldly, with just you? Swoosh. The moment Chu Yi finished speaking, Sun Yu's heavy blade came crashing down. The sudden attack caught Chu Yi off guard for a moment. But he reacted instantly. Skill activated, Nightfall Barrier. As an intense light barrier expanded, Sun Yu's broadsword was directly blocked by the barrier. The fierce rebound even sent a tingling sensation through Sun Yu's knuckles. This sight darkened Sun Yu's expression. You actually blocked my blade? Seems you have some skill. Sun Yu coldly remarked, preparing to strike again. At that moment, Chu Yi swung his staff, unleashing 9 chains that surged forward in an instant. Life-saving chains. Sun Yu was instantly bound by the chains, unable to move. He roared in fury, struggling to break free, but it was utterly futile. What's happening? Why can't I move? Chu Yi declared, you think you can break free from my life-saving rope? Not in a million years. This sudden turn of events left everyone around them utterly stunned. No way. What's wrong with Sun Yu? He's frozen solid. Could he really be trapped by a newbie? Impossible. Sun Yu is an epic tier practitioner, after all. Who is this guy? He looks incredibly powerful. Shu Ye's display drew admiration from all around. In this instance plaza, many had suffered at Sun Yu's hands. Sun Yu's grades at the Breakers Academy hovered near the bottom, barely scraping by the minimum passing threshold year after year. Having given up on making it in the academy, he'd become self-destructive. Aside from mandatory classes, he spent most of his time hanging around the dungeon plaza outside the academy. Most here were mid to lower tier academy students or those who failed the 9 academies assessment, making Sun Yu stand out like a sore thumb. Seeing Sun Yu trapped, those nearby grew anxious. Let him go. Just as they were about to intervene, Luo Qiuyan, who had been watching nearby, stepped in to stop them. Just then, a roar echoed through the air, "What are you useless fools doing here?" Hearing that voice, Chu Yi instantly grew colder. For the voice sounded strangely familiar. Sun Yu and the others immediately turned around, their expressions shifting to panic. Nya Huang? The man who had arrived was none other than Nya Huang. His gaze fixed coldly on Sun Yu and the others before shifting to Chu Yi. It's you? Nya Huang was utterly surprised to encounter Chu Yi here. Chu Yi replied, we meet again. Are these your men? Nya Huang sneered coldly, They're not worthy. Just a bunch of losers struggling to stay afloat. They came crawling to me, calling me brother, just to keep their spots in the academy. I don't have such pathetic underlings. Hearing this, Chu Yi burst into laughter. I thought you were something special. So arrogant, and this is all you've got? At that moment, Sun Yu hung his head low, wishing he could sink into the ground. Despite his usual arrogance, he was mostly a bully who picked on the weak. The others around him flushed crimson with embarrassment. Nya Huang eyed them coldly and snorted. You're useless inside the academy, so you come out here to lord it over others? You call yourselves members of the Broken Army Academy? And you expect me to plead for you? Don't even dream about it. You'd better hope you pass the upcoming assessments. Otherwise, mark my words, you won't be staying here. Though Nya Huang was merely a freshman, the head of the Broken Army Academy, Nya Huangdao, was his father. Moreover, Nya Huang's own strength ranked among the absolute elite of the freshmen. Even most second-year students couldn't match him. Thus, he truly had the authority to speak such words. The others turned deathly pale. Without Nya Huang's intercession, they might truly have been expelled from the academy. They tried to say more, but Nya Huang clearly wasn't in the mood and dismissed them outright. Chu Yi couldn't be bothered with Sun Yu either. After releasing the life-sustaining rope, he let him go. After the others departed, Nya Huang looked at Chu Yi and remarked with emotion, I never imagined you could clear the 8th layer. I thought I'd finally close the gap between us, but now it seems the distance is only growing wider. Then, puzzled, he added, why did you choose the Tiangang Academy? It's the academy with the worst resources among the 9 academies. Chu Yi smiled. You already know?
I chose the Tiangang Academy for no other reason than that it suits me best.
Nia Huang frowned. I hope so. When my father returned last night, he sought me out to persuade you to join the Pujuan Academy. He even said that if you agree to join, he'll do 3 things for you without charge anything, as long as it doesn't involve betraying the Great Xia Kingdom or anything like that. He'll agree to it. Shu Yi was utterly astonished. Dean Nia really said that? Nia Huang continued, join? If you join, we could spar together and become the 2 strongest individuals in the entire Xinxia Academy. Shu Yi shook his head with a wry smile. I'll pass. Please convey my thanks to Dean Nia for his generosity. Truth be told, Nia Guangdao's sincerity was undeniable. At any other time, Shu Yi might have accepted without hesitation. But now, he had already decided to go to the Tiangang Academy. There, countless veterans awaited his healing and it housed the only abyss environment. The Tiangang Academy was the most suitable institution for a dark godhead. Seeing this, Nia Huang no longer tried to persuade him. He glanced at the dungeon behind the 2 men and asked, are you grinding? Shu Yi nodded. A flicker of competitive spirit flared in Nia Huang's eyes. Excellent. Shu Yi, let's spar. If you win, I'll take you to the Experience Sanctuary in the Breaker Academy. Grinding there, you'll hit level 20 in 2 days tops. Shu Yi perked up at once. An Experience Sanctuary? Exactly. The dungeons there don't drop any combat gear, but the experience gained is doubled. It's the perfect place for grinding. Chapter 100 Rematch with Nia Huang. 1 move to defeat him. Hearing this request, Shu Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled faintly, a trace of composure in his eyes, and said, how about letting Qiuyan come along too? If you agree, then I'll fight you. Nia Huang crossed his arms, his expression calm and tone casual, whatever you say. As long as you can beat me, you can bring as many people into that dungeon as you want. Fine, I accept. For Shu Yi, this was essentially a no-lose proposition. All he needed to do was spar with Nia Huang, that battle maniac, and he could enter the Experience Sanctuary to grind levels. Why wouldn't he? Immediately, Shu Yi and Luo Qiuyan followed Nia Huang to the Breakers Academy, arriving at its training arena. As soon as they arrived, several people nearby greeted them. Hey, Brother Huang. Good afternoon. Ha ha ha, who's Brother Huang challenging today? Brother Huang has defeated most of the second-year combat rankings. Except for the top 20, no one else stands a chance against him. Though the academy assessments hadn't yet begun, Nia Huang had already gained some renown within the Breakers Academy. Not only because he was Nia Guangdao's son, but also because his strength was truly formidable. Throughout the entire freshman class at the Breakers Academy, no one could stand against Nia Huang. He challenged mostly renowned second-year powerhouses, yet defeated the vast majority of them as well. He hadn't even joined the academy yet, but legends about him were already circulating. Nia Huang waved his hand dismissively at the crowd. Enough with the flattery. Today, I'll show you a real fight. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with interest. Who would Nia Huang fight today? Soon, Nia Huang stepped onto the stage, his gaze fixed on Shu Yi. Get up here, Shu Yi. Shu Yi smiled faintly, his steps steady as he ascended the platform. His demeanor was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd exchanged stunned expressions. It's him? Shu Yi, I recognize him. At the opening ceremony, he was the only one who cleared the 8th floor of the Divine Summer Tower. Holy crap, someone even more impressive than Brother Huang has arrived. While upperclassmen might not know Shu Yi, every freshman had heard his name. Not only because he'd earned a national title, but also due to his astonishing performance in the Xinxia Tower. Nia Huang stared at Shu Yi, his eyes blazing with combat intent. His tone was unwavering. Shu Yi, hold nothing back. Unleash your domain skill. Shu Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with teasing. If that's the case, I doubt you'll last very long. Nia Huang laughed defiantly, his eyes showing no trace of fear. I, Nia Huang, fear no defeat, only cowardice. Shu Yi's tone remained calm, but his gaze sharpened. In that case, I'll gladly oblige. With that, Shu Yi swiftly drew his wand, Song of the Whale. The wand shimmered with the cold, piercing light under the sun, as if containing boundless power. Simultaneously, energy coalesced throughout his body, erupting into a surge of black mist. The mist enveloped him like a tangible substance, sending a chill through the air. Dark Realm, activated. In an instant, Shu Yi radiated an overwhelming aura. Those nearby felt their hearts clench, experiencing a sensation akin to death itself. Eyes widened in disbelief, faces frozen in shock as if plunged into a pitch-black abyss where breathing itself grew difficult. Nia Huang, however, was filled with battle fervor, his eyes flashing with excitement as if he had finally met a worthy opponent. Ha 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 ha. I'll give it my all too. Nia Huang roared with laughter, his voice brimming with battle fervor. The words barely left his lips when Nia Huang let out a fierce roar, his aura exploding outward. His frame grew even more imposing, muscles bulging, pupils shrinking until nearly invisible. He looked utterly frenzied. This was Nia Huang unleashed at full power. He drew the Xianhuang Warblade, its edge flashing coldly in the sunlight.
Then, stomping his foot down so hard it made the entire arena tremble, he charged forward.
Wasteland body, heaven splitting. Nia Huang's voice grew hoarse and menacing.
The Xianhuang Warblade seemed poised to annihilate everything around it, charging toward Chu Yi with a frenzied momentum. Chu Yi remained unflustered. A flicker of calm passed through his eyes as he immediately cast his spell.
Life-saving rope.
9 chains, like 9 serpents, shot forth.
They traced arcs through the air, seemingly alive as they closed in on Nia Huang.
In an instant, the 9 chains bound Nia Huang solidly in place.
Nia Huang's heaven-splitting body technique was abruptly interrupted by the life-saving ropes. Entirely bound by the chains, he was utterly immobilized.
With a flick of Chu Yi's staff, the life-saving ropes snapped apart. They then transformed into 9 razor-sharp spears, piercing through the air with a piercing whistle as they lunged toward Nia Huang. These spears were incredibly sharp. If they struck their mark, Nia Huang's body would be pierced through in an instant. His gaze turned icy as he swung his blade to block, but the spears possessed more than just sharpness. Their force was equally unmatched.
Boom!
The spears struck the Xianhuang Warblade, erupting in a thunderous clang that sent Nia Huang flying backward. His body traced a heavy arc through the air before crashing with a thunderous thud outside the arena. The outcome of this battle was decided. Chu Yi dissolved his dark realm as the black mist gradually dissipated. Clasping his fists, he declared, "You win." Below the stage, Nia Huang also released his frenzied state, brushed the dust from his clothes, and stood up. His face showed no trace of disappointment, but rather a hint of excitement.
"You won, Chu Yi. You remain as formidable as ever. But I won't keep losing. One day, I will defeat you."
Nia Huang's gaze was unwavering, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. A faint smile touched Chu Yi's lips, his eyes holding a hint of admiration.
"I'll be waiting for you." The battle had come swiftly and ended just as quickly. The onlookers stood frozen in shock, speechless. They had believed Nia Huang to be formidable, yet before Chu Yi, he hadn't even lasted a single strike. No wonder he cleared the 8th floor of the Divine Summer Tower truly formidable. Ah, there's always someone stronger out there. Is our great Xia kingdom about to produce another Yulin Yuan? I heard he chose the Tiangang Academy. Could he be planning to follow in the footsteps of the war god? This is true legacy. Our headmaster begged him to join the Breaking Army Academy, but it was useless. He set on the Heavenly Gang's Academy. That's the influence of the great Xiao war god. People weren't surprised by Chu Yi's victory. What shocked them was how effortlessly he won. If Nia Huang fell so swiftly, what Xinxia Academy could possibly stand against Chu Yi? Perhaps, aside from the top-tier masters in the second year, no one could defeat Chu Yi anymore? Chu Yi paid no heed to these remarks. After stepping down from the arena, Nia Huang approached them. "Follow me. I'll take you to the instance." Chapter 101, The Elemental Mirror Altar. Following Nia Huang, the two slowly made their way along a path paved with blue stone, eventually reaching the inner courtyard of the Breakers Academy. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the outer courtyard. A fierce, murderous aura permeated the air, as if every inch of ground had been baptized by countless battles. The surrounding structures were tall and solemn, their walls etched with countless sword and blade scars. Even the street lamps were shaped like swords, radiating a sharp, fierce aura. Walking through it felt like stepping onto an ancient battlefield steeped in the will to fight. Nia Huang led Chu Yi and Luo Chouyan to a spacious training ground. The area was unusually quiet, with only a handful of people focused on their training. In the center of the field, over 20 instance portals stood silently, emitting a faint glow. Nia Huang drew a card from his robe and swiped it lightly over the sensor beside the gate. With a soft click, the gate slowly swung open. He gestured for the two to follow, explaining as they walked. "This is the Inner Court's advanced training ground. The quality of the dungeons here far surpasses anything outside. Even the Celestial Pivot Academy might not match it. However, spots here are extremely limited, only 30 fixed slots per grade. To gain entry, one must compete. Those lacking sufficient strength simply have no right to set foot here." Chu Yi chuckled upon hearing this. So it seems the rules of the Poxin Academy are truly brutal. Luo Chouyan nodded softly beside him. The Tianshu Academy is different. Their dungeons are open to everyone, but entering comes at a cost. Those lacking sufficient strength who rashly enter the advanced dungeons will suffer heavy losses. It's simply not worth it. Nia Huang remarked indifferently, "That's precisely why the combat strength of the Celestial Pivot Academy falls short of the Breaking Army Academy." Luo Chouyan shook her head slightly, a hint of disagreement in her eyes. "Their roles are different. Comparing them is meaningless. The Celestial Pivot Academy's mission isn't to train frontline warriors charging into battle, but to cultivate strategic minds with grand vision and the ability to see the bigger picture. Their objectives are fundamentally different." Just then, a somewhat familiar voice drifted from nearby. "Well, if it isn't Nia Huang. Bringing company? Are these two your friends?" Chu Yi turned to see a young man in a blue robe approaching at a leisurely pace. His features were handsome, with a gentle smile playing between his brows, giving him an approachable air. Upon seeing him, Nia Huang immediately straightened his posture, his tone tinged with respect.
Brother Gu, I brought them here to run the dungeon.
The young man smiled faintly, his gaze settling on Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan.
A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes.
Shall we introduce them? Nia Huang hastily replied, these two are Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan. This gentleman is Gu Daoi, my elder brother.
Gu Daoi smiled faintly, stepped forward, and bowed his hands toward them.
It's a pleasure to meet you both for the first time. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan exchanged a glance.
Chu Yi then offered a faint smile and nodded in response.
Hello. Gu Daoi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively.
Turning to Nia Huang, he said, well then, you two go ahead.
I just finished a dungeon run and need to rest for a bit. We'll catch up another day. Nia Huang nodded in agreement, watching Gu Daoi walk away.
Only after his figure vanished completely from sight did Chu Yi turn to Nia Huang, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes.
That was the first time I've seen you show such respect to someone. What's so special about this Gu Daoi?
Nia Huang fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, he's ranked first on the sophomore combat power list. I once challenged him, agreeing that if I lost, I'd acknowledge him as my big brother.
Well, I lost. Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't realize you took things so seriously.
Nia Huang's expression remained stern, yet a faint trace of admiration flickered in his eyes.
If we were on equal footing, I believe I wouldn't lose.
But even a single rank difference makes victory impossible.
And... He paused, his gaze shifting to Chu Yi, his tone serious. You probably wouldn't stand a chance against him either. A flicker of interest crossed Chu Yi's eyes at this remark, though he chose not to elaborate further.
Nia Huang said no more, leading the two to a dungeon portal. Pointing at the stone tablet ahead, he declared, this is the experience haven I mentioned. Before the 9 Academy's assessment begins, you may come here anytime to farm dungeons. I'll cover all expenses incurred. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan approached the portal, their eyes fixed on the steel.
It detailed the dungeon's information. Elemental Mirror Altar. Recommended level, 23. Difficulty options, normal, hard. Maximum party size, 5.
Special mechanics, no loot drops in this instance, but experience gains are doubled.
Additionally, challengers receive an extra experience bonus over time, up to 300%. Nia Huang explained, there's no boss in this instance. You can grind as long as you like.
However, the instance's difficulty will increase over time, so pace yourselves wisely.
With that, Nia Huang turned and departed, leaving the two standing before the portal. Chu Yi turned to Luo Qiuyan and said, let's hurry inside. Luo Qiuyan nodded slightly, and without hesitation, they stepped into the portal. A blinding flash of light erupted, and their figures vanished instantly from their original spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a massive circular altar. Surrounding the altar stood 4 massive pillars, each radiating a distinct aura, fiery red, mystic yellow, sky blue, and snow white. They seemed to embody the elements of flame, rock, fierce wind, and ice. The moment they entered, a mechanical voice echoed in their ears. Welcome to the Elemental Mirror Altar. The battle is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. As the voice faded, the crimson pillar abruptly ignited. Instantly, countless flame-like beings surged forth from its depths. Their bodies burned with searing flames, their forms semi-transparent, as if they were mirror images forged from fire itself. These fire spirits moved with blinding speed. The moment they appeared, they split into waves and lunged toward the two. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Yi's eyes as he murmured, attack. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure darted forward like a ghostly apparition. His staff whirled through the air, unleashing waves of intense dark flames. Luo Qiuyan followed closely behind, wielding the Tianxian with graceful, swift movements that made the surrounding starlight flicker. Working in perfect coordination, they cut down wave after wave of fire spirits, which dissolved into flickering sparks before vanishing into the air. You have killed 22 level 22 blazing sun mirror images. Gained 800 EXP. Darkness origin activated. You have obtained 60 drops of dark matter. A flash of delight crossed Chu Yi's eyes at the system notification. These blazing sun mirrors not only provided far more experience than ordinary monsters, but the dark matter yield was also remarkably substantial. It seemed Nia Huang hadn't deceived him. This place truly was a prime spot. Chapter 102, Leveling Up Again. Truly a holy land of experience. Dark flame. Swish, swish, swish. Endless flames surged like black dragons, sweeping toward the dense swarm of sun mirror clones with an all-consuming might. The flames churned in the air, igniting the very atmosphere itself with crackling pops. As bursts of flame erupted, searing heat waves slammed into the surroundings. Hordes of sun mirror clones were consumed by the black flames before they could even scream, instantly reduced to ash and dissipating into the air. Then, countless experience points transformed into dazzling streams of light, swiftly flowing into Chu Yi's body. He felt the surging power within him, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan stood on a slightly open patch of ground, her posture erect. She wielded her staff with grace, her fingertips flickering with faint starlight. Her expression was focused, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. It was the familiar starlight pulse. This was an exceptional skill for dealing with groups of monsters. Luo Qiuyan's Starlight Pulse would split upon killing its target, and most astonishingly, the split pulses showed no signs of weakening.
This ability was gained after her class evolved through the Abyss Core order.
Thus, as long as Starlight Pulse could instantly kill one monster, any number of identical monsters would be instantly killed by Luo Qiuyan. The only limitation was the skill's cooldown. Even during cooldowns, Luo Qiuyan could switch to other skills like Starfall.
Though Meteor Strike's damage output falls short of Starlight Pulse, a single Meteor Strike could still crush countless Sun Mirror clones. Working in tandem, massive amounts of experience poured in, their experience bars slowly but visibly rising.
This type of battle was so familiar to Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan that they didn't even need to speak.
Their coordination had long since reached a level of seamless understanding. After about half an hour of fighting, the fiery red pillar suddenly lost its glow. Immediately afterward, the sky blue pillar lit up. Luo Qiuyan's brows furrowed slightly as she murmured a warning, "We need to switch monsters."
Chu Yi nodded, his gaze shifting toward the sky blue pillar.
At that moment, a swarm of creatures radiating sky blue light surged forth from the pillar. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to the blazing sun mirror images, differing only in color. However, their abilities had changed. The attacks of the blazing sun mirror images were accompanied by intense flames that spread and burned outward.
But these sky blue monsters began wielding wind blades.
Not only that, their bodies could transform into wind to evade attacks, suddenly materializing beside Chu Yi before launching assaults that were impossible to guard against. These wind blades are extremely sharp. A single careless cut could spell serious trouble.
Moreover, since monsters can dissipate into wind, they are extremely difficult to capture. Even Luo Qiuyan's Star Mage mark had lost its effect.
At first, Chu Yi could only continuously activate the Night Veil to evade the wind blades attacks, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The results were poor. Yet Chu Yi swiftly identified their weakness. These monsters must exist in physical form for an instant during their attack. That's the moment to kill them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Yi struck. A beam of residual night, carrying a fierce momentum, instantly pierced through several wind-splitting mirror images, killing them in an instant. You killed 22-level wind-splitter mirror images.
Gained 900 EXP. Dark Origin activated.
You obtained 70 drops of dark matter. Split wind mirror images were trickier than blazing sun mirror images, but they yielded more experience points. Though they appeared and vanished without a trace, these splitting wind mirror images were quite manageable if one could seize the moment of their attack.
Luo Qiuyan understood this instantly.
As several wind/mirror images launched their attack, she instantly unleashed a Starlight Pulse. A powerful pulse erupted, instantly obliterating the wind/mirror image before it, then continuously splitting outward to eliminate the nearby wind/mirror image preparing to attack.
Once its weakness was known, the wind/mirror image became much easier to handle. The two fought relentlessly, constantly adjusting their tactics, and soon regained their combat rhythm. Subsequently, their monster clearing efficiency steadily increased. Hordes of wind/mirror images vanished into nothingness under their relentless slaughter. Massive amounts of experience points flooded into their bodies.
After about half an hour, the wind slicer mirrors were completely wiped out.
Simultaneously, the third pillar illuminated.
This time, the monsters they faced were frost mirrors. True to their name, these mirror images wielded the power to manipulate frost, instantly plunging the air temperature below freezing.
They could even cause ice to form rapidly beneath the two warriors' feet. A single moment of inattention could leave one frozen solid by the frost mirrors. However, Chu Yi possessed nearly limitless dark flames. Though born of darkness, this flame possessed scorching heat that swiftly melted the ice. Ice and fire are inherently opposing yet complementary forces. If the ice were powerful enough, it could freeze the flames themselves. But the frost mirror image's power clearly couldn't match Chu Yi's. While this ice might be troublesome for others, Chu Yi's dark flame incinerated it all. With its icy abilities curtailed, the frost mirror image became like a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, posing no further threat. Before long, the two had swept it away completely. Immediately after, the fourth pillar illuminated. This time, the rock mirror image appeared. These illusions were larger than the previous three, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Moreover, their entire bodies were encased in thick rock, making them highly resistant to ordinary attacks. Even Chu Yi's dark flames could only eliminate 1 or 2 rock mirror images at a time. Under the barrage of massive rock barriers, the power of the dark flame was continually dispersed. Luo Qiuyan's Starlight Pulse proved utterly ineffective. For a single star pulse was insufficient to slay a rock mirror image. However, while formidable, the rock mirror images could not withstand the residual night beam. This skill possessed such formidable penetration that it pierced straight through the rock-like bodies, striking the mirror image's true forms. With the aid of residual night beam, Chu Yi mercilessly reaped the lives of these illusions once more. Time flowed relentlessly, nearly 2 hours having passed. At that moment, a voice echoed simultaneously in both their ears. "Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 19. Leveled up again." Hearing the announcement, both of them broke into smiles. Truly a haven for experience, they'd leveled up in just 2 hours. Shuyi chuckled, at this rate, we might even hit level 20 today. Luo Qiuyan nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. It was entirely possible. Meanwhile, the rock mirror was completely destroyed under their combined attacks. All 4 pillars extinguished. The voice echoed in their ears once more. You have angered the elemental spirits. Next, the 4 elemental mirrors will launch a full-scale assault. The moment the words fell, the 4 pillars flared to life. A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire space, the air thick with a murderous aura. Chapter 103, Behind Bizarre School Rules, there are always more bizarre people. As the voice faded, the 4 elemental mirror images coalesced from the void, charging forth in unison. This time, not only were they more numerous and larger in scale, but their elemental forms seemed far more solid than before, as if each mirror image contained even more frenzied power. Seeing this, Shuyi and Luo Qiuyan exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes blazing with battle intent as they plunged back into the fray. Dark flames roared through the air like inky dragons, while shattered night beams sliced through the night sky like streaks of light. Starfall spells descended from the heavens, carrying an aura of destruction, and starlight pulses erupted like a cascading galaxy, exploding in an unending torrent. Though the monsters grew in number and strength, were these 2 mere mediocrities? Shuyi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his fighting spirit soaring. He never feared a multitude of monsters, only a scarcity of them. The more there were, the faster he leveled up and the more dark matter he gathered. After over 2 hours of slaughter, Shuyi's dark matter haul had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. And this was net gain. Given his current monster slaying efficiency, eliminating these mirror images barely consumed any dark matter. At this rate, within a few days at most, Shuyi would accumulate enough dark matter for his second divine evolution. Boom! Dark flames erupted within the mirror image swarm. The searing black fire instantly ignited the surrounding air, reducing countless elemental mirror images to ash under its terrifying might. Countless experience points surged into Chuya's body like a torrent. You killed the blazing sun mirror image, gaining 1200 EXP. You killed the wind splitter mirror image, gaining 1200 EXP. You have killed. Darkness origin activated. You obtained 100 drops of dark matter. After deploying all units, these mirror images yield even more experience points. Shuyi chuckled, and Luo Qiuyan beside him nodded slightly. More experience meant faster kills, which in turn meant faster leveling. The higher their levels before the 9 courts assessment began, the greater their advantage would be. Thus, they fought with even greater intensity. For Chuyi, his gains weren't just experience points, they also included vast amounts of dark matter. 100 drops of dark matter per monster, this was nearly equivalent to the income of an abyss cultist. At this rate, Chuyi would accumulate 100,000 drops in no time. For Chuyi, this was the capital to enhance his strength. The assaults from the 4 elemental mirrors surged like tidal waves, wave after wave. Yet Chuyi and Luo Qiuyan were like surfers riding the crest, traversing the raging tide of monsters as if walking on level ground. Their battle persisted relentlessly. After enduring the national exam, they'd gained experience in prolonged dungeon runs. Even fighting for several hours straight in a dungeon posed no problem. Time flowed relentlessly, and another 2 hours passed. They had now spent over 4 hours within the instance. During this time, they gained massive amounts of experience by continuously defeating monsters. The experience bar for level 19 had already surpassed 50%. At this rate, another 2 or 3 hours of grinding would see them level up. Just then, the 4 pillars flickered out simultaneously, followed by a cold, impersonal voice. Time's up. Today's instance is now closed. Please return tomorrow to challenge it again. Your dungeon progress has been saved. Then, the vast array of elemental reflections vanished like smoke scattered by the wind. Seeing this, both of them looked utterly bewildered. The instance closed? Shuyi frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Is this even possible within the academy? Luo Qiuyan was equally puzzled, murmuring softly, but the Tianshu Academy doesn't have such rules, does it? What was going on with the Poxin Academy? Why wouldn't they let students run dungeons at night? Shuyi shrugged helplessly and chuckled, never mind. Let's just head out first. Luo Qiuyan nodded, a hint of regret in her eyes. The two walked side by side out of the instance. Outside, darkness had fallen. A full moon hung high in the sky, its cool light spilling across the ground. Streetlights had long since illuminated the surroundings, their warm glow casting the entire Pajuan Academy in the eerie pallor of a grim battlefield. Nia Huang stood waiting outside the instance. Spotting them emerge, he burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Pretty puzzling, huh? Who knew instances could actually close? Shuyi hurriedly asked, his brow still furrowed. What's going on? Nia Huang crossed his arms, his expression turning solemn. Because over 10 years ago, someone ran the dungeon for 5 straight days and nights. They ended up dying suddenly inside. After that, our academy instituted this rule: come nightfall, everyone must leave the dungeon immediately. No more running it. That's why many academy members head to other academies at night to piggyback on their dungeons. This bizarre rule left Shuyi both amused and exasperated. How could anyone do that? 5 days and nights straight in a dungeon? Is that even human? Luo Qiuyan frowned too. That's just insane, right? Shuyi didn't know how to respond. All he could say was that behind such bizarre school rules, there must be even more bizarre people at play. Nia Huang snorted coldly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. It's precisely because of people like this that the Breakers Academy remains powerful. If you don't embrace the darkness, how can you grow stronger? Shuyi couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He merely waved his hand dismissively. We'll head back now and return tomorrow. Nia Huang nodded and pulled a card from his pocket. I'll escort you out. Without my card, you won't be able to leave this training ground. After leaving the Breakers Academy, Shuyi bid farewell to Luo Qiuyan, agreeing to train together again tomorrow. Back in the dorm, Shuyi opened his personal interface. The Dark Matter section showed a substantial gain. Dark Matter quantity, 44,680 droplets. Over 40,000 drops. That means I farmed more than 20,000 today. If I could keep grinding in that instance, I could evolve my Divine Core again in a week at most. Expectation flashed in Shuya's eyes. His first Divine Core evolution had made all his skills incredibly powerful, and he'd even obtained the bug level skill, Dark Domain. What changes would the second Divine Core evolution bring? Unfortunately, the Elemental Mirror instance could only be farmed during this period before the 9 Quartz assessment began. Nia Huan couldn't keep pulling strings for him indefinitely. But once I enter the Tiangang Academy, I can have Dinyu provide me with some high-quality dungeons. He had earned that privilege. This thought made Chu Yi even more eager. After finishing his dinner and washing up, he retired for the night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Chu Yi hurried straight to the Pujuan Academy. Soon, Chu Yi reunited with Luo Qiuyan and Nia Huang. Nia Huang glanced at the two of them, his expression impassive. You still have 2 days to grind. After that, the 9 Academies assessment will commence. Chapter 104, Level 20, Re-entering the Temple. Following Nia Huang, the two once again entered the Elemental Mirror Altar. Upon entering, they picked up where they left off the previous night. Elemental mirror images surged toward them like an unstoppable tide. Having prepared themselves, this time they fought with exceptional precision and efficiency. Their coordination was seamless, having long since grown accustomed to this combat rhythm. Massive amounts of experience points poured in, steadily pushing both of them closer to level 20. The surrounding elemental mirrors seemed to sense their growing power, becoming increasingly frenzied as the frequency and intensity of their attacks surged dramatically. Yet even so, the pair remained as steady as a mountain, utterly unshaken. Each kill was effortless and graceful. Even as the elemental mirrors grew stronger, they posed no real threat to the pair. Time ticked by. As their killing spree extended, the dungeon's monsters grew increasingly formidable. Each time a large wave of mirrors was defeated, the elemental mirrors surging forth from the light pillars grew sharper and more resilient, seemingly without limit. However, this escalation in power was not particularly noticeable. After all, the two were powerful enough that whether the elemental mirrors were slightly stronger or weaker made no difference, they were one-hit kills either way. Had they not been slaughtering them so swiftly, they might not have even noticed. The 4 pillars of light at the altar's edge flickered incessantly throughout their battle, as if recording their slaughter's progress. Hours passed, and once again, they sliced through all 4 pillars of light. And at that very moment, the level-up notification sounded once more. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 20. You have acquired the following class skills: low-grade lightning strike, low-grade ground bind. Your level has reached its maximum. Proceed to the temple for the advancement trial, or you will gain no further experience. Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan exchanged glances, finally breaking into smiles. Finally level 20, Luo Qiuyan sighed with relief. Now I'm confident I can take first place in the Tianshu Academy assessment. After this level up, both gained new skills. Shuyi gained 2 additional low-level skills, but he showed no interest in examining them. These basic skills held no appeal for him. He knew clearly that only after his second divine evolution would these skills truly come into their own. Only then would they evolve into truly formidable abilities. Luo Qiuyan, however, was overjoyed. As a legendary class practitioner, the skills she gained were also legendary skills. After reaching level 20, I gained 5 new skills. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Hearing Luo Qiuyan's words, Chu Yi was astonished. That many? Luo Qiuyan smiled and nodded. Of course. Legendary class practitioners inherently possess a large number of skills. I currently have 8 skills myself. Adding the 5 newly acquired ones brings my total to 13. But only 3 of them are active skills. The other 2 are passive skills. Chu Yi inquired curiously, what kind of skills are they? Luo Qiuyan didn't hide anything and explained directly. One is Starlight Chain, similar to your lifeline. Both are skills that can restrain targets. However, Starlight Chain can also continuously steal the target's attributes, temporarily enhancing my own power. The other is Celestial Barrier, a defensive skill akin to your Night Veil. But this skill drains mana heavily. I can only sustain it for a minute at most. If I can't replenish my mana, it will lead to mana depletion. The third is Starlight Net. I can deploy a vast celestial net.
Beneath it, enemy weaknesses become directly marked for me, while all friendly attacks gain a significant hit rate boost, especially against those marked weaknesses.
The remaining two passives, one amplifies my own skill effects and the other accelerates mana regeneration under Starlight. Each of these skills is exceptionally powerful. With these abilities, Luo Qiuyan's combat prowess would receive a massive boost. These were far more potent than Xu Ye's abilities. After all, Luo Qiuyan was a legendary practitioner.
As a low-tier mage without divine grace, Xu Yi would likely never cross paths with her in this lifetime.
Luo Qiuyan inquired, "What new skills did you awaken?"
Xu Yi smiled, his tone calm.
"Let's skip it for now.
They're just low-tier skills.
I'll tell you once they've been strengthened." Luo Qiuyan understood Xu Ye's situation and didn't press further.
Then, Xu Ye's smile vanished and he spoke earnestly, "Before the assessment begins, let's hurry and complete the advancement trial.
Every 10 levels, practitioners must undergo advancement trials at the temple.
Failure meant being barred from advancing to the next tier."
Luo Qiuyan nodded, a thoughtful look flickering in her eyes. "But even after reaching level 20, we can't afford to be complacent. After level 20, the experience required for leveling up becomes even more absurd.
Just like how the experience needed to go from level 10 to 11 exceeds the total required for the first 10 levels combined, the experience needed to go from level 20 to 21 exceeds the total required for the first 20 levels combined." Hearing this, Xu Yi felt a wave of pressure wash over him.
He immediately thought of Elena.
She was a sophomore who had spent a year studying at Xinxia Academy, yet she was only level 28.
This clearly demonstrated the difficulty of subsequent leveling. For most people, their entire lives might only take them to the 30s.
Even graduates of Xinxia Academy often peaked at levels 50 or 60. Those who could break through level 60, let alone reach even higher tiers, were truly one in a million.
Reaching level 80 or above was sufficient to stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia nation's hierarchy.
As for those above level 90, they are essentially the pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom. Figures such as the Dean of the 9th Academy of Xinxia Academy, the Great Xia War God Yu Lin Yuan, and the Great Xia Marshal Luo Tianjin.
Soon, the two departed the instance.
Xu Yi immediately contacted Nia Huang, who arrived shortly thereafter. A hint of confusion crossed his face as he asked, "Why did you come out?
Aren't you going to fight?" Xu Yi smiled. "We've hit level 20. We're heading to the temple now."
Hearing this, Nia Huang was astonished.
"That fast?"
A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, Nia Huang himself was only level 19.
However, Nia Huang was highly confident. Even without reaching level 20, he believed he had the ability to secure first place in the Breakers Academy assessment.
Therefore, he felt no urgency to level up.
Xu Yi said, "Thanks to the experience sanctuary you provided.
Without that place, we wouldn't have been able to level up this fast."
Nia Huang shook his head.
"It's your own strength. The experience sanctuary is great, but if you're not strong enough, going there is just asking for humiliation." After that, he escorted the two out of the Breakers Academy.
Once outside the academy, Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan wasted no time and headed straight for the teleportation array.
Within the Xinxia Academy grounds, there happened to be a teleportation array leading directly to the Divine Temple, sparing them the long trek they'd endured last time.
Stepping into the array, a beam of light enveloped them, and their figures vanished in an instant.
When they reappeared, they were already inside the Divine Temple.
Chapter 105, Advancement Again. Passive Skill, Magic Surge.
The temple remained unchanged.
Upon their return, the place was now bustling with people. All were level 20 professionals preparing for their advancement trials. The arrival of Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan drew little attention.
Though Xu Yi had gained fame during the national exam, not everyone had seen him in person. The two immediately headed toward the altar at the temple's center. Soon, a voice echoed through the space.
"Proceed with the advancement trial?" Without hesitation, both immediately selected yes. Soon, the details of the advancement trial appeared before them. Advancement Trial Intermediate Level. Progress, First Trial. Trial Content, Swamp Giant Lizard Level 20. Trial Difficulty, Normal, Hard, Hell. Please select your difficulty. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan turned to Xu Yi and asked, "Which difficulty will you choose?"
Xu Yi chuckled, "Hell difficulty, of course."
A gleam of determination flashed in Luo Qiuyan's eyes before she declared, "I'll try Hell difficulty too."
During the previous advancement trial, she had chosen hard difficulty.
At that time, only two people had completed Hell mode. One was Xu Yi, and the other was Nia Huang. This was because in the early stages of a profession, the disparity in strength wasn't significant. Everyone was relatively weak. Unless one possessed a specialized class like Nia Huang's, few could withstand the pressure of Hell mode. However, as adventurers grew stronger and their power increased, Hell difficulty became less daunting. Both chose the difficulty, and then a burst of light enveloped them. Xu Yi and Luo Qiuyan vanished instantly.
When they reappeared, Xu Yi found himself in a vast plaza. Surrounding him were numerous swamp lizards, hissing menacingly. Spotting Xu Yi, the swamp lizards charged toward him.
Shuyi drew his wand, Song of the Whale, and swung it. Skill activated, Dark Flame. Boom! Surges of flame erupted, crashing into the lizard horde. Though the giant lizards were formidable on hell difficulty, they were no match for Chuyi. One by one, the giant lizards were reduced to charred corpses under Chuyi's fiery assault. You have slain a level 20 swamp lizard, gaining 400 EXP. EXP has been stored. You obtained 35 drops of dark matter. The experience in dark matter from the swamp lizards seemed ordinary. Though modest, every little bit counts. Chuyi wouldn't waste a single drop. Under the relentless barrage of flames, the lizards' numbers dwindled at a visible rate. These lizards weren't particularly swift to begin with. Under Chuyi's relentless assault, they were reduced to ashes before they could even reach him. The level 20 advanced trial surpassed the previous one in both difficulty and monster numbers. But Chuyi's growth was even more staggering. Under the relentless barrage of skills, the once swarming hordes of giant lizards rapidly dwindled. By the end, only a handful remained. Chuyi accelerated his attacks, and before long, every last giant lizard lay slain. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the advanced trial. Your trial time, 10 minutes 4 seconds. Trial rating, SSS class. You have successfully unlocked the level restriction level 21 to level 30. You have obtained the trial reward, Blessing Scroll. It's done! Hearing these words, Chuyi instantly broke into a smile. He had once again completed the advancement trial, securing an SSS rank evaluation once more. Not only that, but he had also earned the trial reward. Let's see what the trial reward is first. In the previous trial, he had obtained the Moonlight Treasure Ring, which was a true treasure to Chuyi. This time, however, it was a Blessing Scroll. What wonders would it bring? Chuyi accepted the trial reward, and a scroll radiating fiery red light instantly appeared in his hand. The scroll seemed imbued with auspicious energy, as if merely touching it could bestow good fortune. Chuyi immediately examined it. Blessing Scroll. Effect: a scroll imbued with divine blessing. Upon use, you gain a passive skill. Probability: 70% silver, 20% gold, 9.9% epic, 0.1% legendary. It actually grants a passive skill? Passive skills were incredibly valuable, some even granted immensely powerful effects. As a low-tier mage, Chuyi was originally unable to acquire passive skills. But with the Blessing Scroll, he could now possess one. Without hesitation, Chuyi activated it immediately. Blessing Scroll used successfully. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill Magic Surge. Magic Surge, your maximum mana increases by 200%, and you regain 2% of your maximum mana per second. The effect is this powerful? Seeing this passive skill, Chuyi was instantly filled with delight. A 200% increase in maximum mana meant his maximum mana was now tripled. Additionally, the 2% per second regeneration meant he could fully replenish his mana in as little as 50 seconds. This practically guaranteed that Chuyi would never run out of mana in future battles. This effect far surpassed the capabilities of the Moonlight Treasure Ring. After all, the Moonlight Treasure Ring required manual replenishment and couldn't increase maximum mana. But Magic Surge is permanent. Truly worthy of being an advancement trial reward. It's fantastic. Chuyi felt quite pleased. Both advancement trials had yielded rich rewards. What might await him in the next trials? But Chuyi didn't need to dwell on that for now. After the advancement trial concluded, Chuyi's attributes underwent a tremendous transformation. Name: Chuyi Demon Shattering Young Lord. Class: Low-Tier Mage. Level: 20. HP: 4000. Mana: 7200 plus 1800. Core attributes: Strength 320, Spirit 420 plus 800, Constitution 300 plus 800, Agility 300. Equipment: Wand Whale Song Orange, Robe Whale Fall Orange. Class skills: Dark Flame, Night Veil, Life Sucking Chain, Residual Night Beam, Low-Level Lightning Strike, Low-Level Ground Bind. Additional skills: Hymn of the World Eater, Magic Surge Passive. Unique Divine Skill, Dark Domain. Talent: Dark Origin God Tier. Divinity: Fractured Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity: 72,760 droplets. The most significant change is my mana pool, which has skyrocketed to over 7,000. Combined with the 1,800 points from my gear, my total mana now stands at 9,000. With this mana pool, Chuyi could unleash skills at will. As long as he had sufficient dark matter, he could unleash spells without hesitation. This realization only heightened Chuyi's anticipation. Although his attributes were relatively low compared to other practitioners of the same level, his skills were exceptionally powerful. The skills granted by the Dark Godhead could only be described as terrifying. After organizing his loot, Chuyi departed the trial grounds. Upon exiting, Luo Qiuyan was still in the trial, so Chuyi waited nearby. About 15 minutes later, Luo Qiuyan emerged. Her expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing her, Chuyi immediately smiled and asked, "Finished the trial? How did you fare?" Luo Qiuyan shook her head. "Only an SS rank. I didn't achieve the highest evaluation." Chapter 106, The 9 Academies Assessment begins. Shu Yi smiled. That's more than enough. Let's head back. Luo Qiuyan hummed in acknowledgement and nodded.
She didn't ask what Chuya's evaluation was, because she knew without asking his would undoubtedly be the highest. The two quickly left the temple and returned to the academy, where they bid each other farewell.
Tomorrow marked the day of the academy assessments.
Each academy's assessment content differed, requiring advanced preparation. By the time they reached the Tiangang Academy, evening had fallen. At that moment, Dean Yuchinjo sent a message, informing Chu Yi that he could prepare to treat patients suffering from bone-corroding disease. After a brief rest, Chu Yi hurried straight to Yuchinjo's office.
Yuchinjo was already waiting for him.
Upon seeing Chu Yi, he rose immediately and said, "Follow me."
Soon, the two entered the basement once more.
There, Chu Yi saw a man with graying hair. Dressed in military uniform, he appeared at first glance to be an elderly man. But judging by his features, he was clearly middle-aged. He was currently lying on a bed, his eyes closed. Upon Yuchinjo and Chu Yi's arrival, he instantly opened his eyes.
Yuchinjo said, "Don't get up. Don't speak. Just lie there." The middle-aged man nodded and remained motionless on the bed.
Yuchinjo signaled to Chu Yi, who promptly stepped forward and activated his divine power.
Absorbing decaying essence.
You have obtained 112 drops of dark matter.
Absorbing.
Driven by the divine essence power, the decaying aura on the middle-aged man's body gradually diminished.
Chu Yi's mind continuously received prompts from the divine essence.
Soon, the man felt something unusual within his body. A sense of lightness gradually washed over him. His eyes widened in disbelief. After several minutes, the absorption reached its limit.
Chu Yi halted the process and stated, "That's enough. This is as far as I can go."
Yuchinjo nodded and addressed the figure on the bed. "Alright, your treatment is complete for now."
The middle-aged man stared blankly at Chu Yi.
The next moment, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud.
This scene startled Chu Yi.
The man said, "Young man, I've suffered from bone-corroding disease for years. Today is the first time I felt this light. From this day forward, my life, Li Jinghe, belongs to you. Thank you for saving my life." Chu Yi hurriedly helped him up, saying, "There's no need for such formalities.
It was my duty."
Yuchinjo, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He spoke up, "Li Jinghe, keep this matter strictly confidential. Not a word about Chu Yi must be revealed." Li Jinghe solemnly replied, "Dean Yu, rest assured. I will guard this secret more closely than my own life."
Yuchinjo nodded, then dismissed Li Jinghe.
But Li Jinghe lingered, glancing back every few steps, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yi as if etching every detail of him into his memory. Seeing this, Chu Yi felt a surge of emotion. Yuchinjo remarked, "Chu Yi, do not underestimate their pledges. Though these men have left the military, they still embody the purest essence of soldiers. Loyal and honorable, they would defend their oaths with their lives. Should you join their ranks in the future, these men will be your most steadfast supporters."
Chu Yi smiled faintly. "Dean, that seems a bit premature. I'm still just a student for now." Soon, the two left the basement.
Chu Yi inquired about Suli, wanting to know when Yuchinjo planned to arrange her treatment.
Yuchinjo replied that they should wait until the 9th hospital's assessment concluded.
A day or two after that, he would make arrangements for Suli.
Hearing this, Chu Yi said nothing more.
Though he felt sympathy for the young girl, there were many more veterans in urgent need of treatment compared to her. Currently, Chu Yi could only treat one person per day. His power was still far from sufficient. "I wonder if after my divine core evolves, I'll be able to treat more people at once." He still needed over 30,000 units of dark matter to evolve his divine core.
Once he entered the 9th hospital, he should be able to accumulate enough. After returning to his dorm, Chu Yi ate dinner and went to rest.
Tomorrow was the 9th Academy assessment. Though it wouldn't be difficult for Chu Yi, he couldn't afford to be complacent.
The next day,
Chu Yi woke up early, ate breakfast, and hurried to the plaza within the inner courtyard of the Tiangang Academy.
A few people had already begun arriving, though the crowd remained sparse.
This year, the entire Great Xia Kingdom had recruited over 7,000 new students. Yet fewer than 300 had chosen the Tiangang Academy, a truly sparse number. However, this had always been the case at the Tiangang Academy, and the teachers within the academy had long since grown accustomed to it. Even the headmaster, Yuchinjo, had no intention of changing it. After all, the resources available to the Tiangang Academy were not as abundant as those of other academies, yet the responsibilities it bore were the heaviest. Such circumstances cannot be forced. Soon, the square filled with people. Many who spotted Chu Yi wore expressions of astonishment.
It really is Chu Yi. He actually chose the Tiangang Academy. Who would have thought Chu Yi would come here?
I always assumed he'd go to either the Celestial Pivot Academy or the Conqueror Academy. I heard the head of the Pujuan Academy begged him to join, but he still refused.
Unbelievable. What incredible ambition.
As Chu Yi approached, those nearby instinctively parted to make way for him, allowing him to move to the front of the crowd. At that moment, Dean Yuchinjo slowly ascended the podium.
"Greetings, students.
I am Yuchinjo, Dean of the Tiangang Academy. First, I wish to express my gratitude to each of you for choosing to join our academy. You are all destined to become the pillars of the great Xia Empire. Secondly, today marks the day of the 9 Academy's assessments. Our Tiangang Academy's evaluation is about to commence, and I shall now outline the assessment procedures. The Tiangang Academy's assessment is no easier than those of other academies. In fact, it is more challenging. You must prepare yourselves mentally. At these words, many faces grew solemn. Yu Chenzhou then announced the assessment rules. This assessment consists of 3 rounds. Students must pass at least 2 rounds to gain admission to the Tiangang Academy. The assessment will take place at the Judgment Grounds, a site simulating the immortal Great Wall. The first trial is called Slaying Evil, Questioning the Heart. All participants must eliminate corrupted humans within the allotted time while preserving their own integrity. Only those who endure for 3 minutes will pass. The second trial is called Illuminating the Abyss, Burning the Shadow. All participants must eliminate the projections of the abyssal demons within the allotted time to pass. The third assessment, titled Defending the Realm, requires all participants to withstand relentless waves of demonic creatures on the immortal Great Wall's simulated battlefield. Only those who successfully repel 3 or more waves shall pass. The details of the 3 trials were laid out clearly. Upon hearing them, the crowd reacted with mixed expressions. Some looked worried, others remained calm, and a few seemed eager to take on the challenge. Shuya's expression remained impassive, as if nothing could affect him. After detailing the trials, Yu Chenzhou immediately declared, "The annual assessment for the Tiangang Academy begins. All candidates, remain in your positions. The teleportation array to the Judgment Grounds is about to activate." Chapter 107, Blood-stained barrier mountains and rivers stand firm, while ashes shroud broken steels and countless bones. As the words fell, an intense light erupted around the square. Instantly, all examinees were transported away. Upon reappearing, they found themselves on a battlefield saturated with blood and decay. Then, a creature rotten to the bone, resembling a zombie, appeared before Chu Yi. A voice echoed through the air. "Slay the tainted human before you." Every student taking the assessment heard this command. Then, they all sprang into action. Chu Yi immediately acted, unleashing a surge of dark flames. Boom! A blinding burst of flame erupted, instantly obliterating the contaminated human before him. Yet the trial was far from over. Upon the man's death, a wisp of mist suddenly drifted from his body, enveloping Chu Yi. The next moment, Chu Yi found himself transported into a peculiar environment. This astonished Chu Yi. Then, he witnessed this scene. A bright, naturally optimistic young man awakened an elite profession during his awakening ceremony, earning praise from his school, classmates, teachers, and family. Through his own efforts, he passed the national entrance exam and gained admission to the prestigious Central Plains Academy. During his 4 years at university, he studied diligently, not only continuously improving his abilities but also finding an enviable love. After graduation, the young couple worked hard together for 2 years and soon started a family. Everything seemed so warm and peaceful. How wonderful it would be if this tranquil life could last forever. But the good times didn't last. News of the Abyss invasion shattered this tranquility. The newlywed couple, married for only a few months, resolved to enlist. His wife, already pregnant with a growing belly, was worried but supported his decision. The young couple was thus forced apart. The young man arrived at the front lines of the corruption, fighting alongside his comrades. During this time, his son was born. His wife sent him a photo, and the young man stared at it, torn between laughter and tears. He said, "Once we drive back these abyssal monsters, I'll come back and make it up to you both." Little did he know, these would be his final words to his wife. A month later, the Abyss Cult launched a suicide attack, sending cultists and abyssal monsters to breach the second defense line of the immortal Great Wall. His commander, the company commander who had once guarded the corrupted front, volunteered to hold the rear guard to ensure the main forces retreat. He declared, "This rear guard mission is a suicide mission. I'll lead by example and stay behind. Those who are prepared can join me. Those who leave with the main force are heroes too, just vow to avenge us later." That night, not a single soldier in the company hesitated. The young man entrusted his pocket watch, a gift from his fiancée at graduation, now his wife, to a retreating comrade to deliver back to her. Then, they charged into the abyss, into the midst of the demonic horde. That night, not a single member of the rearguard survived. Their sacrifice preserved the strength of the main force. Subsequently, the retreating forces regrouped and joined troops from other fronts to form a counteroffensive army, utterly annihilating the invading horde of abyssal monsters. Not only that, they pressed into the abyss itself, destroying 3 strongholds of the abyssal cults and severely wounding a high archbishop. After the war concluded, the cleanup troops found no intact corpses on the battlefield, only countless fragments of flesh. Among the remains, one young soldier's body was torn beyond recognition. His desperate struggle had allowed the abyssal taint to invade him, transforming him into a monstrous, polluted being, neither human nor ghost. With no other choice, they had to execute him, not even daring to bring back his corpse. The abyssal corruption was too severe. With the entire company wiped out, a new unit was dispatched from the Third Front. The new company commander set the battlefield ablaze, reducing it to ashes. He gathered all the remains and erected a symbolic grave, personally inscribing the epitaph. Corrupted city, chilling rift in the earth, lone army holding the rear, armor thin and cold. Blood-stained ramparts fortify the land, ash-covered steel holds countless bones at rest. All this before his eyes played like a revolving lantern, seemingly just cold, static scenes. Yet Shuyi stared intently, his heart far from calm. For these were not illusory images, but genuine memories. They were the experiences of the corrupted human he had killed, relived in their entirety. In that moment, Shuya's heart raced violently, as if he had become the man who had died. Newlyweds, yet burdened with the battlefield, defending the nation against enemies, holding the rear alone. Even his body, tainted beyond recognition, could not be returned to his homeland for burial. It remained forever on the battlefield. This was no rarity, but the daily reality of the corruption front. For the soldiers guarding the immortal Great Wall, such tragedies unfolded daily. Life and death parted in an instant. Shuyi took a deep breath, his heart heavy with sorrow. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil within and regain his composure. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Congratulations! You have passed this round of assessment." Far away, atop a high platform, Yuchinjo observed the assessment proceedings, accompanied by several instructors from the Tiangang Academy. One instructor reported, in this round, approximately 30 students became trapped within others' memories and were unable to escape. According to regulations, these students have failed this assessment. The failure rate stands at roughly 13%. Yuchinjo nodded silently, offering no comment. One instructor voiced concern, might this be too much for these children? They have never experienced anything like this before. Another instructor countered, in other academies, this might not be an issue. But this is the Tiangang Academy. Upon graduation, they will all be stationed at the Immortal City Wall for a year. At the Immortal Great Wall, they will inevitably encounter such situations. If they cannot even pass this assessment, how will they handle encountering fallen comrades in the future? At the Immortal Great Wall, it was commonplace for fallen warriors to become corrupted and turn into decaying human husks. Thus, many are often forced to turn their blades on comrades who fought alongside them, granting them final release. Failing to make that decision only leads to greater sacrifice. Though the logic is clear, some instructors still find it unbearable. After all, these were children who had only recently become professionals. Soon, the first round of assessments concluded. Many heard their results. Those who failed hung their heads in disappointment, but even the successful students looked far from cheerful. Those fragments of memory felt so vividly real, as if they had lived an entirely new life. Many felt a heavy weight in their hearts. In fact, some of the more emotionally fragile candidates broke down in tears right there on the spot after the assessment ended. Witnessing this scene, many teachers sighed. Such scenes unfolded every year, yet they could not change it. If these children weren't made to feel the cruelty of the immortal Great Wall within the school walls, the true cruelty would await them when they finally arrived at the wall itself. Yuchinjo promptly announced, the second assessment is about to begin. All candidates, prepare yourselves. Chapter 108, how much longer can he hold out? Soon, all candidates were teleported away once more. Shuyi arrived at a battlefield. The sky was overcast, thick with dark clouds, and the air was thick with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Before him, a blinding light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield. Immediately after, a figure gradually emerged from the light. It was a monstrous creature of bizarre appearance, resembling a worm oozing pus from every pore. Disgusting fluid seeped continuously from its surface, emitting waves of nauseating stench that seemed to contaminate the very air around it. This was the projection of the Abyssal Demon. Kill the Abyssal Demon projection before you. A prompt sounded, signaling the start of the second round of assessments. The worm immediately launched its attack. Despite its bulky form, its speed was anything but slow. Like a bolt of lightning, it charged toward Shuyi. To Shuyi, however, the worm posed little threat. Shuyi swiftly drew his wand, Song of the Whale, then channeled his magical energy. Skill activated, Residual Night Beam. ZZZZZZ. A powerful beam erupted, instantly piercing the worm before him. The worm emitted a piercing hiss, writhing in agony. Its body twisted violently, black smoke billowing from the wound. Yet it could not resist Chu Ye's Night's End beam. Before long, the worm was utterly destroyed by Chu Yi, its body dissolving into a pool of black liquid that seeped into the earth. Congratulations! You have successfully passed this round of assessment. The assessment had barely begun when Chu Yi succeeded once more. Yuchinjo and several instructors on the high platform immediately noticed. However, they showed little surprise, remaining remarkably composed. Chu Ye's prowess had already been demonstrated once during the opening ceremony. If he had taken as long as others to pass the assessment, that would have been the real surprise. Though the second round involved projections of abyssal demons, their power was significantly weakened, making it far from challenging. Within minutes, the other candidates also passed the assessment.
Shortly thereafter, the instructor responsible for tallying results announced the outcome once more. All candidates have passed this round of assessments. There are no eliminations. Yuchinjo nodded, finding this outcome rather satisfactory.
This meant that the combat capabilities of these candidates were all up to par.
Yuchinjo declared, proceed immediately with the third assessment. The instructor in charge of the assessment promptly announced the next step.
Next, the third and final assessment round will commence.
All candidates, prepare yourselves. As soon as the words fell, the teleportation array activated once more.
The runes on the ground flashed with dazzling light, enveloping the candidates' bodies before they vanished from their spots. Li Du then found himself within the confines of an immense city wall. The walls soared skyward like an impenetrable barrier, their stone surfaces etched with the marks of time, whispering tales of historical vicissitudes. Nearby, numerous shadowy figures stood at the ready. These figures wore armor, wielded weapons, and bore solemn expressions. Shuyi found himself transformed into one of these garrison soldiers. Standing atop the ramparts, Shuyi looked out and saw a vast, dark mass of troops, all demonic creatures. The monsters took various forms, some resembling colossal beasts, others like monstrous birds crowding the horizon in overwhelming numbers, their sheer presence chilling to the bone.
The demonic horde is about to assault the city. All examinees, prepare to defend against the invasion. The moment the announcement ended, the dark mass surged forward.
The earth trembled beneath their footsteps, the air thick with a murderous aura.
Then, the sound of fierce combat erupted all around.
The monster army was diverse, with creatures that flew through the skies and burrowed beneath the earth. The vanguard of flying monsters surged forward like a dark cloud. All around, countless defenders drew their longbows, unleashing a relentless hail of arrows that brought down many flying monsters. Yet this proved but a drop in the bucket.
Many monsters still surged onto the ramparts.
Their eyes gleamed with savage intent as they opened gaping maws, lunging toward the defenders. Seeing this, Shuyi immediately took action.
Skill activated, Dark Flames. Lashes of fire shot forth, striking the monsters and igniting explosive blasts upon contact.
Flames shot skyward as the monsters' bodies were reduced to ash in the inferno, their agonized screams piercing the air.
The intense flames instantly incinerated countless monsters.
The air thickened with the acrid smell of burning flesh, and the battlefield was littered with the monsters' remains.
After Chuye's intervention, the monsters' offensive rapidly subsided. Those monsters not killed by Chuye were swiftly dispatched by the other defenders.
However, the monsters' assault was far from over. Below, a dark, swarming horde of monsters surged to the base of the city walls. With the aid of large monsters and various special creatures, they began scaling the walls in droves.
Before long, the walls were swamped by the dark mass of monsters, with countless creatures charging upward with fierce momentum. The defenders sprang into action, unleashing skills and deploying tools to prevent the monsters from scaling the walls.
Chuyi also unleashed his skills relentlessly. Bursts of dark flames erupted, instantly reducing countless monsters to fragments. The flames raged across the walls, preventing the monsters from getting anywhere near Chuyi.
Though the monsters were numerous, Chuye's relentless unleashing of dark flames claimed even more lives.
Corpses piled high on the battlefield, rivers of blood flowed, and the air thickened with the heavy stench of blood.
Before long, the number of monsters visibly dwindled at a rapid pace. The first wave of the demonic invasion was swiftly crushed by Chuyi. The few stragglers were swiftly dispatched by the other defenders.
But before Chuyi could catch his breath, a voice echoed through the air.
Second wave of monsters approaching. Prepare for battle. Shuya's expression turned serious once more. Soon, the second wave of monsters arrived.
Their numbers were greater than the first wave, and they were even more ferocious.
Yet, under Chuya's relentless defense, the second wave failed to cause significant disruption. Next came the third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave after wave of monsters surged endlessly, each wave more powerful than the last. Time marched on, and nearly an hour passed.
The vast majority of examinees had completed their trials.
The passing standard was 3 waves of monsters, challenging, yet not impossible for most candidates. Few passed all 3 trials. Ha ha ha, I'm in the academy.
Sigh, I failed the first one, but luckily passed the second and third. Barely made it into the academy.
How many waves did you guys hold off?
I could only manage 3, the fourth wave was just too much.
Me too, 3 waves. Everyone's about the same, right? Ha, I did a bit better 4 waves.
After their assessments concluded, people chatted among themselves.
Yet, the announcement signaling the end was slow in coming.
At that moment, only one person remained in the entire testing hall, still completing their assessment.
That person was Chuyi. Chuyi is still in there? How many waves did he withstand? No one knows, but it must be a lot.
After the opening ceremony, Chuye's reputation had grown steadily. Especially among the freshmen of the Tiangang Academy, there wasn't a single one who didn't know Chuyi.
On the elevated platform, several teachers murmured in admiration. Already the 10th wave. He's still fighting. Unbelievable. Looks like he hasn't even reached his limit yet. Haha, our Tiangang Academy hit the jackpot with a student like this. All thanks to the dean's influence for luring Chuyi over. That guy Nya Kwangdo is still gnashing his teeth over it. Ha ha ha. At these words, everyone burst into laughter, the atmosphere light and cheerful. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Chuyi. How many waves of demonic invasion could he withstand? Chapter 109, Redeeming Tokens, Claiming Rewards. Time kept ticking, and Chuyi kept resisting. The 11th wave, 12th wave, 13th wave. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire academy waited for Chuyi, yet no one felt impatient. Everyone wants to see where Chuyi's limits lie. In the third round of the assessment, the monsters grew increasingly powerful as the trials progressed. Historically, the best record for advancing to the third round in the Tiangang Academy was set by Yulin Yuan, who withstood 16 waves. Now, Chuyi was closing in on that number. Another hour passed. Chuyi successfully fended off the 16th wave of monsters. Immediately following, the 17th wave arrived. He was still holding on. At this moment, several instructors could no longer contain themselves. He's already set a new record. This student is ridiculously strong, isn't he? No wonder Nya Kwangdo was so desperate to recruit him. Who wouldn't want a student like this? But I can see he's struggling. He must be nearing his limit. Time kept ticking. Half an hour later, Chuyi finally chose to give up. His record stopped at the 18th wave. Within the battlefield. Congratulations! You have successfully passed this round of assessment. Huh, is this as far as I can go? Chuyi felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the announcement. The 18th wave every monster was exceptionally powerful. Countless soldiers on the Immortal Great Wall had fallen in battle because of them. Chuyi had to face the onslaught of most monsters alone. At this moment, he could no longer hold on. Truthfully, if he had activated his Dark Realm, Chuyi could have persevered. But activating the Dark Realm for a mere assessment felt like a waste. Chuyi simply didn't possess enough dark matter to expend. When Chuyi emerged, he noticed the gazes of those around him. They stared at him as if he were a monster. Envy, astonishment, self-pity, a tangled web of emotions swirled within them, like an overturned jar of mixed flavors. All examinees, assemble immediately. At that moment, a voice rang out, and the candidates immediately assembled. Yuchinjo's voice boomed out. Now, I announce the results of this admission assessment. A total of 231 candidates participated in the assessment, with 216 passing. Those who did not pass need not be disheartened. You may take the makeup exam in 1 month. Passing the makeup exam will still grant you admission to the academy. Many candidates breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders. Although only a little over 200 new students took the assessment at the Tiangang Academy, its pass rate has always been the highest among the 9 academies. In many years, the pass rate even exceeded 90%. Popular academies like Tianshu and Pujuan typically see pass rates of only 60% to 70%. This disparity exists because few candidates choose Tiangang Academy. Making this choice signifies a certain level of resolve. The reputation and responsibilities of the Tiangang Academy often deterred a significant portion of students who felt they lacked sufficient strength. Those who failed now hang their heads in disappointment. But they still have a chance. Prepare diligently and await the makeup exam in a month. The assessment rankings will be announced shortly. Based on their placement, candidates will receive corresponding rewards upon enrollment. This afternoon, you will receive your class assignments. Starting tomorrow, proceed to your designated classrooms for lessons. Detailed academy procedures will be explained by instructors during class. Dismissed. After the assessment concluded, Yuchinjo immediately dismissed the assembly. People began to leave in scattered groups. Chuyi soon returned to his dormitory and shortly after received a message from the academy. This year, the Tiangang Academy had divided its students into 5 classes, each with over 40 students. Chuyi had been assigned to Class 3. The counselor had already set up a group chat and added all the students from Class 3. Within the group chat, many were already exchanging messages, but Chuyi held little interest in joining the conversation. However, the counselor specifically contacted him, saying, "Chuyi, please find time to come to my office to collect your rewards. These include recognition for your participation in the mission to destroy the Abyss Church, the opening ceremony, and your first place finish in the entrance assessment." Upon hearing this, Chuyi immediately set off for the counselor's office. After knocking, an aged voice called out, "Come in." His counselor was Wang Kaiyuan, an elderly man with a kind expression. Upon seeing Chuyi, he immediately broke into a smile. "Ah, Chuyi? Come, have a seat." After sitting down, Chuyi stated, "Teacher Wang, I'm here to collect my rewards." Wang Kaiyuan nodded. "Everything is right here. Let me tally it up for you. First, the reward for destroying the Abyss Church 10,000 points, 2 academic credits, 5 bottles of Berserk Potion, and 3 Tiangang recovery pills. Among these, the Strength Potion can dramatically boost your power for a short time. The Heavenly Gang's recovery pill is the top-tier pill from the Heavenly Gang's academy. If you suffer severe injuries, as long as you still have a breath left, this pill can restore you. Even severed limbs can slowly regenerate." Hearing this, Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a precious pill existed? Limb regeneration, even just that single function alone would drive countless people mad with desire. Shuyi was genuinely astonished by this reward. Wang Kaiyuan chuckled, under normal circumstances, do not take the Tiangang Huayuan pill lightly. This thing can save your life in an emergency. Shuyi nodded earnestly. Besides the pill, the reward points were substantial too. Moreover, 2 academic credits were granted. At the academy, students must undergo year-end assessments annually, with strict regulations governing academic credits. Those failing to meet the required credit threshold for the year were barred from taking the assessments, resulting in automatic failure for all courses taken that year. It could be said that credits were the lifeblood of 9th Academy students. Secondly, this is your opening ceremony reward. 100,000 points, along with a Scripture Hall exchange token. Wang Kaiyuan produced an antique-looking token and handed it to Chu Yi. With this token, you may select any skill scroll from the Academy Scripture Hall. Once your choice is made, the token will be reclaimed. Taking the token, Chu Yi felt a surge of excitement. For him, this was undoubtedly an extremely valuable reward. He was already itching to head to the Scripture Hall. But it wasn't over yet. Finally, this is your reward for ranking first in the entrance assessment. 10,000 points plus an access pass. With this pass, you may enter the inner training grounds of the Soul Monument Forest for more intensive training. Hearing this, Chu Yi was utterly astonished. The Soul Monument Forest training ground has an inner section? Wang Kaiyuan nodded. Of course. The figures there are all legendary figures from the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, spanning over 1,000 years. Among them are prodigies like Yu Lin Yuan, the war god of Great Xia. Hearing this, Chu Yi's anticipation grew even stronger. How powerful were these legendary figures from history? Chu Yi truly yearned to face them in battle. After collecting all his rewards, Chu Yi departed. 12,000 points in one go, plus quite a few precious medicines, especially the Tiangang Huayuan Dan. They gave me 3 pills outright. I'll have to treasure these. As for the exchange tokens, I'll redeem them right away and see what treasures the school's Scripture Hall has to offer. After leaving the office, Chu Yi wasted no time and headed straight for the Scripture Hall. Chapter 110, The Scripture Hall and Chu Yi's Indecisiveness. The Scripture Hall of Xinxia Academy stood in the eastern part of the campus. From afar, it resembled an ancient pavilion, towering majestically amidst lush greenery. Intricate runic patterns carved into the upturned eaves exuded an air of solemnity. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns across the structure, as if adding a touch of mystery to the building. Standing before the tower, Chu Yi looked up at the soaring structure, a sense of anticipation welling up within him. Having arrived via the Academy's teleportation array, he entered the grounds of the Scripture Pavilion to find numerous teachers and students hurrying in and out of its doors. The Scripture Hall was not a closed-off place. On ordinary days, faculty and students could freely borrow its texts and study various knowledge. However, the inner sanctum of the Scripture Hall was off-limits. It housed precious skill scrolls, and entry was strictly forbidden to anyone, let alone borrowing them. As Chu Yi approached the entrance, a teacher clad in a deep gray robe stepped forward and stopped him. "Hello, student. You cannot enter here." Chu Yi remained composed as he retrieved a token from his robe and handed it to the teacher. "I'm here to claim my reward. This is the token." The teacher took the token and glanced down at it, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. His fingers trembled slightly, clearly recognizing the token's origin. This is an unrestricted token, meaning Chu Yi may take any skill scroll from the Scripture Hall. The teacher composed himself, carefully inspecting the token. Once satisfied it was genuine, the sternness on his face softened slightly. Lifting his head, he spoke with a hint of respect, "Please follow me." Chu Yi nodded and followed the teacher into the inner chambers of the Scripture Hall. The interior of the tower was vast, its walls lined with hundreds of tall bookshelves. Various scrolls were neatly arranged upon them. Each row of shelves was enveloped by a faint magical barrier, preventing anyone from easily touching the scrolls within. The custodian stood beside Chu Yi and explained in a low voice, "Student, you may take any single skill scroll from here, but only one. If you wish to view the scroll's information, simply channel a small amount of mana at the corresponding position beside it." Chu Yi nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you, teacher. I'd like to look around on my own first." The teacher nodded, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Take your time then. Once you've made your choice, just come register it with me." With that, he turned and left, leaving Chu Yi standing alone in the vast chamber. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Yi felt a wave of awe wash over him. The quality of these scrolls was exceptionally high, even the lowest tier ones were blue quality, while numerous top-tier orange scrolls were also present. The scrolls were neatly categorized by profession, clearly divided into major groups: warrior, mage, ranged, support, assassin, and so on. Blue quality scrolls made up roughly half the collection, purple quality scrolls accounted for about 40%, and while orange quality scrolls only comprised 1/10 of the total, Chu Yi estimated there were at least 1,000 orange skill scrolls scattered throughout the entire room. Chu Yi silently marveled, truly befitting the top academy of the Great Xia Kingdom. The value of these scrolls must easily reach tens of billions of gold coins.
To maximize value, Chuyi bypassed the blue and purple scrolls, heading straight to the mage section to examine the orange quality skill scrolls. The mage section was further subdivided into categories like damage dealing, control, and utility. Chuyi first approached the damage dealing scrolls, picking up several to examine closely. One scroll bore the inscription Celestial Flame Funeral Rite. Its skill description read, capable of unleashing a wide area flame attack, dealing devastating damage to groups of monsters. Another scroll bore the name Divine Punishment Lightning Strike. Though a single target skill, its damage multiplier was absurdly high. A single strike could instantly obliterate an enemy. Even if it failed to kill outright, it would paralyze the target, rendering them incapacitated for an extended period. Chuyi silently compared them. The power of these skills was almost on par with his dark arts, and might even surpass them. Control-type scrolls were also plentiful, such as Entangling All Souls and Earth-Shattering Thunderclap, each boasting formidable crowd control effects. Functional scrolls were diverse beyond measure, some instantly restored full mana for oneself and allies, others enchanted enemies to fight for the caster. The sheer variety of abilities was dazzling. As Chuyi surveyed these scrolls, a pang of regret welled up within him. I wish I could grab them all, but alas, I can only choose one. This left Chuyi in a state of indecision. Which one should he choose? He examined them left and right for a long time, unable to make up his mind. He wasn't lacking in offensive skills. Dark Flames, Residual Knight's Beam, and his ultimate, Praise of the World Devourer, were more than sufficient for most battles. For control, he had the Lifeline. For defense, the Night Veil. While he lacked purely functional skills, he possessed the passive Magic Surge and the Heavenly Yuan Restoring Pill. Any of these skills would be an upgrade for him, but they all felt like icing on the cake. That was precisely why Chuyi had hesitated for so long. After much deliberation, he even considered just grabbing one at random. Yet he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Chuyi. He thought to himself, right. Why not let the Divine Essence choose? Thus, Chuyi quietly awakened the Divine Essence within him, allowing its power to radiate outward. He passed through the mage area, letting the power of the Divine Essence sweep over the skills within. Yet the Divine Essence seemed to be in a deep slumber, showing no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, Chuyi frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. He moved on to the other zones. Warrior, Guardian, Assassin, Ranged. He traversed them all, yet the Divine Essence remained utterly unresponsive. Just as Chuyi was about to return to the mage area, the Divine Essence within him suddenly stirred. Similar power detected. Proceed immediately to investigate. The voice echoed in Chuyi's mind, causing him to pause in surprise before a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately followed the Divine Essence's guidance, quickly reaching the deepest part of the room. In one corner stood several dilapidated bookshelves, piled high with ancient-looking scrolls that seemed neglected. Beside the shelves, large characters were affixed, unclassified. Uncategorized skill scrolls? Chuyi approached with a hint of curiosity, guided by the Divine Essence to one of the bookcases. The Divine Essence's power came to a halt here. Here lay a skill scroll nearly torn to shreds, its surface covered in cracks, appearing as though it might crumble at the slightest touch. Its color was dull and lifeless, as if weathered by years of exposure, like an artifact freshly unearthed that rapidly decayed upon seeing light. It was this very scroll that had caught the Divine Essence's attention. What skill is this? Chuyi glanced at the information beside it and froze instantly. Chapter 111, Divine Technique, Eternal Imprisonment in the Abyss. The information displayed was extremely sparse, barely any details at all. Skill name, unknown. Skill details, unknown. Learning restrictions, unknown. Tang Yuan's commentary, this scroll was obtained by me in the depths of the abyss. Though found in such a place, it remained untainted, suggesting it possesses some mysterious power. Yet, after years of study, I gained nothing. I submitted it to national research institutions, but they too found nothing. With no other option, I returned it to the academy, where it is stored here. Tang Yuan. Isn't that the name of Xinxia Academy's founding principal? Chuyi murmured softly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The history of Xinxia Academy was profoundly ancient. It was the first institution established by the Great Xia Kingdom for practitioners following the world's great upheaval. As its founding principal, Tang Yuan had long since passed into the mists of time, his demise shrouded in antiquity. Could this skill scroll truly possess such ancient origins? This instantly piqued Chuyi's intense curiosity about the scroll. Most crucially, it was the only item in the entire room that triggered a reaction from his Divine Essence. With that realization, Chuyi wasted no time and contacted the administrator. Soon, the administrator arrived, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Student, which one have you chosen? I'll retrieve it for you. Chuyi pointed at the scroll before him, Eternal Imprisonment in the Abyss, his gaze unwavering. I want this one. Seeing this, the administrator's eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowing slightly. Student, this scroll is worthless. Don't be fooled by the founding principal's commentary on it. For years, no one has been able to decipher the information within. He paused, then continued his persuasion. Why not choose another scroll? With your token privileges, you can directly select a legendary tier skill scroll.
The administrator meant well.
Having managed the scripture hall for over a decade, he'd seen countless students intrigued by this particular scroll. But without exception, none had chosen this particular scroll. Even when someone took it, they'd inevitably return it after failing to decipher its contents, settling for another scroll instead. Chuyi shook his head, his tone resolute.
Thank you for the advice, teacher, but I insist on this one.
Seeing this, the caretaker sighed softly and could only say, very well. But remember, student, take good care of it once you take it. Should you change your mind later, you may return this scroll and exchange it for another skill scroll. With that, the administrator immediately cast a spell, tracing intricate runes in the air with both hands to activate the scroll's magical barrier and retrieve it for Chuyi. After receiving the scroll, Chuyi took his leave. Stepping onto the teleportation array, he soon returned to his dormitory. He immediately retrieved the scroll, took a deep breath, and once again channeled the power of his divine essence. Soon, the divine essence flowed into the scroll. Immediately, the ancient scroll emitted a faint glow, soft yet undeniably majestic. Detecting divine power seal.
Attempting to break. Success. As the voice faded, the scroll before him underwent a transformation. What had been a tattered, decaying scroll was now renewed and radiant, as if freshly retrieved from an ancient temple. The information inscribed upon it underwent a profound transformation. Eternal imprisonment of the abyss. Type: Divine technique requires divine status to unleash. Only divine status holders may view this skill's information. Level: unrestricted scales with the learner's level. Learning restriction: divine essence. Effect: creates a miniature black hole within the target, can be the caster themselves, forcibly devouring everything within its vicinity including skills, living beings, and the environment. The black hole size and range are influenced by the caster. The stronger the caster, the larger the black hole. Skill cost: divine power. Skill cooldown: none. Upon reading this skill description, Chuyi's eyes finally widened in shock. His pupils contracted slightly, and his breathing grew rapid. A divine skill. It's actually a divine skill? Such skills existed only in legend, wielded solely by deities. Forget legendary tier skills, even mythic tier abilities couldn't compare to a divine skill. No wonder it triggered a divine reaction, Chuyi murmured to himself. Who would have thought that within the scripture hall of Shinsha Academy, such a divine technique was hidden? If the school ever found out, would they regret it? Chuyi thought to himself, suddenly smiling. However, the academy's requirements for this divine technique were extremely stringent. The divine rank requirement alone effectively barred nearly everyone. If Chuyi didn't take it, the skill would be useless to anyone else. A divine technique capable of creating black holes? If I grow powerful enough, could I one day generate black holes as terrifying as planets during battle? Black holes and planets are not the same. A black hole the size of a planet could mercilessly devour even the sun. This was something no other skill could ever match. At this thought, Chuyi felt like laughing out loud, his mood soaring. This time, he had truly struck gold. Without hesitation, Chuyi immediately began learning the skill. Successfully learned divine skill: eternal imprisonment of the abyss. Skill consumption has changed. Please check details. After successful acquisition, Chuyi's mind filled with new information about eternal imprisonment of the abyssal void, as if this knowledge had been imprinted there all along. Among the changes, the skill cost section showed a new entry. Skill cost: minimum 50,000 dark matter, no upper limit. Seeing this, Chuyi couldn't help but whistle in astonishment, his brow furrowing slightly. To unleash this skill requires a minimum of 50,000 drops of dark matter per use. Truly a god-tier skill. The cost is outrageous. Moreover, 50,000 drops of dark matter was merely the minimum requirement. The more dark matter consumed, the more powerful the skill became. As long as Chuyi possessed sufficient dark matter, the power this skill could unleash was virtually limitless. This was a god-tier skill. It's far more powerful than any praise of the world devourer, but I can't use it casually unless it's absolutely crucial. After all, dark matter currently serves more crucial purposes for Chuyi. Once his strength grows and he accumulates enough dark matter, perhaps he can unleash it freely. By now, night had fallen, and faint starlight twinkled outside the window. With a satisfied heart, Chuyi soon retired for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Chuyi immediately headed to the academy's classroom. Today marked the first class of the new semester, and attendance was mandatory. Beyond essential courses, students would have the freedom to manage their time as they saw fit. The moment Chuyi entered the classroom, a wave of cheers erupted, and all eyes turned toward him. Whoa! Chuyi is here! Ha, top of the new student trials, awesome! Welcome, brother Chuyi! Chapter 112, the first lesson of the semester, the responsibility of the Tiangang Academy. Chuyi's performance at the opening ceremony had already made him a household name among the freshmen. Upon learning that Chuyi was in their class, many students in Class 3 were thrilled beyond measure. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chuyi responded with a smile. He then scanned the classroom and, spotting an empty seat by the window in the front row, walked straight over and sat down. Several classmates gathered nearby, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They chimed in one after another. Brother Chuyi, can we get your contact info? Brother Chuyi, me too. If you ever need help, just call me, I'll be there anytime.
Both boys and girls rushed forward to ask for his contact information.
Some girls even sent him flirtatious glances, their eyes tinged with shy admiration.
They gently handed over their phones, cheeks flushed slightly. Faced with this scene, a hint of helplessness flashed across Chuya's face.
He didn't refuse, instead adding each contact one by one.
Before long, the class bell rang, its crisp sound echoing through the classroom.
The moment the bell fell silent, steady footsteps approached the classroom door. Wang Kaiyuan entered the classroom holding a book.
Of medium build, he wore a dark shirt and carried a gentle smile. His gaze swept across the class before he came to a stop at the lectern.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm your counselor, Wang Kaiyuan.
You may call me Teacher Wang.
Today, I'll be explaining various aspects of university life to you all. His voice was warm yet authoritative, delivered at a measured pace that conveyed a sense of steady reliability. Under the gaze of the students, he proceeded to explain the various matters concerning the academy and the college.
At Xinxia Academy, students enjoyed ample free time.
While each college has a set number of specialized courses, the schedule is light, sometimes only 1 or 2 classes per week.
During the rest of their time, students typically engage in 3 main activities. One is running instances in the instance plaza within the college. Another is visiting the college's quest center to accept tasks.
The third is preparing for the various assessments conducted by the college.
Our Tiangang Academy's dungeon plaza can be accessed via the teleportation array. The plaza is divided into 2 sections, the outer plaza and the inner plaza.
Each section contains a different number and level of dungeons. The dungeons in the inner plaza are highly challenging, but the rewards are equally substantial.
However, there are certain requirements to gain access to the inner plaza. Hearing this, many students were eager to try.
While Xinxia Academy boasts countless dungeons, the finest ones reside within each academy's inner sanctum. The Paksan Academy boasts dungeons like the Experience Sanctuary.
What kind of exceptional dungeons might the Tiangang Academy possess?
A flicker of curiosity stirred within Shu Ye's heart. Wang Kaiyuan continued his introduction, his tone tinged with solemnity. The Academy's quest center offers a wide variety of missions.
Completing them yields generous rewards, though some tasks may require venturing outside even into dangerous areas like the corruption front. Until your strength is sufficient, I advise focusing on dungeon runs.
Quests were a major source of income for Academy students.
Within the Academy, points were primarily earned through diverse quests. Some missions offered exceptionally generous point rewards, requiring players to secure them in advance.
Beyond dungeons and quests, the most crucial matter is the assessment. The assessment at the Tiangang Academy differs from other academies.
The entire academy holds only 1 assessment per year, the year-end assessment. To qualify for the year-end assessment, you must earn 50 credits during the academic year. While some credits are automatically granted for completing required courses, the remainder must be earned through the annual challenge quests. These tasks can be claimed at the task center. They aren't particularly dangerous, completing them earns you the corresponding credits.
Failing to earn the required credits disqualifies you from the year-end assessment, resulting in automatic failure for all courses that academic year. In the following year, you must not only earn double the credits but also take both the current year's year-end assessment and the makeup exam for the previous year. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from the academy. Hearing this, many faces darkened with gravity, some even instinctively furrowing their brows. Among the 9 academies, the Tiangang Academy imposed the harshest penalties for failing courses. This meant there was absolutely no room for slacking off in this academy. At the very least, the required credits must be earned each year. Failure to do so meant facing expulsion from the academy. Beyond that, the academy boasts numerous facilities. Take the Soul Monument Forest Training Grounds, for instance, a place where you can test your skills against the academy's predecessors. Should you excel, you may even qualify for access to the internal training grounds. Within those walls, you'll encounter many legendary figures straight out of history textbooks. Then there's the Judgment Arena. It simulates real environments like the Corruption Front, the Abyss, and the Immortal Great Wall. Entering to battle there lets you experience the Abyss's cruelty firsthand. It's safe to say the academy boasts quite a few facilities. However, most of these facilities are directly related to the Corruption Front and the Abyss. After all, the Tiangang Academy is the only institution directly connected to the Abyss. The Immortal Great Wall still stands at the very forefront of the Corruption Front. As he spoke these words, a note of solemnity deepened in Wang Kaiyuan's voice. His gaze seemed to pierce through the classroom, fixed on some distant horizon. Finally, the matter I wish to address is likely already known to all of you. That is graduation. Every student of Tiangang Academy must serve at least 1 year guarding the Immortal Great Wall after graduation. Having chosen Tiangang Academy, you are all aware of this obligation. I shall say no more. Here, I wish each of you smooth sailing in your future academy life, and may you all find your own paths. As soon as Wang Kaiyuan finished speaking, applause erupted in the classroom, tinged with excitement and anticipation. Next, Wang Kaiyuan had the entire class introduce themselves.
Each student took turns briefly introducing themselves. Shuyi also gave a simple introduction, though the entire class already knew him. As the introductions concluded, the bell rang precisely, signaling the end of class.
The classroom instantly buzzed with activity. Some packed their backpacks, others whispered in low voices.
At that moment, several students quickly approached Shuyi, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Brother Shuyi, can I ask you to run a dungeon with me? Brother Shuyi, come run a dungeon with me. I don't care about gear drops, I just want to see your legendary skills in action." Numerous students enthusiastically invited Shuyi to join their dungeon runs. Shuyi shook his head helplessly, his tone tinged with regret. "I appreciate your offers, but I'm not looking to form a party at the moment." With that, he stood up and walked away. Though somewhat disappointed, the crowd didn't press the issue, merely watching him walk away. Stepping out of the classroom, Shuyi finally exhaled in relief. Being famous isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Just as Shuyi was about to head toward the Instance Plaza, his communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated.
He pulled it out to find a message from Yuchinjo on the screen. "Come to my office." Chapter 113, Healing Suli, the Shot Girl. Though puzzled by the message, Shuyi immediately headed for Yuchinjo's office. Upon reaching the office door, Shuyi froze. Standing there was a girl with black hair and blue eyes, clad in a plain white robe. Her face was pale, devoid of color, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. "Suli?" Hearing the voice, Suli turned around. Recognizing Shuyi, she too froze for a moment. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by cold indifference. Her pallor swiftly transformed into indifference, as if she had never known Shuyi at all. At that moment, Yuchinjo approached with steady steps and a solemn expression. Dressed in a dark robe, his piercing gaze swept over the two before him, and he gave a slight nod. "Everyone here? Very well. Then you shall all come with me." Upon hearing this, Shuyi instantly understood the purpose of their journey. Yuchinjo must be arranging for him to treat Suli, though judging by Suli's expression, she likely remained unaware. The two followed Yuchinjo down to the basement of the office building, arriving at the room where Shuyi often treated bone-corroding ailments. The corridor was dimly lit, flickering candlelight on the walls casting mottled shadows. A musty, decaying stench permeated the air. The moment Suli entered, she wrinkled her nose. A flicker of disgust crossed her eyes as her fingers unconsciously tightened around the cuff of her robe. This scent was all too familiar to her. It was the putrid stench emitted by bone-corroding disease patients during an episode. Yuchinjo addressed Suli, "Do you know why I summoned you and Shuyi here?" Suli's eyes remained dull and gray, as if she had lost all hope in life. She merely shook her head indifferently and said, "I don't know." Yuchinjo smiled and turned to Shuyi. "You tell her yourself." Suli frowned slightly in confusion, her gaze shifting toward Shuyi. What Shuyi said next, however, left Suli stunned. "I can cure your bone-corroding disease." The words struck her like a thunderclap. Suli's eyes widened, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to believe what she'd heard. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her robe, knuckles turning white. In fact, she instinctively dismissed it as a lie, blurting out, "If you're trying to play a prank on me, well, I admit you've succeeded." In that instant, Suli's inner world underwent three distinct shifts. Shock, then hope, then indifference. Shuyi shook his head. "I'm not lying. I truly can cure your bone-corroding disease." At that moment, Suli's resolve wavered. Her gaze darted between Shuyi and Yuchinjo, as if searching for some flaw. Yet she found Yuchinjo's expression remarkably calm, as if he hadn't heard Shuyi's words at all. At that moment, Yuchinjo finally spoke. "Shuyi possesses a unique talent. He can absorb the decaying aura within those afflicted by bone-corroding disease. Before this, he has already treated several patients suffering from this condition. Having learned from Shuyi that you suffer from this affliction, I arranged for him to treat you today." Yuchinjo was the head of the Tiangang Academy, a man who never joked without reason. At that moment, Suli could no longer remain calm. Her breathing quickened slightly, her chest rising and falling, a hint of unmistakable anticipation flashing in her eyes. Yuchinjo said, "Lie down first. Let Shuyi treat you." Amidst a flurry of shock and doubt, Suli slowly reclined onto the hospital bed. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white as she struggled to suppress her inner tension. Shuyi approached Suli and immediately activated his divine power. A peculiar force entered Suli's body, and soon, strands of decaying energy were continuously absorbed by Shuyi under the divine power's guidance. Successfully absorbed decaying aura. You have obtained 90 drops of dark matter. Successfully absorbed decaying aura. You have obtained. As Shuyi continuously channeled his divine essence to absorb, a series of notifications appeared in his mind. At that moment, Suli finally believed. She could distinctly feel the decaying aura within her body steadily diminishing. The bone-corroding affliction that had tormented her was actually lessening. The absorption process lasted several minutes. Only when Shuyi received a notification from his divine essence in his mind did he cease the absorption. "Alright, that's all for now." Suli slowly sat up from the hospital bed, her eyes widening as she stared at her hands. Her palms glowed faintly red, as if rejuvenated with new vitality. Beside the bed stood a mirror.
When she looked into it, she saw her once paper-white complexion gradually gaining a healthy flush. Her eyes were no longer dull and gray, instead, they held a glimmer of light. The suffocating pressure that had felt like the Grim Reaper's scythe at her throat had vanished.
Suli murmured, "I'm not dreaming, am I?"
The bone-corroding disease had truly been cured. Though not yet fully cured, her body felt infinitely lighter. She could scarcely believe it. This was a terminal illness with no known cure anywhere in the world.
Shuyi smiled. "How do you feel?"
"Much lighter, right?"
Suli nodded slightly, saying nothing.
Her gaze drifted, as if processing the reality of it all.
Yuchinjo said, "The fact that Chuyi can treat bone-eating disease is an absolute secret.
This matter not only concerns Chuye's safety but also has significant implications for the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, you must keep this confidential.
You must not tell anyone, understand?"
Suli pressed her lips together.
"As long as I live, no one will ever pry this secret from me." Yuchinjo nodded. "Good. The treatment is complete. You may leave now." Afterward, Chuyi and Suli both exited Yuchinjo's office. Chuyi offered, "I'll walk you back."
Suli neither agreed nor refused. Chuyi took her silence as consent and stepped into the teleportation array with her, returning to the Lingshu Academy.
Throughout the journey, Suli remained silent, not uttering a word.
Her gaze fixed ahead, her expression distant and unfocused.
Only when Chuyi escorted her to the dormitory entrance did Suli finally speak. "Why?" Chuyi frowned in confusion. "What do you mean, why?" Suli replied, "Why did you help me? What do I have that makes you help me? What do you want from me?"
Chuyi shook his head.
"It's nothing.
If you ever feel unwell or your illness flares up again, you can contact me."
Suli said nothing more and stepped inside the dormitory.
Her silhouette appeared somewhat frail, yet her steps carried a newfound lightness. Before she entered, Chuyi called after her, "My offer stands.
You can come find me anytime."
Suli's body visibly paused for a moment, but she soon entered. Only after Chuyi had left did a crack appear in Suli's door. Through the gap, her blue eyes peered out. Her eyes flickered with gratitude, confusion, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. Finally, she gently closed the door, sealing herself off from the outside world.
Chapter 114, Trial Mission: Collect Abyssal Refined Iron.
After leaving the Lingshu courtyard, Chuyi hurried back to the Tiangang courtyard.
"First, I'll grind dungeons at the Instance Plaza.
I still need over 20,000 dark matter to reach the 100,000 mark. A few days of dungeon runs should be enough to gather it all." Once he gathered enough dark matter, he could complete his second divine core evolution. After that, Chuyi planned to find time to earn all his credits for the year. Currently, he only possessed 2 credits, earned from participating in the Abyss Cathedral demolition mission.
Chuyi disliked procrastinating.
He preferred to finish everything in one go, then have the remaining time to himself. Soon, Chuyi arrived at the Instance Plaza.
Out here in the outer plaza, a large number of students have gathered.
Some stood in small groups, others alone, while many called out, seeking teammates to tackle dungeons together.
Not only freshmen, but sophomores and juniors were present too.
However, the upperclassmen generally gathered near the higher-level dungeons. Chuyi's arrival drew some attention, but only from the freshmen.
Upperclassmen paid little attention to the affairs of the lower grades and thus didn't recognize Chuyi.
Ignoring the glances, Chuyi calmly scanned the crowd and walked straight toward the inner plaza.
While the outer plaza also offered decent dungeons, their quality couldn't compare to those in the inner plaza.
Chuyi had no intention of wasting his time here. If he was going for the best. Upon reaching the entrance, Chuyi was stopped by a staff member who said, "Student, please present your access credentials." Chuyi's eyebrows twitched slightly as he asked, "How does one obtain an access pass for the inner plaza?" Hearing this, the attendant looked surprised, his brow furrowing slightly.
"You don't know? Student, you're a freshman, right? Freshmen aren't usually advised to enter the inner plaza.
The dungeons there are extremely difficult. You should train in the outer plaza for a while first." Chuyi shook his head, his gaze remaining calm.
"Please tell me anyway." "Thank you." The attendant sighed helplessly.
"Go to the quest center. There's a challenge quest there, the inner plaza access trial.
Completing it will grant you the access credential.
But I must warn you, this challenge quest is extremely difficult and carries significant risks."
Chuyi nodded. "Thank you for the information."
He then turned and walked away, stepping onto the teleportation array bound for the quest center. Like the Instance Plaza, the quest center was also bustling with people. Though the Tiangang Academy admitted few students annually, the combined enrollment across all 4 grades still exceeded 1,000. Neither the Instance Plaza nor the quest center ever felt particularly deserted. At the very center stood a massive screen, displaying scrolling details of various quests. The screen's glow illuminated the faces of the surrounding students, making them appear exceptionally clear. Of course, one could also approach the front desk of the quest center to collect today's quest list. Chuyi quickly approached the front desk and requested a task list. It listed a vast array of tasks, likely numbering in the hundreds. These tasks were broadly categorized into several types: bounty missions, long-term assignments, and trial assessment tasks.
Bounty quests could be posted by the academy, teachers, or students themselves. Once claimed by someone, others could no longer accept it. Completing the quest would yield the specified bounty reward. Long-term tasks were issued by the academy and remained active indefinitely. Examples included clearing monster nests in specific areas or traveling to the corruption front to slay abyssal beasts. Anyone could claim these tasks, and achieving milestone objectives would grant corresponding rewards. As for trial tasks, these are mandatory for everyone and tied to academic credits. Shu Yi quickly located his target. Dungeon Plaza Internal Access Trial. Task Content: Material Collection Abyssal Refined Black Iron 20. Task Duration: 7 days. Reward: Dungeon Plaza Internal Access Credential. Upon reading the task details, Shu Yi's expression grew more serious. His brow furrowed slightly as a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. This task seemed far from simple. Abyssal Refined Black Iron was an extremely valuable material. It only spawns in the Abyss, the Corruption Front, and various dungeons tainted by the Abyss. Though it carries a strong abyssal aura, once purified, it yields exceptionally high-grade forging materials. Equipment forged with Abyssal Refined Black Iron often reached epic quality, and some even had the potential to achieve legendary quality. On the Great Xia Kingdom's market price list, Abyssal Refined Black Iron was directly listed at 100,000 gold coins per pound. And it remains scarce despite the price. At auction houses, prices of 150,000 gold coins per caddy are commonplace. This clearly demonstrates the preciousness of this material. A standard piece of Abyssal Refined Black Iron weighs about 100 grams. 20 pieces would be 4 caddies. That's no small quantity, Shu Yi murmured to himself, his tone tinged with gravity. Converted to gold coins, that amounted to a staggering 400,000 gold coins. However, it was impossible for Shu Yi to simply purchase it on the open market. He directly asked the staff which dungeon could yield Abyssal Refined Black Iron. The staff member replied, "You can head to the Corrupted Mine dungeon. Defeating the dungeon boss grants a chance to obtain Abyssal Refined Black Iron. However, that dungeon lacks a normal difficulty, only hard and hell modes exist. Clearing it won't be easy." "Where is the Corrupted Mine?" "It's just outside the Tiangang Academy Instance Plaza." "Thanks." After receiving the information, Shu Yi immediately returned to the dungeon plaza. Using the map at the plaza entrance, Shu Yi quickly located the Corrupted Mine. A crowd had gathered here, shouting to form parties. "Anyone up for tackling the Corrupted Mine? Need a healer. Corrupted Mine raid is happening. Any DPS? I'll pay 5,000 gold coins. Interested parties, come join the group. Any kind gentleman willing to lead me through a dungeon? I really want that Abyssal Refined Black Iron." The Corrupted Mine was renowned as one of the most challenging dungeons in the outer plaza. Clearing it almost always requires assembling a sufficiently powerful team. Even legendary players struggle to solo this dungeon. Thus, despite the crowd gathered at the entrance, the Corrupted Mine dungeon remained untouched, with no one attempting to clear it. Upon arriving at the instance entrance, Shu Yi noticed the information engraved on the stone tablet nearby. Corrupted Mine. Recommended level, 26. Difficulty options, hard, hell. Maximum party size, 5 players. Entry fee, 1,000 points. Shu Yi's arrival caught the attention of a few people. Immediately, someone called out, "Hey, bro. Want to run a dungeon together? What class are you? We might be able to form a party." Other teams also extended invitations. "Bro, join us. We'll share everything except Abyssal Refined Black Iron." Shu Yi shook his head. His gaze swept calmly over the surrounding crowd, ignoring the offers. He walked straight to the portal and paid the points. "Please select your difficulty." Hell. Shu Yi selected without hesitation. Enveloped in a burst of light, Shu Yi instantly entered the instance. The onlookers were stunned. That guy, he went in? Holy crap. He went solo into this dungeon? Is he out of his mind? Quick, check his difficulty. Holy crap, he actually chose Hell mode. Who is he? How bold, soloing and daring to pick Hell difficulty. The crowd buzzed with whispers, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Chapter 115, Corrupted Mine, Hell difficulty. Shu Yi remained oblivious to the outside chatter, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After passing through the teleportation array, he instantly arrived in the Corrupted Mine. The moment he stepped inside, a thick, musty stench mingled with the scent of decay hit him, causing Shu Yi to frown slightly. This was a vast cavern, dimly lit, with Shu Yi barely able to make out the area within 10 meters of him. Beyond that lay nothing but hazy obscurity. Along one side of the cavern, decay-ridden rock walls gleamed with a black sheen, as if pus might drip from them at any moment. The only light came from a cluster of luminous crystals embedded in the cavern's ceiling. Without these crystals, the cavern would likely plunge into endless darkness. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, Shu Yi heard a low, guttural roar, like a groan forced from the depths of a throat. Immediately, a dozen figures materialized ahead. Though human in form, their bodies were rotten and festering, their skin a sickly blackish green, as if consumed by some dreadful disease. They wore tattered mining uniforms, wielding sharp, pointed pickaxes.
The tools were coated in dark red rust, as if stained with countless bloodshed. These monstrosities moved with twisted, contorted gaits, yet their speed was deceptively swift. They advanced toward Shu Yi in grotesquely unnatural postures. Shu Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. He sprang into action, swinging his staff to unleash a burst of dark flame. Boom! A blinding burst of flame erupted, instantly incinerating the monster before him. As the flames consumed it, the creature's body emitted a sizzling sound, like fat evaporating under intense heat, filling the air with a burnt, acrid stench. You have slain a level 25 corrupted miner, gaining 780 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You obtained 50 drops of dark matter. A series of notifications echoed in Shu Ye's mind. The experience points in dark matter provided by these mining workers were quite substantial. However, being corrupted units, the dark flame couldn't convert them into undead. After eliminating all the corrupted miners, Shu Yi pressed forward. Before long, a dozen more miners emerged from the shadows. Their appearance was identical to the previous ones, corrupted, twisted, and moving with exaggerated motions. Yet, the speed at which they swung their pickaxes was astonishingly fast, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. One miner seized the opportunity during Shu Yi's attack to close in, thrusting its sharp pickaxe straight toward Shu Yi's chest. Shu Yi sensed the threat instantly, activating his night veil to block the strike. Yet in that instant, Shu Yi clearly saw the miner's hands swinging the pickaxe so swiftly they left after images. Had the pickaxe connected, it would have instantly pierced through a person's body. Shu Yi's gaze grew even colder. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed several bolts of dark flame, instantly obliterating the monsters before him. He pressed forward, slaughtering over 100 corrupted miners along the way. The deeper he ventured into the mine, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It felt as though the entire cavern itself breathed, each exhalation carrying a stench of decay. Rattling. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing scream echoed through the darkness, like the wail of some creature, stabbing at the eardrums. Immediately, a long whip glowing with a blood-red light lashed out from the darkness. The whip's tail whipped back with such extreme speed at its tip that it even produced a sonic boom. Shu Yi's expression shifted slightly as he instantly activated his night vision shield, blocking the whip's attack. However, the whip's force was immense. The night veil trembled slightly under the impact, and Shu Yi's body was knocked back half a step. His brow furrowed as his gaze darted forward. Soon, he spotted a massive, monstrous figure. Though humanoid in form, it stood nearly 3 meters tall, far larger than the corrupted miners. Its skin was a deep, bluish-green hue, as if poisoned by some toxin, its muscles bulging and twisted like a body forcibly enhanced. Moreover, its attire wasn't that of a miner either. Instead, it wore a respectable blue coat, resembling that of a foreman. At that moment, the monster lashed its whip again, charging at Shu Yi with a hideous expression. Shu Yi's eyes flashed coldly as he immediately countered. Crimson Knight's radiant beam. With a surge of magical energy, an intense beam of light instantly pierced the monster before him. The beam pierced its chest like a sharp sword. After letting out a shrill, agonized scream, it was instantly slain by Shu Yi. You have slain a level 26 corrupted overseer. Gained 1860 EXP. You obtained 160 drops of dark matter. Not a bad haul. Just then, the surrounding mine tunnels suddenly trembled with a faint vibration. Shu Yi frowned, his gaze darting around the area. Soon, he noticed countless figures appearing from all directions. So many monsters? Shu Yi's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flitting across his face. These figures were all corrupted miners, likely numbering over 100. They poured out from every corner of the mine shaft, surging toward Shu Yi like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, Shu Yi's eyes narrowed in confusion. But no matter how many monsters there were, Shu Yi wasn't afraid. Dark flames. With a fierce shout, Shu Yi swung his staff, unleashing bursts of dark flames that instantly erupted toward the corrupted miners. Boom! Bursts of fiery light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire mine shaft. The miners were utterly helpless against Shu Yi's onslaught. Under the relentless flames, they were swiftly reduced to ashes. A series of notification sounds echoed continuously in Shu Yi's mind. Massive amounts of experience points and dark matter poured in. Before long, over 100 monsters lay slain by Shu Yi. But to Shu Yi's astonishment, after finishing one wave, a second wave of monsters surged in from all directions. With no other choice, Shu Yi continued his slaughter. Soon, he had finished off the second wave. Yet a third wave followed immediately. Then came the fourth wave, the fifth wave. Are these monsters endless? At that moment, a look of gravity finally appeared on Shu Yi's face. His brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Could it be, something is continuously spawning these monsters? Shu Yi pondered inwardly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a glowing object, conspicuous in the dimly lit mine shaft. Spotting it, Shu Yi charged forward immediately, his magic wand swinging relentlessly. Dark flames and shards of the night erupted one after another, reducing monsters to ash under his attacks as he steadily closed in on the target. Yet as he advanced, he realized the surrounding monsters were growing in number increasingly, absurdly so.
Countless corrupted miners poured out from every corner of the tunnel like an endless tide, nearly forming a monstrous wave. It seems there must be some secret hidden there. Chapter 116, sweeping through, crushing all in its path. After clearing a vast sea of monsters along the way, Chuyi finally reached his objective. At the top of the mine shaft, an egg-like structure pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart. Each beat was accompanied by a low, rumbling hum, as if the entire cavern resonated with it. The surface of the nest egg was covered in pitch-black patterns, faintly glowing with a sinister, eerie light that gave off an ominous feeling. As the nest pulsed, corrupted miners emerged from the surrounding shadows. Could this thing be spawning the monsters? Shuya's gaze sharpened slightly at this sight, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Skill activated, Knight's Residual Beam. A blinding beam erupted, piercing the void like a razor-sharp blade and instantly penetrating the nest egg. The nest egg emitted a shrill screech before exploding into countless shards that scattered across the ground. The moment the fragments touched the ground, they transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. In the next instant, the relentless tide of monsters surging around them began to recede. The mining workers charging toward Chuyi let out piercing screams as their forms rapidly withered, drained of life, ultimately crumbling into dust that scattered across the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chuyi's gaze flickered. However, this did not signify the end. After Chuyi shattered the nest egg, it emitted waves of black mist. The mist spread through the air like a living thing, carrying a nauseating stench of decay that seemed capable of corroding all life. This is the stench of decay? Chuyi was utterly astonished. Detected massive decay aura. Absorb? At that moment, his divine essence immediately issued a series of alerts. To others, this stench of decay was undoubtedly poison. But for Chuyi, who possessed the dark divine essence, this very essence was a treasure. Without hesitation, he absorbed it. Absorbing decaying aura, you obtain 200 drops of dark matter. Absorbing decaying aura, you obtain. The constant notifications in his mind filled Chuyi with delight. It actually provides this much dark matter? This meant Chuyi's gains were substantial. He absorbed vast amounts of decaying aura, his divine essence within craving it like a starving beast. All this decaying aura was being transformed into dark matter. Chuyi's dark matter was steadily rising, nearing 80,000 drops. As Chuyi absorbed it, the dark matter emitted by the nest egg grew increasingly scarce. Finally, after several minutes, a warning echoed in Chuyi's mind once more. Divine core absorption has reached its limit. Continued absorption will damage the integrity of the divine core. Hearing this, Chuyi felt a pang of disappointment. He let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. I've only absorbed about 10,000 drops of dark matter. I can't absorb anymore. Now, Chuyi's dark substance had reached over 85,000 drops. If he had continued absorbing, he might have reached 100,000 drops in one go. But alas, it was not to be. However, the decaying aura emanating from the nest egg before him had dwindled significantly, seemingly drained dry by Chuyi. Keep grinding dungeons. Though he could no longer absorb dark matter, he could still slay monsters. Killing monsters yielded a significant amount of dark matter. Chuyi advanced relentlessly, sweeping through the monsters one after another with devastating force. Finally, Chuyi traversed the long mining tunnel and reached the deeper recesses of the cavern. The space here was considerably larger, and the light was slightly brighter, though it remained somewhat dim. Glowing minerals embedded in the cave walls emitted a faint blue light, adding an air of mystery to the space. What was different here was the ground, which seemed altered, covered in deep fissures as if it had endured some powerful impact in the past. Up ahead, four shimmering crystals glowed. Their surfaces were smooth as mirrors, while their interiors appeared to contain flowing liquids, radiating an eerie beauty. As Chuyi examined the crystals, they suddenly began to move. The four crystals transformed into four monstrous creatures, radiating a dangerous aura. Composed entirely of translucent crystal, these hulking creatures glowed with a blood-red light in their eyes. Roar! The crystal monsters let out a furious roar and immediately launched their attack. Beams of light shot forth from the centers of their foreheads, streaking toward Chuyi like razor-sharp blades. Nightfall barrier. Chuyi reacted with lightning speed, instantly casting the night veil. The beams struck the barrier, sizzling and sparking as they collided. Yet the beams did not cease, continuing to fire relentlessly, pounding against the barrier. Amidst the crackling sounds, Chuyi's night veil began to steadily weaken, appearing on the verge of being pierced by the relentless beams. Seeing this, Chuyi's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. But he immediately launched his counterattack. Skill activated, Residual Night Beam. Chuyi flickered aside, swiftly evading the beam's assault. He then swung his staff, casting the spell instantly. A blinding light erupted, piercing one of the crystal monsters like a bolt of lightning. The crystal creature let out a piercing scream, its form suddenly stiffening before shattering like glass into countless fragments. The shards flickered faintly in the air before vanishing entirely. You have slain an abyssal crystal monster. Gained 26,000 EXP. You obtained 300 drops of dark matter. It actually dropped this much dark matter? A single abyssal crystal monster yielded 300 drops of dark matter, a bounty that left Chuyi pleasantly surprised. The three surrounding monsters, enraged by their comrade's death, let out furious roars. The crimson glow in their eyes intensified as they accelerated, charging toward Chuyi. But Chuyi took a few steps back, his gaze calm, and cast his spell once more. Skill activated, Knight's Remnant Beam. Before long, another abyssal crystal monster fell. With only 2 crystals left, they posed no threat to Chuyi. After a brief exchange, Chuyi swiftly dispatched them. Boom! After the 4 crystal monsters were slain, a massive rock formation before them suddenly collapsed. As the rock shattered, dust swirled and the ground trembled several times. A colossal cavern entrance emerged from within. The opening was deep and dark, seeming to lead into the unknown depths of hell. From within came waves of low, rumbling roars that sent chills down the spine. Chuyi approached the opening, his eyes sharp and alert, his gaze fixed intently on the cavern's depths. Within the cavern stood a monstrous creature of extraordinary size. It appeared to be a bloated creature, a fusion of a corrupted miner and an abyssal crystal beast. Resembling a gorilla, its 2 forelimbs were larger than its head, one of them sharp and pointed like a pickaxe. The creature's skin glistened like crystal, yet its surface was crisscrossed with black patterns, as if etched by the very essence of decay. Upon seeing this creature, Shuya's expression grew serious. Looks like this is the dungeon boss. Chapter 117, 10 shots of dark flame per second, explosive slaughter of the devourer. Roar! Roar! The colossal monster the Mind Devourer let out a deafening roar the instant it spotted Chuyi, its massive form lunging forward with terrifying speed. Its form resembled a small mountain, each step crashing down like an earthquake, cracking the ground beneath it with intricate fissures as if unable to bear its weight. Chuyi attempted to dodge, but the violent tremors threw him off balance. He stumbled, nearly falling. The Mind Devourer gave him no chance to recover. Swinging its tree-trunk-thick forelimbs, its claws sharp as giant pickaxes and gleaming coldly swept down toward Chuyi with the force of a howling gale. Seeing no time to evade, a cold gleam flashed in Chuyi's eyes as he immediately cast his spell. Nightfall Barrier. In an instant, a massive black light barrier unfolded before him. The Mind Devourer's claws slammed into the barrier, producing a shrill, grinding sound. Its strength was utterly staggering. The impact alone caused the entire barrier to violently tremble, distorting the surrounding air. Spider-web-like cracks rapidly spread across the barrier, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. The nightlight barrier was shattering. Seeing this, Chuya's pupils contracted slightly, astonishment filling his heart. Could the Mind Devourer truly be this powerful? A second later, the night black light screen shattered with a thunderous crash under the Devourer's immense force, disintegrating into countless black fragments that dissipated into the air. Fortunately, Chuyi had been alert. The instant the light barrier shattered, he thrust off with his feet, retreating backward like a ghostly apparition. Boom! The Mind Devourer's massive forelimbs crashed down onto the ground where the light barrier had shattered. The ground instantly cracked open in several deep gashes, sending rocks flying and dust billowing into the air. Had Chuyi remained standing there just now, he might have been crushed into pulp by this monster. Hell difficulty is no joke, this dungeon boss is seriously tough. Chuyi marveled inwardly, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. Gripping the wand whale song tightly, he twisted his wrist. The wand tip traced an arc through the air, instantly coalescing several streams of dark flames. Burning with intense heat, they surged toward the Mind Devourer. Boom! The dark flames erupted upon the Mind Devourer, sending intense light shooting skyward. The scorching fire swept outward, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. The flames struck the Mind Devourer, shattering fragments from its body. Its flesh scorched by the fire, charred marks appeared across its form. Yet this damage proved insignificant to the Mind Devourer. The attack only enraged it further. It let out a furious roar, its massive form charging forward once more. Not only that, its forelimbs emitted an intense glow that rapidly coalesced into 2 enormous spheres of light. These spheres contained a frenzied energy, as if they might explode at any moment. As the Mind Devourer charged forward, it hurled the spheres toward Chuyi. Chuyi dared not take it lightly, once again unfurling the night veil. Boom! The spheres slammed into the night veil, exploding instantly. Under the intense energy shockwave, the night veil shook violently once more. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Within mere seconds, the barrier was overwhelmed again, shattering into pieces. Chuya's expression grew grim as he swiftly shifted his feet, dodging the lingering shockwaves of the explosion. Until the light sphere exploded completely, the night-shrouding light screen shattered into fragments amidst the blast, dissipating into the air. Chuya's expression grew even more grave. His brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. It seems, with my current strength, I may be unable to slay this monster. With that thought, Chuyi took a deep breath and made up his mind. Let's end this quickly. Then, he abruptly activated the divine essence within his body. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, causing the surrounding space to seem to warp in that instant. Dark Realm, activate! Boom! A powerful aura erupted, followed by a massive cloud of black mist spreading outward from Chuyi at its center. The fog contained terrifying energy, as if poised to devour everything in its path. Simultaneously, Chuya's attributes and skills received a terrifying boost. The Dark Realm consumes too much energy. Finish it within 10 seconds. Shuya's expression turned fierce as he swiftly swung his wand, Song of the Whale, its tip tracing countless afterimages through the air. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of dark flames. His attacks were astonishingly swift, nearly 10 shots per second. Within mere seconds, dozens, then hundreds of dark flames erupted. Whoosh! Dark flames poured down like a torrential rain, each carrying scorching heat, striking the devourers in the mining area with pinpoint accuracy. 10 seconds later, Shuyi instantly dissolved the dark domain. Simultaneously, hundreds of dark flames erupted all at once. Boom! 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 An unparalleled explosion echoed throughout the entire mine shaft. The violent tremors caused rocks to continuously fall from the ceiling, as if the entire mine were about to collapse. The shrill roar of the mine devourer mingled with the explosions of the dark flames, the sounds becoming almost indistinguishable. The dimly lit tunnel glowed with an eerie brightness under the firelight, the searing flames casting a crimson glow over everything around them. When all the dark flames had erupted, Shuyi heard only a heavy thud as something crashed to the ground. It was the mine devourer. Its body was torn to shreds, both front limbs shattered clean off. Limbs snapped, its form collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes filled with terror and refusal to accept its fate. Then, the light in its eyes slowly faded, the flame of life extinguished completely. Congratulations! You have defeated the mine devourer and successfully cleared the corrupted mine dungeon. You have gained 10,000 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 1,000 dark matter. You have obtained Abyssal Refined Black Iron 5, Corrupted Black Crystal Armor Blue, Purifying Erosion Pendant Blue, Accessory. As the mine devourer fell, a series of notifications flashed through Chuya's mind. 10,000 EXP, 1,000 dark matter, not bad. On top of that, I got 5 pieces of refined mystic iron and 2 pieces of gear. His goal was the refined black iron. As for the gear, Chuyi had little use for it. Moreover, the corroded crystal armor was clearly designed for warriors, useless for a mage like him. The purifying erosion pendant, however, was worth examining. Accessory type equipment wasn't restricted by class. Purifying erosion pendant blue. Equip level, 20. Wear restriction, none. Equip effect, plus 400 spirit, plus 50% decay resistance. Seeing these stats, Chuyi frowned, clearly unimpressed. Only 400 spirit? And rot resistance is useless to me. I possess a divine essence, rot can't harm me. Chuyi shook his head, stowed the pendant away, and decided to sell it along with the others. Completing the quest requires 20 pieces of abyssal refined mystic iron. If I can reliably get 5 pieces per run, 3 more runs should be enough. Chuyi promptly stowed his loot and turned to leave the instance. The moment he stepped out of the instance entrance, a commotion erupted around him. He's out. Someone shouted, their voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. So, did he clear it? Chapter 118, he went back in? The crowd watched the young man who dared to enter the corrupted mine dungeon alone with a hint of admiration in their eyes. After all, such an act was either sheer confidence or a suicide mission. But judging by Chuya's steady and composed expression, it was clearly not the latter. Suddenly, a light flashed on the stone tablet nearby, followed by a line of clear text appearing. Challenger, Chuyi. Challenge duration, 47 minutes 8 seconds. The appearance of this message on the dungeon stele left no doubt Chuyi had successfully cleared the dungeon. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. After all, the difficulty of this dungeon was widely known. Most players required a fully geared 5-person team comprising a guardian, warrior, mage, ranged DPS, and support working in perfect coordination to stand a chance of clearing it. Yet Chuyi had done it alone. He cleared it. He actually cleared it. And solo? That's insane. The name Chuyi. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Chuyi paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs, his gaze calm as he continued toward the dungeon entrance. Seeing this, the crowd grew even more astonished. He's actually going to run it again? Looks like he's a hidden big shot. Who knew our Tiangang Academy had such a prodigy? I thought they were all in the Pijuan Academy. When he comes out, maybe I can find a chance to introduce myself. Chuyi paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. Stepping back into the instance, he swiftly fell into his rhythm. The screams of the corrupted miners echoed around him, but Chuya's dark flames swept through like a scythe reaping lives. One by one, the corrupted miners fell within the fiery glow, their charred corpses piling up on the mine floor. Having cleared the instance once before, Chuyi knew the layout and terrain like the back of his hand. His second run felt effortless. Before long, Chuyi charged to the corrupted overseer's presence. He stood his ground, his gaze piercing. With a raised hand, he silently unleashed a beam of residual night. The corrupted overseer was instantly slain before it could utter a sound. Simultaneously, a tidal wave of corrupted miners surged from all directions, swarming around Chuyi in dense masses. However, Chuyi did not rush to destroy the nest eggs to prevent the monsters from respawning. A faint, cold smile curved his lips. With a swing of his staff, dark flames plummeted like falling stars. A violent explosion erupted within the horde, engulfing the corrupted miners in roaring black flames.
The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning flesh as Chuya's experience points in dark matter steadily climbed.
Could this dungeon be the experience paradise of the Tiangang Academy? The thought crossed Chuya's mind, his expression turning slightly peculiar as a spark of curiosity ignited within him.
In fact, he was right. Due to the nest egg's ability to continuously spawn monsters, experienced teams often came prepared, spending hours grinding in this dungeon.
Not to clear it, but solely to farm experience.
Sometimes, with sufficient preparation, some teams could even grind here for an entire day. The sheer number of corrupted miners here was overwhelming, giving this dungeon a distinct advantage over others.
However, the spawning from the nest eggs wasn't limitless.
After grinding for over half an hour, Chuyi clearly felt the number of monsters emerging gradually decrease. Another quarter of an hour passed and no more monsters spawned.
Chuyi slowly approached the nest egg's location and found it had withered, its vitality gone. Did I kill them too quickly?
Chuyi sighed softly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. However, his mood lifted considerably when he surveyed his bountiful haul. After this round of grinding, my experience points have surpassed 50%. A few more runs through this dungeon should get me to the next level. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most crucial thing was that Chuya's dark matter reserves had surged to over 98,000 drops through the relentless grinding. In truth, the monster sea yielded far more dark matter than this, but to maximize efficiency, Chuyi unleashed vast amounts of dark flames and residual night beam skills that consumed a significant portion of his reserves. Had these skills been free to use, his dark matter reserves could have approached 110,000. After clearing this dungeon, my dark matter should surpass 100,000 drops, Chuyi calculated inwardly, a flicker of excitement visible in his eyes. 100,000 drops of dark matter, that was the price for his second divine core evolution. However, Chuyi naturally wouldn't rush to initiate his second divine evolution the moment he had enough. I need to save at least another 20,000 drops to ensure I have enough for future use. Otherwise, I might not be able to unleash any skills right after evolving. He pressed forward, effortlessly dispatching the abyss crystal monsters that appeared around him along the way. With a thunderous crash, massive rocks collapsed, revealing the entrance to the dungeon boss room before Chuyi. Stepping inside, Chuyi immediately spotted the colossal mind devourer. Roar! The devourer unleashed a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes locked onto Chuyi as if he were a sworn enemy. Its colossal form charged forward like a mountain crushing down. Unfazed, Chuyi immediately activated the divine essence within him. Dark energy surged and gathered, transforming the space around him. Whoosh! The dark domain instantly unfolded, black mist surging like a tidal wave to engulf the entire room. The moment the dark domain activated, Chuyi struck. His staff whirled in his hands, blurring into afterimages. Under his command, tendrils of dark flame surged forward at an astonishing speed, transforming in an instant into a torrential rain of fire that completely engulfed the devourer. Before the colossal form of the mind devourer could even approach Chuyi, it was reduced to ashes within the dark flames. The outcome was identical to the previous encounter. Congratulations! You have defeated the mining district devourer and successfully cleared the corrupted mine dungeon. The victory announcement sounded once more. This time, Chuyi still obtained 5 pieces of abyssal refined black iron, but no additional equipment dropped. In any instance, once a challenger obtained equipment rewards, the probability of receiving equipment rewards during subsequent attempts would drastically decrease, potentially even dropping to 0. Of course, Chuyi didn't care about the gear. I've collected 10 pieces of abyssal refined mystic iron now. Just 2 more runs, and I can complete today's quest. At this thought, Chuya's previously weary body perked up again, excitement flashing in his eyes. Soon, he emerged from the dungeon once more. Chuya's appearance immediately drew the attention of those around him. Whispers spread among the crowd, and some even attempted to approach him. Yet Chuyi merely gave them a fleeting glance before continuing onward. The moment the monument updated the clear record, Chuyi stepped into the dungeon for the 3rd time without hesitation. He's gone in again. The surrounding disciples stared wide-eyed, watching in disbelief as Chuya's figure vanished into the dungeon entrance. Chapter 119, 4th Dungeon Run, Task Submission. If clearing the dungeon twice in a row had already astonished everyone, then Chuya's 3rd entry left those around him utterly stunned. They struggled desperately and still couldn't manage to clear it. But Chuyi not only did it, he cleared it 3 times. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. On his 3rd run, Chuyi moved with even greater ease. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression focused as he wielded the magic wand, Song of the Whale, navigating the darkness. Armed with the experience from the previous runs, his 3rd attempt flowed with remarkable ease. He skillfully unleashed dark fire, precisely eliminating monsters within the corrupted mine with fluid, decisive movements. Had he not been grinding for experience and dark matter, Chuyi could have cleared the dungeon in under 15 minutes. Even after grinding a massive amount of experience, his completion time was still only around 40 minutes. Soon, Chuyi cleared the dungeon once more and stepped out. Then, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he entered it once more. Those around him had almost grown accustomed to the sight. How many times does he plan to run this? One person grinding the corrupted mine 4 times straight?
That's insane. Is this even something a human being can do? Shuyi's actions left everyone utterly stunned. Finally, Shuyi emerged from the dungeon once more. After exiting, Shuyi let out a long sigh. His body was utterly exhausted, and his face had even grown pale from the prolonged battle. Yet inside, Shuyi felt exhilarated. After 4 dungeon runs, he had gathered enough abyssal refined mystic iron. Completing the quest was secondary. What mattered most was that these 4 dungeon runs had netted him over 60,000 dark matter. After deducting the costs incurred in the dungeons, his total dark matter reserves now approached 130,000. With this much dark matter, I can evolve my divine essence tonight, Shuyi murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The thought alone filled him with excitement. By now, dusk had fallen. The setting sun ignited a fiery glow on the horizon, painting the sky in dazzling hues. Shuyi had cleared the dungeon 4 times, with the total combat duration nearing 4 hours. Anyone else would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Ignoring the astonished stares around him, he briskly departed the area. Upon exiting the dungeon plaza, Shuyi headed straight for the quest center, his stride light yet steady. Upon reaching the quest submission point, Shuyi addressed the attendant. "Hello, I'd like to turn in a quest. Please provide your quest ID and quest items," the staff member replied, lifting their head with a professional smile. Shuyi promptly recited the task ID. After checking the system, the staff member's eyes widened in surprise. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze filled with confusion. "Student, you just claimed this quest today and are submitting it now?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief. This trial quest had a 7-day time limit, with the average completion time hovering around 6 days. Many even pushed it to the absolute deadline. In previous years, even the fastest completions took at least 3 days. Shuyi had only spent 1 day on it. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Shuyi directly retrieved the abyssal refined mystic iron and placed it on the counter, producing a crisp clinking sound. "My task is complete. Can I submit it now?" The staff member hastily waved his hands, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Of course not. I was just a bit surprised." He muttered inwardly, could it be some young master from a prominent family who bought 20 pieces of abyssal refined mystic iron outright? That's quite the extravagant gesture. He promptly began inspecting the quest items. All 20 pieces of abyssal refined black iron were flawless, each emitting a faint glow. After verification, the staff member promptly submitted the task. He then produced a token and handed it to Shuyi with respectful deference. "This is the access token for the inner square of the instance plaza. Your identity information has already been programmed into it. With this token, you may proceed to the inner square to run instances." Shuyi nodded, took the token, and promptly departed. Stepping onto the teleportation array, Shuyi returned to his dormitory. He first took a shower, washing away the bloodstains and sweat from his body. Afterward, he lay on his bed for a long while, resting his eyes and feeling the exhaustion throughout his entire body. After hours of continuous combat, Shuyi was genuinely exhausted. Yet, the physical exhaustion couldn't mask the excitement surging within him. Shuyi immediately opened his personal interface, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Name, Shuyi Demon Shattering Young Lord. Class, Low-Tier Mage. Level, 2082%. Health, 4000. Mana, 7200 plus 1800. Core attributes, Strength 320, Spirit 420 plus 800, Constitution 300 plus 800, Agility 300. Equipment, Wand Whale Song Orange, Robe Whale Fall Orange. Class skills, Dark Fire, Night Veil, Life-Sucking Chain, Residual Night Beam, Low-Level Lightning Strike, Low-Level Ground Bind. Additional skills, Hymn of the World Devourer, Magic Surge Passive, Eternal Imprisonment in the Abyss Divine Skill. Unique Divine Skill, Dark Domain. Talent, Dark Origin Divine. Divine Form, Fractured Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity, 128,760 droplets. My experience is already at 82%. Just another day or 2 of grinding, and I'll level up, Shuyi murmured to himself, a hint of excitement in his voice. The experience required for leveling up after reaching level 20 was truly staggering. Back in the day, with the grinding pace he was maintaining today, he would have leveled up ages ago. He might have even jumped 2 or 3 levels. But now? Of course, level wasn't Shuyi's primary concern. The most crucial thing was the dark matter. Over 128,000 drops more than enough. He immediately opened the Divine Essence interface. Fragmented Dark Soul possesses the deepest, most primordial dark power, yet is now barely clinging to life, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Divine Core Integrity 1% requires 100,000 more drops of dark matter to reach the next stage of integrity. Extinction Countdown, 147 days, 11 hours, 34 minutes, 6 seconds. Dark matter required to sustain Fragmented Soul, 10,000 drops. Thanks to Chuya's nourishment over this period, the deity's essence now faces virtually no risk of extinction. The next extinction countdown wouldn't begin for nearly 5 months. Moreover, maintaining the divine essence requires only 10,000 drops of dark matter, an amount Shuyi could farm in half a day of dungeon runs. However, the divinity's completeness remained at a mere 1%. Hurry up and evolve the divine essence, let's see how much its completeness can increase.
Shuyi's eyes brimmed with anticipation, his heart surging with motivation. Shuyi immediately channeled the divine essence's power, closing his eyes to sense its fluctuations within his body.
A dark aura gradually began to permeate the surroundings. Consume 100,000 drops of dark matter to increase the divinity's completeness? Consume. Shuyi replied without hesitation.
Chapter 120, Divine Core evolves again, terrifying enhancement. As soon as Shuyi spoke, the divine essence within him began to stir violently, as if a long-dormant dark power had been awakened, surging wildly through his body. A torrent of dark energy erupted from his body, thick black mist swirling around him, staining the surrounding air with a profound darkness. The black mist swirled at his feet, slowly spreading outward. The surrounding scenery gradually blurred, as if being dragged into an endless abyss by a giant hand. Shuyi stood at the center of the black mist, his figure appearing and disappearing, shrouded in an aura of mystery and malevolence. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes, as if he relished the surge of this power. The energy within him began to boil like water brought to a rolling boil, every cell trembling wildly. Shuyi distinctly felt his body undergoing gradual transformation, bones, muscles, skin, even every nerve fiber being reshaped by this force. This relentless transformation gradually electrified his body, each pulse accompanied by an expansion of power.
Divine core integrity enhanced.
Under the influence of dark power, your skills low-grade lightning strike and low-grade ground adhesion have undergone transformation. Your skills dark flame, night veil, residual night beam, and lifeline have seen enhanced effects. Your skill darkness domain has been upgraded, with significantly enhanced effects.
Your talent darkness origin has upgraded. You now gain more dark matter from killing. Divine power has increased, allowing you to absorb greater quantities of dark essence.
After the upgrade, a flurry of information flashed through Chuya's mind, filling him with delight. First, his existing dark skills dark flame, night veil, residual night beam, and life-sucking rope all saw massive enhancements in their effects. This enhancement approached a staggering 50%. Such a massive boost made these skills rival even legendary tier abilities. Additionally, his base mage skills low-level lightning strike and low-level ground bind underwent transformations.
Low-level lightning strike dark lightning punishment. Effect, releases a targeted dark lightning bolt, dealing massive lightning damage plus 30% true damage upon hitting the target. This is a lock-on skill that cannot be dodged. True damage ignores all resistance, armor, and shields. Cost, 1000 mana plus 300 dark matter. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Lesser sticky ground undead swamp.
Effect, selects a target and creates a swamp within a 25-meter radius around them. The swamp continuously spawns undead creatures that drag enemies into the mire, immobilizing them and inflicting continuous spell damage.
Skill cost, 30 mana plus 5 dark matter second. Cooldown, 20 seconds.
Seeing these two skills, Chuya's eyes flashed with a gleam of excitement and the smile on his face deepened. One is an ultimate single-target damage skill, while the other is a top-tier crowd control ability.
Both skills possessed overwhelmingly powerful effects.
First was Dark Lightning Punishment, dealing several times the damage of Dark Flame and Night's End Beam. Though limited to a single target, it not only dealt absurdly high lightning damage but also inflicted a staggering 30% true damage. True damage renders all armor, magic resistance, and shields completely useless. The only defense against it is having sufficiently high health. If Chuyi re-entered the corrupted mine in this state, he wouldn't even need to activate Dark Realm when facing the Mind Devourer.
A single Dark Lightning Punishment would obliterate the Mind Devourer outright. What a pity. If only this skill had appeared sooner.
Chuyi shook his head slightly, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by excitement. As for the other ability, Undead Swamp, its effect was utterly devastating against large groups of monsters. It instantly transformed an entire area into a swamp, immobilizing all targets within. This was precious area of effect crowd control. Chuya's Dark Flame could only kill 7 or 8 monsters at a time, but the Undead Swamp's range reached a full 25 meters. Such an absurdly large area was nearly 1/3 the size of a football field. The only thing that bothered Chuyi was that both skills had cooldowns, meaning he couldn't spam them endlessly.
But that's hardly a major drawback. First, both skills had short cooldowns that passed quickly. Second, Chuyi possessed the Dark Domain.
Once activated, all his skills became cost-free and cooldown-free.
It's not just these skills, my Dark Domain has upgraded too. Quick, check it out. Chuya's gaze fell upon the notification regarding the Dark Domain, a flicker of anticipation lighting his eyes. Dark Realm.
Type, unique divine skill obtainable only through the Dark Divine Essence. Effect, establishes a dark domain centered on yourself within a 20-30 meter radius. Within this domain, you gain immunity to all negative effects, receive a 100% 200% boost to all attributes, inflict a 30% 40% reduction to all enemy attributes, and gain a 300% 400% enhancement to the effects of any skills you've evolved through darkness. Furthermore, all your darkness skills become free of any resource cost within this domain. Upgrade requirements, Divine Core Integrity must reach 10% 20% to upgrade and enhance this domain's effects.
Field consumption, 100-200 dark matter per second. Cooldown, none.
Reading this, Shuya's expression was both delighted and headache-inducing.
He was thrilled by the staggering scale of the dark domain's enhancement.
The range is wider, the attribute boosts are greater, and skill effects have skyrocketed to 400%.
Under the dark domain, I'm practically invincible. But the domain's consumption has also skyrocketed. It now requires 200 drops of dark matter per second.
That means 10,000 drops of dark matter will only sustain the dark domain for 50 seconds at most.
That's not even a minute.
Shuyi massaged his temples, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. The boost was real, but the cost was absurd.
He'd have to use the dark domain sparingly from now on.
His current stockpile of over 20,000 dark matter wouldn't even sustain the domain for 2 minutes. At least my innate dark origin has upgraded too, letting me gain more dark matter from killing monsters. Otherwise, I'd really have to think twice about whether I can afford to activate this dark domain at all. Shuyi murmured softly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes before quickly fading into calmness.
Moreover, with his divine essence integrity rising from 1% to 10%, he could now absorb far greater quantities of dark energy.
When treating patients with bone-corroding disease, Shuyi could now absorb 10 times the amount of decaying energy.
At the original treatment rate, this meant he could now heal 10 patients simultaneously each day. This also represented a major source of dark matter for Chuyi. With this realization, Chuyi immediately activated his communicator and sent messages to Luo Tianzheng, Yulin Yuan, and Yu Qinzhou. After my second career advancement, my innate abilities have upgraded.
I can now treat up to 10 bone-corroding disease patients per day.
Chapter 121, The Inner Plaza and Exorbitant Dungeon Fees.
These messages were transmitted through a dedicated secure channel. Unless someone of Yulin Yuan's stature intervened, there was virtually no chance of interception, making it highly secure. Luo Tianzhang had personally entrusted this system to Chuyi back then. After all, treating bone-corroding disease was too significant an undertaking.
Using ordinary signal channels risked interception or theft at any moment. Before long, all three responded to Chuyi.
Upon learning of this development, they were all delighted.
Yu Qinzhou immediately offered to coordinate treatment personnel.
The prospect of Chuyi treating more bone corrosion patients was welcome news for the veterans returning from the immortal Great Wall. After sending the message, Chuyi reopened the Divine Essence interface. Fragmented Dark Soul possesses the deepest, most fundamental dark power, yet is now barely clinging to life, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Divine Essence Integrity, 10% requires 1 million drops of dark matter to reach the next stage of integrity. Extinction Countdown, 147 days, 11 hours, 30 minutes, 13 seconds. Dark matter required to sustain Fragmented Soul, 10,000 drops. The next evolution requires a whopping 1 million drops of dark matter. Does the dark matter needed for each Divine Essence evolution increase exponentially? If that's the case, wouldn't Chuyi need trillions upon trillions of dark matter to raise his Divine Essence completeness to 100%? In an instant, Chuyi felt utterly insignificant, like a speck of dust in the vastness of the cosmos. Chuyi sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes.
Well, one step at a time.
1 million drops is certainly no small amount, but if I can steadily accumulate 20,000 drops of dark matter daily, I'll be ready for the next Divine Essence evolution in just over 2 months. The previous deity core evolutions had merely been a matter of time for Chuyi. The real challenge lay in the later stages. If his suspicions proved correct, the subsequent evolutions would demand tens of millions, hundreds of millions, even billions of dark matter.
But that's not something to worry about now. He'd deal with that when the time came.
With excitement in his heart, Chuyi soon retired for the night.
Early the next morning, Chuyi headed straight for the Instance Plaza. Upon reaching the inner arena entrance once more, Chuyi was stopped as usual. "Student, please present your access credential." Chuyi promptly produced his token.
Upon seeing the token, Chuyi was granted passage.
The inner arena of the Dungeon Plaza, despite its name, was actually an indoor facility.
It lay beneath the outer plaza, accessible via a long staircase.
Despite being underground, the area was brightly lit.
The inner plaza was roughly the same size as the outer one, but it housed far fewer instances. At a glance, Chuyi could see only about 100 instance portals, giving the place a somewhat sparse feel. Nevertheless, quite a few people were here running instances. Chuyi counted roughly 300 to 400 people, some standing, some sitting, some whispering in discussion, others inspecting their gear.
Almost all of them were upperclassmen.
Lower year students were almost impossible to pass the Corrupted Mind Challenge. Chuyi was actually an exception. The instance portals here were clearly more elaborate and dazzling than those outside. Even the stone steels beside them exuded grandeur, each engraved with the instance's name and description in bold, vigorous characters. Inside the main arena, the atmosphere was relatively quiet, with few shouts or commotion.
Most had their own groups, either resting outside or already inside tackling dungeons. Chuyi's arrival drew a bit of attention, but that was all. Those around him quickly returned to their own affairs, paying no mind to the young man who had just arrived. Chuyi walked through the plaza, searching for a suitable instance.
His gaze swept back and forth between the various instance portals as he silently calculated his options.
The entire inner arena was roughly divided into 3 zones.
The low-level zone featured dungeons ranging from levels 25 to 30. The intermediate zone featured dungeons ranging from levels 30 to 40. The high-level zone, where dungeon levels exceeded 40. Unless you were a senior, it was practically impossible for anyone else to clear them. Shuyi could only access the low-level zone dungeons. The entire area contained about a dozen dungeons, which Chuyi examined one by one. Tomb of the Quicksand Tyrant, Plague Laboratory, Thunder Altar, Boiling Blood Pool. Each dungeon looks promising, all worth challenging. True to their reputation as Inner Plaza dungeons, just reading the names sent a thrill through Chuya's body. Take the Tomb of the Sand Tyrant, for instance. This large-scale dungeon could accommodate up to 30 players simultaneously. It was teeming with monsters and featured an incredibly vast map. Though it was a tomb, it felt almost boundless. Especially its boss, the Sandstorm Tyrant, whose power rivals that of a world boss. Naturally, such a high-difficulty dungeon offered substantial rewards. A first clear guarantees at least 5 purple tier items, and meeting specific conditions could even yield an orange tier item. Beyond the Tomb of the Sand Tyrant, the Plague Laboratory is equally formidable. This dungeon is saturated with potent plague toxins. One careless mistake could lead to poisoning, causing your body to rot and inflicting excruciating pain. However, clearing it grants immunity to all poisons and powerful gear with poison damage effects. The Thunder Altar follows a similar pattern. The Boiling Blood Pool even yields pure essence blood, which permanently boosts constitution significantly. Beyond these, there's the decay-ridden bone wastes, the undead-infested soul-devouring mines, and the Blood Moon Secret Valley where monsters rage endlessly. With so many dungeons to choose from, Chuyi found himself overwhelmed by choice, unsure which to tackle first.
Forget it. I'll just tackle them one by one. First, I'll clear every single one of these dungeons.
With so many instances, Chuyi would be busy for quite some time. With that thought, Chuyi headed straight for the Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant dungeon.
Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant. Recommended level, 27. Difficulty options, hard, hell. Maximum party size, 30 players. Entry fee, 9,000 points. An entry fee of 9,000 points? Looks like the dungeons here are no joke.
Typical dungeons only cost a few hundred points to enter, but this one charges nearly 10,000. Without sufficient strength, even if you make it to this plaza, you probably won't be able to tackle many dungeons. Of course, such a high point cost meant the rewards would be substantial. Just as Chuyi was about to enter the instance, he suddenly heard a commotion, a series of footsteps growing louder as they approached, accompanied by muffled voices.
Amidst the commotion, a few words could be heard. Everyone here? Hurry up, don't fall behind. This time, we're going to set the clear record for the Tomb of the Sands Tyrant. Ha ha ha, I heard breaking the record grants a hidden reward, the Tyrant's Heart. That's a top-tier item. Scattered in groups, roughly 20 to 30 people poured into the inner plaza simultaneously. Chapter 122, Tomb of the Sand Tyrant, Hell Mode activated. Upon reaching the plaza, they spotted Chuyi standing at the dungeon entrance. Bro, move aside, we're here to tackle this dungeon. Yeah, bro, this is a major dungeon. You can't handle it. Go tackle some other ones first. Hearing their words, Chuyi lifted his gaze slightly, glanced at them, then shook his head. Sorry, I was here first. I'm running this dungeon now. Hearing this, the group instantly wore a variety of expressions, some surprised, some confused, some exaggerated, some mocking as they stared at Chuyi. Ha ha, dude, you gotta be kidding. Soloing a major dungeon? Think you're the great Xiao war god or something? Enough, enough. Move aside already. Don't interrupt our dungeon run, one of them snapped impatiently, taking a step forward to push past Chuyi and head straight for the loot. But Chuyi simply raised his hand, blocking him firmly. Listen, I'm going to run this dungeon now. At that moment, several eyes narrowed with hostility. Holy, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Yeah, like you're gonna solo a freaking raid. Just then, a burly young man clad in black battle armor stepped forward from the crowd. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he radiated an imposing presence. His stride was steady and deliberate, each step carrying a weighty sense of pressure. He eyed Chuyi up and down, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Then, in a deep, resonant voice, he spoke, "Hey, wanna introduce yourself? I'm Sun Taiwan, sophomore." Though his tone was polite, his eyes held a hint of condescension. Chuyi responded indifferently, "Chuyi. Freshman this year." Hearing that Chuyi was actually a freshman only deepened their astonishment. Freshman? That can't be real. How could a freshman be here? Maybe he's rich. He probably bought his way in 20 bars of abyssal refined mystic iron for a pass. Seems likely. No wonder he's so clueless, turns out he's just a freshman. Sun Taiwan froze upon hearing Chuyi say freshman, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes, though he kept his expression neutral. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and pointed to the deputy beside him. Brother, how about this? Pick another dungeon. Skip this one. I'll cover your entry fee. Let us take this one. What do you say?
His tone carried a hint of persuasion, as if offering Chuyi a way out. If it were anyone else, they might have accepted. But Chuyi shook his head.
Sorry, I decline.
Seeing this, anger began to flicker across many faces.
Even Sun Taiwan's expression darkened. His voice grew heavy with irritation. You truly cannot yield?
Chuyi remained firm. I was here first.
Hearing this, Sun Taiwan burst out laughing in anger. Fine, fine, fine.
Pointing at Chuyi with a hint of mockery in his voice, he declared, if you want to fight, then fight.
Get moving.
Guys, let's sit right here today and see how this all-powerful freshman manages to clear this dungeon. Seeing Sun Taiwan speak up, the others joined in the jeering, their faces lit up with expressions of anticipation.
Alright, let's see how he's going to do it. Oomph. Just hope he doesn't get humiliated later. I won't laugh at him if he doesn't come out looking like a pig's head.
The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. A crowd gathered, eyes fixed on Chuyi and Sun Taiwan's group, eager for the spectacle. Facing these stares, Chuyi remained unmoved, his expression as calm as still water.
He walked to the instance entrance and swiped his card without hesitation. With a beep, 9,000 points were deducted, and the instance portal instantly opened. Select your difficulty. Hell. Selection successful. Please enter the instance.
Chuyi stepped through the portal, his figure vanishing from sight. Everyone around him froze in shock.
He chose Hell difficulty. Did I see that right? Holy. Is this guy trying to die?
The tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant, true to its name, was a colossal burial chamber. The entrance was dark and damp, its walls covered in mottled sand and gravel that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Upon entering the instance, Chuyi found himself at the tomb's entrance. It was a narrow passageway with sandy walls. Yellow sand trickled down from the ceiling in both sides, creating a constant rustling sound. The moment Chuyi stepped into the passage, he felt his legs sink slightly. The sand beneath his feet seemed alive, relentlessly swallowing his footsteps. This path is treacherous, just like the desert. Will the surrounding passages collapse? Chuyi frowned slightly, glancing up at the side passages with a hint of worry in his eyes. But he wouldn't retreat because of this. Steeling himself, Chuyi pressed forward. The light around him was dim, and the air was thick with a musty, decaying stench. Chuyi drew his wand, Song of the Whale, and with a gentle flick, a soft magical glow emanated from its tip, illuminating the surroundings. The passageway was stiflingly hot, and Chuyi found breathing difficult, as if he were trapped at the bottom of a sealed well. He frowned slightly, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and pressed onward. After walking for several minutes, Chuyi finally emerged from the narrow passageway into an underground tomb. A broad main passageway stretched ahead, flanked by bizarre, nearly decayed sand sculptures. Chuyi walked along the main passageway, his gaze darting warily around him. He frowned slightly, puzzled. Strange. I haven't encountered a single monster along the way. Just then, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, instantly heightening his alertness. He turned to look and saw the sand sculptures on both sides begin to tremble slightly, yellow sand continuously shaking off their surfaces. Suddenly, these sand sculptures transformed into sand soldiers wielding spears and large shields. Their bodies formed from sand, they charged toward Chuyi with powerful, rhythmic shouts. Seeing this, Chuyi acted instantly. His magic wand flashed through the air as he murmured, "Dark flames." As Chuyi unleashed his spell, bursts of dark flames erupted from the tip of his wand, transforming into a black streak of light that swept toward the sand soldiers. These flames possessed immense power, erupting among the sand soldiers and instantly triggering a series of explosions. Before the sand soldiers could even reach Chuyi, they were shattered by the dark flames, reduced to scattered grains of sand that dissipated into the air. You have killed a level 28 yellow sand soldier. Gained 1800 EXP. Darkness origin activated. You have obtained 300 drops of dark matter. You have killed. Hearing the successive system notifications, Chuyi was instantly filled with delight. Who would have thought a single sand soldier could yield this much experience in dark matter? This was far more than what external dungeons offered. At this thought, Chuyi felt the 9,000 points were well spent. If even common mobs yield such high rewards, wouldn't elite monsters and bosses be even more lucrative? A flicker of anticipation danced in Chuyi's eyes. Chapter 123, The Grand Altar, Yellow Sand Soldiers. The number of yellow sand soldiers lining both sides of the main thoroughfare was anything but small. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary statues. Only when Chuyi approached would they shake off the yellow sand covering them, transforming into soldiers charging toward him. Sometimes 3 or 4 yellow sand soldiers attacked at once, while other times the numbers swelled to 7 or 8, even over 10. Yet no matter how many sand soldiers appeared, they posed no real threat to Chuyi. The damage dealt by Chuyi's dark flame was simply too high for ordinary minor monsters to withstand. In truth, if Chuyi used Shattered Night Beam, he could gather even more dark matter. But first, the Knight's Remnant Beam consumed even more energy than the Dark Flame's second. While the Knight's Remnant Beam dealt immense piercing damage, its area of effect was far inferior to the Dark Flame. If it failed to pierce through a large number of targets in a single strike, the net dark matter gained would actually be less than what Dark Flame yielded. Therefore, unless facing elite monsters or a sufficiently large number of minor enemies, Shuyi generally refrains from using residual night beam.
Dark Flame was powerful enough on its own.
Shuyi fought his way through the lengthy main corridor. After over half an hour of traversing it, he still hadn't reached the end. Despite this, his gains were substantial thanks to the large number of yellow sand soldiers he had slain. Finally, after nearly an hour of relentless combat, Shuyi arrived before a colossal altar.
This altar was exceptionally vast, standing amidst a sea of swirling yellow sand as if painted into the very heart of the desert.
Its edges were blurred and eroded by the relentless winds and sand, appearing as if it might be swallowed by the dunes at any moment.
Surrounding the altar stood 4 colossal statues. Standing likely over 10 meters tall, they resembled pharaohs from ancient tombs. Their faces wore solemn expressions, their eyes seeming to conceal some ancient secret.
As Shuyi stepped onto the altar, sudden gusts of wind swirled around the statues.
Then, a sandstorm erupted around them.
The howling winds and sand roared like countless beasts unleashed, plunging the world into utter chaos.
This astonished Shuyi. But that wasn't all.
As the sandstorm raged, enormous scorpions began crawling out from beneath the sand mound of the altar. These scorpions were enormous, each measuring 1 to 2 meters in length. They emitted a putrid stench and moved with astonishing speed across the yellow sand. Before Shuyi could fully register the sight, dozens of scorpions had already emerged from all directions, relentlessly converging on him. The rustling sound of their footsteps echoed like the relentless beat of a death knell. Seeing this, Shuyi immediately cast a spell.
Undead Swamp.
The scorpions were too numerous, their targets scattered in all directions. While he could use dark flames to attack them, it would be inefficient. Therefore, Shuyi directly employed his new skill. As the undead swamp was unleashed, the ground transformed instantly within a 25-meter radius centered on Shuyi. The ground cracked open, black mud surged forth, and a putrid stench filled the air. The shifting sands were now covered by a thick layer of swamp.
But that wasn't all.
From within, all manner of hideous undead creatures began crawling forth. Skeletons, zombies, and all manner of monstrous creatures. Their bodies were mangled and incomplete, their eyes burning with eerie green flames as they emitted low, guttural growls. The swarm of sand scorpions charging toward Shuyi sank instantly into the mire upon contact. The swamp swallowed them like an abyss, the mud slurping and gurgling. Then, the undead that crawled out of the swamp swarmed forward, claws and teeth tearing relentlessly as the sand scorpions let out piercing wails. Though some sand scorpions fought back mid-attack, the undead from the swamp emerged endlessly. One fell, another rose. Before long, Shuyi had slaughtered every last one of the dozens of sand scorpions. You have slain a level 29 corrupted sand scorpion.
Gained 2100 EXP.
You obtained 330 drops of dark matter.
The experience in dark matter yielded by the corrupted sand scorpions were even higher.
Dozens of them provided over 10,000 dark matter, while Shuyi's only cost was the minimal energy required to unleash the undead swamp. If I keep this up, I could farm this dungeon for 40 or 50,000 dark matter in a single run. The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Shuyi. At this rate, his third divine essence evolution might not be far off.
Though many sand scorpions had perished, they continued to appear in endless waves.
The battle was far from over. Moreover, the real trouble wasn't the sand scorpions, but the relentless sandstorm that raged on. Though the sandstorm couldn't shake Shuyi, the sky filled with yellow sand still made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Even when he deployed the nightfall light barrier to block it, his vision remained severely restricted beneath the swirling sand. I must find a way to deal with this sandstorm, or I won't be able to move an inch.
Shuyi maintained the necromantic swamp while surveying his surroundings.
He noticed these storms seemed to converge on a common center: the 4 colossal statues. They appeared to be the very source of all the tempest.
Can those statues be destroyed?
Shuyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as if trying to discern a weakness in the statues through the swirling sand. The thought sparked action.
Dark lightning punishment.
His voice thundered like a clap of thunder as he swung his wand, Song of the Whale, pointing it at one of the statues. A powerful bolt of lightning instantly surged toward the nearby statue, streaking across the sky like a silver serpent. Its blinding light illuminated the surrounding area.
Boom! The damage dealt by dark lightning punishment was staggering. A single bolt of lightning erupted, shattering an entire statue. Fragments scattered in all directions, crackling and snapping.
Seeing this, Shuya's face lit up with delight.
But it wasn't over yet.
After the statue shattered, an enormous, 10-meter-tall sand soldier emerged from within. It stomped forward with heavy footsteps, the sound deafening like thunder, kicking up dust and sand beneath its feet. Despite its massive frame, its speed was anything but sluggish.
It immediately charged toward Shuyi.
Kill! Shuyi roared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he struck again.
The residual night beam erupted, striking out.
A jet black beam shot toward the sand soldier like an arrow, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. The sand soldier attempted to block it with its great shield, but the knight's remnant beam possessed immense penetrating power, piercing straight through the shield. The shield shattered into countless grains of sand beneath the beam, scattering in the wind. Then, the intense beam pierced through the yellow sand soldier.
It let out a furious roar, and an even more violent storm erupted around its body. Sand swirled like a tornado, threatening to devour everything in its path. Seeing this, Chuyi struck again. The cooldown for Dark Thunder punishment had just ended, and Chuyi unleashed it immediately. As thunder erupted once more, the yellow sand soldier was struck with devastating force. The thunder's power crushed them like rotten wood, their bodies collapsing instantly in the flash of lightning. Finally, they collapsed into a swirling sea of sand, grains falling like rain. You have slain a giant yellow sand soldier. Gained 5000 EXP. Dark Origin activated. You have obtained 900 drops of dark matter. Chapter 124, The Burial Pit, The Yellow Sand Army. After the first statue shattered and the giant sand soldier perished, Chuyi keenly sensed the surrounding sandstorm had weakened slightly. The winds and sand were no longer as chaotic, and visibility improved. So the sandstorm really was their doing. With that realization, Chuyi's gaze sharpened. His wand, Song of the Whale, flashed with dark purple light once more, swiftly locking onto the next statue. A bolt of dark lightning punishment thundered down, shattering the statue into flying fragments. As the statue shattered, a second colossal sand soldier slowly rose from the yellow sands. Its frame was even more imposing than the first, wielding a heavier spear and shield. Chuyi's gaze remained steady, showing no fear. Gripping his wand tightly, he swiftly cast Knight's Remnant Beam. A black-purple beam sliced through the air like a blade, shattering the giant sand soldier's shield with pinpoint accuracy. Without hesitation, he followed up with a dark lightning punishment. The giant soldier's body disintegrated in the flash of lightning, scattering into countless grains of sand carried away by the wind. By the time the second giant sand soldier fell, the surrounding sandstorm had significantly subsided. The gale gradually calmed, and the yellow sand no longer swirled through the air. Not only that, but the relentless swarm of sand scorpions seemed to retreat as well, their rustling sounds fading into the distance. Chuyi didn't pause, continuing his assault. The third and fourth statues were shattered in succession, and the corresponding giant sand soldiers met the same fate at his hands. Each battle unfolded with crisp, decisive movements, devoid of any hesitation. Finally, the violent sandstorm ceased, the sand scorpion swarm vanished, and the altar returned to stillness. Chuyi stood at the altar's center, breathing slightly, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings. Rumble. After the sandstorm vanished, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if the earth itself trembled. Chuyi frowned slightly, swiftly retreating several steps to exit the altar's perimeter. At the altar's center, the shifting sands began to collapse, emitting a rustling sound as if an invisible giant hand were pulling the yellow sand downward. The shifting sands rapidly formed a vortex, with surrounding gravel tumbling downward until a massive, deep pit was exposed. Standing at the edge of the pit, Chuyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene below. Below the pit, a broad staircase stretched into the darkness, leading to an unknown subterranean realm. Could it be that this staircase is the only way to reach the main chamber of the tomb? With a look of uncertainty, Chuyi stepped toward the staircase. After taking only a few steps, Chuyi suddenly heard a low, guttural growl like some kind of monster roaring in the darkness. Immediately, several yellow sand soldiers clad in intricate armor and wielding sharp weapons burst out from both sides of the staircase. Their movements were more agile than the previous yellow sand soldiers, and their eyes seemed to hold a hint of sentience. Chuyi paid them no mind, unleashing a roaring dark flame that instantly consumed the soldiers. You have killed elite yellow sand soldiers. Gained 3000 EXP. You obtained 600 dark matter. Elite monsters? Chuyi pressed forward. Near the staircase, elite yellow sand soldiers were plentiful, their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary yellow sand soldiers. But to Chuyi, they were still no match. After traversing the long staircase, Chuyi finally reached the depths beneath the tomb. The sight before him caused him to pause momentarily, then a look of astonishment spread across his face. This place was actually a massive sacrificial pit. Surrounding it was an immense burial chamber. Below, the earth was carved with over a dozen tunnels, each densely packed with yellow sand soldiers standing in perfect formation, resembling a vast army. Their bodies were covered in yellow sand, motionless, like terracotta warriors. The sheer grandeur of the scene made Chuyi's breath catch in his throat. His gaze swept the surroundings, noting enormous sand sculptures standing before each tunnel entrance. These sculptures stood 5 to 6 meters tall, depicting sand generals astride enormous camels. The spears and shields they held were far larger than those of the other sand soldiers, radiating an aura of authority. As Chuyi scrutinized these sand generals, one sculpture suddenly trembled. Sand cascaded down from its form. Instantly, its features and the camel beneath it solidified into tangible form, its eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Kill the intruders! The yellow sand commander roared, his voice echoing like thunder within the tomb. Its arm swung violently, hurling the spear in its grasp toward Chuyi like a bolt of lightning. Chuyi's pupils contracted sharply as his body reacted instinctively, rolling swiftly to the side. The spear whizzed past his shoulder, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle before slamming into the rear wall with a thunderous crash. Chuyi drew a deep breath, his heart pounding violently. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the yellow sand commander. The commander's roar seemed to be a signal.
From several large pits behind him, hundreds of yellow sand soldiers shook the sand from their bodies, solidifying into tangible forms and springing into action. Kill! Kill! The yellow sand soldiers roared in unison, their voices ringing out with thunderous force, deafeningly loud. The sheer force of their momentum threatened to overturn the entire tomb. Shuya's heart grew heavy, his grip on the magic wand tightening. But worse still, it wasn't just the tunnels before him, every passage within the sacrificial pit began to tremble. The yellow sand commander and soldiers shook off the sand and stirred into motion. All the yellow sand soldiers combined numbered nearly 2,000. Their dense, swarming forms surged forward like a tidal wave, threatening to completely overwhelm Chuyi. Even Chuyi felt immense pressure. He had never faced such an absurdly large horde of monsters before. Kill! With another furious roar from the yellow sand commander, he charged toward Chuyi on his camel, his spear raised high. Behind him, countless yellow sand soldiers surged forward like a torrent, their footsteps deafening, causing the entire tomb chamber to tremble. Chuyi gritted his teeth and struck swiftly. The magic staff, Whale Song, swung, unleashing a swamp of undead beneath his feet. The foremost yellow sand soldier sank into the mire, instantly torn apart by countless undead creatures, his piercing screams echoing through the tomb. Before long, Chuyi had disposed of dozens of yellow sand soldiers. But the undead swamp's coverage was limited, unable to block all enemies. Under the command of their commander, the remaining yellow sand soldiers swiftly bypassed the swamp and charged at Chuyi from another direction. Those unable to bypass it hurled their spears directly. Spears rained down like hailstones, their relentless assault sending a chill down Chuyi's spine. He swiftly activated his night veil, but the sheer number of spears overwhelmed it, piercing through the barrier in moments. Chuyi could only dodge while replenishing the night veil, simultaneously unleashing dark flames in an attempt to slay these yellow sand soldiers. However, the sheer number of enemies before him was overwhelming. Though the dark flame possessed formidable destructive power, it proved utterly inadequate against such overwhelming numbers. There are simply too many of them. My dark flames can't keep up with the damage. If this continued, he would soon be completely surrounded by the yellow sand soldiers. Several yellow sand commanders charged forward on camels, their gleaming spears nearly piercing Chuyi's chest. Had Chuyi not been faster, he might have been wounded by the yellow sand commander. Chuyi attempted to unleash the residual night beam, but this required time and the nearby yellow sand soldiers gave him no breathing room. A barrage of spears rained down. Chuyi had to maintain the night veil while also finding moments to unleash dark flames to slay the approaching soldiers. In such chaotic combat, even Chuyi found himself overwhelmed for a moment. No choice. I must activate my domain. A resolute glint flashed in Chuyi's eyes as he gripped his wand tightly. The divine essence within him rapidly gathered energy, preparing to unleash his most formidable power. Chapter 125, Domain Carnage, 200,000 Dark Matter acquired. As the divine essence surged, wisps of black mist began erupting from Chuyi's body. The mist swirled around him like living creatures, serpentine tendrils exhaling a heart-stopping aura of darkness. The dark domain was now activated. Boom! A colossal aura erupted in all directions, tearing countless microscopic fissures in the air and sending visible black ripples radiating outward. The sand soldiers and commanders charging toward Chuyi were instantly knocked back like fallen leaves in the wind by this force. Their bodies shattered mid-air into countless grains of sand, scattering with the wind. Following his second divine core evolution, Chuyi's dark domain had undergone tremendous enhancement. A deep, black light flashed in his eyes, revealing a cold, ruthless intent. Kill! Gripping his magic staff, Song of the Whale, tightly, Chuyi charged into the enemy ranks. Waves of dark flames erupted in all directions like a sky filled with sparks. Each flame contained devastating power, seemingly capable of consuming everything in existence. The flames traced elegant arcs through the air, plummeting like a black meteor shower in trailing waves of scorching heat. The enhanced dark domain tripled all of Chuyi's attributes. His speed became even more absurd, his figure darting across the battlefield like a phantom, unleashing 20 to 30 bolts of dark flame every second. He transformed into a veritable spell-firing machine gun, unleashing a hail of dark flames like a barrage of bullets. With a piercing whistling sound, they instantly tore through the charging ranks of the Yellow Sand Army. As hundreds of dark flames struck the Yellow Sand Army, bursts of light erupted, and raging flames devoured everything like a colossal beast. Neither the Yellow Sand soldiers nor their commanders possessed any means of resistance against these flames. The dark domain not only amplified the skill's power but also vastly expanded the range of the dark flames. What had once only covered small patches now spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield. This battle gradually transformed into a one-sided slaughter by Chuyi. You have killed a Yellow Sand soldier. Gained 1800 EXP. You obtained 300 drops of dark matter. You killed a Yellow Sand general, gaining 10,000 EXP. You obtained 1,500 drops of dark matter. A series of notification sounds continuously rang in Chuyi's ears. Finally, after over half an hour, the vast majority of Yellow Sand soldiers and all their commanders lay slain by Chuyi. Chuyi finally lifted the dark domain, and the black mist surrounding him slowly dissipated. The scattered remnants of the yellow sand soldiers posed no further threat, and Chuyi swiftly dealt with them as well. After finishing these tasks, Chuyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Killing these yellow sand soldiers cost me hundreds of thousands of dark matter. The Dark Realm's consumption was truly staggering. Had the battle lasted any longer, even all the dark matter Chuyi possessed would have been insufficient. Chuyi certainly didn't possess that much dark matter himself. Fortunately, the over 2,000 yellow sand soldiers provided him with even more dark matter. Each yellow sand soldier yielded 300 drops. With over 2,000 yellow sand soldiers plus their commanders, they provided Chuyi with nearly 700,000 units of dark matter. After calculating it out, Chuyi actually made a profit of 200,000 units of dark matter. Were it not for the greater dark matter gained through slaughter, Chuyi's reserves would have been depleted in no time. Every one of his skills required dark matter to activate. Without it, Chuyi would be practically useless. He opened his personal interface and examined the dark matter count. Dark matter quantity, 247,400. 240,000 dark matter. When did dark matter become this easy to farm? Chuyi was genuinely astonished. At this rate, if I grind a few more times, wouldn't I be able to directly trigger the third divine core evolution? Originally, Chuyi had thought the third divine core evolution was still far off, but now it seemed within reach. If he farmed a bit more, even if the fourth divine core evolution required tens of millions of dark matter, he could gather enough in a short time. However, farming the same instance multiple times would yield decreasing amounts of dark matter. Yet even with diminishing returns, such vast quantities remained incredibly lucrative for Chuyi. Those 20 pieces of abyssal refined mystic iron were absolutely worth every penny. Chuyi felt he didn't even need to farm other dungeons anymore. The Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant alone would suffice. A satisfied smile spread across his face, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After slaughtering every last sand soldier, Chuyi crossed the sacrificial pit and beheld a massive entrance. A broad, opulent passageway stretched before him. Stepping inside, Chuyi entered an exquisitely ornate chamber. Golden reliefs adorned the walls, while thick silk carpets covered the floor. The furnishings throughout were extravagant, reminiscent of an imperial bedchamber. At the room's center stood a colossal coffin. Forged entirely from black gold, its surface was carved with intricate runes, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Chuyi roughly estimated the coffin to be over 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. Boom! Just as Chuyi was examining the coffin, a thunderous roar echoed through the chamber. The massive stone doors slammed shut, their weighty mass thudding against the walls. Chuyi whipped his head around, a flash of alertness crossing his eyes. Immediately, the coffin before him began to violently tremble, as if something within was stirring to life. The runes on the coffin began to flicker with a faint glow, and a suffocating aura filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if swept by a violent wind, the coffin lid slowly lifted, releasing a wave of decaying stench that assaulted his senses. Chuyi involuntarily took a step back, his expression growing more serious. A sigh echoed through the room, low and raspy, as if carried from ancient times. Ah, someone has come. From within the coffin, a colossal monster gradually emerged. Its form was tall and imposing, crowned with an enormous diadem studded with countless jewels that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Beneath the crown, its face was decayed and hideous, its skin like cracked, yellow sand, its eyes hollow and cold. Emerging from the coffin alongside it was a massive, sand-colored scepter, its surface swirled with patterns like shifting sands, radiating a power that made one's heart race. Its dragon robe, fluid as shifting sands, bore intricate runes embroidered across its surface, each symbol radiating an awe-inspiring, commanding presence. There was no doubt about it, the monster before them was the Sandstorm Tyrant. Foolish vermin, dare to disturb this sovereign's slumber. The Sand Tyrant's scepter tapped lightly upon the ground, and in that instant, the surroundings transformed. Chuyi stared in shock as the opulent palace instantly transformed into a vast desert stretching for miles. Yellow sand swirled wildly in the wind, the sky a murky gray, leaving only endless desolation in sight. All around, countless figures gradually gathered amidst the swirling sands. It was the Sand Army. Their numbers surpassed even the Sand Army in the sacrificial pits. Dense, swarming figures surged forward like a tidal wave, threatening to completely engulf Chuyi. The Sand's Tyrant's scepter continuously gathered the raging sand, while the Sand Army closed in around Chuyi. This scene caused Chuyi's expression to grow grim. Whoosh! The Sandstorm Tyrant struck ruthlessly, swinging his scepter to unleash a fierce tempest that swept toward Chuyi. The storm carried a torrent of sand, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. Blindsided by the onslaught, Chuyi could barely keep his eyes open. His body involuntarily stumbled backward, leaving deep gouges in the sand beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the surrounding army closed in. Countless sand soldiers hurled spears, filling the sky with a hail of projectiles. The spears sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, seemingly intent on pinning Chuyi dead to the sandy ground. Seeing this, Chuyi instantly realized his current strength was utterly insufficient to handle the situation. Looks like I'll have to activate my domain again. Chuyi sighed inwardly. The 20,000 dark matter he'd barely acquired would have to be spent again. But to clear the dungeon, he had no other choice.
Without hesitation, Shuyi activated his dark domain once more. Chapter 126, Speedrun. The ultimate item, Tyrant's Heart. As the dark domain activated, black mist surged forth once more. Around the domain, the raging sandstorm that had been rampaging seemed to retreat in fear, scattering away from Shuyi. The relentless waves of sand and gravel swirled around him, detouring as if mice encountering a cat. The army of yellow sand that had been surging toward Shuyi was instantly blasted away. Grains scattered in all directions, as if repelled by an invisible force, creating a rustling sound. Seizing the moment, Shuyi struck instantly. Dark Lightning Punishment. Shuya's staff whipped through the air, unleashing dozens of dark lightning punishments that surged toward the sandstorm tyrant. Silver trails of lightning sliced through the air, writhing like monstrous serpents, carrying devastating power. Before the sandstorm tyrant could react, countless bolts exploded around him. The lightning raged across the sandstorm tyrant's body, crackling and popping. The bolts pierced his flesh, turning wounds into grit. Even his dragon robe seemed to tear apart. "Are damned vermin, daring to wound this emperor?" The sandstorm tyrant roared in agony and fury, his body trembling slightly under the lightning's assault as grains of sand continuously peeled away. The sandstorm tyrant sought to strike back, but waves of dark lightning punishment poured forth, nearly obliterating its body in an instant. Lightning chains bound the sandstorm tyrant tightly, slowing its movements. Dark lightning punishment dealt 30% true damage, and the more Shuyi unleashed, the more absurdly devastating the true damage became. The power of the lightning continued to accumulate, gradually disintegrating the sandstorm tyrant's body under its relentless assault. Thus, within 2 minutes of Shuyi activating his domain, the sandstorm tyrant was obliterated, reduced to countless grains of sand scattered by the wind. Shuyi then dissolved the dark domain. The black mist gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Congratulations! You have defeated the sandstorm tyrant and successfully cleared the sandstorm tyrant's tomb dungeon. Your completion time, 1 hour 17 minutes 8 seconds. Congratulations! You have set a new dungeon record. You have gained 100,000 EXP. You obtained 15,000 dark matter droplets. You obtained Sand Scepter Purple, Sand's Robe Purple, Pharaoh's Crown Purple, Sand's Talisman 10, Sandstone Will 5, Desert Fruit 30, Tyrant's Heart Orange. After the quicksand tyrant's demise, a mountain of loot spilled forth. Equipment and items lay scattered on the ground, emitting a faint glow. 3 pieces of purple gear alone dropped, all identical, yet equally valuable. Not only that, but there were also numerous consumables and materials. Most importantly, there was even a legendary quality Tyrant's Heart. No wonder it's a major dungeon. These rewards are truly outrageous. Typically, large dungeons yield abundant loot, considering the dozens or even scores of players required to clear them. With so many rewards, each person ends up with just a small share. But who could have imagined someone soloing a large-scale dungeon? Yet Shuya's journey through the dungeon had been fraught with peril. Especially the sacrificial pit and the final battle against the quicksand tyrant. Without his domain, Shuyi would never have made it through. At that moment, the surroundings shifted once more, and Shuyi found himself back within the palace. The loot returned with him. Shuyi first stowed away the quicksand scepter and quicksand robe. Though these items were powerful, purple gear could never compare to orange gear. With the wand of whale song and the robe of whale fall already in his possession, there was no need to swap gear. As for the pharaoh's crown, while it didn't conflict with his current gear, it was heavy and uncomfortable to wear, so Shuyi had no desire to don it. 3 purple tier items, selling them could fetch over 1,000,000 gold coins. 1 dungeon run and I'm set for life. Shuyi scanned the remaining loot. Quicksand Talisman Consumable creates an oasis that continuously restores the party's health and mana, while accelerating stamina recovery. Recovery speed doubles in desert environments. Wheel of Sandstone Accessory, upon use, summons a sandstorm shield that blocks sandstorm attacks and continuously absorbs damage. Desert Fruit, effective only in desert environments. Consuming it grants 30% damage reduction and continuously restores mana at 3% per second for 30 minutes. All 3 items are decent, but not particularly useful to me. Shuyi shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. These 3 items were undoubtedly powerful tools for tackling the Tomb of the Quicksand Tyrant dungeon. The Quicksand Talisman restored status effects, the Sandstone will block sandstorms, and the Desert Fruit reduced damage. Used effectively, they could significantly boost the chances of clearing the dungeon. But Shuyi possessed a domain. He could simply smash the sandstorm tyrant to death with brute force, rendering the items utterly unnecessary. His gaze settled on the final piece of loot. I heard the Tyrant's Heart is supposedly a top-tier item. I'll see just how top-tier it is. Shuyi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with anticipation. Heart of the Tyrant. Item info, imbued with the sandstorm tyrant's cruelty, slaughter, and life's wisdom. Through it, one can sense the glory of the sandstorm tyrant's existence. Drop information, drops exclusively in the dungeon Tomb of the Sand Tyrant. Initial drop rate is 2%. Once dropped, it will not reappear for 365 days. Enabling hell difficulty increases drop rate by 10%. Breaking the speedrun record increases drop rate by 30%.
Usage restrictions, exclusive to epic tier legendary tier characters, limited to mage class professions. Effect, used during the level 30 job change ceremony to transform into the epic class soul devouring sandstorm for epic class users or the legendary class sandy tyrant for legendary class users, with a 30% chance of failure.
A job change item? Shuyi couldn't help but show a look of shock upon reading this. Job change items were extremely precious artifacts. They were even several times more valuable than equipment of the same quality. I never imagined I'd obtain something this valuable. No wonder those people outside were making such a fuss, shouting about breaking records. The tyrant's heart truly was worth it.
But soon, Shuyi let out a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He sighed softly, murmuring, as a low-tier mage, even if I have the tyrant's heart, I can't use it. Low-tier mages couldn't use class change items to advance to higher-tier professions.
A person's class tier was fixed from the moment of awakening and couldn't be altered. Let's leave for now.
Shuyi stowed away his loot and swiftly departed the dungeon.
Meanwhile, outside,
Sun Taiwan and his group were gathered at the dungeon entrance, waiting for Shuyi to emerge. The moment Shuyi stepped out, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, as if a pot had exploded.
He's out. Someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Shuyi. Chapter 127, Sun Taiwan, the Flexible One. Ha 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 ha. He's out after just over an hour. Looks like he failed. Oomph. How could a freshman possibly clear it? Especially a large-scale dungeon. With that little time, he probably hasn't even made it to the altar hall yet. Get rid of him fast, he's interrupting our record run.
Seeing Shuyi emerge so quickly, many burst into derisive laughter. After all, the normal clear time for the Tomb of the Sands Tyrant dungeon exceeded 10 hours.
Even speedrun records typically took over 5 hours.
Emerging in just 1 hour was, under normal circumstances, an impossible feat. Clearing the 2,000+ yellow sand soldiers in the burial pit alone would take at least 3 to 4 hours. The dungeon boss, the Sandstorm Tyrant, would summon thousands more sand soldiers, making the boss fight itself take at least 3 hours.
Sun Taiwan's eyes brimmed with scorn as he strode up to Shuyi.
With a cold sneer, he asked, "Still want to tackle this dungeon? You arrogant fool, wasting over an hour of our time for nothing."
Yet Sun Taiwan failed to notice Shuyi's discomfort.
Instead, he saw the young man standing there, utterly unruffled.
Upon seeing Sun Taiwan, a faint smile curved Shuyi's lips, his eyes brimming with amusement.
This expression made Sun Taiwan frown, his expression darkening slightly as a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes.
Shuyi said indifferently, "Why don't you check the stone tablet and see if I actually cleared it or not?"
At that moment, the dungeon monument nearby immediately shifted.
A faint glow emanated from its surface and a new entry appeared. Challenger, Shuyi. Clear time, 1 hour 17 minutes 8 seconds. The moment this record appeared, the surrounding area fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes was glued to the stone tablet, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Eyes widened in disbelief at the words etched there.
The air seemed to freeze solid, even breathing grew heavy. Even Sun Taiwan froze in place, the mockery on his face instantly replaced by shock and disbelief. Everyone seemed petrified, frozen in place as if under a spell.
That's impossible. He actually cleared it. Solo run, major dungeon, cleared in an hour. Am I dreaming?
Holy, pinch my thigh, it doesn't hurt, so it must be a dream.
Damn it, let go of me. Of course it doesn't hurt your ing pinching my gear.
Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Shuyi finally let a faint smile touch his lips. His gaze swept over each of them, tinged with amusement.
He spoke slowly, "Well? Still think I'm overstepping my bounds?" Sun Taiwan's jaw dropped.
Under Shuyi's gaze, he even stumbled back a few steps. He tried to speak, but for some reason, no words came out. His throat felt as if something had clogged it.
Shuyi's record was simply staggering.
Consider this, even a team of 30 people could only achieve a speedrun record starting at 6 hours.
He, solo, 1 hour.
It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Shuyi shook his head, let out a cold laugh, then ignored them completely, turning to continue the dungeon run. At that moment, Sun Taiwan finally snapped out of his daze. A look of urgency flashed across his face as he hurriedly called out, wait a moment."
Shuyi turned back, frowning. "Is there something else?" Sun Taiwan took a deep breath, his expression turning earnest. "Earlier, I was in the wrong. I apologize for my previous behavior. I'm sorry."
With that, he bowed deeply to Shuyi, his movements exceptionally solemn. The others nearby were stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief.
Sun Taiwan, known for his arrogance, actually bowing to a freshman?
It completely shattered their expectations.
But the real shock came next.
As soon as he straightened up, he barked at the crowd, "Those who mocked this brother just now apologize immediately." Hearing Sun Taiwan's demand, the others whether willingly or not could only bow to Shuyi in apology. Their movements were stiff, but their expressions were sincere enough. Shuyi watched this unfold with genuine surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It seems Sun Taiwan was a man capable of both flexibility and principle. His conduct was quite unexpected.
Sun Taiwan spoke respectfully, "Brother Shuyi, I wonder if my apology holds sincerity?" If you remain unsatisfied, I can continue. Shuyi waved his hand, his tone calm. There's no need. I accept it. Having said that, Shuyi wasn't one to press his advantage. After all, he and Sun Taiwan had no grudge between them. Hearing this, Sun Taiwan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Brother Chuyi, you cleared the tomb of the Sands Tyrant. Did you obtain the tyrant's heart? Shuyi flipped his palm, revealing an item resembling a heart emitting a yellow glow and seemingly encrusted with sand now resting in his hand. Is this it? Sun Taiwan's eyes instantly flashed with excitement. Those around them also stared intently at the item, their eyes gleaming with desire. The tyrant's heart. The most precious artifact within the tomb of the Sand Tyrant. Yet, Sun Taiwan's expression darkened slightly. Since Chuyi had obtained the tyrant's heart, the Sands Tyrant's tomb would not drop this artifact again for an entire year. This meant the team he had assembled at great expense had essentially been a waste of money. Sun Taiwan took a deep breath and spoke up, Brother Chuyi, would you consider selling this item to me? Chuyi raised an eyebrow. You need this item badly? Sun Taiwan nodded, urgency in his voice. Though I'm a legendary class, my combat strength isn't strong. I'm about to hit level 30 now. If I don't seize this chance to find a class change, I'll fall far behind other legendary class players later on. The next opportunity for a class change won't come until level 60. If you sell me this item, I, Sun Taiwan, will owe you a favor. Whatever you need in the future, as long as it's within my power, just come find me. Hearing Sun Taiwan's words, Chuyi grew somewhat interested. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes before he replied, name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. Hearing this, Sun Taiwan's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation. He quickly offered, how about 3 level 20 orange tier magic type equipment pieces? Chuyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Can you really afford that? That price was nearly equivalent to the value of the tyrant's heart. Yet, how precious were orange tier items? Even if an ordinary family sold everything they owned, they couldn't afford them. Sun Taiwan was offering 3 at once. Did he really have the means? Sun Taiwan patted his chest. My family has some means, Brother Chuyi. Rest assured. If you agree, I can deliver the gear to you tomorrow, all top tier orange items, absolutely no junk. If you don't believe me, we can wait until tomorrow. I'll bring the gear over before we make the trade. Chapter 128, Running the Dungeon Again, 1 leads 29. Chuyi pondered briefly, concluding the deal was entirely favorable to him. He nodded. Then bring the gear tomorrow and we'll discuss it then. Sun Taiwan beamed with delight, quickly exchanging contact details with Chuyi and setting the time and place for tomorrow's meeting. His tone carried a hint of urgency. Brother Chuyi, I promise to bring all the gear tomorrow. I won't keep you waiting. After settling everything, Chuyi turned and swiped his card again, preparing to re-enter the dungeon. Just then, Sun Taiwan's voice sounded from behind him, tinged with both hesitation and hope. Brother Chuyi, are you going back in to run the dungeon? The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Clearing it once was one thing, but Chuyi was actually going in for a second run? Chuyi turned back, replying casually, is there a problem? Sun Taiwan hastily waved his hands, his face plastered with a smile, his tone tinged with flattery. No, it's just, could you take me along? Of course, I won't take any of the loot inside the dungeon. I can even pay you. I just want to see how you clear it. Chuyi raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. A request like that? At that moment, several nearby players chimed in, their voices overlapping with urgency and pleading. Big shot, can you take me too? I want to see it too. I'll pay my share. Seeing so many people speak up, Chuyi was puzzled. You just want to watch me run the dungeon? After all, if they went in, all the loot would go to Chuyi. They wouldn't get anything, and they'd even have to pay their own way. If they didn't contribute, they wouldn't even get a share of the experience points. This deal seemed like a total loss for them. Then someone explained, Big shot, you don't know the whole story. The Tomb of the Sands Tyrant is an advanced challenge for the sophomore trial quest. If you clear it, you get 4 credits. Exactly, boss. Let us tag along. We won't slow you down at all. Hearing that this instance was tied to credits, Chuyi couldn't help but laugh. Bringing these guys along wasn't out of the question. After all, they wouldn't get any loot, so Chuyi could make a profit. So Chuyi said, name your price. If it's right, I'll agree. At that moment, Sun Taiwan spoke up beside him, his tone carrying an air of finality. Guys, I'll settle this. 2,000 points each. What do you say, Brother Chuyi? Hearing Sun Taiwan propose 2,000 credits, some faces twisted with pain. After all, the ticket to the Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant was only 9,000 points, and that cost could be split among everyone. At full capacity, it would only be 300 points per person. But compared to 4 academic credits, 2,000 points seemed insignificant. Chuyi pondered for a moment. At this rate, he could earn 50 to 60,000 points per trip, a rather handsome profit. Chuyi nodded, a faint smile in his voice. Alright, 2,000 points per person it is. Anyone wanting to run dungeons with me, line up and swipe your card. Once we're full, we're in. Sun Taiwan stepped forward first, transferring 5,000 points to Chuyi without hesitation, his action swift and decisive. Shuyi froze, furrowing his brow slightly. His tone held a hint of confusion. Did you transfer the wrong amount?
Sun Taiwan flashed a flattering smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity.
Brother Chuyi, no mistake. The extra is my apology for offending you earlier. Chuyi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This Sun Taiwan seemed a bit too skilled at playing the people pleaser. With points practically handed to him on a silver platter, Chuyi naturally had no reason to refuse. After Sun Taiwan finished transferring his points, others quickly lined up to follow suit, moving swiftly and orderly, afraid of being pushed out if they were even a step too slow. Before long, the group reached its full capacity of 29 members. Including Chuyi himself, they were exactly 30. Seeing the group fill up, those who hadn't made it looked disappointed, their faces tinged with regret, cursing themselves for not moving faster. Chuyi said, "Don't worry if you missed out this time. You can wait for the next session." With that, Chuyi led the large group through the portal. Upon reaching the tomb's entrance, whispers and murmurs filled the air, tinged with excitement and curiosity. This is the tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant? My first time here. Me too. Why is the entrance so small? I heard this dungeon is incredibly tough. So many teams have failed. Yeah, super tough. I tried 3 times with different groups, just on hard mode, but we failed every time. Holy crap, how did Chuyi solo hell mode? At that moment, Sun Taiwan shouted, "Quiet the hell down, everyone. Just watch brother Chuyi play properly. No distractions. If you interrupt him, don't blame me for getting rough." Hearing this, many people flinched, their expressions tinged with fear. Clearly, Sun Taiwan commanded considerable authority among them. Chuyi paid no mind to the commotion and strode directly into the tomb. The others followed suit, their footsteps echoing distinctly through the empty tomb passageway. Before long, they reached the lower burial chamber and caught sight of the long main passageway. Curiosity gripped the group as they scanned left and right, their eyes brimming with wonder and confusion. Just then, sand sculptures lining both sides of the main passageway shook loose the sand clinging to their bodies. Their movements were swift and menacing as they charged forward, their eyes flashing with a crimson glow. Holy crap, monsters spawning. They look terrifying. Holy crap, how did they charge so fast? I didn't even see them move. Several yellow sand soldiers charged forward instantly, their speed so great it kicked up swirling dust clouds, leaving countless onlookers stunned. But Chuyi remained unflustered. With a light flick of his wand, Whalesong, a burst of dark flame erupted, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Boom! The yellow sand soldiers were instantly slain by Chuyi, their bodies reduced to ash within the flames and dissipating into the air. Instant kill. Holy, no wonder he's a big shot. One skill and he's this badass. Even Sun Taiwan's eyes flashed with surprise, his expression turning slightly grave. He was clearly stunned by Chuyi's power. Though those yellow sand soldiers posed no threat to him either, he certainly couldn't eliminate them as cleanly and decisively as Chuyi had. Chuyi advanced steadily, his stride unwavering. The yellow sand soldiers charged relentlessly, but each one met his end at Chuyi's hands. Behind him, gasps and shrieks echoed continuously, eyes brimming with admiration and awe. By the end, they had grown almost numb, having witnessed Chuyi's formidable power for the first time. Finally, after about half an hour, Chuyi arrived at the altar hall. Chapter 129, Soloing the Dungeon. Stepping onto the desert altar, many were stunned by the 4 colossal statues before them. The statues stood majestically, as if having crossed time and space from ancient eras. Each towered over 10 meters tall, their faces solemn and dignified, their gazes seemingly piercing through time, coldly observing the approaching crowd. A mix of astonishment, awe, and fear rippled through the crowd. Some stared wide-eyed, unable to look away for a long time. Others murmured softly, as if talking to themselves. Still others instinctively took a few steps back, as if the statues might come to life at any moment. But soon, whirlwinds began to gather around the 4 statues. At first, the wind was faint, like a whisper of air in the desert. But soon, it grew stronger, whirling grains of sand into powerful dust devils that swept toward the surrounding area. A sandstorm? What's happening? How did a sandstorm appear out of nowhere? It's the statues. I saw it. The wind is coming from the statues. The moment the sandstorm erupted, panic clearly spread among the crowd. At that very moment, Chuyi acted. Skill activated, Dark Lightning Punishment. As the wand Whalesong swung, a powerful dark lightning bolt instantly shattered one of the statues. The statue exploded in a flash of lightning, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions with a piercing crackling sound. Immediately after, a colossal sand soldier emerged from the statue. Its towering form caused the ground to tremble with each step, as if struggling to bear its weight. Residual Night Beam. Chuyi struck again, piercing the statue with the beam. He immediately unleashed another dark lightning punishment, shattering the giant sand soldier's body in the lightning's glow. It crumbled into a pile of yellow sand, scattering in the wind. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap! I thought I was done for. Ah, Chuyi is so awesome. That huge monster killed with just one lightning bolt. I could never do that. Ha! The sandstorm seems to have died down a bit? People chattered among themselves, chatting as if the recent crisis had been nothing but a false alarm. Xu Yi paid no heed, striking again to shatter the second statue while simultaneously slaying the second giant sand soldier. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Then came the third, the fourth. As the 4 sand soldiers fell, the sandstorm finally ceased. Throughout this process, the admiration in many eyes grew increasingly intense. Even Sun Taiwan, who had always held himself in high regard, felt the gap between himself and Xu Yi acutely. Is this truly the strength of a freshman? The thought surged through many minds. Xu Yi was truly formidable. After the giant yellow sand soldier perished, the altar collapsed. Countless shifting sands caved in, eventually revealing a long corridor. Xu Yi led his group down the corridor, arriving at the sacrificial pit. Upon seeing the burial pit, the group was once again utterly astonished, their gasps and exclamations rising in waves. The scene before them was truly magnificent. Within the burial pit, countless sand soldiers stood in perfect formation, like a slumbering army. Their stillness carried an eerie, murderous aura. It was as if they were witnessing a vast army. Yet their awe quickly turned to terror. Yellow sand generals and soldiers shook the sand from their bodies and burst forth from the sacrificial pits. Xu Yi immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat! Fall back to the staircase!" The sheer number of soldiers was overwhelming. Xu Yi couldn't afford distractions during combat, and if they remained near him, casualties were inevitable. Therefore, he planned to drive them all back to the staircase, then block the exit himself to eliminate every yellow sand soldier. Hearing Chu Ye's command, the crowd retreated without hesitation. Some, overcome by panic, nearly stumbled and fell, only to be caught by quick-thinking companions who grabbed them just in time. As the yellow sand soldiers charged forward, Xu Yi instantly activated his dark realm. Swiftly, he swung his staff, unleashing a barrage of skills that struck the yellow sand soldiers. Holy crap! Is that a domain skill? Big shot Xu Yi actually knows a domain skill? Isn't that something you can only learn after level 30? Witnessing Chu Ye's dark domain, everyone was utterly stunned, as if everything were a dream. They never imagined a freshman could master such a high-tier skill. After activating his domain, Xu Yi began a rampage. Countless yellow sand soldiers couldn't come within an inch of him. Endless bursts of dark flames erupted like meteor showers, creating dazzling fireworks that instantly reduced waves of enemies to ash. People stared intently at Xu Yi, afraid to miss a single detail. Xu Ye's combat was deceptively simple, a constant swing of his staff, a relentless unleashing of skills, yet no one dared blink. They had never witnessed such a brutally straightforward yet overwhelmingly powerful combat style. Does Big Shot Xu Ye's skill have no cooldown? It's likely the effect of his domain. Some domains can drastically reduce skill cooldowns. But can his mana sustain that? He probably has an item that automatically restores mana. Even Sun Taiwan's eyes were bulging wide, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. What scenes hadn't he witnessed? This scene? He'd truly never seen anything like it. The battle raged on for a long time, with Chu Ye's skill storm continuously sweeping across the surroundings. After over half an hour, the battle finally came to an end. Now I understand how that pro managed to clear it in an hour. Me too. Given Chu Ye's ferocious combat style, clearing it in an hour seemed downright easy. After slaughtering all the monsters in the sacrificial pit, the doors to the throne chamber swung open. Upon entering, they beheld a colossal coffin, the casket of the sandstorm tyrant. The coffin was thick and ancient, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to whisper tales of a long-buried history. With a thunderous slam, the doors closed behind them. The sandstorm tyrant emerged from the coffin, its massive form resembling a moving mountain, radiating overwhelming might. The sandstorm tyrant immediately activated the teleportation array, scattering the group across the desert. Battle was imminent. Xu Yi maintained his dark domain, exploiting its ability to grant skills with no cooldown or resource cost. He struck instantly, slaying the sandstorm tyrant within 2 minutes. Simultaneously, a glow of advancement appeared upon his body. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level 21. Immediately after, the dungeon completion notification sounded. Not only Chu Yi, but everyone else heard it too. We cleared it. We really cleared it. Holy crap, those 2,000 points were totally worth it. Chu Yi is hands down the most badass person I've ever seen, no contest. I hereby declare Chu Yi my idol. Many gazed at Chu Yi once more, their eyes brimming with admiration. Sun Taiwan even approached him directly, his expression tinged with flattery. Brother Chu Yi, no, big brother Chu Yi, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Seeing Sun Taiwan's attitude, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This guy was flexible, but he was way too flexible. Chu Yi waved him off. No thanks. After this battle, despite being a sophomore, Sun Taiwan had already lowered his stance considerably before Chu Yi. He had come to realize that Chu Yi was an absolute powerhouse. If he could cultivate a good relationship with him, perhaps he could use that connection to rise to great heights in the future. His family held some influence, but that was all nothing compared to the top-tier clans. Given the strength Chu Yi had demonstrated, if he could grow in the future, he himself would become a top-tier family.
Sun Taiwan's father had instilled in him from childhood, in this world, what matters most isn't your own strength, but the quality of your judgment. Back in his day, he had supported a young man who was merely a non-commissioned officer. Only after that man became a general did the Sun family achieve its current standing. Unaware of Sun Taiwan's thoughts, Shuyi stowed away the dungeon's spoils before departing. Outside the instance, a crowd of players still lingered, eagerly awaiting Shuyi to lead them into the next run. However, Shuyi declined. After 2 consecutive runs, he was utterly exhausted. Though the runs themselves weren't lengthy, the prolonged use of the Dark Realm had taken a tremendous toll on Shuyi's mental energy. If you still want me to lead you, we'll see when I have time later. I'm leaving now. With that, Shuyi pushed through the crowd and left the plaza. Chapter 130, Divine Essence Lottery 300,000, Silver Dragon Egg. Back in his dorm, Shuyi eagerly opened his data panel. His gaze swiftly scanned the numerous data entries before settling on the dark matter column. Dark matter quantity, 403,600. A full 40,000 drops of dark matter. Shuyi murmured softly, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. His eyes lingered on that string of numbers for a long moment, as if afraid he might have misread it. 1 Tomb of the Sand Tyrant yields 200,000 drops of dark matter. Even though the second run only gave me 16 or 17,000, far less than the first, that's still absurdly high. If I run it 3 or 4 more times, I could easily amass 6 or 70,000? He murmured to himself, his tone tinged with anticipation. He had assumed his third divine core evolution would take considerable time, but if everything went smoothly, that timeline might be drastically shortened. Yet, at that very moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Chuya's mind. It's been ages since I last spun the lottery, hasn't it? He recalled a feature that had always existed within his divine essence, consuming a certain amount of dark matter to exchange for equivalent rewards. He had only used this feature twice in the beginning, exchanging for the skill Dark Fire and later upgrading it to Dark Flame. After that, he had never touched it again. The reason was simple: the evolution of his divine essence was far more crucial. He had to prioritize securing the material resources needed for its advancement. But now, things were different. With the Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant dungeon, his supply of dark matter had become much more abundant. The dungeon's potential hadn't been fully tapped yet. Shuyi estimated that running it 2 or 3 more times would easily net him 200,000 or 300,000 dark matter. How about pulling a shot? A sudden itch stirred in Shuyi's heart, that long-forgotten sense of anticipation surging back. Moments later, he made his decision. Let's go big. His voice carried a hint of resolve as he channeled his divine essence power, preparing to initiate the draw. Consume dark matter to exchange for equivalent divine essence rewards? Yes. Please select the amount to consume. Shuyi pondered for a moment before settling on 350,000 dark matter. He intended to keep 50,000 as a reserve for tomorrow's dungeon runs. However, just as he was about to confirm, a divine essence prompt suddenly appeared. Divine core integrity is insufficient. You may only consume up to 300,000 dark matter. Divine core integrity is insufficient? So I can't even consume much dark matter? Shuya's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of resignation crossing his face. He sighed, then adjusted the consumption amount once more. 300,000 it is, then. Let's see what we can extract. He murmured to himself, his eyes still brimming with anticipation. Dark matter received. As you have consumed the maximum amount of dark matter, you will receive a critical hit reward free of charge. Congratulations, critical hit successful. You have obtained the reward, Silver Dragon Egg. As the divine entity's notification faded, a thick black mist suddenly surged through the room before dissipating just as quickly. Once the darkness vanished completely, a massive dragon egg, as tall as Chuya's knee, appeared before him. Chuya's pupils contracted slightly as he stared blankly at the dragon egg before him, his mind churning with shock. A dragon egg? His voice trembled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Dragons were not entirely absent from this world, but each one possessed immense power, boasting combat prowess comparable to that of the great Xiao war god, Yulin Yuan. Whether in the mortal realm or the abyss, dragons stood at the apex of the food chain. Even the abyss lords dared not provoke them lightly. Precisely because of this, a dragon egg was an invaluable treasure wherever it might be found. Raising a dragon from infancy could mean gaining at least an abyss lord level combat force in the future. The divine essence rewards are this generous? 30,000 dark matter for a dragon egg? What if I keep drawing? A flicker of greed surged in Shuya's heart, but the divine essence immediately responded. Your reward exchange quota is full. To continue exchanging rewards, please further increase the completeness of your divine essence. Hearing this, Shuyi froze for a moment before breaking into a helpless grin. No more draws? How stingy. He muttered under his breath, but his mind was already scheming about his next plan for the divine essence's evolution. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression shifted slightly. Holy crap! I barely used any draws during my last 2 divine essence evolutions. Doesn't that mean I missed out on 2 major prizes? A wave of regret washed over Chuyi. His brows furrowed tightly, and a look of bitter disappointment spread across his face. What a huge loss. If he had maxed out his lottery credits both times, he could have snagged 2 top-tier rewards. Even if he hadn't hit the jackpot each time, multiple draws would have netted him more valuable items. At this thought, Shuyi couldn't help but slap his forehead, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Before my godhood evolves, I absolutely must use up all my lottery credits, otherwise it'd be such a waste. After sighing for a while, Shuya's attention returned to the dragon egg. The entire dragon egg radiated a silvery luster, its surface adorned with cloud-like patterns that gave it an air of immense nobility. Just from its appearance alone, Shuyi knew this dragon egg was no ordinary thing.
I wonder if it will hatch into an eastern dragon or a western dragon. Curiosity filled Shuya's mind.
Although the dragon egg's color and patterns appeared exceptionally high grade, he sensed that what hatched might be a western dragon. After all, eastern dragons were exceedingly rare, each one an absolute sovereign among countless dragon clans. Throughout the entire history of the Great Xia Kingdom, eastern dragons had appeared only a handful of times.
Let alone their eggs. Never in recorded history had anyone witnessed an eastern dragon's egg.
Virtually every dragon egg discovered belonged to a western dragon. Even so, western dragon eggs were treasures that could only be encountered by chance.
When will the dragon egg hatch?
Shuya's heart swelled with anticipation as his gaze locked onto the dragon egg, his breath catching in his throat. He reached out, gently touching the surface of the dragon egg. Its temperature wasn't cold, instead, it carried a faint warmth, and the heat seemed to be slowly rising.
Could it be about to hatch?
The thought barely formed in Shuya's mind when a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the dragon egg before him. Overjoyed, he stared at it without blinking.
The cracks multiplied.
What began as a tiny fissure at the top of the egg slowly spread outward, gradually covering its entire surface like a spiderweb, or like flakes of snow scattered across its shell. Shuyi heard faint tapping sounds, as if something was struggling to break free from within. Soon after, a soft glow began to radiate from around the dragon egg. Then, a sudden blast of frigid cold erupted outward. The room's temperature plummeted instantly, as if winter had returned overnight. Shuyi could even feel a wisp of white mist in his own breath. He paid no heed to this, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon egg. The top of the shell suddenly cracked open, and a tiny silver creature slowly poked its head out.
It flapped its front limbs and wings, struggling to smash the shell in front of it, then revealed its entire body.
It was a silver western dragon, petite in stature, its entire body covered in scales that shimmered with silver light. Its 2 large eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with curiosity about this world. Though its movements were still somewhat clumsy, they already revealed an undeniable agility and nobility. The little silver dragon's gaze finally settled on Shuyi, a hint of joy seemingly flickering in its eyes.
It flapped its wings, hopping clumsily to land at Shuya's feet.
Rubbing against his knee, it lifted its head, blinking its large eyes. Then, in a childish voice, it called out, "Kaka." Shuyi looked down at the little creature, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. He crouched down, gently stroking the little silver dragon's head, feeling its thin scales and warm body heat. "Welcome to this world, little one," he murmured softly, his voice tinged with tenderness and anticipation.
Chapter 131, Little Silver Dragon Kaka. The moment this little one hatched, Shuyi instantly sensed a subtle connection forming between them, as if an invisible thread bound their destinies together. This strange sensation made Shuyi frown, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Just then, the Divine Essence's voice sounded, offering a timely answer to Shuya's question. "Divine Essence reward: if the item is a living being, it will become permanently bound to you, locked at full loyalty. It will value your life above its own and never betray you. You may use the Divine Essence to view the full details of the reward item." Hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Shuya's eyes, and he couldn't help but marvel at the divine power's vast capabilities. After all, raising a pet could easily result in ingratitude, but under the Divine Essence's intervention, the little silver dragon before him held absolute loyalty to Shuyi. This trust and dependence were unshakable by any external force. After connecting with the Divine Essence within him, Shuyi immediately saw its information. Unnamed. Species: Silver Dragon Clan. Gender: female. Bloodline: Dragon King bloodline mythical. Growth stage: juvenile I. Attributes: Strength 500, Spirit 500, Constitution 1000, Agility 500. Talent I, a Dragon King SSS rank. Talent 2, Ice Element SSS rank. Skills: Dragon Roar, Frost Ray, Freezing Blast, Blizzard.
Upon seeing the young silver dragon's information, Shuyi was utterly speechless, his eyes flashing with disbelief. A mythical grade bloodline paired with dual SSS tier talents. If this belonged to any human, the entire world would be in an uproar. "I thought the reward from the Divine Essence was already exceptional," Shuyi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Didn't this mean the little silver dragon was destined to become a Dragon King in the future? And a female dragon at that, with ice elemental talents. "Once you grow up, shouldn't we call you the Ice Queen?" Shuyi teased with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. The little creature didn't seem to fully grasp Shuya's words. Instead, it gently nudged his leg with its tiny head, emitting a crisp, melodious kaka, as if responding to him. Shuyi studied the little silver dragon's information panel, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I haven't given you a name yet. Let me think."
Since you love making that clack clack sound so much, how about we call you Clack? This time, Shuyi was certain the little silver dragon understood him. Upon hearing those two syllables, the little silver dragon became visibly delighted, fluttering and leaping at Shuyi's feet while repeatedly calling out, Kaka. Its voice brimmed with pure joy and excitement. Shuyi instantly felt that this name suited the little creature perfectly. Smiling, he bent down and scooped the little silver dragon into his arms. The creature looked utterly adorable, its tiny paws flailing about as it was held aloft, its wings fluttering slightly behind it as if searching for a comfortable position. It wasn't struggling, though more like feeling a bit lost. Shuyi chuckled softly, cradling the little creature in his arms and gently stroking its smooth scales. The little silver dragon seemed to enjoy his embrace, nestling against Shuyi's chest. Its eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an expression of pure contentment, while its tail swayed gently, radiating satisfaction. Shuyi teased it, and before long, the little creature grew lively. It gently grabbed Shuyi's finger with its claws, clearly enjoying playing with him. After a few minutes of play, the little silver dragon suddenly adopted a pitiful expression. Its mouth opened slightly, and it kept uttering, ka 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 ka, its voice carrying a hint of petulance. This ka ka was entirely in the level tone, and if one only heard it, it might be difficult to understand. But Shuyi understood instinctively, as if sensing its inner longing, instantly grasping the little one's meaning. Hungry? The little creature nodded vigorously, its clack-clack accelerating as its tail wagged more excitedly, as if urging Shuyi to find food for it quickly. Just a moment. Shuyi smiled as he ruffled its head, placing the little creature on the soft sofa before heading toward the kitchen. I remember there should be a few pounds of beef in the fridge, Shuyi muttered to himself as he opened the refrigerator door, a blast of cold air hitting him. This was Chuya's planned dinner for tonight, but since the little guy was hungry, he'd feed it first. The only question was whether it would eat raw meat. When Shuyi brought the beef over, the little creature's eyes lit up instantly. It immediately flopped off the sofa. Its two wings flapped frantically, but clearly, it couldn't fly yet. Even with its wings spread wide, its body couldn't maintain balance, and it ended up face planting into the floor. But Kaka was dragonkin after all, with an initial constitution of a whopping 1,000 points. A fall like this was barely a tickle to him. The little creature scrambled to its feet, shook its head, then hopped and flapped its wings, quickly making its way to Chuya's feet. Its eyes widened with eager anticipation, its tail held high, as if awaiting Chuya's bounty. Shuyi couldn't help but smile. Placing the beef in his hand, he said, "Go ahead, eat up. Have as much as you want." At Chuya's command, the little creature began devouring the meat with abandon, its sharp teeth tearing through nearly 4 pounds of beef in an instant, shredding it to pieces before swallowing it whole. Using his divine essence to observe Kaka, Shuyi soon noticed different panel information. Kaka. Personality, proud, cold, cruel. Health, 100%. Satiety, 26%. Growth progress, 1%. Loyalty, 100 maximum lot. Seeing this information, Shuyi felt a surge of curiosity, raising an eyebrow slightly. The divine essence actually allows me to see such detailed information about Kaka? After all, even beast tamers couldn't access such granular details about their spirit beasts. Forget health and satiety levels, even loyalty was unquantifiable, something only gradually sensed through daily interaction. Yet with the divine essence's aid, Shuyi now saw precise, quantifiable data. Not only that, Shuyi could even discern its temperament. But this little guy's personality is proud, cold, and cruel? Shuyi was utterly baffled. He looked down at the little silver dragon wolfing down its food, his eyes filled with confusion. How come I didn't notice that? You're telling me this little guy, stuffing his face right in front of Shuyi with zero regard for his image, is cold? Shuyi shook his head, deciding to put these thoughts aside for now. Anyway, he was quite fond of this little creature. Before long, the beef was completely devoured, but it clearly wasn't full yet. It lifted its head and barked Kaka. Kaka, at Shuyi again, its tail lightly tapping the ground, its eyes brimming with expectation. Shuyi glanced at the information panel. Its satiety level was only at 34%. 4 pounds of beef only increased its satiety by 8%? That's ridiculous. You wouldn't need to eat 40 or 50 pounds of meat in one sitting, would you? Shuyi couldn't help but gasp, his tone tinged with resignation. True to its dragon heritage, even in its juvenile form, it could consume such vast quantities. But we're out of meat at home. Wait a moment, I'll go buy some for you. The little one understood, nodding vigorously like a garlic press while flapping its wings against Chuya's feet. Its expression clearly urged him to hurry up and buy some. Chapter 132, Tiny Creature, Huge Appetite. Though night had fallen, the campus remained brightly lit. Warm yellow light spilled from the windows of the academic buildings, while streetlights on the playground cast long shadows. Occasional bursts of student laughter echoed through the campus, lending an air of serene vitality to the quiet surroundings. Shuyi soon arrived at the market, where all kinds of fresh ingredients were sold around the clock. He navigated through the various sections, finally arriving at the beef area where he swiped his card to make a purchase. Worried that Kaka might not have enough to eat, Shuyi bought over 1,000 pounds of beef in one go, spending tens of thousands of points. This meat could be stored in the Moonlight Treasure Ring, requiring only a dedicated compartment.
The storage space had no air circulation and contained no bacteria, creating an environment nearly equivalent to a vacuum. Thus, there was absolutely no need to worry about the meat spoiling.
This much meat should last us for a while, right? Shuyi murmured to himself, a relaxed smile touching his lips. Carrying the large quantity of beef, Shuyi returned to his dormitory once more.
As he pushed open the door, he immediately heard the sound of creaking.
Cackle! Spotting Shuyi's return, the little creature instantly pounced at his feet, its tail wagging excitedly. Its large eyes sparkled with joy, radiating sheer delight. Shuyi crouched down, gently patting its head before smiling as he pulled out a piece of beef to feed it. The little guy was clearly starving, devouring the meat voraciously, practically stuffing large chunks into its mouth at a time. Only after consuming over 30 pounds of beef did it finally show a satisfied expression. Shuyi checked its fullness level. It had reached 93%, clearly stuffed. Even though it was full, Shuyi noticed its belly hadn't changed at all. I really don't know how your tiny belly managed to hold so much food, Shuyi sighed helplessly, shaking his head and chuckling. Moving forward, to ensure Kaka's meals, his points expenditure would likely skyrocket. After Kaka finished eating, Shuyi played with it for a while longer. But soon, Shuyi found himself troubled. What should I do about Kaka next, he murmured to himself. Shinsha Academy didn't explicitly forbid pets after all. The academy housed the Xianawang Academy, which specialized in training beast masters. But the problem now was that Kaka was simply too conspicuous. You're a dragon, you know. If I took you out, how many eyes would be glued to you? Shuyi sighed. Dragons were few and far between in the entire world. And those who had a dragon as their contract spirit beast? They were even fewer than the fingers on one hand. It was certain that the moment Shuyi stepped outside with Kaka, it would become the center of everyone's attention. News that a student at Shinsha Academy possessed a silver dragon as a mount would likely spread like wildfire. Thinking pessimistically, someone might even target Shuyi, lying in wait to strike at any moment and snatch Kaka away. It was certain that once Kaka was exposed to the light, all manner of troubles would follow. But Shuyi couldn't keep Kaka locked away in his room forever. Regardless of whether the little creature would be happy about it, Shuyi himself was unwilling to do so. Kaka possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Even in its juvenile stage, its attributes rivaled those of a level 20-something professional. Once fully grown, it would become truly formidable. Keeping such a formidable force confined at home would be a waste, wouldn't it? Moreover, confining Kaka would stifle its growth. Shuyi wasn't the type to back down from a challenge. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with resolve. No matter what, Kaka must see the light. This can't be hidden. Tomorrow, I'll contact Xiaoyan first and tell Uncle Yu and Father Luo about it. Perhaps that will help. Since they already knew about Shuya's ability to treat bone-corroding disease, there was no point in hiding Kaka's situation from them. After making his decision, Shuyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He specially found a large soft cushion for Kaka to use as its bed for now. Though it was just a cushion, the little creature adored it, constantly hopping and stomping on it, flapping its wings and stirring up a cool breeze. Soon, Shuyi retired for the night. Early the next morning, Shuyi first fed Kaka several dozen pounds of meat before eating his own breakfast. He felt somewhat helpless. Judging by Kaka's meat consumption, it might easily devour over 100 pounds of meat in a single day. He had thought that 1,000 pounds of meat would last at least half a month, but it seemed unlikely to last even 10 days. After Kaka finished eating, Shuyi checked its stats and found its growth progress had reached 2%. Its attributes had also increased. Strength, agility, and spirit had each reached 600 points, while constitution had soared to 1,200 points. 100 attribute points in a single day? That's absurd. Shuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. At this rate, wouldn't Kaka's 4 primary attributes surpass 10,000 points by the next growth stage? 4 attributes exceeding 10,000? That was the kind of stat pool typically seen in players over level 40. This rate of growth truly stunned Shuyi. Whether the stats are outrageous or not, it's definitely going to eat a lot from now on. I wonder if my points will be enough to feed it. Shuyi felt both helpless and amused. Perhaps this was a happy problem to have. After playing with Kaka for a while, Shuyi contacted Luo Qiuyan. Can you come to my dorm? I need to talk to you about something. Before long, Luo Qiuyan replied immediately. I'll be right there. A few minutes later, Shuyi's doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Luo Qiuyan standing there. She still wore her signature starlit robes, her hair softly draped over her shoulders, a gentle smile on her face. Good morning, Shuyi smiled, greeting Luo Qiuyan. Morning. What did you need? Are we running a dungeon together? Luo Qiuyan replied promptly. In the past, whenever the two of them met up, it was almost always to team up and run dungeons. This time, Luo Qiuyan naturally assumed the same. She had originally planned to complete an academy assessment quest today, but upon seeing Shuya's message, she immediately abandoned that plan and rushed straight over to him. Click-clack. Click-clack. Just then, a crisp sound rang out. It was Kaka. After seeing Shuyi go to open the door, he trotted along behind him, calling out as he walked, his voice tinged with childish innocence.
Luo Qiuyan frowned in confusion upon hearing the sound, her gaze shifting toward the source. Upon seeing Kaka, she frowned slightly in confusion for a moment. Then, her expression slowly shifted from puzzlement to astonishment. As her surprise deepened, it gradually transformed into utter disbelief. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as if she couldn't believe the sight before her. She couldn't help but gasp, "Shuyi, this can't be a dragon, can it?" Shuyi gave a helpless laugh. "Well, it's a long story. Anyway, I've taken a dragon as a pet, and now I'm struggling with how to handle this situation." Chapter 133, The risk is great, but I'm not afraid. Clank clank. Click clack. Inside the room, soft light spilled across the sofa as warm-toned curtains swayed gently in the breeze. The little silver dragon curled up in Shuya's embrace, its silver scales shimmering with a delicate glow under the light, as if bathed in a faint moonlight. Its amber pupils narrowed slightly, glaring at the uninvited guest before it with a mix of wariness and disdain. Luo Qiuyan reached out, her fingertips trembling slightly as she attempted to touch the scales that looked as soft as silk. Yet before her fingers could draw near, the little creature's claws shot out like lightning, striking with a light yet unmistakable force of resistance. Luo Qiuyan let out a soft gasp, swiftly withdrawing her hand. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her eyes. She looked down at the back of her hand, where a faint white mark remained. Clearly, the little creature hadn't used much force, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a mark. She looked up at the little silver dragon, meeting its slightly disdainful gaze. It seemed to say, "You think you're worthy of touching me?" Luo Qiuyan's lips twitched slightly as she muttered inwardly, "I'm actually being looked down upon by a pet." Her expression shift didn't escape Chuya's notice, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently stroked the little silver dragon's head. The creature immediately closed its eyes in contentment, letting out a low purr, as if coaxing affection from its master. Seems the divine essence's message wasn't exaggerating, Chuyi murmured to himself, a hint of resignation in his tone. This little creature wasn't exactly friendly toward humans other than himself. It took Luo Qiuyan a while to recover, but the astonishment in her eyes remained undeniable. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions, then looked up at Chuyi and asked, "So, you came to find me because of it?" Chuyi nodded, his gaze growing serious. "I intend to raise it now, but it is, after all, a dragon. Taking it out would likely cause unnecessary trouble. Yet confining it indoors breaks my heart, and I doubt it would be happy either." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to the little silver dragon in his arms. As if understanding its master's words, the little creature immediately turned its head and waved its tiny paw at Luo Qiuyan, as if making a show of defiance. Luo Qiuyan sighed helplessly, raising a hand to rub her temples. "Then what do you plan to do?" Shuyi replied, "This is tricky. I plan to consult my uncle first and hear his opinion. If possible, it'd be best to reach out to Uncle Yu too." Luo Qiuyan nodded, picked up her communicator, and immediately contacted her father, explaining the situation with the little silver dragon as well. Before long, Luo Tianjing's reply arrived. "Wait there. Yu Linyuan and I are coming over." Realizing both men were coming personally, Shuyi instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. They sat where they were, a hint of nervousness in their expressions, awaiting Luo Tianjing's arrival. About half an hour later, Luo Qiuyan's communicator vibrated again. She quickly checked it, then stood up and said, "They're here. I'll go meet them." Soon, Luo Qiuyan entered with Luo Tianjing and Yu Linyuan in tow. The moment they entered, their eyes immediately fell upon the little silver dragon in Chuya's arms, a hint of surprise flashing in their gazes. "Uncle Luo, Uncle Yu, hello," Chuyi immediately stood and bowed. Luo Tianjing and Yu Linyuan nodded, their gazes still fixed on the little silver dragon. "Is this the young dragon you obtained?" Luo Tianjing cut straight to the point, his tone tinged with seriousness. Chuyi nodded and lifted the little silver dragon hiding behind him. "Yes, it is." Click clack click clack. Perhaps sensing the powerful aura emanating from the two men, the little creature which had been acting rather boldly toward Luo Qiuyan moments before immediately wilted. Its tiny body curled up slightly, emitting a few pitiful whimpers, and even its tail drooped limply. Luo Tianjing and Yu Linyuan exchanged glances before both stepped forward to examine the little silver dragon closely. After a moment, Luo Tianjing spoke slowly, his voice tinged with astonishment, "It really is a dragon." Yu Linyuan nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting profound shock. "And judging by its appearance, it's likely a silver dragon. That's the royal bloodline among dragons. I've encountered dragons in the abyss and even fought some, but none compare to this one before us." After scrutinizing it for another moment, both gradually regained their composure. Luo Tianjing clasped his hands behind his back, his voice steady. "A dragon cub is a rare and precious encounter. Obtaining it is your destiny. But have you considered what to do next?" Shuyi nodded, his voice resolute, "I intend to keep it by my side. When my strength is sufficient, I'll take it into battle with me." Neither of them objected to this. Yu Linyuan smiled faintly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "That's a sound idea. However, once a dragon cub is exposed, it will likely draw the attention of the entire world. To my knowledge, there are only a handful of beast masters worldwide who possess dragons as their beasts. Among them, the most powerful is undoubtedly the chief beast master of the Free Federation, Edward. At the mention of that name, Shuya's brow furrowed slightly as rumors about Edward immediately surfaced in his mind. He was a legend in the Free Federation. As a beastmaster, he had remained largely under the radar until his 30s. It wasn't until he ventured deep into the abyss and forged a contract with a dragon as his beast that his fame skyrocketed. Subsequently, he defeated countless top-tier masters of the Free Federation, catapulting himself to become its strongest beastmaster. He even founded the largest beastmaster guild in the Free Federation, the Edward Guild. This guild received strong backing from the Free Federation's high command, wielding immense influence across the world and even directly controlling numerous small nations. Luo Tianzheng continued, the dragon Edward contracted belongs to the Dark-Blood Black Dragon clan, one of the most ferocious among the dragon races. It had never been contracted by anyone before. He was the first and only one. After contracting the Dark-Blood Black Dragon, he remained unsatisfied, frantically searching the world for other dragons, determined to contract another. Yulin Yuan took up the thread, his tone tinged with warning. The silver dragons represent the royal bloodline among the dragon clans. Virtually all dragon kings throughout history have descended from the silver dragon clan. This isn't just a silver dragon king within the silver dragon clan, but the dragon king revered by all dragon clans. In terms of bloodline, silver dragons are immeasurably more noble than the dark blood black dragons. If Edward learns you possess a silver dragon, he'll likely go mad trying to seize it. Pressure and covetousness from other quarters, we can handle for you with ease. But Edward is highly notorious within the Free Federation, ruthless and unscrupulous, stopping at nothing to achieve his ends. Who knows what underhanded tactics he might resort to? He paused, his tone solemn. Open attacks are easier to dodge than hidden arrows. Exposing the silver dragon to the world will subject you to immense pressure. You must be mentally prepared for that. Yulin Yuan's words prompted Chu Yi to contemplate the matter seriously. Undoubtedly, exposing Kaka carried immense risks, with Edward being one of the primary threats. Though he couldn't directly appear within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, with Edward's capabilities, he could still pose a significant threat to Chu Yi by spreading rumors or bribing certain individuals within the kingdom. Within Xinxia Academy, Chu Yi might be relatively safe, but he couldn't remain there indefinitely. Even for the year-end assessments, he would need to venture out on missions to earn sufficient credits. This inevitably exposed him to numerous dangers. The little creature in his arms seemed to sense Chuya's hesitation and began struggling, emitting short, urgent clack sounds. Chuyi instantly understood its meaning. The little creature feared being locked up at home. Seeing this, Chuyi made his decision instantly. Uncle Bo, Uncle Yu, I've made up my mind. Even if exposure carries great risks, I'm not afraid. Besides, what in this world comes without risk? The danger of bone-corroding disease is far greater than this. Hearing Chuya's words, Luo Tianzheng and Yulin Yuan both wore relieved smiles. Luo Tianzheng said, since you've made up your mind, we support you. With us here, you needn't worry about the pressures from abroad. However, we can't fully guard against the covetous eyes within the country. You must be cautious about that yourself. Chu Yi nodded. He was prepared. After this conversation, Chu Yi felt more confident. Soon after, Luo Tianzheng and Yulin Yuan departed, followed by Luo Chouyan. Once everyone else had departed, the little creature perked up again. Chu Yi played with it for a while before chuckling, come on, I'll take you to run a dungeon. It'll be a good chance to see the world. Chapter 134, The Sensation Caused by Kaka. At Chuya's words, the little one immediately chirped Kaka, and bounced around with delight. Though this little one had only arrived in this world yesterday, it grew remarkably fast. Its exceptionally high attributes ensured it faced little danger even when running dungeons with Chu Yi. Now, though the wings on its back still flapped tirelessly without taking flight, it could already hop and skip along behind Chu Yi. I heard beastmasters can awaken a talent to create a special beast taming space where their beasts can slumber. Too bad I'm not a beastmaster, Chu Yi murmured as he picked up Kaka and stepped out of the dormitory, a hint of regret on his face. Though newly born, Kaka was surprisingly large. Set on the ground, it reached nearly to Chuya's knees, and when held, likely weighed 20 or 30 pounds. How on earth did this little guy manage to devour a piece of beef larger than its own body weight? Once outside, Kaka seemed exceptionally curious. Its pale, mercury-like pupils darted about constantly, nostrils twitching lightly as if sniffing unfamiliar scents in the air. This vast and novel world held immense fascination for the little creature. The sight of Chu Yi cradling the silver dragon cub caused quite a stir. Everyone who witnessed the scene froze in astonishment, eyes wide as they stopped in their tracks. What is he holding? Could it be a dragon cub? It's definitely a baby dragon. I wouldn't mistake it for anything else, I swear. Holy crap, that can't be real. Who could possibly form a contract with a dragon and just stroll out like that? Yeah, this isn't the Xianwang Academy either. Along the way, the little silver dragon attracted far too much attention, and word of the incident spread like wildfire. Someone in the Tiangang Academy was actually carrying a silver dragon cub. The news spread like wildfire throughout the academy, causing an uproar. However, most people's initial reaction upon hearing it was disbelief.
Many even dismissed it as a trick, suspecting someone was pulling a prank, which initially limited its spread. Shuyi swiftly arrived at the instance plaza via the teleportation array. His presence caused a stir there as well. When he approached the inner plaza, the gatekeeper repeatedly checked his credentials, his face etched with disbelief. Someone had actually brought a silver dragon. Such a thing was utterly unbelievable. While it wasn't uncommon at the Shenhuang Academy for people to walk the streets with their tamed beasts like the azure flame white wolf, the crimson armor lion, or the sky-striding cloud crane, each more dazzling than the last, these were still considered rare. A dragon? That was an absolutely awe-inspiring presence anywhere in the world. Besides, this isn't the Shenhuang Academy. Ignoring the stares of others, Shuyi strode straight into the inner courtyard. Shuyi's here. Boss, are we still tackling the tomb of the sandstorm tyrant today? Take me along. Boss, take me along too, I'll pay. Hey, what did the boss bring today? Holy crap, a dragon? After yesterday's incident, Shuyi had gained some fame within the inner courtyard, with many sophomores now hearing about him. Though they were skeptical that a freshman could solo a major dungeon, so many people were saying it, and the dungeon records couldn't be faked. Consequently, quite a few rushed over, hoping Shuyi would take them along to clear the dungeon. But what truly caused a stir was the dragon in Shuyi's arms. Seeing Shuyi cradling a baby dragon, the crowd gathered around, each person more astonished than the last. Their eyes darted back and forth over Kaka, as if trying to confirm whether this was truly a dragon cub. Kaka, clearly nervous at the crowd, curled up in Shuyi's arms. Its tiny claws clutched tightly at his clothes as it bared its teeth, trying to look fierce. Yet, a hint of panic flickered in its mercury-like pupils. Shuyi said, "Alright, no crowding around. I'm still going to raid the tomb of the sandstorm tyrant today. If any of you want to join, swipe your cards. The fee is the same as yesterday." Clearly, Shuyi had no intention of discussing Kaka with them. Hearing this, the others suppressed their curiosity and lined up to swipe their cards. Once the group was assembled, Shuyi immediately entered the instance. The moment his figure vanished at the entrance, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, though murmurs of discussion continued to ripple through the air. After several battles yesterday, Shuyi was now thoroughly familiar with the dungeon's flow. Upon entering the instance, Shuyi set Kaka down. Seeing that these humans seemed to pose no threat, the little creature relaxed slightly. It followed at Shuyi's feet, its tail swaying gently as its alert gaze scanned the surroundings. Before long, the yellow sand soldiers appeared. One of them charged toward Shuyi. Just as Shuyi was about to attack, Kaka suddenly let out a sharp cry. Kaka! Its voice was sharp and powerful, carrying an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Immediately after, it unleashed a frost beam that instantly pierced through the yellow sand soldier. The frost beam shot through like a silver lightning bolt, carrying a bone-chilling cold that instantly pierced the soldier's body. The soldier's body, pierced through, quickly disintegrated into yellow sand, dissipating into the air. This scene astonished not only those behind Shuyi, but even Shuyi himself was taken aback. After all, this was a sand soldier from hell difficulty, extremely powerful. How could Kaka possibly take it down in an instant? Kaka. After dispatching the sand soldier, Kaka rubbed against Shuyi's leg, its chirping clearly an act of affection. Its tail swayed gently, a hint of pride in its eyes as if seeking praise from Shuyi. Shuyi smiled. Well done. He reached out to gently stroke Kaka's head, his eyes filled with admiration. Hearing this, Kaka immediately began bouncing and jumping, utterly delighted. Behind them, people murmured in awe and envy. No wonder it's a dragon. It took down the target in one go. How did Shuyi even get one? My goodness, a dragon pet? There are probably only a handful of people in the entire world who own one. I'm so jealous. If only I could have one too. Meanwhile, more yellow sand soldiers charged forward, only to be instantly incinerated by Shuyi's dark flame. These yellow sand soldiers posed little threat. Along the way, Shuyi took action while Kaka assisted from the side. It possessed 4 abilities: Dragon Roar, Frost Ray, Freezing Blast, and Blizzard. Dragon Roar was a piercing cry that could scare off nearby monsters. Frost Beam was a piercing ray with formidable penetrating power, similar to Nightfall Beam but less potent, roughly equivalent to a level 20 plus epic skill. Frostbite is a control skill that freezes enemies in place by creating ice beneath their feet. Blizzard is a storm unleashed by Kaka flapping its wings, dealing frost damage and area of effect harm. Even in its juvenile stage, Kaka's combat prowess is already quite formidable. At the very least, it was more than capable of supporting Shuyi in battle. Shuyi advanced relentlessly, slaughtering all in his path. The yellow sand soldiers proved no match for him, swiftly wiped out. During the battle, Kaka gradually revealed its true nature. It must be said, this little creature was rather ferocious. Shuyi watched it kill monsters with relish, emitting proud cries with each kill. Though still just a youngling, it already possessed the makings of a queen. Behind Shuyi, the people watched this constantly bounding little silver dragon with utter astonishment. To think that even as a young dragon, it possessed such formidable power. How formidable would it become once fully grown? Despite bringing Kaka along, Shuyi's dungeon clearing efficiency hadn't slowed down. Over an hour later, he cleared the dungeon once more.
However, the amount of dark matter he obtained was significantly less. After today's runs, I've only got about 100,000 dark matter left. Looks like the divine punishment has started kicking in, Chuyi murmured softly, his brow furrowing slightly. Before Chuyi had even taken the national exams, he and Luo Qiuyan had cleared the same dungeon multiple times. Back then, he had already noticed that repeatedly clearing the same dungeon led to a steady decrease in the amount of dark matter obtained. Yesterday, during his 2 runs through the Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant, the amount of dark matter he obtained on the second run was tens of thousands less than the first. The third run yielded tens of thousands less still.
Let's run it one more time.
After this, we should switch to other dungeons. Though the yield had dropped significantly, Chuyi estimated he could still scrape together at least 200,000 dark matter after finishing.
Chapter 135, Top Tier Gear. Sun Taiwan's Sincerity. Chuyi led another group into the dungeon.
When he cleared it again, he only obtained over 80,000 dark matter. Still, combined with the previous runs, he had gathered 200,000 dark matter today. Combined with his existing reserves, his total dark matter now reached 300,000.
After 2 runs through the dungeon, it was already noon.
Chuyi bid farewell to the others and returned to the dormitory with Kaka.
Kaka was hungry again, so Chuyi reluctantly gave it several dozen pounds of beef. Just after feeding Kaka, Chuyi received a message from Yuchinjo. He too had learned about Kaka and was now inquiring about it. Chuyi gave only a brief summary, omitting Kaka's origins, while also relaying the perspectives of Yu Lin Yuan and Luo Tianzhang. Upon reading this, Yuchinjo replied, "You must be careful. The dragon cub is a matter of great importance. I can protect you within the academy, but outside its walls, my reach is limited." Before long, several others sent messages as well. "Nya Huang, heard you got a dragon cub? Real or fake?
If you have time, bring it to the Breaker Academy.
Let me take a look. If I can spar with it, even better. I'll reward you handsomely.
Hashtag fist salute hashtag.
By Wuxin, Chuyi, is it you who owns the dragon cub rumored on the school forum?
Hashtag image a young man holding a silver dragon cub.
Xinjin, you have a silver dragon cub as a pet? Seriously?
Hashtag confused hashtag.
These were all people he'd met during the national exams.
Various people whose contact info Chuyi had added at some point also sent messages. Some even went so far as to ask Chuyi to name his price for the silver dragon cub, claiming they were billionaires and could afford it. Even Sun Taiwan immediately sent a message inquiring about the dragon cub. Even the headmaster of the Xianhuang Academy reached out, sending him a message expressing interest in seeing his silver dragon pet. If it could join the academy, all terms would be set by Chuyi himself.
He tapped the little creature, who was happily munching away, with a sigh. "You've really made a name for yourself now, haven't you?" Chuyi responded to each of these requests.
However, he declined the request to meet Kaka.
After lunch, Chuyi and Kaka took a nap before heading out again.
His transaction with Sun Taiwan was scheduled for the afternoon.
Chuyi carried Kaka out once more. Kaka had become quite famous now.
Chuyi didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the dorm, and Kaka wasn't keen on staying behind either. Keeping him close was actually the safest option for Chuyi. Chuyi arrived at a pavilion in the academy park, where Sun Taiwan was already waiting. Spotting him, Sun Taiwan immediately called out, "Brother Chuyi, over here."
Chuyi spotted Sun Taiwan too. He walked over immediately.
Upon seeing Kaka in Chuyi's arms, he couldn't help but be stunned.
"Is this really a dragon? Brother Chuyi, may I touch it?" Sun Taiwan's eyes widened in disbelief.
Chuyi replied, "Just look.
This little one won't let anyone touch it except me.
If you get too close, it might even grab you." Sun Taiwan immediately laughed, "Haha, no touching, no touching.
Brother Chuyi, this is truly eye-opening.
I never imagined you were so well connected, even managing to get your hands on a dragon."
About our deal? I've already brought the tyrant's heart."
Hearing this, Sun Taiwan beamed with delight and immediately said, "Great. That's perfect."
He promptly produced a ring. "This is a small storage ring with 1 cubic meter of space.
I've placed all the equipment inside, and it won't conflict with your current gear. If you're okay with it, consider the storage ring my gift to you." Chuyi accepted the storage ring and inspected it, discovering 3 pieces of equipment already inside, each glowing with an orange radiance.
Chuyi examined each one.
These 3 pieces were indeed different from his current gear: a secondary weapon, the magical weapon seal, a pair of boots, and a pendant. While their value certainly couldn't match that of a main weapon or primary armor, they were more than sufficient to trade for the tyrant's heart.
Chuyi examined their attributes one by one. Meditation seal, hourglass. Equip level, 20. Equipment restriction, mage type classes.
Equip effect, plus 1200 spirit, plus 2500 mana pool, plus 150% cooldown reduction efficiency.
Core mechanism, sequence freeze.
Passive hourglass of time, each skill cast stacks 1 layer of sand timer, max 30 layers, increasing casting speed by 3% per layer.
Active chronological freeze, consumes all sand timer stacks.
Each consumed stack freezes 1% of time for targets within 10 meters, slowing their movement speed by 1% for 30 seconds.
Phantom Step Boots Phase Echo. Equip level 20. Equipment restriction, mage type classes.
Equip effect, plus 900 agility, plus 100% movement speed, grants 0.5 seconds of phasing state upon triggering evasion.
Core mechanism, quantum phase. Passive spatial fold, generates 1 phase shift energy per 300 steps traveled.
Upon reaching 3 stacks, execute an ultra-range blink instant teleport up to 300 meters ignoring terrain, storable up to 3 times.
Active Mirror Echo, generates 3 quantum illusions in a frontal cone area, lasting 6 seconds.
Each illusion inherits 40% of the caster's attributes and assists in combat.
Upon disappearance, triggers a phase explosion dealing 200% spell damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Each enemy killed reduces cooldown by 30%. Burning Star Pendant Nova Embers. Equip level 20. Where restriction, mage type classes.
Equip effect, plus 1100 spirit, plus 30% spell penetration, plus 50% ongoing damage effect.
Core mechanism, Nova Embers.
Passive stellar core combustion, each instance of fire damage dealt applies the Nova Embers mark lasts 8 seconds, stacks up to 20 times. Each stack increases the target's fire damage taken by 5%.
Active Nova Burst, detonates all marks, triggering chain explosions that deal true damage per mark. 3 pieces of equipment, all their attributes and core mechanics appeared before Chuyi's eyes. Upon seeing their effects, Chuyi couldn't help but stare in astonishment. For though these weren't primary weapons or armor, the bonuses they provided were anything but modest.
The offhand weapon involved time, the boots involved space, the trinket even involved the stars. These were all top-tier elements in equipment.
Once imbued with them, an item's value would skyrocket.
Chuyi couldn't help but exclaim, these items' effects are even more powerful than many main weapons.
Are you really going to trade them away? This far exceeded the price of the tyrant's heart.
Sun Taiwan replied, Brother Chuyi, if you like them, that's all that matters.
This trade isn't a loss for me at all.
The point is, getting to know you, Brother Chuyi, and having this friendship that's priceless to me. Truthfully, Sun Taiwan had initially intended to trade ordinary legendary gear. But after hearing the news about the Silver Dragon, he immediately changed his mind. He was certain Chuyi would rise to great heights in the future, so he specifically sought out his father to discuss the matter. His father slapped his thigh in excitement upon hearing it, fully backing the plan. He then leveraged the family's resources to scour the market, ultimately securing these 3 top-tier legendary items.
Their value equaled 2, even 3 tyrants' hearts. But it didn't matter.
His father told him that maintaining this connection with Chuyi was paramount. The Sun family's future rise to prominence hinged entirely on him.
Chuyi remained unaware of Sun Taiwan's calculations. Even he could sense the weighty sincerity behind such lavish offerings. Chapter 136, Death Threats? You think I'm scared?
Faced with such generous terms from Sun Taiwan, Chuyi naturally accepted the deal on the spot. Sun Taiwan beamed with delight, expressing repeated gratitude. His eyes gleamed with excitement upon receiving the tyrant's heart.
Brother Chuyi, if you ever need anything in the future, just call me. I, Sun Taiwan, am at your beck and call. Don't refuse, I've got all the time in the world. Seeing Sun Taiwan's enthusiasm, Chuyi smiled and nodded in agreement.
Though their first meeting had been anything but friendly, this transaction had laid the groundwork for a budding friendship.
Regardless of Sun Taiwan's motives, he had certainly invested heavily to befriend Chuyi. 3 top-tier legendary items just like that. With such boldness, why should Chuyi make things difficult for him?
Chuyi transferred the 3 items into his Moonlight Treasure Ring and stowed away the storage ring. Storage rings couldn't be stored inside other storage rings. The built-in spells conflicted, making it impossible. Forcing one into another would only damage both rings. With the 3 items in hand, Chuyi swiftly returned to his dormitory.
He couldn't wait to equip them.
First was the Meditation Sigil. This piece adhered tightly to his wrist like a tattoo, its patterns glowing brightly whenever he cast spells.
Removing it required nothing more than a thought. The emblem's pattern was peculiar, resembling some ancient script and emitting a faint yellow glow. Next came the boots of Phantom Step. These silver boots instantly made Chuyi feel far more agile. When running, he could even leave after images behind.
Finally, the Burning Star Pendant, a star-like orb that was simple to wear, resting comfortably around his neck. During combat, it would automatically cling to his skin, eliminating any worry of it bouncing around.
All 3 pieces granted Chuyi massive stat boosts. He immediately opened his character panel. Name, Chuyi Demon Shattering Young Lord. Class, Low-Tier Mage. Level, 21. Health, 4,500. Mana, 7,600 plus 1,800 plus 2,500.
Core attributes, Strength 320, Spirit 420 plus 800 plus 1,200 plus 1,100, Constitution 300 plus 800, Agility 300 plus 900. Equipment, Wand Whale Song Orange, Robe Whale Fall Orange, Meditative Seal Sand of Time Orange, Boots of Phantom Step Phase Echo Orange, Pendant Nova Embers Orange. Class skills: Dark Fire, Night Veil, Life-Sucking Chain, Residual Night Beam, Dark Lightning Punishment, Undead Swamp. Additional skills: Hymn of the World Eater, Magic Surge Passive, Eternal Imprisonment of the Abyss.
Unique Divine Skill, Dark Domain. Talent, Dark Origin God Tier. Divinity, Fractured Dark Soul. Dark Matter Quantity, 312,800 drops. In terms of attribute bonuses, my spirit is ridiculously high. With gear enhancements, my spirit can reach 3,520 points, nearly matching a level 30 professional stats. Plus, after adding mana reserves, I'll have nearly 12,000 points. With such massive mana, I can unleash skills at will. Not to mention, Chuyi possesses Magic Spring, allowing his mana to regenerate continuously. Of course, the greatest gains extend far beyond these. It's the core mechanics of the equipment. First was the Meditative Seal, Hourglass of Time, whose core mechanism was Sequence Freeze. Its passive ability continuously accelerates Chuya's casting speed, with a maximum boost of 90%. This meant Chuya's skill casting speed increased by a full 90%. If he activates Dark Realm, where he could previously unleash 10 dark flames per second, he can now unleash 19. No, wait, his agility also increases, allowing even faster casting. He might even unleash 30 or 40 dark flames per second. Imagine the sheer despair his enemies would feel when Chuyi suddenly unleashes that many dark flames in the heat of battle. Secondly, this equipment can actually freeze time for enemies, making their time flow extremely slow. When enemies slow down, it means Chuyi speeds up. The disparity between them, back and forth, how utterly absurd? Next comes the Phase Echo Boots. Its passive ability goes without saying, storing up to 3 charges for an instant teleport of up to 300 meters. With this, Chuyi could teleport behind opponents mid-battle for surprise strikes. Even against overwhelming foes, this ability allows escape. The active skill, however, unleashes his Quantum Phantom. Not only can it participate in combat, dealing massive damage, but crucially, killing enemies refreshes the skill's cooldown. When facing hordes of monsters, Chuyi can chain explosions endlessly with this skill. Finally, there's the Burning Star Pendant, Nova Embers. This pendant's mechanics are brutally simple and straightforward. Passive damage boost, active true damage. Simple yet undeniably powerful. With gear this good, if I could fight the Tomb of the Sand Tyrant again, I might not even need to activate Dark Realm. The thought made Chuyi wince inwardly. In these battles, the Dark Realm had likely consumed over 1 million dark matter. Without that expenditure, he could have already undergone his 3rd divine evolution. Despite the massive loss of dark matter, Chuyi remained unhurried. There are still tons of dungeons in the inner plaza. I can grind them out slowly. One after another, it's just 1 million dark matter. At most, it'll take half a month to grind it all back. Now, Chuyi was brimming with motivation, especially after pulling Kaka from the lottery. He was already looking forward to the next draw. As dusk fell, Chuyi fed Kaka several dozen pounds of beef before preparing to eat his own meal. Just then, he received an anonymous message. Student of the Great Xia Nation, are you interested in a silver dragon transaction? We are highly sincere and willing to pay any price. If interested, please reply to this message within 10 minutes. Free Federation. Upon seeing this message, Chuya's expression darkened. Kaka's message was only sent out today. How did the Free Federation receive it so quickly? He instantly recalled Uncle Yu's words. It seemed trouble had indeed arrived. Oomph. You want me to trade Kaka? You Free Federation folks dream on. Chuyi ignored the message outright. But his communicator seemed to be locked. Half an hour later, another message arrived. Chuyi, I advise you to comply with our demands. Though you're in Great Xia, the Free Federation is everywhere. We've been watching you all along. This time, the message carried a more threatening tone. Chuyi still ignored it. A few minutes later, a 3rd message arrived. Respond within 3 minutes. We know where you are. This is your final warning. Seeing this, Chuyi sneered coldly. Think I'm easily intimidated? He still ignored it. 3 minutes later, another message arrived. Death has marked you. Prepare yourself. After this message was sent, Chuyi received a multimedia message. It was an image of the Grim Reaper's scythe, drenched in blood. Seeing this, Chuyi's gaze grew icy. Threatening him? He was the last person to be intimidated by threats. Just as Chuyi was about to contact Luo Tianzheng, he received a message from Luo Tianzheng himself. I have intercepted the message sent to your communicator. Do not acknowledge it, do not reply. We will protect you. Chapter 137, Lin Niyuan. After Luo Tianzheng's message arrived, no further harassing messages followed. Even so, a shadow of unease settled over Chuyi's heart. The Free Federation. In this world, if any nation could be called the most tyrannical, it was undoubtedly the Free Federation. Since the Great Change, the Free Federation seemed blessed by the heavens, not only leading all nations but also becoming the first to give birth to a divine being. Though the deities themselves had long since departed this world, the wealth they left behind still allowed the Free Federation to maintain its position as the world's dominant power. In fact, the Federation stands alone as the only nation in the world openly possessing divine essence bearers.
Their divine power bearers were notoriously flamboyant, repeatedly parading their might in other nations without anyone daring to challenge them. Now, upon learning that Chu Yi possesses a silver dragon, the Free Federation has sent a blatant threat. Although the Great Xia Empire is also a global superpower, it pales in comparison to the Free Federation. For a long time, the Great Xia Kingdom has adhered to a strategy of keeping a low profile, rarely provoking conflicts. To put it bluntly, the Free Federation could field several powerhouses like Yulin Yuan at a moment's notice.
In terms of international standing, the two nations were currently unequal.
However, the Great Xia Empire is no pushover. Despite the Free Federation's aggressive posturing, they dare not actually invade the Great Xia Empire's territory to cause trouble. If the two nations were to engage in a life or death battle, the Great Xia Empire might lose, but the Free Federation would undoubtedly face complete decline.
While victory was currently elusive for the Great Xia Kingdom, it possessed countless means to ensure mutual destruction.
Within the academy, my safety is assured.
But the Free Federation won't accept defeat.
Once I leave the academy, dangers will likely come one after another. After pondering, Chu Yi resolved to dwell no longer.
In any case, this is inevitable.
We'll meet force with force and water with earth.
Can the Free Federation really turn the world upside down?
After making his decision, Chu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Soon, Chu Yi arrived at the Academy's mission center with Kaka in tow.
Though Kaka had been exposed before, many had never actually seen him. Now, upon seeing Chu Yi, they were all utterly astonished. Chu Yi paid no mind to the stares, walking straight to the front desk to browse the available quests.
Dungeon runs can wait for now.
My strength has improved significantly enough.
I'll focus on racking up credits first.
Scanning the quest list, he quickly spotted numerous trial missions.
Most trial quests only granted 2 credits each. Completing only these would require finishing 25 quests to max out credits.
However, many of these quests were far from simple. Take gathering Swiftwind Wolf Claws, for instance. It required collecting 50 Swiftwind Wolf Claws, and Swiftwind Wolves were notorious for their ferocity among level 20-30 monsters. Take Earthbear Armor Collection, for instance. It required defeating the formidable dungeon boss, the Earthbear, to obtain. Then there's the Abyssal Cult Purge quest, which sends you out to designated zones to eliminate a set number of Abyssal Cult members. Of course, for Chu Yi, these trial quests weren't particularly difficult. But Chu Yi still frowned slightly.
The credits offered are too low. Are there any quests with higher credit rewards? A nearby staff member overheard and replied, "Student, if you want to earn a large amount of credits at once, why not try the Extreme Challenge quests?" "What kind of task is that?"
Just as the staff member was about to answer Chu Yi, a figure suddenly pushed its way forward, shoving Chu Yi aside. Chu Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Then he saw a young man with tattered robes and disheveled hair. A long sword engraved with patterns of flames and sky was strapped to his waist. Aside from that sword, everything else about him appeared extremely crude. Yet, this youth sent a chill down Chu Yi's spine. Though the youth wasn't looking at him, Chu Yi sensed a faint, almost intangible aura of murderous intent emanating from him. This wasn't the youth intending to kill Chu Yi, rather, it seemed to emanate from his very being. Upon reaching the counter, the youth spoke in a deep voice, rough yet powerful, "I'm here to turn in a quest." With that, he tossed several stones that appeared somewhat fragmented onto the counter.
The staff member's expression immediately changed, their tone tinged with surprise. "So soon? You haven't even been on this mission for 3 days yet." The young man remained silent as the clerk swiftly processed his items. "Submitted for you." The young man nodded, pointing to several tasks on the task board. He continued, "I've accepted this one, and this one too." "You want to take more? Why not take a break? Can your body handle doing so many tasks like this?" The young man remained silent. Seeing this, the staff member took the task for him. Once the task was successfully claimed, the young man turned and walked away. Throughout the entire exchange, he never once looked at Chu Yi. After he departed, Chu Yi turned to the staff member with a puzzled look. "Who was that person? Your attitude toward him seemed different." The staff member sighed. "You're a freshman this year, so you wouldn't know him. But apart from the new students, there's no one in the entire Tiangang Academy who doesn't know him. His name is Lin Nieyuan. He's a tragic soul." "Lin Nieyuan? What an unusual name." The staff member continued, "His original name was Lin Xingwen. He lived in a village near the southern border of the Great Xia Kingdom. The year he awoke his profession, the Abyss cult invaded that very place. The village was slaughtered by the Abyss cult. His parents, relatives, and even his younger brother still in elementary school were all killed by them. Had he not been at level 10 at the time, heading to the temple for his advancement trial, he likely would have died too. Since then, he changed his name to Lin Nieyuan. Last year, he placed 3rd in the national examinations and also secured 3rd place in the freshman trials during the opening ceremony. Though the Breaker Academy sought to recruit him, he chose the Heavenly Guardian Academy without hesitation. Within a month of enrolling, he volunteered to join the Corruption Front, the only freshman that year to do so. His instructors initially barred him, but he left without notice, heading straight for the front lines. The academy eventually relented.
At the corruption front, I heard he fought with unhinged ferocity, singling out members of the Abyss cult for slaughter. In fact, after eliminating several key figures of the cult, he directly prompted them to issue a bounty for his head. Whenever he returned to the academy, it was almost always to turn in a mission and pick up another. He only accepted missions related to the Abyss, especially those targeting the Abyss cult. If there was one available, he never passed it up.
Don't be fooled by his sophomore status, he's already level 32, the highest ranked sophomore in the entire Tiangang Academy. The staff member's tone was flat, devoid of much emotion.
Yet from these words, Shuyi pieced together a vivid picture. A young man, witnessing his loved one's murder, fueled by vengeance, gained admission to the Tiangang Academy, vowing to eradicate the Abyss cult from the world. His name, his actions, everything embodied this purpose.
A sudden wave of suffocating pain gripped Shuya's chest.
He was merely a transmigrator, while Lin Miayuan had actually witnessed his own family's death with his own eyes.
Abyss sect. Abyss sect. Given the chance, Shuyi too would eradicate these malignant tumors.
The staff member said, "Alright, enough of that.
You were here to claim an extreme mission, right? These are all available. Take a look yourself."
Chapter 138, The Legend of the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground. Hearing this, Shuya's attention was instantly captured, his gaze settling on the extreme missions. The so-called extreme missions were formerly known as the Tiangang Academy Extreme Challenge missions.
As the name implies, these missions were designed to push students to their absolute limits. Beyond academic credits, they offered no other rewards.
Shuyi quickly scanned through some of the listed missions. Simulated battle at the Judgment Ground, Undead raid defense. Mission details: proceed to the Judgment Grounds, activate Undead assault mode, and successfully defend against attacks for 30 hours.
Credits, 10. Immortal Great Wall Outpost defense.
Task: proceed to the Judgment Training Ground, enter the Immortal Great Wall Outpost simulation, activate maximum monster invasion, and defend the Immortal Great Wall for 40 hours.
Credits, 12. Abyssal Demon Simulation Battle.
Mission details: proceed to the Punishment Training Ground, initiate the Abyssal Demon Simulation Battle, and eliminate the Abyssal Demon along with its vast horde of subordinate abyssal monsters.
Credits, 10.
As you can see, each extreme mission rewards at least 10 credits.
However, the challenges are equally formidable. First, the two defensive missions require holding out for dozens of hours, placing immense pressure on challengers. They involve either guard duties or combat against abyssal demons.
Shuyi still remembered the abyssal demon he encountered in the Abyss cult's temple, the Rocklaw priest, Eguro. Back then, had he not activated his dark domain, their entire group likely would have perished at the hands of the abyssal fiend.
None of these tasks are easy, Shuyi couldn't help but sigh. The staff member advised, "Student, I suggest you stick to more ordinary trial missions for now. You can attempt the extreme ones once your strength has grown."
Shuyi shook his head and continued browsing. Before long, his gaze locked onto one particular mission.
Soul Monument Forest Challenge.
Task details: enter the inner training grounds of the Soul Monument Forest and challenge individuals ranked within the top 10.
Victory grants corresponding credits. Credits, 5 credits per person.
Shuyi was immediately drawn to this mission. If I take this mission, I only need to defeat all 10 top-ranked individuals in the inner arena of the Soul Monument Forest.
Wouldn't that mean I'd instantly earn 50 credits?
With 50 credits, he could take the year-end assessment, effectively completing all his tasks for the year.
The academy wouldn't interfere with his subsequent actions. What was this?
This was nothing short of killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Without hesitation, Shuyi declared, "I accept this mission." The staff member was taken aback.
Student, to complete this mission, you'll be challenging those within the inner grounds of the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground.
Shuyi replied, "I know.
Please help me accept it." Seeing this, the staff member said no more and immediately accepted the mission for Shuyi. After accepting the mission, Shuyi immediately headed for the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground. It was here that he had defeated Yen Nangue during his last visit.
However, Yen Nangue was merely an outer arena fighter. The inner arena was filled with nothing but legends.
Access to the inner arena of the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground, like the inner plaza of the Instance Square, required credentials. Fortunately, Shuyi already possessed the necessary credentials, so he didn't need to obtain them separately. Upon entering the inner courtyard of the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground, Shuyi found it not vastly different from the outer courtyard. Yet, the number of soul steals here was significantly fewer. The information panel at the entrance revealed that the inner field contained a total of 100 stone monuments. Every figure honored within this inner sanctum was a legendary figure since the founding of the Shinsha Academy.
Unlike the inner square of the Quest Plaza, this place was sparsely populated.
In fact, Shuyi scarcely encountered any other individuals. He said barely because he had spotted one person. He wore tattered robes with a sword strapped to his waist.
Shuyi had just seen him moments ago. It was Lin Miayuan. He came here too?
Shuyi felt a twinge of confusion. In truth, the sparse crowd at the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground was to be expected. After all, victory here yielded no rewards. Compared to the Soul Monument Forest, people preferred tackling various dungeons. Moreover, since Tiangang Academy students were assigned to guard the Immortal Great Wall after graduation, places like the Judgment Grounds, which featured a simulated Immortal Great Wall secret realm, were far more popular than the Soul Monument Forest training ground. Shu Yi silently observed Lin Niyuan, noticing him paying homage to the soul steel in the training ground with a look of genuine reverence. He was utterly earnest. This was no mere performance. Because if Shu Yi hadn't come, he would have been the only one here. After finishing his prayers, Lin Niyuan turned and walked away. Upon seeing Shu Yi, his expression remained utterly unchanged, as if Shu Yi were no different from a stone by the roadside. As he passed by Shu Yi, the long sword strapped to his waist flashed a cold gleam. Shu Yi felt as though he could see spattered blood. For some reason, Shu Yi instinctively called out, "Lin Niyuan?" Lin Niyuan halted, turning to face Shu Yi. His deep voice carried a weighty tone. "What is it?" Shu Yi considered his words before asking. "I saw you paying respects at the Soul Monument earlier. What was that about?" Lin Niyuan replied coldly, "Is it any of your business?" He seemed utterly unwilling to exchange another word with Shu Yi. Before Shu Yi could speak again, Lin Niyuan turned and walked away. Snap! Snap! Beside Shu Yi, the little silver dragon seemed displeased. It let out two low whines at Lin Niyuan's retreating back, its tiny paws flapping restlessly. Lin Niyuan showed no reaction whatsoever. Was he blind to the dragon's presence, or simply indifferent? Shu Yi suspected the latter was more likely. Seems like he's quite difficult to get along with. Whether it was due to past events or not, Lin Niyuan seemed to have closed off his heart, unwilling to engage with anyone. Shu Yi shook his head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind. He immediately walked toward the soul steel of the top 10 in the rankings, the little guy trotting along behind him. Each soul monument bore the carved figures, their deeds, and their epitaphs. Not only did these individuals span centuries, but their deeds were even more legendary than those of the outer fields. Shu Yi's gaze settled upon the stone tablet marking the 10th rank. Name Xie Dinghong. Title Ming Xiao. Occupation, Dragon Roar Forbidden Spellcaster. Deeds, reversed ancient forbidden spells to detonate the dragon vein, utterly obliterating the fourth abyss cavern. Sonic resonance buried over 2,000 demon generals and 1,000,000 demonic creatures, gravely wounding 3 abyss lords. Inscription, forbidden arts consumed his body, his roar pierced the heavens. Dragon's cry shook the 9 depths of the abyss. Though his shattered bones lie buried beneath the yellow springs, the echoes still reverberate for 300 years. Merely reading this feat nearly left Shu Yi breathless. 3,000 demon generals, 1,000,000 demonic creatures, 9 abyss lords. What a glorious feat! And this was merely the feat of a sequence 10. How magnificent must the feats of those ranked above him be? After staring for a long while, Shu Yi took a deep breath and finally launched his attack at the stone steel. As his residual night beam pierced the stone tablet, it finally reacted. Then, a middle-aged man clad in crimson and gold, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, materialized before Shu Yi, gesturing an invitation. Xia Jinghong, Dragon Roar Enchantress. I await your guidance. A faint smile graced his face, radiating an air of calm composure. Yet Shu Yi distinctly perceived the shadowy form of a true dragon emanating from him. Beside Shu Yi, Kaka seemed to sense the intense threat as well, his body trembling slightly. Even Kaka fears him? A tremendous pressure surged within Shu Yi's heart. Nevertheless, he immediately clasped his fists in salute before preparing for battle. Within the inner arena, the figures in the Soul Monument Forest training ground were even more formidable, possessing higher levels. Xia Jinghong's level surpassed Shu Yi's by a full 5 ranks. His true strength far exceeded this, but because Shu Yi's level was too low, the Soul Monument had correspondingly suppressed his power. Despite the mere 5-level gap, Shu Yi still found himself fighting with great difficulty. Even with 3 top-tier legendary equipment pieces, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage after engaging Xia Dinghong. Whether in combat experience or skill execution, Shu Yi was no match for Xia Dinghong. Purely in terms of raw power, the two were actually quite evenly matched. However, Xie Jinghong's vast experience allowed him to employ a wide array of combat tactics that overwhelmed Shu Yi, often trapping him in cleverly laid traps. Beside them, Kaka gnashed its teeth and flapped its wings and claws frantically, desperate to intervene. Yet it too was no match for Xie Jinghong, easily knocked flying with a single blow. Fortunately, being a dragon, it was remarkably resilient to injury. Together, man and dragon still couldn't overcome Xie Jinghong. In that moment, Shu Yi finally grasped the vast chasm between himself and a true master. He even sensed that even if Xie Jinghong were at his own level, he still wouldn't stand a chance against her. It seems that without the Dark Realm, I have almost no chance of defeating the opponents here. Thus, Shu Yi ceased hiding his power and immediately activated his Dark Realm. Empowered by the domain, Shu Yi secured victory swiftly. But the battle wasn't over yet. Xie Jinghong was only ranked 10th, 9 others stronger than him still awaited. Chapter 139, Consecutive Battles Against the Top 10. The top 10 ranked individuals were each more awe-inspiring than the last. Burying millions of demons, demolishing the abyssal cathedral spanning 10,000 miles, perishing alongside multiple abyssal lords. Any one of these feats alone was legendary enough to be carved into the monuments of history. And every single one of them had emerged from the Divine Summer Academy. Not just the Heavenly Guardian Academy, but also the Breaking Army Academy, Divine Mechanics Academy, Celestial Pivot Academy, and the Polestar Academy. Every time Chuyi fought, he could feel that weighty emotion surging within his chest. The Great Xia Empire boasts countless heroes. It is precisely because these individuals forged the Great Wall with their flesh and blood that the land now enjoys the glow of 10,000 households. Even now, peace remains elusive. The shadow of the abyss cult perpetually looms over the borders. Those towns where smoke curls from chimneys and villages where rice fields ripple like waves could be swallowed by the cult at any moment. With each successive battle, Chuyi felt the pressure mounting. Yet, drawing upon the power of his divine essence, he claimed victory after victory. Without the Dark Realm, Chuyi's current strength alone would be utterly insufficient to challenge those ranked within the top 10. At best, he could only match Yen Nangui. In terms of raw power alone, they might not be vastly stronger than Chuyi. But their lifetime of combat experience and battle wisdom far surpassed his. Unless Chuyi possessed combat abilities equal to theirs, defeating them under comparable strength was nearly impossible.
Congratulations on defeating rank 6, Han Xianye. Congratulations, you have defeated rank 5 Xiaoyao.
Congratulations on defeating Sequence 4, Lin Sui. As Chuyi defeated each opponent in turn, deep, resonant voices echoed across the training grounds.
On each of these stone monuments, Chuyi inscribed his name as a challenger.
Finally, Chuyi approached the stone tablet of Sequence 1. This massive black stele, towering 3 feet above the others, bore a surface covered in sword-like cracks, emanating a chilling aura in the twilight.
Name Qin Wufeng. Title Sword Soul. Occupation Bladeless Sword Spirit User.
Deed severed all meridians to awaken an ancient sword formation, forged 100,000 cursed blades with soul blood, sealed the third gate of the abyss for a century with a sword mound, and shattered the 9 abyss lords' plan to descend. Inscription: shattered bones, scorched flesh forged the sword's soul.
Rusted blades tremble, weeping over desolate graves. In life, drenched in demon lord's blood for 1,000 years, righteous spirit guards the lonely city. Without a doubt, each of these deeds was more awe-inspiring than the last. When it came to Qin Wufeng, Chuyi could scarcely imagine the grandeur of the scene. He had even encountered this tale in history books. The abyss possessed 9 gates, collectively known as the 9 gates of the abyss.
Each gate led to a different abyss, corresponding to a specific abyss lord. These were the most terrifying entities within the abyss, their power surpassing that of the abyssal lords by immeasurable degrees. It was said that when an abyssal gate opened, the aura seeping through its cracks could instantly wither all vegetation within a 100-mile radius. Each abyssal lord commanded an army of abyssal lords numbering from over 100 to several hundred, or even thousands. Were it not for some restriction preventing the abyssal lords from leaving the abyss, humanity would have been utterly annihilated long ago by the abyss's forces. In truth, even abyssal lords cannot easily leave the abyss. They must employ various arcane rituals to manifest their true forms, and once the ritual ends, they must swiftly return to the abyss or face grave peril. Long ago, the 9 abyssal lords of the third abyss jointly cast a secret spell, attempting to manifest their true forms upon the mortal realm. The chosen location for their descent was the Great Xia Kingdom. According to historical records, that day, 9 black suns simultaneously appeared in the sky, casting shadows that plunged the entire nation into darkness. Had only the 9 abyss lords descended, it might not have been insurmountable. Yet their arrival invariably brought legions of tens of millions of demonic creatures. Should they succeed in descending, the Great Xia Kingdom would face utter annihilation. At this critical juncture, Qin Wufeng stepped forward, personally journeying to the third gate of the abyss. He fought alone against all 9, battling the 9 great abyssal lords. It was said that battle raged for 7 days and 7 nights, the clash of swords and demonic flames scorching the sky until it cracked. However, his combat strength steadily declined due to the abyss's relentless assault. With reinforcements from other abyss lords imminent, Qin Wufeng resolved to fight to the death. Thus, he sacrificed himself to summon the ancient sword formation. Through the rampage of 100,000 cursed blades, he suppressed the third gate of the abyss for a century, utterly shattering that crisis. Upon seeing this stone monument, Chuyi bowed reverently before it, just as Lin Mieyuan had done. It could be said he was the savior of every soul in the Great Xia Kingdom today. Without him, the Great Xia Kingdom would have suffered immeasurable losses, and might even have faced the peril of national annihilation. After paying his respects, Chuyi immediately sprang into action. The remnant knights beam pierced through the stone steel. Instantly, a middle-aged man clad in deep black armor and wielding a long sword materialized before Chuyi. "I am Qin Wufeng, General of the Abyss for the Great Xia Kingdom. Who dares to challenge me?" His voice boomed with force, shaking dust from the surrounding stone steels. Chuyi noticed the dark red bloodstains seeping through the cracks in the man's armor, a mark left by the great battle a century ago. Chuyi bowed respectfully. "This junior, Chuyi, greets General Qin." Then, the battle erupted. As Qin Wufeng's blade sliced through the air, it emitted a piercing, ghostly wail. The battle against Qin Wufeng proved to be Chuyi's most grueling fight yet.
Each parry sent a numbing shock through his knuckles. Every evasion brought the stinging sting of sword energy grazing his neck.
In this battle, Chuyi was comprehensively outmatched in strength, technique, and combat experience. Once, he barely managed to block a heavy sword strike, but his knee slammed uncontrollably into the ground, nearly knocking him down. Even Qin Wufeng's casual strikes carried lethal potential for Chuyi. The support from Kaka beside him was completely ignored by Qin Wufeng. From the very start of the fight, Chuyi knew his current strength was utterly no match for Qin Wufeng. Had it not been for the constant dodging enabled by his void step boots, Chuyi would have lost long ago. But the moment Chuyi activated his Dark Realm, the tide turned instantly. The power boost granted by the Dark Realm was utterly staggering. Combined with the Soul Monument's restriction on Qin Wufeng's strength, Chuyi swiftly gained the upper hand. As a beam of residual light pierced through Qin Wufeng's phantom form, the sound signaling the battle's end echoed in Chuyi's mind. Phew! Finally completed the task, Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief. To complete this mission, Chuyi had activated the Dark Realm 10 times, consuming nearly 100,000 units of dark matter in the process. Fortunately, his reserves were substantial enough to withstand such strain, otherwise, this mission would have been impossible. Once I submit this mission, I'll have earned enough credits for the year. Chuyi stood up, brushing the dust from his robes. Next, I'll clear all the remaining dungeons in the dungeon plaza. After that, I should be ready to venture to the corruption front. Chuyi was confident in his abilities. After all, Lin Miyuan had made it to the corruption front in less than a month after enrollment. Why couldn't Chuyi do the same? As for the potential threats from the Free Federation, Chuyi wasn't afraid. If he was afraid of this and afraid of that, he might as well hide away in the academy for the rest of his life. Just as Chuyi was about to leave, a voice made him freeze. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated all individuals ranked within Sequence 10. You have fulfilled the hidden requirement and may now engrave your name upon the central soul monument. Unlike the previous mechanical, icy tones, this voice carried an ancient cadence, as if echoing from the far reaches of time itself. Chuyi froze, then his pupils suddenly contracted. At that very moment, the surroundings of the Soul Monument Forest training ground began to shift. The original soul steels gradually vanished, followed by the ground trembling violently. Tiny pebbles danced across the surface, clattering with a crisp, metallic sound. A massive, majestic stone monument slowly rose from the earth, appearing at the center of the training ground. The monument was pitch black, its surface covered in dark red patterns resembling dried bloodstains. Chuyi found himself drawn forward, where he saw two large characters carved into the stone. Heroic Souls. Chapter 140, Inscribing Names on the Monument of Heroic Souls, Astonishing the Great Xiao War God. To actually trigger a reaction from the Monument of Heroic Souls, this is extraordinary, young one. What is your name? Just as Chuyi was examining the stone tablet before him, an aged voice slowly emerged. Turning around, Chuyi saw an elderly man dressed in a white shirt, his face kind and gentle, walking toward him. Chuyi hadn't noticed when he'd arrived. It was as if he'd materialized out of thin air. Who might you be? The old man spoke slowly, his tone calm. My surname is Zhou. I oversee this area and have been here for about 30 years now. Hearing this, Chuyi immediately bowed respectfully. This junior is Chuyi. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Though he claimed to be merely a caretaker, Chuyi sensed something extraordinary about him and showed no disrespect. The elderly man's surname Zhou seemed to understand at once. So you are Chuyi, the youngster who's been making quite a name for himself lately. Is this your silver dragon? To have a silver dragon as a pet, your fortune is truly remarkable. Kaka, hearing old Master Zhou mention it, chirped twice, its tiny claws gently scratching forward. Chuyi didn't pursue the topic, instead asking, Old Master Zhou, you mentioned the spirit monument earlier. What is that? Old Master Zhou explained, the spirit soul steel is the treasured artifact of the Heavenly Guardian Academy, a mythical great item. When you engrave your name upon it, the steel will henceforth protect your soul. Should you ever meet an untimely end, the spirit soul steel will safeguard your spirit, bring you back, and grant you the chance to be reborn. Hearing this, Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The spirit soul monument was this powerful? Master Zhou chuckled as he continued, every figure within the inner training grounds of the Soul Steel Forest has once inscribed their name upon the spirit soul steel. Now that you've gained recognition, hurry and carve your name. Should you achieve great deeds in the future, even if you become ancient, your legend will live on here. Chuyi nodded and walked toward the spirit monument, immediately carving his name into it. As the characters Chuyi were carved, the spirit monument emitted a peculiar glow before sinking into Chuyi's body. He instantly felt as though something had entered his body, but the sensation vanished almost as quickly, leaving him feeling as if nothing had ever happened. Is that all? Chuyi wondered. Old Zhou nodded. Instantly, light flared beneath his feet, and the surroundings shifted once more. The monument of heroes dissolved into light and gradually vanished, while countless soul monuments reappeared all around. Chuyi was startled. The scene from moments ago seemed as though it had never occurred. But that feeling, it couldn't be faked. Taking a deep breath, Chuyi stepped out of the Soul Steel Forest. Dean's office. Yu Qinzhou was working when suddenly he received a message.
That kid carved his name on the spirit monument? The message came from old Zhou. Zhou Lao's full name was Zhou Zhenghua, and he belonged to the same generation as Yu Qinzhou. The reason Yu Qinzhou appeared middle-aged while elder Zhou looked frail and aged was because Yu Qinzhou's level was so high that his lifespan had been greatly extended. After reaching level 50, a professional's lifespan would increase dramatically, far surpassing that of ordinary people. A typical level 50-plus professional could live to be 120 or 130 years old, showing signs of aging only after 70 or 80, with mobility becoming gradually impaired after 100. After level 60, a professional's lifespan can reach up to 150 years. After level 70, 200 years becomes the norm. After level 80, they might even live to 300. Upon reaching level 90, a professional's lifespan is extended to over 500 years. Even at 1 or 200 years old, they can still maintain the appearance of middle age. Though Yulin Yuan, Yu Qinzhou, and Luo Tianjing all appear as middle-aged men, their actual ages have long surpassed 100. A century ago, the Great Xia Kingdom was in utter chaos. Not only did it face the onslaught of the abyss, but it also endured blockades from other nations. Consequently, many people spend years in constant warfare during that era. Luo Tianjin was one such warrior. Otherwise, Luo Qiuyan wouldn't have been born until now. Amidst the relentless warfare, Luo Tianjing dared not have children. The Great Xia Kingdom's peace had only existed for the past 2 or 3 decades. Zhou Zhengwei relayed every detail of Chu Ye's performance to Yu Qinzhou. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. That kid has grown so fast? With that thought, he simultaneously sent the news to Yulin Yuan and Luo Tianjing. Upon receiving it, both men were equally astonished. They were aware of the events at the Soul Monument Forest Training Ground. To Yulin Yuan, Qin Wufeng was a senior figure. Back then, Yulin Yuan's choice to join the Tiangang Academy had been influenced by Qin Wufeng. Had the 9-ringed Black Sun incident never occurred, the title of Great Xia's war god might never have fallen to Yulin Yuan. In terms of combat achievements, Qin Wufeng's record far surpassed Yulin Yuan's. That kid's only been a professional for a few days? And he actually defeated General Qin. Even if it was only a phantom projection of the Soul Monument, it was still astonishing. Luo Tianjing remarked, judging from Yu Qinzhou's report, he must have utilized a domain. Since his level hasn't surpassed 30, the soul projection he summoned wouldn't possess a domain either. With their respective strengths and weaknesses balancing out, his victory isn't entirely unexpected. Yulin Yuan shook his head. Even so, it speaks to his formidable strength. After the Silver Dragon incident, I was still somewhat concerned about him. Now it seems I can relax a little. Lately, Luo Tianjing and Yulin Yuan had been spending a great deal of time together. They discussed various profound issues, military matters, or spoke of Chu Yi. Yulin Yuan, the Great Xia war god, had been a comrade in arms with Luo Tianjing in their early days. Though he had left the military, he still wielded considerable influence within its ranks. Reflecting on Chu Ye's situation, Yulin Yuan mused, with his current abilities, staying at the academy might no longer be the best place for him to grow. Luo Tianjing frowned slightly. You want to send him out? Yulin Yuan smiled. The Free Federation wants his silver dragon, right? We can let him make an appearance. With our protection, Edward won't dare attack him directly. If it's just competition among peers, I don't believe he can't outcompete those from the Free Federation. After pondering, Luo Tianjing found the reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Yi had just left the Soul Monument Forest training grounds, unaware that Yulin Yuan and Luo Tianjin were discussing him. He had intended to head to the Instance Plaza, but since Kaka was hungry again, he had to return to the dormitory first to fetch several dozen pounds of meat to feed it. This time, the little creature devoured 60 to 70 pounds of beef in one go, leaving Chu Yi utterly speechless. You little rascal, your appetite keeps growing. Chu Yi tapped Kaka's head, feeling utterly helpless. Kaka. The little creature mistook Chu Ye's gesture for praise. Far from feeling embarrassed, it let out a cheerful bark. Chu Yi checked its growth progress and found it had reached 3%. At this rate, Kaka should enter the next stage in about 3 months, right? Chu Yi was actually looking forward to it. What changes would Kaka undergo when it advanced? Watching its voracious eating habits, Chu Yi concluded other changes were uncertain, but its appetite would definitely double. In the future, just to feed this little guy, Chu Yi would likely have to consume hundreds of pounds of meat every single day. Once it had eaten its fill, Chu Yi immediately returned to the mission plaza and submitted the task. The staff members' eyes widened like copper bells upon seeing Chu Yi had actually completed the extreme mission, as if witnessing something terrifying. Their gaze seemed to scream, "Are you even human?" Regardless of the staff's thoughts, Chu Yi collected his 50 credits and headed straight for the dungeon plaza. Still over a dozen dungeons left. Might as well start with the next one. Chapter 141, Dungeon Grinding Marathon, 1 Million Dark Matter. The next instance following the Tomb of the Sands Tyrant was the Plague Laboratory. This instance was no longer a large-scale one, but a standard 5-player dungeon. Of course, soloing it wasn't particularly difficult either. Consequently, the dungeon fee was low, only 1,200 points. Shu Yi, accompanied by Kaka, immediately entered the instance.
The Plague Lab is a linear dungeon filled with venomous mutant rats and plague-infected zombie humans. Additionally, toxic fumes permeate the air, and inhaling them carelessly can easily lead to poisoning. While this dungeon might be challenging for others, it posed no pressure whatsoever for Shu Yi.
The moment he entered, Shu Yi heard the Divine Essence prompt.
Detected massive contamination.
Initiate Divine Power Absorption? Hearing this, Shu Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and activated the absorption immediately.
Thus, the toxic fumes were swiftly transformed by Shu Yi into dark matter. Of course, beyond the toxic fumes, the area teemed with all manner of venomous creatures.
Mutant rats, giant cockroaches, mutated centipedes, zombie humans. These monsters were not only ferocious but also highly venomous. But to Shu Yi, none posed any real threat. In terms of difficulty, this dungeon was considerably easier than the Tomb of the Quicksand Tyrant. After all, it wasn't a large-scale instance. Thus, Shu Yi and Kaka practically swept through it, swiftly dispatching every monster they encountered along the way. After about half an hour, Shu Yi arrived at the boss room. The dungeon's boss was a mutated rat king capable of summoning thousands of poisonous rats. However, these poisonous rats proved utterly helpless against Shu Yi, all becoming fuel for the dark flames. As the dark flame transformed the swarm of poisonous rats into undead minions, the mutant rat king watched in horror as its own children turned against it. Finally, Shu Yi delivered the finishing blow with a single dark lightning strike, ending the mutant rat king's reign. Congratulations!
You have successfully defeated the mutant rat king and cleared the Plague Lab instance.
You have gained 80,000 EXP.
You have obtained 10,000 drops of dark matter.
You obtained Venomous Rodent, Venomous Robe Purple, Venomous or Purple. After defeating the mutant rat king, Shu Yi's loot was quite decent.
Various equipment and materials were plentiful. Most importantly, he cleared this dungeon without using his divine essence power, resulting in a surprisingly generous dark matter haul. This instance alone netted me nearly 80,000 drops of dark matter.
Other instances probably won't yield much less.
This thought filled Shu Yi with renewed motivation.
By clearing all dungeons below level 30, he could likely amass 1,000,000 drops of dark matter.
And he'd likely have hundreds of thousands left over. Without delay, Shu Yi immediately set off for the next instance, the Thunderous Altar. This instance was a colossal altar. Monsters continuously spawned upon it, making it essentially an experience farming haven. Moreover, it contained far more monsters than the instance Niahuang had provided him. Shu Yi embraced the challenge without hesitation, relentlessly slaying the monsters. Countless thunder monsters surged around him, lightning constantly erupting, yet they never posed a threat to Shu Yi. Beside him, Kaka fought with equal fervor, though it dared not stray far from Shu Yi's side. Given its constitution, these monsters posed little threat to it either. As Shu Yi relentlessly cleared wave after wave of monsters, vast amounts of experience points poured into his body. His experience bar was actually growing at a visible, albeit slow, pace. If he kept grinding this single instance, Shu Yi estimated he could level up again in just a few more days. Of course, beyond experience points, the greatest haul was dark matter. After completing a full run of the dungeon, Shu Yi had amassed over 100,000 dark matter. This haul was on par with what he'd get from the Tomb of the Sandstorm Tyrant. It clearly showed just how many monsters this dungeon contained. Because the rewards were so substantial, Shu Yi ran it 5 times in a row, each session lasting several hours. It took him nearly 4 days before he finally stopped. His reasons for stopping were twofold. First, Shu Yi had leveled up, reaching level 22. The other reason was that the dark matter yield from this dungeon had begun to decline. Each run now only yielded over 30,000 dark matter, making further attempts increasingly unprofitable. After completing the Thunder Altar, Shu Yi pressed on to the next dungeon. He repeated this cycle, finding endless enjoyment in the process. He's back again. Big shot Shu Yi, which dungeon are we tackling today? No kidding, it's definitely the soul-devouring mine. We cleared the boiling blood pool yesterday, so today's turn is the soul-devouring mine. 1 dungeon a day? Boss, you're going to clear every single one here. Damn impressive. If it were me, I couldn't pull that off. Over the past few days, Shu Yi's relentless challenge of various dungeons had made him a household name in the inner plaza. Even sophomores, juniors, and seniors gradually became aware of this figure named Shu Yi. After all, the little silver dragon by his side was simply too extraordinary to go unnoticed. Facing the stairs, Shu Yi had long since grown accustomed to it. At first, Kaka wasn't used to the attention, but after spending time with Shu Yi, it had started to enjoy the spotlight itself. Over the past few days, the little creature had grown noticeably larger under Shu Yi's care, now standing taller than his knees. Each time it walked, it held its head high and chest out, its tiny strides radiating immense confidence, like a little sun. Shu Yi soon arrived at the instance portal, swiped his card again, and entered the instance. Half an hour later, Shu Yi cleared the instance and exited, only to enter the next one immediately. People had grown accustomed to this sight. He's practically cleared every dungeon below level 30. I bet he's about to level up again. He just hit level 22 2 days ago. How long has it even been? It took me a whole month to go from level 22 to 23.
Shuyi is seriously on another level. Thanks to his relentless dungeon runs, Shuyi's leveling pace had become incredibly fast. Now, his experience bar was already over 80%. At this rate, he'd likely jump from level 22 to 23 in just another day or two. Keep in mind, Shuyi is only a freshman. At this grade level, hardly anyone was above level 20. Shuyi was far stronger than everyone else. Time slowly passed as Shuyi tackled one dungeon after another. 2 more days passed. After clearing the final dungeon below level 30, he finally leveled up again. Level 22 to level 23. Check the dark matter. Upon returning to his dorm, Shuyi immediately opened his data panel. Among the entries, the dark matter quantity column stood out prominently. Dark matter quantity, 1,127,800. 1,120,000. It's already surpassed a million. After the divine core evolution, I'll still have 12,000 dark matter left. That should be enough. He hadn't expected that in less than a week, he would be able to undergo his third divine core evolution. Shuyi was filled with anticipation and immediately activated his divine essence. Just then, a warning from the divine core suddenly appeared in Shuyi's mind. Detected insufficient level. Forcing divine core evolution will drastically increase your body's strain. It is recommended to reach level 30 and complete the advancement trial before attempting the third divine core evolution. Hearing this, Shuyi froze in shock. Too low a level? I can't evolve directly now and have to wait until after level 30? Then what am I supposed to do with this million units of dark matter? At that moment, the divine core immediately provided Shuyi with an answer. Chapter 142, The Terrifying Effects of Dark Evolution. Consuming dark matter enables dark evolution of items. Items that undergo dark evolution will see their attributes greatly enhanced, but only the holder of the dark divine essence can wear them. If worn by ordinary individuals, they will suffer dark corruption, enduring unbearable agony. Upon hearing this, Shuyi instantly recalled the divine essence's function. Dark evolution? That's not a bad option. But what should I evolve? Shuyi pondered for a moment, then glanced at the equipment on his person and an idea struck him. How about trying to evolve the wand whale zone first? Dark evolution bestowed both advantages and disadvantages upon equipment. The upside was a significant boost in attributes, making it far more powerful. The downside was that only Shuyi could wear it. This meant that once Shuyi no longer needed the equipment, it would become useless and unsellable. But Shuyi didn't seem too concerned. He immediately retrieved the wand whale zone. Consume 100,000 dark matter to trigger dark evolution on the wand whale song? Holy, a single dark evolution requires 100,000 dark matter? How greedy is that? The divine essence remains silent. After a moment of hesitation, Shuyi made his decision, evolve. Congratulations! Evolution successful. As the confirmation echoed, Shuyi eagerly inspected the equipment's transformation. Magic wand whale song. Status, Dark Evolution I. Equipment level, 1520. Equipment restriction, Mage type classes. Equipment effects, plus 802,000 spirit, plus 1800 3600 mana pool, plus 120% 240% spell power. Core skill, Abyssal Aria Trio. First movement, Tidal Surge. Every 3-1 skill hit generates a tidal vortex, pulling nearby enemies toward its center. Second movement, Abyssal Rift, deals 300% 500% spell damage to enemies within the vortex and applies the corrosion status. This status increases by 1% 3% per second, up to a maximum of 100%. Third movement, Whale Fall. Summon a spectral skull of a demon whale to unleash an area of effect devouring attack, clearing all corrosion marks and dealing 300% 500% true damage. Upon seeing the new equipment effect, Shuyi was utterly stunned. Holy crap, all the effects just doubled? At this sight, Shuyi's earlier gloom vanished completely. This dark evolution was worth every bit of it. The cost of consuming 100,000 dark matter suddenly felt like nothing. What if I evolved my other gear? Would their stats skyrocket too? At that moment, the divine essence prompted him again. Each time dark evolution is performed, the equipment's wear level increases. If the new level exceeds the wearer's level, dark evolution cannot be performed. Upon hearing this, Shuyi understood. The wear level of the magic staff, Whale Song, had increased by 5 levels. So it seems Sun Taiwan's 3 pieces of equipment can't be evolved for now. But the magic robe Whalefall can still be evolved. Thus, Shuyi chose to evolve the magic robe. Consume 150,000 dark matter to perform dark evolution on the magic robe Whalefall? 15,000 dark matter this time? Fine, evolve. As Chuya's voice faded, the magic robe Whalefall began to transform. Demon robe Whalefall. Status, Dark Evolution I. Equip level, 1520. Wear restriction, Mage type classes. Equipment effects, plus 802,000 constitution, plus 300010000 max HP, plus 50% 100% all elemental resistance, plus 120% 300% healing effectiveness. Core skill, Eternal Silence Abyss. Eternal Silence Abyss.
Passive Abyssal Siphon every 5-2 seconds absorbs 1%-2% of nearby enemy's current HP within 10-20 meters, converting it into personal energy shield effect halved against elites bosses. Active Abyssal Sanctuary consumes all barrier energy to deploy a domain, granting the Abyssal Sanctuary status to self and allies within range.
1. Immune to all debuffs. Restores 5%-10% of maximum HP per second for 10-20 seconds. 2. Each enemy death within the field extends its duration by 2-3 seconds. The enhancement from the magic robe, Whale Fall, surpasses even the magic wand, Whale Song. No wonder it demands 150,000 dark matter. Though it consumed a lot of dark matter, the boost was absolutely worth it. After the dark evolution, Shuya's spirit reached 4,720 points. His constitution also surpassed 2,000 points. His mana pool surged by nearly 2,000 points. These attribute gains translated into immense changes in combat prowess. Not to mention the other effects of his equipment, such as various resistances and damage output, which had also doubled. With these enhancements, Shuya's combat prowess would receive an immense boost.
I must hurry to reach level 25. Then the Meditation Seal, Void Step Boots, and Burning Star Pendant can undergo Dark Evolution too. Once all these pieces are Dark Evolved, my strength will become incredibly formidable. If all these items could undergo Dark Evolution together, Shuyi felt that even if he returned to the Soul Monument Forest training ground and encountered Qin Wufeng again, he would have a fighting chance. Victory wasn't guaranteed, but at least he wouldn't be forced into a corner where he couldn't fight without resorting to his Dark Realm. Moreover, Shuya's delight didn't end there. Dark Evolution wasn't a one-time process, it could be performed multiple times. This meant that in the future, Shuyi would scarcely need to replace his gear. By continuously performing Dark Evolution, his equipment would keep upgrading. While I'm at it, I'll evolve some other things too, see what effects I can unlock. Shuyi then retrieved a bottle of Mad Strength Potion, a reward he had received from Wang Kaiyuan.
Consume 2,000 dark matter to trigger Dark Evolution on the Berserk Potion? Consume.
As the dark energy surged in, the Berserk Potion instantly completed its evolution. After the evolution, the potion's color shifted from red to a deep crimson black.
It looked somewhat unsettling, yet undeniably more powerful. Shuyi immediately checked.
Fury Potion, upon consumption, increases your strength by 300,1500 points for 530 minutes.
Caution, only Dark Godhood holders may consume.
Others will suffer corruption by dark forces.
Holy crap, the potion's effect boost is this insane? A one-time boost of 1,500 strength points? That's practically equivalent to a legendary piece of gear. Even though only Shuyi could use it after his Dark Evolution, this boost was just too massive. With that thought, Shuyi immediately evolved all his remaining Frenzy Potions. Besides these, Shuyi still possessed the Heavenly Gang's revitalizing pills.
After pondering for a moment, however, he decided against evolving these pills. While evolution would make them more powerful, others wouldn't be able to use them.
Shuyi himself might not need the Heavenly Gang's restoring essence pills. What if his companions, like Luo Choyan, faced life-threatening danger in the future and required them? If he evolved them now, wouldn't he regret it later?
Shuyi made his decision immediately. Life-saving pills won't be evolved.
The rest can be evolved.
As Shuyi pondered, a message arrived on his communicator.
It was from Yuchinjo. Report to my office immediately. Chapter 143, International Youth Exchange Conference. Upon seeing the message, Shuyi didn't hesitate. He headed straight for the dean's office with Kaka in tow. By now, people on campus had grown accustomed to seeing Shuyi walking around with the silver dragon, so it no longer drew the same astonished stares as it had initially. Truthfully, Shuyi didn't necessarily need to bring Kaka along, it was just that the little creature couldn't stand being idle. After taking it out once, the little creature followed him every time he went out afterward, as if it would die the next second if it couldn't see him. Before long, Shuyi arrived at the office door. After knocking, Yuchinjo's voice came from inside, "Come in." Kaka. Click-clack. The little creature was clearly visiting this place for the first time, looking a bit unfamiliar. Following Shuyi inside, it kept emitting soft chirps, its large eyes darting around with intense curiosity. Yuchinjo was slightly surprised by the sound. He took a closer look at the little silver dragon trailing behind Shuyi and chuckled, "So this is the dragon you acquired?" Shuyi sighed helplessly, "Dean, this little guy sticks to me like glue now. Even if I locked it in the dorm, it'd probably sneak out on its own. So I had no choice but to bring it along." Yuchinjo immediately smiled and waved his hand. "No problem. Looks like this little one really likes you. Have a seat." Shuyi then sat down on the nearby sofa, cradling the little creature to prevent it from wandering off. Once settled, Shuyi inquired, "Dean, what brings you here? Another patient with bone-corroding disease needing treatment?" Since Chuya's divine essence had evolved, he could now treat up to 10 patients at a time. Thus, Yuchinjo had adjusted his schedule. Over the past period, Chuyi had treated nearly 100 bone corrosion patients, all of them retired veterans. Though Chuyi was no longer in the military, his reputation had gradually spread among the veterans. Of course, they would never divulge any secrets.
They never discussed the treatments, and even if they guessed each other's circumstances, they would only exchange knowing smiles.
Yet this did nothing to diminish the veteran's attention toward Chu Yi. Yu Chenzhou shook his head.
While there are many bone corrosion patients, the most severe cases have improved significantly under your care.
The remaining ones are relatively mild. Let's set that aside for now. I need to discuss something else with you. Chu Yi frowned in confusion. What is it? Yu Chenzhou didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, do you know about world instances? World instances? Chu Yi froze upon hearing this, then blurted out, you mean those instances with no player limits, forming their own miniature worlds? Yu Chenzhou nodded.
Dungeons came in many varieties, categorized by capacity into 4 types: standard, large, super large, and world dungeons. Among these, a standard instance refers to one with a capacity of 10 players or fewer. Large-scale instances typically accommodate 30 or more players, with a maximum capacity of 50. Super large instances generally accommodate over 100 players, with some capable of holding hundreds. World instances, however, are the most extravagant. They feature unlimited capacity, infinite monsters, the most bosses, and the most challenging combat. However, world instances are rare and unpredictable. Each appearance becomes a global celebration. Chu Yi inquired, Dean, could it be that a new world dungeon has appeared? Yu Chenzhou nodded. Recently, a dungeon called the Hunting Ground of 10,000 Tribes appeared on the Tianqiu archipelago. Representatives from 5 nations: Great Xia, the Free Federation, the Snowland Federation, the Golden Radiance Empire, and the Duchy of Normandia have already dispatched agents to investigate.
Confirmation reveals it's a low-level instance, ideal for adventurers below level 30.
Despite its low tier, scans indicate it yields at least 1 mythic quality item and no fewer than 10 legendary quality items. Lower tier loot is abundant beyond measure. Thus, the 5 nations have agreed to host an international youth exchange event. Young adventurers from all nations, level 30 or below and age 25 or younger, are eligible to participate. While termed an exchange conference, it essentially serves as a competitive showcase of young talents from each nation.
The ultimate prize? Access to the world dungeon, the multiracial hunting ground. This news will be announced soon. I'm telling you in advance, do you have any interest in participating in this exchange? Upon hearing this, Chu Yi was utterly astonished. The Great Xia Kingdom, the Free Federation, the Snowland Federation, the Golden Radiance Empire, and the Duchy of Normandia were essentially the 5 most powerful nations in the world. Therefore, this exchange event was bound to be grand in scale. By then, prodigies from nations across the world would likely participate. Yet Chu Yi harbored some reservations. If I attend, can I bring this little guy along? If I don't, I doubt anyone could keep it quiet. At that moment, Kaka in Chu Yi's arms seemed to sense something. Suddenly, it waved its claws threateningly at Yu Chenzhou and let out an impatient Kaka. Yu Chenzhou immediately smiled. Rest assured, Yu Linyuan is one of the chairmen of this international exchange meeting. Hearing this, Chu Yi relaxed. With Uncle Yu involved, what was there to worry about? Chu Yi immediately nodded. Dean, I'm in for this exchange conference. Yu Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, bold decision. I thought you might hesitate due to concerns about the Free Federation coveting the Dragon Cub. Chu Yi replied, without Uncle Yu, I might have hesitated after all, it involves going abroad. But with Uncle Yu involved, wouldn't my hesitation be disrespectful to him? This remark made Yu Chenzhou smile. Indeed, with Yu Linyuan present, if even Chu Yi couldn't be protected, then he wouldn't deserve the title of Great Xia's war god. Yu Chenzhou instructed, in that case, go prepare first. The exchange event will likely be announced in about 3 days, but the official participation date might be around half a month from now. You can start assembling your team. The exchange event will include team-based content, and in the World Dungeon, the advantages of group challenges far outweigh solo attempts. I know you're strong, but you should still form a team. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi nodded immediately. By then, participants from other nations would likely form teams as well. If Chu Yi continued to fight alone, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, forming a team was the better choice. After leaving the office, Chu Yi began contemplating potential teammates. Xiao Yan is a definite must. There's no reason not to invite him. Should I invite Eilina? She probably hasn't surpassed level 30 yet. Last time we met, she was still at level 28. Xiao Yan and I are the main damage dealers. Should we bring a guardian? Probably not, since I have Night Veil. In that case, maybe a support? Should I invite Suli? If I invite her, that leaves one more slot. Who should I invite? The names swirling in Chu Ye's mind were almost exclusively people connected to him. Luo Qiuyan went without saying they'd fought side by side countless times. If Chu Yi didn't invite her to the gathering, she'd probably be the first to storm his door. As for Eilina and Su Li, they were both teammates from the previous Abyss Cathedral mission. As for the final spot, Chu Yi hadn't quite made up his mind yet. Forget it. I'll tell Qiuyan the news first. With that thought, Chu Yi immediately contacted Luo Qiuyan. Chapter 144, Su Li's Anomalies, Stage 2 of Bone Eroding Syndrome. Not long after Chuyi returned to the dormitory, dusk settled outside the window, and the last vestiges of sunset were swallowed by the night. When Luo Qiuyan opened the door, a hint of surprise flickered in her clear eyes. You know about this exchange meeting too? After all, this exchange event had only been decided upon in the past 2 days. The reason she knew about it was because of her father. As one of the host nations, Xia had high-ranking officials like Luo Tianzheng who were certainly privy to such matters. However, the exchange meeting had not been publicly announced yet. The official announcement would not come until 3 days later. Registration wouldn't open until a fortnight later. A faint smile touched Chuya's lips. The dean told me. He asked if I wanted to attend, and I said I would. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuyan's eyes lit up. Then let's form a team together. Chuyi readily agreed, but paused briefly before adding, besides us too, let's find others to join us. After all, we're ultimately heading to the world instance. In that instance, players from other nations will likely form multiplayer teams. If it's just the two of us, the pressure will be immense. Luo Qiuyan nodded. Though both Chuyi and she possessed extraordinary strength, the geniuses from other nations were no slouches either. Take the Free Federation, for instance. They could easily field a team of over a dozen legendary tier practitioners without breaking a sweat. Chuyi could certainly rely on his Dark Realm to defeat most teams, but his Dark Realm wasn't without cost. Unless it was absolutely crucial, Chuyi didn't plan on using it. After a moment's thought, Luo Qiuyan lifted her face. Who do you want to bring in? Chuyi replied, it's best to find someone we know and are familiar with. Otherwise, if something like what happened with Mo Xian occurs again, it would be problematic. Luo Qiuyan considered this and suggested, then let's bring Elena along. She just hit level 29 these past few days, placing her right on the threshold for the exchange event. While her combat prowess isn't the strongest, her other abilities are exceptional, especially her crowd control skills, which are practically top tier. Chuyi nodded. Agreed. Elena Ross was someone they'd worked with before, someone they could trust. With that in mind, Chuyi continued, in that case, let's also bring Suli along. She was part of our team for the Abyss Cathedral mission. Luo Qiuyan didn't object to this. Though Suli possessed almost no combat prowess, her support abilities healing, purification, and the like were exceptionally strong. That leaves us one spot short. Who should fill the last position? Luo Qiuyan tilted her chin thoughtfully. We're still missing a guardian type class. Should we find someone? Chuyi shook his head. I have the Night Veil. For pure defense, shouldn't that be sufficient? If that's the case, then let's just add another damage dealer. Elena's combat skills aren't high, Suli lacks combat ability, and while my combat skills are sufficient, I lean more toward strategy and crowd control. My damage output isn't as strong as yours either. Why not bring Nia Huang? Nia Huang and Chuyi actually got along quite well. When it came to damage output, that battle maniac was definitely more than capable. Luo Qiuyan also pictured Nia Huang in her mind. After a moment's thought, she said, Nia Huang is acceptable. Since Luo Qiuyan didn't object, Chuyi had no further concerns. Then I'll contact Suli and Nia Huang. You handle Elena. How does that sound? Luo Qiuyan nodded, and the two went their separate ways to make the calls. The dormitory fell silent, filled only by the faint hum of electronic devices. Chuyi sent the message to Nia Huang first. Nia Huang hadn't heard about the International Youth Exchange yet, but after Chuyi explained it, he immediately agreed to attend and had no objections to teaming up with Chuyi. Nia Huang's side was settled. Meanwhile, Elena also replied to Luo Qiuyan, confirming she was in. Chuyi then messaged Suli. Before long, Suli replied. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. Instead, she sent another message. Can you come over? Just you. Seeing this, Chuyi frowned slightly. She wants me to come alone? Luo Qiuyan leaned in to read it, her brows furrowing slightly before she suddenly realized something. Could it be the bone-eating disease? Chuyi replied, I've already treated her. Logically, it shouldn't flare up anytime soon. Still, I'll go take a look. Luo Qiuyan nodded, and Chuyi prepared to leave. Kaka jumped off the bed, flapping its wings to follow. Chuyi crouched down, his fingers gently stroking its head. Stay in the dorm for a bit. I'll be back soon. The little creature let out a discontented chirp but obediently settled back into its nest. Before long, Chuyi arrived at the Lingshu courtyard. Night had deepened, and streetlights along the path flickered on one by one. The moment Chuyi approached Suli's dorm room door, something felt off. The putrid stench seeping from beneath the door seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. He drew a deep breath as the divine essence's perception grew increasingly intense. Detected intense decaying aura. Absorb? In that instant, Chuyi understood. Her bone-corroding disease had flared up again. Just as Chuyi was about to knock, his knuckles brushed the door and revealed it was unlocked. He pushed the door open, and the stench of decay hit him like a wave, making him involuntarily hold his breath. Inside, Suli lay curled up on the sofa, her eyes tightly shut. A fine sheen of cold sweat dampened the strands of hair at her forehead. She curled up in agony on the sofa, her hands clutching her arms so tightly her nails nearly dug into her flesh.
Her face was as pale as paper, her lips bitten until they bled, her entire body trembling uncontrollably like a small boat in a storm. Seeing this, Shuyi silently closed the door. He strode quickly to Su Li's side. Su Li slowly opened her eyes, tiny beads of sweat still clinging to her forehead. Recognizing Chu Yi, her lips parted slightly as she struggled to utter a few words. "It hurts." Her voice was like crushed ice, fragile and barely recognizable. A wave of heartache washed over Chu Yi. He gently lowered himself, crouching halfway on the sofa. Carefully, he brushed away the strands of hair clinging to Su Li's face with sweat, his movements cautious. "Don't worry, I'll treat you." Then, Chu Yi immediately began channeling the power of his divine essence. His palm hovered over Su Li's forehead as dark energy slowly circulated, absorbing the decaying aura from her body. He could feel the divine essence trembling within him, devouring the dark energy with ravenous hunger. Absorbing decaying aura, you have obtained 680 drops of dark matter. Absorbing decaying aura. Hearing the voice in his mind, Shi felt no joy whatsoever. He noticed Su Li's breathing growing increasingly ragged, her chest heaving violently clearly, her pain had scarcely lessened. Just then, Shu Ye's gaze was suddenly drawn to an anomaly below Su Li's neck. Just above her chest, where the collar had slightly parted, an abnormal patch of skin was exposed. Initially sickly pale, it was now visibly transforming into a grayish-brown hue. Shu Yi instinctively reached out, his fingertips gently brushing against the patch. The instant their skin met, Su Li jerked as if electrocuted, her entire body convulsing violently. Her teeth clattered together with a sharp, rattling sound. "No, don't touch." Her broken voice trembled with tears. Her fingers grasped Shu Ye's wrist weakly, as feeble as a fallen leaf in the wind. Shu Yi immediately withdrew his hand. The patch instantly turned white, then oozed several drops of black pus blood, releasing a pungent sulfuric stench. Seeing this, Shu Ye's eyes widened slightly. "Your bone-corroding disease has entered the second stage?" He recalled what Luo Tianzheng had told him. When bone-eating disease reached its second stage, the skin developed festering patches. Touching them caused black pus blood to ooze out, accompanied by a pungent sulfur smell. As the symptoms worsened, the patient's bones would become brittle, prone to fractures from minor impacts, requiring mechanical support for mobility. In the late second stage, the patient's mind would be plagued by constant whispers of corruption, causing violent mood swings and loss of self-control. Currently, Su Li's condition appeared to have only just entered the second stage, yet it was already overwhelming her fragile body. Shu Ye's divine essence raced through her veins, absorbing at an ever-increasing pace. This treatment lasted nearly half an hour. Su Li's condition finally stabilized somewhat. The black pus and blood no longer seeped from the corrupted patches, and the skin gradually regained its normal color, leaving only faint traces behind. However, as the divine essence alerted him that absorption had reached its limit, Shu Yi had no choice but to stop. He exhaled softly, watching as a faint flush finally returned to Su Li's face. He gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, his voice soft as if afraid to disturb anything. "How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Chapter 145, Special Circumstances. Su Li's condition gradually improved, and the tremors in her body subsided. She gently propped herself up on the sofa to sit. When her gaze met Shu Ye's again, it held a complex mix of emotions. Gratitude, sorrow, memories, a tangled web of emotions, impossible to pinpoint. Su Li shook her head. "Thank you. I'm fine now." Hearing this, Shu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, yet he still couldn't help asking, "Didn't I already treat you? How did your bone-corroding disease progress to the second stage?" After all, during the previous treatment, Shu Yi had absorbed most of the decaying energy from Su Li's body. Logically, without that decaying energy, the bone-corroding disease should have remained dormant for a long time. Shu Yi had also inquired about the veteran's conditions with Yu Qinzhou. Yu Qinzhou's consistent response was that they were doing well. The bone-corroding disease hadn't resurfaced since, and their conditions had improved significantly. Su Li shook her head, her voice faint as a sigh. "I don't know." "Then how is your body now?" "It should be fine for now. It shouldn't be a problem." Shu Yi nodded. "That's good. Get some rest. Have you eaten yet? If not, should I bring you something?" "I've eaten." "Then I'll be going. If anything comes up, come find me. If the bone-eating disease flares up again, you must contact me. I'll come right over." With that, Chu Yi turned to leave. But Su Li suddenly called out to him, "Chu Yi." As soon as Chu Yi turned back, Su Li asked, "What did you just say? International Youth Exchange Conference?" Hearing this, Chu Yi hesitated for a moment. Given Su Li's current condition, would it be suitable for her to participate? He sensed it might be difficult. With that thought, Chu Yi said, "It's an international competition, culminating in a world instance. I'm currently looking for teammates. I intended to invite you, but given your current physical condition, you should rest properly." But Su Li shook her head. Though her tone was cool, her eyes held a hint of pleading. "I want to participate. Let me join." Shu Yi clearly saw her fingers suddenly clench the sofa armrest so tightly they began to turn white. Shu Yi nearly blurted out his agreement, but paused instead. After a moment's thought, he asked with concern, "But your health, will it hold up? If your bone-eating disease flares up then, I won't be able to treat you openly."
Let me participate. Su Li bit her lip, her voice strained as if squeezed out. Her eyes, once filled with deathly stillness, now seemed poised to burst with a newfound force. Seeing this, Xu Yi felt a stir of emotion. He sighed and said, "All right, you're in. I'll contact you when the time comes." Hearing this, Su Li seemed to exhale in relief. Her body went limp, slumping against the sofa in apparent exhaustion. "Thank you. I need to rest. All right, I'll be going now." After Chu Yi departed, he closed the door behind him for Su Li. Watching Chu Ye's retreating figure, Su Li's gaze remained fixed for a long moment before slowly shifting away. Recalling the pain she had endured in Chu Ye's treatment, Su Li's heart felt incredibly complex. A figure gradually emerged in her mind, one that stood exceptionally tall and even towering in her heart. He was not only the person she respected most, but also the pillar of her spirit in the past. Su Li murmured softly, "Master, have you come to take me away?" The so-called master was none other than Su Hua, the man who had raised her. More than a master, he had been like a father to her. By now, Su Hua had passed away from bone-eating disease several years ago. A wave of sorrow suddenly washed over her heart, and she couldn't help but think, "Master, you spent your entire life healing others, but why couldn't you cure your own illness? You taught me that a doctor's heart is compassionate, that we must heal and save lives, but who can save me? Can I even go on living?" Su Li hugged her knees, curling up on the sofa once more, her eyes clouding over with renewed thoughts of death. Her thoughts returned to Chu Yi. The last time Chu Yi had alleviated her bone-eating disease, Su Li had truly believed her condition could be cured. In that moment, Chu Yi's image had been etched deeply into her heart, and she had finally found a glimmer of hope to keep living. Yet today, her bone-corroding disease had flared up again. Not only had it failed to ease, but it had progressed into its second stage. As a healer herself, Su Li knew all too well that once the disease reached its second stage, her time was short. Progressing from the first to the second stage could take anywhere from a few years to over a decade, even several decades. But progressing from the second to the third stage? It would never exceed 3 years. In fact, it might not even last a year. Her body would gradually decay, her spirit slowly eroded. Eventually, she would be utterly corrupted, either succumbing to death or transforming into a monstrous being, neither human nor ghost. She did not believe Chu Yi could cure her. Su Li had already begun silently calculating her remaining time in her heart. Perhaps, in the final stretch of her life, she still had some choices left, some things she could do. Unaware of Su Li's thoughts, Chu Yi returned to the dormitory with his brow still deeply furrowed. Luo Qiuyan hadn't left. She remained in the dorm, locked in a staring contest with Kaka. Dragon and human faced off, locked in a standoff. When Chu Yi returned, Kaka suddenly let out a cheerful bark, then bounded over to him. Luo Qiuyan finally exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across her face. "Chu Yi." Seeing Luo Qiuyan, Chu Yi smiled back. "Chu Yi, Su Li asked you to come alone. What's going on?" Chu Yi's expression immediately turned serious, his face clouding over. Luo Qiuyan instantly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Su Li's bone-corroding disease has progressed to the second stage and has flared up. If I hadn't arrived in time, her body might have developed necrotic lesions. Luo Qiuyan's shock was evident. How could this happen? Didn't you just treat her last time? Chu Yi sighed. "I don't know what's going on. When I treat others, they recover completely with no signs of relapse. But Su Li, sigh. He couldn't make sense of it either." Luo Qiuyan frowned. "Why don't I speak with father? He might know something? That's a good idea. We need to figure out what's going on first." Shortly after, Luo Qiuyan sent a message to Luo Tianzhang. However, Luo Tianzhang was likely busy with work and hadn't replied. Luo Qiuyan said, "Su Li's bone-eroding disease has worsened. Should we find someone else for the international exchange?" Chu Yi shook his head. "She insists on attending. I tried to dissuade her, but she's determined to go. But I promised her. With our abilities, bringing Su Li along shouldn't pose any problems. Besides, if her bone corrosion disease flares up, I can treat her immediately. She's at least a legendary practitioner and can still be an asset to our team." Hearing this, Luo Qiuyan said nothing more. Just then, Luo Tianzhang replied with a message, his tone grave. "You and Chu Yi come to me first. I've spoken with Yu Qinzhou, he'll approve your leave from campus." Chapter 146, Mutated Bone-Eating Disease, The Unfortunate Girl. Upon seeing the message, Chu Yi instinctively sensed something was amiss. Perhaps Su Li's condition was far more serious than he had imagined. Luo Qiuyan's expression also turned grave upon reading it. After making preparations, the two departed the teleportation array. Chu Yi didn't bring Kaka along. Instead, he told it to stay home and rest. Though the little creature was usually noisy and disruptive, it seemed to sense the gravity of the situation now and remained quiet. Before long, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan departed the academy and headed for the Luo residence. Upon re-entering the Luo Manor's main hall, Chu Yi noticed Yu Lin Yuan had also arrived. Both men greeted Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan, gesturing for them to sit. Luo Qiuyan couldn't help but frown. "Dad, what exactly is going on that you needed us to come over?" Luo Tianzhang remained silent.
Yu Lin Yuan produced a document and handed it to them, saying, "Review this document first, but remember to keep its contents strictly confidential."
Currently, the 5 major nations have reached an agreement not to disclose the matters outlined here for the time being. Hearing this, both Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan wore expressions of shock. What could this matter be?
They took the document and scanned its contents. Yet, even just reading the title, Chu Yi's brow furrowed deeply. Report on the mutation syndrome of human and organ pathology caused by abyssal contamination. Abyssal contamination-induced human and organ pathology syndrome. Though the name was lengthy, Chu Yi could mostly guess it referred to the bone-eating syndrome. But Chu Yi's gaze lingered on the word mutation. The report was lengthy, devoting considerable space to the origins, pathology, and complications of bone-eating syndrome, accompanied by multiple investigation reports. None of that was the crux. The crux was this: based on long-term observation, an unknown mutation had gradually begun to emerge in bone-eating syndrome over recent years. This mutation manifested as a drastic reduction in the time required for the disease to progress from its first stage to the second. Patients' mortality rates accelerated, and the dying process became significantly more agonizing. Moreover, this mutation cannot be alleviated by pain-blocking agents. Currently, all 5 major nations are investigating the origin of this mutation. Preliminary inquiries suggest it may be linked to the deepening invasion of the abyss. Monitoring data from all fronts indicates that abyssal contamination along the corruption front has intensified year after year, forcing human lines of defense to retreat annually. Reports from the Immortal Wall also indicate that the number of patients afflicted with bone-eating disease increases year after year. Among these, cases of mutant bone-eating disease are currently rare. However, for every case discovered, the average time from diagnosis to death is less than 1 year. Moreover, after death, patients with the mutated bone-corroding disease invariably transform into abyssal monsters. After reading the entire report, Chu Yi took a deep breath. You suspect Su Li's bone corrosion disease has mutated? Yu Lin Yuan shook his head. Not suspecting, confirming. Her symptoms perfectly match those of mutated bone corrosion disease. Luo Tianjing sighed. Currently, the nation is conducting research on mutated bone-eating disease, but progress has stalled. Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened in shock. So that means Su Li is. She didn't finish the thought. If mutated bone corrosion disease truly meant this, then Su Li's life expectancy would be less than a year, wouldn't it? Luo Tianjing continued. Her condition might improve slightly if Chu Yi continues treating her long-term. But we all know Chu Yi's limitations. He can only purge the decaying energy within patients, at best alleviating the bone corrosion symptoms. He cannot cure it. Simply put, a patient with bone corroding disease is like a crumbling house. Chu Yi can patch and repair it, making it look presentable and delaying collapse, but the foundation is constantly being eroded. No amount of patching can prevent its eventual collapse. Yu Lin Yuan continued. Both your father and I are practitioners above level 90, possessing exceptionally robust physiques. This allows us to suppress the bone corroding disease for decades, keeping it confined to its initial stage. Yet suppressing it indefinitely isn't a solution. It will erupt one day. For practitioners lacking sufficient strength, encountering bone-eating syndrome leaves them utterly helpless. Hearing this, Chu Yi's heart grew heavy. Images of Su Li flashed repeatedly through his mind. That young girl, not yet 20 years old, was she truly destined to perish? With that thought, Chu Yi sighed and said, I'll give it a try. I'll pursue long-term treatment for her and see if there's any way. Perhaps, once my strength grows and my talents advance, there might be a turning point? He made no mention of his divine essence. Chu Yi thought to himself, since the divine essence possessed such immense power, perhaps the next time he underwent its evolution, a genuine cure might emerge? Luo Tianjing said, before that, we need to conduct a comprehensive physical examination to rule out any other illnesses. I'll arrange for the medical team. If no other issues are found, we'll temporarily arrange for her to live with you. During this process, all details regarding the girl's condition must be reported to us promptly. Upon hearing her father's plan to have Su Li live with Chu Yi, Luo Qiuyan instinctively felt uneasy. But considering Su Li's condition, she couldn't bring herself to voice any objections. In the end, she remained silent, saying nothing. Chu Yi naturally had no objection and added, May I bring her along to the upcoming international exchange conference? Luo Tianjing replied, if her condition remains stable, that should be fine. Whether it's the standard bone-eroding disease or the mutated form, she appears no different from a healthy person when not experiencing an episode. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi nodded in agreement. After the matter was settled, Chu Yi and Luo Qiuyan departed and returned to the school. Neither spoke much along the way, both feeling a heavy weight in their hearts. Who would have thought something like this would happen to Su Li? Sigh. What an unfortunate girl. Chu Yi said, I'll head back first. We'll see what happens next once your father's test results come in. If Su Li can't attend the international exchange program, we'll find someone else. Xinjin or Bai Wuxin, they should be interested. Luo Qiuyan opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, no words came out. Instead, she offered a simple concern, you need to take care of yourself too. Chu Yi gave a low hum of acknowledgement before they parted ways. Click, click. The little one spotted Chuyi returning and started to greet him, but upon noticing his gloomy mood, its paws instantly drooped. It cautiously scurried to Chuyi's feet and began trailing slowly behind him. Seeing this, Chuyi smiled helplessly.
Alright, stop pretending. Come on, have some midnight snack.
At the mention of food, Kaka perked up instantly, jumping excitedly as its paws rubbed against Chuyi's knees. Chuyi fed Kaka several pounds of beef. Once the little creature was full and satisfied, it sprawled lazily in its cozy bed. The next day, Suli was taken away. Chuyi went to see her. He noticed the death wish in the young girl's eyes had grown even stronger. Only when Chuyi arrived did a glimmer of light return to her eyes. Though unaware of the mutant bone-eating syndrome, as a healer, Suli could sense the state of her own body. She believed her condition was likely beyond salvation.
Chuyi encouraged her, don't worry. I'm here.
Soon after, Suli left the campus.
Chapter 147, Marching to the front lines of decay, Kaka's awakened covetousness.
Today, Xinxia Academy buzzed with unusual activity. A gentle breeze swept across the grounds, rustling the colorful flags fluttering on the sports field. Under the ginkgo trees, groups of students chatted excitedly, bursting into cheers from time to time. In truth, it wasn't just Xinxia Academy. Young professionals across all universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed around the world, were filled with excitement today. The bulletin board in front of the library was crowded with students stopping to read the notice. The 5 major nations Great Xia, the Free Federation, the Snowland Federation, the Golden Radiance Empire, and the Duchy of Normandia jointly announced the hosting of an international youth exchange conference. The conference would feature a competition for young geniuses worldwide. Those who excelled would earn qualification to participate in the world instance, the multiracial hunting ground. The rewards disclosed for the multiracial hunting ground alone were staggering. Confirmed rewards included 3 mythic tier items, 15 legendary tier items, 68 epic tier items. This loot list alone was enough to make countless people drool. Mythic tier items were beyond reach, but legendary tier ones might be within grasp? Even if they missed out on those, there were 68 epic tier items up for grabs. With such an outrageous haul, what more could anyone ask for? Participate? Absolutely must participate. Thus, throughout the entire Xinxia Academy, every eligible student was scrambling to form teams. When Chuyi woke up this morning, he found a flood of unread messages, all from people seeking him out to join their teams for the International Exchange Conference. Seeing this, Chuyi felt a bit helpless. Fame has its downsides. A mountain of messages. Chuyi sent out a mass message declining them all. He did hold off on rejecting a few, however, as he still didn't know Suli's situation. If she couldn't make it, he might need to fill her spot with one of them. By now, Chuyi had arrived at the school's central plaza with Kaka in tow. Chuyi! Luo Qiuyan's clear voice rang out from the left as she jogged over, her white skirt swaying gently with her movements. By her side were Elena and Nia Huang. Eilena's golden hair was pulled back into a neat ponytail, her pale blue eyes fixed ahead without a trace of emotion. Nia Huang stood with his arms crossed, his well-defined muscles faintly visible beneath his tight training suit. Chuyi, is this the dragon you've been raising? How strong is it now? I hear dragons grow incredibly fast. Care for a spar? Nia Huang stepped forward, leaning slightly as he scrutinized the little creature, his eyes blazing with a combative light. Sensing the hostility, Kaka bared its teeth, silver scales bristling slightly. Its tiny paws flailed at Nia Huang. If Chuyi hadn't been holding it, the little creature would likely have lunged forward. Chuyi sighed helplessly. Alright, stop scaring it. This little one is still in its juvenile stage. Its current 4-dimensional attributes are only a little over 1,000, it's still growing. As he spoke, he patted Kaka's head soothingly. The little dragon immediately nuzzled into his embrace, its demeanor softening. Hearing this, the others nearby were taken aback. Nia Huan looked utterly astonished. This little thing already has over 1,000 in its 4-dimensional attributes? It truly is a dragon. That's remarkably high. What Chuyi hadn't mentioned was that Kaka's physical constitution had already surpassed 2,000 points. If he revealed that, they would likely be even more astonished. Elena asked, are you bringing it to the International Exchange Conference? I heard Edward, the chief beastmaster of the Free Federation, offered 300 million gold coins just for your silver dragon. Won't countless people be watching you then? Chuyi smiled. No need to worry. I've got it covered. Seeing Chuyi respond this way, Elena said no more. Nia Huang cut in, enough chatter. Let's get moving. Since they decided to attend the International Exchange Conference together, they planned to team up and grind quests to build combat synergy. Currently, Elena had already claimed a quest at the Quest Plaza. This mission wasn't confined to campus grounds, it took place off campus. Moreover, the location was set at the corruption front. Chuyi specifically applied for permission from Yuchinzhou. Though Yuchinzhou worried about Chuyi's safety, Chuyi managed to persuade him. Major universities did not prohibit students from venturing to the corruption front, they even encouraged it. On one hand, if students are only completing missions and not staying long-term at the corruption front, there is no risk of contracting the bone-eating disease.
On the other hand, students need genuine trials to truly grow. Shuyi asked, Elena, what exactly is our mission this time? Elena said calmly, it's a material collection quest. We need to gather the following items: withered flower pistils 50 and glowspore mushrooms 20. These materials can be found in the Bloodvine Caverns dungeon within the corruption front. Nia Huang asked, so we're heading to that dungeon, right? Elena nodded. Shuyi said, in that case, let's get moving right away. The group immediately stepped onto the school's teleportation array, preparing to journey to the frontiers of decay. The teleportation array, inlaid with intricate runes, emitted a faint blue glow. Standing upon it, one could feel magical energy coursing beneath their feet. The corruption front lay far from Shinsha Academy. Even by teleportation array, the journey would take over half an hour. During the transfer, the surrounding scenery twisted and shifted, as if space itself had been stretched into a ribbon. As the teleportation light faded, the group finally arrived at their destination. However, this was not the location of the instance itself, but rather one of the Great Xia Kingdom's outposts established along the corruption front. As the blinding light faded, a stone-walled city came into view, its surfaces scarred by weathering and covered in enigmatic, unreadable carvings. A makeshift settlement had sprung up within the walls, bustling with merchants hawking various goods. The air carried a mingled scent of herbs, metal, and grilled meat, occasionally punctuated by the faint stench of decay. Among the crowd, diverse figures mingled, adventurers testing their mettle at the front line, their packs bulging, soldiers clad in regulation armor, moving about, and students gathered in small groups, poring over maps as they carried out their missions. At first, Chu Yi and his companions drew little attention. After all, the corruption front was a bustling place, with countless unfamiliar faces passing through daily. Merchants merely glanced up before returning to organizing their wares. Upon arrival, Elena pulled out a map. About 30 kilometers east from this outpost lies the dungeon's location. If we move quickly, we can reach it today, she said, pointing to the red cross marked on the map. Hearing this, the group prepared to set off. Suddenly, the creature in Shuya's arms let out a fierce, sharp growl. The little creature's tail bristled like a brush, its eyes narrowing dangerously into vertical slits as it fixed its gaze on a specific direction. Shuyi froze in surprise, his attention immediately drawn. Numerous eyes were fixed on them. Some whispered among themselves, others stared directly at them, while others pretended indifference but kept glancing their way. What is that? Is it a dragon? Seriously? Someone actually keeps a dragon as a pet. Who are they? Shuyi and his companions might not have been particularly striking, but Kaka certainly drew plenty of attention. The gazes were a mix of shock, envy, greed, and coldness. They felt tangible as they bore down on them, causing Luo Qiuyan to instinctively press closer to Chu Yi. Chapter 148, Who the hell do you think you are? This reaction was exactly what Chu Yi had anticipated. Having chosen to bring Kaka out, he hadn't failed to consider it. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here, Chu Yi murmured softly, his slender fingers gently scratching the little creature's soft chin with a tenderness akin to petting a kitten. Kaka's silver eyes narrowed slightly. His taut dragon wings slowly relaxed, the ferocity in his gaze gradually fading. Nia Huang snorted coldly. His muscular arms tensed as he slammed his heavy Shenhuang warblade into the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. What are you staring at? Are you all a bunch of hicks who've never seen the world? Turn your eyes away now. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively stumble back several steps. Several timid professionals even knocked over wooden crates behind them in their panic, clattering loudly. Nia Huang might be arrogant, but his arrogance had its merits. See? His sheer presence had intimidated quite a few. Chu Yi said, let's go. Ignore them. The group swiftly navigated the narrow streets of the stronghold, gradually pulling away. Yet the stairs that followed them were like shadows. Some whispered among themselves, others gripped their weapons tightly. Several ill-intentioned individuals quietly trailed behind, the faint rustle of fabric brushing against fabric barely audible. Even after Chu Yi and his companions had left the stronghold, they lingered, their eyes gleaming with intent. On the road, Elena couldn't help but glance back. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes. What if someone comes after us? Luo Qiuyan replied, don't worry. If we encounter enemies we can't defeat, I have a plan. Her father was Luo Tianzheng, the great patriotic marshal. As the marshal's daughter, how could she lack the means to protect herself? Hearing this, Elena said no more. The air around them grew increasingly thick and murky, the distant horizon shrouded in a layer of purplish black mist. Eerie, bone-chilling growls echoed everywhere, as if countless ravenous beasts lurked in the shadows. Dead trees twisted their branches, as if ready to snatch any passerby at any moment. A crisp crack echoed as Nia Huang's boot crushed an unidentified bone fragment beneath his foot. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the surrounding thickets with caution. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted as several giant, decaying rats burst forth, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. The fight erupted in an instant. Chu Yi swung his staff, unleashing a burst of dark flames that instantly reduced several giant rats to ash. Yet these were merely ordinary threats. Walking across this battlefield, monsters could spring out from anywhere at any moment.
The group encountered numerous attacks along their path. Fortunately, their strength was formidable enough that these assaults posed little threat to them. As the afternoon sun began to dip toward the west, the group finally reached their destination. A massive instance portal loomed at the center, surrounded by groups gathering and resting. The number of groups gathered here exceeded expectations. Blue smoke curled upward from campfires, while the clang of weapons and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the clamor. That's a dragon, right? All eyes turned instantly. Some sucked in sharp breaths, others gasped in disbelief. It really is a dragon. No mistake about it. I recognize him. Isn't that the guy from Shinsha Academy who was in the news recently for raising dragons? Looks like these people are from Shinsha Academy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Several men clad in black kimonos pushed aside those blocking their path and strode forward. The leader, a man with a folding fan adorned with eerie runes tucked at his waist, stared greedily at Kaka, his lips involuntarily licking. Great Xiaoman, sell us that dragon in your hands now. His voice stretched out deliberately, dripping with arrogance. Luo Qiuyan's eyes instantly turned cold, her grip on the staff tightening involuntarily. It's the Eastern Empire. Her warning came in a hushed whisper, a sharp glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. The Japanese men swaggered closer, their katana swords jingling against their waists as they approached. One scarred man drew his blade halfway, its gleaming edge reflecting the blinding sunlight. What are you waiting for? Great Xia citizen, make the trade. What's that look on your face? You're not refusing us, are you? Shuya's palm tightened silently. The crystal at the tip of his wand, Whale Song, began to glow faintly with a black light. A cold smile tugged at his lips, his voice as icy as frost. With just you lot? With a sharp whistling sound, a burning talisman shot through the air. Strange runes on the paper flickered with a dangerous crimson glow. Watch out! Luo Qiuyan shouted urgently. The attack came so suddenly that even Shu Yi hadn't anticipated it. But Kaka reacted with lightning speed, hastily unfurling his dragon wings to stir up a whirlwind. Then, leaping from Chuya's embrace, it instantly unleashed a frost beam that struck the burning talisman precisely. The collision of the two energies erupted in a thunderous boom, the shockwave of intertwined cold air and blazing flames forcing nearby people to stumble back. Luo Qiuyan instantly swung her staff, gathering magical power, ready to strike. Nia Huang roared, his Xianhuang warblade held horizontally before his chest, his entire body standing like an iron tower. Elena drew her pocket watch, radiating an intense glow. Shuya's gaze darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What do you Japanese think you're doing? From the swirling dust, a man dressed in opulent attire emerged, walking slowly. Golden insignia embroidered on his cuffs glinted in the light. He gazed haughtily at Chu Yi, a trace of contempt in his eyes. Ha! People of the Great Xia Kingdom, I am Mitsui Keiko, the third son of the Mitsui family of the Eastern Empire. I am a legendary onmyoji, a talent rarely seen in a century within the Eastern Empire. I'll buy that silver dragon in your hand. He leisurely unfolded his folding fan, its surface adorned with a vividly rendered demon fox. Man of the Great Xia Kingdom, I advise you to accept our offer. Otherwise, you will find yourselves standing against the Mitsui family. Kaka raised its head, its sharp dragon claws scraping the rocky ground with a series of shrill marks, a low, threatening growl rumbling deep in its throat. A cold gleam flashed in Shuya's eyes. What if I say no? Mitsui Keiko threw his head back in exaggerated laughter, his folding fan snapping shut with a sharp crack. You want to oppose my Mitsui family? Before he could finish, Shuyi struck. Skill activated, Dark Flame. A jet of pitch-black flame erupted from the wand's tip, scorching the air into twisted distortions wherever it passed. Mitsui Keiko's mask-like smile froze instantly. He hastily flung talismans that instantly transformed into several demons, lunging ferociously toward the flames. But the moment the demons touched the dark flame, they let out piercing screams, torn to shreds in violent explosions. As the smoke cleared, Mitsui Keiko's once meticulous hairstyle lay in disarray. Traces of soot marred his face, and his luxurious kimono bore several scorched holes. Shuya's wand pointed directly at the opponent, his voice cold as steel. I don't care if you're a pimp or a madam. Your Mitsui family? You're nothing. Chapter 149, Kill Mitsui Keiko. These words exploded like thunder in the air, utterly stunning the Japanese men. Their previously arrogant expressions froze instantly, their eyes flashing with unmistakable shock. Not only that, but many nearby groups were also deeply shaken by Chuya's thunderous aura. The once bustling and noisy atmosphere now seemed shrouded in a layer of frost, falling into complete silence. All eyes turned toward Chuyi, filled with shock and awe. After all, Mitsui Keiko's family wielded immense power and influence in Japan. And Mitsui Keiko himself possessed extraordinary abilities, far from being an ordinary individual. As a legendary onmyoji, Mitsui Keiko was already revered by countless Japanese people. He was even touted as the strongest genius of the year, the future deity of the Japanese Empire. This alone demonstrated his immense stature and formidable power in the eyes of the Japanese people. Seeing himself treated with such contempt, Mitsui Keiko's normally handsome face instantly flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Attack!
Kill these great Xia men.
The moment the words left his mouth, several Japanese men erupted like ignited powder kegs, charging toward Chu Yi and his companions. Yet Chu Yi remained as calm as still water, showing not a trace of panic. The moment the Japanese warriors closed in, his staff swept through the air with a swift, decisive motion, like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky. In that instant, a burst of dark flames erupted.
Boom! Intense flames shot skyward, blooming outward in all directions as rolling waves of energy spread and surged unchecked.
All around, the scorching storm of dark flames howled, emitting a bone-chilling roar.
The Japanese warriors at the forefront were engulfed by the surging darkness before they could react.
Expression of utter terror flashed across their faces before piercing screams erupted from their throats.
The dark flames swiftly consumed their bodies.
Within mere seconds, these men collapsed.
As the flames continued to consume them, their bodies gradually became mangled and bloody, ultimately turning to ashes and dissipating into the air. Mitsui Keiko's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. How dare you kill subjects of the Japanese Empire? Chu Yi remained silent, his expression as unruffled as ever. He slowly raised his wand, Song of the Whale, aiming it directly at Mitsui Keiko. Skill activation, Knight's Remnant Beam. As Chu Yi's magical power rapidly coalesced, a faint glow emanated from his body, carrying a hint of grim killing intent. A blinding beam shot toward Mitsui Keiko in an instant, moving with lightning speed, slicing through the void. The sheer speed of the skill caused Mitsui Keiko's pupils to dilate sharply, his eyes filled with terror. But he was, after all, a legendary practitioner. In this critical moment, he reacted instantly. Frantically, he pulled several talisman papers from his robe, chanting incantations as he manipulated them. The papers coalesced into a transparent protective barrier, enveloping him in an attempt to block Chu Yi's skill. Yet, the residual night beam proved overwhelmingly powerful. Even with Mitsui Keiko's abilities, there was no chance of withstanding such a formidable skill. Thus, the moment the shield touched the knight's residual beam, it shattered like fragile paper, scattering into countless fragments that drifted through the air. The light of knight's residual beam showed no sign of stopping, determined to pierce straight through Mitsui Keiko. Whoosh! Mitsui Keiko couldn't react in time. The beam instantly pierced through his body. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, his mouth gaping as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Immediately, a searing pain erupted in his chest, as if a sharp blade were twisting within his heart. He couldn't help but spew a large mouthful of blood, which sprayed into the air, forming a mist of crimson mist. When the lingering glow of the beam faded, Mitsui Keiko's body swayed several times before collapsing straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. A gaping hole tore through his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, quickly pooling into a vast sea of crimson around him. Mitsui Keiko, dead. Witnessing this scene, the countless people surrounding them were rendered speechless. Mouths gaped open, faces frozen in shock and terror, as if witnessing a hellish demonic spectacle. Chu Yi had killed Mitsui Keiko. It was utterly astonishing. They could scarcely believe such a thing had unfolded before their eyes. For a moment, the entire space seemed frozen, enveloped in an eerie, deafening silence. Nia Huang, however, was in high spirits, his face beaming with a satisfied grin. He gripped the Shenhuang warblade tightly with both hands and slammed it forcefully into the ground, producing a dull thud. Then, he sneered coldly, his voice dripping with contempt, "You Japanese devils, you deserve to die." Elena furrowed her brow, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. She felt Chu Yi might be acting recklessly. But seeing Chu Yi's expression as calm as still water, she hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. She merely let out a soft sigh. Luo Qiuyan's eyes also flashed with satisfaction, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. As a member of a military-industrial family, Luo Qiuyan harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Japanese. When the Great Xia Empire was invaded by the abyssal monsters, the Japanese Empire had seized the opportunity to attack. At that time, all the male members of the Luo family had gone to the battlefield. Luo Qiuyan's family had originally had 5 uncles, but during the war against the Eastern Empire, her 4th uncle had fallen in battle. He had been surrounded by several elite warriors of the Eastern Empire and ultimately perished while attempting to break through their encirclement. Chu Yi remained unaware of these events. Yet, being well versed in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, he harbored no affection for the Eastern Empire either. If the conflict between the Great Xia Empire and the Free Federation was a struggle for influence and global standing, then the past war with the Eastern Empire was one that threatened the very survival of the Great Xia Empire. Chu Yi said, "Alright, let's hurry into the instance." The others nodded and followed closely behind him. They arrived at the instance portal, where a stone tablet stood nearby, clearly detailing the instance's information. Bloodvine Caverns. Recommended level, 29. Maximum party size, 10 players. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Just from the description alone, it was clear this dungeon wouldn't be easy. With a fixed Hell difficulty and a maximum party size of 10. For the vast majority of players, this is undoubtedly a challenging dungeon to conquer. But for Chu Yi and his companions, this level of difficulty held no pressure. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confidence, before swiftly stepping into the instance. Their figures gradually vanished into the glow of the portal. Chapter 150, Bloodvine Caverns.
The moment their figures stepped into the instance, the surroundings instantly transformed. Before their eyes lay the entrance to a deep, unfathomable cavern. At the entrance, darkness thickened like solid matter, resembling the gaping maw of a man-eating beast, emanating a bone-chilling aura. The group swiftly cast spells. As the magical light blossomed, the dark cavern entrance finally brightened. Yet the sight before them sent shivers down their spines. Blood-red vines sprawled across the cave floor, pulsing rhythmically like tangled veins or writhing, fat worms. Each wriggle seemed to whisper of eeriness and foreboding. Simultaneously, an overpowering stench of blood and decay, thick enough to choke, surged forth from the cavern like a tidal wave. The foul stench pierced their nostrils, causing everyone's stomachs to churn violently. Nya Huang frowned deeply, his eyes filled with disgust. He snorted coldly, disgusting stench. Elena's expression was stern. Though she tried to remain composed, her tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brow betrayed her inner displeasure. With a light flick of her wrist, a compact robotic device shot from her hand, darting straight into the depths of the cavern. A light slowly illuminated from the robot's head, scanning the cavern like a spotlight. Seconds later, Elena spoke, "The vines in these caves suck blood. Once entangled, they continuously drain your health. Worse, they tear open wounds, causing persistent bleeding." Shuya's voice was deep and firm. "Leave it to me." With that, he immediately cast his spell. Dark flames erupted like a black fire serpent, surging into the cavern before exploding outward in all directions. As the flames rose relentlessly, the blood vines ignited instantly, crackling and popping as if wailing in agony. The vines twisted violently, emitting waves of eerie, spine-chilling sounds. Within moments, the flames faded. The blood vine lay reduced to ashes before them, leaving the cave floor somewhat cleaner. Shuyi said, "It's taken care of. Let's go in." The group filed in one after another, stepping into the underground chamber. The entrance was long and narrow, winding like a giant serpent. Shuyi led the way, staff in hand. With each step forward, he swung his staff, unleashing bursts of dark flames that thoroughly purged the surrounding blood vines, carving out a safe passage for the group. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the underground, arriving at a spacious chamber. The walls here were densely covered with fluorescent grass. These plants flickered with an eerie purple glow. While the light wasn't bright, it was sufficient to prevent complete darkness. A piercingly shrill cry suddenly shattered the silence. Following the sound, they saw a dozen or so corpses, entwined by vines, staggering toward them. Elena reacted swiftly, deploying her robot for another scan. These creatures are called corrupted floggers. They were originally corrupted zombies, but evolved due to the unique environment here. Though they're minor enemies, their health pools reach 18,000. In their 4 core attributes, both strength and agility exceed 1,000. They also possess root bind and toxin spray skills. Everyone must be exceptionally cautious. Their weakness is fire, so Chuyi should have no trouble handling them. Hearing such detailed intelligence, the group was taken aback. Elena calmly stated, "My analysis robot can decipher most monster data, even elite monsters or dungeon bosses pose no challenge." Shuyi declared, "Since they fear fire, leave them to me." He gripped his wand, Song of the Whale, channeling his magical energy. Immediately, several bursts of dark flames erupted, striking the corrupted scourge. The monsters were instantly engulfed in flames, letting out piercing screams. In the blink of an eye, they all collapsed to the ground, reduced to piles of ashes. You killed the corrupted flogger and gained 400 EXP. You obtained 300 dark matter. The dark matter gained from slaying the corrupted flogger was decent, though the EXP was meager. This was because the experience points had been split evenly among the 4 players. If Chuyi had run the dungeon solo, he could have claimed all the experience points for himself. But Chuyi didn't care about that. Moments later, 7 or 8 monsters rose from the ashes, transformed into undead, and approached Chuyi. Nia Huang frowned, about to intervene, when Luo Qiuyan cautioned from the side, "Chuyi's skill can turn monsters into undead. Don't attack them." Nia Huang looked astonished upon hearing this. He actually has that ability? Elena remained composed, having witnessed it before. Chuyi said nothing, and the group pressed onward. Though these monsters possessed high stats, they were merely minor foes and posed little threat to the group. Along the way, corrupted scourges kept appearing, but without exception, each was easily incinerated by Chuyi's dark flames. Watching Chuyi fight with such ease made Nia Huang itch to join in, but he couldn't find an opening. Besides, these minor foes held little interest for him. As they delved deeper, Chuyi sensed the passage growing increasingly narrow. Beneath their feet, the earth pulsed with a faint, rhythmic vibration. Within the cramped passage, the corrupted floggers kept appearing in waves. Not only that, but the blood vines grew increasingly dense. While neither posed much threat to the group, they did slow their progress. After traversing the narrow path, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. At that moment, a massive creature burst into their field of vision. Resembling the corrupted floggers in appearance, this creature stood 4 or 5 meters tall, a mountainous presence looming over them, imposing and formidable. The moment the group appeared, the creature sensed their presence. Its massive head slowly turned, a pair of blood-red eyes glaring viciously at the group as a low, menacing growl rumbled from its maw. Seeing this, Elena swiftly commanded the robot to initiate a scan. It's an elite monster, several times stronger than the corrupted flogger. Be careful.
Crack! The monster's thick arms swung upward violently.
A long vine lashed out like a black lightning bolt, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound as it whipped toward the group. Just as Chu Yi prepared to strike, Nia Huang charged forward.
Ah ha ha, I've been itching for this. Leave this monster to me.
You lot can just watch. Gripping his Xianhuang warblade, he swung it upward in an instant, his fierce fighting spirit surging relentlessly. A light as vast as the earth itself instantly blossomed around his form.
The monster screeched incessantly as its vine struck Nia Huang. But Nia Huang swung his blade, severing the monster's tendrils in an instant. Wasteland body, river severance.
With Nia Huang's fierce shout, his battle blade erupted with unparalleled might, like a frenzied blade cleaving a mighty river, instantly striking toward the monster. Countless vines surged toward Nia Huang from the monster's body, yet beneath his great blade, they proved utterly fragile. Boom! After a series of explosive sounds, Nia Huang's battle blade came crashing down.
The elite monster was instantly cleaved in two.
Your ally Nia Huang has slain the colossal whip flailer.
You have gained 2000 EXP. Chapter 151, Parasitic Flower Demon.
After effortlessly dispatching the colossal whip bearer, Nia Huang sheathed his blade and turned to face Chu Yi and the others.
How about it?
Chu Yi replied, impressive.
You've grown stronger again.
This was not mere polite flattery from Chu Yi, but a genuine sentiment from the bottom of his heart.
Compared to their last encounter, Nia Huang's current strength showed remarkable improvement.
The recent battle alone made it clear that Nia Huang had not wasted a moment during his time away. He must have been relentlessly grinding through monsters to level up, honing his skills to this refined state. Nia Huang continued, just wait. I won't let you stay above me forever. One day, I'll prove to you that I am the strongest.
That was Nia Huang, stubborn to his core.
No matter who he faced, if they were stronger than him, he was convinced he would surpass them someday. Chu Yi chuckled, we'll see about that. After successfully defeating the colossal scourger, the group took a brief moment to regroup before setting off once more. Along the way, the number of corrupted floggers was staggering. As far as the eye could see, they swarmed in dense masses. Occasionally, they caught glimpses of several colossal whip bearers mingling among them. Whenever they encountered large groups of corrupted floggers, Chu Yi would strike without hesitation. He unleashed waves of dark flames, consuming them and reducing them to ashes. But whenever a colossal flogger appeared, Nia Huang immediately stepped forward, taking charge without hesitation. Before long, the group arrived at an open expanse. At first glance, it resembled a vast plaza, its ground flat and open, yet upon closer inspection, it felt eerily like the interior of some colossal creature's heart. The ground pulsed rhythmically, as if alive. Each pulse was accompanied by a faint tremor. The moment they stepped onto the ground, their feet gave way beneath them. Their bodies swayed uncontrollably, and they stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Nia Huang swayed several times before finally steadying himself, muttering under his breath, what a crappy place. His sense of balance was already poor, and now, facing this constantly pulsating ground, he felt utterly overwhelmed. With no other choice, he planted his Xianhuang warblade into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands to barely maintain his balance. Squeak! Just as everyone was adjusting to the ground's tremors, a sharp, piercing squeak suddenly pierced the air, instantly grabbing their attention. Chu Yi quickly looked up to see countless black, seed-like objects cascading down the wall ahead. The moment these seeds touched the ground, they began to grow at a visible pace, as if under a spell. In the blink of an eye, bizarre flowers appeared before their eyes. Their roots were slender and supple, writhing across the floor like agile snakes.
Their petals formed eerie triangles, resembling serpent heads with sharp points gleaming coldly. Even more spine-chilling, the petals periodically opened with a hissing sound, resembling venomous snakes poised to strike. Chu Yi, witnessing this, immediately acted. He unleashed his skill, Dark Flame. As Chu Yi channeled his power, surging black flames erupted, carrying boundless heat and a destructive aura as they swept toward the bizarre flowers. In the blink of an eye, the serpentine flowers were completely engulfed by the dark flame, emitting piercing screams before quickly turning to ash. You have killed the parasitic flower demon and gained 450 EXP. You obtained 330 points of dark matter. Despite Chu Yi's swift reaction in incinerating these parasitic flower demons, the surrounding walls soon began to violently tremble once more. Countless seeds rained down like a torrential downpour. In the blink of an eye, the ground was once again covered with newly sprouted parasitic flower demons. They took on various forms, emitting a cacophony of strange cries, deep growls and shrill screeches intertwined. Like an unstoppable tide, the parasitic flower demons surged relentlessly toward the group. Seeing this, the group sprang into action. Chu Yi continuously unleashed his dark flames, engulfing the parasitic flower demons and instantly reducing them to ashes. Luo Qiuyan unleashed bursts of starlight pulses that continuously split apart, spreading outward like exploding fireworks. Elena unleashed her mechanical peaks, launching a fierce assault on the parasitic flower demons. Their razor-sharp mandibles gnawed relentlessly at the demons' bodies, reducing them to dust wherever they struck. Nia Huang, however, stood quietly by, not joining the fray. After all, his skills were primarily single-target damage, rendering him somewhat ineffective in this group combat scenario. Players like Nia Huang possess skills with extremely high damage multipliers. When facing elite monsters or bosses, they could unleash devastating single-target attacks, dominating the battlefield like gods of war. Yet this extreme single-target prowess inevitably came with a drawback: a severe lack, or even complete absence, of group combat capabilities. No matter how devastating Nia Huang's skills were, each strike could only target a single foe. When enemies surge in from all directions like a tidal wave, he struggles to cope. But Chu Yi was different. As a mage, he was inherently adept at group combat. Facing the surging sea of parasitic flower demons before him, Chu Yi felt not the slightest pressure. As the group relentlessly slaughtered them, wave after wave of parasitic flower demons fell under the barrage of powerful spells. After about half an hour, the parasitic flower demons finally ceased appearing, their remains piled thick on the ground. Yet at this moment, subtle shifts seemed to occur nearby. Boom! A deafening roar erupted suddenly, as if a massive bomb had detonated deep underground. The ground beneath their feet convulsed violently, like a heart contracting with sudden, brutal force. The intense tremor instantly threw them off balance. They staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, their reflexes were lightning fast. Just as their bodies were about to hit the ground, they all adjusted their stances and regained their footing. At that very moment, a voice echoed in their ears. Your actions have enraged the parasitic flower demons. Their sovereign will personally come for you. Immediately afterward, the surrounding space seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand, beginning to contract violently. The once solid walls cracked under this immense pressure, fissures spreading like spider webs across the surfaces. From the fissures, crimson blood gushed forth, instantly pooling on the ground to form a river of blood. The river emitted a pungent, foul stench that made the group feel nauseous. Amidst this shocking scene, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shattered walls and flowing blood. It was an enormous flower demon, dozens of times larger than an ordinary parasitic flower demon. Its body resembled a small mountain, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 152, The Bloodvine Core. The ground around the flower demon seemed to boil. Thick roots erupted frantically from the earth like a swarm of disturbed snakes, twisting and writhing as they shot toward Nia Huang and his companions at breakneck speed. Wherever they passed, deep gullies were carved into the earth. Spotting the colossal flower demon radiating an eerie aura, Nia Huang swung his blade without hesitation. His form soared high into the air, his aura abruptly shifting. Wasteland body, river severance. Nia Huang roared, unleashing a suffocating aura that spread outward like a surging tide. The very air around him hummed under the pressure of this overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the flower demon's vines lashed out like whips, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yet Nia Huang showed no fear. Gripping his greatsword tightly with both hands, his arms bulged with straining muscles and protruding veins. With a low, furious roar, he swung the blade with 1,000 pounds of force, striking instantly. With a sharp crack, the flower demon's root stem snapped like a fragile, withered branch under Nia Huang's full-force strike. Dark green viscous fluid oozed from the severed stump, releasing a pungent, fishy stench. The flower demon emitted a shrill, piercing, menacing sound, clearly enraged by Nia Huang's actions. It lashed out with more vines, swaying violently as it charged toward Nia Huang. What appeared to be soft, paper-like tendrils transformed in an instant, becoming incredibly swift like lightning. At that very moment, Chu Yi and the others reacted swiftly, springing into action. Chu Yi swung his wand, whale song, and cast a spell. Dark Thunder Punishment. With Chu Yi's fierce shout, a powerful bolt of lightning erupted from the wand, like a roaring dragon charging toward the flower demon. Wherever the lightning passed, the air ionized, crackling with an astonishingly formidable force. Beside him, Luo Qiuyan and Elena also struck swiftly. Starfall, Mechanical Peaks. A barrage of spells coordinated with Chu Yi unleashed relentlessly upon the flower demon. Even Kaka relentlessly unleashed frost blasts and blizzard storms, pounding the flower demon. Their attacks erupted like a torrential downpour, intense bursts of energy flashing and colliding upon the flower demon's form. The flower demon's body trembled under the relentless assault, its roots snapping and shattering under wave after wave of skill impacts. Many roots were blown to smithereens, turning into green dust that drifted through the air. Under this relentless barrage, even the flower demon's massive body bore gaping, blood-soaked holes. Dark green viscous fluid oozed steadily from the wounds, dripping onto the ground with a steady drip-drip sound. Hiss! Hiss! The enormous parasitic flower demon let out a series of piercing, agonized screams. The sound echoed through the empty space, sending chills down the spine. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could not alter its predetermined fate. Finally, Chu Yi unleashed another bolt of dark lightning punishment, striking the demon's core directly. The creature's body jerked violently before slowly collapsing, kicking up a cloud of dust. You have slain the giant parasitic flower demon, gaining 4,000 EXP.
You obtained 3,000 drops of dark matter.
As the flower demon perished, the reward notification echoed in Shuya's mind.
A single massive parasitic flower demon yielded over 3,000 drops of dark matter, a bounty that filled Shuyi with delight. The higher the dungeon level and difficulty, the more dark matter he could obtain. Of course, this was also because he had undergone his second divine core evolution, otherwise, acquiring such a vast quantity of dark matter would have been impossible. After dispatching the parasitic flower demon, the wall ahead collapsed with a thunderous crash amid violent tremors, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The crimson river of blood that had stained the ground began to recede, drying up at a visible pace.
The blood staining the surrounding walls dissolved away.
Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Looking ahead, the group saw a deep, dark path emerge. Not far ahead, a massive cavern entrance loomed, shrouded in a faint black mist that seemed to lead into an endless abyss. Nya Huang raised his eyes to the opening, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "That must be where the dungeon boss resides, right?"
Shu Yi said, "It should be. Let's hurry over."
The group immediately set off. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the massive cavern.
Stepping inside, they discovered an immense, vast chamber.
A damp, decaying stench permeated the air, the floor was covered in dark green moss, and the walls flickered with eerie, scattered points of bioluminescence. At the far end of the chamber stood an enormous creature. Resembling a colossal heart, it was formed from countless vines intertwined and woven together. The vines were a dark red, like dried blood, and pulsed continuously. Each beat was accompanied by a faint thumping sound, as if they were living blood vessels. These vein-like tendrils formed a vast spiderweb, connecting every corner of the space, binding the entire area together. It felt as though the entire chamber was the monster's very body. Upon the group's arrival, the vines before them seemed to react to some stimulus, suddenly scattering rapidly to reveal several blood-red glowing orbs resembling eyes.
Immediately, the surrounding vines pulsed with even greater intensity, as if venting boundless fury. Boom! A powerful aura erupted like a surging tidal wave. This force rapidly spread outward, tearing moss from the ground and dimming the fluorescent glow on the walls wherever it touched. The force crashed into the group, and they felt an immense power slam into them, forcing them involuntarily to stumble backward several steps. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the air.
"The Bloodvine core has awakened. Its fury will sweep through like a flood, drowning all in its path."
Nia Huang raised his Shenhuang warblade, his eyes not filled with fear but with fierce determination. "So this is the boss of this dungeon? Ha! Looks pretty good. Hold back for now, let me deal with this guy first." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Nia Huang was just like that, a complete and utter battle maniac.
For him, perhaps nothing in this world mattered more than combat. Facing a formidable opponent made his entire body boil with excitement.
Shu Yi cautioned, "Be careful. If anything goes wrong, we'll intervene immediately."
A smirk touched Nia Huang's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence.
"Don't worry. With my strength, how could anything go wrong?"
He turned and strode away, his battle blade pointing toward the core of the bloodvine.
"Watch me take it down." Chapter 153, Are They Not Afraid at All?
Nia Huang gripped his battle blade tightly, his eyes flashing with resolute determination as he charged toward the core of the bloodvine without hesitation. In an instant, the aura surrounding him shifted abruptly as all his power ignited. He became a battle god plunged into fury, his boundless aura surging like a raging tidal wave, pouring out in all directions.
"Wasteland body, heaven splitting!"
Nia Huang roared, his blade whirling to create a piercing gale. The blade's light blazed like a dazzling lightning bolt, seemingly intent on cleaving through the thick clouds to reveal the azure sky. The monstrous blood vines before him writhed, their thick, spiked tendrils writhing like a swarm of snarling pythons, charging ferociously toward Nia Huang. Yet Nia Huang moved with ghostly agility, his battle blade flashing up and down.
Each swing unleashed a trail of icy light.
The howling vines were severed one by one beneath the fierce blade, reduced to broken fragments.
Not a single one escaped.
Nia Huang's figure surged forward amidst the flying vine fragments, his eyes locked on the core of the bloodvine as his feet carried him forward.
Then, his body rapidly closed in on the vine's core.
Finally, he leapt high into the air, channeling every ounce of his strength into the Shenhuang warblade in his hand. With a thunderous crash, he brought it down upon the vine's core.
Boom! A deafening roar erupted, its overwhelming force radiating outward like a detonating bomb, spreading in concentric circles from Nia Huang's position.
The powerful shockwave whipped up dust from the ground, forming a cloud of smoke. Even Shu Yi and the others, standing slightly farther away, were involuntarily shaken by the force of the shockwave. Witnessing Nia Huang unleash such astonishing power, Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Since entering the Divine Summer Academy, Luo Qiuyan had journeyed to the Star Tower to undergo another profession evolution. After that, she had clearly felt her power increase significantly. She had even secretly speculated that perhaps her strength was now on par with Nia Huang's. Yet witnessing Nia Huang's current display, she realized with a start that he had grown even stronger.
She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, as the pinnacle of combat-oriented professions, his prowess was undeniably formidable.
Among all the first-year students at Xinsha Academy, aside from Chu Yi, it was indeed difficult to find anyone who could suppress Nia Huang. Beside her, Elena's normally fair complexion betrayed a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Though Nia Huang's displayed prowess paled in comparison to Chu Yi's almost exaggerated strength, it was still astonishing enough. She silently acknowledged to herself, truly, the most renowned freshman of the Breakers Academy lived up to his reputation. The blade in Nia Huang's hand flashed with icy light as he delivered blow after blow. Under this storm of relentless strikes, the core of the bloodvine bore increasingly gruesome wounds. Countless tendrils shattered into fragments beneath Nia Huang's fierce blows, scattering in all directions. Finally, mustering every ounce of strength, Nia Huang raised his battle blade high. With a thunderous shout, he brought it crashing down upon the core of the bloodvine. A series of violent explosions erupted. Beneath this single blow, the core proved as fragile as paper, instantly shattering into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Your ally Nia Huang has defeated the bloodvine core. Congratulations on clearing the Bloodvine Cavern. You gained 25,000 EXP. After successfully clearing the Bloodvine Cavern, Chu Yi gained a significant amount of experience points. Although the experience was split evenly among the four, each member still received a considerable amount. Unfortunately, since Chu Yi hadn't personally killed the Bloodvine core, he didn't obtain any dark matter. Chu Yi remained utterly unfazed, showing not a hint of concern. After the Bloodvine core's demise, numerous glowing loot items scattered across the ground. Chu Yi and his companions hurried over at the sight. Nia Huang beamed with pride, laughing heartily, "See? Monsters of this caliber can't withstand more than a few swings of my blade." As he spoke, he excitedly swung his battle blade. Seeing Nia Huang's triumphant demeanor, Chu Yi's lips curved slightly into a smile. "Well done. What loot did you get?" He bent down slightly, his gaze sweeping over the spoils on the ground. Nia Huang pointed to the nearby area where several faint lights flickered. All loot dropped from the Bloodvine core. "Here it is," he declared. Chu Yi immediately crouched down and swiftly gathered the spoils. The quantity was indeed substantial. Withered flower pistil, a dried-up flower pistil, its once vibrant color long faded, leaving only parched petals. An ideal choice for medicinal preparations. Quantity, 15. Fluorescent spore mushroom, a spore mushroom emitting a faint, eerie glow. Highly toxic, yet when skillfully combined with other medicines, it might yield unexpected effects. Quantity, 8. Bloodvine headpiece purple, part of the Bloodvine equipment set. The headpiece exhibits a deep crimson hue, faintly emanating the distinctive aura of Bloodvine. Wearable at level 28. Bloodvine leather armor purple, part of the Bloodvine series. The armor's texture resembles winding bloodvines, emitting a mysterious glow. Wearable at level 28. Blood core, a crystal radiating intense bloodlight, imbued with potent vital energy. When infused into equipment, it significantly increases the maximum constitution stat. Not bad at all. Seeing these items, Chu Yi's eyes flashed with delight, and he couldn't help but break into a bright smile. First, the withered flower pistils and glow spore mushrooms were precisely the items needed for the quest. The other items, like the equipment, might not be immediately useful to the group, but they could fetch a good price on the market. The blood core, moreover, was an exceptionally valuable material. Nia Huang folded his arms across his chest, tilting his chin slightly as he said, "I have no use for these things, so I won't be sharing them. Whoever wants them, take them." His expression was utterly indifferent. After all, his father was Nia Guangdao, the head of the Breaker Academy at Xinsha Academy. Nia Huang had enjoyed access to countless resources since childhood. In his eyes, these spoils held almost no value. Elena shook her head gently, declining the spoils as well. Luo Choyan followed suit with a shake of her head. Both hailed from equally distinguished families, naturally holding no interest in the spoils. Seeing this, Chu Yi no longer hesitated and gathered the spoils. Though he had no immediate use for them himself, selling them for money was still a good idea. A faint smile touched Chu Yi's lips as he remarked, "Once we exit and re-enter, we can farm this instance a few more times to complete the quest." Nia Huang furrowed his brow slightly, his expression betraying a hint of boredom. "I thought this dungeon would have formidable foes, but now I see it's nothing special." With that, he casually slung his battle blade over his shoulder. Nia Huang was a warrior at heart. If the fighting grew fierce, it only served to ignite the savage instincts within him. But now that the Bloodvine core had been instantly defeated, his desire to fight had waned considerably. Chu Yi smiled but said nothing. For the few of them, their strength placed them among the absolute elite among their peers throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Their team had cleared countless dungeons, overcoming every obstacle in their path. Unless the level gap was too great or they encountered an exceptionally difficult dungeon, almost nothing could halt their progress. Finding truly challenging dungeons might prove difficult for them. After all, Chu Yi himself had cleared dungeons with near invincible momentum. After the Bloodvine core perished, a soft glowing portal materialized before the group. Chu Yi exchanged glances with the others before they stepped through together. They'd made it out. The moment Chu Yi and his companions stepped out of the portal, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, the attention of many who had been chatting or resting nearby turned toward them. At that moment, the record stone beside the instance flickered with light, displaying the newly updated clearance record. Seeing the fresh entry etched upon the stone, those nearby gaped in astonishment, utterly speechless.
They cleared it? How long has it even been? Not even half an hour. Holy crap, these guys are crazy bold.
Instead of running for their lives, they're still here fighting the dungeon.
They've got nerves of steel. Mitsui Keiko's been killed. Who knows if the Mitsui family will come after us next? Don't tell me they're not afraid of the Mitsui family.
People murmured and whispered, their voices mingling in a constant murmur.
Earlier, Chuya's brazen killing of Mitsui Keiko had left everyone around them utterly stunned.
What shocked them even more was that after the killing, Chuyi and his group showed no intention of fleeing.
Instead, they chose to continue grinding the dungeon. Who knew what they were thinking?
This was the corruption front, where tensions were running high. If the Mitsui clan got wind of this and came after them, no one could save them. After all, wherein the corruption front isn't dangerous outside of the strongholds? It's either swarmed by all manner of monsters or roamed by various bandit gangs. One careless move could mean dying without even a proper burial.
People simply couldn't comprehend it.
Chuyi turned to look and found Mitsui Keiko's body had vanished, likely retrieved by his family. But he paid it no mind, his expression remaining utterly composed. Even if the Mitsui clan came after him, he felt no fear. With his strength, he was more than capable of fighting them. Besides, Luo Choyen was still with them. No matter how powerful the Mitsui clan was, could they possibly surpass the profound heritage of the Luo family?
Chuyi lifted his head slightly and said, "Let's continue clearing the dungeon."
Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Then, they set off once more, heading toward the dungeon entrance. The onlookers' expressions grew even more astonished.
Were these people truly not afraid at all? Chapter 154, Fourth Run of the Bloodvine Caverns.
Chuyi remained utterly oblivious to the thoughts of those watching from the outside. Even if he knew, given his temperament, he would only laugh it off and not give it a second thought. After preparing themselves, the group stepped back into the dungeon. With the experience of their previous run, their expressions were noticeably more relaxed this time, and their footsteps carried the ease of familiarity. The moment they crossed the threshold, a bone-chilling aura washed over them, and the dim light made visibility difficult. Chuyi narrowed his eyes slightly. With a gentle flick of his staff, dark flames surged forth, raging ahead to clear a path. Wherever the dark flames touched, space itself seemed scorched and warped, emitting waves of bone-chilling aura. Nia Huang trailed behind the group, his expression slightly languid, the excitement from his first time here gone from his eyes. He even frowned slightly, revealing a hint of annoyance. His hands hung casually at his sides, clearly reluctant to intervene. Chuyi noticed Nia Huang's state but merely shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. After all, with their current strength, this dungeon was indeed straightforward. Whether Nia Huang participated or not made no difference to the overall outcome. Since Nia Huang showed no interest in joining the fight, Chuyi took matters into his own hands. He swung his staff relentlessly, unleashing waves of dark flames that danced through the air. Wherever the flames spread, countless monsters were instantly engulfed in the inferno, their piercing screams filling the air. In the blink of an eye, masses of monsters were reduced to piles of black ash. Then, one after another, they formed into undead creatures, following Chuyi and his companions forward. With the undead clearing the path and dark flames erupting ceaselessly, their group actually grew larger as they advanced. Simultaneously, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chuyi's mind, indicating the acquisition of experience points in dark matter.
Most of Chuyi's skills possessed powerful area of effect damage. A single flick of his wrist unleashed a wave of dark flames, felling vast swaths of monsters. Thus, his monster clearing speed was astonishingly fast. Before long, the monsters in this area were nearly wiped out. Continuing deeper, elite monsters came into view ahead.
They were mostly colossal scourge. Though larger in size and radiating a more formidable aura than ordinary monsters, they held little difference in Chuyi's eyes. They were no more than a single dark flame spell away. Advancing relentlessly, slaughtering all in his path, Chuyi left a trail of fallen monsters wherever he went. It was almost a slaughter all the way. Soon, the group reached the deepest part of the dungeon once more. The moment they stepped into this area, the massive bloodvine core came into view. Armed with their previous experience, the group remained remarkably composed upon seeing the core once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuyi's gaze sharpened. Skill activated, Dark Lightning Punishment. As his staff swung, intense bolts of lightning, like silver blades, sliced through the darkness and surged toward the core. Rumble. The thunderous roar was deafening, as if it would shatter the entire space. Sizzle, sizzle. Lightning flickered, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. The lightning struck the core of the bloodvine instantly. Under the assault, the core twisted violently, while the surrounding vines whipped wildly, lashing out toward Chuyi. The vines whistled through the air, leaving a trail of piercing sounds wherever they passed. Chuyi paid no heed, his staff dancing swiftly as he unleashed bursts of dark flames, obliterating each lashing vine. The vines scorched by the dark flames billowed thick black smoke, sizzling and crackling as they emitted a pungent, burnt odor. Simultaneously, Chuyi unleashed another dark lightning punishment. Several bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the core of the bloodvine with brutal force. The combined force of the two dark lightning punishments dealt devastating damage. Under this overwhelming assault, cracks began to form on the surface of the bloodvine core. Its crimson glow dimmed significantly, and the once robust vine started to wither. Seeing this, Chuyi swung his staff once more, gathering immense power to deliver the final blow to the core.
Another dark lightning punishment.
As the lightning erupted, the core emitted a deep, thunderous roar before shattering violently into countless fragments scattered across the ground.
Congratulations!
You have defeated the bloodvine core and successfully cleared the bloodvine cavern dungeon.
You have gained 25,000 EXP.
You have obtained 20,000 dark matter.
Hearing the system notification, Chuyi's eyes twinkled with amusement. A single bloodvine core yielded 20,000 dark matter?
Looks like this dungeon run was quite profitable.
Besides EXP and dark matter, there were naturally loot drops as well. However, since equipment had already dropped last time, this time no gear appeared.
Instead, withered flower pistils and glowspore mushrooms emerged. These were precisely the items the group needed to collect.
In addition to these, there were some other materials. Chuyi merely gave them a cursory glance before stowing them away.
After stowing away the loot, Chuyi remarked, 2 more rounds should be enough to gather all the spoils.
Elena nodded slightly and said, then let's move quickly. We should be able to finish before it gets completely dark.
By the time the group emerged from the dungeon, evening had fallen. The sun sank below the horizon. The blood-red sun bathed vast swaths of clouds in orange-red hues. The fiery clouds stretched for miles, unfurling like a magnificent painting across the sky, presenting an incredibly spectacular sight. Yet the group had no time to admire the beauty. The crowd gathered around them watched their emergence with astonished stares, murmuring among themselves. But the group seemed oblivious, their expressions hurried and focused.
Ignoring the stares, they stepped back into the instance. On their third entry, their pace quickened.
Chuyi moved like a ruthless killing machine, single-handedly sweeping through the entire dungeon. He strode through the dungeon, his staff swinging with each step. Dark flames and thunderous punishments erupted like a raging storm, leaving a trail of fallen monsters in his wake. Soon, they reached the heart of the bloodvine once more. Chuyi looked up and noticed the core's pulsations had visibly weakened. Its surface, which had radiated an intense crimson glow, now appeared dull and lifeless. The surrounding vines no longer twisted wildly as before, appearing lifeless. Whether the core was exhausted or something else was at play.
But Chuyi didn't dwell on it.
A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he swung his staff once more.
Waves of dark lightning punishment and dark flames surged toward the core like a raging tide.
Under Chuyi's overwhelming assault, the core could not withstand the onslaught for long and was swiftly vanquished once more. After emerging, the group wasted no time and plunged back into the dungeon. After clearing it 4 times consecutively, they finally gathered all the required items. Those who had lingered to observe were now utterly stunned by the group's performance. Eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, their faces wore expressions of utter disbelief, their gazes betraying profound admiration.
4 times.
They cleared the dungeon 4 times.
Faster each time. Are they even human?
I heard this Chuyi is just a freshman this year.
The others probably are too. Are all freshmen this terrifying nowadays?
Chuyi ignored the murmurs, turning slightly to address his companions.
Alright, we've gathered all the materials. Let's hurry back and turn in the quest. The moment the words left his mouth, Elena's expression suddenly turned icy. Her gaze darted warily around the area as she warned in a cold voice, everyone, be careful.
The warning sent a chill through the group, surprise etched on their faces. At that very moment, Chuyi's senses snapped alert, a chill running down his spine.
He instinctively looked up and saw an intense burst of flame, like a burning meteor, accompanied by a rolling heat wave, rapidly approaching them. The blaze was exceptionally dazzling in the darkness, relentlessly closing in. Wherever it passed, the air itself warped from the intense heat, carrying a suffocating, scorching aura.
It felt as though Death himself, wielding his scythe, had instantly enveloped them all.
Chapter 155, just an island nation, yet dares to call itself great? Night Veil.
At the critical moment, Chuyi's eyes narrowed sharply as he instantly cast his spell. In an instant, jet black light erupted from the tip of his staff, spreading outward at breakneck speed. It coalesced before the group into a protective barrier of light.
As the barrier descended, the assailants' attacks were instantly halted. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, like thunder rolling across the heavens.
A powerful fireball, carrying world-shattering force, unleashed a violent explosion that erupted wildly in all directions.
Rolling flames scattered wildly, scorching the air until it warped and distorted wherever they touched. Wave after wave of scorching heat rolled in relentlessly.
Yet, thanks to Chuyi's timely deployment of the Night Veil, the searing flames and scorching heat failed to inflict even a scratch upon the group. Despite this, the expressions on Chuyi and his companions' faces remained grim.
Who's there?
Chuyi roared, his gaze sharp as blades. Beside Chuyi, Kaka let out a sharp yelp, his silver eyes widening in alarm. Nia Huang gripped his Xianhuang warblade tightly, anger flaring in his eyes.
Luo Qiuyan and Eilina stood side by side, their expressions equally grave.
At that moment, several figures approached slowly. The leader wore an exquisite kimono of the Eastern Empire. The kimono was predominantly black, embroidered with golden cherry blossom patterns that shimmered with a mysterious glow under the dim light. His hair was neatly tied back, and he wore a black mask that concealed everything but a pair of narrow, cold eyes. Those eyes radiated a thick, murderous intent. The others were all dressed in standard samurai attire, long swords at their waists, standing tall and radiating an aura of grim resolve. Their appearance sent ripples of unease through the surrounding crowd. Whispers spread through the crowd as murmurs of speculation filled the air. The Empire of the Rising Sun? Could they be from the Mitsui family? The Japanese men before them were equally consumed by rage. Damned great Xia people! Did you kill my third young master? Roared the leading Onmyoji, his voice thick with hatred. Hearing this, Shuyi instantly understood. He sneered coldly, it was us. So what? Beside him, Nya Huang burst into unrestrained laughter, his chuckles dripping with contempt and scorn, a mere Japanese ghost killed and done with. What can you possibly do about it? At these words, the Japanese men boiled over with fury. They were the guards of the Mitsui family, entrusted with the crucial task of protecting Mitsui Keiko's safety. Now that Mitsui Keiko had been killed, returning home would surely bring them punishment worse than death. Their only hope now was to kill the culprits first, bring back their heads, and perhaps find a sliver of mercy. The leading Onmyoji roared, charge! Kill these great Xia men! The moment the words left his mouth, several samurai charged forward. One warrior charged ahead, his greatsword radiating an earthen glow, heavy and oppressive. He raised his blade high, roared with fury, and swung it down viciously toward Shuyi. The blow carried formidable power. Had it landed squarely, Shuyi would have suffered greatly. But Shuyi's reflexes were lightning fast. At the critical moment when the blade was about to strike, a cold gleam flashed in Shuyi's eyes. He bellowed, life-saving rope. As his staff swept through the air, 9 black chains abruptly materialized from the void. Like 9 black dragons, they lunged at the warrior, claws and fangs bared. In the blink of an eye, the chains bound the warrior tightly, immobilizing him completely. The fierce momentum that had filled the air deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing completely. The warrior's eyes widened in sheer terror. His mouth spewed curses like baka and similar expletives, his voice sharp and piercing with rage and terror. Shuyi merely gave a cold laugh. Then, his magical power surged, enveloping him in a faint black glow. The 9 chains binding the warrior instantly transformed, becoming 9 razor-sharp spears that pierced through his body. The warrior felt an excruciating pain throughout his body. Looking down, he saw multiple gaping holes in his flesh, blood gushing like fountains, instantly staining his clothes crimson. His face contorted with terror and despair as he let out a wretched scream before collapsing lifelessly like a. Around him, the battle raged fiercely, the situation largely unchanged. A warrior swung his sword at Nya Huang, the blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound, its momentum heavy and forceful. Yet Nya Huang showed no fear. Instead, he met the blow head-on, forcing the warrior back several steps with a single strike. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. Nya Huang's strength surpassed his own. His body trembled slightly as an inexplicable fear welled up within him. He tried to unleash a skill to counterattack, but Nya Huang gave him no chance. A desolate form erupted in an instant, severing the river. A colossal blade aura surged like a raging torrent, sweeping toward the warrior. With a wet thud, the warrior was cleaved clean in two at the waist. Blood spattered wildly, tracing sinister arcs through the air and staining the earth crimson. On the other side, the 2 warriors charging at Luo Choyan and Elena met the same fate, slain by the women. The remaining warriors were swiftly dealt with under Chuya's assault. Before him, they were utterly powerless to fight back. This scene utterly stunned the leading Onmyoji. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. How is this possible? You've actually killed warriors of the great Eastern Empire. Shuyi sneered coldly, just an island nation, and you dare call yourselves great? Then, he immediately moved. Skill activation, Knight's residual radiance. In an instant, an intense radiance surged around his body, blazing like dazzling stars. Residual Night Beam erupted, a fierce beam of light shooting forth like an arrow released from its string, hurtling toward the Onmyoji. Wherever the beam passed, the air itself seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing screech. The Onmyoji instantly sensed a deathly threat. His face turned deathly pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Without hesitation, he channeled his magical power, his hands darting rapidly before him as he released several talismanic papers. The talismans flickered with eerie light in the air, like a flock of agile birds, flying toward Chuya's residual night beam, attempting to block his attack. Yet how formidable was the residual night beam? Even a yin-yang master in his 30s, ultimately just an epic tier practitioner, how could he possibly stand against Chuyi? The residual night beam pierced through the shaman's defenses as effortlessly as a bayonet tearing through newspaper. The talisman shattered like snowflakes upon contact with the residual night beam, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. Then, without hesitation, the beam pierced through the Onmyoji's body. His eyes widened, his expression freezing in disbelief, as if he hadn't realized he'd died so easily. The next moment, his complexion swiftly turned as pale as a sheet of white paper. Immediately after, he spat a mouthful of blood that arced through the air before splattering onto the ground. Amidst a wretched scream, the onmyoji met his end at Chuya's hands. After finishing this, Chuya clapped his hands, a relaxed smile spreading across his face.
Done. Easy peasy.
To him, killing these men felt like accomplishing nothing more than a trivial task. Nya Huang snorted coldly, his face brimming with disdain. I thought these guys were supposed to be powerful.
Is that all they've got?
As he spoke, he sheathed the Xianuan warblade with a hint of impatience. Luo Qiuyan also let a faint smile grace her lips, as radiant and captivating as spring blossoms.
She murmured softly, let's hurry back. Don't worry about these people anymore. Eileen cautioned, but we can't let our guard down. The Mitsui family won't let this rest. All nodded in agreement.
Though they spoke thus, not a trace of fear lingered in their hearts.
If they were afraid, Chuyi wouldn't have killed Mitsui Keiko in the first place. As for the consequences this incident might bring, that was not something they cared about.
At this moment, their sole focus was to depart this troubled place as swiftly as possible. Soon, Chuyi led the group swiftly away from the area. By evening, they had returned to the Great Xia Kingdom's stronghold. News of Mitsui Keiko's death hadn't spread, and the base's personnel remained unaware of the fierce battle that had just unfolded. What astonished them far more was seeing Chuyi walking atop the stronghold with a dragon in tow. Chuyi was already accustomed to this. Whenever they arrived in an unfamiliar place, Kaka inevitably caused a stir. After all, dragons were still exceedingly rare in this world. At first, the little creature had been highly alert and fierce, reluctant to let too many humans see it. But as such incidents became more frequent, it seemed to grow indifferent. Now, it simply trailed lazily behind Chuyi. When it doesn't feel like walking, it'll nudge Chuyi's knee with its paw, signaling for him to carry it. Whenever this happened, Chuyi found himself both amused and exasperated. But he didn't mind. After growing over this period, Kaka's attributes had become increasingly powerful, and its body had grown slightly larger. Its weight likely exceeded 50 jin. But to Chuyi, it was still no big deal. Using the teleportation array at the base, the group quickly returned to the Great Xia Kingdom. Elena submitted the quest, and the rewards would be split evenly among them later. Chuyi didn't care much about that. Compared to the rewards, he valued the dark matter far more. Night had fallen, the sky draped like a vast black silk cloth over the entire campus. The surroundings were brightly lit and bustling with activity, but Chuyi and his companions had no heart to appreciate it. They bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Chuyi's room in light. Chuyi had just gotten out of bed and hadn't even had time to wash up when he saw the message from Yuchinjo.
Suli's test results are in. Come see me.
Chapter 156, Suli returns, the start of cohabitation. After breakfast, Chuyi wasted no time, hurrying toward Yuchinjo's office. Morning sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting patches of golden light across the floor. He pushed open the office door. Inside, besides Yuchinjo, Chuyi also spotted Suli. Suli sat quietly to one side, dressed in a plain-colored long dress, her figure appearing slightly frail. Noticing Chuya's entrance, Suli slowly turned her head. The moment their gazes met, 1,000 thoughts seemed to surge through her clear eyes, complex and hard to decipher. Yet in the end, she merely bit her lower lip slightly and turned her head away without a word, her jet-black hair swaying gently with the movement. Yuchinjo, observing this, wore a warm smile as he greeted them. You're here? Please, have a seat. Chuyi gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before taking a seat. Yuchinjo set down the documents in his hand and said, after a comprehensive examination, Suli's physical condition is now clear. At present, aside from the bone-eroding disease, no additional complications have emerged. Moreover, thanks to your previous treatment, although her bone-eroding disease has progressed to the second stage, the symptoms have significantly eased. At the very least, the disease won't flare up again within the next month. After a pause, Yuchinjo continued, I've discussed your situation with her, and Suli has agreed. Moving forward, you will reside with her, documenting her physical condition at all times and sending the reports to me. Chuyi listened intently and responded without hesitation, understood. I will fulfill these responsibilities. Yuchinjo turned to Suli, his expression filled with concern as he asked softly, is there anything else you wish to say? Suli lowered her eyes, remained silent for a moment, then shook her head gently. A few strands of hair fell across her cheek, accentuating her pitifully delicate features. Yuchinjo nodded slightly at the sight, then continued, in that case, you two should leave together. If there's anything in your dorm that needs moving, Chuyi can help you pack it up. Chuyi immediately chimed in, I've already cleared out the room. Suli lifted her eyes to glance at Chuyi, a fleeting, complex emotion flickering in her gaze before she ultimately did not refuse. The two then walked side by side out of Yuchinjo's office. In the corridor, their footsteps echoed softly. Suli kept her head bowed, her pace slow and quiet, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Chuyi walked beside her, occasionally glancing at her. Seeing her silence, he made no effort to break the quiet, simply accompanying her in silence as they headed toward the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory, Chuyi entered Suli's room and began helping her pack her belongings. He wore the moonlight treasure ring on his finger.
Its vast internal space made it perfect for storing belongings. Suli didn't have many possessions.
Aside from a few neatly folded garments, there were only some everyday odds and ends scattered around the room. Shuyi deftly folded each garment and placed them into the moonlight treasure ring. He then carefully sorted the miscellaneous items and stored them away as well. Before long, everything was neatly packed. The two returned to the lodgings Shuyi had prepared. He led Suli to the room specially cleared for her. Shuyi spread the bedsheets for Suli, then retrieved her belongings one by one from the moonlight treasure ring. After finishing, Shuyi straightened up and looked at Suli. From now on, you'll sleep here. Every evening, I'll conduct your routine checkup. After a pause, he added, since your health is no longer an issue, you can join us for the upcoming International Youth Exchange. I've already assembled the team, you're the only one missing. Suli lifted her lowered gaze slightly, her eyes resting on Chuya's face. Her lips parted, and her voice was so faint it seemed a gentle breeze could carry it away.
Thank you. Shuyi smiled gently. You're welcome.
Besides, bone-eating disease isn't such a dreadful illness.
At least, I still have some methods. You don't have to be so bloomy every day. Smile a little, maybe I can cure you?
Suli heard these words, and a flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. She seemed to want to lift the corners of her mouth into a smile, but ultimately couldn't manage it. Her expression remained tinged with loneliness and sorrow. Finally, she murmured softly, I understand. Seeing this, Shuyi said no more. He turned quietly and left without a word. Click-clack. Click-clack. Right after Chuyi left, a small head cautiously peeked in from outside the door. It was Kaka. Its large silver eyes sparkled with curiosity, staring intently at the girl inside, Suli. In the beginning, this little creature had been hostile toward anyone who dared to enter its territory, even having a falling out with Luo Choyan back then. But as time passed and it encountered more people, its nature seemed to grow less aloof. Suli sensed the movement and turned her gaze toward the doorway. When her eyes met Kaka's, a hint of puzzlement flashed across her face, and her eyebrows arched slightly. Kaka. As if deliberately trying to amuse Suli, Kaka tilted its head, made a funny face, then quickly retracted its head. Like a mischievous child, it seemed to be eagerly anticipating playtime with an adult. Suli stared at it for a moment, then silently turned back to continue adjusting her clothes. Kaka? Seeing no response, Kaka grew puzzled and poked its little head out again. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, it spun rapidly in circles several times, its wings flapping with a loud whoosh. Then, it let out a loud, high-pitched Kaka. It eagerly anticipated Suli's response, but she remained immersed in her own world, barely acknowledging its antics. This time, Kaka seemed slightly displeased. It hopped over to Suli's feet and gently rubbed its head against her knee. This time, Suli finally reacted. She slowly bent down, reached out her hands, and gently lifted Kaka into her arms. Her lips pressed together, her eyes slightly reddened, her gaze flickering uncertainly, as if tears were welling up inside. Kaka? Kaka tilted his head, staring intently at Suli, clearly puzzled by her actions. Suli took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly as she whispered, Tell me, can I go on living? Her voice was barely audible, sounding like a question to Kaka yet also like a whisper to herself, filled with confusion and helplessness about the future. Kaka. Kaka. As if sensing Suli's emotions, Kaka's usually lively barking grew louder. The abrupt sound drew Chuya's attention. Hearing it, he turned back in confusion and peered into the room. There they were, Kaka and Suli together. One cradled the other chirped a scene that somehow radiated warmth. Chuyi offered a faint smile and explained, It's a baby dragon I found. His name is Kaka. If you like, you can play with him for a bit. Suli nodded slightly and replied softly, Her voice remained soft, yet it carried an added warmth. Then Chuyi turned and left once more. Suli had just finished her examination and arrived here. Chuyi knew she might need some time alone now. It was better to let her think things through on her own, allowing her emotions to settle gradually. Stepping outside the dormitory, he found the sunlight perfect and a gentle breeze blowing. Chuyi glanced at his watch. The meeting time with Luo Choyan, Nia Huang, and Elena was fast approaching. He quickened his pace, heading toward the meeting spot. On the way, Chuyi glanced at the news on his phone. One story dominated the international headlines, its bold title reading, Third Young Master of Japan's Matsui clan murdered, perpetrator identified as young dragon holder from Great Xia. The article detailed the circumstances of Matsui Keiko's death. Between the lines, it employed various journalistic techniques to portray the killer as utterly ruthless and depraved, while painting Matsui Keiko as an innocent victim. Shuyi focused his gaze and saw that the publication was none other than Voice of Freedom, one of the most representative media outlets of the Free Federation. Seeing this, Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He promptly put his phone away, unwilling to give these reports another thought. When they regrouped, Nia Huang approached with a look of dissatisfaction, complaining, Shuyi, when is the last member of our team arriving? Bai Wuxin and Xinjin have been contacting me constantly lately, wanting to join the team. If you can't find the final person, I'm going to recruit them directly. Shuyi remained calm and unhurried. She'll be here tomorrow. She had some matters to attend to these past few days, which just wrapped up today. I'll bring her to meet you all tomorrow. Nia Huang nodded slightly at Chuye's words and replied decisively, alright, I'll reject them outright then. Ever since Chuye's fame spread far and wide, this international exchange event had drawn immense attention. Numerous teams had extended olive branches to Chuye, scheming to recruit him into their ranks. It wasn't just students from the Tiangang Academy, students from other academies were also tempted. Unfortunately, without exception, every offer had been declined by Chuye. Standing nearby, Elena's eyes flickered as she asked, is it Suli? Chuye nodded. That's right. She might not be able to come today, but I'll bring her tomorrow. You're bringing her? Elena raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. She scrutinized Chuye from head to toe, seemingly pondering something. Chuye caught her gaze but didn't respond directly. Instead, he smoothly changed the subject. Alright, let's get back to the dungeon run. Which one are we tackling today? He knew deep down that the fewer people who knew about his living arrangement with Suli, the better. It was difficult to explain. The more he tried, the more confusing it became. Moreover, Suli's bone-corroding disease was too peculiar. The fewer people who knew about it, the better for her. Seeing Chuye's reaction, Elena didn't press further. Today, we're heading back to the corruption front. I've taken on another mission. Nia Huang asked, is it difficult? If it's the same level as yesterday, I don't want to go. Let Chuye join you guys, he can solo it. Elena replied coolly, it's harder than yesterday's. You might not clear it alone. Nia Huang's eyes lit up instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. The group stepped onto the teleportation array once more, heading toward the corruption front. Chapter 157, I need to examine your body. You don't mind, do you? This time, the dungeon they were heading to lay in a far more distant land. They raced across the boundless wilderness, swiftly leaving behind barren fields and sparse forests. The whoosh of wind occasionally swept past their ears, mingling with the dull thud of their journey. The journey took over an hour. The tranquility was shattered several times along the way. First, a pack of monsters roared as they charged, only to be driven back by the group. Then, a band of bandits burst from the roadside bushes, attempting to rob them. Such incidents were commonplace along the corruption front. Anyone venturing to the corruption front for battle came prepared for such dangers. Most travelers formed groups, whether 5 or 6, or even a dozen, relying on numbers to weather most dangers. A group like Chuye's, consisting of only 4 people, was extremely rare in the corruption front. Such small groups were far more likely to attract all manner of threats. However, these monsters and bandits rarely exceeded level 30. They were dispatched in no time by the few members. To them, dealing with these foes was child's play, posing no real challenge whatsoever. When they arrived at the instance, the place was eerily quiet. Only about a dozen people were resting nearby, their faces etched with exhaustion. After all, this was one of the most challenging dungeons in the vicinity. Any dungeon more challenging than this one lay at least 100 kilometers away. Since Chuye hadn't brought Kaka along this time, their group drew little attention along the way. However, when they completed the dungeon in a staggering time of 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 34 seconds, the entire dungeon area erupted in excitement. Previously, the fastest known clear for this dungeon had taken over 3 hours. Everyone stared in shock, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with disbelief. Where on earth did these masters come from? Breaking the record on their very first try. Many sought to befriend them. But Chuye and his group seemed oblivious, paying no heed to the surrounding buzz. After clearing the dungeon, they wasted no time and plunged back in. This dungeon proved significantly more challenging than the Bloodvine Caverns. Nia Huang's eyes gleamed with excitement throughout the journey. Whenever an elite monster appeared, he charged forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Chuye and his companions merely watched, intervening only when monsters attempted sneak attacks on Nia Huang. His Xianhuang warblade whirled with fierce momentum, cutting through the air with a howling wind. Most elite monsters fell beneath his storm-like onslaught. But his victory didn't come easily. These elite monsters were not only exceptionally tough but also possessed an extremely potent berserk effect. Their attacks came like a storm, and one misstep could mean facing over a dozen strikes in a single second. During the fight, Nia Huang even sustained multiple injuries. However, since everyone carried healing potions and Nia Huang's injuries were not severe, it posed no major hindrance. Ironically, this meant the raid took them longer than expected. If Chuye had stepped in, breaking the speedrun record would have taken less than 2 hours. But Chuye understood Nia Huang's combative nature. If he wasn't clearing dungeons, he'd likely seek out a sparring match instead. Chuye shook his head slightly, silently concluding it was better to let Nia Huang fight his fill in the dungeon. That way, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, Chuye reaped substantial rewards while clearing the minor enemies. Nia Huang dismissed the minor enemies with utter contempt. In his eyes, they were far too weak to warrant wasting any effort. Thus, the task of clearing them fell almost entirely to Chuye. Through his relentless slaughter, the minions yielded a substantial haul of dark matter. The 4 of them tackled the dungeon 3 times in succession. Time slipped away in the midst of intense combat, and before they knew it, nearly 8 hours had passed. By the time they returned to campus to submit their quest, the sunset was already sinking low on the horizon, and dusk enveloped the land. Across campus, streetlights flickered on one by one, casting a warm, yellow glow that stretched their shadows long across the ground. Back in the dormitory, Shuyi witnessed a scene that made him chuckle. Kaka was circling Suli incessantly, bouncing up and down with a pouty expression, eyes brimming with grievance, and occasionally letting out whimpering cries. Suli stood frozen in place, utterly flustered. Her hands nervously tugged at her shirt hem, her eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. She seemed even more lost than Kaka. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. When Shuyi returned, she clung to him like a lifeline, casting an awkward, pleading look his way. Kaka! The little creature perked up the moment it saw Shuyi, bouncing and leaping toward him like a fluffball cat. Its tiny wings flapped frantically as it protested loudly. Seeing this scene, how could Shuyi not understand? The little creature was undoubtedly starving. He'd been gone all day, leaving in such a rush that he hadn't even left lunch for it. Shuyi smiled helplessly, his face softening with affection as he murmured, all right. Stop fussing. I'll get you something to eat right now. With that, Shuyi swiftly retrieved a large chunk of beef from his moonlight treasure ring. At the sight of the beef, Kaka's eyes lit up instantly. Flapping its wings excitedly, it cried out loudly, eagerly shoveling the entire pile of beef into its mouth. The way it ate was downright wolfish, devouring everything in a flash as if Shuyi had been a second later, it would have starved to death. Shuyi turned to explain to Suli, this little guy is hungry. He eats 4 meals a day: breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a midnight snack. Each meal could easily be 100 pounds of meat. Hearing this, Suli's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Kaka. It was hard to fathom that such a tiny dragon could consume so much food in a single sitting. Compared to when it was born, Kaka had visibly grown larger. Its height now surpassed Shuyi's knees, and its once tiny frame had become noticeably sturdier. Shuyi checked Kaka's attributes and found significant changes. Kaka. Species, Silver Dragon Clan. Gender, female. Bloodline, Dragon King bloodline mythical. Growth stage, juvenile I 33%. Attributes, Strength 1500, Spirit 1500, Constitution 3000, Agility 1500. Talent I, a Dragon King SSS rank. Talent 2, Ice Element SSS rank. Skills, Dragon Roar, Frost Ray, Freezing Blast, Blizzard. After this period of growth, this little one has gained considerable strength. Its attributes are staggering: Strength, Spirit, and Agility all reach 1500, while Constitution soars to 3000. Such stats already rival those of a level 30+ professional without any equipment. At this rate, it won't be long before it truly catches up to Shuyi. Kaka wolfed down another 100 pounds of beef before finally feeling full. It let out a satisfied belch, its face glowing with contentment. Just then, Shuyi suddenly noticed a faint silver glow emanating from Kaka's body. The glow was soft and mysterious, like moonlight spilling over the surroundings. The light flickered and vanished almost instantly. Simultaneously, a divine prompt sounded in Shuyi's mind. Kaka has reached a bottleneck in its growth stage. Feeding it beef will no longer promote further development. You must now feed it flesh-rich and spiritual energy. Hearing this, Shuyi furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the bottleneck to arrive so soon. The little creature seemed oblivious to its own transformation, still reveling in the joy of being full. It scampered happily around the room, occasionally letting out cheerful squeaks. Flesh-rich and spiritual energy. That must mean the flesh of various spirit beasts from the dungeons. The cheapest cuts cost hundreds of points per pound. Shuyi lowered his head slightly, silently calculating. Some precious ones go for thousands or even tens of thousands of points per pound. The thought made Shuyi's teeth ache. If Kaka ate 100 pounds of spirit-infused flesh in one sitting, wouldn't that cost him over 100,000 points a day? Damn it, this guy can really eat. What a money pit. Without some serious savings, you couldn't possibly afford to keep him around. Shuyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. He silently rejoiced that his recent dungeon runs had been quite lucrative. Selling off that gear had netted him another several 100,000 points, and he still had some savings tucked away. If even these savings weren't enough, he'd likely have to seek help from Luo Choyan. The thought of himself, a manly man, one day having to live off someone else for the sake of a baby dragon made Shuyi feel both amused and exasperated. After mentally ranting at the little creature, Shuyi turned his gaze to Suli and asked with concern, "How are you? Did Kaka do anything to you?" Suli snapped back to reality, gently shaking her head. "No," she replied softly. Shuyi exhaled in relief, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "That's good. This little one was a bit territorial when it was first born. When Luo Choyan came to see me earlier, it even tried to lunge at her to chase her away." After sending Kaka back to his room, Shuya's expression turned serious as he addressed Suli. "Now, I need to examine your body. Is that okay with you?" Suli bit her lip slightly, hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. "All right, you should take off your skirt first." Shuya's voice tightened slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes.
At his words, Su Li's face instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe apple. She pressed her lips together, looking at Chu Yi with a pleading expression. Chu Yi explained helplessly, in the second stage of bone-corroding disease, your body could develop decaying patches at any moment. These patches can appear anywhere, and it's difficult for you to detect them yourself. An external examination is necessary. I need to confirm no lesions have formed anywhere on your body. If any appear, immediate treatment is essential, otherwise, permanent complications could result. She bit her lip, her heart filled with embarrassment and conflict. After several seconds of hesitation, she finally whispered, I understand. On the day of her full body examination, the female doctor had indeed spoken these words to her. She just hadn't expected that now, it would be Chu Yi conducting the examination. Su Li's face flushed crimson as her hands trembled slightly while she slowly slipped off her clothes. You'll need to remove your undergarments too. Nothing can be left on. Su Li's face flushed even deeper, as if scorched by fire. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shyness and nervousness, and finally removed the rest of her clothes. Chapter 158, Intimate Examination, Helpless Maiden. A faint crimson glow seemed to envelop Su Li's entire body. Her fair skin glowed with a delicate radiance under the light, like the finest jade. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, accentuating her snow-white complexion. Her frame was exceptionally slender, with narrow shoulders and soft, flowing lines. Against her skin, she radiated a fragile yet captivating beauty. Like undulating clouds in a landscape painting, they gathered and dispersed here. Rising with the dawn and retreating with the night, they resembled the ebb and flow of tides. Like a bud about to bloom, she carried the coy shyness of a young maiden. Her waist was slender, her abdomen flat and smooth, without an ounce of excess flesh. Her knees were pressed together, her lines delicate and elongated. Misty and hazy, like a dream. Chu Yi's gaze fell upon Su Li, as if drawn by an invisible force, utterly unable to look away. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, struggling desperately to regain his composure. But how could this be easy? The surge of desire welling up from the depths of his heart was like a raging tide, wave after wave, threatening to overwhelm the defenses of his reason. Seeing Chu Yi frozen in place for so long, making no move, Su Li couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and shyness. She murmured softly, check. That soft voice finally snapped Chu Yi out of his brief daze. He drew a sharp, deep breath. Though his heart still pounded wildly, he forced himself to steady his composure. I need to conduct a close-up inspection, so some of my movements might. Chu Yi's voice trembled slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible edge of nervousness. Su Li pressed her lips together so tightly her pink mouth almost left a mark. She said nothing, merely nodding slightly, her eyes lowered. Her lashes fluttered like startled butterflies. Then, Chu Yi began to gather the power of his divine essence into his hands. This allowed him to precisely detect any emerging patches of corruption. Should he find any, he could immediately extinguish their source. A faint layer of black mist, like a delicate gauze, slowly coalesced in his palm. When the mist solidified, Chu Yi's hand gently descended upon Su Li's body. He distinctly felt Su Li's body tremble slightly, as if she'd been electrified. Su Li quickly turned her face away, her fair neck flushing with a faint blush of embarrassment. Unable to meet Chu Yi's gaze, her feet shifted restlessly on the ground, like a startled fawn, as if these small movements could ease her inner shyness and tension. Chu Yi took another deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. His gaze swept over Su Li's body, lingering on every subtle detail to confirm no signs of decay had formed. Simultaneously, his hands moved slowly across Su Li's body, gentle yet meticulous. The power of his divine essence flowed like nimble threads through Su Li's skin, gradually penetrating deeper into her body. Through this examination, Chu Yi could obtain the clearest picture of Su Li's physical condition. He began his examination at Su Li's back. His hands glided lightly over her back, each inch of skin he touched causing Su Li's body to tremble slightly. Chu Yi examined her with extreme meticulousness. After completing a full circle and confirming no new ailments, he slowly moved forward. He remained fully focused on each area, examining meticulously to ensure no potential was overlooked. As the examination deepened, Su Li's complexion grew increasingly flushed, like a ripe apple, radiant and tempting. When Chu Yi's hand finally reached the front of her body, causing the soft cotton fabric to dim slightly, Su Li could no longer hold back. A soft moan escaped her lips. Did I hurt you? Chu Yi's voice carried concern, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Li bit her lip, her cheeks flushed so deeply they seemed ready to drip. She shook her head gently. Chu Yi took another deep breath, steadying his emotions before resuming his focused examination. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment, each second feeling like an agonizing wait. After nearly half a minute, Chu Yi's hand finally withdrew from the area. Su Li breathed a silent sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing slightly. But the examination wasn't over. Next came the lower abdomen. As Chu Yi's hand descended toward Su Li's ribs, it suddenly halted as if encountering something unusual. Detecting a forming source of corruption. Absorb? Absorb! Hearing the prompt, Chu Yi responded without hesitation. Then, wisps of black mist began to seep out from Su Li's body.
Like sinister little snakes, the mist coiled and twisted, falling into Chuya's hands. Suli suddenly felt a piercing agony, as if countless needles were stabbing inside her body, causing her to cry out involuntarily.
Chuya's expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, "Don't move. This is the corrupted plaque forming."
At that moment, Chuya's expression was utterly focused, his gaze fixed solely on the black mist being steadily absorbed.
Watching Chuya's intense focus, Suli suddenly froze.
Her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. That gaze held gratitude toward Chuyi for treating her with all his might, a touch of shyness at such intimate contact,
and a hint of quietly hidden affection. The strand of black mist was quickly absorbed by Chuyi.
Suli felt her body grow noticeably lighter, and the furrowed brows that had been etched across her forehead slowly relaxed.
Chuyi proceeded with the examination.
What followed was an even more embarrassing ordeal for Suli, but she could only bite her lip tightly and endure it.
The room fell silent, filled only with their faint breaths. An indescribable air of intimacy and tension hung heavy in the air.
After about 15 minutes, Chuyi finally finished his examination. He straightened up slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. By the time Chuyi said, "That's enough," Suli's face had already flushed as red as a ripe apple, as if it might bleed.
"You, turn around."
Suli's voice trembled slightly with embarrassment.
Chuyi immediately turned away.
The rustling sound of clothing rubbing against itself echoed distinctly in the quiet room. Not long after, Suli's voice finally came, It's okay." Her voice still carried a heavy weight of embarrassment. Seeing Suli didn't resist too much, Chuyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart.
"How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?"
Suli shook her head. Seeing this, Chuyi felt somewhat reassured.
"Today I discovered a corrupted patch about to form. I'll report it up the chain. Also,"
Chuyi paused briefly before continuing,
"this checkup will need to be done daily from now on.
Corruption patches develop rapidly.
If we're not vigilant, they could mature before we know it. By then, even I might be powerless to intervene."
Suli murmured a soft her voice barely audible, like the buzz of a mosquito.
"Alright, rest now. Call me anytime if you need anything."
After giving his instructions, Chuyi silently withdrew, closing the door behind him for Suli. After Chuyi left, Suli sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her body slightly curled. The flush on her cheeks hadn't faded, as if the vivid sensation lingered, making it seem like everything that had just happened hadn't ended. Every inch of her body, above and below, was consumed by it. This vivid sensation felt like a fire burning within her. Chaos swirled in Suli's mind as complex emotions tangled together, leaving her utterly bewildered. But compared to her shyness, the thought of her bone-corroding disease made the flush on Suli's cheeks turn a shade paler. The anger that had just begun to rise was swiftly replaced by a wave of deathly coldness. She remembered her deceased master, recalled his appearance before his passing.
The image played like a nightmare, replaying endlessly in her mind.
His entire body was covered in patches of decay, not a single inch of skin left untouched. Those patches resembled hideous monsters, voraciously devouring his flesh. The slightest pressure would cause foul-smelling, pitch-black pus to ooze out, sickening to behold. His bones were more brittle than ceramic a mere touch could cause fractures, let alone cracks. Back then, the words he uttered most often were "kill me.
It hurts so much. Ah, please kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Please, let me die." No one understood the agony of late-stage bone corrosion disease better than Suli. At that stage, the pain-blocking medication had become completely ineffective. Any form of pain relief was swallowed whole by the disease. Even addictive psychotropic drugs proved utterly useless. Patients endure the most excruciating agony imaginable, a torment worse than death itself. She had witnessed her own master die in agony with her own eyes. She was only a teenager at the time. That event planted a deep-seated terror within Suli's heart, like a heavy shadow that has never lifted. Especially after learning she too had contracted the bone-eating disease. Especially upon learning that her bone-eating disease had progressed to the second stage. The transition from stage 2 to stage 3 of the bone-corroding disease would take no longer than a year. Once the third stage is reached, even the gods themselves cannot save the afflicted. Although her symptoms have eased for now, Suli knows this is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The rate at which the corrupted plaques form will only accelerate, yet Chuya's ability to manage them has its limits. She was merely stalling for time. Every extra day she could live was one more day gained. But this delaying tactic would inevitably reach its limit. Prolonging it day by day, once the rate of decaying plaque formation exceeds Chuya's processing limit, her condition will enter the third stage. Then, everything that had once afflicted her master would descend upon her as well. Suli had studied countless papers on bone-eating disease to save her master. She understood all too well how her illness would progress. She understood even more clearly what her fate would be. Hugging her knees, Suli pondered silently, tears suddenly streaming down her face. The tears slid down her pale cheeks and fell onto her knees. "I don't want to die. Master, I don't want to die. Can you save me?" Chapter 159, Suli's Transformation. After completing Suli's examination, Chuyi submitted a report on her condition.
Day 1 examination identified one nascent corruption lesion in the lower left ribcage.
Treated. No other abnormalities detected.
After finishing the report, Chuyi rose and headed into the kitchen. The sound of stir-frying filled the air as the aroma of cooking gradually spread throughout the house. After preparing the meal, he approached Su Li's door and called softly, "Su Li, dinner is ready." Su Li emerged from her room. The earlier flush had faded from her cheeks, her expression calm and showing no signs of distress. Her eyes were clear, and when she looked at Chuyi, there was no trace of the resistance she had shown during the earlier examination. Seeing this, Chuyi silently breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling back into place.
After dinner, Chuyi said, "Su Li, how about joining me tomorrow to meet my teammates? It's for the International Youth Exchange." Su Li gave a slight nod and replied with a soft "MHM."
Su Li's response filled Chuyi with delight. The next day, sunlight filtered through thin clouds, scattering across the earth. Chuyi brought Su Li to the meeting spot arranged with the others.
"You're the fifth one." Nia Huang stood tall and imposing, like a mountain.
His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, fixed intently on Su Li as he scrutinized her from head to toe. After a long moment, his brow furrowed, and a look of obvious displeasure spread across his face.
"She looks completely incapable of combat. Chuyi, why did you bring her?"
Chuyi replied, "Her profession is life priestess.
She possesses exceptionally powerful healing abilities.
Our team lacks such a role, and Su Li fits perfectly."
Hearing Chuyi's explanation, Nia Huang remained visibly reluctant but ultimately said nothing more, merely snorting lightly.
Luo Qiuyan and Elena both recognized Su Li, having teamed up with her during their last mission.
Elena turned and said, "Alright, now that the team is complete, let's continue with the dungeon run.
We need to boost our strength as quickly as possible before the exchange meeting begins." At the mention of dungeon run, Nia Huang's previously slack posture instantly tensed, a flicker of excitement lighting his eyes. Despite Su Li joining the team, their dungeon running rhythm remained largely unaffected.
Elite monsters were still handled solely by Nia Huang.
Chuyi handled most of the regular mobs. Their collective strength was so overwhelming that Su Li found herself with little to do. Throughout the journey, there was scarcely a moment requiring her healing touch. Nia Huang occasionally sustained minor injuries, but these scrapes were nothing to him. He disdained asking Su Li for healing, casually pulling out a healing potion, downing it in one gulp, and plunging back into battle. Though she contributed little, leveling up rapidly under their guidance, Su Li remained the weakest among them. Her level was the lowest among them, not even reaching 20 yet. As a life priestess, her own combat effectiveness was practically zero, making leveling up extremely difficult under normal circumstances. She almost always needed someone to carry her. Throughout the dungeon run, Chuyi fought while periodically checking on Su Li's condition. She appeared perfectly normal, much like during their last quest. However, Chuyi did notice a few things. Su Li seemed to enjoy staying close to him. No matter where Chuyi went, unless they were in combat, Su Li would always quietly stand by his side, like his personal attendant.
Moreover, her gaze kept drifting toward him involuntarily.
Only when Chuyi turned his gaze to observe her did she react like a startled fawn, her eyes flitting downward and a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. This behavior drew Chuyi's attention to Su Li even more.
Luo Qiuyan stood beside Chuyi.
Her gaze occasionally swept over him and Su Li, her brows slightly furrowed, lips pressed together, her expression seeming off.
It was as if she were angry, yet not quite.
Yet when conversing with Chuyi, her words did seem noticeably fewer.
Perhaps it was just Chuyi's imagination.
As the day's dungeon trials concluded, the setting sun stretched their silhouettes long across the ground. They bid each other farewell and went their separate ways.
Back in the dormitory, Chuyi still conducted a thorough examination of Su Li. Day after day. During the day, they would meet at the central plaza and enter dungeons together to farm monsters. By evening, they would return to the academy.
Chuyi examined Su Li first, meticulously documenting her condition and drafting a report. Afterward, he headed to the basement beneath the dean's office to treat the other patients suffering from bone-corroding disease. Over the past few days, Chuyi had identified 5 areas where corrupted lesions were about to form, but he had eliminated them all in advance.
Regarding Su Li's condition, Chuyi dared not be the slightest bit negligent.
He reported every detail thoroughly, leaving nothing out.
During the examinations, Su Li initially trembled slightly with nervousness, her gaze evasive.
But as the examinations continued, though she remained shy with flushed ears, she grew less tense than during the first session. Their relationship gradually grew closer with each examination. From initial silence, Su Li gradually opened up to Chuyi about her past. Her voice was soft, tinged with a faint sadness. Chuyi listened intently, occasionally sharing his own experiences. When she learned that Chuyi's father had sacrificed himself in the abyss, Su Li's eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment. Her gaze toward Chuyi then held a deeper sense of shared understanding, drawing them even closer. During the examination, Chuyi inevitably encountered Su Li's private areas. At these moments, Chuyi always felt his throat go dry, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Once, noticing Chuyi's ears turning slightly red, Su Li suddenly asked softly, "Can't hold back?" Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing against skin. Shuyi froze instantly, his face burning with embarrassment. He didn't know what to say, and his hands paused mid-motion. Suli then turned her face away, closing her eyes slightly as her lashes fluttered gently. Shuyi composed himself, forcing calmness.
Pretending not to hear, he resumed his inspection.
In the dormitory, aside from Chuyi, Suli and Kaka surprisingly got along quite well. The little creature was usually aloof with others, spending its days lazily sprawled in a corner. Yet it was exceptionally affectionate towards Suli, constantly bouncing and jumping around her. It loved rubbing its head against Suli's legs, making caw-caw sounds as it playfully interacted with her. Once, when Shuyi opened the door to feed Kaka, he found the two of them playing together. Suli's eyes crinkled into slits as she laughed, a rare smile finally lighting up her face. Though usually quiet and lifeless-eyed, when Suli truly smiled, it was beautiful. Like a fully bloomed lily, pure and beautiful. Shuyi stood frozen in the doorway, utterly transfixed. Suli turned her head and saw Chuyi standing dumbstruck in the doorway. Thinking he was about to check on her health again, she gently patted Kaka on the head, shooed it out, and closed the door. Without needing Chuyi's prompting, she silently shed her clothes, her expression serene yet tinged with a hint of bashfulness.
Shuyi snapped back to attention and began his examination. After a long while, Shuyi suddenly remarked, "Suli, did you know?
You have a beautiful smile." Suli's eyes brightened momentarily but quickly dimmed again.
Do you like seeing it?
Suli asked softly.
Well, a smiling beauty is always more pleasing than a melancholy one, wouldn't you agree? Shuyi replied with a smile.
Then, I'll give it a try. Suli silently thought to herself, I'll try to smile at you more. She didn't voice the latter part. Because she was afraid. Her bone-eating disease had indeed eased considerably, but the illness was still slowly worsening. She knew her life was merely counting down. She feared that the smiles she offered now would become the pain of the future. She feared Chuyi would watch her die, just as she had watched her master die. That helpless agony she had endured it once. She refused to let Chuyi endure it. Chuyi remained unaware of Suli's thoughts, focusing solely on his examination.
After finishing the examination, Chuyi exclaimed happily, "No signs of decay spots for 3 days now.
It seems your condition has stabilized."
Suli responded with a simple mm.
But deep down, she knew this was merely an illusion. Bone-eating disease was a master of deception. Time slipped away bit by bit, days passing quietly amid routine and busyness. Shuyi continued his daily examinations of Suli until she grew accustomed to the routine. During this period, news of the International Youth Exchange Conference had already spread across the globe.
Newspapers and online platforms were flooded with coverage of the event.
Countless individuals prepared for the event, training relentlessly day and night to hone their skills, eager to showcase their talents at the gathering. Today, Chuyi, Luo Qiuyan, Suli, Elena, and Nia Huang arrived at the school's central plaza. The square was teeming with people, a dense crowd surging like a tide. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, a cacophony of chatter rising and falling. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain their inner thrill. Team after team formed orderly lines across the plaza. Members either discussed tactics with fierce determination or nervously checked their equipment. Standing at the front of her team, Elena announced, "Today is registration day. Once we're signed up, we head to the International Youth Exchange tomorrow. Everyone, get ready, we've got plenty of competition." Nia Huang crossed his arms, chest slightly puffed out, radiating fighting spirit.
"Oomph. Bring it on, whoever it is. I'm not afraid." Beside Chuyi stood Suli and Luo Qiuyan.
Chuyi wore a confident smile as he said, "Take it step by step.
Don't push too hard.
Our ultimate goal is the world dungeon." Suli stood quietly nearby, her eyes flickering with a mix of tension and anticipation. Luo Qiuyan nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the distance.
Chapter 160, Luo Qiuyan's confrontation. How far have you gone with her? Team name, members. Team Chuyi. Members, Chuyi, Luo Qiuyan, Elena, Suli, Nia Huang. Display your levels. Understood.
Chuyi responded, then turned to give his teammates a slight nod. In an instant, brilliant beams of light erupted from each of them. The light seemed to solidify into a luminous screen, revealing their level information without reservation.
Levels verified. Eligible to compete. Entry fee, 300 points per person. Chuyi promptly paid the points.
The staff member then picked up 5 tokens from the nearby desk and handed them to Chuyi, stating expressionlessly, "These are your tokens to enter the venue and your competition credentials.
Once you input your mana, they will record your information.
The token details must match your registration information, otherwise, they will be deemed invalid." The tokens were crafted from an ancient-looking material, cool to the touch. Mysterious runes were engraved on their surfaces, emitting a faint glow. Chuyi took the tokens with both hands and promptly distributed them to his teammates. The group immediately channeled their magical energy, infusing the tokens with their power. A flash of light erupted from the tokens, and each member's information appeared clearly, matching their registration details perfectly. With that, the registration process was successfully completed.
As soon as Chu Yi and his group turned to leave, the next wave of registrants surged forward like a tidal wave.
Nia Huang's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he declared eagerly, after waiting all these days, the exchange conference is finally starting. I hear the Free Federation is acting pretty cocky this year, I can't wait to see what they're made of. Chu Yi chuckled, we've been grinding levels non-stop these past few days, so our strength has improved significantly. Once the exchange event starts, entering the world dungeons shouldn't be a problem. For nearly half a month, the five had spent every waking hour together, traversing various instances. Through relentless dungeon runs, they gradually developed a solid rapport while achieving remarkable growth in their abilities. In terms of levels, Chu Yi, Luo Qiuyan, and Nia Huang had all reached level 23. Elena, however, had reached level 29. Another fortnight of grinding would see her level up, meaning she had timed her exchange event registration perfectly. Though Suli's level was relatively lower, her dedicated efforts during this period had successfully brought her to level 22. Beyond that, Chu Yi had accumulated nearly 1.5 million drops of dark matter during the past fortnight's battles. Such a vast quantity of dark matter would not only sustain his dark realm for an extended period but also provide enough to unleash the god-tier skill Eternal Imprisonment of the Abyss. Ever since Chu Yi learned this skill, it had remained sealed away in his skill inventory, never once used. First, it required a minimum of 50,000 drops of dark matter just to activate, with no upper limit on consumption. The total expenditure was incalculable. Second, Chu Yi had yet to encounter a threat powerful enough to warrant its use. Let's rest today and skip the dungeon run, Elena suggested. We'll meet back at the original spot tomorrow morning. Sound good? The others nodded in agreement.
Indeed, there was no need to risk further adventure today.
Registration had closed, and everyone needed to conserve their strength for the upcoming exchange meeting.
After registration closed, they slowly made their way down the street.
Suli silently followed alongside Chu Yi. But just then, Luo Qiuyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Chu Yi's sleeve. Her fingers tightened slightly, knuckles turning white from the effort, as if she were struggling to restrain something.
Chu Yi halted, turning to face Luo Qiuyan with a puzzled expression.
What is it, Qiuyan? He asked softly.
Luo Qiuyan's face bore a hint of frost, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. She stared intently at Suli for a long moment before biting her lip slightly and speaking. Chu Yi, there's something I need to tell you, something I need to tell you alone.
Seeing Luo Qiuyan's expression, Chu Yi frowned slightly, about to ask when she urgently continued, don't refuse me.
Chu Yi sighed helplessly and turned to Suli, Suli, please go back first. Suli nodded.
A fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in her eyes before she gave Luo Qiuyan one last, lingering look.
Come with me.
Once Suli's figure faded into the distance at the street's end, Luo Qiuyan grabbed Chu Yi's hand and tugged him along forcefully.
As he followed her, Chu Yi asked, filled with confusion, Qiuyan, what is it? Luo Qiuyan offered no reply, merely urging Chu Yi onward with her determined pull.
They pushed through the bustling crowd, leaving the central square behind until they reached a secluded grove within the school park. Here, silence reigned. Only the rustling of leaves and the breeze filled the air. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting dappled patches of light and shadow.
Chu Yi's face was etched with confusion.
His brows were furrowed, his eyes filled with bewilderment. At that moment, Luo Qiuyan finally turned around slowly. She stared intently into Chu Yi's eyes, not blinking once. Her gaze held a hint of scrutiny, as if she were trying to see straight into his soul. The intensity made Chu Yi feel slightly uneasy. He instinctively averted his gaze, a wave of inexplicable tension rising within him.
Then, Luo Qiuyan finally spoke, Chu Yi, tell me how far have you and Suli gone?
Chu Yi froze, his heart clenching sharply before sinking into a hollow void.
How far?
Over the past half-month, he hadn't missed a single day of examining Suli.
Aside from not crossing that final line, what hadn't they seen or touched? But this matter, could he tell Luo Qiuyan? Technically, they weren't officially dating yet, so it shouldn't matter. But was it truly irrelevant?
Chu Yi felt his throat go dry, as if something had lodged there, leaving him momentarily speechless. His gaze flickered nervously, unable to meet Luo Qiuyan's eyes.
After a long pause, Chu Yi finally managed to ask, what exactly did you mean by that?
Luo Qiuyan pressed her lips together, her gaze growing more scrutinizing. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them until they were almost touching.
Chu Yi could even catch the faint scent emanating from Luo Qiuyan's body.
One more step, and she might have pressed herself into his embrace.
Luo Qiuyan stared intently into Chu Yi's eyes. Chu Yi, stop playing dumb. I know everything.
The second stage examination for bone-corroding disease patients requires a thorough inspection of every single part of the body to confirm no signs of decayed patches have appeared.
Not even the most hidden areas can be overlooked. You've been at it for half a month now, haven't you? As she spoke these words, a tremor crept into Luo Qiuyan's voice. Seeing this, Chu Yi sighed inwardly. So she had found out after all. How could he explain? Explain that he had absolutely no such intentions? Don't kid yourself.
During several examinations, Chu Yi himself had nearly lost control.
Moreover, judging by Suli's reaction, she didn't seem particularly averse to it.
A wave of helplessness washed over Chu Yi, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. He fell silent, at a loss for words. Luo Qiuyan stared intently at him, equally silent. The air around them seemed to freeze, eerily still, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze, as if echoing the awkwardness of the moment.
After a long while, Chu Yi finally spoke, not answering Luo Qiuyan's question but instead sighing deeply. Over the past half-month, I've discovered dozens of decay spots forming on her body. In the first few days, only 1 or 2 would appear daily, but starting a week ago, the rate accelerated. Now at least 4 or 5 spots appear daily. In fact, starting 3 days ago, to prevent the spots from spreading too rapidly, I've increased my examinations to twice daily, morning and night. Hearing Chu Yi's words, Luo Qiuyan suddenly choked up. The barrage of questions she had prepared now stuck in her throat, impossible to voice. The scrutiny in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of sympathy, and her tone grew tinged with self-reproach. Then, her illness? Chu Yi's expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. Based on the analysis results in my submitted report, the doctors determined that Su Li's bone-eroding disease will likely begin to deteriorate within about 6 months. By that point, her life expectancy may be reduced to just 3 months. And that's assuming I continue treatment. The mutated bone-corroding disease is exceptionally potent. Without my intervention, based on the doctor's conclusions, Su Li might not survive beyond a month. Luo Qiuyan's eyes widened, filled with shock and sympathy. She instinctively covered her mouth, her fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, where was even a shred of her previous judgmental thoughts toward Chu Yi? They had all dissolved into sympathy for Su Li. That sympathetic gaze carried a hint of self-reproach, as if she were blaming herself for her earlier narrow-mindedness. Is there truly no hope for her? Chapter 161, You're off the hook. Is Su Li truly beyond saving? This question not only lingered in Luo Qiuyan's mind but also weighed heavily as a massive boulder deep within Chu Yi's heart. Chu Yi spoke slowly, his voice low yet tinged with resignation. To maximize efficiency in treating Su Li, I've been coordinating with the director. He's reduced the daily schedule for bone-corroding disease patients from 10 to 5. This allows me to dedicate all my remaining energy to her treatment. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. But my treatment only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. All I can do is purge the decaying energy from Su Li's body. I cannot cure her illness. It's like a car that's been severely wrecked. I can only clean the grime off its exterior, but its engine is already damaged, its bearings shattered. No matter how thoroughly I clean it, I can't change the fact that this car is ultimately destined for the scrapyard. Chu Yi's words were clear and unambiguous. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly on Luo Qiuyan's heart and his own. His treatment could only alleviate the symptoms of bone-corroding disease. His treatment yielded remarkable results for patients in the first stage of the disease. With Chu Yi's treatment methods, patients in this stage could have their lives extended by several years, even a decade or more. However, once the disease progressed to the second stage, Chu Yi was powerless. Luo Qiuyan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Does that mean she still won't escape death in 6 months? Is there truly no way at all? Chu Yi's gaze grew solemn as he replied earnestly, We cannot say there is absolutely no hope. After completing my class evolution at level 20, my innate talent evolved as well. Now, I can alleviate the symptoms of 10 bone corrosion patients at once. If I can reach level 30 within half a year and evolve my talent again, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But even I can't be certain how far my talent will evolve. If by then it still only treats the symptoms without curing the root cause, merely absorbing the corrupted aura, then I fear. Hearing this, Luo Qiuyan instantly grasped the implication in Chu Yi's words. Reaching level 30 within half a year was challenging, but given Chu Yi's abilities, it wasn't impossible. If all else failed, they could always find powerful allies to help him grind levels. Reaching level 30 was still highly probable. But doing so would mean pinning all hopes entirely on the subsequent evolution of Chu Yi's talent. And that, without a doubt, was fraught with uncertainty. At this moment, how could Luo Qiuyan possibly have the heart to question Chu Yi? Su Li was dying. This thought hung over her like a dark cloud, refusing to dissipate. She bit her lip tightly and said, I'll go find father again. Have him contact the most top-tier doctors in the country to see if there's any chance left. Chu Yi slowly shook his head, his expression somber. I've been in constant contact with Uncle Luo all this time. Every report I submit is forwarded to the top medical team for analysis and research. As things stand, it's unlikely we'll find a more specialized medical team in the country. Luo Qiuyan fell silent at once. Su Li's condition wasn't solely on Chu Yi's mind. Luo Tianzheng, Yu Qinzhou, Yu Linyuan, and others were also monitoring her condition around the clock. Yet the harsh reality was that both Luo Tianzheng and Yu Linyuan had already prepared themselves mentally for Su Li's impending death. Chu Yi meticulously examined Su Li's condition every day, yet as time passed, he helplessly observed her illness steadily worsening. The daily treatments were becoming increasingly ineffective at stemming the progression of her illness, and he felt the burden growing heavier. The more this happened, the more intense the pain in Chu Yi's heart became. After over half a month of such frequent and intimate examinations, how could he not harbor feelings for Su Li? He was no Shang Yang, no saint among men.
Yet, a deep sympathy for Suli gradually gained the upper hand, temporarily masking those complex emotions.
Suli was dying.
The doctor's prognosis was brutal. Suli likely had only about 6 months left. The only thing Chuyi could do now was to push himself to level 30 within that half year, hoping for a breakthrough by then. Once he reached level 30, he could undergo divine evolution again. By then, his methods for treating the bone-corroding disease might see a significant improvement.
Perhaps he could even completely eradicate the disease and pull Suli back from the brink of death?
But all of this remained uncertain.
No one could offer a definitive answer.
If even this proved impossible, then there might truly be no hope left. Luo Qiuyan fixed her gaze on Chuyi, her tone suddenly growing heavy.
Save her, Chuyi.
Chuyi paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Biting her lip, Luo Qiuyan continued, Chuyi, I order you to save her no matter what it takes.
Her voice trembled slightly, yet carried an undeniable authority. If you manage to save her, I won't mind what happens between you two.
The words left her lips, and her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flickering with a mix of shyness and conflict. At these words, Chuyi froze instantly. His expression shifted from initial shock to solemnity, his eyes filling with the weight of responsibility before settling into unwavering resolve.
I understand.
He nodded solemnly, his voice soft yet resonating with strength. At that moment, he suddenly smiled softly. For some reason, that smile carried an added ease. It was as if a heavy weight had finally lifted from his heart.
Luo Qiuyan shot Chuyi a glare and pouted, you're getting off easy this time. With that, she swiftly turned and strode away.
Her retreating figure seemed tinged with petulance, but Chuyi keenly sensed she was merely masking the complex emotions churning within. Seeing this, Chuyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Regardless, the hurdle of Luo Qiuyan had been temporarily cleared. Our relationship, is it officially confirmed now?
Chuyi silently pondered in his mind. Though he hadn't explicitly stated it, in his view, meeting the parents seemed to render many things unnecessary to say. However, his sense of relief lasted only a moment. The moment he thought of Suli's illness, Chuyi's mood grew heavy once more.
This was ultimately a difficult problem.
Chuyi refused to stand by and watch Suli slip away. That girl was too pitiful. With a heavy heart, Chuyi returned home. Clatter! The moment he stepped through the door, the little creature bounded out from the corner, bouncing excitedly around Chuyi. Through his divine essence, Chuyi could clearly sense Kaka's growth status.
Kaka. Species, Silver Dragon Clan. Gender, female. Bloodline, Dragon King Bloodline Mythical. Growth stage, juvenile I 60%. Attributes, Strength 2500, Spirit 2500, Constitution 5000, Agility 2500. Talent I, a Dragon King SSS rank. Talent 2, Ice Element SSS rank. Skills, Dragon Roar, Frost Ray, Freezing Blast, Blizzard.
60% growth progress meant that in about another half month, Kaka would evolve to the next stage. Chuyi was filled with curiosity about what form it would take in its next stage.
Following Kaka, Suli slowly emerged from the room.
She stood there quietly, silently observing Chuyi, her eyes revealing a subtle, almost imperceptible emotion.
You're back? Chuyi smiled and nodded, gently patting Kaka on the head before sending it away. He then approached Suli. Tomorrow we'll be attending the International Youth Exchange Conference. Are you looking forward to it?
Suli gave a slight nod, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she murmured softly, I am. Chuyi suddenly reached out, his fingers gently pinching the corners of Suli's mouth, attempting to coax a smile from her lips. This intimate gesture left Suli momentarily frozen. Her eyes widened in surprise, yet she offered no resistance. After all, during their time together in treatment, they had shared so much that such a gesture felt almost insignificant. Chuyi gazed at Suli, smiling tenderly.
You should say, I'm very excited, with a smile. Don't always keep that stiff expression. You look beautiful when you smile.
With that, he slowly released his hand. Hearing this, Suli lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing faintly as she forced a smile.
Though the smile seemed forced, Chuyi was delighted. Since we have a rare day off today, why not go shopping with me? We can prepare some things for the international exchange meeting. Come to think of it, you don't seem to have gone out much, do you? How about we take a proper stroll around the capital?
A spark of excitement flashed in Suli's eyes at the suggestion, and she gave a soft nod. Though she was usually aloof, she wasn't without emotion. Suli seemed genuinely excited by Chuyi's suggestion. Chuyi said, then let me check you over first.
You might as well change into something nice too.
At the word check, Suli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded softly. This wasn't resistance, merely the natural shyness of a young girl.
Even though she was gradually getting used to it.
Then came the routine examination, just like any other time.
Chuyi's hands were no longer as restrained as they had been initially.
Occasionally, they would inadvertently touch here, pinch there, or press and massage another spot. Each touch sent a slight tremor through Suli's body, occasionally eliciting a soft, playful protest. Strangely, she didn't truly resist. Deep down, it seemed she had accepted this intimate interaction.
Truthfully, Shu Yi hadn't started this behavior just yesterday, yet Su Li had tacitly allowed it. Faced with her acquiescence, Shu Yi occasionally took advantage of the situation. Luo Qiuyan was absolutely right, and her questioning was spot on. Their relationship had already crossed many boundaries. If it weren't for Su Li's illness facing this daily, Shu Yi would have lost control long ago. By the time the examination ended, Su Li's face was flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Blushing, she let Shu Yi help her dress. Shu Yi had deliberately chosen a moon white gown for Su Li. Light as feathers, it seemed like an artwork crystallized from spilled moonlight. Its hem swayed gently, like flowing moonlight, radiating an ethereal, dreamlike beauty. Once Su Li slipped into the gown, she seemed transformed. Her previously pale complexion gained a soft radiance under the gown's glow, making her resemble a fairy stepping out of a painting so breathtakingly beautiful it was impossible to look away. Unfortunately, Shu Yi wasn't skilled at makeup, and Su Li never wore any in her daily life. Otherwise, Shu Yi would have loved to meticulously style her, making her even more stunningly beautiful. Even so, the simple change of attire allowed Su Li's innate beauty to shine through in all its glory. Shu Yi stared, utterly captivated. Feeling Chuya's intense gaze, Su Li's heart raced like a frightened deer, pounding wildly. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide her inner turmoil. But soon, as if remembering something, she sighed softly to herself. The surge of emotion vanished instantly, and she resumed her usual detached expression. Shu Yi stepped forward and gently took Su Li's hand. Let's go. Chapter 162, The Exchange Meeting begins. Everyone is present. Let us depart, Elena announced in a cool, detached tone. Shu Yi nodded and stepped onto the teleportation array. Teleportation arrays dotted the grounds of Xinxia Academy like stars in the sky. However, those capable of traversing vast distances to the Tianqiu archipelago were few and far between. After all, the Tianqiu archipelago lay far beyond the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, accessible only through large-scale teleportation arrays. At that moment, countless other groups joined Shu Yi and his companions on the teleportation arrays. The crowd was densely packed, numbering over 1,000 in all manner of groups. Fortunately, this teleportation array was of astonishing scale, capable of accommodating 200 people at once. Thus, despite the sheer number of people, the scene did not feel overly crowded. As a burst of light flared, the people on the array were transported away one after another. The large-scale teleportation array operated with remarkable speed, requiring little time even for journeys to the Tianqiu Islands. Once the teleportation concluded, the group found themselves in a vast plaza. Here, people bustled about, their voices and footsteps mingling in a lively clamor. All around the square, people of every kind moved through the crowd, representing every profession imaginable. Among the crowd, the figures of beast tamers were not uncommon. Some rode fierce-looking beasts, drawing the curious stares of passers-by. Is this the Tianqiu archipelago? Shu Yi scanned his surroundings with curiosity. Before him lay a city of extraordinary prosperity, its streets bustling with traffic and crowds of people. Elena explained, the Tianqiu Islands are jointly governed by the 5 great nations, who collaborated to build this Tianqiu city. Citizens from the 5 great nations can come here without restriction. Additionally, nationals from countries authorized by the 5 great nations can also freely visit as tourists. Nia Huan looked puzzled and asked, then where are we supposed to go for the exchange meeting? Elena extended her finger and pointed lightly toward the distance. A long queue stretched ahead, people waiting in orderly fashion. That's the provisional office of the Great Xia Kingdom. We need to go there to register. Once registered, we can enter the venue. Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time and immediately headed toward the queue. Before long, they smoothly completed the registration process. The venue for the International Exchange Conference was located at the heart of the castle town. It was a colossal structure of truly magnificent scale, its sheer size staggering. It was said to be capable of accommodating over 1 million people simultaneously. All subsequent competitions within the exchange conference would be held within this venue. After confirming their direction, the group wasted no time and headed straight for the venue. Though Tenshu Castle functioned as a city, its location on an island meant it wasn't particularly large. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. At the same time, teams from various nations poured in like a tidal wave. Is that a dragon? It really is a dragon. I saw it on the news. This must be the silver dragon newly discovered in the Great Xia Kingdom. The moment the group stepped into the venue, a wave of gasps erupted. In an instant, the surrounding crowd erupted like a boiling pot, instantly stirring into commotion. Countless eyes turned to stare at Kaka beside Chu Yi, filled with astonishment. Such scenes had long since become routine for Chu Yi. Luo Qiuyan and the others remained equally composed. After all, they had anticipated such a reaction during their journey here. Soon, the group made their way through the crowd and smoothly entered the venue. The interior of the venue was exceptionally spacious, resembling a vast maze meticulously divided into numerous distinct zones. At the center of the venue stood a grand and imposing hall. Shu Yi and his companions quickly located the area designated for the Great Xia Kingdom. Shu Yi! Just then, a familiar greeting echoed from afar.
Shuyi looked up to see Qingjin and Bai Wuxin standing not far away, forming a team with several other faces that seemed slightly unfamiliar.
Spotting them, Shuyi smiled. You're already here?
Qingjin replied, we were among the first to be teleported here, so we arrived a bit earlier. Bai Wuxin scrutinized Luo Qiuyan, Suli, and Elena for a moment before a mischievous grin spread across his face. He teased, no wonder you refused to team up with us, you found yourself a whole trio of beauties.
Shuyi, you're quite the ladies' man. Shuyi gave a helpless smile.
At that moment, 3 members from Bai Wuxin's party approached with enthusiastic expressions.
You're Shuyi? Ha, I've heard your name for ages. Never thought I'd meet the real deal today. And this must be Silver Dragon?
I have no idea how you found it.
All 3 were visibly astonished upon seeing Kaka, exclaiming in admiration.
Shuyi exchanged pleasantries with each of them, introducing themselves to one another. Nia Huang stood idly by, a hint of impatience creeping onto his face.
What's the deal with this exchange meeting? We're just standing here watching, with nothing to do?
No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed throughout the entire venue. All participating teams are requested to proceed to the viewing platform.
The international exchange event is about to commence. Details regarding the event will be announced shortly.
Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxin immediately said, well, the opening ceremony is about to start.
Let's head over together. Each country's opening ceremony is in a different section.
Shuyi and the others naturally had no objections. They promptly followed the crowd toward the viewing platform. Before long, they arrived at the massive viewing platform. Looking around, they saw a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see, a dense, dark ocean of humanity.
Delegations from various nations proceeded to their designated grandstands and took their seats in order. Boom! Just as everyone settled into their seats, a powerful aura suddenly radiated outward from the center of the arena.
Like a tidal wave, it spread toward the periphery of the viewing platform. In the blink of an eye, this energy coalesced and shifted in the air, gradually taking shape into a colossal human figure. It was the image of an elderly Western man, dressed in a crisp suit, his hair meticulously combed, not a strand out of place. He spoke slowly, welcome everyone to this international exchange conference.
I am the host of this event. You may address me as Albert.
Now, I shall announce the proceedings for this exchange conference. This exchange conference is divided into 3 distinct phases.
The first phase, the free exchange process.
We will open 500 arenas for practitioners from around the world to exchange skills and spar. Simultaneously, a virtual battlefield will be accessible where you may engage in simulated combat. The second stage, national competitions. All teams participating in the exchange event may join this round of competitions to strive for top rankings. Teams ranking within the top 100 will not only receive generous rewards from the exchange event but also gain access to the upcoming world instance, the multiracial hunting ground. The third stage, hunting ground of all races. All qualified teams will simultaneously enter the multiracial hunting ground to vie for 3 mythical grade items and various top-tier rewards.
Albert's words were concise and clear.
Upon hearing this, everyone present rubbed their hands together in anticipation, eager to dive in. After all, the rewards offered by this exchange conference were simply too tempting. No one could resist such immense allure. As soon as Albert finished his announcement, the opening ceremony commenced in grand style. Spectacular performances and stirring music propelled the atmosphere to one climax after another.
After the opening ceremony, teams from various nations dispersed.
Just as Chu Yi and his companions were leaving, another team blocked their path.
Ha! So you're the great Xia man who possesses the silver dragon?
Leading the group were several fair-haired, blue-eyed youths, their expressions haughty and their gazes unfriendly.
Shu Ye's brow furrowed slightly. The Free Federation? Chapter 163, Conflict. The Free Federation team. Snap.
The red-clad youth at the front snapped his fingers sharply. A smug grin spread across his face as he declared, bingo.
Correct answer, great Xiaoman. Shu Yi remained calm. What's the matter?
The red-clad youth lifted his chin slightly, extending a finger toward the kaka at Shu Ye's feet.
Silver dragon. Hand it over.
His tone carried an unquestionable arrogance. As if keenly sensing these people discussing him, Kaka's already restless emotions were instantly ignited, erupting into a torrent of rage.
It bared its teeth and let out a shrill cry. Kaka.
The sound was shrill, its expression vicious, poised to attack at any moment. Shu Yi sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt.
With just you lot?
He had anticipated this very situation upon arriving here. Since he dared bring Kaka, he had nothing to fear.
Shu Yi didn't give a damn about these so-called geniuses of the Free Federation.
The red-robed youth's expression darkened, his previously carefree look instantly turning grave. Man of great Xia, if you're wise, I advise you to do as I say. Lord Edward holds the silver dragon in high regard. It has no future with you. Only Lord Edward is a true dragon master.
Shu Yi didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. I can't be bothered listening to your nonsense. Move aside.
At these words, the expressions on the faces of the Free Federation members froze instantly. Their expressions darkened rapidly. They never imagined this great Xiaoman would show them such utter disregard. In their eyes, the Free Federation held revered status internationally. Others always treated them with utmost respect. They had never endured such blatant disregard. The tense standoff between the two sides shattered the surrounding tranquility like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly drawing the attention of many passers-by. People who had been busy with their own affairs paused their actions, craning their necks one after another, their eyes brimming with curiosity, eager to see what commotion was unfolding here. The crowd began to gather, murmurs of discussion rising around them. The young man in red grew increasingly grim, his tone thickening with menace as he snarled, "Great Xia Kingdom, you truly intend to refuse me?" Just as the tension reached its peak, Nia Huang burst forward. His eyes bulged as he bellowed, "Ing Free Federation! Get the hell out of my way!" As he cursed, he swung his Xianhuang warblade, slashing forward with brutal force. The blade sliced through the air with a whistling roar, its overwhelming momentum seeming to tear the surrounding atmosphere apart. The force of the strike sent a wave of shock through the onlookers. Many instinctively took a few steps back, fear evident in their eyes. Several Free Federation members paled, their pupils instantly contracting as they scrambled backward to evade Nia Huang's assault. "You damned Xia! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The red-robed youth's eyes blazed with fury, Nia Huang's actions igniting the rage smoldering within him. Nia Huang spat impatiently, his face twisted with disgust. He bellowed, "You filthy, useless trash, dare block my path? Damn it, if you don't get the hell out of here, don't blame my blade for showing no mercy." Shu Yi watched Nia Huang's actions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he spoke up, "Gentlemen, we don't have time for your childish games. Go back where you came from." These words ignited the powder keg, enraging the Free Federation members to the core. How dare these great Xia bastards act so arrogant? Wit, let's go. Teach them a lesson. Exactly. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Free Federation. The red-robed youth named Vit wore a cold expression, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He raised one hand, channeling magical energy that instantly ignited into a burst of fiery light. The flames grew larger and larger, gradually coalescing into a fiery red magic staff. The flames danced along its length, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air. "It seems I must demonstrate our strength, so you may see clearly whose word holds weight here." As he spoke, Vit slammed the staff forcefully into the ground. Instantly, several fine cracks appeared, flickering with faint sparks of fire within them. Several members of the Free Federation growled in response. A burly guardian abruptly raised both arms, and a massive black iron shield instantly materialized in his grasp. The great shield's surface was engraved with mysterious runes, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen under the sunlight. He thrust the shield forward, his entire body resembling an immovable mountain. A burly warrior gripped a golden greatsword with both hands, raising it high. The glare reflecting off its blade was blinding. A priest clad in white robes waved his staff with both hands. As magical energy surged, a soft white glow emanated from his body. Then there was the shadow assassin in black robes, crouching low as if merging with the darkness, his eyes alone visible, gleaming with a cold, piercing light. Each displayed the power of their respective professions. Instantly, the air around the arena seemed weighed down by their overwhelming presence, growing thick and heavy. Seeing this, Shu Yi and his companions refused to be outdone, each drawing their weapons. This commotion drew even more onlookers. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, closing in until there was no room to breathe. Many shouted excitedly, "Fight! Fight! Ha ha, the Great Xia Kingdom and the Free Federation are at it. Holy crap, I can't miss something this entertaining." Tensions were running high on both sides. Just then, a staff member in uniform hurriedly pushed through the crowd, arriving between the two sides. His face betrayed a look of urgency as he gasped for breath and shouted, "Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, please proceed to the designated arena. No combat is permitted at the exchange event venue. Violators will be disqualified." Vit shot the staffer a cold, contemptuous glance. He then turned his gaze back to Chu Yi and the others, his voice tight with gritted teeth. "To the ring." Chu Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. He turned to the others beside him and said, "Let's go." Soon, both teams headed toward the nearby fighting platforms. A large crowd of spectators followed behind them. Internationally, the Great Xia Nation and the Free Federation had long been at odds. Their open and covert rivalry had been long-standing, with constant friction erupting between them. This international exchange event was inherently a stage for nations to showcase their strength, and the spotlight naturally fell upon these two countries. Unexpectedly, this confrontation began so swiftly, leaving everyone both surprised and exhilarated. "The betting is open. The betting is open. Who's backing the Great Xia team? Who's backing the Free Federation team? Place your bets now, place your bets now." A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Such a lively scene would be incomplete without a flurry of betting odds. Instantly, a large crowd began placing their bets. "Damn it! I'm betting 2,000 gold coins that the Free Federation will win. Those damn Great Xia bastards? They're no match for the Free Federation. Those damn little Japanese devils think they're better than us?" I'm putting 5,000 gold coins on Chu Yi and his team winning.
Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire, Squad 1.
2,000 gold coins on the Free Federation winning. Various betting odds were set, and the waves of bettors grew ever higher.
Crowds followed both teams into the arena's fighting pits. Numerous battle platforms stood ready for teams to clash. Chu Yi's group and Wit's group immediately stepped onto the arena. The platform was constructed from a unique type of rock, its surface smooth and even yet bearing distinctive patterns. There were no railings around the perimeter. Falling off the platform meant defeat. The moment they stepped onto the platform, tensions flared between the two sides once more. Wit narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam appearing in them. Man of the Great Xia Kingdom, you will regret this decision. This arena battle is not fought to the death. I will kill every last one of you and bring the Silver Dragon back to Lord Edward. Chapter 164, Fierce Battle. Chu Yi remained silent, focusing solely on gathering his magical power. Seeing this, Vetter roared, "Attack!" The words barely left his lips when the black-robed assassin's body trembled. Instantly, he dissolved like a wisp of smoke, swiftly merging into the surrounding shadows until he vanished without a trace. Chu Yi's expression remained composed. Chou Yan. Luo Chouyan understood immediately. Gripping her staff, Tianxian, she cast her spell without delay. In an instant, the light of her spell swirled and shimmered in her hands. Simultaneously, a soft white halo began to radiate from her entire body. As her magical power surged like a raging tide, Luo Chouyan parted her crimson lips and began to chant softly. "Starlight, illuminate my path." As the words fell, an intense white light erupted around Luo Chouyan. This light was sacred and dazzling, like divine radiance cascading from the distant heavens, enveloping her completely. At that moment, her figure was graceful and her features exquisite, resembling a goddess descended from the heavens. An aura of awe-inspiring reverence emanated from her. Her entire being had transformed into a vision of silver hair and violet eyes, like an ethereal spirit from a dream. Mark. Following her transformation, Luo Chouyan's voice changed as well, becoming light, ethereal, and icy. Intense magical light spread outward like lightning. The assassin, who had been concealed in the shadows, was instantly and clearly marked the moment the light touched him. The assassin remained oblivious. He had just slipped silently beside Nia Huang, his dagger gleaming coldly, poised to strike. Nia Huang sensed the impending danger, whirling around with a flash of ferocity in his eyes. He roared, "Wasteland body, severing the river." Gripping his Xianhuang warblade tightly, he swung it fiercely toward the assassin. As the blade swung, its edge whistled through the air, unleashing a surging wave of overwhelming momentum that crashed toward the assassin. The assassin paled in terror, frantically casting spells as his body twisted midair. Only by the skin of his teeth did he narrowly evade Nia Huang's strike. "You can see me," he gasped. Nia Huang sneered coldly, mockingly, "Fool. You don't even realize you've been marked." Only then did the assassin notice the intense magical markings that had appeared on his body at some unknown moment. Unless he removed this mark, all his attempts at invisibility would be futile. The sight turned the assassin's face deathly pale. Seeing this, Veet shouted, "Ike, come back." The assassin named Yak, hearing the call, reluctantly returned to the group. Without his stealth ability, his intimidating presence diminished significantly. Even so, he was still a legendary practitioner. Without stealth, he possessed lethal power that could not be underestimated. Vit's face darkened as he coldly ordered, "It seems you do possess some skill. In that case, crush them head-on." At Vit's command, the surrounding figures immediately charged toward Chu Yi and his companions. The Golden Warrior led the charge, charging ahead at the forefront. His massive, muscular frame resembled a mountain. He dragged a heavy greatsword with both hands as he advanced. Each step he took seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. As he charged forward, the entire arena appeared to buckle under the strain, trembling slightly and emitting a dull rumble. Burning with fierce combat intent, Nia Huang laughed up at the sky, "Ha ha ha. Leave this one to me." The words barely left his mouth when his legs erupted with explosive force. Like a black bolt of lightning, he surged forward, locking horns with the Golden Warrior in an instant. Yak struck again. Since invisibility was impossible, he abandoned concealment altogether. Relying on his razor-sharp agility, he closed the distance to Chu Yi and the others with ghostly speed. "Die, Great Xia," he snarled viciously. A jet-black dagger gleamed coldly in his clenched fist as he lunged straight at Chu Yi. Before Chu Yi could react, Luo Chouyan shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Stellar Pulse. Gripping her staff Tianxian with both hands, she swung it with all her might, unleashing a powerful burst of pulsating light. Yak was startled by this sudden assault, his expression shifting abruptly as he flickered away to evade the attack. But Luo Chouyan gave him no chance to breathe, immediately closing the distance as she pursued him, her staff swinging relentlessly, skills unleashed in rapid succession like fireworks. The others joined the fray as well. The enemy's guardian raised a massive shield high above his head and slammed it down onto the ground. A thunderous rumble shook the very ground. In an instant, thick shields materialized around the members of the Free Federation. The support priest chanted incantations, unleashing their own spells.
In an instant, crimson and azure light flared around the figures, a sign that their strength and spirit had been amplified. These teams from the Free Federation were exceptionally well balanced, featuring damage dealers, frontline tanks, support roles, and crowd control specialists. Such compositions had proven themselves time and again in countless battles as the most optimal team set up seamless coordination, balanced offense and defense. In contrast, Chuye's team lacked a dedicated guardian. Though Chuyi wielded the Night Veil, it remained a secondary role. In defense, it could never match a true guardian. Empowered by the buff, the Golden Warrior grew fiercer with each passing moment. His strikes became increasingly vicious, each sword swing accompanied by a whistling wind. Soon, he began to exert a degree of pressure on Nia Huang. Nia Huang fought back fiercely, but his rhythm was already being disrupted.
Luo Qiuyan and Yak were locked in a stalemate. Yak moved with the agility of a slippery fish, weaving in and out of combat. Luo Qiuyan clearly lacked the assassin's agility. Though her skills were formidable, they proved useless if she couldn't land her blows. She gradually began to struggle, unable to control the flow of the battle. The enemy not only had buffs but also shields. In combat, Chuye's side was clearly at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses. Chuye's brow furrowed as his gaze swept the battlefield. He spoke calmly, "Ailina, go assist Qiuyan. Kaka, support Nia Huang." At his command, Ailina and Kaka sprang into action. Ailina summoned her pocket watch, which accompanied her as she advanced. This pocket watch possessed formidable capabilities, capable of forcibly slowing down the time around its target, making the enemy's movements sluggish. With Elena's arrival, Luo Qiuyan's situation improved significantly. Just as Kaka was about to join Nia Huang's fight, he was abruptly ordered back by Nia Huang. "I don't need your help. Stay out of this." Hearing this, Kaka let out an annoyed cry before returning to Chuye's side. Seeing this, Chuyi sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his expression. He understood Nia Huang's temperament. While stubborn and unyielding, he clung to his own principles in battle. On the battlefield, aside from the support-type characters with little combat ability, only Chuyi and Vite remained untouched. Their gazes locked mid-air, both eyes brimming with icy coldness. That chill seemed capable of freezing the air itself, plunging the entire battlefield into a momentary silence as if suspended by their gaze. Chapter 165, Chuyi Strikes. Amidst the roaring, boiling arena, the atmosphere grew so thick it felt as though one could wring water from it. Chuyi and Vite stood motionless like statues, neither making the first move. Yet, the tide on the arena was quietly turning. Nia Huang had initially been at a disadvantage in the fight, but this adversity only fueled the flames of rage burning within him. With a sudden, furious roar, Nia Huang threw his head back. In that instant, it was as if a mysterious force reshaped his entire being. His body began to undergo a frenzied transformation, unleashing every ounce of his power. With Nia Huang's transformation, the tide of battle shifted instantly. He unleashed the wasteland body, heaven-splitting technique, instantly overwhelming his opponent. The Golden Warrior's previously confident expression instantly gave way to terror. Facing Nia Huang's onslaught, he retreated step by step, utterly unable to withstand the assault. Each strike from Nia Huang sent his body flying backward uncontrollably, nearly knocking him off the stage. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuyan's battle also entered a new phase. After Elena joined the fray, the situation shifted instantly. While Elena's combat prowess might not be top tier, her time slowdown ability was utterly game-changing. This ability bore some resemblance to Chuya's passive ability, the meditation rune, yet Elena's power was far more potent. When she activated it, the surrounding space seemed enveloped by an invisible viscous substance, causing the flow of time itself to slow. Under her influence, enemy movements became sluggish, each attack appearing in slow motion, while her allies' strikes landed faster on their targets. Not only that, Elena summoned a colossal Titan robot. With heavy, deliberate steps, it strode onto the battlefield and joined the fray. Now, Luo Qiuyan, Elena, and the Titan robot formed a 3-against-1 advantage, their superiority evident. Even with speed like lightning, Yak found himself overwhelmed and gasping for breath under the triple assault. His once agile form now appeared disheveled within their attacking web, constantly dodging left and right. Several wounds had already appeared on his body, blood staining his clothes crimson. Meanwhile, the Guardian, whose offensive capabilities were never exceptional to begin with, now had to constantly maintain its shield. He knew that any momentary lapse would only worsen his already dire situation. As for the enemy's priest, he too possessed little combat prowess. This fierce battle unfolded completely before the eyes of the surrounding spectators. The crowd's excitement was ignited, filling the air with a cacophony of noise. Holy! What an intense fight! But why does it look like the great Xia guy has the upper hand? Are these Free Federation guys even capable? I bet $8,000 on them. Damn you, you bastard. How dare you underestimate the Free Federation? Watch out, the Japanese Empire won't take this lying down. Damn it, a tiny island nation and they dare to make noise? The atmosphere was tense and charged. Not only was there combat on the stage, but an invisible war was also spreading below it. Seeing his side at a disadvantage, Vetter's expression finally lost its composure. His face darkened. I never expected you great Xia people to have any real strength. Looks like I'll have to step in myself. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. The moment the words left his mouth, Veit suddenly threw his head back and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, a blazing, fiery glow erupted from his entire body. Then, the staff in his hand began to slowly gather power. Kill! With Veiter's furious roar, countless beams of flame erupted from his staff. Like furious serpents of fire, they slithered toward the battlefield, searing the air with a hissing sound wherever they passed. Seeing this, Shuya's eyes instantly sharpened. He turned to Kaka and Su Li, speaking quickly. Kaka, protect Su Li, act according to the situation. With his instructions given, Shuya's figure flickered and shot forward like a black bolt of lightning. His speed was blinding, stirring up a whirlwind that left spectators seeing only a blur. Skill activated, Night Veil. As his magical power coalesced, an intense light barrier erupted before him. The barrier resembled an indestructible shield, radiating a mysterious black glow. Vit's flame beam struck the barrier, rebounding as if hitting an invisible wall, sending sparks flying everywhere. Wit's pupils contracted sharply as disbelief washed over his face. Though these weren't his most powerful abilities, having them so easily blocked made the perpetually arrogant Veit feel his pride trampled underfoot. You Disya man, you're asking for death? His eyes widened with fury as he bellowed coldly at Chuyi. A faint smile slowly spread across Chuya's lips. Without hesitation, he struck again. Remnant Night Beam. With Chuya's fierce shout, the residual night beam erupted. A blinding beam shot from his hand, hurtling toward Veit. You dare, great Xia man? At that moment, the guardian beside him, seeing Veit in danger, charged forward without hesitation, positioning himself in front of Veit. He raised a massive shield engraved with mystical runes, emitting a faint glow. The moment the residual night beam struck the shield, it erupted with blinding light, forming an impenetrable barrier that completely absorbed the beam's power, even severing it mid-flight. Seeing this, the unease vanished from Veit's face, replaced by a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Great Xia man, even I struggle to break through Chris's shield. Do you really think the skill can harm me? The guardian named Chris sneered coldly in return, his face brimming with contempt. Your great Xia attacks are as fragile as rotten paper, they crumble at the slightest touch. Hearing these taunts, Chuyi not only remained unperturbed but broke into an even brighter smile. His eyes sparkled with playful amusement, as if everything unfolded precisely as he intended. Is that truly your belief? Chuyi looked at Chris and Veit, speaking slowly. At those words, Veit felt a sudden pang of unease. But the pride of the Free Federation prevented him from showing weakness to the great Xia man. Gritting his teeth, he retorted coldly, what else could it be? A faint smile touched Chuya's lips. Then what about this attack? As he spoke, his staff whirled swiftly through the air. Skill activated, Dark Lightning Punishment. As Chuyi swung his staff, Dark Lightning Punishment erupted. Intense lightning blazed forth from his staff, coiling like a black dragon as it surged toward the group. The energy unleashed by this bolt of lightning far surpassed that of the knight's remnant beam. The surrounding air grew scorching hot from this immense energy, and the spectators could feel the oppressive force bearing down on them, causing them to instinctively step back. Feeling the thunderbolts approach, both Veit and Chris's expressions shifted slightly. A flicker of terror crossed Chris's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, bellowing, I'll block it. The moment the words left his mouth, the shield in his hands erupted, swelling to colossal proportions. It loomed like a towering mountain, radiating an overwhelming aura of defense. However, the power of the Dark Lightning Punishment was even greater. After erupting, the bolt charged directly toward the colossal shield. With a thunderous crash, the lightning bolt pierced right through the shield. The powerful shockwave sent Chris flying through the air in an arc before crashing heavily onto the stage. Chris lay on the ground, looking miserable, his hair disheveled, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, moaning in pain. Wit's expression darkened further at the sight. Chapter 166, Rage and Humiliation. You great Xia man, you forced my hand. Veit snarled, his face twisted in fury. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the flames surrounding him intensified, surging wildly. The flames were an orange-red hue, their edges flickering with a ghostly blue light. They enveloped him completely, distorting and vibrating the surrounding air, making it scorching hot. Next, he gripped his staff tightly with both hands and began swinging it wildly. The gem at the staff's tip flickered with an eerie glow. As he danced, a vast magical array gradually took shape from the staff. The intricate lines radiated a searing crimson glow. Within the array, countless fireballs surged forth like an enraged swarm of bees or a meteor shower from the heavens, roaring with rolling waves of heat. Wherever they passed, the air sizzled and crackled as it was scorched. Boom! Fireballs exploded one after another at Shuya's location. In an instant, flames shot skyward. Each explosion unleashed tremendous force, drowning the surroundings in a sea of light. The scorching heat surged like a raging tide, mercilessly searing everything in its path. Spectators nearby felt wave after wave of scorching heat wash over them. Many stumbled backward, unable to withstand the intense heat. Seeing this, Veit laughed uproariously. Ah! You great Xia man, you're no match for me after all. Yet, as the flames gradually dissipated, Veit froze in place, as if struck by a spell of immobilization.
Where the flames had erupted, thick smoke still rose slowly, yet Chuyi was nowhere to be seen. The space lay empty, as if Chuyi had never been there at all. What the hell just happened? Veet's eyes widened, his face etched with confusion and shock. His gaze darted frantically around the area.
Where had the great Xiaoman gone? Heh, I'm right behind you.
Chuyi's teasing voice came from behind Veet. Wit jumped in fright, his body instinctively trembling. He spun around in alarm, only to find Chuyi had appeared behind him without warning. This left Veet utterly stunned, and he quickly backed away. When did you sneak up behind me? Chuyi chuckled, right when you cast your spell. His void step boots possessed the ability to teleport instantly. While Veet channeled his spell, his attention entirely focused on the magic circle and the fireball. Chuyi used the power of the boots to move behind him. It all happened too quickly for Veet to even notice. Wit's face drained of color, and he broke out in a cold sweat. If Chuyi had suddenly attacked just then, wouldn't he have? The mere thought of that possible outcome darkened Veet's expression even further. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by rage. Chuyi spoke calmly, if you surrender now, I can pretend none of this ever happened and let you off. After this exchange, Chuyi had a clear grasp of these men's capabilities. They were certainly formidable, but their strength had its limits. Forget Chuyi, even Nia Huang at full power would be a challenge for them. Facing such opponents, Chuyi found little interest in the fight. Yet to Veet, these words struck like a dagger, piercing his pride and delivering a raw, naked insult. Who was he? He was the prodigy of the Free Federation, revered by all and towering above others. How dare anyone demand his surrender? Wit's face instantly turned ashen. You dare look down on me, great Xiaoman? I'll make you regret it. The moment the words left his mouth, a magical formation erupted beneath Veet's feet. The array glowed a dark crimson, emitting an eerie light as its lines spread across the ground like twisted serpents. As the array expanded, an intense, almost frenzied aura radiated outward. This aura resembled countless tiny fire serpents, writhing and undulating through the air. This aura instantly descended upon Nia Huan, Elena, Luo Qiuyan, and the others. Their bodies stiffened, shock etched across their faces. Instantly, excruciating pain surged through them, as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing their flesh. On Nia Huang's body, flames even ignited. The flames spread from his hands, rapidly climbing upward. They left his clothing untouched but ignited his skin. Nia Huang's brow furrowed into a deep crease, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. This scene left Chuyi slightly astonished. What kind of skill is this? A cold smile spread across Veet's face. This is one of my ultimate techniques. Once unleashed, it ignites countless flames wherever air exists. Every single one of you will be burned to death by my fire. Chuyi frowned upon hearing this. He felt the temperature around him steadily climbing, as if trapped inside a massive steamer. Even tiny flames began to flicker at his palms. Though small, the flames were intensely hot, searing his palms painfully. Ah! Luo Qiuyan was the first to break down, letting out a piercing scream. Her defensive abilities were already weak, and she couldn't withstand this powerful flame attack. As she screamed, flames began to lick at Luo Qiuyan's body. She stared in shock at her surroundings, her expression shifting slightly. Soon after, inexplicable flames also ignited on Elena's body. She tried to shake off the flames, but they clung to her like a flesh-eating disease, refusing to budge no matter how hard she struggled. Witnessing this, Veet wore a look of smug satisfaction. Only I can extinguish this flame. Though its damage is minimal, the constant burning will eventually reduce all of you to piles of white bones. Just then, a brilliant emerald light suddenly appeared. Rainbow Bridge of Life. Suli raised her staff high, its gemstone tip radiating a soft, warm green glow. The emerald light coalesced into bridges, extending toward the group. These bridges emitted a faint, luminous glow, as if woven from the very essence of life itself. As the bridges touched the group, bursts of shimmering light cascaded down. Wherever the light touched, the relentless flames were instantly extinguished by Suli. Not only that, but the injuries they had sustained from the flames began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, the smile on Veet's face froze, then twisted into waves of murderous intent. I forgot you have a priest. Die. Wit gritted his teeth and struck immediately. His staff whirled, conjuring a massive fireball hurtling towards Suli. Suli's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of alarm flashing through her beautiful eyes. She instinctively took a step back. Just then, Kaka leapt forward. Kaka the little creature let out a shriek as a powerful frost beam erupted from between its eyebrows, hurtling toward the fireball. The relentless collision of fire and ice instantly triggered a violent explosion. Kaka shattered Veet's attack outright. The 167th palm, the overbearing Yulin Yuan. Seeing Veet's defeat, Chuyi held nothing back. He gripped the magic staff, Song of the Whale, tightly in both hands as magical energy surged within him. In an instant, clusters of black flames coalesced at the tip of his wand, twisting and churning like fiery dragons poised to strike. Dark flames. Chuyi swung his wand with a fierce motion. Streaks of dark flames shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward Veet. The fireballs sliced through the air, leaving behind trails of pitch-black smoke that seemed to ignite the very atmosphere. The energy contained within these fireballs was terrifying. Had they all struck their target, Veit would likely have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Fortunately, Chris kept a close watch on the battle. Seeing Veit in danger, he pushed through the pain inflicted by the dark lightning punishment and charged forward. He spread his arms wide, a radiant glow emanating from his body as his shield expanded once more, shielding Veit firmly behind him. As a guardian, Chris was already exceptionally strong and resilient. Combined with the constant healing from the team's priest, he managed to barely withstand this terrifying assault.
Boom! A torrent of dark flames slammed into Chris's shield, erupting in a series of deafening booms. The intense explosions sent waves of scorching heat radiating outward from the center of the arena. Spectators felt the searing heat wash over them and instinctively stepped back. Flames flickered, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The battle had now reached a fever pitch. Spectators stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces frozen in disbelief. The might of the Free Federation was widely known, yet these few individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom proved themselves no less formidable. Especially Chu Yi, the overwhelming power he displayed had them utterly stunned. Who are these people? How can they be this strong? Does the Great Xia Kingdom harbor such formidable geniuses? It seems we underestimated them. The battle raged on. Yet it was clear that since Chu Yi's forceful intervention, the Great Xia faction had gradually seized control of the battlefield. Under Chu Yi's relentless barrage of attacks, Veit retreated step by step, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. It must be noted that Chu Yi's skills had virtually no cooldown time. Like an unstoppable war machine, he continuously unleashed terrifying damage. Though Chris could block the dark flames and Knight's residual beam with his shield, he was utterly helpless against Chu Yi's dark lightning punishment. Seeing the battle nearly decided in his favor, Chu Yi resolved to end it decisively. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Undead Swamp!" With that fierce command, a massive magical array instantly materialized beneath his feet, radiating an eerie glow as runes flickered. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded. As if manipulated by an invisible giant hand, the entire arena began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The ground rapidly softened, transforming into bottomless swamps. Thick, black mud bubbled and gurgled, releasing a nauseating stench of decay. Luo Qiuyan, Nia Huang, and the others, as Chu Yi's teammates, were granted special protection. Their feet remained firmly planted, completely unaffected. But Veit and his group weren't so fortunate. They felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, instantly losing their balance. Stumbling, they sank into the swamp. The sludge swiftly rose past their ankles, then knees, continuing to climb higher. What kind of skill is this? Veit's eyes widened in terror as he frantically waved his staff, desperately trying to cast a spell to break free. Yet the swamp's pull was terrifyingly strong, dragging him down relentlessly. Quick, interrupt its spell. If it alters this environment, we won't be able to fight anymore. The Free Federation members swiftly turned their guns, charging recklessly toward Chu Yi and unleashing a barrage of diverse skills. Clank! At that moment, a silver figure darted forward like lightning, blocking the path before Chu Yi. It was Kaka. Its wings flapped fiercely, each beat stirring a bone-chilling blizzard. Immediately, a powerful surge of magical energy radiated outward from Kaka, instantly forming a fierce blizzard. Crystal-clear snowflakes intertwined with razor-sharp icicles, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected every skill attack from the Free Federation forces. Ice shards collided with magic projectiles, producing crisp clangs and bursts of dazzling light. Witnessing such formidable combat prowess from a mere young dragon, several members of the Free Federation glared with fury. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's necromantic swamp had fully materialized. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a sinister wind, a multitude of undead creatures of various forms slowly crawled out of the swamp. Their twisted bodies radiated a bone-chilling aura, their mouths emitting all manner of eerie cries. Like ravenous beasts, these undead creatures lunged at the members of the Free Federation, instantly covering their bodies. With their withered hands, they clutched the men's limbs, dragging them forcefully deeper into the swamp. Whether it was Veit, Ake, Chris, the Golden Warrior, or the priest, all were now trapped in a desperate situation. Wit struggled desperately, his face flushed crimson from the effort. Yet his staff was swiftly knocked from his grasp by the undead, plunging into the swamp and splattering a spray of black mud. Without his staff, he could no longer cast spells. He could only watch helplessly as the undead dragged him deeper into the abyss. The others faced similar fates. Dragged downward by the undead, their bodies sank deeper and deeper as the sludge rose, covering their chests, then their necks. At that moment, Veit and the others finally panicked, their eyes filled with terror and despair. No, no. We surrender. We surrender. The Lighthouse Nation members screamed at the top of their lungs, hoping to bargain for a sliver of hope by admitting defeat. But how could Chu Yi let them off so easily? Without teaching them a lesson they'd never forget, such provocation would only grow worse in the future. Therefore, Chu Yi's expression remained cold and stern, his eyes devoid of any pity as he continued to focus intently on casting his spell. You great Xia man, what are you doing? At that moment, a furious roar erupted. A middle-aged man burst onto the stage, his aura brimming with fury.
A cold, gleaming broadsword was clenched in his hand as he charged toward Chu Yi, radiating murderous intent.
This sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard.
Even Chu Yi, seasoned in battle, froze momentarily at this unexpected turn, utterly unprepared for an ambush at this critical moment. This man possessed immense strength and lightning-fast speed, appearing before Chu Yi in the blink of an eye. Chu Yi saw only a blur before him, overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure that left him no time to react.
That's the leader of the Free Federation? It's him! Level 58 Bloodblade Warrior Rain. He actually showed up. He's attacking. He wouldn't actually kill these great Xia people, would he? Won't that break the rules?
Rain paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. His eyes were fixed solely on Chu Yi as his target. Witnessing Chu Yi display such overwhelming power had filled him with unease. Before arriving, he had received a secret order from Lord Edward: seize the silver dragon at any cost. Ignore all rules as long as he brought the silver dragon back, Lord Edward would find a way to protect him. Initially, Rain had only intended to send Veit and the others to provoke them, thinking that young men were prone to impulsiveness. With a little provocation, perhaps their goal could be achieved. But he never imagined Chu Yi and his companions would prove so overwhelmingly powerful. Veit and his men were utterly helpless against Chu Yi. Now, he had no choice but to intervene personally.
If anything happened to Veit and the others, even Lord Edward's vast influence might not be enough to protect him.
Moreover, he had already calculated his escape route in his mind. If he accidentally killed Chu Yi in a fit of rage and took the silver dragon away, even if the Great Xia Empire later made trouble, the silver dragon would already be back in the Free Federation. Would the Great Xia Empire really declare war on the Free Federation over this? Rain's plan seemed flawless. He raised his greatsword high, the air whistling around the blade as he swung it down with all his might toward Chu Yi. At that moment, he stood mere meters from Chu Yi. Once this blow landed, everything would unfold exactly as he desired. At this critical moment, a blinding flash erupted without warning. The blinding light erupted like a scorching sun, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield and making it impossible to open one's eyes. In the next instant, Rain felt as though he'd collided with a towering mountain.
An unparalleled force held him fast, blocking his advance completely. His entire body was abruptly halted 3 meters before Chu Yi. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move forward another step. The next moment, Rain's eyes widened in terror and disbelief.
A strange crimson glow suddenly emanated from his entire body, enveloping him like burning flames.
Then, with a thunderous boom, Renee's body shattered like broken porcelain.
A mist of blood filled the air, and fragments of flesh flew everywhere.
Holy! What just happened? The scene struck like a bolt from the blue, utterly terrifying the audience present.
People stood frozen in place, mouths agape, faces etched with shock and terror. Their minds went blank, utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Just as the crowd was still reeling from the shock, a majestic figure descended from the heavens. Clad in pitch-black armor engraved with mystical runes, the armor glinted with a cold, icy light under the sun. His posture was straight and imposing, radiating a formidable presence like a war god returning from an ancient battlefield, his aura sending shivers down spines.
Chu Yi looked up and froze instantly. This man was none other than Yulin Yuan.
Yulin Yuan's gaze was as calm as still water. He did not look at Chu Yi, but instead swept his expressionless eyes across the crowd before announcing, Rain, leader of the Free Federation, violated the rules of the exchange meeting by striking a contestant from the Great Xia Kingdom without authorization. In accordance with the Five Nations Convention, I shall intervene and eliminate Rain. As the words fell, Yulin Yuan gave a slight wave of his hand. An invisible force surged forth, and the blood mist in the arena instantly dispersed as if swept away by an invisible giant hand, vanishing without a trace. His entire figure flickered and vanished like a ghost, leaving behind only a silent battlefield and a crowd of stunned spectators. Only then did the crowd snap out of their daze, their senses returning. It turned out that the powerful figures of the Great Xia Kingdom had been secretly monitoring every move here all along.
Arrogant. Too domineering.
Yulin Yuan's words reverberated like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very souls of all present. Though the Great Xia Empire might not match the Free Federation in overall strength, when faced with provocation, they showed no mercy, striking without hesitation.
Protest. We protest. Rain didn't even raise a finger. This is the Great Xia Empire making unreasonable accusations.
Some Free Federation members snapped out of their daze and immediately began shouting. Their faces flushed crimson as they waved their arms, attempting to demand so-called justice for Ryan. Yet their voices were thin and faint, drawing scarcely any response. The Free Federation's elite fighters were naturally monitoring the situation here, but they too were hesitant to intervene lightly. First, Yulin Yuan had a legitimate reason to act. Rain had clearly intended to kill Chu Yi, a fact witnessed by everyone present.
Second, the Free Federation's elite harbored deep apprehension toward Yulin Yuan.
After all, he was universally recognized as the god of death, his fearsome reputation known throughout the world. To truly intervene, the Free Federation would likely need to deploy a significant number of their own elite fighters to stand against him. After a long moment, the ringmaster finally snapped out of his shock. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "The Great Xia Kingdom wins this sparring match." Chapter 168, Suli, I can't hold back any longer. Oh. The moment Chu Yi and his team secured victory, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd below. The entire venue was swept up in this fervent atmosphere as people rose to their feet, cheering with excitement. The Great Xia Kingdom's team, in particular, embraced each other excitedly and exchanged high fives. Shu Ye's performance in this battle struck like a heavy hammer, crushing the Free Federation's momentum. Every move he made on the battlefield showcased extraordinary skill and courage, sending the audience into a frenzy. And Yulin Yuan's final move was nothing short of majestic. After victory, Shu Yi waved his hand, summoning back the undead swamp. At that moment, Veit, Ake, and Chris appeared on the stage. They were clearly severely injured, all unconscious and unresponsive. Boring. Nia Huang curled his lip, a hint of dissatisfaction lingering on his face. Shu Yi said, "Alright, let's go. The Free Federation has plenty of teams stronger than these guys. We've got more battles ahead." The group promptly descended from the stage. The moment they took their first step, a crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding them. Among the crowd, some faces glowed with excitement, eyes sparkling with admiration as they sought to engage Chu Yi and his companions. Others scrutinized Kaka with curious, probing stares. Kaka's performance in this battle had been nothing short of dazzling. The Silver Dragon had broadened many perspectives. Originally, everyone had assumed it was merely a young dragon, but they never expected it to be so formidable in combat. Chu Yi and his companions pushed through the crowd and quickly departed from the noisy area. Within the venue, medical personnel who had been standing by swiftly sprang into action, escorting Veit and his companions away. The impact of this battle extended far beyond the immediate aftermath. Through this battle, Chu Yi and his group gradually gained notoriety at the exchange conference. News spread like wildfire throughout the entire venue, prompting numerous teams to secretly study these individuals. Their identities were impossible to conceal and were soon uncovered. They're all from the Divine Summer Academy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Among them, the young star mage girl is Luo Qiuyan, daughter of Marshal Luo Tianzheng of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Silver Dragon youth who defeated Veit is Chu Yi, rumored to have shattered multiple records at Xinxia Academy. The battle-crazed warrior wielding the great sword is Nia Huang. These three are the top 3 scorers in this year's imperial examinations of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the Free Federation's rest area, a silver-robed youth with blonde hair and blue eyes stood ramrod straight, reporting with reverence. He bowed slightly, his eyes fixed on the purple-robed youth ahead. Seated lazily on a luxurious sofa, the lavishly dressed purple-robed youth nodded silently upon hearing the report. Beside him, a burly youth clad in gray armor crossed his arms over his chest and remarked, "So this is the strongest team from Divine Summer Academy? Looks like Vetter and his crew didn't lose unfairly after all." A hint of disdain flickered across his face as he spoke. The purple-robed youth spoke up, "Continue, Jean." The silver-robed youth known as Gold continued, "The other two aren't particularly strong, they're in support roles. The girl with the emerald staff is Su Li, a life priestess. It's a class with almost no combat ability, but her healing skills are absurd. After level 30, she can even reattach severed limbs. As for the last one, how to put it?" Jin's words abruptly halted, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face. The armored youth frowned in impatience, raising his voice. "Jin, why did you stop?" Jin didn't answer, instead glancing cautiously at the purple-clad youth before hesitating. "Solomon." The purple-clad youth named Solomon waved his hand lightly, his expression calm. "Go on. Don't worry about it." Jean then continued, "The last one was named Elena Ross. Her grandfather, decades ago, was the head of the Ross conglomerate within the Free Federation. He even held sway over the Federation's economic power at one point. The Federation deemed Ross too threatening, so they united to oust him. Enraged, Ross planned to leave the Federation. After surviving an assassination attempt, he fled to the Great Xia Empire. By funding the Great Xia Empire's victory over the Abyss with vast sums, he gained favor among its high command and eventually acquired Great Xia citizenship." Jean sighed softly before continuing, "From what I understand, Elena has lived in the Great Xia Empire since birth. Though she looks much like us, she knows nothing of the Free Federation." Solomon's lips slowly curved into a faint smile as he murmured, "Interesting." Jean spoke up, "Judging by their combat, these individuals possess formidable strength. Especially that Chu Yi, according to records, he can even wield a domain. He seemed remarkably at ease during his battle with Veit." The armored youth snorted coldly, dismissively remarking, "So what? We've seen plenty of so-called geniuses. Every single one was hyped to the skies. In the end, they all met their demise at Solomon's hands." Solomon waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "Enough, Gustav. These individuals are different from the useless fools we usually encounter. You need to take them seriously. At the very least, they managed to beat Wit into that state. They clearly possess genuine skill." Gustav lowered his head slightly upon hearing this, saying nothing more before turning away. Though reluctance lingered on his face, he complied with Solomon's orders. Jean hesitated. "Solomon, should we test them in the upcoming trials?
If needed, I can recall Hubert and Edgar. Solomon shook his head. No need. Let them have their moment. Our target lies in the world instance. But, what about Lord Edward's instructions? Oomph. Edward wants the silver dragon but refuses to pay the price. We'll just give him a token gesture. Let's not be as foolish as those like Veet. Anyone who truly doesn't take those great Xia people seriously is an idiot. Our goal isn't to fight the great Xia people to the death. That would only benefit others. Our goal is to seize those 3 mythic tier treasures. Everything else must yield to that objective. Edward had contacted Solomon, instructing his team to deal with Chu Yi and his group to seize the silver dragon for him. Solomon demanded payment, one of Edward's dragon eggs, plus an additional mythical great artifact. Of course, dragon eggs are merely ordinary dragon eggs, far inferior to the royal bloodline of silver dragons. Solomon deemed this price fair. After all, to seize the opponent's silver dragon, they would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail. The Great Xia Empire's authorities, including that Great Xia war god Yulin Yuan, would certainly intervene. This was immense pressure. In the end, Edward refused, offering no more than 500 million gold coins. Upon hearing this offer, Solomon nearly laughed in anger. Was he trying to give alms to a beggar? 500 million gold coins wouldn't even buy a single mythical great equipment piece. He felt Edward lacked sincerity, but his father had warned him that the family had many enemies and that he should avoid antagonizing Edward too much for now. Thus, Solomon planned to give verbal assent while dragging his feet in action. After all, who would bother with something that offered no benefit? Solomon wasn't an idiot. Seeing Solomon speak thus, Jean could say no more. In terms of power and influence, Solomon's father was a military titan within the Free Federation, fully capable of ignoring Edward. In this world where might reigns supreme, strength and influence often determined everything. Though the silver dragon was astonishing, in Solomon's eyes, it was merely a dragon at best. It could reach Edward's level. Though hailed as the Free Federation's foremost beastmaster, Edward stood no chance against a true peak-tier powerhouse in a real fight. Never mind the Free Federation's elite, even Yulin Yuan of the Great Xia Empire could easily beat Edward soundly, even if he held back. This was precisely why Solomon had little interest in engaging with Edward. In Solomon's view, Edward's achievements were entirely due to his black dragon. Without the black dragon, what was he? In this world, ultimately, only one's own strength commands respect. Shuyi remained unaware that their group had already been noticed. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Today marked the opening day of the exchange event, with countless teams sparring and exchanging techniques. The entire venue buzzed with extraordinary excitement. Teams engaged in fierce battles on the stage, while the cheers and shouts of the audience below rose and fell in waves. However, for Chu Yi and his companions, these sparring matches held little value. Therefore, after finishing their battle with Veet and the others, they parted ways immediately, heading to the hotel in the Great Xia Kingdom area to rest. Chu Yi and Su Li, naturally, stayed at the same inn. Walking side by side into the lobby, they found soft lighting and a quiet, comfortable atmosphere. As soon as they entered the room, Chu Yi said, "Su Li, let me examine you. After today's battle, your condition might have worsened." Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly, though she was already accustomed to this. She gave a soft nod and slowly began to undress. Then came Chu Ye's examination. Though she'd been through it many times before, she still couldn't help feeling shy each time. Especially now that they'd grown more intimate, Chu Ye's examinations had gradually become more unrestrained. Sometimes, Su Li truly couldn't tell whether Chu Yi was examining her or simply taking liberties. The warm sensation spreading across her chest, that touch that stirred her heartstrings, made her heart pound wildly. She felt her body was molding itself to Chu Yi's shape. Today's examination, as usual, took longer than expected. Chu Yi examined her meticulously and slowly. His hands moved gently, leaving no detail overlooked, until half an hour later when he finally paused. By the time Chu Yi uttered the word done, Su Li's gaze had grown hazy. Her eyes brimmed with bashfulness and drowsiness, her cheeks flushed crimson. Suddenly, her body went limp and she collapsed into Chu Yi's arms. Her body trembled slightly, as if all her strength had drained away. Su Li. Seeing her like this, Chu Yi's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming sensation surged within him. His arms instinctively wrapped around her. Soon, their gazes locked. Chu Yi's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness and longing, his breathing growing ragged. For a moment, Su Li froze. Her eyes brimmed with shyness and confusion, unsure how to respond to this moment. Su Li. Chu Yi's voice grew hoarse as his hands involuntarily reached out. His movements were somewhat urgent, his hands trembling slightly. Next, Chu Yi firmly grasped the two focal points. Su Li instantly felt a surge of tension, the wellspring of her vitality beginning to flow uncontrollably. Her body trembled slightly, emitting a soft moan. "I'm sorry, Su Li, I couldn't hold back." Chu Yi rolled over and pressed down, kissing Su Li. His movements were urgent, as if emotions long suppressed had finally erupted in this moment. Su Li's eyes widened, yet she offered no resistance. Her eyes brimmed with bashfulness and submission.
She let the soft culture of economic trends keep probing at her city's throat. Shuyi also began implementing an open policy toward his own clothing.
For a time, the economy overheated.
Shuyi focused on the core theme, driving it into deeper waters to implement profound reforms. As the economic bubble burst, Suli couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This was the pain of reform.
Shuyi asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot?"
Suli's face flushed as she shook her head.
Please continue. Chapter 169, Suli's State of Mind.
Ah! A soft moan escaped Suli's lips like a delicate thread, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh, as if pent-up emotions had finally found release. In that instant, something seemed to ignite silently, erupting within the stillness of the room. In the bedroom, on the plush bed, Shuyi and Suli clung tightly to each other. They nestled against each other, immersing themselves in the warmth of the other's presence. It felt as though everything else in the world had ceased to exist, leaving only the intertwining sounds of their heartbeats. The vivid blush on Suli's cheeks had faded slightly, yet a lingering trace of bashfulness remained. Her eyes widened slightly as she stared blankly at Shuyi, her gaze brimming with complex, unreadable emotions. There was the bewilderment after their first intimate contact, the uncertainty about the future, and above all, an indescribable dependence on the man before her. Shuyi returned her gaze, yet inexplicably, a pang of guilt welled up within him. He opened his mouth, trying to say something. "Suli." Suli shook her head gently, her long, jet-black hair swaying with the motion. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around Shuya's neck and offered him a kiss. Her movements were slightly awkward, yet her emotions burned with extraordinary intensity. Shuyi felt a warm, soft sensation spread across his lips. Instantly, the temperature around them seemed to ignite like a bonfire, rising steadily. Thus, Shuyi rolled over and pinned her beneath him. The air around them grew hotter, as if a flame were slowly rising. The room was filled with an air of intimacy. Half an hour later, the heat finally began to dissipate. Suli's face was flushed, her breath coming in soft gasps. Her soft breaths sounded like the rustling of petals in a spring breeze. This time, they truly held nothing back, shattering every boundary. Two hearts clung tightly together, leaving no distance between them. Perhaps entering the afterglow phase, Shuya's thoughts gradually grew clear and active. He tilted his head back slightly, gazing at the ceiling, a quiet sigh rising within him. What was bound to happen has finally come to pass. In truth, ever since learning he would be performing that particular examination on Suli and realizing she hadn't refused, Shuyi had been enduring a grueling struggle. At the height of his youthful vigor, resisting such temptation for this long had been no small feat. After all, he wasn't a saint.
So this is where we've come to, Shuyi murmured to himself.
At that moment, Luo Qiuyan's face suddenly flashed through his mind. Thankfully, she already knew about this and hadn't objected. Otherwise, explaining it to her would have been an extremely difficult task for Shuyi. Shuyi tilted his head slightly, gently drawing Suli into his embrace and letting her rest her head on his shoulder.
Suli nestled against him obediently. The two held each other tightly, as if becoming one.
At this moment, no barriers remained between them. Shuyi hesitated, tentatively asking, "Suli, when did you?"
Though he hadn't finished his sentence, Suli understood.
She slowly rolled over, wrapping her arms tightly around Shuyi. Her entire body clung to him like an octopus, as if terrified he might vanish at any moment. Burying her face against Shuya's chest, her voice trembling slightly, she whispered, "Shuyi,
I don't want to die. When Master died, I was right there watching him.
He was in such agony, screaming for me to kill him.
Shuyi,
She struggled desperately to steady her emotions, yet the tremor in her voice remained uncontrollable. Shuya's heart clenched. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her tighter, as if trying to merge her completely into his own body. He stared intently into Suli's eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Suli, I won't let you die."
"Absolutely not."
Suli lifted her gaze to meet Shuya's. Seeing the unwavering resolve in his eyes, a wave of warmth and reassurance flooded her heart. Regardless of whether those words were true or false, at this moment, she was willing to believe him without reservation. Gradually, the corners of the young girl's mouth lifted, forming a faint, gentle curve. It was Suli's smile, still somewhat strained, perhaps even tinged with lingering sorrow. Yet in Shuya's eyes, it was as beautiful as the first flower blooming in spring. As if the snow on Mount Tianshan had melted.
Shuyi was instantly captivated. "You said you like seeing me smile," Suli murmured softly.
"Then I'll try to smile more often." Shuyi could no longer resist and gently kissed her. Suli let out a soft gasp and slowly closed her eyes. She began to respond to Shuyi, though her movements remained awkward. Beyond Shuyi, she had no other experience.
It wasn't just Suli, Shuyi didn't have much experience either.
This was the first time for both of them.
But that didn't matter.
The air's temperature rose slowly.
Time slipped away unnoticed.
It wasn't until evening that the two of them gradually came to an end. As always, Shuyi examined Suli afterward. Even after experiencing such things, the innate shyness in her bones remained undiminished. As Shuyi examined her, she turned her head slightly, her cheeks still flushed. After the examination, Shuyi was surprised to discover that Suli had shown no signs of an episode all day.
Yet afterward, Su-Li seemed uneasy. Biting her lips lightly, her eyes filled with tension and apprehension, she asked, Chu-Yi, you and Luo Qiuyan? Having lived with Chu-Yi for this period, Su-Li couldn't help but be aware of Luo Qiuyan, and certainly couldn't be ignorant of the special relationship between her and Chu-Yi. Chu-Yi fell silent for a moment upon hearing her words. Su-Li's heart instantly sank, a wave of fear rising within her. She bit her lip again, a bitter smile touching her lips as she said, never mind. I probably asked a silly question. I likely won't live much longer anyway. It won't affect you too. Seeing this, Chu-Yi felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart. Without hesitation, he reached out, pulled Su-Li into his arms, and held her tightly. Startled, Su-Li instinctively lifted her head just as Chu-Yi spoke, she knows about me and you. Su-Li's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. Chu-Yi continued, don't worry, it won't affect anything. And don't mention death again. Every time you say it, your face turns as pale as a ghost. I told you, I won't let you die. Su-Li leaned against Chu-Yi's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and murmured softly in acknowledgement. Out of Chu-Yi's sight, a faint smile gradually spread across the corners of her mouth. For Su-Li, Chu-Yi felt nothing but heartache. After all, Qiuyan had already stated she wouldn't oppose him and Su-Li. Since today's events had already unfolded, Chu-Yi wouldn't evade responsibility. He might as well acknowledge it outright. He'd already gone this far, was he supposed to pull up his pants and deny everything? Chu-Yi wasn't that kind of person. Chu-Yi admitted that from the very first day he met Su-Li, he had harbored special feelings for this girl. Her delicate, tragic beauty had stirred a deep protective instinct within him. Especially over the past fortnight of living together, spending every waking moment with Su-Li, the emotions within Chu-Yi had only grown more intense. Heaven knew how hard he'd been holding back. If not for fear of frightening Su-Li, he would have lost control long ago. Throughout the subsequent treatment process, he cautiously tested her boundaries step by step. When he realized she truly didn't seem to object, Chu-Yi finally stopped pretending. But was Su-Li any different? After enduring the devastating blow of her master's death, Su-Li harbored an innate dread of the bone-corroding disease. It was akin to someone who nearly drowned as a child harboring an innate dread of the ocean. Learning she too had contracted the disease pushed her terror to its peak. For the first few nights, she would dream every night, envisioning herself rotting away like her master, bones shattering, suffering worse than death. Each time, she would wake in the dead of night drenched in sweat. Then, the horrific images of her master's death would echo relentlessly in her mind. She could only cling to her quilt, weeping silently alone. This terror tormented her day after day until, in the end, she had become numb to it. It was like a terminal patient who, upon first learning of their diagnosis, feels despair, screams, and struggles to accept it. But as time passed and death drew nearer, the terror gradually faded, replaced by a state of utter resignation, silently awaiting the end. When Chu-Yi first encountered Su-Li, she was already shrouded in deathly pallor. Though still alive, she lived like a corpse. It wasn't until Chu-Yi's attentive care and constant companionship that she began to change. Chu-Yi had become Su-Li's sole lifeline. Upon realizing she still held a glimmer of hope for survival, Su-Li's mind became consumed solely by Chu-Yi. Her yearning for life once again overpowered her fear of death. This yearning gradually transformed into an intense attachment, so profound that she felt no aversion whatsoever to Chu-Yi's unconventional actions. Now, she could only rely on Chu-Yi. She did not want to die. And Chu-Yi seemed like someone worthy of her trust. Come on, let's go have dinner together. After dressing Su-Li, Chu-Yi reached out, gently helping her to her feet. You're okay walking, right? The moment Su-Li stood up, her legs buckled. Her body lurched forward involuntarily, nearly sending her crashing to the floor. Fortunately, Chu-Yi reacted swiftly, extending both arms to catch her securely. A hint of apology flashed across Chu-Yi's face. Did I move too abruptly? Su-Li's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely audible. It's okay, as long as you like it. I'm fine. With Chu-Yi's support, she straightened her body with effort and slowly stood up. Chu-Yi sighed helplessly. You should rest properly first. I'll make dinner. It's fine if you can't get up, I'll feed you. Su-Li's face remained flushed as she softly murmured her agreement. At that moment, her heart felt warm, as if bathed in the gentle sunlight of spring. Chapter 170, Changes. 17th day of observation, no signs of generated corruption plaques detected. Patient condition remains stable with no abnormalities. Day 18, no signs of generated decay spots. Patient condition stable, no abnormalities detected. Day 19, one nascent corruption plaque detected and neutralized. No other anomalies. The above constitutes Chu-Yi's examination reports on Su-Li during the initial days following the commencement of the International Exchange Conference. The initial 5 days were designated for free exchange. Teams from various nations engaged in diverse exchanges and friendly sparring. Even Nya Huan rushed off eagerly to spar with prodigies from other nations. Chu-Yi, however, showed little interest in such pursuits. Most of his time was spent either sharing intimate moments with Su-Li in their hotel room or accompanying her as they explored the various areas of the exchange conference. Of course, he didn't neglect Luo Qiuyan either.
Sometimes, Shuyi would accompany both women on outings.
Luo Qiaoyan didn't object, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as she quietly savored the moments spent with Shuyi.
Of course, Luo Qiaoyan remained unaware that her relationship with Su Li had deepened. Shuyi had no intention of telling her.
If he did, Luo Qiaoyan would likely be upset. After all, neither of them had engaged in overly intimate behavior.
But perhaps after what happened with Su Li, Shuyi had become slightly bolder in his actions when he was with Luo Qiaoyan. At the very least, they had grown accustomed to holding hands while out shopping.
Shuyi felt that given the right opportunity, he might even be able to claim her first kiss. After that, everything would just fall into place.
It had to be said that after the Su Li incident, Shuyi had indeed grown bolder.
But Shuyi wasn't in a hurry.
With Uncle Luo and Uncle Yu backing their relationship, it felt rock solid.
Sometimes, Shuyi would feel a twinge of self-mockery. Was this line of thinking a bit twisted?
For instance, after consummating things with Luo Qiaoyan, he could then bring up Su Li.
Or how about gradually testing the waters and teasing her, letting their relationship heat up step by step? But upon reflection, was he really meant to endure a lifetime of platonic love? Don't be ridiculous.
Dating for years without doing anything beyond holding hands or even holding hands at all was the kind of plot only found in the misfortunes of those stuck in cliché romance novels. What pleased Shuyi was that Su Li's condition had actually begun to slowly improve these past few days. I told you smiling more would help.
See?
Your body is slowly recovering. Shuyi beamed with relief, gently clasping Su Li's hand as he spoke. Though she remained in the second stage of bone-eating disease, at least there were no signs of further deterioration.
Learning this news, Su Li was overjoyed.
A faint blush spread across her previously pale cheeks, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Shuyi could finally see her smile without reservation. After the events of these past days, the young girl's attachment to him had clearly deepened.
This attachment deepened steadily, perhaps even approaching a pathological intensity. How to put it?
Now, every morning when Su Li woke up, she had to see him by her side to feel at ease. Yesterday morning, Shuyi had just gotten up and was preparing breakfast as usual, intending to call Su Li to eat. He discovered Su Li had awakened. Her eyes were vacant as they stared at the ceiling, and 2 clear tears had fallen down her cheeks.
Shuyi's heart lurched in alarm.
He hurried to the bedside, his voice urgent. Su Li, what's wrong? Su Li was both crying and smiling, her voice trembling slightly as she whispered, I thought you had left. This made Shuyi both amused and helpless. Like soothing a child, he gently patted Su Li's back and tenderly assured her he wouldn't leave. Then, with careful attention, he helped her dress. Only then did Su Li's mood gradually lift. Of course, growing so close to Su Li brought Shuyi another headache. Kaka was jealous. Originally, Shuyi would set aside time each evening to play with Kaka. But now that Shuyi and Su Li were constantly together, Kaka was displeased. Its normally bright eyes filled with hurt, and every night it protested to Shuyi, wriggling its little body incessantly while making Kaka sounds. Shuyi felt helpless. Only after giving it an extra treat did it perk up again, its little tail wagging like a rattle. Of course, these were all happy troubles.
5 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Early on the 6th day, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Shuyi, accompanied by Su Li, met up with Luo Qiaoyan, Elena, and Nia Huang. Nia Huang cracked his neck, flexing his muscles, and exclaimed loudly, damn it, this free exchange phase is finally over. These past few days have been boring as hell.
Although Nia Huang challenged people daily, few true masters chose to reveal their strength during this phase.
Consequently, Nia Huang had fought without satisfaction. A hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes as he shook his head and sighed repeatedly.
Shuyi chuckled, let's hurry and register.
Once registration closes, the matches begin immediately. Then we'll face teams from other nations.
Nia Huang retorted, about time. I can't wait any longer.
Soon, the group made their way to the registration area. Inside the venue, hundreds of registration desks were set up across the spacious hall. Teams streamed in continuously, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with chatter and footsteps. The mingling of conversations and footsteps created an extraordinary bustle. Ultimately, tens of thousands of teams might register for the competition. Nearly 300,000 participants would compete. Yet only 100 teams would earn entry into the World Dungeon. A maximum of 500. This competition will be fiercely contested. As they headed to register, the group engaged in heated discussions.
Nia Huang snapped, Elena, do you know of any team strong enough?
Damn it, fighting those useless losers all the time is driving me crazy. Elena replied calmly, every major nation has top-tier teams. Take the Great Xia Kingdom, were officially ranked number 1 because Luo Qiaoyan, Shuyi, and you were the top 3 in this year's college entrance exams. But in reality, there are definitely teams within our country that are our equals. From what I understand, many top-tier second-year professionals deliberately hold back their abilities to ensure a smoother path to advancement.
They'll be formidable opponents. Hearing this, Nia Huang's interest was instantly piqued. He eagerly asked, any more?
Elena continued, beyond that, the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire, the Violet Squad of the Duchy of Normandia, and Joseph's squad from the Snowland Federation are all noteworthy teams.
They are the officially recognized top squads in their respective nations. Nya Huang's eyes lit up. At that moment, Zhu Yi inquired, what about the Free Federation?
At the mention of the Free Federation, Elena's brow seemed to furrow slightly, though it might have been an illusion. She lowered her head slightly, as if deep in thought. After a moment of silence, she continued, the strongest publicly acknowledged team in the Free Federation is the Solomon Squad.
Their captain, Brewster Solomon, is also the strongest professional practitioner in the Free Federation this year.
Her voice remained calm, yet carried a barely perceptible weight.
Xu Ye's interest piqued. How does he compare to Veit? Elena shook her head. A world of difference. Among the 5 of us, if anyone could surpass Solomon, it might only be you. Hearing this, Nya Huang immediately bristled. So you're saying I'm not as good as that Solomon? Elena glanced at him and nodded. Damn it! Nya Huang cursed. Long hair, short sight. That Solomon better hope he never crosses paths with me, or I'll beat him into a pig's head. Elena remained unmoved by his outburst. She was long accustomed to Nya Huang's temperament, standing quietly by with eyes as still as water. The others had grown accustomed to it as well. Soon, they headed to the registration desk to sign up. Just then, Zhu Yi suddenly felt a pair of hands grip his arm tightly. Startled, he turned his head slightly and suddenly noticed Su Li beside him, her eyes wide and her body trembling slightly. Zhu Yi's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. He hurriedly asked, Su Li, what's wrong? At that moment, Luo Qiuyan, Elena, and Nya Huang also turned to look. Following Su Li's gaze, they saw a group of people dressed in traditional warrior attire. The intricate and unique patterns on their garments clearly marked them as a contingent from the Eastern Empire. One of them caught Su Li's gaze, turned his head, and sneered with a look of contempt before cursing under his breath. Damn it! What the hell are you staring at, you damn great Xia bastard? Chapter 171, Sweeping Through. The furious shout reverberated like a thunderclap, instantly stirring commotion throughout the area. All eyes turned toward the commotion. Hey, isn't that the great Xia team that defeated the Free Federation squad on the field just days ago? Yep, it's them. Looks like they're in a fight with the Eastern Empire. Looks like we're in for another show. It was common knowledge that relations between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eastern Empire had always been tense. Whenever they meet, the atmosphere becomes like a lit powder keg. Few exchange pleasantries. The surrounding crowd was now particularly curious, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhu Yi turned his head slightly, glancing at Su Li. She gripped his arm tightly, her hand trembling slightly. A glint of hatred flickered in her eyes. She forced her voice down, as if squeezing it through clenched teeth. Before Master died, I saw them at the corruption front. Under the leadership of the Eastern Empire forces, they captured many people and gathered them together to hold competitions torturing the people of Great Xia. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, yet it seemed on the verge of erupting. Luo Qiuyan, Nya Huang, and Elena stood nearby. Her words reached their ears clearly. Xu Ye's expression darkened instantly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Nya Huang, unable to contain his rage, roared furiously, them. I'll slaughter every last one of those devils. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he eagerly drew his Xianhuang warblade. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward the Japanese imperial forces. Zhu Yi watched Nya Huang's retreating figure without uttering a word to stop him. The Japanese soldiers, seeing this, were instantly struck with terror. One of them shouted, "You great Xia man, are you looking to die? Baka! How dare you attack us?" Another, his face twisted with rage, shouted curses. Several men from the Eastern Empire drew their weapons, poised to strike. Halt! Just as tensions reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment, a cold command erupted. Immediately, a middle-aged man appeared. Tall and imposing, he wore a specially tailored work uniform embroidered with insignia signifying his status. After his voice rang out, he swiftly stepped forward, firmly blocking both Nya Huang and the Japanese imperial forces who were about to engage. His presence seemed to erect an invisible wall between the two sides, preventing either from taking another step forward. Private combat is strictly prohibited within the conference venue. The staff members' intervention halted the confrontation immediately. Yet, whether from the Japanese Empire side or the Great Xia Kingdom side, anger was etched across every face. Nya Huang, in particular, glared at the Japanese Empire representative with eyes that seemed to spit fire, his expression so fierce it looked as if he wanted to devour the man alive. The Japanese Empire side hurled a barrage of insults, words like bastards spewing forth like machine gun fire, their faces twisted with contempt and fury. Seeing this, the staff raised their voices once more, issuing a stern warning, return to your respective groups immediately. Otherwise, I will revoke your eligibility to participate in this exchange conference. At that moment, Zhu Yi spoke softly, Nya Huang, come back. Nya Huang snorted coldly at first, then turned angrily and strode back to his formation. Zhu Yi murmured, we'll get our chance to take them down. Just hold your fire for now. Hearing Zhu Yi's words, the rage in Nya Huang's eyes finally began to subside slightly. Several members of the Eastern Empire delegation were equally displeased, muttering under their breath. Yet, they dared not openly defy the staff's authority. Grumbling, they reluctantly retreated back to their own ranks. Both sides dispersed in a foul mood, the air thick with tension. The crowd responded with a chorus of boos. They had hoped for a lively spectacle, but now it seemed unlikely. What a disappointment! After registration closed and the crowd dispersed, Nya Huang's face remained dark and sullen. Damn it, if I ever get the chance, I'll wipe out every last one of those Japanese bastards. It wasn't just Nya Huang. Luo Qiuyan's expression was equally grim. Born into a military family,
many of her kin had met tragic ends at the hands of the Empire of Japan. The atrocities committed by the Empire of Japan against the people of the Great Xia nation along the corrupted front were utterly inhumane. Throughout the stronghold, the Great Xia Kingdom posted conspicuous warnings: if venturing out,
never go alone. If encountering Japanese Empire personnel, kill them if possible. If unable to fight them, immediately fire a signal flare.
Anyone who had lived along the corruption front for any length of time bore an indelible memory of the Empire of Japan's cruelty. Any isolated Great Xia citizen falling into their hands faced nothing but endless torment and death.
Seeing this, Elena spoke softly. Let's not let this incident affect us. Registration is over, and the preliminary rounds are about to begin. We should prepare ourselves. None of them responded, though outwardly calm.
The rage within them burned fiercely, especially Suli, who clung tightly to Chuyi's arm.
Chuyi knew she was far from calm. As they walked away,
Chuyi gently patted her hand, a silent gesture of comfort. Only then did Suli's mood begin to lift slightly. As registrations closed one after another, the rules for the second stage of the competition were also announced.
After receiving the rules, Elena began explaining them to the group. Due to the overwhelming number of participants,
it would be impossible to complete every match within the limited timeframe if we used the formal tournament format for each round. Therefore, the competition will be divided into 3 stages: preliminary rounds,
main tournament, and finals. The preliminary rounds will take place on the virtual arena, where each participant will be randomly matched against other teams for combat. The rule is that winners are matched against winners, and losers against losers.
Points are earned based on the outcome of each match.
Winners earn 5 to 10 points, with the exact amount determined by the battle's outcome. For instance,
if there's a significant disparity between teams and one side swiftly defeats the other,
the victor earns 10 points.
If the battle is fiercely contested and the outcome is decided only after a prolonged struggle,
the victor will receive only 5 points.
Losing teams do not lose points but also earn none. The preliminary tournament stage lasts for 3 days.
During these 3 days,
all teams may enter the virtual arena for match battles an unlimited number of times.
At the end of the period,
the top 100 teams with the highest points will automatically qualify for the World Dungeon and advance to the main tournament stage.
After finishing her explanation, Elena looked around at the group, signaling if anyone had questions. Matching battles? Sounds interesting.
Upon hearing the preliminary round rules,
Nya Huang's eyes flashed with curiosity,
his expression growing intrigued.
Chuyi nodded slightly, finding it intriguing as well. I wonder what kind of opponents will be matched against.
Luo Qiuyan furrowed her brow slightly,
a hint of confusion in her eyes. No limit on matches? Doesn't that mean as long as you fight enough times, your points can keep rising? After all, losers don't lose points.
Elena shook her head gently and explained. Opponents are matched based on the number of victories. This means the more points you earn,
the stronger your opponents become. No matter how many times you lose, the opponents you face will have points similar to yours. Upon hearing this,
Chuyi chuckled.
So once we win enough matches, we won't run out of opponents to match against, right? After all, the higher you climb, the fewer teams there are.
Elena's gaze remained calm as she replied deliberately.
By the time that happens, we'll already be in the main tournament.
This ranking system loses meaning. All that matters is securing our spot in the main event.
Upon hearing this, Nya Huang instantly lost interest. It seemed the real opponents lay in the main tournament. Noticing this,
Chuyi spoke up.
Alright, let's hurry and get matched.
The preliminary rounds have begun.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
They then followed Chuyi toward the matchmaking area.
Inside the venue,
numerous virtual combat rooms were set up. These rooms were neatly arranged and distributed throughout the venue.
Entering any of them would connect them to the virtual arena. The moment they stepped inside, a flash of light enveloped them, transporting them into an illusory realm.
The space was a vast expanse of white, shrouded in swirling mist,
dreamlike and ethereal. Then, a mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in their ears. Welcome to the virtual arena, matching you with an evenly matched opponent. Match successful.
Your opponent is the Lawrence squad of the Golden Radiance Empire.
In an instant, the 5 felt the scene before them flash, transporting them to a virtual battlefield.
The battlefield's ground was gray rock, surrounded by a dark and mysterious space. Their opponents instantly materialized nearby.
5 fair-haired,
Blue-eyed youths clad in specialized combat suits, the Golden Radiance Empire team.
Holy crap! Why them? The moment they entered, a wail erupted from the Golden Radiance Empire team, leaving Chu Yi and the others stunned. This is ridiculous. Didn't they say they'd match us with evenly matched opponents? These great Xia guys even beat Vite, how is that even?
Another voice echoed the frustration,
complaining loudly. God! This isn't fair.
Several others buried their faces in their hands,
screaming in utter despair. This scene left Chu Yi and his companions feeling both amused and exasperated. Despite this,
they showed no mercy in their actions.
Dark flames. Chu Yi gripped his staff tightly, raising it high. With a fierce swing of his staff, black flames erupted like dark dragons,
instantly surging toward the members of the Golden Radiance Empire.
The flames carried scorching heat waves, distorting the very air wherever they touched.
The Golden Radiance Empire members had no time to react,
shock still frozen on their faces. The flames erupted with a deafening roar, instantly engulfing them.
A piercing scream followed,
echoing far across the virtual battlefield.
Their figures vanished like illusory bubbles,
disappearing without a trace.
Victory over the Golden Radiance Empire's Lawrence squad.
Great Xia's Chu Yi squad earns plus 10 points.
Because Chu Yi fought so swiftly, the entire battle concluded in under 30 seconds, earning him a direct 10-point bonus.
Nia Huang scowled in displeasure, his face etched with boredom. Utterly pointless.
A battle of this caliber held absolutely no interest for him.
In his view,
opponents should at least possess the caliber of those like Vite to be worth his effort.
Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Nia Huang's expression. Alright, let's move on to the next match.
Without pause, the group immediately commenced the second match.
Match successful.
Your opponent is Gandhi's team from the Thousand Temples Empire.
Match successful. Your opponent is the Free team of the Duchy of Normandia. Match successful.
Your opponent is the Tchaikovsky team from the Snowland Federation.
As they continued matching,
Chu Yi and his team seemed to be on a roll,
virtually unstoppable.
Even when Chu Yi fought alone, he crushed opposing teams with devastating ease.
After each battle,
they would effortlessly pocket all 10 points.
Throughout the series of battles, Nia Huang remained utterly disinterested, standing idly by, bored out of his mind.
His eyelids began to droop as sleep threatened to overtake him. Battles of this caliber held absolutely no interest for him. If it weren't for the requirement that battles be fought in teams,
Nia Huang wouldn't have bothered showing up at all.
As the battles continued, Chu Yi's team accumulated a total of 100 points. According to the real-time rankings, they had successfully entered the top 100. To Chu Yi's surprise, despite their team's lightning-fast pace, they still hadn't claimed the top spot.
The top-ranked team had already amassed 140 points. Clearly, someone else was even faster than them.
10 battles seemed like a significant number,
but for Chu Yi and his team, it amounted to only an hour or two. Most of the time was spent on matchmaking and moving between battle zones. The actual combat time was probably less than an hour.
Chu Yi wore a relaxed smile as he said,
"Let's do one more match today, then we'll rest." At this pace, breaking into the top 100 is absolutely no problem.
At the mention of rest,
Nia Huang perked up instantly,
his drooping eyelids snapping open.
Then, Chu Yi began the matchmaking process again.
Matching you with a team of comparable strength. Once the matchmaking screen appeared, the group stood silently in place,
waiting.
The air around them seemed to freeze, the silence so profound that only their faint breaths could be heard.
After several minutes, the words "match successful" finally appeared. Match successful.
Your opponents are the Violet Squad of the Duchy of Normandria.
Upon hearing the team name, Nia Huang's eyes lit up instantly,
a flicker of excitement dancing in them.
Elena, is this the strongest team in the Duchy of Normandia you mentioned? He quickly turned to Elena, asking eagerly. Elena nodded. Nia Huang instantly perked up, his previously slouching posture straightening like a predator poised to strike. Ha 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 ha, finally, some worthy opponents. You lot, don't interfere. I want to face the Duchy of Normandia's top team myself. Chapter 172, the Kawashima team.
These past few days had been unbearably stifling for Nia Huang. He yearned to find someone to fight,
yet every team they encountered along the way proved lackluster. The famed top-tier teams, like Chu Yi's, were nowhere to be found.
It seemed everyone had reached an unspoken consensus. Wasting precious time on this free exchange phase was pure folly.
For Nia Huang,
these tedious days had become unbearable.
Until today,
when a truly formidable team finally appeared, Nia Huang instantly ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, his blood boiling with excitement.
Before long, the team from the Duchy of Normandia came into view, comprising 3 men and 2 women.
Their roles were warrior,
mage, archer, guardian, and support. Though lacking an assassin or stealth-focused role, this balanced composition offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, promising strong synergy and strategic flexibility. Are you Chu Yi's team from the Great Xia Kingdom? The members of the Duchy of Normandia's team scanned Chu Yi and his companions, their eyes brimming with keen interest. Seems like a formidable team, one murmured. Indeed, just days ago, they defeated the Vite team. Another chimed in. After a brief exchange, one of them decisively spoke up. I see. In that case, we'll forfeit. There's no need to waste our strength at this stage. The moment the words left his mouth, a soft yet distinctly unique glow gently enveloped them. Immediately afterward, a clear system notification sounded in their ears. Team Normandia has chosen to forfeit. Team Chu Yi gains plus 10 points. This sudden announcement left Chu Yi and his companions frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? They actually withdrew. Elena replied calmly. They're likely conserving strength for the main event. With their current ranking, they're already guaranteed a spot in the top 100. Asterisk 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 ing cowards. Nia Huang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared with fury. He had been itching for a fight, his heart filled with anticipation for a fierce battle. But their unexpected withdrawal felt like punching soft cotton. All his strength went to waste, and his rage only grew fiercer. This outcome left Chu Yi feeling equally helpless. He sighed softly and soothed. Alright, since that's the case, let's just wait for the main event to begin. The group slowly exited the virtual arena. By then, the day's ranking points had been tallied. Chu Yi's team, riding an 11-match winning streak, had secured 110 points, solidly placing them at 62nd. The cutoff for the top 100 was 76 points. Unless every match yielded the maximum 10 points, breaking into the top 100 would require at least a dozen victories. Surprisingly, the top-ranked team wasn't one of the powerhouses Elena had mentioned earlier, but rather Team Kawashima from the Eastern Empire. Their record was impressive, 156 points from 18 wins and 7 losses. When Chu Yi and the others saw this team's information, their previously calm gazes instantly turned icy cold. The Kawashima team was precisely the squad they had clashed fiercely with earlier that day. As the first day of the preliminary rounds concluded, the participants, some weary and others exhilarated, returned to their respective lodgings to rest. The night passed without incident, and the second day of qualifiers arrived as scheduled. Chu Yi's team was in peak form, sweeping through the competition and securing another impressive 10 consecutive victories. However, Nia Huang still wore a look of deep frustration. In today's 10 preliminary matches, they once again faced the team from the Duchy of Normandia, yet the opponents still chose to forfeit without hesitation. The other teams with any semblance of strength proved utterly no match for Chu Yi and his crew. By the end of the second day's competition, Chu Yi's team had accumulated 210 points, propelling them to 37th place. The top spot remained firmly held by the Kawashima team. Their record now stood at 37 wins and 16 losses, accumulating 336 points. Though their point total was high, their number of losses was also significant. Chu Yi glanced at the statistics and let out a cold, dismissive snort. Spending hours grinding points daily was utterly meaningless. It only made their ranking look slightly better. Days passed in the blink of an eye. I hereby declare the preliminary tournament concluded. The top 100 teams by points will advance to the main event. The main tournament format will be released shortly. All qualifying teams are advised to pay attention and arrive promptly for the draw. The announcement echoed throughout the arena, reaching every competitor's ears with crystal clarity. Hearing the announcement, many let out sighs of relief. Nia Huang shouted, "Finally over. This competition is utterly boring. What a waste of time." Chu Yi watched Nia Huang's frustrated expression and smiled helplessly. Elena said, "The format's been announced. Let's check it out quickly." Everyone nodded in agreement. The main tournament adopted a highly standardized arena format. 100 teams were evenly divided into 4 large groups, each containing 25 teams. On the massive arena within each group, a 100-person free-for-all would unfold. During the melee, falling off the arena, voluntarily conceding defeat, or dying would result in elimination. Killing opponents was unrestricted during the main event. Once 3 or more members of a team are eliminated, the entire team is immediately disqualified. Ultimately, each major group will determine 8 teams to advance to the final circle through this massive brawl, where they will compete for the championship. The crowd erupted upon hearing these rules. Holy, this format is insane. Holy, 100-player free-for-all. Awesome. I thought it was going to be a one-on-one tournament. This tournament is gonna be epic. Shortly after the format announcement, a crisp alert sounded throughout the venue. All main event teams proceed to the center of the arena for group draw. Once grouping is complete, the free-for-all will commence immediately. The moment the announcement ended, teams swiftly headed toward the center of the arena. Chu Yi and his team also hurried over. The venue center was bustling with noise as all the main event teams gathered there. The host announced, the draw will proceed based on points ranking. The first place team will draw first. Team Kawashima of the Empire of Japan, please come forward to draw. Wahahaha, our great Eastern Empire is number 1. Kawashima, Kawashima, you're the strongest. The moment the Kawashima team appeared, the Japanese Empire spectators erupted in excitement. Shuyi suddenly noticed Su Li's hand had unnoticed grasped his wrist again, tightening slightly. He turned his head, glanced at Su Li, then fixed his gaze firmly on Team Kawashima. A barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Kawashima team members swiftly completed the draw. Team Kawashima has drawn Group 3, the Qianmiao Dynasty Tiger team. Please step forward to draw. As each team stepped forward to draw their lots in turn, the groupings gradually became clear. Among them, the Duchy of Normanland drew Group 3, the Joseph team from the Snowland Federation drew Group 1, the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire and the Solomon team of the Free Federation drew Group 4, Team Chuyi of the Great Xia Empire. Please step forward to draw. Finally, it was Chuye's team's turn. Chuyi stepped forward and drew his team's group number. Team Chuye's draw results in Group 3, Chapter 173, Fierce Battle. Swish! The moment Chuye's team was drawn into Group 3, countless eyes turned toward them. In an instant, the atmosphere felt like a lit powder keg, tense enough to make breathing difficult. Chuyi and his teammates locked eyes with Kawashima's squad. They stood locked in a standoff, silent yet radiating a palpable, icy killing intent that seemed sharp enough to slice through the air. Nya Huang cracked his neck and growled through gritted teeth. Fine, fine, we got them. Chuyi, hold nothing back. Show no mercy to these Japanese devils. A faint, cold smile touched Chuye's lips. Of course, soon. The draw concluded. The groupings were now finalized. All groups proceed to your designated arenas. The competition commences immediately. A booming voice echoed across the entire venue. As the words faded, teams began streaming toward their designated platforms. As Chuyi and his group made their way to the arena, members of the Kawashima team approached them, their faces twisted with scorn. One of them sneered, "You great Xia people, don't think your reputation makes you strong. Today, the great Eastern Empire will bury you forever." At these words, the expressions of Chuyi and his companions instantly turned as cold as frost. Nya Huang nearly lost control and lunged forward to fight. Even Kaka sensed the tension, flailing its claws menacingly. Chuyi gently patted Kaka's head, signaling him to calm down, then sneered coldly, "We'll see who ends up dead." Though the match hadn't truly begun, both sides were already at each other's throats, the tension reaching a fever pitch. Many onlookers watched with gleaming eyes, relishing the spectacle. They cheered and egged them on from the sidelines. Chuyi seemed oblivious, leading his group swiftly onto the arena. The arena was exceptionally spacious, its floor paved with solid stone slabs and its perimeter secured by thick ropes, more than ample for a 125-person free-for-all. Even after all teams took their places, the space remained uncrowded. I now declare the official competition of this International Youth Exchange Conference officially open. The referee's rousing declaration sent the entire arena erupting into a frenzy. Every team on the stage sprang into action at that very moment. In an instant, bursts of skill-based light filled the sky. The entire arena transformed into a fantastical battlefield, a dazzling interplay of light that left spectators dizzy. Amidst this chaotic melee, the situation became incredibly complex. Any team could become an enemy in an instant. Therefore, many teams chose to form alliances with others from the very start. Wagagagaga, slaughter these great Xiao bastards. At that moment, several surrounding teams from the Eastern Empire immediately gathered together and charged fiercely toward Chuyi and his companions. Meanwhile, the Kawashima team stood aside, calmly watching the spectacle unfold. A smug grin played on their faces. After all, they were among the top contenders, and their strength was undeniable. At the onset of battle, few dared to challenge them directly. They weren't foolish enough to be the first to charge at Chuye's group either. Instead, they planned to let others wear down Chuye's team first, then reap the benefits themselves. Surrounding Chuye's group were 3 teams from the Eastern Empire. Each wore a savage grin, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. They bellowed threats while brandishing their weapons. Ha 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 ha, great Xia men, no matter how strong you are, you're surrounded now. What can you do? To Xia men, kneel now and beg for mercy. We might let you die with some dignity. The Eastern Empire troops were supremely confident, believing victory was assured. Yet Chuyi and his companions remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic. Like a calm lake, not a single ripple. Chuyi sneered. What's the matter? All talk and no action? Afraid to step up? These words instantly enraged the men of the Eastern Empire. Damn it! We'll take them on together and kill them. They bellowed wildly, charging forward immediately. In an instant, a barrage of skills erupted. The surrounding area blazed with light as energy surged forth like a raging tide. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a blinding light, and waves of heat washed over them. Chuyi and his companions struck at the perfect moment, Dark Thunder Punishment. Chuyi led the charge, swinging his wand, Song of the Whale, with fierce force. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from its tip, streaking through the sky like an enraged thunder dragon. The bolt struck a Japanese Empire soldier directly on the head. A piercing, despairing scream erupted from the victim as flames instantly engulfed his body. Then, like a kite whose string had snapped, he collapsed instantly. His body was covered in scorched marks, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. A single skill had instantly killed the enemy. This overwhelming power caused those around to gasp in shock. The sight left the Japanese Empire soldiers wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shock and disbelief. They never imagined Chuyi's power could be so terrifying. But their astonishment didn't end there. Beside them, Luo Qiuyan moved with the grace of a dancing fairy, wielding her staff.
She murmured incantations as the potent starfall spell erupted.
A colossal meteor,
accompanied by a howling wind, plummeted like a star from the heavens, crashing heavily into the ranks of the Eastern Japan Empire's forces.
Several guardians scrambled frantically,
attempting to raise shields for defense,
but they proved utterly useless against this overwhelming assault. The starfall spell shattered shields and barriers alike, exploding violently among the defenders. In an instant,
smoke and dust filled the air,
mingled with cries of agony.
Though no one was killed outright, several Eastern Empire soldiers suffered severe injuries. Some had legs shattered.
Writhing on the ground in agony, Nya Huang refused to be outdone,
gripping his Xianhuan warblade tightly with both hands as he unleashed strike after strike.
Wasteland body, cleave the heavens.
His roar echoed across the battlefield as a powerful blade aura erupted, slicing through the air like a primordial light that cleaved the heavens. It instantly felled several Japanese soldiers. The Japanese warriors didn't even have time to react before collapsing in pools of their own blood.
Kaka grew even more exhilarated,
unleashing frost beams and blizzards that churned through the fray.
Wherever they struck, the Japanese warriors writhed in agony. Enveloped in frost, their bodies froze rigid, their agonized screams piercing the air. Even Elena's mechanical mountain peaks demonstrated formidable combat prowess,
charging like disciplined soldiers to launch fierce assaults on the Japanese forces,
leaving them utterly annihilated.
The battle had barely begun when it ended.
These foes were utterly no match for Chuyi and his companions. Before Chuyi and his companions, they couldn't even muster the strength to defend themselves. The remaining Japanese warriors were utterly terrified,
their faces as pale as paper,
scrambling to flee for their lives. But would Chuyi grant them a chance to escape?
His gaze was icy as he unleashed skill after skill.
Dark flames followed by Knight's residual beam instantly shot toward the fleeing Japanese, instantly slaying them and ending their lives completely. 3 Japanese squads, 15 men in total. In less than 10 minutes after the battle began,
they were all slaughtered by Chuyi and his companions. Their combat prowess, needless to say, was nothing short of astonishing.
Witnessing the carnage,
nearby teams scattered in fear, realizing they were no match for such power.
Chuyi and his companions were simply too brutal. After all,
other teams fought with relative restraint,
never aiming to kill outright. But between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eastern Japan Empire lay an irreconcilable enmity.
If not for the rule prohibiting them from fighting on other stages,
Chuyi and his group would have even targeted the Japanese fighters on other arenas. This spectacle left the Kawashima team wide-eyed, their faces ashen as frost-bitten eggplants. Their leader, Kawashima Nayo, blared with eyes bulging from fury. Damn it, utterly incompetent. These men pose no threat whatsoever to the Great Xia. What a waste of the Great Eastern Empire's training. At that moment,
Chuyi and his companions turned their gaze toward the Kawashima team.
The moment their gazes collided, it was like a collision of fire and earth,
erupting in waves of murderous intent.
That murderous intent felt like tangible blades, crisscrossing in the air. Seeing this, Kawashima's squad decided to strike first. Kawashima Nyakawa's face darkened as he roared, "Charge! Avenge the warriors of our great Japanese empire!"
The moment the words left his mouth, several figures launched their attack.
Kawashima's team was equally well equipped. Kawashima Nyokawara, a top-tier warrior class,
wielded a katana whose blade flashed with a cold gleam. His one-handed sword technique was masterful,
capable of both offense and defense. Even among warrior classes, he was exceptionally formidable. The other 4 members included an onmyoji, clad in a wide black robe and wearing a mysterious mask.
This figure specialized in spells and ranged skills, capable of unleashing devastating area of effect attacks with terrifying burst damage.
Another was a warrior, but a guardian samurai, a massive, mountain-like figure wielding a colossal shield engraved with mystical runes. Another was a spirit summoner,
clad in ornate robes and wielding a peculiar staff. This character could summon all manner of demons and spirits to fight alongside them. The final member was a priest-like figure clad in white robes.
He held a golden tome, specializing in healing, purification, and crowd control. As Kawashima's team advanced, Shuya's expression turned grim. He gave the order, all out. Having fought countless battles together, their coordination was seamless, requiring no further words. A single glance exchanged between them sufficed to understand each other's intent. The moment the battle commenced, Shuyi instantly locked horns with the enemies on Myoji. Nya Huang charged fiercely at the samurai, his hands gripping the Shenhuang warblade tightly. The blade flashed with a cold light, as if poised to cleave his opponent in two. Luo Qiuyan took charge of the spirit tamer. As for Elena, she provided both support and intelligence, identifying weaknesses and gathering critical information. Suli healed and purified as needed. Kaka focused on protecting Suli while seeking opportunities to take out the enemy priest. Kawashima's team was no pushover. From the very start of the battle, both sides clashed fiercely. Skills collided with extraordinary intensity. Countless bursts of fire and lightning erupted across the arena. The entire arena resembled a massive fireworks display, with crisscrossing beams of light and continuous explosions. Initially, both sides fought cautiously, testing each other's strength. They moved with deliberate care, eyes fixed on each other's every move, searching for openings. However, after battling for some time, Chu Yi and his companions realized these opponents were only on par with the V team. In fact, they were slightly inferior. Instantly, the tide of battle shifted. Wasteland body, open heaven. Nya Huang was the first to enter his berserk state. His eyes blazed crimson like a rabid beast, muscles bulging as immense energy surged through his body. Gripping his Shenhuang warblade with both hands, the blade flashed with intense light as he charged headlong at the enemy warriors with all his might. Wasteland body, heaven splitting was one of Nya Huang's most formidable skills. As the skill unleashed, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing, shrill howl. The opposing warrior couldn't withstand the force. A piercing, desperate scream erupted from his throat as Nya Huang sent him flying. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Nya Huang wasn't about to let him off so easily. With a single step, he closed the distance at lightning speed, like a gust of wind, pursuing his target relentlessly, intent on finishing him off. Luo Qiuyan handled the enemy's spirit master with equal ease. Her form was light and agile as she weaved through the battlefield. Though the spirit masters possessed formidable power, they posed little challenge to Luo Qiuyan, especially with her starburst pulse, a skill capable of infinite division. As her star pulse continuously split, it resembled countless shooting stars. Within mere seconds, it annihilated every demon and monster summoned by the opposing spirit masters. In no time at all, Luo Qiuyan seized control of the battle's rhythm. No matter how many demons and monsters surged forward under her assault, they all met the same fate, screaming in agony before being reduced to dust. The spirit tamer's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes were filled with apprehension, even tinged with fear. Chu Yi struck without mercy. The opposing Onmyoji had intended to clash with Chu Yi in a magical exchange, but Chu Yi remained utterly unmoved. Using the instant teleportation of his phantom step boots, his body vanished from his original position in an instant, like a ghostly apparition. The next instant, he circled behind the Onmyoji. Seizing the moment of his startled disorientation, Chu Yi struck without warning. The Onmyoji felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to turn and dodge, but it was already too late. Dark thunder punishment. A bolt of thunder erupted, carrying the force of destruction, striking the Onmyoji instantly. With little defense to speak of, the Onmyoji took the full brunt of the strike. His agonized scream echoed across the battlefield as he suffered severe injuries. His body trembled violently, his face contorted in agony. Chu Yi pressed his advantage, driving a residual night beam through the sorcerer's chest. The Onmyoji's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would be defeated so easily by Chu Yi. Then, he collapsed to the ground, dead, ending his brief combat career. Chapter 174, Annihilate the Eastern Japan Team. To outsiders, this battle likely appeared fiercely contested. After all, on one side stood the strongest team from the Eastern Empire, the top-ranked team in the preliminary rounds, the Kawashima team. On the other side stood the most talked-about team from the Great Xia Kingdom, one that even boasted a young dragon as a pet, the Chu Yi team. No matter how you looked at it, the clash between these two sides was bound to be exceptionally fierce. A veritable storm of sparks, right? Yet the reality proved utterly shocking. Far from being fierce, the Kawashima team appeared utterly incapable of putting up any resistance against Chu Yi and his companions. They could never have imagined the situation would tilt so decisively so quickly. The breakthrough came first from Chu Ye's side. After the Onmyoji fell to Chu Ye's blade, the battle became a one-sided affair. The rest of the Kawashima team found themselves overwhelmed. They flailed their weapons in panic, stumbling with terror etched on their faces as they tried to dodge the storm of attacks unleashed by Chu Ye's group. But clearly, it was futile. Immediately afterward, Chuyi rushed to support his allies. With Chuye's intervention, Kawashima's team offered little resistance and were swiftly cut down. Blood stained the stone slabs of the arena red, severed limbs littered the ground, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Soon, the special magical array on the stage swept it all away. Since this match permitted lethal force, such a scenario was entirely expected. The bloody spectacle was almost too gruesome to behold. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour before the outcome was decided. The Kawashima team was annihilated. This outcome left everyone utterly speechless. The spectator stands fell silent, filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. Eyes widened, mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, faces frozen in disbelief. They never imagined this outcome, nor could they bring themselves to accept it. Too strong. Chuyi and his group were simply too strong. Bastards. This can't be. How could I possibly accept this? A man from the Eastern Empire's face turned crimson, veins bulging as he furiously pounded the railing before him, his eyes burning with resentment and rage. Kawashima. Wah! Damn you! Great Xia! You killed Kawashima! I'll never forgive you! A Japanese woman collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. Her shrill wails echoed throughout the entire arena. This can't be true! I refuse to believe it! You Damashan bastards! You deserve to die! Witnessing Kawashima's entire team wiped out, countless Japanese Empire citizens below were overcome with horror. Some of the more fragile-hearted among them had already begun to faint in agony, their faces as pale as paper, bodies curled into tight balls. The Japanese Empire's spectator section was a sea of wailing and lamentation. Meanwhile, nations harboring grudges against the Eastern Empire now gloated with schadenfreude. They cheered and high-fived each other, their faces beaming with triumphant glee. Humph! Serves you right, Japan! You never did any good deeds, so now you get to cry. Brothers, I think I've caught a disease. Seeing the Japanese Empire cry makes me laugh. Go, brothers of the Great Xia Empire, take down these Japanese bastards. The waves of cheers echoed across the sky. Compared to Chuye's team's relentless momentum, the other matches on the arena weren't nearly as intense. Though both sides clashed with dazzling skill exchanges, the intensity of their battles paled in comparison to Chuye's side. After witnessing Chuye's team's battle, many spectators found the other matches rather lackluster, their eyes filled with boredom. However, the official competition was far from over. Every single team from the Eastern Empire on this stage had now been eliminated by Chuyi and his group. Weaker teams had also begun to be eliminated. Chuyi and his group then turned their attention elsewhere. Strangely, though people fought fiercely on the stage, no one dared approach Chuyi and his group. Members of other teams watched Chuyi and his group from afar, their eyes filled with apprehension. They swallowed nervously, their feet instinctively retreating backward. After all, their ruthless elimination of the Eastern Empire team was utterly astonishing. No one dared claim they could go toe-to-toe with Chuye's team. Some nearby teams even scattered like they'd encountered a plague god. Seeing this, Nia Huang slung his greatsword over his shoulder and sneered coldly. But a bunch of nobodies. Swiftly eliminating these Eastern Empire soldiers held little meaning for him. After all, the battle hadn't been particularly intense. It hadn't even been as good as the fight against Vite and his men. Chuyi chuckled. Since they won't come forward, we might as well use this chance to rest. The real battle won't begin until we advance to the next stage. With Chuyi speaking thus, the others remained silent. Thus, while other teams continued battling their way forward, Chuyi and his group actually sat down right where they were and began resting. Their demeanor was relaxed, as if this weren't a brutal tournament but a leisurely gathering. This scene left many utterly stunned. If it were any other team, Chuyi and his group would likely have been pushed off the stage long ago. How could they afford such leisure? But now, everyone knew Chuyi and his group weren't pushovers. Anyone wishing to challenge them would have to carefully gauge their own strength. As time passed, the number of teams on the field steadily dwindled. Gradually, eyes began to turn toward Chuyi and his group once more. For anyone hoping to advance, facing them was inevitable. Swish! A piercing cold light suddenly shot toward them, like a venomous snake striking. It carried a bone-chilling coldness, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. However, Chuyi seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the light appeared, he instantly unfurled the night veil. The night veil unfolded with tangible substance, radiating an eerie, mysterious glow. As the light barrier erupted, the beam was instantly blocked. Though the group rested in place, this did not mean they had completely let down their guard. Chuyi, in particular, kept a constant watch on the developments on the arena. The ambushers were a team from the Free Federation, clad in silver battle armor, wielding uniquely shaped weapons, and wearing fierce expressions. They clearly came prepared. Finally, someone dares to come and die? Nia Huang stood up, cracked his neck, and let out a cold chuckle. He flexed his shoulders, joints cracking audibly. as his greatsword whirled through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. His eyes burned with excitement and anticipation. Chuyi spoke slowly, "This tournament. It's time to conclude." He rose steadily, his aura surging as an invisible pressure radiated outward. As the figures rose, the atmosphere instantly turned bitterly cold. Those around him seemed to struggle even to breathe. The air itself frozen solid, sending a chill down the spine. Chapter 175, The Might of Chuyi. The magic wand in Chuyi's hand, Whale Song, emitted a deep, oceanic blue glow. The light pulsed with a life of its own, coiling around the wand's shaft to form mystical patterns. Seeing this, the others gripped their weapons tightly. In an instant, icy glints and streaks of light erupted, reflecting off one another. The air around them seemed stirred by this sudden surge of power, an invisible pressure spreading outward like a tidal wave. The once noisy arena fell instantly silent, even the spectators holding their breath unconsciously. At that moment, the remaining teams all turned their gaze toward this spot, their eyes filled with caution and curiosity. Nia Huang gripped his Xianhuang warblade tightly and suddenly spoke, "Chuyi, how about letting me have some fun?" A bloodthirsty curve lifted the corners of his mouth, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. Chuyi smiled, "As you wish." The words barely left his lips when a savage grin twisted Nia Huang's mouth. He abruptly hoisted the Xianhuang battle blade onto his shoulder, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and launched himself like an arrow from a bow into the crowd. Wasteland body, severing the river. Nia Huang roared, his aura erupting like a volcano, causing the surrounding air to shriek with a piercing crackle. His figure blurred into a phantom, closing the distance to a formation in an instant. The members of that group stared wide-eyed, terror etched across their faces. Before they could react, Nia Huang's blade, carrying a fierce wind, slashed down like a black lightning bolt. The blade flashed, before the victims could even cry out. They were sent flying off the stage like kites whose strings had snapped, crashing heavily before the spectator seats. Fortunately, Nia Huang retained his composure and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, the arena would have been drenched in blood once more. Even so, this terrifying display sent shivers down countless spines. The stands echoed with waves of gasps and sharp inhales. At that moment, Chuyi also began his move. He slowly raised his wand. Song of the Whale, his gaze growing deep and icy. Dark Flame. With this fierce command, his arm whipped through the air, the wand leaving trails of afterimages. Black flames shot out like shooting stars, accompanied by a piercing screech, scattering in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions sent countless teams reeling before they could react, knocked flying by the shockwaves from the raging dark flames. Screams echoed in waves as figures flew off the stage like fallen leaves. Referees hurriedly raised flags, declaring one team after another eliminated. At that moment, the spectators nearby were all stunned, mouths gaped open, eyes widened to their limits, faces frozen in utter disbelief. This can't be possible? Does this great Xia fighter have no cooldown on his skills? Unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse. Good heavens, who can possibly handle this guy? Shouts of astonishment echoed through the stands. Not only the others, but even Nia Huang had paused in his movements, battle knife in hand. He panted slightly, staring blankly at Chuyi's moves. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in his eyes as he silently marveled. Chuyi had grown stronger. After Chuyi intervened, the outcome of this arena battle was swiftly decided. Team after team proved utterly powerless against Chuyi. Even the Violet team from the Duchy of Normanland, its members gritting their teeth with grim expressions as they strained every ounce of strength to withstand wave after wave of Chuyi's dark flames, could only struggle to hold on. They had no chance to counterattack. Only now did the crowd truly grasp the sheer power of this great Xia team. Many sighed in unison, their faces etched with helplessness and admiration. How could anyone hope to defeat such an opponent? As Chuyi continued his assault, the Duchy of Normandia's team could no longer hold out. Before long, they too were knocked off the stage by Chuyi. The outcome was decided. Chuyi's team claimed first place in the tournament. The host stood beside the arena, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, frozen in place, unable to react. Only when Chuyi approached and spoke softly did he snap back to reality. His voice trembling, he announced, "Match on platform 3 is over." Far away, Lin Yuan stood in the VIP section, arms crossed over his chest, watching Chuyi's performance below. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Well done. This youngster has grown stronger again. His eyes brimmed with admiration. Looks like he'll perform exceptionally well in this world instance. Lin Yuan held high hopes for Chuyi and firmly believed he would shine brilliantly in this world instance. Compared to others, Luo Qiuyan, Nia Huang, and Elena had long been aware of Chuyi's capabilities, so they remained relatively composed. The little silver dragon chirped excitedly, its tail wagging merrily, before diving into Chuyi's arms. Chuyi ruffled its head before smiling at the group. Alright, let's head down. The others nodded and followed Chuyi off the stage. All around, medical personnel hurried back and forth, pushing stretchers to carry away the injured. Most had been injured by Chuyi, their bodies bearing varying degrees of scorched marks, their faces still frozen in terror. Once Chuyi and his group departed, cleanup crews immediately moved in to clear the stage. Oh, at that moment, deafening cheers erupted from the audience in the Great Xia Kingdom section. People waved their flags, their faces beaming with pride. Chuyi is awesome. Ha ha ha, our team is just too strong. Chuyi and his team's performance had won over the Xia Kingdom's audience. Not just the spectators, many teams from the Great Xia Kingdom were proud of Chuyi. He swept through the entire arena with near-invincible dominance. Meanwhile, matches on other stages also drew to a close. All advancing teams had been announced. Among them, the Great Xia Kingdom had 8 teams, while the Free Federation had 10. The remaining 14 spots were divided among other nations. Notably, not a single team from the Eastern Empire advanced. They had particularly bad luck, as all their strong teams were drawn to Chuyi's arena and subsequently eliminated by his squad. You're monsters. Murderers. Damned Great Xia people. You killed Kawashima. You must bow and apologize. Great Xia people, I hate you. As Chuyi and his team passed through the audience section of the Eastern Japan Empire, a barrage of curses erupted. The Japanese spectators' faces twisted into vicious grimaces as they clenched their fists, their eyes blazing with hateful fury. Nia Huang observed the furious crowd and suddenly let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with contempt. Chuyi, wanna tease these Japanese devils a bit? Chuyi perked up at the suggestion, raising an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? The next moment, Chuyi witnessed Nia Huang raise a giant middle finger toward the Japanese Empire's spectator section. A defiant grin spread across his face, his eyes brimming with mockery. Seeing this, Chuyi couldn't help but laugh. Following suit, he too raised his middle finger toward the Japanese Empire's representatives. This scene sent the Japanese Empire's crowd into a complete frenzy. Damn it all to hell. Damn those Great Xia bastards, daring to provoke us. The Japanese Empire's crowd was filled with rage. Many faces flushed crimson, veins bulging. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they drew their weapons and charged toward Chuyi and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of skill light, like bolts of lightning, shot toward the group. Chuyi remained unflustered, unfurling his night veil. The shimmering barrier formed a black shield, instantly deflecting the onslaught. His gaze was icy cold, showing no mercy. His wand, Song of the Whale, swung through the air, and waves of dark flames prepared to erupt. At that moment, a sharp shout rang out. Who dares to be so insolent? Chapter 176, The Unity of the Great Xia People. As the sharp command echoed through the hall, a figure swiftly materialized. It was a middle-aged man dressed in crisp conference staff attire, the silver insignia on his shoulder epaulets gleaming coldly under the venue's dazzling lights. The moment he appeared, he stood firmly between Chuyi and the representative of the Eastern Empire. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a translucent barrier rippled outward before him, instantly halting the fierce attacks from both sides. Even more astonishingly, the formidable force of this barrier also suppressed the counterattacks launched by Chuyi and his companions. The middle-aged man's arrival seemed to press pause on the boiling venue. The previously chaotic and noisy surroundings instantly fell into a brief, deathly silence. Both sides, locked in fierce combat, halted their actions. The middle-aged man glared at Chuyi and his group, bellowing, "Don't you know causing a disturbance is forbidden in this venue? You completely disregard the rules of this place." Chuyi remained composed as he replied, "They attacked first. What does that have to do with us?" The middle-aged man turned his head slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny as he looked toward the Japanese Empire delegation. Is that truly the case? The Japanese Empire members exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with cunning. They all raised their voices, their tones brimming with anger and grievance. "He's lying. Those damned Great Xia people started it," one Japanese Empire man shouted, face flushed red as he waved his fist. "That's right, law enforcement officer. You must stand up for us." Another Japanese Empire man clasped his hands together, adopting a pitiful expression. "Not only do these people completely disregard us, they're violating the venue's rules." A short Japanese Empire man stamped his feet, shouting with spittle flying. "These Great Xia people are utterly despicable." The clamor echoed throughout the hall. The expressions of utter grief and indignation on their faces would have made one believe they were victims of a tremendous injustice had one not known the truth. Upon hearing this, the venue staff's faces instantly turned icy, their eyes brimming with displeasure and disgust toward Chuyi and his group. He raised his head and announced loudly, "Team Chuyi of the Great Xia Empire has deliberately attacked the audience of the Eastern Japan Empire. The evidence is irrefutable." I hereby declare your disqualification from the competition and order your transfer to the venue's law enforcement agency for detention and interrogation. The moment these words left his mouth, the gazes of Chu Yi and his companions turned icy cold. They instantly realized the situation had taken an extremely unusual turn. Chu Yi stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he demanded, "What do you mean? Irrefutable evidence. Where is your evidence?" Luo Qiuyan's eyebrows shot up in fury as she retorted. "Is this how the venue's law enforcement operates, by making unreasonable accusations?" Nya Huang's face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands gripped the hilt of his broadsword so tightly his knuckles turned white, poised to charge forward at any moment. Had Chu Yi not acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm, Nya Huang would likely have already charged forward, axe raised, like a rabid beast. The staff member snorted coldly, his face twisted with contempt. "The people from the Eastern Empire all say the same thing. You still want to deny it? Surrender immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Simultaneously, several law enforcement officers closed in like sharks sensing blood, their imposing presence creating an invisible pressure in the air. At this point, how could Chu Yi and the others fail to see it? Their faces darkened like storm clouds gathering before a tempest, their hearts already certain that these enforcers had completely sided with the Eastern Empire. Witnessing this, the people of Great Xia present felt their anger ignite instantly. Bai Wuxin and his companions shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring, demanding loudly, "What do you think you're doing? Attacking our Great Xia team without any regard for the facts?" Many Xia spectators gathered around, their voices filled with fury. "Damn it! Is this how the enforcement officers at this exchange event do their jobs? Have you no shame? Such blatant targeting. ************************************************************ How much did those Japanese devils pay you? The torrent of curses echoed through the venue like surging waves. It was clear the Japanese Empire had initiated the conflict, yet not a single sanction was imposed on them. Instead, the authorities began punishing the Great Xia team. If you couldn't see through this, you were either blind or brain dead. Seeing so many Great Xia citizens closing in, the expressions of several enforcement officers shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. They felt immense pressure. "What do you think you're doing? Interfering with law enforcement? Don't you fear I'll disqualify you from the competition?" One officer shouted, his voice harsh but trembling beneath the bravado. Qingjin's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, "Enforcement? Enforcement? You call this enforcement? It's blatantly unfair. The Japanese Empire's people started it. What the hell do you mean by punishing our team?" The Great Xia citizens nearby joined in, their voices swelling into a deafening chorus. The enforcer's face turned as dark as raw iron. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "I saw the Great Xia side strike first. Humph. You Great Xia people are masters at twisting the truth. I only trust what I see with my own eyes. Disband immediately, or I'll arrest you all too." Such blatant words completely enraged the Great Xia citizens present. Bai Wuxin and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with resolve. They stepped forward in unison, shouting, "We protest. Your enforcement is unjust. If you intend to arrest Chu Yi's group, you'll have to step over us first." Seeing Bai Wuxin's group take the lead, other teams rallied in solidarity, surging forward like a tidal wave. "We protest too. If you're going to arrest them, arrest us as well. We stand with them." A large number of Great Xia teams gathered around Chu Yi and his companions. While rivalries might exist between factions domestically, but this was an international competition. All citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom stood united as one. In this moment, their hearts were tightly bound together. Seeing this scene, Chu Yi and his companions wore relieved smiles. Nya Huang, in particular, lifted his chin defiantly, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction as he stared at the enforcement officers. His expression seemed to say, "Now let's see how you're going to handle this." The faces of the enforcement officers darkened to the point of dripping with anger. This scene had far exceeded their wildest expectations. They had only intended to teach the Great Xia team a lesson, to curb their arrogance. At the same time, if possible, they hoped to seize the Silver Dragon by dragging them into the interrogation room. But they never expected such a massive backlash. Nearly every Great Xia team participating in the main tournament had shown up to back Chu Yi and his crew. Now they were completely stuck between a rock and a hard place. To take action now would mean antagonizing the entire Great Xia nation. Worse still, if they provoked the Great Xia Empire's supreme powerhouses to intervene, their fate would be utterly dire. Hadn't they seen how Yu Linyuan publicly executed the leader of the V team? No one dared to step forward, but if they simply left now, their mission would effectively be over. They'd become an international laughingstock. Just as the standoff reached a tense, hair-trigger moment, a figure descended from the sky like a feather, floating down with effortless grace. Enough! The voice was deep and commanding, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. An elderly man of Western appearance stood there, clad in a snow-white robe. Every thread seemed meticulously woven, shimmering softly under the light. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles, yet they could not obscure his innate, commanding presence. His piercing eyes seemed to see straight into the soul. At his appearance, the law enforcement officers visibly relaxed, their faces lighting up with relief. They bowed respectfully in unison, "Greetings, Lord Bright." This man was none other than Bright of the Free Federation, one of the powerful figures stationed at the venue by the Free Federation. Bright descended the steps slowly, his gaze sweeping over the Great Xia delegation like icy glints. A mocking sneer curled his lips. A mere Great Xia nation dares nurture such a principled force? Poof. Pity you were born in the wrong country. Had you been in the Free Federation, boundless opportunities would have awaited you. Chuyi met Bright's gaze without flinching, shouting back, "No, only in the Great Xia Kingdom could we possess such unwavering spirit. Under the Free Federation, we would never dare to resist." At these words, Bright's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice, as if a thick layer of frost had formed over them. Wasn't this a veiled insult, implying that the Free Federation lacked backbone? Foolish, Bright roared, a blinding light flaring in his hand as immense power coalesced within his grasp, clearly intending to teach Chuyi a lesson. At that critical moment, another figure appeared, streaking across the sky like a black bolt of lightning. Bright of the Free Federation, do you dare lay a hand on the young generation of our Great Xia nation? The voice boomed like a temple bell, resonating throughout the venue with a reassuring authority. At the sight of this figure, the Great Xia delegation erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "It's the War God! War God you!" The roar surged like crashing waves, wave after wave. The one who appeared was none other than Yu Lin Yuan, clad in black battle armor, his robes billowing in the wind. He radiated an otherworldly aura. His arrival felt like an adrenaline shot for the Great Xia team, instantly calming everyone's nerves. Seeing Yu Lin Yuan appear, Bright's gaze grew even colder. He snorted coldly, "This matter ends here." With that, he swept his sleeves and departed, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. Yu Lin Yuan, observing this, gradually faded into obscurity until he too vanished from sight. With both bigwigs gone, the law enforcement officers exchanged awkward glances, their faces betraying both embarrassment and resignation. In the end, they could only snort coldly and slink away. With Lord Bright having spoken his final word, they dared not make any further moves. As the law enforcement officers departed, thunderous cheers erupted once more from the Great Xia side. *******ing awesome. I've had it with these guys for ages, they're all so full of themselves. Only the Great Xia War God could pull this off. Yu Zhan is the real deal. Ha 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 ha, let's see if they dare mess with Great Xia again. On the other side, the representatives of the Eastern Japan Empire could only utter a series of baka curses. Their faces were ashen, eyes filled with rage and resentment, yet utterly powerless. In this exchange, the Eastern Empire held no sway whatsoever. Even their strongest warriors dared not act out in the presence of a figure like Yu Lin Yuan. Chuyi stepped before the crowd and declared loudly, "Thank you all for your assistance." The Great Xia teams responded with smiles, "We're all family. When we're out in the world, we help each other." Ha ha ha, you guys have guts. You wiped out the entire Japanese Empire team. Chuyi, you absolutely must take first place in this competition. Chuyi and his companions had become household names. Every team in the Great Xia Kingdom knew them, especially Chuyi, whose dominance over every other team had captivated countless spectators. Many young women stood among the crowd, their eyes brimming with admiration, already sending him secret glances. Chuyi responded to each compliment with a smile. Before long, the crowd began to disperse. Nya Huan laughed heartily, slapping Chuyi on the shoulder. "I thought those guys were tough, but they lost their nerve once the crowd grew." A confident smile curved Chuyi's lips as he replied, "They have their connections, but so do we. Without Yu Lin Yuan, their journey would never have gone so smoothly. And with Yu Lin Yuan by his side, no one dared to covet his kaka anymore." It could be said that raw power trumps everything. Before long, the final match schedule appeared on the massive electronic screen. The finals would be held tomorrow. This final would be a single elimination tournament, no room for error. The competing teams hurried over to check their opponents, and Chuyi's group immediately ran toward the screen. Soon, they saw the detailed bracket. The finals were divided into two brackets, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. The Solomon team, deemed the strongest by Elena, was placed in the lower bracket, separate from Chuyi's group. Nya Huang studied the bracket and remarked, "So it seems we won't face the Solomon team until the championship match?" Elena's expression was focused, her eyes reflecting a hint of calm as she replied, "Let's look at the current matchups first." Chuyi and his team's first opponents were the Free Federation's Rodri team. Elena pointed at the information on the screen and explained earnestly, "Rodri isn't a top-tier team, they're not even as strong as the Vetter team. We should have no trouble with this match." Shuyi inquired. Who might we face next? Elena continued her analysis. Based on the bracket, we'll likely face Teen Joseph from the Snowland Federation next. Additionally, the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire are also in our half of the bracket. Apart from those two teams, the rest aren't our opponents. As Elena's analysis unfolded, the path to the finals gradually became clear. A confident smile spread across Chuya's face as he declared, "Then we'll just take it one match at a time. Getting to the finals shouldn't be a problem." 32 teams were competing in the finals, requiring 4 matches to advance to the championship. Their eyes gleamed with determination, brimming with confidence for the upcoming matches. Beautiful Elena. Hello, what a coincidence, we meet again. A velvety baritone, smooth as silk, drifted into their ears. The sickly sweet tone gave Chuyi goosebumps all over. Turning around, they saw several impeccably dressed figures in crisp white suits approaching with elegant strides. Their suits were immaculate, every crease seemingly meticulously designed. Their faces adorned with confident yet slightly arrogant smiles. Chapter 177, Feud. This abrupt voice instantly captured Chuyi and the others' attention. Elena's composed figure paused slightly before slowly turning her head. Her expression turned slightly cold as she recognized the visitor. A young man smiled. A commoner of the Great Xia Kingdom. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Isaac, captain of the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire. Chuyi asked. The Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire, what brings you here? Yet Isaac seemed entirely oblivious to Chuya's words. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Elena. He stepped forward. Elena, why should a fly settle among chickens? Staying in the Great Xia Kingdom will only bury your potential. Come with me to the Golden Radiance Empire. That is where you truly belong. As he spoke, he did not even glance at Chuyi and the others. His contemptuous attitude made them feel like mere dust beneath his feet. This attitude stirred a wave of displeasure within Chuyi and the others. Nia Huang's face instantly turned cold. Elena remained impassive, her voice soft yet firm. Isaac, I refused you before. I refuse you now, and I will refuse you forever. Your efforts are futile. I was born in the Great Xia Kingdom, and I will remain a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom. Seeing this, Chuyi speculated inwardly that there seemed to be an untold story between Elena and Isaac. It made sense, her ancestors were from the Free Federation, so ties to the Golden Radiance Empire were hardly surprising. Isaac frowned slightly. Why, Elena? You were once a pure lotus, yet you chose to immerse yourself in the mud. This stench pains me to behold. At these words, even Elena's brow furrowed slightly, about to retort. At that moment, Chuyi stepped slowly before her. Enough. I don't care if you're the Royal Knights or whatever you claim to be. Stop harassing my team. Seeing Chuyi intervene, Isaac's expression darkened instantly. All around, the members of the Royal Knights glared at him with hostility. Isaac fixed Chuyi with an icy stare, his voice thick with menace. You're a commoner from the Great Xia Kingdom. This matter has nothing to do with you. You have neither the right nor the ability to interfere. Watch your back or you'll end up crushed to dust. A cold smile curved Chuya's lips, his eyes brimming with contempt. Edward of the Free Federation set his sights on my silver dragon, and I'm still alive and well. Your Golden Radiance Empire isn't even half the Free Federation's caliber, yet you think you can crush me? What? Are you more formidable than Edward? Isaac's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, are you truly intent on meddling in matters not your own? Chuyi roared with laughter. Elena is my teammate. If I don't look out for her, who will? If you have business, state it. If not, get out of my way. A sharp glint of cruelty flashed in Isaac's eyes as his voice turned icy. Citizen of the Great Xia Nation, we're in the same half of the bracket. In this match, killing isn't forbidden. Chuyi sneered. Then you should be the ones running for your lives. The Royal Knights erupted in fury, their bodies radiating savage energy as their chests heaved violently beneath their armor. In the Golden Radiance Empire, they were the center of attention wherever they went. When had anyone ever dared to mock them like this? At that moment, Elena gently tugged at Chuya's sleeve and whispered, Chuyi, that's enough. Let's leave. At her prompting, Chuyi nodded slightly. Alright, let's go. With that, the group turned and walked away. As Chuyi and his companions' figures faded into the distance, Isaac and his men's expressions darkened to the point of being almost dripping with venom. Isaac, should we make our move? A knight gripped his sword hilt tightly and whispered, those Great Xia bastards are getting way too cocky. Another knight gritted his teeth. And Elena, who knows what kind of love potion they fed her, that she'd even reject you. Another knight declared, his face twisted with resentment. A flicker of menace crossed Isaac's eyes before he regained his composure, shaking his head slowly. No need. Once we've taken them down in the arena, Elena will see the light. Ha! A proud princess won't marry a weak prince. I'll show her my strength. The feud was forged even before the battle began. On their way out, Shuyi caught a glimpse of Elena's usually composed face rarely, it seemed, showing any sign of anger. A thought struck Shuyi, and he asked, Elena, what's going on between you and that Isaac? Elena's footsteps faltered slightly. After a moment's silence, her expression gradually returned to calm. She sighed softly before replying indifferently. When I was young, my father took me to the Golden Radiance Empire. That's where I met Isaac. From our very first meeting, he pursued me, but I never consented. My father tried to arrange a match between us, but I refused. Shuyi smiled knowingly. Is that so? He couldn't help but think of Luo Qiuyan. Their experiences bore a striking resemblance, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Beside them, Nya Huang snorted coldly, his face twisted with contempt. You were right to refuse him. That Isaac guy looks like nothing but trouble. Damn it, he dresses all fancy, but the moment someone says a word to him, he wants to fight. He can't even keep up the act. Shuyi shot him a playful glance. You're not much better, always looking for a fight. Nya Huang immediately jumped up in frustration. Damn it, how can you compare that? I've never pretended. I was born this way. Their laughter echoed through the empty street. Soon, their figures vanished into the distance. The next day, sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing the entire arena in a golden glow. Shuyi and his companions arrived at the arena early. The surrounding area was packed with spectators, their cheers and shouts rising and falling in waves. The air was thick with a tense yet exhilarating energy. Today was the day of the finals. All teams had arrived and were fully prepared. The arrival of Shuyi and his team drew countless eyes. The announcer's voice rang out clearly to all. The finals of this international exchange tournament officially commence. Now, the round of 32 to 16 begins. First match, Team Shuyi of the Great Xia Empire vs. Team Vladimir Sky of the Snowland Federation. The moment the words fell, Shuyi and his teammates exchanged glances before rising to their feet and slowly making their way onto the stage. The Snowland Federation team followed suit, their faces slightly pale and their steps unsteady. Tension and unease filled the eyes of several members. Over the past few days, Shuyi's team had become widely renowned, especially Shuyi's performance in the elimination rounds, which countless people had studied day and night. Facing Shuyi's team in the very first match was far from ideal. The host, seeing both teams ready, announced loudly, I declare the match begins. With that command, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the start of this thrilling showdown. Chapter 178, Boring. The moment the words fell, the Snow Realm Federation team launched their attack. Magical crystals suddenly floated into position around the arena, blazing crimson and bathing the combatants in an intensely glaring light. They knew full well the formidable strength of Shuyi and his companions. Once Shuyi and his team initiated combat, they might never get a chance to strike back. Therefore, their only path to victory lay in striking first, catching their opponents off guard. The silver-haired youth at the forefront formed an ice spike-shaped seal with his fingertips. The other four spread out in a fan formation, their footsteps leaving trails of icy mist that crystallized into intricate, eerie runic patterns on the ground. The others followed suit. This was their only path to victory. They had to knock Shuyi and his group off the stage before they could react. But clearly, they had miscalculated. The instant the attack launched, Shuyi sensed it. The wand, Whale Song, suddenly burst into an eerie glow. With a wave of his hand, magical energy erupted, spreading a pitch-black light barrier that enveloped all 5 members of the team. Intricate runes danced across the surface of the barrier, resembling a constellation chart shimmering in the night sky. The Snowland Federation team unleashed a torrent of ice spikes and magical arrows. Yet the moment they touched the night-black barrier, they erupted in a piercing, buzzing hum. Boom! Icy blue light collided violently with the pitch-black barrier, sending splashes of magical aftereffects across the arena, carving spider-web-like fissures of energy. Yet the nightshade barrier remained unmoved. It remained utterly still, unaffected by the onslaught of magical force. The Snowland Federation members stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. The young leader shouted, "How is this possible? Our attacks are completely ineffective." His companions beside him were equally tense. They're too strong. We can't even break through their shields. The outcome of this match had been decided from the very start. Shuyi cast his spell, Dark Flames. With a low shout, countless pitch-black flames erupted from the void, surging toward the opponents with a destructive aura. Boom! The searing flames instantly engulfed the Snow Realm Federation members. Piercing screams mingled with the roar of explosions, echoing across the arena. Several figures, engulfed in flames, were hurled backward crashing off the stage and slamming heavily onto the ground. They groaned in agony before losing consciousness one after another. This match is won by the Shuyi team of the Great Xia Kingdom. The announcer immediately declared the result. A wave of boos erupted from the surrounding spectators. The disapproval wasn't directed at Shuyi's team, but at the Snow Realm Federation's squad. From the stands, Murmurs of discontent rose in waves. The battle had ended far too quickly. Chuyi had single-handedly resolved it without needing anyone else to intervene. Seeing this, many spectators felt a sense of disappointment. Still, it came as no surprise to anyone, given the undeniable strength of Chuyi and his team. Medical personnel hurriedly pushed stretchers onto the stage. The Snow Realm Federation members lay limp on them, their bodies charred black, while Chuyi and his companions descended the arena with measured steps. But boring. Nya Huang crossed his arms, a hint of dissatisfaction curling his lips. The fierce battle he'd anticipated still hadn't materialized. Chuyi smiled but said nothing. After stepping down, the group made their way to their reserved spectator seats to watch the other team's battle. The subsequent matches proved utterly uninteresting. Though magical lights constantly intertwined on the stage and the combatants' battle cries were deafening, to Chuyi and his companions, the sheer power displayed was far too weak. If it were up to them, the scene would never be so lackluster. In truth, these matches were already quite spectacular. Many professionals watched with bated breath, and some spectators even rose to their feet unconsciously, their faces aglow with excitement. Compared to ordinary people, these individuals were undeniably geniuses. Yet to Chuyi, they were still far too weak. It just goes to show that there's always someone better out there. The only match that piqued Chuyi and his team's interest was the one featuring the Snowland Federation's Joseph squad. They were facing a team from the Free Federation. This Free Federation team was roughly on par with the V team Chuyi and his group had faced, significantly stronger than the other teams. Yet Joseph's team, being the strongest in the Snowland Federation, still held a slight edge. The initial clash between the two sides was fierce and intense, with attacks flying back and forth. Joseph's captain manipulated a sky filled with ice blades, slicing the opponent's firewalls into shreds. The Free Federation mage summoned colossal stone golems whose fists pounded the ground, sending up clouds of dust. This battle was far more intense than any other team's. Many spectators found themselves holding their breath in awe. It was utterly exhilarating. But as time wore on, Joseph's team gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately defeating their opponents in one decisive blow. The match drew cheers from the crowd. Both sides fought with such intensity, unleashing a dazzling array of skills that left spectators unable to look away. Leaning against the railing, Chuyi tapped his fingers lightly on the handrail, his gaze deep. They haven't gone all out yet. His companion followed his gaze and noticed Joseph's team remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of having just endured a fierce battle. Nya Huang remarked, the opponents didn't put much pressure on them. It's normal. Yet, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. Joseph's team was formidable. If they clashed, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle for him. Next up were teams from other nations. The Great Xia team was among them. Bai Wuxin's team had also defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. They were not in the same half of the bracket as Chuyi. However, their next opponents were none other than the Solomon team from the Free Federation. Upon seeing their opponents, Bai Wuxin and his team grew solemn. They knew full well that this competition would most likely end here for them. Like Chuyi's team, Solomon had also defeated their opponents with remarkable ease, barely showcasing their true strength. This team had maintained a low profile throughout the exchange event, yet countless observers still favored them to claim the championship. This remained true even after Chuyi and his group had demonstrated such formidable strength. Finally, the first day of competition concluded. The magical lights on the dome gradually dimmed, and the evening breeze carried damp mist through the open arched doors. Tomorrow's matchups had already been revealed. Chuyi and the others stared intently at the holographic projections suspended in the air, their expressions serious. Nya Huang remarked coldly, we're facing the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire. Humph. It's about time we took them on. They had just crossed swords with the Royal Knights, and now they were set to face them again in the next round. Faced with this situation, Nya Huang's fighting spirit surged. Chuyi chuckled, let's take it seriously tomorrow. I hear this squad is quite formidable. Treat it as a dress rehearsal for facing Solomon's team. It wasn't just Chuyi and his group. In another rest area, Isaac's hand paused mid-motion as he wiped his sword. His gaze fixed on the projected matchup list as a cold smile curled his lips. The Great Xia team. Ha! Your journey ends here. The blade flashed coldly under the light, as if already foreseeing tomorrow's battle. Chapter 179, The Clash. The next day's competition arrived as scheduled. Under the gaze of countless spectators, crystal chandeliers suspended from the dome illuminated the arena as brightly as daylight, while the roaring crowd in the stands nearly shook the roof. As the dust settled on several consecutive matches, the announcer's voice echoed throughout every corner of the arena. Next match, Chuyi's team from the Great Xia Empire versus the Royal Knights of the Golden Radiance Empire. The announcement ignited the crowd like a match to a powder keg. In the stands, spectators rose to their feet, cheering wildly. Some waved the flags of their respective nations. Others flushed crimson with excitement.
The surging murmurs of discussion boiled like a cauldron.
Ha ha ha, finally, the match we've been waiting for.
The top team from the Great Xia Kingdom versus the top team from the Golden Radiance Empire, which side will prove stronger?
Either way, this match is going to be spectacular. I've been waiting days just for this match.
The Golden Radiance Empire's Royal Knights had long been a legendary force on the international stage.
Within the Empire,
they maintain an unblemished record,
each victory like a golden medal embroidered upon their banner of glory. Facing countless challengers from around the world,
they consistently crush their opponents with thunderous force. Some even claimed this team possessed the strength to match the elusive Solomon squad from the Free Federation.
Unfortunately,
these two teams have never met on the battlefield,
leaving countless spectators with a lingering regret. Meanwhile, Chuye's team,
after weathering a series of events, had long since gained widespread renown. People are filled with anticipation for this showdown,
eager to witness it firsthand. Which of these two elite teams would ultimately prevail? Soon,
amid the roaring cheers and shouts of the entire crowd,
both teams stepped onto the arena.
The 5 members of the Royal Knights stood like golden statues.
Their equipment, dominated by dazzling gold,
shimmered brilliantly under the lights,
radiating nobility and authority. Isaac, the warrior leading the charge,
wore intricate golden armor carved with elaborate patterns. His gleaming golden longsword emitted a cold,
sharp light,
while the ruby embedded in its hilt resembled congealed blood,
radiating an aura both sacred and dangerous.
The 4 behind him each fulfilled distinct roles.
A mage clad in golden robes wielded a gleaming golden staff,
its tip adorned with a golden crystal that emitted a faint,
eerie glow,
as if containing terrifying power. A burly guardian stood at the center of the formation, bearing a massive golden shield. The shield's surface was covered in mysterious runes, his muscles taut. He stood as unyielding as an iron tower.
A hunter crouched nearby, bow in hand,
eyes sharp as a wolf's. His fingers lightly caressed the bowstring,
the arrow glinting coldly in the light. A female priestess stood nearby,
her golden robes fluttering in the breeze. She gripped a pure white staff,
her face adorned with a holy smile,
yet her eyes held a hint of vigilance.
The 5 stood in formation,
their coordination flawless.
On Chuye's side,
every member was also on high alert. Chuye had already drawn his magic staff,
Whale Song,
his expression calm.
Nia Huang gripped his Xianhuang warblade like a beast poised to strike. Luo Qiuyan's staff, Tian Xian, glowed brilliantly,
her hair flowing in the wind. Elena's pocket watch chain spun nimbly between her fingers, her sapphire eyes reflecting the silhouettes of the opposing enemies,
her expression focused and serious.
Suli stood with her staff in hand, while Kaka stood beside her. Even before the battle commenced, the air thickened with the palpable tension of impending conflict.
Their clashing gazes ignited a battle intent potent enough to set the air itself ablaze. With the announcer's command, the match commenced. The entire arena fell silent for a moment,
then erupted as magical fluctuations surged from both combatants like a hurricane sweeping across the space.
The audience gasped in astonishment,
overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of such immense power.
Kill! Nia Huang roared, launching his attack first.
He thrust his foot off the ground,
launching himself like a black cannonball. Wielding the Xianhuang warblade, he charged toward Isaac.
The blade sliced through the air,
emitting a piercing whistle. Chuye and Luo Qiuyan were not to be outdone. Like 2 phantoms,
they flashed left and right, charging toward the flanks of the Royal Knight Corps. The hems of their robes fluttered wildly in the rush of their movement.
Elena flickered her wrist, and the pocket watch chain shot out like a serpent. The watch face glowed with brilliant blue light. In the blink of an eye,
a colossal Titan robot materialized behind her.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The Titan giant's impact sent shockwaves through the ground,
causing the entire arena to tremble. Simultaneously, countless mechanical peaks surged forward like a dark mist.
Her gaze remained cool as she calculated the enemy's weaknesses. The crystal atop Su Li's staff emitted a soft glow. She watched the battlefield with intense focus,
ready to unleash healing and purification spells at any moment. Kaka stood like a silver tower,
never straying from Su Li's side, tasked with protecting her.
After numerous battles,
the division of labor within Chuye's team had long been established. Even though Chuye possessed the strength to sweep opponents aside single-handedly,
he often chose to fight alongside his teammates. After all, Chuye was not invincible.
If they encountered an enemy beyond his capabilities and the team lacked cohesion,
victory would be elusive. Boom! The deafening roar of clashing skills reverberated through the air.
Isaac's golden longsword unleashed a golden blade aura that collided with Nia Huang's Xianhuang warblade,
erupting in dazzling sparks.
The mage's staff blazed with intense light,
unleashing bolts of golden lightning that struck like dragon serpents toward Chuye and Luo Qiuyan.
The pair darted nimbly, dodging the attacks in the blink of an eye while continuously casting counterspells. The guardian raised his massive shield, murmuring incantations as runes on its surface ignited.
Golden protective shields descended upon every member of the Royal Knights. The hunter drew his bow taut, arrows streaking like shooting stars toward Elena's Titan robot.
The priest raised both hands, and streams of golden light descended from the heavens,
restoring their comrades' stamina. Shu Ye's team refused to be outdone. Luo Qiuyan's staff traced elegant arcs as starfall and starburst pulse erupted from it, exploding into dazzling bursts of light in the air.
Shu Yi continuously unleashed dark flames,
black tongues of fire surging like fiery dragons toward the Royal Knights. The Titan robot's massive mechanical arms swung out,
clashing with the hunter's arrows.
The metallic collision produced an ear-piercing screech.
Su Li's staff blazed with intense light,
firing green healing beams toward her allies,
while Kaka unleashed blizzards,
attempting to freeze the enemy. Flames, electricity, and waves intertwined across the arena, their dazzling skill effects overwhelming the senses. The fierce back-and-forth battle sent the crowd's blood boiling. Shouts and cheers echoed throughout the entire arena.
This clash between the two nations' elite teams,
whether in the dazzling display of skills or the intensity of the combat,
it far surpassed any previous match. It was nothing short of a feast for the eyes and senses.
Chapter 180, Reversal. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar thundered through the arena like rolling thunder. Shu Yi gripped the magic wand, Song of the Whale, tightly in both hands.
As he swung the staff,
bursts of dark flames erupted. The flames were fierce and relentless, radiating an overwhelming aura,
as if concealing an abyss capable of devouring everything in its path. Wherever they struck, intense bursts of light erupted like surging tides,
unleashing wave after wave of explosive fury upon the arena. Thick black smoke, carrying scorching air currents, shot skyward, making the entire arena seem to shake and crack. Countless sparks flew wildly, dazzling the eyes. The explosive energy fluctuations spread outward like an invisible hurricane.
Members of the Golden Radiance Empire bore the brunt of this terrifying heat assault. Their expressions were grave, yet their eyes remained relatively calm.
One by one,
they swiftly dodged the spattering flames,
for if struck by the dark flame, even they would not survive.
Just as the Golden Radiance Empire's forces appeared somewhat disheveled,
the Guardian stood towering like a mountain, towering and imposing.
The Guardian radiated an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spine. Moving with lightning speed, he charged forward and slammed his massive shield into the ground.
In an instant, a dazzling golden aura erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward like ripples.
Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded.
The dark flames unleashed by Shu Yi,
upon contact with this aura,
were violently repelled as if struck by an invisible hand, sent flying backward. Not only that, but the Guardian's aura solidified into a sturdy shield, enveloping the entire group.
This shield shimmered with golden light, absorbing a significant portion of the incoming damage.
Seeing this, a grave expression flashed in Shu Ye's eyes. He knew that unless this barrier was broken,
they would find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position.
Without hesitation,
he launched his attack. His staff swung,
unleashing the residual night beam. A beam of light,
dark as the night itself, sliced through the air with unparalleled penetrating power, striking directly at the Guardian's shield.
However,
the Guardian of the Golden Radiance Empire proved to be exceptionally formidable.
The shield in his hands seemed like an impregnable fortress. Even the residual night beam, with its immense penetrating power, only sparked violently upon the shield's surface, momentarily unable to pierce through. Not only was Shu Ye's attack blocked, Nia Huang's desolate body, severing river and Luo Qiuyan's starlight pulse were both effortlessly blocked by the Guardian's shield.
The Guardian stood like a towering mountain,
steadfastly blocking the team's path and absorbing every attack from Shu Yi and the others. With the Guardian's protection,
the other members of the Golden Radiance Empire gained confidence and began to unleash their attacks with renewed resolve.
The lightning mage at the rear wore a sinister grin,
his eyes burning with ruthless intent.
Wielding his staff, he chanted incantations as countless bolts of golden lightning coalesced at its tip, crackling with a deafening roar.
These bolts carried a potent paralysis effect as they rained down relentlessly upon Shu Ye's side.
One bolt, sharp as a blade, streaked straight toward Luo Qiuyan. Luo Qiuyan's face instantly drained of color,
her gaze growing intensely grave. Her reflexes were lightning fast as she deftly sidestepped the attack. The bolt grazed the hem of her robe before crashing onto the stage.
Erupting with intense energy, a powerful explosion instantly engulfed the area, lightning sparks flying everywhere. Fortunately, Luo Qiuyan had dodged just in time, escaping unharmed. Still trembling with fear, she rose to her feet, her gaze solemn.
She knew all too well that had that bolt struck her, she would have been in grave danger.
Meanwhile, on another battlefield,
Nia Huang and Isaac's fight was gradually turning against them.
Originally, fueled by his frenzied power, Nia Huang held his own against Isaac,
even managing to suppress him to some extent.
But when the Guardian joined the fray, the tide turned instantly.
Many of Nia Huang's attacks were blocked by the Guardian's shield,
dissipating most of the damage. Meanwhile, Isaac's attacks rained down unimpeded upon Nia Huang,
creating a severe imbalance in the damage exchanged.
Fury and resentment filled Nia Huang's heart. His eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth clenched, and a trickle of blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike carrying a death-defying intensity. Yet, faced with the Guardian's interference, he struggled to breach the defenses. Instead, his rage caused his combat rhythm to lose its discipline, his movements becoming increasingly erratic. All of this was clearly visible to Chu Yi. His brow furrowed deeply. In terms of raw combat power, their side held the absolute advantage. Yet now, because of one Guardian's meddling, the situation had become precarious. We must find a way to deal with the Guardian first. Chu Yi's gaze hardened as he made his decision. He knew that if he didn't act soon, his team would be defeated. Chu Yi gripped his wand, Song of the Whale, tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He drew a deep breath and charged toward the Golden Radiance Empire, bellowing fiercely, "Kill!" With that roar, his aura erupted. Black light swirled around him, forming a massive vortex whose powerful suction made the surrounding air howl. The members of the Golden Radiance Empire witnessed this and sneered with contempt. The mage charging to the front? Is he out of his mind? The Golden Radiance Empire mage brandished his staff, snarling viciously, "Golden lightning, slay this great Xiaman for me." The tip of his staff blazed intensely as countless golden bolts of lightning converged wildly, crackling and booming with an apocalyptic force as they surged toward Chu Yi. "Space fold!" Chu Yi roared, causing ripples to surge through the surrounding space. His figure vanished instantly. Boom! The golden lightning struck the empty ground with brutal force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as shockwaves radiated outward. Witnessing this, the faces of several Golden Radiance Empire soldiers twisted in shock, their eyes filled with confusion. "Where did he go?" One of them suddenly cried out. "He's behind you, Stark!" The Guardian named Stark froze at the words, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He spun around swiftly and saw Chu Yi. Stark's eyes widened with fury as he roared, "You're asking for death." Then, gripping his shield tightly with both hands, he swung it down with all his might toward Chu Yi. Yet, a confident curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yi's mouth. Before Stark could launch his attack, Chu Yi had already secretly unleashed a torrent of dark flames, like a flesh-eating ulcer. The flames clung tightly to Stark's body, though blocked by the shield. They left countless black marks etched upon Stark's body. Nova burst. At Chu Yi's command, the marks instantly erupted in blinding light. Stark felt an intense burning sensation throughout his body, as if scorched by a million flames simultaneously. He roared in agony as intense flames erupted from his entire body. He resembled a human torch on the verge of self-detonation, his blinding radiance illuminating the entire arena.